Selected talents: Abstainer green, Master of Cold Weapons white, golden, Evolver gold. Simulation begins. Day 1. You remain indoors, oblivious to the rampant zombies outside. Day 10. You drink from the tap and become infected with a virus, you perish. Restarting simulation. Chapter 1. The beginning of the simulator. Apocalypse countdown. 30 days infinite simulator loading complete. Would you like to initiate? The voice echoing in his mind startled Zhao Li, who had just taken a few bites of instant noodles. Zhao Li, nicknamed Madly due to his penchant for confronting his superiors, had spent 5 years at the company without a promotion. Although his salary had seen a slight increase, he now resided in a modest 30 square meter apartment. Initiate? Zhao Li queried. Initiating simulator, simulating. This talent simulation includes Mighty Strength White. Your strength will increase tenfold, but your constitution will remain unchanged. Abstainer Green. Your bodily consumption will decrease by 3 times, concurrently extending your lifespan. Master of Cold Weapons White. A skilled expert in various cold weapons. 3 Hands Green. You can steal from any life unit 3 times a day. There's a chance of being discovered when stealing from higher gear units. Golden Evolver Gold. You can achieve faster evolution by consuming gold. Please select 3 talents to carry. Upon completion of the simulation, 1 talent may be chosen as a permanent talent, while the others will dissipate within 3 days. A maximum of 5 permanent talents may be held simultaneously. Zhao Li, now fully engrossed, abandoned his noodles. I choose Golden Evolver, Abstainer, and Master of Cold Weapons. As for why he did not choose 3 hands, in this apocalypse, what was there to steal? Simulating. On the first day, you rise as usual, but chaos reigns outside, with numerous zombies wandering the streets. Suddenly, you hear a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a zombie with only its upper half crawls in. You swiftly dispatch it with a stool and lock the door tightly. On the second day, you realize you have gone an entire day without food, yet feel no hunger. You begin to explore your golden talent, but you possess not a single gram of gold. Ultimately, you discover a gold tooth in the mouth of a slain zombie. You gain a slight enhancement, which is sufficient for your early days in the apocalypse. On the third day, your phone still has a signal. Although the National Army has suffered losses, rescue operations continue. The Army's firearms prove effective against the zombies, and you are successfully rescued. On the fourth day, people in the camp begin to develop high fevers and subsequently transform into zombies. It turns out that a cunning zombie has infiltrated the military, though you remain unaware of its identity. On the 5th day, anxiety grips the camp, yet no signs of zombies are found. However, the zombies outside the camp mutate horrifically after consuming their own kind. On the 6th day, over 30 formidable zombies, known as giants, surged into the camp, leading a horde of hundreds. During the evacuation, you caught sight of several individuals radiating a golden light, and under the protection of the troops, you managed to escape safely. On the 7th day, you boarded a bus alongside the soldiers, but an enormous zombie, towering 3 stories high, obstructed your path. With a single punch, it sent the foremost military jeep flying. A truly terrifying sight. You and the others fled, pursued by a faster, crawling zombie. Yet you remained unscathed, having outpaced the other survivors. On the 8th day, you and 5 fellow survivors sought refuge in an underground mall, where only 2 or 3 feeble zombies lingered. Utilizing your physical prowess and the solidarity of your companions, you effortlessly dealt with them. On the 9th day, you engaged in delightful conversation with a girl named Li Wanyan. However, on the 10th day, you succumbed to contaminated tap water. In your final moments, you beheld the radiant smile of Li Wanyan. Was it truly that toxic? Zhao Li pondered in bewilderment. Contemplating his sudden demise, was this the allure of an ordinary passerby? Please select your permanent talent. Golden Evolver, Zhao Li declared, recognizing that while he possessed no gold, it was indeed a golden talent, and opting for anything less would be foolish. A loud knock echoed at the door, prompting Zhao Li to rise and open it, only to find the landlord embracing a stunning beauty, revealing a gleaming gold tooth. Indeed, the wealthy often exude an unpretentious charm. Li, it's time to pay the rent. As your Uncle Wong, I'll kindly let you off with 500 less. Considering your circumstances, the landlord, clad in oversized slippers, appeared extravagantly generous. His aura undeniably imposing. Zhao Li promptly made the payment via WeChat, while the landlord, still with his companion, departed, cloaked in both honor and secrecy. Chapter 2. Simulation planning. After bidding farewell to the landlord, Zhao Li pondered how to procure gold. contemplating the impossibility of accessing the nearby vault before the apocalypse. He resolved to strategize for the night preceding the impending doom. The current simulation concluded, with the next one set to commence in 10 hours. Regaining his focus, Zhao Li finished his instant noodles and proceeded to resign from his job. Subsequently, he purchased a substantial array of supplies in preparation for the forthcoming apocalypse. As for the talent of the gold evolver, it indeed proved formidable. He utilized his savings of over 30,000 to acquire several small gold bars, which he consumed at home, yielding remarkable effects. Compared to the helplessness he experienced during the first simulation, his current state was significantly more powerful. The talents of the cold weapon master and the abstainer were gradually diminishing and would soon vanish, but at present, they held little utility, as the apocalypse had yet to arrive, and everything remained harmonious. At home, he began drafting plans, realizing that he could not rely on the military this time. If he could manage to consume the gold from the vault not far from his residence, he would be well on his way to ensuring his safety in the initial stages. Thus, he continued to devise his plans into the late hours, until past 10 o'clock, when the simulation commenced. This simulation presented the following talents. Mighty Force. White, your strength will be amplified tenfold, though your physique remains unchanged. Wild Ghost. Green, your bodily consumption will triple, while simultaneously enhancing your physical attributes by onefold. Fire Fist. White, your fists will be enveloped in flames, granting you fiery striking capabilities. Intelligence. Blue, your IQ will be elevated, providing high resistance to mental assaults. Bloodline Intensification. Purple, activating your bloodline will grant you quintuple strength, albeit under the influence of rage, accompanied by other special effects. Zhao Li chose Bloodline Intensification, Intelligence, and Wild Ghost as his talents. On the first day, he lingered by the vault. The security personnel were unwelcoming, and his son began to turn into zombies. He rushed in, only to be caught off guard as the robust guards swiftly dispatched the undead. He was shot and forced to flee. By the second day, the formidable recovery ability granted by Bloodline Intensification healed his wounds. Upon returning to the vault, he found it deserted. However, the vault's security door was exceedingly robust, and he could not pry it open. He scoured the vicinity for a hardware store to procure tools to cut through the door. Yet, the noise attracted a horde of zombies. Relying on his immense strength, he quickly eliminated the zombies and managed to open the door. On the third day, empowered by the gold evolver, he became immensely strong, rendering ordinary zombies incapable of inflicting any harm upon him, as they could not penetrate his skin. On the fourth day, the Wild Ghost and Bloodline Intensification talents consumed vast amounts of his energy. While exploring, he encountered a titan, a behemoth standing 3 meters tall, which proved no match for him. He dispatched it within 10 rounds and discovered a gray crystal within its skull, which he decided to keep. By the fifth day, the number of titans and crawlers surged, prompting him to escape. Along the way, he encountered a grotesque zombie and engaged in combat. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he managed to escape. On the sixth day, your condition deteriorated significantly, and you began to experience a high fever, which was certainly not auspicious. By the seventh day, the intensification of your bloodline rendered you immune to the zombie virus, albeit at the cost of acquiring the zombie's touch. On the eighth day, you were mistaken for a mutated zombie and were obliterated by the military's rocket artillery. Please select your permanent talent, Intensified Bloodline. Zhao Li declared without hesitation. Recognizing that this simulation had vividly showcased the essence of both the Golden Evolver and the Intensified Bloodline, failing to choose it would be a grave mistake. The current simulation concluded, and the next one would commence in 8 hours. When Zhao Li awoke from his slumber, it was already past 9 in the morning. Thanks to the persistence of the ascetic's talent, he felt little to no hunger. He glanced at his phone and noted a plethora of messages from his close friends. Well, losing his job was quite normal under the circumstances. Let the simulation begin. This time, the talent simulations included Battle Intent. Blue, your physical attributes will increase progressively by 15 times during combat. Blood Eye. Green, there is a chance to control the thoughts of your adversary. Flame Burst. Blue, you will possess the ability to wield fire and gain immunity to a certain degree of fire damage. Zombie Friend. Green, when you refrain from attacking zombies, they will regard you as one of their own. Metal Control. Purple, you can manipulate all metals, though it will deplete your mental energy. Metal Control, Zombie Friend, Battle Intent. This selection was remarkably promising, filling Zhao Li with exhilaration. Although zombies might potentially consume each other, the talent of Zombie Friend proved to be immensely advantageous. Chapter 3. The Golden Evolver. The Golden Evolver, a being of intensified bloodlines, masters of metal, allies of the undead, and harbingers of battle spirit. On the first day after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, you boldly infiltrated the vault. Although your abilities could not control bullets, you managed to manipulate the firearms to prevent their discharge. And with the aid of your heightened bloodline and indomitable spirit, you swiftly subdued the security personnel. By the second day, your prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, yet the security forces had vanished without a trace. You embarked on a quest to seek out golden artifacts, visiting numerous jewelry stores, further augmenting your strength. On the third day, you resolved to leave early, encountering a military rescue team. There, you met a military evolver, whose physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary humans by more than a twofold. However, he proved no match for you. Declining his invitation, you ventured towards the sparsely populated outskirts, where you chanced upon an exceedingly rare giant tank. Without hesitation, you extracted its crystal and placed it in a small vial. On the fourth day, you encountered a striking woman feasting on a corpse. She claimed to be a zombie but did not attack you. It seemed she held a certain fondness for you. Nevertheless, you contemplated ending her life, for her intelligence was unnerving. Despite your formidable strength, you refrained from killing her, and she fled, promising to seek you out again. On the fifth day, you discovered an empty villa district in the outskirts. Although food was scarce, it sufficed for a solitary individual. You listened to national rescue reports, which appeared orderly and systematic, suggesting the government had confidence in managing the crisis. Yet, you sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. On the sixth day, a surge of giant tanks and crawling zombies emerged, followed by the appearance of a 3-story-tall zombie king. According to scientists, the king had begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence. Despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, it possessed the ability to rally hordes of zombies. By the seventh day, the female zombie indeed returned, accompanied by 5 giant tanks and a dozen crawling zombies. Compared to your previous encounter, you noticed a dramatic transformation in her. Even though you could withstand a direct confrontation with the giant tanks, the sheer number of crawling zombies left you injured, prompting your hasty retreat. On the 8th day, without a doubt, you remained untransformed into a zombie, yet you displayed some of their characteristics. One of your eyes had turned blood red. Thankfully, the impact was minimal. You began to wander, as news reported that 8 zombie kings had appeared in AQ City. In your current state, defeating any of them was out of the question, especially with the intelligent female zombie persistently searching for you. On the 9th day, you encountered a zombie king and engaged in combat. However, the disparity in power was overwhelming. It uprooted a lamppost and impaled you on the street. Yet, you managed to escape against the odds. On the 10th day, you successfully awakened your abilities, gaining the special power of the golden evolver known as Gale Force. Additionally, localized goldenization helped to mitigate the wounds on your abdomen. You were compelled to venture into densely populated areas to collect gold, gradually gaining experience in battle and witnessing a marked improvement in your injuries. On the 11th day, news reached you that the nation had commenced the excavation of evolved humans and more exceptional beings with unique abilities. Moreover, there was a newfound precision in the classification of zombies. The colossal titans and the crawlers were designated as second-tier zombies, while the kings and the psychic liches belonged to the third tier. However, the threat posed by the crawlers was significantly greater than that of their third-tier counterparts, as they could scale walls like geckos with remarkable stealth. Some crawlers had even begun to develop camouflage, resulting in considerable losses for many camps. On the 12th day, you encountered a small survival team of 5, who aided you in recovering from your injuries. They were astounded by your golden transformation, declaring your ability to be the most extraordinary. With their assistance, you successfully repelled the crawlers sent by the intelligent zombies. On the 13th day, an intelligent zombie personally arrived, accompanied by a formidable king, the renowned Blood King of AQ City, who had undergone 3 evolutions, towering at nearly 15 meters. He was adorned with thick blood scales and surrounded by hundreds of zombies, although the 5 were all evolved beings. They were no match for the Blood King and were swiftly defeated, while you found yourself once again pinned to the ground, unable to move. From the intelligent zombie's lips, you learned her name, Lynn, the Zombie Queen. Under her viral influence, the 5 transformed into 5 exceptionally unique evolved zombies. While they lacked the size of a titan and the speed of a crawler, their overall physique was remarkably balanced. On the 14th day, Lynn harbored no intention of killing you. Instead, she imprisoned you. Due to her continuous infection, your intensified bloodline began to manifest its powers. At 11 o'clock that night, you successfully mutated into a unique golden zombie king. Which permanent talent will you choose? Zhao Li took a deep breath after reading this, overwhelmed by the thrill, his heart racing. The words of the zombie friend indicated that only ordinary zombies and kings would refrain from attacking, rendering the brutal titans and crawlers unaffected. And the highly intelligent zombies were an absolute nightmare. The mental energy required for metal control was beyond Zhao Li's capacity. He couldn't fathom how Magneto managed it. As metal was simply unyielding, warriors don't have a blue bar. Battle intent, blue. This simulation has concluded. The next simulation will commence in 14 hours. Zhao Li glanced at his phone. It was already 10 in the morning. Thus, he resolved to venture out for a leisurely stroll, with plenty of time at his disposal. After enjoying 2 baskets of dumplings downstairs, he began to wander aimlessly. Chapter 4. Let us go home. While meandering aimlessly, a gentle tap on his shoulder drew his attention. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar face of his college sweetheart, despite the presence of a simulator. Zhao couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy at his disheveled appearance. It has been ages. Why haven't you reached out since starting your new job? Cheng Xiaocheng teased, playfully poking Zhao Li's arm. I'm just trying to liberate myself with this job change, Zhao Li replied evasively, hoping to excuse himself from the conversation. Yet, a woman intercepted him. You were Xiaocheng's college boyfriend? How did you end up in such a state? She remarked, lacking any semblance of politeness. You were. Please don't say that, Cheng Xiaocheng interjected, then turned to Zhao Li. Come work at my father's company. I recall you were quite the scholar. No, I have matters to attend to. You two carry on, Zhao Li said before turning to leave, indifferent to their chatter. The past was irretrievable, a chapter closed, and he could only sigh wistfully as he walked away. Once he had distanced himself, Zhao Li began to explore online lending options, determined to amass strength before the impending apocalypse. However, the price of gold was exorbitantly high, prompting him to seek loans from friends. He soon embarked on testing his bloodline enhancement. This enhancement boasted remarkable regenerative capabilities, contingent upon a significant reservoir of energy. Otherwise, one risked death. Additionally, during moments of danger, the bloodline would activate fully, a phenomenon that had previously led to his transformation into a zombie. The outcomes of this mutation seemed exceedingly uncertain. Currently, the bloodline enhancement resembled adrenaline. Should he contract the zombie virus, survival would be utterly improbable. The process of golden evolution necessitated the absorption of a substantial amount of gold, at least the quantity he had recently simulated. With mastery over metals, the ability to absorb gold was exhilarating. Yet, financial constraints loomed large. Lying on his bed, Zhao Li glanced at his phone and sent Cheng Xiaocheng a request for a loan. 5 minutes later, he received a bank transfer notification of 300,000. This led him to reflect on the whims of the affluent. Surely, if the apocalypse had begun and they had not turned into zombies, Cheng Xiaocheng and her mother would have evacuated promptly. This thought turned his mind to his father, whose age and rheumatism made survival in such dire circumstances seem bleak. With this realization, a longing to visit his father took root in him. He promptly purchased a high-speed rail ticket and then took a taxi to the station. Lost in thought as he waited in the departure hall, an elderly Taoist approached Zhao Li, inquiring, My child, what troubles you? Would you share your thoughts with me? I have foreseen a terrifying future, yet I feel powerless to alter it. A sense of fear has engulfed me, Taoist. What should I do? Zhao Li's face reflected his inner turmoil. If the apocalypse arrived and his father became a zombie, what would he do? Would he be forced to kill him? Benefactor? The future is merely a projection, while you reside in the present. It is imperative that we cherish the now instead of fretting over the uncertainties of tomorrow. Valuing what you possess should be your foremost endeavor. As I must now attend to my duties, may we meet again by fate's design. With those parting words, the elder rose to fulfill his obligations, prompting Zhao Li to stand in gratitude. Upon boarding the high-speed train, he journeyed from AQ City in Province A to Yuanjia City in Province S, subsequently taking a taxi to his rural ancestral home. The exodus for work had left the village sparsely populated, shrouded in a somber atmosphere devoid of vitality. Only a handful of elderly men could be seen engaging in conversation beneath the streetlights during the twilight hours. Pushing open the door to his home, he stepped inside. Dad. I'm back, Zhao Li called out to the yard, but received no reply. His father must have been out. He settled into the living room, which seemed unchanged, still embodying the essence of home. Reclining on the sofa, he glanced at the messages on his phone before drifting into a light slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 1 a.m, and he found himself covered with an additional blanket, a sign that his father had returned. Chapter 5. The fourth simulation. Now that my father is sound asleep, it is time to commence the simulation. This time, the talents to be simulated are as follows. Agility. White, your physical prowess will surpass that of the average person. Ice Spike. Green, you can launch ice spikes, though this will consume your mental energy. Soul Shepherd. Gold, all units you slay will become your spectral servants. You are immune to any mental assault. Able to devour souls to grow stronger, and even in death, you can possess another's body and be reborn. However, consuming souls will affect your sanity. Cunning. Blue, your intelligence will be significantly heightened in dire circumstances. Spirit Wolf. Purple, you possess a colossal white wolf that is utterly loyal to you. Soul Shepherd. Spirit Wolf. Cunning. Initiating the simulation. Integrating talents. Golden Evolver. Intensified Bloodline. Battle Intent. Soul Shepherd. Spirit Wolf. Cunning. You currently possess more than 5 talents. Please remove one. Cunning. Simulation ongoing. On the first day, zombies began to roam freely. Fortunately, my father did not succumb to the infection, but nearly all the villagers transformed into the undead. I managed to rescue the neighbor's child, Tang Do, and a massive white wolf pledged its loyalty to me, though its appetite is quite considerable. On the second day, I discovered that Tang Do had developed a fever, yet he had not been attacked by zombies. After ensuring my father was settled, I commenced the extermination of the undead, even though the golden evolver had not been fully developed. My battle intent enabled me to vanquish all the zombies in the village. The Soul Shepherd talent activated, and dozens of spirits drifted through the night sky, creating an eerie spectacle. By the third day, Tang Do's fever subsided, and he appeared to have gained the ability to manipulate the growth and movement of plants. My father began to wheeze, prompting me to visit the village clinic in search of medicine. For the time being, the village remained secure. On the fourth day, nearly 30 survivors sought refuge in the village. I welcomed them, as the food supplies were ample, though fresh water was scarce, with the tap water completely contaminated. Thankfully, my remarkable strength mitigated this issue. On the fifth day, military personnel arrived, and I resolved to accompany my father and Tang Do to join the army. The military began to harness Tang Do's powers, and I learned that zombies above the second tier possessed viral crystals, though these contained a high concentration of the virus. They also held abundant evolutionary factors. I showcased my golden evolver talent, gaining the military's favor. By the sixth day, Tang Do experienced a genetic mutation due to an excess of evolutionary factors. His left ear had swollen dramatically, and his skin had turned green. After absorbing an evolutionary agent processed by the military, I found it effective, yet the intensified bloodline detected a minuscule amount of zombie virus. This did not affect me, though my golden evolver talent did not see significant enhancement. On the seventh day, the military brought a substantial amount of gold, and my strength began to soar. I grasped the essence of golden transformation and achieved an unparalleled enhancement. The physical prowess of the army's evolvers could not compare to mine. On the eighth day, you embarked on a mission to cleanse District 1 of Uinja City, accompanied by a cadre of 10 evolved beings and 50 warriors. This area, predominantly comprised of educational institutions, was relatively deserted due to the summer vacation, resulting in a diminished presence of zombies, particularly the hulking giants and crawlers. However, fate had other plans, as you encountered a mental lich and a wise zombie. While the king possessed an intellect akin to that of a mere 3- or 4-year-old, the lich's intelligence reached the level of an 8- or 9-year-old, making the wise zombie particularly formidable. You found yourselves in a precarious situation, retreating in disarray, as even your defenses could not withstand the traps laid by the wise zombie. On the 9th day, in a state of disheveled flight, your soul companions were torn apart by the mental lich. Although you were immune to psychic attacks, you were still unable to contend with the king's might. Fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit, you harnessed the power of the golden giant transformation, dispatching the remaining 3 evolved beings to eliminate the wise zombie while you faced the king. After a grueling battle, you managed to drive the king away, but the wise zombie approached, having slain your comrades. On the 10th day, you returned with the wise zombie's head to report your findings. However, you were unprepared for the revelation that the fallen evolved beings would soon transform into evolved zombies, heralding the emergence of new 4th-tier zombies, including zombie lords and tyrants. On the 11th day, military experts extracted crystals from the wise zombie, inadvertently creating a controlling agent for zombies, which led to the birth of controllers. While the results were far from impressive, capable only of commanding ordinary zombies, they gained recognition from the higher echelons. Yet, the situation grew increasingly dire. By the 12th day, research reports indicated that beasts had adapted to the zombie virus, resulting in a significant number of mutated creatures and zombie beasts. You had become the cornerstone of Uinja City, with the military assigning a 5-member team to assist you. Your combat prowess had risen to a level comparable with the king's. However, reports indicated that the tyrant had a smaller stature than the king, coupled with enhanced intelligence and unique abilities, while few had glimpsed the elusive zombie lord, presumed to be a further evolution of the wise zombie. On the 13th day, the military in Uinja City restored its missile systems, successfully eliminating the red-eyed king in the western district. The 14th day saw the complete bombardment of the Sun Lake, occupied by mutated crocodiles, though the mutated crocodile king managed to escape, injured. Meanwhile, in the northern district, high-tier zombies vanished from sight under the leadership of a wise zombie, as order began to be restored in Tianza City, establishing a doomsday base. On the 15th day, some individuals who had excessively ingested the controlling agent began transforming into wise zombies, but they were swiftly eradicated, and the spread of the controlling agent was curbed. On the 16th day, a cult of zombie worshippers emerged in Tianza City. On the 17th day, you fell victim to an assassination plot in the wilderness. Please select your permanent talent, Soul Shepherd. given that the simulation of the White Wolf seems of little utility and you have yet to experience the stratagems. The Golden Legend appears to be the most favorable choice. The simulation has concluded, and the next one will commence in 17 hours. Zhao Li reclined upon his bed, astonished by the unexpected outcome. He had not anticipated the military's formidable support. He now possessed a soul shepherd with limitless potential for growth. The soul shepherd enslaved ghostly servants, which, while trivial to a mental lich, proved remarkably effective against other zombies. As he perused his phone, he noticed a message from Cheng Xiao. What's wrong? Is there something urgent? I see your location is back home. What's going on? Did something happen to your father? Zhao Li realized that she had access to his location, an unfortunate predicament. It's nothing. Just wanted to return home for a visit. I'm looking for a safe place. The world is about to change, so take care of yourself. After sending the message, he turned off his phone and resumed his slumber, resigning himself to the fact that AQ City was no longer an option. When Zhao Li finally awoke, it was already past 8 o'clock. With ample time before the next simulation, he knew he needed to prepare for the impending apocalypse. The cooling period of the simulator had grown increasingly prolonged. 30 days would hardly allow for multiple simulations, and he needed to discover a path to survival. After stretching his limbs in the courtyard, Zhao Li resolved to abandon the idea of enhancing his bloodline, as it was of exceedingly poor quality. While it ensured he would not mutate upon infection with the zombie virus, it nonetheless presented significant inconveniences. Were there a superior option available? He would certainly opt for a replacement. During mealtime, Zhao Li's father returned from outside, bearing oil sticks and soy milk. Zhao Li joined his father for a meal, after which his father wandered off on his own. Zhao Li then decided to hike up the mountain to survey the surrounding area. His physique now resembled that of an average healthy youth, a stark contrast to his previous frail state. With sufficient gold, he could undoubtedly make further advancements. Perched atop a large stone on the mountain, his palm gradually transformed into a golden hue, a manifestation of his partial golden evolution as a gold evolver. Extending his right hand, it gleamed under the blazing sun, leaving Zhao Li at a loss for words. Li Go, why are you back? A man in a checkered short-sleeved shirt approached, wielding a shepherd's whip. This was a childhood companion of Zhao Li, who had dropped out of middle school and later suffered a disability while working in the city, forcing him to remain at home. Mousy, sit. Zhao Li gestured to the stone beside him. No, I have to keep an eye on the sheep. I can't let them stray, Yang Mao replied, pointing to a flock grazing halfway up the hill, clearly proud of his responsibility. Just come sit. The sheep won't run away. They belong to our village. Zhao Li reassured him. Only then did Yang Mao take a seat beside Zhao Li, fidgeting uncomfortably. Li Ge, your phone is really nice, Yang Mao remarked, admiring Zhao Li's device. Do you wish to survive, Yang Mao? Zhao Li asked earnestly, causing Yang Mao to shiver in surprise. What's wrong, Li Ge? I feel like I'm doing just fine, Yang Mao replied. That won't be the case in 26 days. What will you do then? Zhao Li pressed. Is something going to happen? Yang Mao inquired, concern etching his features. Look at my hand, Zhao Li said, picking up a small stone. Slowly, his right hand turned golden. He squeezed the stone fiercely between his thumb and forefinger, reducing it to powder. This? Li Good, do you have superpowers now? Yang Mao exclaimed in astonishment. Keep it quiet and prepare yourself. Anyone could become a zombie. Be cautious, Zhao Li advised, reverting his golden hand to its normal color as he patted Yang Mao's shoulder. Let us walk and talk. How have our old friends been these years? Zhao Li said, rising and pulling Yang Mao along towards the sheep. Li Ge, you just made me uneasy. Why are you so calm? Yang Mao remarked, now believing in Zhao Li's extraordinary abilities, observing the serene demeanor of his friend amidst the looming crisis. Alas, it is rather desolate. I need not elaborate. Although my circumstances are somewhat grim, I am not troubled by sustenance. However, the plight of Gue Ziki is indeed dire. His father met with a tragic accident, and his mother absconded with 200,000 in compensation, leaving Gue Ziki to seek a livelihood in distant lands with his father. Yang Mao evidently harbors considerable sympathy for Gue Ziki, lamenting the devastation wrought by calamity. And what of Tao Zihue? Zhao Li inquired. This requires no further explanation. Life is but a play, Yang Mao sighed, expressing his sentiments with elegance. Why so verbose? Speak plainly, Zhao Li urged. She contracted AIDS a year ago, and upon returning to the village, the townsfolk. Well, her entire family has since relocated, and no one knows their whereabouts. Perhaps it is for the best. They are at peace, Yang Mao replied, tending to the lambs while chattering away. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are astonishing, Zhao Li mused, lost in thought. Life is but a drama, my friend, Yang Mao declared, limping away with a certain charm. Cease your pretenses. Speak to me earnestly, Zhao Li insisted, taking a few steps forward and placing his arm around Yang Mao's shoulders. exerting a controlling force over the rebellious youth who bore a profound understanding of worldly matters. All right. Are you coming to my house today? Young Mao, feeling the pressure, hastily changed the subject. Not today. I returned yesterday without properly conversing with my father. So I shall engage him in a meaningful dialogue today, Zhao replied. Upon returning home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. His father had prepared 4 dishes, a platter of pig's head meat, a bowl of scrambled eggs with potatoes, a large basin of chicken, clearly from the old hen in the yard, and a plate of cold noodles. Welcome back, his father greeted. Yes, I had a chat with Yang Mao, Zhao responded. Since his mother's passing, Zhao had not returned home in quite some time. During that period, his father had been working away, and without the maternal bond acting as a lubricant, the father-son duo, despite their deep affection, struggled to express their feelings, resulting in a cold and distant atmosphere that they felt powerless to alter, content to maintain the status quo. How's work in the city? His father inquired, echoing the same questions he had posed via phone. I have resigned. The apocalypse approaches, and we must prepare, Zhao revealed the ominous secret. Yet his father displayed no discernible reaction. The apocalypse? The kind where corpses litter the ground? Quite terrifying, Zhao elaborated, having lived through much of life. What is there to fear? His father remarked, rising to serve himself a bowl of porridge, resuming his meal while seated. You possess a remarkable sense of calm. Observe my hand. Zhao extended his right hand, golden hues beginning to manifest, until his entire hand transformed into gold. He struck his palm against the wall, creating a substantial hole. Behold, this is the future of humanity. Your son has evolved early. I can protect you, for otherwise, my own safety would be at risk. Zhao proclaimed before continuing to eat. Clearly, his father's demeanor shifted from calmness to astonishment as he began to contemplate the reality of the impending apocalypse. Then we must find a suitable place. Staying in the village is not an option. The elderly father clearly possessed a foresight. For even though the village was sparsely populated and the number of zombies few, a considerable threat still loomed. Rest assured, relying on my strength, defeating 10 or 8 adversaries would pose no difficulty. Remaining in the village would suffice, as I could ensure your safety, dear father. It was now Zhao turn to exude confidence and composure. There exists a cave halfway up Yazi Mountain, partially sealed with stones. A refuge excavated by the previous generation to evade the ravages of war, which had even been utilized during the anti-Japanese war. The elderly father, with a sense of unease, hurriedly mentioned this secure location before inquiring about Zhao plans moving forward. Chapter 7. The Card Master. After finishing dinner, the simulator was ready to be activated. Zhao prepared to enter the simulated state. This time, the talent simulation included Card Master, gold. You can encapsulate a particular ability by crafting cards. Frostborn, purple. You possess an extraordinary affinity for ice magic. Night Vision, white. You can discern objects clearly in the dark. Windblade, blue. You can harness the power of the wind to form blades that injure foes, consuming minimal mental energy. Strong Body, purple. Through rigorous training, your physical growth knows no bounds. With the talents of Card Master, Frostborn, and Windblade, the simulation yielded a brief yet fruitful outcome, rendering Strong Body unnecessary in the current predicament. The pressing concern was survival. Transferring talents: Golden Evolver, gold; Bloodline Intensification, purple; Fighting Spirit, blue; Soul Shepherd, gold; Card Master, gold; Frostborn, purple; Windblade, blue. Please select 5 talents to transfer: Golden Evolver, Bloodline Intensification, Frostborn, Soul Shepherd, Card Master. Initiating simulation. On the first day, you successfully rescued Yang Mao from the jaws of a zombie, but tragically, Tang Dodo perished. You, along with your elderly father and Yang Mao, retreated into a cave where you began crafting cards, successfully obtaining a blank card. On the second day, personnel from the military arrived, and due to the scarcity of zombies, you were rescued, gaining the attention of high-ranking officials. On the third day, following your suggestions, the military dispatched several evolvers, and with the gold provided by the military, you experienced a tremendous leap in power, with Yang Mao successfully evolving. The fourth day did not bring significant improvements. The emergence of intelligent zombies led to the appearance of giant and crawling corpses. On the fifth day, at your strong recommendation, the military initiated a purge of the zombies in Tianzi City. Without the birth of a king zombie, even spirit liches could not hinder the army's advance. On the sixth day, the eradication of zombies continued. On the seventh day, with the army's assistance, you successfully slayed the first king, earning the title of God of War among the troops. On the eighth day, the military began assembling a construction team to establish a doomsday base, while you, accompanied by nearly 100 evolvers and 3,000 soldiers, engaged in a battle of wits and strength against the intelligent zombies. On the ninth day, you successfully eliminated an intelligent zombie, By the 10th day, Tianzi City had restored its missile system, following the directives from the imperial capital to assist other cities. On the 11th day, the zombie Lord Lin emerged, leading to the fall of the entire Qing city, with several tyrants appearing in Province A, which subsequently succumbed entirely. The ability of the zombie lord to enhance zombies was indeed terrifying. On the 12th day, the military amassed a substantial amount of gold in Province S, elevating your evolution to an unimaginable level. The ghostly servants summoned by your soul shepherd became your eyes and ears, and you were bestowed the title of Imperial Guardian by the imperial capital. On the 13th day, you commanded a powerful metal manipulator, an evolved individual dispatched from the capital, indicating their lack of confidence in your abilities. However, your strength was now perilously close to the unknown 5th tier, that you felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. On the 14th day, you received distressing news. The Kingdom of the White Elephant had launched a nuclear missile, though the outcome was far from satisfactory. A segment of its high-ranking officials fled to the imperial capital, resulting in a fragmented leadership and the emergence of warlords throughout the kingdom. By the 15th day, the Kingdom of the White Elephant had lost its capacity to organize a military defense against the undead, with nearly all its leaders having absconded. The Great Bear Nation expressed its utter disdain internationally, while the White Eagle Nation remained silent on the matter. On the 16th day, the appearance of mutant beasts and zombie creatures posed a grave danger to the once safe oceans, rendering maritime travel non-existent and plunging various nations into transportation chaos. On the 17th day, while purging tyrants in Province T, you encountered a mysterious figure. For the first time, your ice powers were unveiled as you froze a large, lizard-like creature resembling a crawling zombie, yet it remained alive. By the 18th day, insects underwent a mutation, leading to an uncontrollable situation and a tightening food supply. On the 19th day, stationed in Tianzi City, you eradicated a local cult of zombies, discovering that its leader was an evolved intelligent zombie, blending among the masses. On the 20th day, despite continuously absorbing gold, the imperial capital expressed apprehension regarding your uncontrollable existence, as the purity of the gold you absorbed was relatively low, yielding minimal enhancement to your strength. The 21st day saw a dispute with Lu Qing, the metal manipulator, as you realized she was exerting control over the gold within you. Enraged, you engaged her in battle. Your complete golden transformation and the accompanying golden aura provided formidable defense and offense, rendering her attempts at control ineffective, resulting in her serious injury. On the 22nd day, the imperial capital felt concern over your impoliteness, yet no one intervened against you. Your strength far surpassed that of the tyrants, and your ability to grow stronger through gold absorption set you apart from the majority. By the 23rd day, you had become the unofficial king of Province S. On the 24th day, Lin visited you, unable to manipulate you. You discerned her powers were peculiar and strikingly similar to your own, leading to a clandestine alliance. The 25th day marked the disappearance of zombies in Province T, with you hailed as a hero for your efforts in the region. On the 26th day, you were summoned to the imperial capital, and you complied. On the 27th day, within the imperial capital, you encountered Lin and her subordinates, Mu, Zhe, Shi, Kuan, and Shen. The 20th day involved sparring with the remaining 3 guardians of the empire, where your golden giant transformation rendered you invincible. On the 29th day, you met an old acquaintance. A month apart had wrought significant changes. By the 30th day, zombies from the Kingdom of the White Elephant surged northward, leading to a massive invasion in the Southern Empire, with the mutated zombies tainted by nuclear fallout, becoming even more bizarre and formidable, compounded by overwhelming radiation that rendered them nearly unmanageable. This simulation has concluded, spanning 30 days, with the apocalypse commencing an unrestricted simulation. The next simulation will commence at midnight on a cloudy day. Please select your permanent talent, Card Master. There are no alternatives. Although the simulator does not reveal the Card Master's capabilities, its golden quality holds potential that rivals that of the Golden Evolver. Returning to reality, Zhao Li sat upon the sofa, realizing his father had already departed. Golden threads began to weave themselves from Zhao Li's right hand, gradually forming a card, as if this object could be imbued with certain powers. He infused it with the essence of his battle intent, and the card slowly revealed its description. First-tier battle intent. White upon utilizing this card, one's combat strength will be doubled for a single use. It resembles a scroll in nature, yet its personal utility seems rather limited. Moreover, Zhao Li felt a wave of dizziness, likely a consequence of the mental energy expended in harnessing this talent. Chapter 8. Extraterrestrial. After a brief respite, Zhao Li resumed his card crafting, producing not only the previous card, but also 3 additional ones. Berserk. White instantly doubles one's combat power, rendering the user temporarily incapacitated, usable only once. Golden Skin. White transforms the skin into gold for 5 minutes, usable only once. Mental Barrier. White provides a single defense against a weak mental attack, usable only once. lying on his bed with the cards in hand. Zhao Li soon succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already midday. He hastily got up and headed to the village's delivery locker to send one of his golden skin cards to Zheng Xiaoqing, followed by a message. "I've sent you a card. Take good care of it. It will prove invaluable." Zheng Xiaoqing, seated in a CAF, smiled as she typed her response. "All right, I'll keep it safe for you." Noticing her playful demeanor, Zhao Li chose to ignore her, feeling that he had already fulfilled his obligation. Upon examining the nearby gold mine, he discovered one located over 50 kilometers away. With little to say, he decided to take a taxi to scout the area. While accessing the vault might pose challenges, entering the mine seemed less problematic. He crafted a blank card on the outskirts, imprinting the appearance and physique of a mid-level employee onto it. Mimicry, White maintains the appearance and demeanor of a person for 1 hour. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital, many influential figures convened for a meeting. Among them an old Taoist priest whom Zhao Li had encountered. "Master Qing Yuan has passed away. He departed during divination," the elder priest solemnly announced. "Did he foresee some cosmic revelation?" inquired a government official. "Indeed," the elder replied, causing the entire assembly to tense. Realizing that a divine secret could backfire on one who was adept in divination and naturally attuned to such matters, resulting in his untimely demise. Before his passing, Master Qing Yuan delivered a dire prophecy. "Darkness is imminent, and we must prepare ourselves," he continued. "We shall surely face this calamity together. I wonder how the state plans to respond." An elderly monk inquired kindly of an official. "The state has begun studying extraterrestrial technology and genetics, though we have only scratched the surface. However, it is certain that this incident could not have originated from our research institute," the official stated with conviction, explaining that they had discovered a large spacecraft in the vast desert. Although a few alien technology weapons were found, they lacked the capacity to replicate them due to the unique materials involved. Master Qing Yuan's prophecies have always been precise. We must prepare without delay. Our dragon team will do everything in our power. We hope for your assistance, a young man asserted earnestly, his eyes faintly shimmering with a green glow. He belonged to the National Anomaly Security Bureau, an elite unit dedicated to safeguarding the nation. We must exert ourselves to the fullest. For this is undeniably our place of existence. We shall not permit any malevolent forces to encroach upon it. The young Taoist beside me nodded in agreement. This is the information compiled by the state. Let us all examine it closely to discern any potential issues. The officials distributed the documents in their possession. Goodness. Is this communication from an extraterrestrial script? A fashionable young Taoist remarked in astonishment after glancing through the papers. To be precise, the extraterrestrial script has indeed arrived on Earth. But this information falls under national secrecy and will remain classified until a disaster occurs. I kindly ask everyone to maintain discretion, the official stated gravely. In order to avoid international tensions, we must proceed cautiously. It seems that the White Eagle Nation has also been engaged in some studies of foreign extraterrestrial scripts in recent years, albeit covertly. The extraterrestrial script does not require excessive elaboration. Is there truly anything more to discuss? A member of the Dragon Group interjected. Understand this. This is a level 3 cosmic script. Do you comprehend the implications? A young monk inquired. Regardless of the circumstances, he was ultimately obliterated, was he not? The Dragon Group member replied. We are next in line, the monk said, a sense of heaviness settling over the atmosphere of the meeting. At a base in the vast desert of Province Z in the Empire, Elder Lin. The H-71 blood sample discovered in cabin A-1832 of the ship has been fully analyzed. The genes within this blood can bestow remarkable dynamic vision and precognitive abilities upon individuals. A female researcher reported to an elderly man. Recalling the holographic projection he viewed 5 days prior, the elder felt a surge of anxiety. The calamity draws ever closer. According to certain governmental agencies, a great terror is imminent, making the study of extraterrestrial technology an urgent necessity, for no one knows what may transpire. Extraterrestrial projection, the intelligent beings of the Milky Way, I am. The commander of the Ermin star system script, darkness approaches. We shall inevitably confront our past. Within the depths, our super soldiers lie in slumber. Darkness is set to envelop the entire universe. We must unite. Only through unity can we hope to navigate the crises that lie ahead. The research facility is heavily guarded by a substantial military presence, including individuals with extraordinary abilities. While the super soldiers at the bottom of the ship remain undisturbed, as the state has no intention of awakening them just yet. It is prudent to first study the extraterrestrial technology. Greetings, Expert Lin. I am Feng Qi from the National Security Bureau, acting on higher orders. We must access the lowest chamber, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit announced, accompanied by 2 young individuals as he approached Elder Lin. The elder adjusted his glasses to review the directive brought by Feng Qi. This is certainly feasible. However, is the state truly prepared to proceed with the opening? We must consider that our research indicates this is at least a level 3 cosmic script. Even a handful of soldiers could prove exceedingly formidable. I believe we should exercise greater caution, Elder Lin advised, maintaining his composure and rationality despite the excitement of encountering extraterrestrial scripts in his lifetime. Although the nation aspires to proceed with caution, time is of the essence, and perhaps the impending crisis foretold by the projections is imminent. We must swiftly familiarize ourselves with the specifics, explained Feng Qi. Then let us proceed. I trust you are aware of the regulations? Inquired Elder Lin. Rest assured. The state is treating this matter with utmost seriousness and has made adequate preparations. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, we can effectively neutralize any threats. Feng Qi reassured Elder Lin before leading his subordinates to the vessel. The ship, though somewhat dilapidated, still exhibited remarkable craftsmanship. Such vessels could not be replicated in the present or even in the next 2 centuries. The lower chamber was accessed through a semi-transparent card, successfully unlocking the entrance. Inside were 5 cryogenic pods, which ceased their operations as the hatch opened, revealing 5 extraterrestrial beings nearly indistinguishable from humans. Chapter 9. The unusual. After absorbing a substantial amount of gold, Zhao Li stealthily exited and spent the night in the wilderness. Upon awakening, dawn had barely broken, and he realized he had 24 days left to seize the time wisely. He commenced his simulation. This time, the talent simulation revealed the following abilities. Spectral Spirit, purple, you shall persist in a ghostly form after death. Mechanical Prodigy, purple, your intellect surpasses imagination, enabling you to craft numerous useful contraptions. Verdant Deity Pact, gold, you can siphon the life force from living beings and restore it to any creature. Firearm Mastery, blue, you possess proficiency with any firearm, indeed, any. Illusionist, purple, you can conjure illusions and absorb the fears of your foes to enhance your mental fortitude. The Verdant Deity Pact nullified any martial fervor. Talent Integration, Golden Evolver, Intensified Bloodline, Soul Shepherd, Card Master, Verdant Deity Pact. On the first day, you eradicated all the zombies in the village. On the second day, you relocated to a cave with Tang Baobao, Yang Mao, and your elderly father. On the third day, a military squad arrived, but you chose to remain concealed within the cave. On the fourth day, you observed an alarming convergence of zombies online. It appeared that within Kangaroo Country, the undead were devouring one another, soon to give rise to a super zombie, an unprecedented occurrence that suggested something was amiss. On the fifth day, a plethora of giant tanks and crawling corpses besieged Tianzi City, where you discerned several intelligent zombies lurking. On the sixth day, you remained in the cave, crafting cards. On the seventh day, by the 15th day, the military forces in Tianzi City were being relentlessly pushed back by zombies, overwhelmed by the sheer number of evolved undead. On the 16th day, you amassed a staggering amount of gold from the mine, granting you the power to contend against tyrants. On the 17th day, you did not intend to save the world. On the 18th day, the internet brimmed with news of extraterrestrial technology and mechs departing from the imperial capital, alongside super soldiers developed there. On the 19th day, you discovered that these super soldiers were indeed formidable. 3-person teams were sufficient to hunt down kings. On the 20th day, a terrifying mega-zombie king, Candirio, emerged in Kangaroo Country, plunging all of Australia into a zombie realm. On the 21st day, amidst the mechs and super soldiers, zombies were rapidly evolving. And it was hard to fathom that under the schemes of zombie lords and numerous intelligent undead, a regimented zombie army had materialized. On the 22nd day, you absorbed a vast essence of tree life for future needs, deciding to approach the military. On the 23rd day, a rift appeared in the sky, heralding a new wave of infection, this time featuring evolved beings and super soldiers, resulting in ideological chaos and genetic mutations on a grand scale. On the 24th day, a colossal, winged entity measuring 5 meters in height emerged from the fissure under the observation of satellites. Its sole purpose was to annihilate Candirio, subsequently utilizing the evolutionary crystallization of the zombie king to unleash something profoundly terrifying, resulting in the failure of the satellites. By the 25th day, all remote communication methods of the satellites were severed, and the sky transformed into a dark crimson hue, with 5 enormous orange suns appearing. Drought commenced across the globe. And through arduous military communication, scientists predicted that within a decade, the entirety of the oceans would be evaporated. On the 26th day, temperatures soared to a staggering 40 degrees Celsius, reaching even 50 degrees at noon. By the 27th day, the population of evolved beings escalated rapidly, while ordinary humans succumbed to death even more swiftly. Many low-tier zombies were reduced to mere desiccated corpses under the relentless sun, with only a few high-tier zombies remaining, lurking in the shadows of the city, hunting humanity. On the 28th day, your ailing father urged you to cherish life, leaving you engulfed in sorrow. The 29th day bore witness to a critical shortage of water and food resources in the camp. As an evolved being, you possessed a meager share. Yet it was still alarmingly scarce. On the 30th day, several entities, defying the very laws of nature, appeared outside the camp, 3 skeletons draped in tattered rags. This simulation concluded after 30 days, marking the onset of an apocalyptic scenario for limitless simulations. The simulation has ended. The next simulation will commence at midnight on a cloudy day. Please select your permanent talent. Emerald Contract. Current permanent talents: Emerald Contract, Gold, Golden Evolver, Gold, Intensified Bloodline, Purple. Battle Intent, Blue, Soul Shepherd, Gold, Card Master, Gold. Since you possess more than 5 permanent talents, please choose one to remove. Battle Intent has been removed. Granting you an epic gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. You have received a special super gene, Immortal Body, possessing exceptional healing capabilities and immortality. With high resistance to external material infections. Would you like to incorporate it into your genetic makeup? Yes. The infusion process is underway. Jolly rolled off his bed, overwhelmed by excruciating pain that felt as though his body were melting. In the turmoil, he tumbled off the bed and promptly lost consciousness. The special gene infusion was completed, and the personal panel was activated. Jolly Strength, 1200, Standard Human, 10, Agility, 50, Standard Human, 10, Stamina, 4000, Standard Human, 10, Mentality, 700, Standard Human, 0, Source Power, 1500, Standard Human, 0, Gene, Immortal Body, Development Level, approximately 1, Talents, Emerald Contract, Gold, Golden Evolver, Gold, Intensified Bloodline, Purple, Soul Shepherd, Gold, Card Master, Gold. When Zhao Li regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, lying on a bed, with his father seated beside him. Upon noticing Zhao Li had awakened, his father hurriedly summoned a doctor, while Zhao Li was left with a throbbing headache. After the doctor arrived and determined that there was nothing amiss, he nonetheless advised a few more days of observation. The elderly father shared this sentiment. For the recent episode of unconsciousness had been exceedingly abrupt, leaving him at a loss. With some time remaining before the impending zombie outbreak, he felt that his circumstances would remain unchanged, and thus he did not voice any objections. Consequently, he began to simulate scenarios, only to discover that the abilities provided by these recent simulations were remarkably inadequate. With his own innate talents, he could easily survive for 30 days. However, what might transpire thereafter remained uncertain. It was evident that the nation was engaged in some serious undertakings, as this latest simulation had already hinted at the development of super soldiers based on limited information. Zhao Li's Indomitable Body was likely a manifestation of the super soldier gene. Moreover, certain high-ranking officials within the government seemed to possess a foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse. While it could not be described as complete clarity, they had made thorough preparations. This homeland is destined to harbor even deeper secrets. Chapter 10. Unlocking the Genes. The Immortal Body, a remarkably unique gene, possesses the potential to confer eternal life upon living beings, epitomizing the pinnacle of genetic engineering. Zhao Li has been confined to the hospital for 10 days, yet remains unfit for discharge. The unlocking and development of the immortal body continues, and Zhao Li has notably shed weight, dropping from 160 pounds to 120 pounds. It is evident that he has recognized his pressing need for a substantial and continuous source of energy during these 10 days. The simulator has ceased to provide any substantial resources, leading him to experience several fainting spells due to energy depletion from the immortal body. Shortly thereafter, while Zhao Li lay in his hospital bed, 2 men and a woman entered the room. The entire ward seemed to have been prearranged, devoid of any other patients or their families, with even Zhao Li's elderly father being ushered away. You are Zhao Li, a resident of Zhao Village in Tianzi City, and you are 25 years old, one of the men stated, holding a document. You have now awakened extraordinary abilities, and you are indeed fortunate. However, the nation requires your assistance. The woman presented Zhao Li with a document, which, unlike the previous ambiguous information from the simulator, detailed the situation with clarity. The Empire has forged a collaboration with extraterrestrial entities, activating an unknown number of human super genes with their assistance. Zhao Li may not be excluded from this initiative, but the simulator system appears to be somewhat distinct, essentially awakening his genes. It is unequivocal that super soldiers require an abundance of energy. The materials aboard the extraterrestrial vessels are insufficient to sustain many super soldiers. Nevertheless, the nation is currently engaged in their training, and the preliminary phase has shown promising results, at least according to the government's assessment. As an individual endowed with superpowers, one must acquire more energy to survive. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to starvation. Align yourself with the state, and your safety will be assured, remarked another man with long hair, presenting a document pertaining to the super soldier agreement. May I make a request? Zhao inquired. Speak, the woman replied. I ask that you ensure the safety of my father, Zhao stated. That is a certainty. You need not worry, she assured him. Subsequently, Zhao signed the agreement and swiftly completed the discharge procedures, heading towards Province C. As he sat in the vehicle, the lack of energy rendered him utterly depleted, devoid of spirit. Despite possessing astounding data, it proved to be of little practical use. Brother, after consuming 5 or 6 high-grade energy bars, why do you still appear this way? This gene seems rather impressive, remarked a short, underwhelming man in his 20s beside him, clearly possessing a different understanding of the information Zhao had received. Zhao glanced at the panel. The immortal body remained at a mere 1% activation, rendering any amount of food seemingly ineffective. Where are you from, brother? A burly man inquired, observing Zhao Li's listless demeanor. Regrettably, Zhao Li lacked the desire to engage in conversation and chose to ignore him entirely. In the vehicle, the remaining 5 candidates for the Super Soldier program were engaged in spirited conversation, feeling as though they had awakened with superhuman abilities. One could only wonder whether they would be able to withstand the impending onslaught of zombies. The vehicle eventually came to a halt at a fortified compound, where numerous soldiers stood guard, their vigilance palpable. Upon arrival, the driver revealed his identity as Qi Lushan, the instructor for the 6 candidates. It was 2 in the afternoon, and he expressed hope to see the 6 individuals on the training ground by 7, after which he escorted Zhao Li to a high-tech facility. The other 5 were left to seek out their dormitory and collect daily supplies. Upon entering the building, the instructor led Zhao Li into an expansive hall filled with numerous screens analyzing the data of super soldiers and continuously refining it. Among them was an individual with pale blue skin, an unusual sight that quickly became less striking as Zhao Li was stripped and placed into a cultivation chamber, where he succumbed to slumber. This marked the awakening of a super soldier with an indomitable body, a promising addition to the team. A middle-aged man in military attire observed the screens and remarked, "There is still much to be desired. He possesses only an indomitable body, devoid of any other abilities, merely a super meat shield." The woman responsible for recruiting Zhao Li entered and, glancing at the naked figure, bluntly stated, "Activate the indomitable body using S-Class energy." General Cuddy, we currently have only 30% of the S-Class energy available, a female operator in black uniform reported. Activated, came the affirmative command. The operator proceeded to initiate the energy machine. A purple nutrient solution filled Zhao Li's chamber, and they now awaited his absorption of the energy to awaken. Kana, how is the training of the first batch of super soldiers progressing? The man inquired. They are barely combat ready, though not ideal, the woman replied. That will have to suffice. A crisis is looming, and our time is limited. We can only do our utmost. The man concluded, just as a male operator approached with a document in hand, which Kana took before departing. General Cuddy, the D-Class energy reserves have exceeded 3,000%. Sufficient to initiate the super soldier program, the male operator announced. Understood, Cuddy replied, signing the document before handing it back to the operator and meticulously observing the data fluctuations on the screens. Cuddy knew that this was not the time for mass production of super soldiers. The horror of disaster lay in its capacity to grow stronger alongside their own might. It resembled a high-level calamity striking low-level ones indiscriminately. Earth remained their last bastion, and for the disaster to spread, it would require at least 10 years. Yet the occurrence of such catastrophes was terrifyingly unpredictable, accompanied by a chilling aura. As a commander from the German star system, he had narrowly escaped with 4 others, enduring immense hardship. The road ahead promised to be even more treacherous. Gazing at Zhao Li, enveloped in the purple nutrient solution, his eyes brimmed with hope. This is the first of the 3rd generation, isn't it? The blue-skinned creature addressed Cardi. Indeed, it possesses a formidable strength. Ricky, we still have hope, Cardi replied. It is uncertain whether the emergence of such super soldiers is a blessing or a curse, you see. Just as Ricky was about to speak, Cardi interrupted him, clearly having his own plans. Do not worry, I have everything under control. This time, we shall undoubtedly triumph, and our victory will be absolute. With that, Cardi proceeded towards the elevator, heading underground, where the pinnacle of technological achievement from the German star system awaited, dark alloy armor and materials of strong interaction. Chapter 11. The Indomitable Body. The Indomitable Body has successfully awakened. The female operator stood up, stretching leisurely, as the purple nutrient solution within the incubation chamber gradually dissipated, revealing a naked Captain America. His impressive physique was indeed a sight to behold, prompting her to linger for a moment longer. Once Zhao Li regained consciousness, she stealthily slipped away. Clad in the super soldier uniform, Zhao Li exited the building, noting that it was already past 9 in the evening. He felt no trace of fatigue, and his indomitable body had reached 10% development. Theoretically, achieving just 1% was considered an awakening. To fully develop to 100% would mean existing as an ancient entity for tens of thousands of years on another planet. 0104. Jolly received his single dormitory number, opened the door to find the bed neatly prepared. It was quite standard and comforting. Lying on the bed, he began to simulate. Initiating simulation. This time, the talent simulation revealed the following abilities. Curse. Purple, you can curse any entity, though a medium is required. Child of Light. Gold, you can harness the energy of any star for your own use. Enlightenment. Gold grants you the most accurate sense of choice. Spatial Cutting. Blue, you can slice space in a limited area, inflicting spatial damage upon enemies. Dream Weaver. Green, you can conjure dreams. The Child of Light replaces and intensifies the lineage. Abilities being integrated. Spirit of the Emerald. Gold. Golden Evolver. Gold. Child of Light. Gold. Soul Shepherd. Gold. Cardmaster. Gold. On the first day of the apocalypse, you experienced no negative effects. Instead, you felt a surge of genetic vitality. On the second day, to your fortune, not a single person in the camp had turned into a zombie, and you began to be dispatched for missions. By the third day, you made the acquaintance of super soldiers Kana and Lingqi. Your indomitable body proved completely immune to the zombie virus, a fortuitous revelation. On the fourth day, you were engaged in a mission. By the 15th day, you had dispatched a zombie lord and discovered your strength was indeed extraordinary. While not quite as overwhelming as that of the monarch, your physical resilience surpassed all. You realized you resembled a tyrant. However, even tyrants could be overpowered. On the 16th day, your team encountered a particularly formidable foe, the zombie lord Lin. During the confrontation, you discerned Lin's exceptional viral infection capability in the terrifying black tendril attacks. Lin managed to escape. On the 17th day, Lingqi expressed affection towards you, which you accepted. While developing your indomitable body, you realized the talent of the Child of Light could connect with it, offering you seemingly boundless energy as your eternal support. On the 18th day, Lingqi, being a sniper, was ambushed by an intelligent zombie. She appeared to have been infected. Raising her hunter-sniper rifle, she severely injured Kana. You were hit as well, but sustained no serious harm and pursued her. On the 19th day, Lingqi exhibited some peculiarities. She seemed to remain her usual self. Yet the notion of the zombie virus did not fully apply. You bore witness to Lingqi as a perfect virus amalgamator. Though your formidable physique renders you impervious to Lingqi's attempts on your life, you remain unable to subdue her, and she has vanished. On the 20th day, Kana reappears in full vigor, accompanied by an extraterrestrial super warrior, Xing Monsi, who possesses the ability to manipulate the earth. While evolvers and psychics can only enhance their powers through evolution crystals, super warriors can continuously grow stronger without such crystals and enjoy an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. On the 21st day, you discover that the zombie virus creates the undead due to its invasion of frail human bodies, which cannot withstand its onslaught. As higher-tier zombies emerge, this issue is mitigated. Evolvers and psychics, in their use of evolution crystals, may also find their bodies unable to bear the strain, transforming them into zombies incapable of containing the virus. On the 22nd day, you encounter Lin, whose condition mirrors that of Lingqi, confirming the expert's hypothesis of a fifth-tier life demon. On the 23rd day, Lingqi quietly seeks you out. Aside from your differing affiliations, she remains unchanged. You share an intimate moment with her, leading your indomitable body to unlock a new function. A fissure appears in the sky, heralding a resurgence of infection. This time among evolvers and super warriors, resulting in chaos of ideologies and genetic mutations. On the 24th day, satellite observations reveal a 5-meter-tall winged life form emerging from the fissure, which swiftly dispatches the Australian zombie king, Candirio, and utilizes the zombie king's evolution crystal to activate a terrifying phenomenon, causing the satellites to fail. On the 25th day, all satellite communications are severed, and the sky turns a dark crimson, with 5 massive orange suns appearing. Droughts spread across the globe, and through arduous military communications, scientists predict that within a decade, the oceans will evaporate. Your status as the Son of Light receives a significant enhancement. On the 26th day, temperatures soared to an alarming 40 degrees Celsius, reaching as high as 50 degrees at noon. On the 27th day, the number of evolvers and super warriors rapidly increases, yet ordinary humans perish at an even faster rate. Many low-tier zombies are rendered into desiccated husks under the relentless sun, while only a few high-tier zombies continue to thrive, hunting for humans in the shadows of the cities. On the 28th day, your ailing father implores you to persevere, filling you with profound sorrow. On the 29th day, the camp faces dire shortages of water and food. As a super warrior, you possess a meager share, yet it is woefully insufficient. On the 30th day, a group of skeletons wreathed in blue flames appears outside the camp. You effortlessly disperse them, yet realize that annihilating them is no simple task. Your soul shepherd can adeptly resolve this dilemma. This simulation concludes after 30 days, marking the onset of an apocalyptic scenario with unrestricted simulations. The current simulation has ended. The next one will commence at midnight under overcast skies. The Son of Light's lineage has been altered, the enhanced lineage has been removed, and you have received an epic gift package. Would you like to open it? Initiating the acquisition of the weapon Spirit Void Greatsword, a weapon with formidable functionality, capable of integrating into one's genetic makeup. Shall it be assimilated into your genes? Assimilating. Integration successful. In Zhao Li's grasp materialized a magnificent 3-meter-long greatsword, exuding a palpable sense of advanced technology, clearly a remarkable artifact. Spirit Void Greatsword level. Tier 5 description. Equipped with a Spirit Void processor, it possesses the ability to strike opponents at any level, requiring substantial energy consumption with each use. Zhao Li retracted the greatsword into his being and subsequently extinguished the lights to retire for the night. For he was unaware of what might transpire during the super soldier training on this overcast day. Chapter 12. The superiority of the indomitable body at 6:30. A total of 12 individuals gathered on the playground, including those previously recruited, indicating the scarce nature of super soldiers. The first cohort of 12 super soldiers now assumed the role of instructors for the second cohort, akin to elder brothers guiding their juniors. Zhao Li's strength, 3,200, equivalent to a standard human. 10. Agility, 500, equivalent to a standard human. 10. Stamina, 14,000, equivalent to a standard human. 10. Mentality, 1,700, equivalent to a standard human. 0. Source power, 6,500, equivalent to a standard human. 0. Genetic attribute, Indomitable body, approximately 2 developed. Human gene lock, apocalypse initiated. Talents, Emerald Goddess Pact, Gold, Golden Evolver, Gold, Child of Light, Gold, Soul Shepherd, Gold. Card Master, Gold. Engaging in one-on-one instruction with Zhao Li was Ling Qi from the simulator. The formidable aspect of the indomitable body lies in its unyielding resilience. Even alien technology sniper rifles could not inflict fatal harm upon Zhao Li. From the outset, he found himself in a relentless state of being struck. A testament to his enduring fortitude. After enduring a severe beating in the morning, they broke for lunch, and in the afternoon, the second phase of super soldier coordinated combat commenced. 6 individuals, divided into pairs of 3, engaged in combat. Zhao Li, Rui Qiming, and Jiang Taibai faced off against Niuchen, He Lang, and Fianqi, clad in specialized armor that not only provided defensive capabilities but also facilitated communication and other functions. They prepared for battle. Given Zhao Li's genetic attributes, he was equipped not with an additional shield, but with a formidable greatsword, enabling him to unleash considerable offensive power. As the battle commenced, the rules dictated a free-for-all engagement, and the 6 warriors clashed with ferocity. Zhao Li charged forward, sword in hand, towards the frontliner Niuchen, who donned a complete set of specialized gear and possessed exceptional skills as a select special forces operative. With a swift motion, Niuchen sent Zhao Li flying, propelling him from the center of the expansive playground to its edge, while the great sword was knocked from his grasp. Jiang Taibai, endowed with spatial genetics, was capable of leaping through dimensions, embodying an assassin-like super soldier. He teleported directly behind Fianqi, who was more akin to a conventional warrior, wielding both a sword and a knife. In contrast to Zhao Li's formidable toughness and Niuchen's defensive prowess with his oversized gloves, Fianqi exhibited a more balanced skill set. After a failed backstab attempt, Jiang Taibai instantaneously retreated, but at that moment, Fianqi also leaped back, their blades clashing, revealing Jiang Taibai's disadvantage. Having sent Zhao Li flying, Niuchen engaged Zhao Li's final teammate, Rui Qiming, who wielded a massive blade large enough to completely obscure her form. As she swung it, Niuchen stood idly, attempting to block with his gauntlets, only to be forcefully repelled, leaving a deep trench several meters long on the playground surface. He Lang, rather than seeking to bolster his team's advantage, lunged towards Zhao Li at the playground's edge, swiftly closing the distance to thrust his spear menacingly. On the rooftop adjacent to the playground, 6 seasoned super warriors observed the playful skirmish among 6 novices. Qi Lushan, gazing at the increasingly chaotic melee in the distance, felt a sense of helplessness. Could this truly be called a battle? Merely a tussle among a group of children. Kana, clearly unable to endure the sight any longer, noted that He Lang's performance was rather dismal. His positioning was clear, exhibiting remarkable speed and decent defensive capabilities as a speed-type warrior. Yet his attempts to engage a tank were utterly foolish. Fei Yongqi demonstrated commendable combat prowess, closely followed by Rui Qiming, both performing admirably. Meanwhile, a logistics-oriented super warrior analyzed the data on the playground. Fengqin scrutinized Zhao Li's statistics, pointing out that despite being relentlessly pressured by He Lang, Zhao Li had sustained no significant injuries. In other words, Fengqin was interrupted mid-analysis. Just a bit of roughhousing, right? These kids are truly lacking. They are even worse than I was back in the day, remarked a rugged figure nearby, undoubtedly a formidable super warrior. Allow me to teach these novices a lesson. It's the perfect opportunity to test my newly developed abilities, the alluring woman said, her excitement palpable at the thought of dominating the inexperienced. Wait. Let us observe a little longer, Lingqi suggested, realizing that the current skirmish was merely the beginning, and it would be unwise to intervene prematurely. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Li, lying on the playground, swiftly grasped He Lang's right ankle with his right hand and yanked it fiercely. He Lang lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, leading to a one-sided massacre, as Zhao Li unleashed a flurry of punches that rendered He Lang disoriented and incapable of continuing the fight. Retrieving his great sword, Zhao Li charged towards Fei Yongqi, recognizing that dealing with Niu Qin and one or two others posed no significant challenge. It was Fei Yongqi who warranted his full attention. Wielding a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, he pressed the attack against Jiang Taibai. Swinging the great sword, he aimed a strike at Fei Yongqi, but his low agility meant he barely grazed her. A swift kick sent Zhao Li reeling back, just as Jiang Taibai closed in. In an audacious move, Zhao Li discarded the great sword and embraced Fei Yongqi directly. The blade and dagger failed to inflict harm. Fei Yongqi was left exasperated. With a decisive maneuver, he tripped her, disarming her in the process. Now, only Niu Qin remained. The odds of 3 against 1, in the eyes of the 6, seemed insurmountable, yet the outcome was astonishingly unexpected. Jiang Taibai teleported beside Niu Qin, landing a powerful punch that incapacitated him, while Rui Qiming was struck in the abdomen, losing her fighting spirit. Only Niu Qin was left, seemingly pummeling the resilient Zhao Li. Well, it appears to be over, the observer concluded. The 6 warriors sprawled across the playground, with Niu Qin, who had persevered to the end, utterly exhausted. The reason was clear. Zhao Li was remarkably resilient. It felt as though without his armor, he would still be unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhao Li's eyes sparkled with stars, having absorbed numerous blows to the head from Niu Qin, and despite wearing a helmet, he remained dazed. The members of the first phase could only call upon logistical personnel to address the situation. The organ activated its healing effects, and after a brief treatment, the 6 individuals from the playground were transported to a classroom to analyze their personal battle strategies based on the recent conflict. This time, Niu Qin and Fei Yongqi performed exceptionally well, while Rui Qiming did reasonably well. However, Jiang Taibai and Zhao Li require improvement. Your combat styles need refinement. Resembling nothing more than a brawl among ruffians, Kana remarked. And what about me? He Lang, brimming with excitement, remained oblivious to his shortcomings, completely lost in delightful fantasies. His performance was simply unbearable. He boldly charged in and attacked the enemy's tank unit. What was he thinking? Kana's frustration was palpable, her hands on her hips, exuding both authority and indignation. All right. You're all novices, and it's up to me to provide proper guidance. Sitting atop the podium, the alluring Gokishi, with her long legs enticing the attention of all the male warriors and one female warrior present, added to the atmosphere. Now, Gokishi will instruct you on how to engage in battle on overcast days, Kana declared, signaling the end of the session. Zhao Li, utterly exhausted, slumped into his chair, appearing despondent beyond measure. Chapter 13. The Gene Crisis. A stunning woman clad in a super soldier uniform approached Zhao Li, yet failed to ignite even the slightest spark of enthusiasm within him. Jokingly, have you not heard? Even a wealthy heiress could not sway me, he mused. I am Ling Qi, a first-generation super soldier. How do you fare? Her voice was melodious, and her warm greeting stirred in him a plethora of unspoken desires, as if they had already envisioned a shared future. Suddenly, Zhao Li sprang to his feet, his back protesting vehemently. With a sharp crack, he transformed a trivial matter into a significant concern, an unfortunate yet fortuitous twist of fate. Inside the medical room, he successfully realigned himself. Indeed, the indestructible physique was not infallible. A sudden twinge in his back proved to be quite perilous, leaving Ling Qi in a state of alarm. I wish to. Ling Qi appeared hesitant, her expression betraying her uncertainty. Zhao Li, bewildered, felt a flicker of recognition. Had he encountered her before? Surely not. Was he not the sole occupant of the simulator? Please take the time to rest. I shall take my leave, she said, exiting the medical room and exhaling deeply. The tension had been palpable. Encountering the boy she admired left her tongue-tied. Just as she turned to depart, she crossed paths with Guangxi, who, wielding the power of LSP, effortlessly ensnared the innocent Ling Qi. Meanwhile, Zhao Li commenced today's simulation within the medical room. Beginning simulation. This session featured the following talents: Black Tooth. White, a peculiar enhancement bestowed by your ebony teeth. Fluorescent technique. White, you resemble a small light bulb, illuminating the hearts of others. Wolf Spirit. Green, a unique entity. Your guardian wolf grants you certain powers while also imbuing you with its primal ferocity. Alchemist. Green, with your inventive genius, you can concoct astonishing and unknown potions. True Eye. Blue, you possess the ability to create 5 genuine eyes, rendering illusions and obstructions ineffective within a 500-meter radius. How utterly disappointing. Zhao Li lamented for the first time, having previously acquired at least one purple talent in past simulations. This time, he was left with merely a blue talent, which felt utterly inadequate. Talent integration: Emerald God Covenant, gold. Golden Evolver, gold. Child of Light, gold. Soul Shepherd, gold. Cardmaster, gold. On the first day of the apocalypse, you experienced no adverse effects. Instead, a surge of genetic vitality coursed through you. You discerned subtle changes in your super genes, awakening an indomitable obsession. Your genetic lock had unlocked its first layer, giving rise to a multitude of super soldiers. Fortuitously, on the second day, not a single individual in the camp had transformed into a zombie, and you began to be deployed on missions. By the third day, experts determined that the emergence of evolved beings was a consequence of the unlocking of genetic locks. The genetic locks, activated by the evolution crystals, were highly unstable and prone to collapse. Meanwhile, the abilities of the psychics stemmed from partial genetic mutations, resembling erratic super soldiers. On the fourth day, accompanied by Ling Qi and the super soldiers, you journeyed to AQ City. The intelligent zombies within were not particularly formidable, possessing at most a second-tier zombie level, while you had ascended to a fifth-tier standard. According to Major General Cardi, you were now nearly on par with a first-tier deity. On the fifth day, the colossal titan and the crawling corpse posed no impediment to you. Even a single super soldier could effortlessly vanquish them with weaponry. By the sixth day, as you sought Lin, she appeared to have discerned your intentions. On the seventh day, Lin clandestinely amassed a multitude of zombies, which were easily dispatched. With the aid of your Reaper's spectral minions, you swiftly located the subterranean labyrinth where Lin lay hidden. On the eighth day, you captured Lin, leaving you utterly astonished. However, she escaped your grasp, only to be shot dead by Ling Qi. The ninth day found you in a state of melancholy, but Ling Qi offered you solace, and you solidified your bond. On the 10th day, perhaps it was the past that was sorrowful, while the future remained untouched. The eradication of high-tier zombies proceeded smoothly in AQ City, after which you journeyed to Tianzi City. By the 11th day, your elderly father was in good health, and everything remained within the parameters predicted by the nation. Even the emergence of kings and tyrants was inconsequential, and the mention of psychic liches was hardly worth noting. The 12th day revealed even more bizarre creatures: a black skeleton, its eye sockets ablaze with green flames. Subsequently, the surrounding skeletal remains launched an assault on you. However, under a barrage of gunfire, they were reduced to mere piles of bones. Yet, the green flames continued to flicker, and your Reaper derived pure soul energy from them. You captured a flame in a glass container to be sent back to the base. On the 13th day, your genetic lock was once again released. But a sense of impending peril enveloped you. Another unlocking might lead to your demise. The 14th day bore witness to a certain breakdown in your genes, resulting in the necrosis and malignant transformation of some of your cells. The energy of the light child could only delay this condition. You had no choice but to absorb vast quantities of gold to achieve a golden incarnation. By the 15th day, Ling Qi hastily escorted you back to the base, where Cardi detected a mismatch in your genes. The presence of an unknown gene, an indomitable obsession, presented a significant incompatibility with your genetic lock, potentially transforming you into a zombie. Nevertheless, your golden form and the fusion of energy astounded the entire base. You refrained from disclosing the intricacies of your system, leaving others to marvel at the wonders of nature. The golden transformation rendered your cells entirely metallic. While normal metabolism was hindered, you could still absorb energy to sustain functionality, with the light child serving as a perfect energy source. By the 16th day, you had become akin to a robot, your entire being sustained by the golden energy of the light child. On the 17th day, a compatible gene was discovered, albeit of an extraordinary nature, originating from an alien source, not fabricated by the Ilmanwen, but rather extracted from an extraterrestrial vessel. How it was extracted remained a mystery to Cardi, who only knew it was usable. The 18th day found you in a desolate state upon releasing your golden form. The left side of your body had nearly disintegrated. Indeed, the collapse of your genes was a terrifying phenomenon. The indomitable body made your cells remarkably resilient, but that was the extent of it. You had acquired a special gene, On the 19th day, you successfully liberated yourself from the genetic breakdown, yet theoretically, you no longer belong to Earth. The majority of your genes had transformed into a unique alien genetic makeup. On the 20th day, a terrifying zombie king named Candirio emerged in Kangaroo Country, plunging all of Australia into a realm of the undead. By the 21st day, facing mechanized and super soldier zombies that were rapidly evolving. It was hard to fathom that under the schemes of the zombie lord and a multitude of intelligent zombies, a regimented zombie army had materialized alongside some extraordinarily unscientific creatures. On the 22nd day, you were dispatched to the Imperial Capital for defense, where you discovered intelligent zombies and learned that certain high-ranking individuals had forged a peculiar agreement with them. On the 23rd day, a rift appeared in the sky, heralding a new wave of infection. This time, it involved evolved beings and super soldiers, resulting in ideological chaos and genetic mutations. Gene stabilizers emerged, capable of unlocking the genetic potential within these evolved entities. By the 24th day, satellite observations revealed a 5-meter-tall, winged life form emerging from the rift, which effortlessly vanquished Candirio, and, utilizing the evolution crystal of the Zombie King, unleashed a terrifying phenomenon, causing satellites to fail. On the 25th day, all satellite communications were severed, and the sky transformed into a dark crimson hue, with 5 massive orange suns appearing. Droughts began to ravage the world, and through the military's arduous communications, scientists predicted that within a decade, the oceans would be evaporated. On the 26th day, temperatures soared to an unprecedented 40 degrees Celsius, reaching 50 degrees during midday. By the 27th day, the number of evolved beings surged, yet ordinary humans perished at an even swifter rate. Many low-level zombies were desiccated by the sun, while only a few high-tier zombies continued to thrive, hunting humans in various corners of the city. A multitude of mutations appeared among evolved creatures, and some unique intelligent beings emerged. On the 28th day, your ailing father, on the brink of death, urged you to live well, filling you with profound sorrow. By the 29th day, the Imperial Capital faced a severe scarcity of water and food. As a super soldier, you still possessed a meager share, but it was exceedingly limited. On the 30th day, hundreds of thousands of skeletons appeared outside. This simulation concluded after 30 days, marking the onset of an unlimited doomsday simulation. With the simulation at an end, the next simulation will commence at midnight on a cloudy day. Please select your permanent talent, True Eye. Would you like to replace it? No. The True Eye vanished, and you received a rare gift pack. Activating it grants you the Gene Angel Wings inactive. Jolly, the simulation is complete. The depths of this world seem to grow increasingly profound. How shall I navigate this? Now, with an additional gene, I must diligently address the genetic lock, particularly the gene stabilizer, for one misstep could lead to my demise. Chapter 14. The end is nigh. Dr. Karen, I trust you have gleaned some insights by now. As the military hierarchy has grown increasingly disillusioned with you, a white lieutenant colonel proffered a document to the expert engrossed in his research, clearly indicating that this was not their first encounter. I am delving into extraterrestrial technology, a pursuit that demands considerable time. The expert emphasized that results cannot be achieved in haste and require patience. I regret to inform you, the military is profoundly disappointed. If you possess no tangible outcomes at this juncture, I believe we may need to vacate this facility by tomorrow, the lieutenant colonel explained. There are results. Follow me, Doctor. Karen responded, leading the lieutenant colonel through layers of security into a vast research chamber, where a condemned prisoner was securely suspended on an operating table. By harnessing alien technology, I have combined machinery with humanity to create the perfect cyborg, endowed with immense strength, while the mechanical intellect enhances human cognition, akin to possessing 2 brains, Doctor. Karen excitedly elaborated on the cyborg. I must admit, this seems rather objectionable. It is profoundly inhumane, the lieutenant colonel murmured, visibly disturbed by the grotesque transformation of the condemned prisoner. Fear not, this is merely an experimental subject. We have already produced a mature specimen. Otto, Dr. Karen called out, and a skilled technician approached. This was Karen's prized pupil, evidently modified himself. The lieutenant colonel noted the complete mechanization of his right hand, which indeed presented significant advantages. This is a nanotechnology organism, a bionic hand reimagined through alien concepts, capable of exerting nearly 100 tons of grip strength. It is quite formidable. Powered by a crystal core that conservatively estimates a lifespan of approximately 300 years, Dr. Karen introduced Otto's right hand, while the lieutenant colonel observed intently. The nanobots can perform a myriad of functions, yet the human brain cannot possibly control such an array. I have modified it using a nanoscale processor beneath the crystal core, allowing his brain to issue specific commands that enable his right hand to execute billions of movements, transforming into a sharp blade. Observe, Dr. Karen stated. With a mere squeeze, Otto's mechanical right hand morphed into a blade exceeding 1 meter in length. Do you see? This nanoscale mechanical organism can also self-repair and replicate. I believe the military would find such cyborgs immensely appealing as soldiers, Dr. Karen exclaimed, flushed with excitement. Very well, I shall report to my superiors. However, is mass production feasible at this time? The lieutenant colonel inquired. Not yet. Our current technology cannot produce the nanoscale processors. However, we can pursue an alternative approach by integrating chips into the spine, yielding similar effects, Dr. Karen proposed, clearly presenting a viable option. 3 days later, Dr. Karen. 500 cyborgs are to undergo modifications, excluding the brain, and the military command requires assurance of their loyalty. The lieutenant colonel arrived with official orders, accompanied by a substantial sum of dollars. In the span of 3 days, Zhao Li acquired 1 rare and 2 epic gift packs from the simulator. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, indicating that certain challenges must inevitably be faced. The 3 gift packs included cell mimicry, which enables your cells to effortlessly destroy abnormal cells and acquire pseudo-cell walls through the absorption of materials, gene rebirth technology, which endows your genes with memory, allowing for forced alterations even when changes occur, and gene overload technology, wherein your genetic computer can sustain higher-level computations and facilitate gene ability overload, should this overload occur. All genetic functions will forcibly shut down, entering a maintenance phase. As the apocalypse draws ever closer, it becomes imperative for Zhao Li to continually strengthen himself. The dark alloy equipment can be directly gene-transported onto the immortal body, thereby saving considerable effort. During this period, the most significant enhancement among the super soldiers was Kana, whose perfect application of hyperspace genes was truly remarkable. A single dagger could manifest simultaneously in 10 forms, a phenomenon utterly incomprehensible, when matter remains unchanged yet in motion. If a dagger at a specific location is forcibly transported to another, seamless connection or surpassing a certain speed will result in an identical dagger appearing at the new location, subsequently creating 2 puncture wounds on Zhao Li's body. Zhao Li's attributes are as follows: strength, 4,200, agility, 800, stamina, 24,000, spirit, 6,700, source power, 16500. His genes include immortal body, development level approximately 2, angel wings, not activated, human gene lock, apocalypse initiated, cell mimicry, gene overload technology, gene rebirth technology. His talents consist of Emerald Goddess Pact, Gold, Golden Evolver, Gold, Son of Light, Gold, Soul Shepherd, Gold, Card Master, Gold. The ability cards hidden beneath his bed provided Zhao Li with considerable reassurance. The principle behind the Son of Light is akin to the stellar energy-driven genes of Guangxi. Or in other words, it is a level of advancement surpassing stellar energy propulsion. The Golden Evolver transforms everything inside and out into gold while remaining functional, a feat bordering on the miraculous. In a short span, Zhao Li was inundated with a wealth of knowledge regarding super soldiers through a rigorous educational regimen. Although he still grappled with understanding, he appeared significantly more mature than before. The 6-member group, having endured 3 days of relentless assaults from the light-based beings, saw all but Zhao Li sent to the medical room multiple times. The luckiest among them was undoubtedly Niuchen, who developed a lethal strike capability from his giant god genes, capable of stunning Zhao Li with a single blow. His formidable iron fists have become the most potent weapon among the second-phase warriors, rivaling the first-phase super soldier, Nangong Man. The 12 super soldiers also gained a comprehensive understanding of their origins during a meeting in the assembly hall, encompassing the 5 major genetic engineering projects within the Ermin Galaxy: Immortal War God, Space Sovereign, Time Lord, Sage Predictor, and Superbrain. The Indomitable body gene of Zhao Li and the War God gene of Richie Meng originate from the Indomitable War God gene engineering. Kana's hyperspace gene and Jiang Taibai spatial transition gene stem from the Space Sovereign gene engineering. Ling Qi's focal gene and Feng Qin's transcendent temporal healing gene derive from the Sage visionary gene engineering. Guangxi's stellar energy-driven gene is a product of the convergence of the Superbrain and the Indomitable War God gene engineering. Fei Yongqi's swift time gene is rooted in the Time Lord gene engineering. Nangong Man, Helang, Niuchun, and Qi Lushan are products of the Superbrain gene calculation engineering. Among them, Qi Lushan, Kana, and Guangxi are extraterrestrial super warriors, while the other 2, Cardi and the blue-skinned Dr. Richie, are the overseers of the super warriors. Chapter 15. The grand performance is about to begin. At times, one must confront genuine challenges to achieve personal growth. Zhao Li, alongside Fei Yongqi, Kana, and Ling Qi, formed a quartet destined for the sect conference in Province M. It was said that the attendees were formidable individuals who had transcended human limits through sheer willpower. The four of them enjoyed complimentary meals as they journeyed smoothly to the Lianshan Huiying Temple in Province M. Under the guidance of a novice nun, they selected 4 small cottages as their temporary abode. However, Zhao was filled with trepidation, for the zombie outbreak was merely 2 days away. It was evident that his burgeoning strength would invariably influence the unfolding events. That afternoon, the martial arts discussions commenced in earnest. The older generation's swordsmanship proved immensely beneficial to Fei Yongqi, whose techniques also garnered the elders' approval. While all 4 seemed akin to superhumans, their skills remained somewhat immature, primarily due to a lack of worthy opponents, which hindered their growth. Although Lingqi specialized in ranged combat, she also acquired authentic martial arts skills. Zhao, too, encountered a remarkably stubborn elder, a master of the 6 Harmonies Fist, whose blows were no mere trifles. Despite emerging from their encounters with bruises, the elder taught without reservation. Zhao Li's robust physique rendered him nearly impervious to damage, allowing him to generously serve as the elder's training dummy. By the afternoon of the following day, their training concluded, and the quartet took a high-speed train back to their base. Zhao Li initiated one last simulation before the impending apocalypse. Simulation commences. This time, the gifted abilities are as follows. Moonlight Technique. Blue, the moonlight at night bestows upon you extraordinary powers. Leader. Green, you are a beacon, the harbor for all who have lost their way. Sacrificial Priest. Gold, communicate with the divine through offerings, receiving blessings from the gods. Magician. Green, growth level, you can communicate with the magic of the universe and perform extraordinary spells, but you must study magic independently. Dreamer. Blue, your deepest desires have a certain probability of becoming reality. Magician. Note, advancing the magician to legendary status will allow you to merge with the card master, elevating your abilities to mythic levels. Incorporating abilities. Emerald Spirit Pact. Gold. Golden Evolver. Gold. Child of Light. Gold. Soul Shepherd. Gold. Card Master. Gold. Magician. Green. Replacing Emerald Spirit Pact. Incorporating abilities. Golden Evolver. Gold. Child of Light. Gold. Soul Shepherd. Gold. Card Master. Gold. Magician. Green. On the first day, you sensed a harmonious energy between heaven and earth, leading you to comprehend the art of windwalking. As zombies rampaged, super soldiers began to be mass-produced. By the second day, a plan for the zombies had been devised. Lingqi took you and Fei Yongqi to AQ City in Province A, where you perceived the pervasive sin of blood and conjured 15 forms of blood magic. The magician talent progressed to rare status. On the third day, you encountered Lin. With the enhancement of your windwalking technique, your speed was tripled, allowing you to capture her. However, her intelligence was exceedingly high, and she was escorted back to the base. On the fourth day, the military and civilians of AQ City united, nearly clearing the eastern district of the city. You proposed that the military establish a survivor camp and recruit evolvers. Although evolvers were scarce, you successfully enlisted 3 evolvers and 1 esper. On the 5th day, the base dispatched 20 super soldiers, sufficient for the eradication of AQ City. This elite squad of super warriors was assigned to Magic City. The aircraft headed towards Magic City, but the airport suffered extensive damage. You leapt from the plane without a parachute. On the 6th day, your descent took you outside the city rather than within its confines. You fought your way from the outskirts to the survivor camp in the city, where you reunited with Lingqi and Fei Yongqi. On the 7th day, undeterred by the zombie virus due to your indomitable body, you dealt devastating blows to the giant zombies, bringing them to near death with a single punch. Your strength showcased the might of the celestial empire to the world. On the 8th day, the number of zombies in the capital city surged, with an increased variety of second-tier zombies, including some explosive variants whose green parasites could infest any living creature, posing a significant threat. On the 9th day, you encountered the first king zombie, which leaped from a high building, only to be shot by Lingqi, shattering its evolutionary crystal. It perished. On the 10th day, mutated zombies emerged in Magic City, alongside a greater number of espers. From an ice zombie, you gleaned insights into 50 ice-based spells, elevating your mage talent to the epic level. On the 11th day, Magic City became increasingly perilous, prompting survivors and military personnel to relocate to Qing Village outside the city, where they established a base. On the 12th day, some super soldiers were infected, transforming into super zombies, illustrating that even super warriors were not immune. On the 13th day, you discovered more bizarre creatures, including a skeleton with green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Subsequently, the surrounding skeletal minions attacked you, but you shattered them all. From this confrontation, you grasped the essence of necromancy. The skeletons were no match for you. You realized that zombies were not truly undead, but rather the failed evolutionary remnants of humanity, akin to the successful evolvers and baboons. On the 14th day, the tempestuous weather inspired your understanding of water and lightning magic, advancing your mage talent to the golden level. The fusion of your card master and mage abilities birthed the mythic level talent of the Supreme Mage. You uncovered the intricacies of crafting magical scrolls, using evolutionary crystals to synthesize your first pure, attribute-less magic crystal. On the 15th day, your genes experienced a certain collapse, leading to some of your cells undergoing necrosis and carcinogenesis. You realized the art of life magic, which could only delay your demise. The energy of the Child of Light could only prolong this condition, compelling you to absorb vast quantities of gold to achieve a golden incarnation. On the 16th day, Lingqi hurriedly brought you back to the base, where Cardi detected gene mismatches. The emergence of an unknown gene, the Indomitable obsession, posed significant incompatibility with the human gene lock, making it highly likely that you would transform into a zombie. You have acquired a unique gene that has replaced your deteriorated human DNA. This gene rebirth technology has allowed your human genes to resurface, merging with the special gene to create a being that is half alien. On the 17th day, you found yourself unable to perceive the enhancements brought forth by this special gene. Perhaps it is profoundly intricate, requiring more advanced conditions for activation. On the 18th day, your relationship with Lingqi blossomed, awakening your angelic wings. This may be a force more potent than that of Chairman, as portions of your special genes began to unlock, rendering you more handsome and robust. By the 19th day, an unknown event transpired, leading to the initial stage of gene unlocking within you. Your attributes surged, possibly elevating you to the level of a 6th-tier zombie. On the 20th day, a terrifying zombie king named Candirio emerged in Kangaroo Country, plunging all of Australia into a realm of the undead. The 21st day saw you constructing a portal using magic crystals, allowing you to traverse to Australia and vanquish the zombie king, earning a colossal evolution crystal as a reward. On the 22nd day, you were dispatched to the Imperial Capital for defense, where you discovered intelligent zombies, some of whom had formed a peculiar alliance with higher-ups. The 23rd day heralded the appearance of a rift in the sky, heralding a new wave of infections, this time involving evolvers and super soldiers. A multitude of super soldiers and evolvers emerged, resulting in chaotic ideologies and genetic mutations, leading to the introduction of a gene stabilizer that could unlock the genetic locks of evolvers. On the 24th day, a 5-meter-tall winged entity emerged from the rift, heading towards the White Eagle Nation, where the western regions became entirely tainted by a special aura, giving rise to the fallen, humans lost to madness. Even the intelligent zombies succumbed to this fate. The 25th day initiated a terrifying phenomenon. Satellite communications became ineffective, and the sky turned a dark crimson. Featuring 5 colossal orange suns, drought ensued globally, and through the military's arduous communications, scientists predicted that within a decade, the oceans would evaporate entirely. On the 26th day, temperatures soared to a staggering 40 degrees, reaching as high as 50 degrees during midday. The 27th day witnessed a rapid increase in evolvers. Yet ordinary humans perished even more swiftly. Many low-tier zombies were rendered into desiccated husks, with only a few high-tier zombies surviving in the city as shadows, hunting humanity. Numerous mutations occurred among evolutionary beings, giving rise to extraordinary intelligent life forms. On the 20th day, your elderly father approached the end of his life. And despite your life magic, you could not retain him for even a moment longer. You parted ways. The 29th day brought about a scarcity of food and water resources within the base, but your life magic and water manipulation resolved the crisis. On the 30th day, a remarkably beautiful angel appeared outside the base. This simulation has concluded. It spanned 30 days, marking the beginning of the apocalypse with unrestricted simulations. The next simulation will commence at midnight on a cloudy day. Please select your permanent talent. Should the wizard, green, be replaced? The replacement of the Emerald Pact, gold, leaves no alternative. This wizard can astonishingly merge with the card master, which is incredibly appealing. With the disappearance of the Emerald Pact, a legendary gift pack is acquired. Upon activation, the special gene engine, Celestial Evolution Technique, is obtained, featuring Zhao Li with the following attributes: Strength, 4,300, Agility, 820, Stamina, 27,000, Spirit, 6,700, Source Power, 19,000. Gene attributes include Immortal Body, Development Level approximately 2, Angelic Wings, Inactive, Human Gene Lock, Doomsday Activation, Cellular Mimicry, Gene Overload Technology, and Gene Rebirth Technology. Gene Engine, Celestial Evolution Technique. Talents: Wizard, green, Growth Potential, Golden Evolver, gold, Child of Light, gold, Soul Shepherd, gold, Card Master, gold. The Zierman star system's cosmic influence is classified as a level 3 cosmic influence, also known as galactic influence. This influence can effortlessly control its respective star system and can freely develop and utilize all energies within it. Even drawing energy from existing black holes in the universe is needed. It is evidently not overly powerful. The Zierman cosmic influence can only freely develop and utilize all energies within its star system, constructing great wormholes. Chapter 16. The Advent of Doom as the clock struck midnight. Zhao Li was abruptly awakened. The simulator's functions had been fully unlocked. The apocalypse had arrived. The Indomitable body had received a significant enhancement. With the development level elevated to 10%, the first stage of the human gene lock had been activated, granting you the extraordinary ability of the Extreme Eye, which greatly enhances your dynamic vision and night vision capabilities. Zhao Li rose, dressed himself, and sat on the edge of his bed. The nation had done all it could. Now it was merely a matter of fate and human effort. Indeed, shortly after 2 a.m, the entire base sprang into action, and zombies began to emerge. A few scattered zombies within the base were effortlessly dealt with by the military, yet Major General Cardi summoned the super soldiers to the conference room. Disaster had struck. We were to face monumental challenges. However, for the sake of civilization's continuity and our nation, we shall forge ahead without hesitation. We will eradicate the zombies that have appeared. Everyone, prepare to depart. With a wave of his hand, Cardi delivered his speech. Ling Qi, accompanied by Fei Yongqi and Zhao Li, boarded an armed helicopter en route to the provincial capital, Jiangxi City, in Province C, while the remaining super soldiers formed groups of 3 to head towards the capital and other significant cities. Inside the helicopter, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the trio. Ling Qi meticulously examined her dark gold sniper rifle, designed specifically for assassination missions, possessing formidable power. Why must we be on duty in the middle of the night? I am so tired, Fei Yongqi lamented, clearly unaccustomed to the abrupt mobilization. The predicted catastrophe had transpired. Major General Cardi had emphasized the necessity for caution in this operation. If mishandled, we too could meet our demise, Ling Qi gravely advised. All right, how long until we arrive? Zhao Li consoled his companions and inquired of the helicopter pilot, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events. The pilot, now transformed into a zombie, lunged at Zhao Li, black substance oozing from its orifices. However, the dark gold armor provided adequate defense, as a newly turned zombie posed no significant threat. Ling Qi swiftly retaliated, using the butt of her rifle to shatter the zombie's skull. The former pilot, now a zombie, continued to maintain the helicopter's steady flight. Zhao Li's provocation had ignited the creature's ferocity. The physique of a super soldier far surpassed that of an ordinary human, and in a moment of uncontrolled strength, Zhao Li unleashed his formidable destructive power. Nevertheless, this became problematic as the helicopter lost control and plummeted towards the ground. All right, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Let us jump, Zhao Li declared, kicking open the helicopter door. Without hesitation, Ling Qi and Fei Yongqi leaped into the night, followed closely by Zhao Li. Ling Qi and Fei Yongqi landed atop a tall building, while Zhao Li crashed onto the roadway below. The helicopter descended violently onto the road, plunging the area into chaos. A tumult of panicked civilians and ravenous zombies. Even Zhao Li found himself immobilized, forced to navigate cautiously using the rescue points provided by his dark gold armor, dispatching zombies along his path. Upon reaching the rescue site, Zhao Li was already splattered with the remnants of zombie blood, while Ling Qi and Fei Yongqi had arrived much earlier. We must evacuate. It is no longer safe here, Ling Qi stated. How can we evacuate? We are completely surrounded by zombies, Zhao Li replied, as he used water to slightly cleanse his dark alloy armor. Within the villa designated for key evacuees, he spotted the families of several individuals protected by a contingent of bodyguards. There is a helicopter in the back garden, but it is too small to transport everyone. An important official present remarked, evidently aware that the number of vital evacuees exceeded a mere small helicopter's capacity. There is no choice. We must evacuate the children first, while the rest of us hold the villa, Ling Qi advised, as the pilot successfully airlifted the first group of evacuees to safety. Zhao Li pondered the fate of those left behind. What about the rest? It appears chaos reigns outside, and zombies have already begun infiltrating the villa, he said. Conversing with Ling Qi and the official, relying on ground vehicles was utterly unreliable. For now, they could only fortify their position. We shall wait until dawn. Ling Qi observed the zombies attempting to scale the walls, standing at an elevated vantage point to gauge the dire circumstances surrounding them. Inside the villa, they waited until daybreak. Zhao Li glanced outside to see the zombies moving slowly. It was clear that the entire city had succumbed to the infestation. The food supplies within the villa were scant, and they could only await the military's reinforcements. Zhao Li and his companions began to gather nearby provisions, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies. You all go first. I will hold them off, Fei Yongqi declared, drawing his sword and dispatching zombies within a 2-meter radius with ease. Ling Qi organized the crowd to load a truck filled with food, heading toward the villa, while Zhao Li wielded his great sword, methodically clearing the swarm of zombies. Even amidst tens of thousands of the undead, he remained unperturbed. These low-tier zombies posed no threat to his dark alloy armor, and with each sweep of his sword, he would fell swathes of foes. Zhao had his own aspirations, targeting the city's vaults and gold shops, for his ability to absorb gold was formidable. After battling his way to the vault, he found it surrounded, but the riches within were plentiful. He swiftly removed his dark alloy armor and began to absorb the gold with his skin, continuing until the vault was entirely depleted, leaving only a golden figure in his place. With a shift in his consciousness, Zhao returned to his normal state, now capable of transformation into gold. It was time to reunite with Ling Qi, equipped with a full set of dark alloy armor and wielding the Spirit Void Greatsword. He activated his genetic engine. Celestial transformation technique is now initiating, detecting stellar energy and connecting to celestial power, amplifying the might of the Spirit Void Greatsword. Amplification in progress, enhancing the sword's power to 1000%. Continue amplification. The stellar energy is being mobilized, and the presence of the light child has been detected. The establishment of the stellar energy channel is underway. Channel construction in progress. Halt. Upon realizing that the process would not be completed anytime soon, Zhao could not help but express his frustration. Channel establishment interrupted. With his Spirit Void Greatsword in hand, Zhao charged forth, swinging the massive blade, causing a distortion in the surrounding space that extended for 1,000 meters. Soon, he beheld the collapsed structures and the scattered remnants of zombies. The engine is on the verge of overload. Engine shut down. Zhao felt a quarter of his source energy diminish, and a slight wave of weakness washed over him. Sheathing the Spirit Void Greatsword, he set off to gather gold from other locations. Chapter 17. Evacuation. Zhao successfully returned to the villa in the afternoon, where over 300 survivors had already gathered. Helicopters were arriving one after another to evacuate individuals. Zhao and his companions received new orders within 3 days. The zombie virus would still linger in the air, posing a risk of transformation for ordinary people. Headquarters commanded them to proceed to the launch base in Province Z. Driving a jeep with 2 others, Zhao headed directly to the location indicated on the alloy communication map. The desolation along the route, coupled with the sight of survivors, evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Perhaps only in the face of apocalypse could humanity break free from the illusions of wealth. Along the way, they assisted several survivors and eventually stopped for the night in a small village. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated, and Zhao felt a daze wash over him as a force knocked him to the ground. Gun! Ling Qi exclaimed, addressing Fei Yongqi. The alloy technology, utilizing genetic algorithms, enveloped the 2 of them, and a sniper rifle materialized in Ling Qi's hands. She fired at the direction from which the shot had originated. Zhao, take them out, Fei Yongqi said confidently, looking at Zhao, who lay on the ground. Clearly, she had faith in him. It hurts, Zhao replied, visibly reluctant to comply, for he deemed it unnecessary. After all, a super sniper was at their disposal. Capture them alive, Fei Yongqi shouted, brandishing her sword as she leapt from the jeep. Zhao rose and charged forward, the alloy armor enveloping him. We've hit steel plating. Retreat. Someone called out in the darkness, and shadows were seen hastily fleeing. Extreme vision. Zhao eyes were covered by a white film, transforming the world around him. The sky turned a deep azure, and a green mist hung in the air, rendering the fleeing figures conspicuously clear. While Zhao speed could not rival Fei Yongqi's, he was certainly swift enough to seize one individual, hurling him back with such force that he crashed into a house, undoubtedly meeting his demise. In contrast to Zhao straightforwardness, Fei Yongqi wielded her sword with grace, effortlessly deflecting bullets. Though bullets posed no threat to her, her elegance was everlasting. Successfully capturing 5 individuals, Ling Qi interrogated them thoroughly before deciding to head to their base. A group of them resided in several small cabins on the mountain, evidently having fled from the city. Remarkably decisive for their first day, though these people could hardly be deemed virtuous. Shall we eliminate them? Fei Yongqi inquired of Ling Qi. Let me tell you, this is a critical time. We cannot afford to show mercy to such scum. They must be eradicated completely. Just think, if they had been ordinary people, wouldn't we be in jeopardy? Zhao urged, pulling Ling Qi towards the village. He then signaled to Fei Yongqi via the alloy armor's communication system. Once Ling Qi and Zhao reached the village, Fei Yongqi followed suit. I thought we could all survive, Ling Qi lamented, her voice tinged with sadness, clearly unsettled by the recent act of killing. Our transformation into super warriors is a choice dictated by fate. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, we would lack even the right to struggle, Fei Yongqi lamented. That night, Ling Qi sat by the fire, lost in thought, clearly unable to overcome the barriers within her heart. As night fell, Zhao commenced his simulation. Initiating the simulation. This session's talent simulation reveals Medusa's gaze, blue your eyes possess an enchanting magic, captivating others while also having the potential to petrify them. Soul drain, green those who engage in combat with you will gradually succumb to despair. Lethal strike, blue each of your blows has a chance to instantly slay your opponent. Overlord, gold in battle, your strength is amplified tenfold. You will execute any foe weaker than yourself. When in dire straits, your power increases 100-fold. Yet you face death within 10 minutes. Dreamweaver, blue you can traverse the dreams of any creature capable of weaving dreams. Regrettably, this time there was no choice. Although one could unleash unparalleled power in dire situations, dying immediately afterward would be rather embarrassing, thus, a decisive pass. Talent integration, golden evolver, gold, child of light, gold. Soul shepherd, gold, card master, gold, mage, green. Having found oneself amidst the apocalypse, the simulation commenced this very night. As you gazed at the starry sky, sleep overtook you. In your dream, you discovered a multitude of centipede-like creatures densely populating every corner of your subconscious. You attempted to squash them, but to no avail. You grasped the essence of dream magic, advancing your mage talent to a rare gift. On the following day, your mastery of dream magic granted you visions of peculiar phenomena. It seemed the world was undergoing some form of transformation. By the third day, you reached the launch base only to find it overrun by a wise zombie. With over 1,000 zombies in total. Fortunately, it lacked the capability to launch missiles, and you successfully eliminated all the zombies, slaying the first intelligent zombie, the Duke. On the fourth day, the military dispatched a troop to secure the launch base. Recalling past events, you requested to proceed to AQ City, and your request was granted. On the fifth day, upon arriving at AQ City in Province A, you noted the devastation was severe, with numerous giants and crawling zombies. While searching for Lynn's whereabouts, you were ambushed and captured by her. However, the defense of your dark alloy armor rendered her efforts futile, allowing you to break free and subdue her. She appeared to be oblivious, merely a shrewd, intelligent zombie. On the sixth day, under your leadership, the eastern part of AQ City was purged, while a king emerged in the west, only to be slain by Lingqi's gunshot. On the seventh day, you received orders to venture alone to Province B's Bura City to eliminate a notorious evil leader, and you set forth toward Bura City. On the eighth day, upon arriving by plane in Bura City, you found the intelligent zombies colluding with the wicked leader, igniting your fury. On the ninth day, you encountered strange creatures, two small beings with oversized heads, who launched an attack against you. With a swift strike, you dispatched both with a single sword. On the 10th day, you encountered the malevolent leader, Master Tongue. His condition bore no resemblance to that of a human. His entire body had succumbed to a ghastly zombie-like state, adorned with grotesque brown keratinous protrusions that evoked a sense of revulsion. You failed to vanquish him and were grievously wounded by a dagger that pierced your dark alloy armor. By the 11th day, you had grasped the essence of blood magic, instantaneously draining the life force from all those who aided in his tyranny. Your dream magic marked Master Ting, leading you to an encounter with your first extraterrestrial beings, a towering 3-meter giant with brown skin and a singular horn atop his head. Alongside another creature, only 1.5 meters tall, yet both belong to the same species despite their stark physical differences. On the 12th day, you hastily fled, your genetic structure unraveling. However, your golden transformation saved your life as you escaped to the base. The 18th day saw you entwined with Lingqi, resulting in the activation of your angelic wings. This might signify a civilization even more formidable than the Chielman. Within you, special genes began to unlock, rendering you more handsome and robust. By the 19th day, something inexplicable transpired. Your genetic makeup began to unlock its first stage. Yet, this was not a mere human genetic lock. Your attributes surged, perhaps elevating you to the 6th tier of the undead. The gene rebirth technology was initiated but faltered, leaving you to ponder if you had transformed into an extraterrestrial being. On the 20th day, a terrifying undead king, Candario, emerged from the land of kangaroos, plunging all of Australia into a realm of the undead. By the 23rd day, a rift appeared in the sky, heralding a new wave of infection, this time comprising evolved beings and super soldiers. A multitude of super soldiers and evolved entities emerged, causing chaos in ideology and genetic mutation. Gene stabilizers appeared, allowing evolved beings to unlock their genetic potential. On the 30th day, a striking angel manifested outside the base, triggering the activation and unlocking of your genes. Your angelic wings began to evolve into wings of space and time. After aiding you, the angel departed. The 31st day brought forth a human with rock-like skin into the base, sensing the potent life force within. She sought collaboration. She was a Talaran, a being of exceptional biological evolution. By the 32nd day, all life on Earth was actively adapting to the new environment, leading to the emergence of more heat-resistant flora and fauna. Humanity had largely transformed into evolved beings, and those with extraordinary abilities. On the 33rd day, your magical prowess reached its zenith, compelling you to venture out into the world. The 34th day revealed the existence of minotaurs. On the 35th day, you discovered an underground kingdom of gnomes, uncovering a civilization rich in technology. Although it was gnome technology, it nonetheless amazed you with its mechs and vast treasures. By the 36th day, you stumbled upon a vast city on the surface, unmistakably not of Earth. It seemed to have undergone a surreal transformation, a truly terrifying realization. Upon entering the city, you found it to be the stronghold of the Flame Soul, and upon re-evaluating your power, you realized you had ascended to the 7th tier. On the 37th day, you seized control of the Flame Soul City and received astonishing news. According to the conjectures of the Goblin Kingdom, the entire Earth had, in a sense, been amalgamated into the present grand world within a four-dimensional space, thereby relocating the Earth from its original position and integrating it as part of this realm. On the 10,000th day, you journeyed to pay homage to the Angel King, who revealed that she did not reside within this world, without fleeing from this place. Your demise was inevitable. On the 17,000th day, you became a tribute. This simulation has concluded, spanning a total of 17,000 days. The simulation has ended. With the next one's timing remaining uncertain, you have received a Mythic level gift pack. Open. You have acquired the talent, Grace, Mythic level. Chapter 18, The Unexpected Enveloped in Slumber. Zhao found himself in a dreamscape filled with a myriad of giant centipedes, a sight both grotesque and unsettling. Within this surreal realm, a formidable sword manifested in his grasp, which he wielded with fervor. Yet, with each strike, the severed centipedes would revert to their original states, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. The entire experience felt alien, as if he were merely a spectator in someone else's dream. Countless strikes, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, passed before his very eyes, and gradually, the mighty sword began to blur, transforming into an inky black rod. Upon striking a centipede, the rod finally elicited a response, with a resounding crack. The creature exploded into a wisp of black mist that dissipated into the dream world. Zhao, armed with the rod, continued his relentless assault on the centipedes, only to find that for every area he cleared, new ones would inevitably be overrun by these grotesque beings. The black rod gradually morphed into an elongated staff, its dark shaft embedded with numerous ebony crystals. In an unguarded moment, Zhao inadvertently uttered the words dream magic dispel, and the world around him erupted into chaos. Volcanoes belched fire, the earth roared in fury, and meteors rained from the heavens. The once endless swarm of centipedes succumbed to this celestial wrath, vanishing into wisps of darkness. With a jolt, Zhao awoke, his eyes snapping open. He gazed towards the sky, still shrouded in twilight, the hour lingering around 6 o'clock. The two women remained in slumber, prompting Zhao to rise and assess the state of the village. As he entered the village shop, an unsettling aura of danger pricked at his senses. Reacting swiftly, he leaped backwards, rolling to safety. From the shop emerged a grotesque, purple, four-limbed corpse, its saliva dripping onto the ground and releasing tendrils of violet smoke. This was an advanced zombie, perhaps at the 2nd tier or even stronger. Adorned in dark alloy armor, Zhao prepared to unsheath his mighty sword. But the crawling corpse offered him no opportunity. He was not so foolish as to charge headlong into danger. Instead, he sprinted away, evading the creature's lunge, and summoned a card into his hand. Freeze, white. A one-time use card that would immobilize an opponent for 15 seconds. Upon shattering the card, a beam of blue light struck the crawling corpse, encasing it in frost. Seizing the moment, Zhao swung his sword, cleaving the zombie's head in two. The creature collapsed. Defeated. In the aftermath, he obtained the evolution crystal from the crawling corpse. Talent, Grace. Upon meeting certain conditions, it can be activated. Activating. Zhao, intrigued by this newfound special talent, pondered its implications. He could possess only 5 talents, yet with Grace, he now had 6, a clear deviation from the norm. In the realm of equivalent exchange, he forfeited the special evolution crystal to acquire gene aggregation technology. Gene aggregation technology. All genes will be reordered systematically. Activating gene aggregation technology. The celestial star evolution technique is currently establishing a connection with the stars, creating stellar energy channels. Initiating gene aggregation technology. Genes are being orchestrated. Human gene orchestration is underway. However, the Indomitable obsession gene orchestration has encountered failure, resulting in erroneous configurations. The human genome is collapsing, prompting the activation of the golden gene. Zhao suddenly staggered, subsequently expelling a stream of golden blood, his vitality waning in an instant. Alas, this is a grave predicament. Zhao had believed he could resolve his impending genetic collapse, yet an unforeseen complication had arisen. It appears he must urgently return to the base. His current state is nearly non-existent. If he attempted to wield superhuman strength, he might succumb to genetic collapse and dissolve into mere protein matter. Zhao Li, what's wrong? Ling Qi rushed over, evidently having connected to Zhao Li's status through the dark alloy armor network. His condition had plummeted to a critical low, prompting both Fei Yongqi and Ling Qi to hasten to his side. My genes are collapsing, but thankfully I can still maintain control. We must return to the base swiftly, Zhao Li replied, aware that while his cellular structure had transitioned to a golden state, it was still deteriorating gradually. The transformation of a golden evolver is not infallible. Zhao Li was engulfed in a wave of anxiety when the system conveyed, "You have grasped the secrets of life. You have acquired the art of life magic." The intricacies of life magic swirled in Zhao Li's mind, elusive yet incapable of rectifying the genetic collapse. "We need to hasten our journey to the launch base. There are helicopters there," Ling Qi urged, before proceeding to drive. The trio arrived at the base, only to find it deserted. "Ling Qi, there is no one here," Fei Yongqi remarked after surveying the base and addressing Ling Qi in the vehicle. Just as the vehicle entered the base, the ground suddenly heaved, and from beneath the concrete emerged zombies, their bodies covered in scales. Numerous zombies crawled out from the surrounding yellow sands. A zombie draped in a shroud approached the trio, flanked by a horde of its kind, its face marred by large brown sores. "Surrender and resist no more. I, the zombie King Piyi, shall spare your lives," the shroud-clad zombie declared disdainfully. "You are overly confident," Ling Qi retorted, promptly summoning her alien sniper rifle and fired a shot that struck the intelligent zombie's head, causing it to explode and fall lifelessly to the ground. With a roar, the zombie horde surged forth, launching an assault on the trio. Fei Yongqi leapt from the vehicle, using the momentum to launch herself into the swarm of zombies, her body spinning as her blades cleaved through them like a meat grinder. Ling Qi, wielding her sniper rifle, dispatched each zombie with precision, while Zhao Li, encased in dark alloy armor, stood as a formidable shield. "Watch out for the big one," Fei Yongqi warned Zhao Li as she noticed a massive tank-like zombie approaching him. However, taking advantage of a moment's inattention, the giant beside Fei delivered a powerful punch, sending her crashing into the nearby watchtower. With a resounding thud, the giant beside Zhao Li shot a bullet through the head of a foe, who then fell lifeless to the ground. Life magic, life drain. A sphere of verdant energy materialized in Zhao Li's right hand, from which delicate green threads extended, intertwining with the corpses within a 500-meter radius. The bodies of the zombies began to wither, while the color of the energy sphere in Zhao Li's grasp deepened with each passing moment. Nearby, a headless zombie stealthily moved before sprinting toward the distant desert. The green thread snapped, and all the zombies were rendered into mere desiccated husks. "When did you acquire such an ability? It's truly monstrous," Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Clearly recognizing that this transcended the boundaries of science, even super soldiers had not attained such skills. "We must swiftly locate an aircraft. We need to return to the base urgently," Ling Qi communicated to the base through a dark alloy communicator, then turned to Fei. Zhao Li's complexion turned ashen. While the influx of life energy revitalized him, it simultaneously provided additional impetus to his collapsing genes. Chapter 19. Special Genes on the Aircraft. Zhao Li began to endure excruciating pain. The gene rebirth technology was activated, and the stellar transformation technique was attempting to connect with the stars, establishing a stellar energy channel. Initiating gene rebirth technology. Gene conflict ensued, leading to gene collapse. The gene rebirth technology was terminated. "Damn." Zhao Li slumped in his seat, his body now in a state of utter ruin. The activation of gene rebirth technology had only exacerbated his condition. The reorganization of the gene chain had failed, cells ruptured and were solidified in gold. At least 1/10 of his entire body had transformed completely into gold. Zhao Li felt as though he were melting away. Even his immortal body could not function, as the Indomitable obsession gene clashed violently with human genes, causing the latter to continuously collapse. "Ling Qi, my genes are collapsing." Zhao Li half-kneeled on the ground, his entire form now composed of gold. "What?" Ling Qi, who had attended gene courses with Zhao Li, gasped in astonishment. Gene collapse was a phenomenon triggered by gene incompatibility, an occurrence that was almost impossible but fatal if it did happen. "Gene collapse? What is happening?" Ling Qi exclaimed, rushing to check on Zhao Li's condition. His body had completely turned to gold, and through the dark alloy armor's diagnostics, it was evident that Zhao Li's gene collapse was accelerating. "My genes are collapsing." Zhao Li struggled to raise his hand and deactivate his dark alloy armor, revealing his sunken chest, a sight that was shocking to behold. Seeing Zhao Li's injuries, Ling Qi gasped in horror. "What should we do?" "Ling Qi, we must return to the base quickly," Zhao Li urged. "All right." Without hesitation, Ling Qi knew she had no choice but to hasten back to the base with Zhao Li. using the dark alloy armor to contact the base. A vertical takeoff and landing combat aircraft was dispatched shortly. Upon their return to the base, Ling Chi immediately sought out the gene building. The gene laboratory was in complete disarray, with all necessary medical equipment and medication strewn about near the incubation chamber. "Hurry, we need to save him," Ling Chi exclaimed. "Place Zhao Li in the incubation chamber and remove his clothing," instructed the female operator, who promptly assisted Ling Chi in undressing Zhao Li and placing his bare body into the chamber. "Inject the nutrient solution," ordered Major General Cardi. As a purple nutrient liquid filled the chamber. "Ling Chi, what's wrong?" Kana entered the laboratory and noticed Ling Chi's anxious demeanor, prompting her to inquire. "Zhao Li's genes are collapsing. He requires immediate treatment and is currently in the nutrient chamber," Ling Chi explained. "What?" Kana was taken aback. "Gene collapse? How is that possible?" But seeing Ling Chi's distressed expression, Kana was at a loss for words. Kana hurried to the vicinity of the incubation chamber's display, beginning to assess Zhao Li's condition alongside the other operators. The genetic collapse is occurring at an alarming rate within Zhao Li. Most of his genes have already fragmented, and the remaining ones continue to shatter. A significant number of cells have succumbed to death. The only thing sustaining Zhao Li is the complete golden transformation. Even his genes are composed of golden atoms, truly astonishing. After a brief examination, the operator's expression shifted noticeably. "What is it?" Ling Chi inquired anxiously, not daring to delay. "This situation necessitates immediate repair. Only SSS-level special genes can facilitate the restoration of Zhao Li's genetic structure," the operator stated. "Arrange it at once," Major General Cardi replied hastily. Even at the height of development in the Zilman galaxy, there were only 5 super warriors with the Indomitable body. It is worth noting that once the Indomitable body integrates the God of War engine and the immortal gene, it embodies the ultimate goal of the Indomitable War God genetic engineering. Upon the injection of a special serum, Zhao Li began to rapidly absorb the nutrient solution. His injuries were grave, and the speed of genetic collapse was exceedingly swift. As the external special genes began to merge with the golden genes, the golden transformation was reversed, revealing a phenomenon akin to molten gold within his body. However, improvement soon became apparent. Zhao Li opened his eyes, which now glowed with a resplendent golden light, and a pair of white wings emerged from his back. Gene fusion, Indomitable body integration in progress. Indomitable will integration in progress. Detected fragmented human genes. Integrating male characteristics. Integrating angel wings. Advanced gene for angel wings detected. Activating angel wings advancement function. Archangel form integration complete. Zhao Li, first generation Archangel. Single attribute exceeding 100,000. Strength, 14, 300. Agility, 8, 820. Stamina, 77,000. Spirit, 56. 700. Source power, 119,000. Genes, Archangel form, initial state. Cellular mimicry, gene overload technology, gene rebirth technology, gene engine. Celestial transformation art, talents. Mage, blue. Growth potential, golden evolutionist, gold. Son of light, gold. Soul shepherd, gold. Card master, gold. Detected Archangel personal armory. Accessing highest privileges of armory. Successfully received. Archangel sword successfully received. Archangel armor successfully received. Individual flight device detected the city of the wind archangels. Connect? No. At this moment, Zhao Li regained consciousness. This must be the special genetic archangel gene mentioned in the simulator. It was evident that the gene's original owner had perished, and he had successfully inherited it. Zhao Li was wary of approaching the city of angels, as dealing with advanced civilizations poses considerable danger. Zhao Li had become even more striking. His height increased from 1.8 meters to 1.9 meters. His physique became more harmonious, robust yet retaining an air of handsome elegance, with cascading golden locks adorning her shoulders. A pair of piercingly bright eyes, a high-bridged nose, and subtly thin lips, her fair complexion is simply beyond compare, even surpassing the most enchanting figures in cinema. The golden-hued eyes serve as the vigilant gaze of an angel, a manifestation of Zhao Li's awakened extreme pupil, a fusion of angelic genes that unlocks extraordinary abilities. Accessible only through a special key. Ling Chi strength, 1300 agility, 820 stamina, 770 spirit, 560 source power, 1000 gene. Focus gene. Zhao Li, having deactivated the vigilant gaze, saw her golden eyes revert to their normal state, yet her striking wings remained a focal point. Put on your clothes. The female operator, blushing, handed Zhao Li a garment, while nearly 200 pairs of eyes observed her, leaving her completely bare from head to toe, causing a flush to rise on her cheeks. What an embarrassment. All right. Zhao Li, you will observe the base for a few days, after which I will assign your team a mission, Cardi stated. What about the launch base mission? Fei Yongqi inquired. The Niuchen team has already departed and has regained the capacity to launch missiles, Cardi explained before exiting. After a week of observation, Zhao Li found herself somewhat unsettled, having lost considerable time. After informing Ling Qi that all was well, she received a mission to proceed to AQ City in Province A for a rescue operation. Chapter 20. Zombies scattered across the mountains. The aircraft arrived at the military base on the outskirts, where scattered zombies lingered beyond the barbed wire, surrounding the city of AQ. The mountains were densely populated with these undead creatures. It was difficult to fathom that a metropolis like AQ, with a population in the millions, could be overrun by such a vast number of zombies, far beyond the capabilities of local military forces to manage. The situation was dire, necessitating a gradual approach. Zhao Li, accompanied by a team of rescue personnel, ventured into the city, while Ling Qi and Fei Yongqi remained at the base. They traveled in a jeep towards the eastern district of the city, and in just a few days, the contrast was stark. Within the city, the zombies were sparse. Reports indicated that many were in a dormant state, but they could become ferocious upon the appearance of any living being. Zhao Li unfurled his white wings and ascended to a nearby high-rise, where he encountered a crawling zombie. Summoning the Ling Su Great Sword, a massive blade materialized in his right hand. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy shockwave that swiftly dispatched the crawling undead, landing atop the skyscraper. He retracted his wings. The Ling Su Great Sword was also put away, as its unwieldy nature was less suited for close combat. Agility was preferable. In his hand, a golden battle knife materialized, an advanced weapon enhanced by golden transmutation and genetic engineering. This golden weapon could transform into various forms desired by its wielder, though its essence remained that of gold. As he descended into the building, he encountered a staff zombie that lunged at him. With a single stroke of his golden battle knife, he severed its head. Subsequently, he cleared the remaining scattered zombies throughout the building and rescued a young couple. Upon returning to the jeep convoy, he discovered that the entire team had succumbed to the zombie transformation. A beautiful woman perched atop one of the jeeps, her crimson eyes gazing intently at Zhao Li, emanating an alluring aura. "Hello, I am Lin," she introduced herself, rising gracefully in her striking red dress. Her pallid complexion accentuated by lips stained with blood, every movement exuding seduction. "You must be Lin. There can be no mistake," Zhao Li replied, encased in his dark alloy armor as he addressed her. "Strange armor. Tear him apart," Lin commanded with a pointed finger, prompting the nearby zombies to charge at Zhao Li. "Summon the Sword of the Archangel," Zhao Li invoked, and a fiery red longsword appeared in his right hand, fully charged with the sword's attributes. As he swung the Archangel's sword, flames erupted, engulfing the zombies that came into contact with the fire, regardless of their level or defenses. None could withstand the flames for more than 3 seconds. Zhao Li retracted his dark alloy armor, spread his wings, and soared into the sky, extending the Archangel's sword toward the heavens. Activate the Archangel's sword. Attaining ultimate authority of the Archangel's sword. Establishing stellar energy conduit. Charging. Angelic judgment charge complete. Zhao Li pointed the Archangel's sword at Lin and declared, "Initiate the angelic judgment." A surge of immense energy emanated from the sword of the Archangel, striking Lin, who then beheld a kaleidoscopic phenomenon before her eyes. Subsequently, one of her feet stepped into the void behind her, vanishing without a trace. Yet at that moment, the great judgment had already arrived. With a resounding crash, a crater spanning 100 meters in diameter materialized, and Zhao Li descended from the skies, perhaps leaving Lin in utter annihilation. Truly unfortunate, yet he was relieved to have previously rescued 2 individuals. "You two, come with me and remain vigilant for any nearby zombies. Notify me immediately if you encounter any." Zhao Li instructed the 2 individuals he had saved from the building's heights. The male had evidently evolved into an advanced being, while the female exhibited a power akin to mental manipulation. However, both were paralyzed by fear, bearing no resemblance to ordinary individuals. As Zhao Li traversed the DC district, dispatching zombies with ease, the life magic he wielded rendered the undead incapable of approaching him, as they would be completely drained and left as desiccated corpses. He eventually arrived at a park, where he discovered a survivor camp housing over 30 souls, though his entrance was met with lukewarm reception. "Greetings. I am the leader of this camp, Zhang Biao," he announced. The verdant energy orb in Zhao Li's hand was remarkably formidable. Any zombie within a 500-meter radius was instantly turned into a lifeless husk. "I am a super soldier from the military. Would you like to evacuate? If anyone wishes to leave, follow me," he addressed the ragged crowd within the camp. Although a ripple of unrest stirred among them, it quickly subsided. "We are managing quite well here, rest assured. We have no issues," Zhang Biao retorted, leading Zhao Li into one of the few structures in the park, where he retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator. "Commander, please drink. Our supplies are plentiful, and with so few of us, The state need not worry. Zhang Biao said. Zhao Li opened the soda and took a sip, but as he turned, he saw Zhang Biao swinging a baseball bat toward his head. Bang! Zhang Biao lost his grip entirely, the bat flying out of his hands. You possess quite the audacity, Zhao Li remarked, casting a glance that rendered Zhang Biao motionless with fear. By the will of the angels, I command you to submit to my authority. Zhang Biao, summon your subordinates. Zhao Li declared, reclining in his chair as he took another sip of soda. Yes, sir, Zhang Biao replied, calling out to the individuals outside, leading to the appearance of 8 youths brandishing clubs. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Zhao Li inquired, fixing his gaze upon the 8. I was wrong. I do not wish to take lives. It was all Zhang Biao's directive. I did not mean to, one youth pleaded, collapsing to his knees. Tears streaming down his face as he bared the group as transgressions, leaving Zhang Biao pale with rage. Zhang Biao, is what he claims true? Zhao Li pressed. Commander, allow me to explain. There were those who sought to kill us to seize our resources, and we merely retaliated. We never intended for anyone to die, Zhang Biao defended. Is that correct? Zhao Li reiterated. Well, Zhang Biao stammered, faltering in his response. Then that confirms it. Upon Zhao Li's utterance, the individuals present in the venue succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, while the magic of dreams began to manifest. Within the realm of dreams, the harrowing scenes of murder replayed, depicting Zhang Biao fiercely vying for provisions in a shop against rivals. His ruthless demeanor, devoid of mercy, led him to mercilessly eliminate all opposing men, thereby monopolizing both the women and the entirety of the shop's supplies. This ruthless conquest elucidated the source of Zhang Biao's unparalleled comfort. Rising from his chair, Zhao Li lamented inwardly over the unfortunate circumstances. With a forceful exit, he departed, leaving the 9 individuals ensnared in the clutches of dreams, unable to awaken. Chapter 21. The eerie zombies. The situation was even worse than Zhao Li had anticipated. It was astonishing how, within mere days of societal collapse, such audacious events could unfold. Zhao Li, accompanied by the remaining survivors of the camp, resolved to make their way to the military base. Staying here would surely lead to their demise, as the number of zombies was overwhelming. In such an environment, human survival was exceedingly challenging, and it was prudent to escape at the earliest opportunity. Perched atop a bus, Zhao Li dispatched every zombie encountered along the route, reaching the military base unscathed. The 30 or so survivors were finally settled, prompting Zhao Li to proceed to the command center. You're back. How's AQ City? Ling Qi greeted Zhao Li with palpable joy. The situation is dire. Zombies are rampant everywhere. Have there been any updates regarding the evolvers and psychics? Zhao Li inquired after sharing the grim circumstances. There are only 6 or 7, far too few. The number of super soldiers is insufficient at the moment, and resources in AQ City are currently lacking, Ling Qi replied. Leave this matter to me. It is my forte, interjected a nearby officer. This is Commander Zhang Xian, the head of the base, Ling Qi introduced. The survivor camp is under construction. Even if we cannot reclaim AQ City, we can engage in a protracted struggle, Commander Zhang stated, observing the distribution of zombies on the electronic map. Then let us proceed with that plan, Zhao Li replied, seemingly uninterested. His focus shifted to delving deeper into his mage abilities, as he now felt that his offensive strategies were insufficient. In a room, Zhao Li sat by the computer, accessing international websites. The news from abroad was even grimmer. It seemed that the origin of the Black Continent had been completely overrun by zombies, with only a handful of survivors maintaining contact with the outside world. Surprisingly, the White Eagle Nation appeared to be managing the apocalypse rather well, likely due to the widespread arming of the populace, though it was feared that unforeseen complications would arise soon. As Zhao Li perused international updates, he reclined on his bed. His accommodations in the military base were considerably comfortable, retaining some semblance of the privileges enjoyed before the apocalypse. His magical energy was in a constant state of flux, and after acquiring his mage abilities, he sensed the emergence of new particles, distinct from oxygen and other substances. These particles seemed to be inherently controllable, capable of both energy release and absorption, which was truly remarkable. You have comprehended fire magic. Your mage talent has advanced to rare, a notification declared as Zhao Li gazed at the fireball in his hand. With a mere thought to extinguish it, the fireball gradually dissipated into the air. Having concluded his tasks in the command center, Zhang Xian decided to take a stroll, intending to check on the newly arrived civilians at the camp. After greeting several citizens, he noticed a bottle of soda on the ground. Just as he reached for it, a deft hand snatched it away. Looking up, he was met with a captivating visage that made his heart race. At 32, Zhang Xian found himself enamored for the first time. Her face still bore the remnants of youthful innocence, clearly marking her as a student. When the golden breeze met the jade dew, it surpassed countless encounters in the mortal realm. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, the girl turned and fled. He could only shake his head, marveling at the wonders of fate, before lifting his gaze to continue wandering. The girl, having run a distance, arrived at a tent area while clutching a bottle of soda. This was the outermost region of the military base, where food supplies had dwindled significantly, leaving many to suffer from hunger. A single bottle of soda was evidently of considerable value, prompting two men to harbor ulterior motives as they stealthily followed her. The girl made her way towards a less crowded area and suddenly slipped into a tent. The two men exchanged glances and entered the tent as well. The girl shed her outer garment, revealing a pink undergarment that was undeniably alluring, prompting the men to entertain thoughts beyond merely seizing the soda. They swiftly overpowered her, one covering her mouth with his hand, only to be bitten in return. Upon inspection, he found a ring of puncture wounds on his palm. And as he looked at her mouth, he was horrified to see a full set of sharp fangs. One of the girl's delicate hands transformed into a grayish hue, resembling that of a zombie, and plunged straight into the man's neck. She opened her mouth wide, sinking her teeth into the other man's neck, and thus, both lives were silently extinguished. The two men were drained to the point of desiccation, and from the girl's mouth emerged a swarm of black insects that burrowed into their lifeless bodies. Gradually, the corpses began to revert to their original forms, appearing almost indistinguishable from normal humans, save for their pale complexions. Around the vicinity of the girl's tent, individuals of all ages swayed mindlessly, heralding the onset of a calamity and the arrival of new dangers. The girl exited the tent, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glimmer. Spotting a pallid-faced woman, she knelt before her. If Zhao Li had glanced over, he would have recognized her as his former university sweetheart, Zhang Xiaocheng. She exercised caution. We face formidable adversaries, and the time is not yet ripe, Zhang Xiaocheng cautioned before re-entering the tent, causing everyone to revert to their normal states. The girl obediently followed suit into the tent. Zhang Xiaocheng was, in fact, Lin. Although Zhao Li's powerful strike had rendered Lin unable to resist, she managed to escape with her right leg. Unbeknownst to Zhao Li, each intelligent zombie possessed one or more unique abilities, and Lin boasted a remarkable 5. These included spatial traversal, immortality, physical parasitism, psychic impact, and malevolent obsession. Lin successfully parasitized Zhang Xiaocheng, seizing control of her body, and infiltrated the military base alongside Zhang Xiaocheng's father, leading her trusted ally Shi to this food-rich area. The abundance of flesh and blood was particularly beneficial for the evolution of zombies. Though she exhibited considerable intellect, she was unable to suppress her bloodthirsty instincts. Thus Lin remained close by to ensure that everything remained under control. In the distance, Zhang Xian returned to the command post and addressed his adjutant, saying, "Please inquire if any of the citizens we gathered includes a girl approximately 1.60 meters tall, dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt. Notify me immediately upon your discovery." Ah. Could it be that you were infatuated? Surely not. A loli? Have you, my esteemed Commander Zhang, developed a penchant for minors? What shall we do about this? The adjutant jested. Is that even permissible? If not, begone. Your presence irks me, Zhang Xian retorted, watching as the adjutant saluted with a grin. I assure you, I shall accomplish the task at hand, Commander. I shall set out immediately to uncover the whereabouts of the loli, the adjutant declared, laughing as he hurriedly exited. Zhang Xian sighed, a blend of exasperation and a hint of anticipation evident in his demeanor. Chapter 22. The zombie virus. 3 days had passed when Mr. Tung emerged in the city of B Province, Bra City. In AQ City, a king-level zombie appeared but was effortlessly dispatched by Ling Qi. While Zhao Li idly engaged in conversation and honed his magical abilities within the military base, the base commander, Zhang Xian, had already succumbed to the tender embrace of the zombie Shi. Upon rising from his slumber one morning, Zhang Xian bestowed a gentle kiss on Shi's forehead, who remained peacefully asleep before dressing and departing. Once Zhang Xian had left, she opened her crimson eyes, her bloodthirsty instincts causing her body to tremble. However, recalling Lin's command, she suppressed her urges and forced herself to remain in bed. Nearby, 6 survivor camps had already formed around the military base. While Lin devised a scheme to unleash a horde of zombies, having lost the courage to confront Zhao Li directly, utilizing her unique abilities, she had already infected a portion of military personnel, biding her time for the impending outbreak. The zombies surrounding the vicinity of AQ City were slowly encroaching upon the military base, leading to significant losses among the rescue teams. Each day, Fianqi ventured boldly into the throngs of the undead, while Lingqi collaborated with Zhang Xian to organize the base. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, feeling unoccupied and unable to activate the simulator, remained confined to a small room within the base. As day gradually faded into night, all gathered for dinner, and after the meal, they retired to their beds in preparation for sleep. However, many would not awaken, having succumbed to the virus and now existing as zombies upon the earth. Lin had contaminated the base's water supply, infecting nearly half the population, which soon erupted into chaos. In Zhang Xian's room, she lay covered by a blanket facing the wall. Zhang Xian burst into the room, anxiously shaking Xi's shoulder as he exclaimed, "We must leave. The zombies have erupted. There is a mastermind behind this. It is no longer safe here. Come with me." She turned and lunged at Zhang Xian. Her blood-red eyes glinted with savagery as she opened her small, cherry-like mouth and sank her teeth into his neck. Zhang Xian felt his eyelids grow heavy, his strength fading as he slowly crumpled to the floor. When she finally withdrew, Zhang Xian, now emaciated, began to rise once more. "Zhao Li? Where has Zhao Li gone?" Lingqi rushed into Zhao Li's room, only to discover it empty. She inquired of the soldier on duty, "Where is he?" "I'm right here." Zhao Li descended from the sky, his golden eyes radiating a divine aura. "The base cannot withstand this. There are too many zombies outside the camp to manage. I will notify the base and request remote support," Lingqi declared, intent on deploying missiles to combat the outbreak. "No, there are too many people in the camp. It would harm the innocent. Prepare everyone to evacuate," Zhao Li instructed, drawing forth the sword of the archangel, its fiery blade igniting in flames. "What about Zhang Xian?" Just as Zhao Li posed the question, a horde of zombies, led by Zhang Xian, surged forth, and the military base erupted into chaos. "We must leave. The zombies are coming," a young boy exclaimed. In an instant, the entire street descended into chaos as countless zombies surged frantically towards a singular direction, the very direction where Zhao Li found himself. "Damn it, run faster." The boy urgently grasped the hand of the girl beside him and sprinted forth. Survival was the only priority, overshadowing all else. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the city. Lin Feng turned to his left and beheld a colossal zombie crawling slowly, a king-level zombie. Though its speed was not exceedingly rapid, it exhibited remarkable agility. Such a creature was undoubtedly the sovereign among the horde, rampaging with reckless abandon. Should it catch up to them, death would be inevitable. At this moment, the only option was to flee, run with every ounce of strength. "Run," the boy urged the girl as they dashed forward, his heart racing with anxiety. The giant zombie's speed was alarmingly swift, and he feared he might not escape, especially since he was relatively slower. If the zombie were to pursue him, he would surely perish. "Damn it, how could we be so unfortunate? Why is this zombie here?" he exclaimed in frustration. "Why?" the girl cried, her face etched with despair. She appeared to be in her 20s, her eyes now filled with terror. As an ordinary person, she possessed no combat prowess. "Shut up and run. Hurry," the boy shouted, quickening his pace. However, despair soon engulfed them as they found themselves cornered in a dead end of a military base. The boy stared despondently at the approaching giant zombie. In a moment of desperation, he fiercely embraced the girl on his left and kissed her passionately. She, momentarily taken aback, was clearly surprised. "I love you, Zhu Feifei. Let the heavens bear witness," the boy proclaimed fervently, and the girl reciprocated his embrace. Perhaps this was a fleeting moment of belonging before their imminent demise. Yet it seemed there would be no tomorrow. Tears welled in the girl's eyes as they held each other tightly. "Judgment!" a voice echoed from the heavens. And a wave of flames struck the giant zombie, cleaving it in two. Despite its thrashing, the zombie could not alter its fate, and after a few moments, it collapsed into two grotesque heaps of flesh. The boy and girl gazed skyward to see a male angel hovering, wielding a flaming sword. "All personnel, evacuate the base immediately. I repeat, all personnel, evacuate the base." The distant announcement rang out, urging the camp to flee. Ling Qi and Fei Yongqi, accompanied by over 1,000 soldiers, began transporting supplies for evacuation, while Zhao Li attracted the attention of the hidden mastermind from above. With every swing of his archangel sword, he effortlessly decimated hordes of zombies, showcasing his formidable strength. Just as Zhao Li continued to assist the crowd in their escape, a 3-meter-tall zombie leaped from the ground, seizing him and violently slamming him into the earth. Activating Angel Combat System. Minor damage detected. Activating Undying Body. Engaging Reconnaissance Eye. Achieving 5-fold dynamic capture. Zhao Li, with a swift motion of his left hand, struck the zombie, or rather, the tyrant, sending it flying. This particular tyrant, a distinctive specimen among the 4th-tier zombies, possessed the zombie's touch and exhibited formidable overall capabilities. Rising to his feet, Zhao Li's golden eyes radiated an otherworldly aura. The tyrant emerged from the ruins, charging directly at Zhao Li. Undeterred, Zhao Li advanced towards the tyrant. As the creature drew near, it raised its right fist, aiming a fierce blow at Zhao Li's head. With a decisive motion, Zhao Li seized the tyrant's right fist with one hand and delivered a powerful kick to its leg, shattering both of its limbs. The tyrant gaped open its maw, a tendril swiftly extending from within, only to be abruptly halted. Zhao Li's golden hair, transformed into hardened spikes through the process of goldenization, pierced the tyrant's body, ultimately leading to its demise. Withdrawing his hair and releasing the grip on the tyrant's fist, Zhao Li watched as the creature slumped to the ground. Chapter 23. Infection. A laser beam pierced through the horde of corpses, striking Zhao Li and inflicting a slight injury upon his skin. Yet he swiftly returned to his former state. Adorned in dark alloy armor, Zhao Li was unable to unfurl his wings, rendering him essentially unarmored in this confrontation. He summoned the angelic battle armor. As the archangel armor began to assemble, an intricate suit of silver and gold armor manifested around Zhao Li, exuding an air of striking elegance. In the shadows, Lin pointed at Zhao Li and commanded, "Kuan, show him what you're made of. If you can't handle it, retreat swiftly." With a booming voice, the towering figure of Kuan leapt from the darkness and, with a mighty roar, doubled in size. He fixated on Zhao Li, his gaze intense, and charged forward with ferocity, launching a steel beam in his direction. Zhao Li deftly deflected the incoming projectile with a sword strike and retaliated by unleashing a wave of flames towards the source of the incessant laser fire from the undead. Kuan was upon him in an instant, closing the distance with a predatory leap, seizing Zhao Li and lifting him high before slamming him down with immense force. The impact rattled Zhao Li's insides, and Kuan hurled him into the air once more. Zhao Li spread his wings mid-flight, hovering effortlessly, as his indomitable body healed his wounds in an instant. With a fierce roar, Kuan launched himself at Zhao Li again, grasping his ankle and repeatedly smashing him into the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Li was slammed down, creating a considerable crater, his legs sinking into the earth, and his armor becoming caked in mud. His face flushed crimson, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Damn it!" Zhao Li bellowed in fury, breaking free from the soil and planting his feet firmly on the ground. His wings emitted a piercing sound, transforming from white to a brilliant golden feathers. With a powerful punch, he struck the earth, creating a profound chasm beneath him. Countless golden feathers erupted from his wings, yet none were lost to the air, a testament to his material replication technique. Caught off guard, Kuan was struck by the feathers, which detonated upon impact, propelling him several meters away. Rising to his feet, Zhao Li gripped the archangel sword and surged forward, propelled by the acceleration of his wings. A tendril erupted from Kuan's body, but Zhao Li swiftly severed it with his blade. Remarkably, the severed tendril retained its vitality, embedding itself in the ground and releasing several sharp spikes. Though Zhao Li's archangel armor withstood the assault. Fiery judgment. Zhao Li drove his sword into Kuan's body, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that obliterated him into fragments. Amidst the subtle distortions of space, a piece of purple flesh from Kuan was teleported into Lin's grasp. Retreat. Lin instructed her companions, as she, along with the two spectral liches and a tyrant, made their way into the depths of the mountains. After Zhao Li had slain several monarchs, he encountered a substantial force led by Ling Qi on his way to Anshui City. The entire contingent was comprised of a significant number of survivors, evidently gathered along the journey. Zhao Li sat in the vehicle, his visage marked by exhaustion. "How is the base faring?" Ling Qi inquired as she handed him a bottle of water, which he gulped down eagerly. "There's no hope. The horde is far too numerous to contend with," Zhao Li lamented, clearly resigned to the overwhelming numbers of the undead that had ultimately overtaken the base. The military. Just as Ling Qi was about to speak, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, and blood began to ooze from her orifices, leading her into a state of unconsciousness accompanied by a high fever. "What is happening? Where are the medics? Is there a doctor? Call someone quickly." Zhao Li commanded the soldiers nearby, who promptly set out to locate medical assistance. Zhao Li, encased in dark alloy armor, initiated a connection to the communication network. "Commander Cuddy, please respond." "Winchim here." "Zhao Li, please proceed," a female operator answered, identified as Winchim. "Ling Qi is unconscious and requires urgent aid." "Understood. I am currently reviewing the data remotely," Winchim replied as the armor began to scan Ling Qi's vital statistics. Meanwhile, at a distant base, Winchim utilized her genetic capabilities to connect to the dark alloy communication network, interfacing with the super soldier system. Accessing Ling Qi's data. Anomalies detected in genetic information. Initiating data repair. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Winchim activated the genetic restoration function, though it was evidently of limited efficacy. Gene repair in progress. Current restoration effectiveness is less than the degree of alteration. Initiating life-sleep mode. Activating gene freezing mode. Failure to initiate. Genetic mutation in progress. Gene flow instability detected. Unknown genes identified. Dark alloy armor is calling for genetic damage assessment. Ling Qi's cognitive functions have been altered, issuing a red alert. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the base, prompting Major Cuddy to hasten to the scene. What is the situation? Major Cuddy inquired. Ling Chi's data has been compromised and is irretrievable, Winchim reported. Can we communicate with other personnel? Cuddy asked. Commencing communication. An unknown signal interference has been detected, classified as SSS-level mental contamination. Signal lockdown initiated. The signal has been sealed. Communication is being urgently halted. Report. Communication has been severed, Winchim stated as she removed her headset, gazing thoughtfully at Major Cuddy. Well, it has come to pass after all. The scene of the day bore a striking resemblance to the initial contamination of the super soldiers. A cruel reality indeed. Major Cuddy retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and exhaling a plume of smoke as he slowly addressed Kana. Our trials have returned. I once imagined that perhaps we could survive, yet here we are. Faced with the inevitable, leaning against the railing, he surveyed the workers within the base. The current super soldiers capable of resisting the contamination from zombies are solely those with the exceptional immortal physique. The rest are incapable. Presently, Ling Chi's infection has demonstrated that the evolution of the virus has reached a perilous threshold, necessitating heightened vigilance among the super soldiers. We must exercise utmost caution, Cardi remarked. Father, there remains an opportunity for us. The threat of the zombie virus emanates from the infection. Our armor is entirely capable of preventing direct contamination. Even if the zombie virus continues to evolve, we can eliminate them before they pose a significant threat, Kana asserted. You are still too young, Cardi replied. Our spatial leap required over 3 centuries. From the resilient resistance of that era to the subsequent 50 years, you cannot fathom the extent of the struggle. All records have been transferred to the commander's authority within the warship. Even if the super soldiers are immune to infection, the remaining zombies will eventually rival our idealized form of the immortal war god. Prepare yourselves. The time has come to resist. Chapter 24. The malevolent deity Ling Chi fell into a deep coma, and Zhao Li found himself unable to remain still. The medical personnel within the convoy arrived to examine her, yet they could discern no apparent issue. Instead, the black blood that seeped from her evoked a sense of dizziness in those nearby. Activating the eye of investigation, he began to assess Ling Chi's condition. Unknown genes detected, analysis complete. Just as Zhao Li was at a loss for what to do, Ling Chi awakened. Her violet eyes fixed intently on him, and he felt as though he were ensnared. An indomitable body, quite remarkable. With a mere wave of her hand, Ling Chi sent Zhao Li hurtling from the vehicle, which subsequently erupted in flames. As he regained his footing, he beheld Ling Chi's silhouette emerging from the inferno. Clad in black armor, she wielded a massive violet blade. You are not Ling Chi, Zhao Li declared, donning his archangel armor, brandishing the archangel sword and unfurling his wings. I am still Ling Chi, albeit not the Ling Chi of old, she replied, a dark aura emanating from her, suffocating those who inhaled its essence. With a swift strike, she cleaved towards Zhao Li. But the protective capabilities of his armor merely sent him reeling. What has transpired? Zhao Li pondered, bewildered, as those who had inhaled the dark mist rose. Their faces marred by violet markings, converging around Ling Chi. Well, though I am uncertain of the events that have unfolded, I am aware that you have encountered an unfortunate incident. The archangel's sword blazed with flames as Ling Chi conjured a violet energy sphere that enveloped Zhao Li. He was overwhelmed by an insidious energy that clouded his mind, rendering him unconscious. My progeny, heed my summons. An ancient voice echoed within Zhao Li's consciousness, persistently guiding his thoughts. The angelic gene detected the language of the ancient deity and activated emergency protective protocols, establishing a connection with the sacred angelic system to resist the ancient deity's words, automatically linking to the city of archangels, acquiring supreme command privileges, initiating consciousness backup, storing consciousness data, enhancing cognitive agility, augmenting angelic gene strength. Where am I? Zhao Li found himself on a floating island, facing a hazy angel seated upon a throne. Descendant of the archangels, it seems you have truly found yourself in a predicament. The angel sat cross-legged, radiating golden light that pierced Zhao Li, extracting a sinister violet specter from within him. Go forth, I shall handle matters here. With a wave of the angel's hand, Zhao Li experienced a sudden darkness enveloping him. Gene overload. Cooling in progress. Activating the gene engine of the archangel biological engine. Wings of time and space upgraded. The sword of the archangel has been sealed, and the archangel armor has likewise been confined. The permissions of the archangel city have been downgraded to that of a third-class angel. The genetic optimization is complete, resulting in the acquisition of the standard angelic weapon, the fiery greatsword, as well as the angelic silver armor. The angelic system has successfully connected. When Zhao Li awakens, he finds himself naked beneath the covers. You're awake. Have a drink, Ling Chi says, seated at the bedside in her nightdress. Her bare Long legs slipped beneath the covers, brushing against Zhao Li, sending a chill through him. You. Zhao Li stammers, astonished, clearly perplexed by Ling Qi's sudden change in demeanor. I like you. That is sufficient, she states, gently feeding him with a spoon, her tenderness palpable. I do not wish for you to ask me anything. I simply know that I like you, and you like me, don't you? After speaking, Ling Qi sets the bowl aside and straddles Zhao Li's waist, her cascading purple hair and alluring violet eyes exuding temptation, stirring the primal instincts within him. With a faint smile, Ling Qi leans in. As the saying goes, in the morning, I am the clouds, in the evening, I am the rain. Day after day, beneath the balcony. Though not the night of wedding candles, it is a dance of two swallows in the twilight. By the time they rise, it is already deep into the night. Ling Qi gazes at Zhao Li with longing and kisses him fervently. After a minute, they reluctantly part. I must leave. Until we meet again, she declares, transforming into a swirl of purple mist and soaring into the distance. In an instant, the surroundings become lifeless, and all presence fades away. Zhao Li sits despondently at the door. Zhao Li, I finally found you. Where's Ling Qi? Fei Yongqi rushes over from afar. Only now noticing Zhao Li's dark alloy armor signal. She is gone. I do not know what transpired, Zhao Li replies, his voice heavy with sorrow. Admiral Carty was already prepared. The Corpse King has emerged in Australia, now referred to by the populace as Candy Rio, Fei Yongqi explains. Zhao Li suddenly stands up. How long have I been missing? He inquires. 7 full days. The world currently lacks any means to subdue the Corpse King. The power of intercontinental missiles is insufficient to slay it. All of Australia is on the brink of collapse, Fei Yongqi states. On the brink of collapse? Zhao Li questions. Bewildered. According to the simulator, the Corpse King should have already conquered all of Australia. What is happening? He asks. Kana has gone to establish an international survivor base. Managing to stave off the Corpse King's assault through the capabilities of super soldiers, Fei Yongqi explains. Where shall we go now? Zhao Li asks. Back to the base. It has attracted the attention of numerous intelligent zombies, and many high-level zombies are approaching. Guangxi, Fengqin, and Niu Chun are stationed at the base, but it is being infiltrated. We must provide them with support, Fei Yongqi replies. Then let us depart. With a wave of his hand, a pair of wings more exquisite than before manifest before them. Initiate the Archangel biological engine, activate the wings of time and space, establish spatial anchor points, and set the coordinates for spatial deviation, creating a teleportation site 100 meters above the base. Zhao Li grasped Fionki, and with a pair of wings, ascended into the sky. However, before they could ascend 5 meters from the ground, they were enveloped by a vibrant spatial passage. This was the unique wings of time and space possessed by angels, capable of facilitating medium to short-range teleportation with a mere fixed time consumption of 5 seconds. Through the fundamental infusion of the angel system, an archangel, utilizing the energy and computational processing system of the city of archangels, can traverse across star systems. Although it is merely an individual teleportation, the might of an angel, armed with weaponry, is sufficient to annihilate celestial bodies under the augmentation of the angel system. Chapter 25. The base. Upon Zhao Li's return to the base, he was met with an eerie silence enveloping the perimeter, a stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The sentinels stationed at the base were super soldiers, formidable entities whose combat prowess rivaled that of second-tier zombies. Within the base, an arsenal of weapons lay in abundance, rendering the intelligent zombies hesitant to make any rash moves. Activating his reconnaissance eye, Zhao Li scanned the surrounding desertified terrain and discovered numerous zombie worms concealed beneath the sands. The situation appeared quite dire. What had transpired? Zhao Li stood atop the watchtower, pointing at the sandy ground and inquiring. These worms are of little concern. What truly hampers the base is the zombies lurking in the shadows, Guangxi remarked disdainfully, hurling an energy sphere towards the sand. With a resounding explosion, a large crater formed, leaving behind a charred expanse. Guangxi's stellar energy drive was the most powerful among all super soldiers, essentially rendering him a humanoid, mobile nuclear weapon with a terrifying degree of destructive capability. Where is Major General Carty? Zhao Li asked. Major General Carty is not at the base. He is currently attending a conference in the imperial capital, Guangxi replied. Very well, Zhao Li responded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. What has become of Ling Qi? Guangxi inquired. I am uncertain. She seems to have changed, although I cannot discern what has caused this transformation, Zhao Li said, sitting on the platform of the watchtower. A hint of melancholy in his voice. What is the situation across various regions? Zhao Li asked. The White Elephant Nation released nuclear warheads, and the leadership has evacuated. Australia is in disarray. However, the ocean is now more perilous, necessitating aerial evacuations, Guangxi informed Zhao Li of the current circumstances. Have you seen the latest news? The White Eagle Nation is facing super zombies, reportedly due to their cyborgs being infected and transformed into zombies of terrifying strength, Guangxi said. Producing his phone as Zhao Li opened the video, the footage was evidently captured by a helicopter, focusing on a tyrant with a spine adorned with a dozen appendages made of flesh and steel. This tyrant, dubbed the Bloodthirsty King by the White Eagle Nation, wielded massive, versatile tentacles capable of morphing into various weapons, each exceedingly sharp. Tanks were pierced by the tentacles, lifted, and then hurled into buildings. Distant soldiers launched grenades at the tyrant, only to see their efforts met with shimmering silver scales that danced across the tyrant's body, rendering them ineffective. Soon after, the helicopter opened fire, striking the tyrant and showering the scene with blood. 2 tentacles severed in the process. However, the remaining tentacles retaliated, shooting spikes that struck the helicopter, shattering the rotor and forcing it into a crash landing. Silver threads emerged from the severed tentacles, reattaching to the damaged ones, an absurdly exaggerated display of resilience. This is utterly outrageous. It seems even missiles would struggle to eliminate such a creature, Zhao Li remarked, shaking his head after viewing the video. However, he was confident that his blazing greatsword could still inflict fatal damage upon this tyrant, as it was a being far superior to the entities from the Sherman galaxy. Such a tyrant, I could effortlessly establish a stellar energy field to incinerate it in moments. The light system is equally disdainful. Likely only advanced technological methods from higher civilization can offer any simple means to handle such a despot. If it were the White Eagle Nation, they would probably resort to nuclear weapons for annihilation. Are there any new weapons in the base? I shall take a look. Zhao Li stood up and headed towards the base's laboratory, with Guangxi following closely behind. As for weapons, indeed there are quite a few. Would you like to equip some? Guangxi inquired. All right, let me examine the distant weapons, Zhao Li replied. Aren't you interested in close combat weapons? After all, you are a warrior, Guangxi remarked with surprise. Spare me. I intend to dominate the battlefield, Zhao Li retorted. The two passed through the inspection gate and arrived at the underground weapons testing ground. Let us give this a try, Guangxi said, handing Zhao Li a pistol imbued with an alien technological aesthetic, the Q-39, a newly developed mid-range laser weapon. Holding the pistol, Zhao Li gripped the muzzle and fired a shot. Oh my, Guangxi exclaimed, visibly startled. Seeing Zhao Li, with his palm open and unscathed, he secretly thought, what a freak. The advantages of the unyielding battle god genetic engineering's primary gene, the unyielding body, are exceedingly formidable. In the later stages, even stellar energy may not suffice to destroy the ultimate form of the unyielding battle god. This gun is rather inadequate. Do you have something more powerful? Zhao Li queried, tucking the pistol into his waistband. Here, take the QZ-139, an extraordinary weapon from the unyielding battle god series, exceedingly powerful. It counters biological recovery capabilities and possesses high armor-piercing performance, capable of inducing genetic damage. You might want to try it yourself, Guangxi explained. Zhao Li grasped a 1.5-meter-long technological spear with a blue energy structure embedded at its tip, indicating that this weapon has an independent power supply, eliminating any concerns regarding ammunition. The Q-39 is equipped with Z9 Thorn bullets, capable of holding only 5 rounds, with the casings needing to be recovered. The QZ-139 features a crystalline energy core, supporting 3 combat firing modes. Guangxi elaborated, altering the energy structure's exterior with a mere click, transforming the weapon's surface patterns to a vibrant pink. This form of the QZ-139 requires a 1-second charging time, yet it delivers impressive damage, Guangxi continued, then clicked again, changing the entire weapon to a blood-red hue. The current red indicates a berserk mode, allowing for continuous firing of destructive lasers, albeit only for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 minutes before it can be activated again. The previous blue mode allows for continuous firing, but its power pales in comparison to the Q-39. Guangxi elucidated. Is there anything stronger? Zhao Li expressed his apparent disinterest in these 2 weapons. Though powerful, they did not particularly impress him. There's a space-based kinetic cannon, but unfortunately you cannot install it. The permissions for the ship-breaking lance have not been approved, so you cannot use that either. How about a personal energy cannon? Guangxi suggested, pointing at an RPG the size of a bowl nearby. This device is rather inconvenient to use. Perhaps it is best to abandon it. Let us install the QZ-139 into my genetic arsenal. It is too cumbersome for me to carry. Zhao Li extended the rifle towards Guangxi, yet Guangxi did not accept it. Apologies, but currently no one possesses the authority to allocate from the genetic repository. Only Major General Cardi holds such privilege, Guangxi declared, evidently indicating that this matter could not be resolved. Activate the Archangel Personal Armory. The system detected the QZ-139 energy rifle and began the registration process. Registration successful. The rifle in Zhao Li's hand vanished, leaving Guangxi momentarily stunned, after which he fell silent. Guangxi was aware of many matters. Technically speaking, Zhao Li, infused with a unique gene, could no longer be classified as human, yet he retained human consciousness. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Li remained aligned with the Germain and the human coalition, serving as a formidable bulwark against calamity. Chapter 26. The Corpse King far away in Australia. Kana confronted an exceptionally formidable adversary, the Corpse King Candario. This colossal being towered over 20 meters, adorned with an array of massive and numerous tentacles. Its body encased in an armor-like substance of indeterminate organic origin, remarkably resilient. In her inaugural encounter with the Corpse King, Kana was compelled to evacuate a base's populace. Nangong Man and He Wolf were tasked with fending off the multitude of minions surrounding the Corpse King, as the creature possessed a profound intellect. Among its minions were numerous tyrants, necromancers, and zombie lords. The immense form of the Corpse King descended upon the periphery of the Zac base, effortlessly demolishing the fortified walls with a single blow. Subsequently, it unleashed a swarm of black insects, which began to devour the camp's defenses. These insects, known as Corpse King bugs, were parasitic entities endowed with formidable consumption and division capabilities, effectively clearing the path for their master. Fire, Kana commanded, and the 5 artillery pieces nearby commenced their barrage. The shell struck the Corpse King's visage, resulting in a violent explosion that sent the creature crashing to the ground. However, the incessant tide of crawling corpses soon surrounded her. Armed with a QZ-109 rifle, Kana found it less advanced than Zhao Li's QZ-139, limited to a standard firing mode. Yet it sufficed. Each shot dispatched a crawling corpse, while it took but 3 shots to fell a tyrant. Post-defeat, the tyrant would experience a brief revival period, during which the crystal embedded within its body must be extracted. Otherwise, it would resurrect and continue the battle. As the Corpse King regained its footing, it wielded a stone the size of a grinding wheel with its tentacles and hurled it towards Kana. In response, she activated a spatial wormhole before her, redirecting the boulder to collide with the Corpse King's face. Boom. The Corpse King, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed its bone spurs, which pierced through its flesh and extended to the ground. Utilizing these spurs, it charged at Kana with remarkable speed, impaling armored vehicles in its path. While tentacles lifted vehicles and people alike to hurl towards her, Kana could only evade incessantly, summoning a dark golden dagger to her hand. With a deft movement, she slipped into a nearby spatial wormhole. Reappearing on the Corpse King's back, she swiftly severed one of its tentacles with a single strike. Startled, the Corpse King retaliated, its bone spurs lunging towards her. Though her dark golden armor absorbed the impact, she was still sent reeling. As she opened another wormhole in front of her to traverse, a tentacle ensnared her ankle. Bang! Kana was violently smashed against a nearby skyscraper, only to be hurled to the ground once more by the tentacle's force. 2 massive bone spurs lunged at her, but her armor proved exceptionally durable, rendering them ineffective. The Corpse King opened its maw wide, extending a blue tongue that licked her dark golden armor, enveloping it in a cloud of white mist, revealing corrosive marks upon its surface. Go! Kana swiftly exchanged her dark golden short dagger for the QZ-109 rifle, unleashing a shot that shattered the right eye of the Corpse King. The creature recoiled in agony, its tongue sprouting a blue, barbed spike that pierced through the dark alloy armor, impaling Kana's thigh. With a cry of pain, Kana severed the spike with her blade. While in the distance, Nangong Man, wielding a massive shield, forcefully repelled the Corpse King, and the tendril that grasped Kana was severed by Helong. We must retreat. Do not linger, Kana instructed Nangong Man and Helong. As she activated the wormhole, the trio departed without hesitation. Upon arriving at the international base through the wormhole, Kana collapsed onto the ground, her face pale. From a small wormhole, she retrieved a vial of purple serum and injected it into her neck. Almost immediately, she trembled violently, expelling blue blood from her mouth, a torment that persisted for 10 minutes before she began to recover. Are you all right? Nangong Man inquired. It's a specific suppressor. It can inhibit the zombie virus, Kana replied, seated on the ground as soldiers lifted her onto a bed. What should we do now? Helong seemed uncertain, recognizing Kana's injuries. Let us wait for her recovery. How goes the evacuation? Suggested Nangong Man. 30% has been evacuated. We will complete it within a month, Helong responded. The data clear and the plan progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Corpse King, amid the flesh and blood contributed by countless zombies, saw numerous small tendrils emerge from its skin, healing the severed appendages and the blinded eye. When the Corpse King rose once more, its aura had intensified. My lord, 500,000 zombies have gathered, reported a zombie lord to the Corpse King. The collection of crystals is nearly complete. We can commence the ritual. said a nearby black-robed skeleton, bowing respectfully, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with black flames. "Commence," commanded the corpse king, as the tendrils behind him retracted within, bone spurs gradually adhering to the surface of its body. "Understood," replied the black-robed skeleton, gesturing for over 100 gray-robed skeletons to simultaneously cast spells. Blue orbs of magic rose, forming a unique sigil array. "Listen, we shall witness eternity," the black-robed skeleton intoned, lifting its crown and casting its soul fire into the array, which ignited in black flames. Concurrently, the dark array ascended into the sky, halting 3,000 meters above the ground, and began to shrink, transforming into a small black dot. With a thunderous explosion, the dot erupted, creating a spatial passage through which a crimson figure emerged. The entire spatial portal erupted into chaos once more, exhibiting signs of regeneration. The red figure descended beside the black-robed skeleton, crushing its crown effortlessly. "Such a feeble form, it delayed my arrival. Now, I shall begin to truly move." A crimson form emerged, engulfed in black flames, its body expanding once more into a colossal creature of 25 meters. A single horn adorned its head, and spikes protruded from its back. Without uttering a word, it lunged at the Lich King's head. "How dare you strike at me?" the Lich King bellowed in fury, as the zombies behind him surged towards the foreign entity. "You think you are worthy?" The foreign being conjured a sphere of flame and hurled it at the Lich King, igniting his form and filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. From a distance, the skeletal mage in a tattered robe chanted, summoning a multitude of frenzied bone skeletons. "Now, it is time for me to impart a lesson upon you. I, Pegas, condemn you to death." The foreign creature drew a spine vertebra from its back and lashed it mercilessly at the Lich King. Chapter 27. A world in turmoil. The corpse king was ruthlessly subdued. Its bone spines shattered mercilessly. "You have provoked me," it roared, lunging at Pegas, its jaws snapping fiercely. Pegas thrust his right hand into the corpse king's back, seizing its spine and wrenching it violently, sending the creature flying. A significant chunk of flesh was torn from Pegas's neck, while the corpse king swallowed the crimson morsel, its internal bone spines providing structural support. Several tendrils ensnared Pegas, courtesy of a nearby tyrant. "Damnable wretch, perish!" Pegas exclaimed, clutching his neck as he expelled black flames from his mouth, reducing the tendrils to nothing but charred remains. With his left hand pressed against his neck and his right brandishing the severed spine, a dark red aura emanated from him, transforming the once whip-like spine into a formidable sword. As the corpse king lunged once more, Pegas delivered a swift stroke. The corpse king halted before him, a deep gash appearing from its right shoulder to its left flank, cleaving it in two. Yet, the fallen corpse king did not succumb entirely. The stronger the undead, the more resilient their survival instincts. Pegas plunged his sword into the creature's skull, cleaving it apart and retrieving a cerulean evolution crystal from within. Meanwhile, the high-ranking undead sensed the disturbance and attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The cerulean crystal was placed at the center of a circular disc, which levitated above the ground, releasing a stream of brown liquid that formed an unusual symbol on the surface. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everything except Pegas was absorbed into this brown symbol. Suddenly, the sky darkened, transforming into night. To steal the heavens and alter the day, what divine power! Pegas marveled at the peculiar potency of the disc. He stowed it away and prepared to depart. A brown spatial portal materialized before Pegas, and upon stepping through, he vanished from sight. Far away at the base, Zhaoli experienced a wave of dizziness before regaining clarity. The connection with the city of the archangels had just severed, only to reconnect anew. Gazing upward, Zhaoli was astounded to see thousands of moons shimmering in the sky. "What time is it?" he inquired of Guangxi. "It's 3 in the afternoon," Guangxi replied, equally perplexed by the abrupt transition from day to night. Yet, it seemed that the energy from the stellar core within him had intensified, a curious phenomenon indeed. Moments later, an operator rushed over, presenting Guangxi with a document. "Is this for real?" "It can't be," Guangxi exclaimed in disbelief after glancing at the paper. Zhaoli took the document and saw that the Earth's external environment had drastically altered. Earth had become a colossal moon orbiting a massive planet, surrounded by numerous satellites resembling Earth itself, with a plethora of life forms detected. Most importantly, this galaxy astonishingly harbors 5 stars, one of which is immensely colossal, approximately 50 billion times the size of the Sun. Zhaoli, upon reading this, was engulfed by a sense of urgency. A crisis was imminent. Communication had failed, and the satellite was incapacitated. His father. After exchanging a brief greeting with Guangxi, Zhaoli hastened to the base's airfield, swiftly departing for the Yuanza City base in Province S. The zombie crisis in Yuanza City was not particularly severe. However, The survivors were severely suppressed in their quest for survival. Seated aboard the aircraft, the voice of the simulator resonated in his mind. You have gained a simulation opportunity. Do you wish to commence? Commence. This time, the talent simulation granted the following abilities. Frost Lich. Purple, you shall transform into a lich. Your physical prowess will surpass the ordinary, bestowing upon you formidable mental strength. Shadow Companion. Green, you may lurk within the shadows. Where light dwells, shadows shall accompany. Death's Resolve. Gold, in the face of impending doom, your fighting spirit will surge dramatically, granting you the power of death, resulting in absolute casualties. Soulbound Command. Gold, through a pact, control souls and enslave any entity. Divine Star. Gold, under divine protection, your fortune will significantly amplify. Within this talent, Zhao Li discerned a pattern. The gold talents were classified into various tiers. Although the talents of the Golden Evolver bore no limits, they required uniqueness. The Lightbringer possessed stellar energy yet lacked guidance, while the Card Master S Divine Star could replace the Soul Shepherd. Talent integration. Mage, blue, Golden Evolver, gold, Lightbringer, gold. Divine Star, gold, Card Master, gold. Simulation commencing. Simulation in progress. On the first day, you sat on the plane, concerned for your distant father, and felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the previous simulation. On the second day, you disembarked. The Tianzi City base was quite secure, albeit slightly chaotic. Yet your father was faring reasonably well. You resolved to remain by his side. On the third day, the temperature soared alarmingly. You realized you could not allow your father to languish and wait. Utilizing your authority, you procured a superior evolution serum, inferior, ordinary, excellent. The most effective potion available for transforming individuals into evolvers. On the fourth day, your father consumed the serum, suffering from a relentless fever, if he did not successfully transform. Becoming a zombie was his only path. On the fifth day, your father continued to burn with fever, faintly calling out your mother's name in his dreams. On the sixth day, his temperature began to decline, as a horde of zombies surged outside. The drastic rise in temperature posed a lethal threat to many zombies. They craved flesh to evolve and escape death. On the seventh day, with your leadership, the zombies were successfully repelled, and you garnered a significant bounty of crystals. On the eighth day, news arrived from the base. The zombie horde had been defeated, but the losses were considerable. The empire remained intact, and the capital stood firm. On the ninth day, goblins emerged, their advanced technology astonishing all the scientists. They proposed an exchange of crystals for technology. However, you firmly declined. On the 10th day, a band of goblins commenced mining operations outside the base, inflicting grievous harm upon the nation's interests. By the 11th day, you encountered the goblin leader, and you began to suspect that these creatures might not be as foolish as humanity has long believed. On the 12th day, it became evident that while the goblins possessed intelligence, they were also more cowardly than you had anticipated. Your unjust treaty was accepted by the Goblin King. On the 13th day, you met a group of beings who referred to themselves as scholars, cockroach men, whose genteel demeanor stood in stark contrast to their fearsome appearance. On the 14th day, you found yourself retracting your earlier statements. Millions of cockroach men had encamped outside the base. These creatures, evolved from terrestrial life, hinted that perhaps violence could indeed resolve the issues at hand. On the 15th day, the upper echelons of the base covertly forged an alliance with a horde of undead beings, transforming millions of cockroach men into these spectral entities. It seemed that some among the elite were no longer inclined to heed the commands of the imperial capital, yet the resources and support from the capital kept them tethered. By the 100th day, a class divide had emerged within the base, with high-ranking psionics and evolved beings seizing greater influence. You and your father relocated to the inner city. On the 300th day, you successfully met the advanced humanoid civilization known as the Earthen Giants from another world. They were taken aback by the application of nuclear energy, while you discovered that they harnessed magical energy, the source of a sorcerer's power. On the 500th day, you departed Tianzi City for the base, with the city's elite tacitly accepting your departure, resulting in the base's detachment from imperial control. By the 2000th day, the base had evolved into a continuation of the new civilization of the Chairman star system, with more super soldiers joining their ranks. Perhaps they would not oppose humanity. Yet they were no longer warriors of the human faction. The imperial capital had lost its ability to restrict the various bases, each now existing as an independent entity. On the 3000th day, the zombies had rapidly evolved into a new humanoid species known as the Undead. Astonishingly, their leader turned out to be Lin. By the 5000th day, your angelic genes had fully activated, and you were required to meet the Angel King to ascend as a new archangel. On the 5001st day, your archangel city was situated within a spatial teleportation passage, and you would represent the angelic faction in a challenge against evil, shattering the darkness. On the 550th day, it was revealed that the Archangel City was, in fact, a colossal celestial body, with magnificent wings extending from its sides, an unimaginable sight. On the 7,000th day, the terrifying might of the Archangel City instilled fear across all planetary life. Yet, you felt this should not be the sole narrative. Relentless warfare had drained 1/10 of a star's energy, and among the 4 suns that adorned the sky, one was noticeably diminished. On the 7,001st day, the excessive warfare threatened the sustainability of stellar energy. The angelic combat methods proved exceedingly effective, compelling all forms of life to submit, due to an unknown disturbance. The simulation came to an end. Please select your permanent talent. Should the Divine Star be replaced? No. The Divine Star will vanish, granting you a legendary gift pack. Do you wish to activate it? Yes. Acquire the unique item, the Divine Soul Seal. The restricted item, the power of the colossal deity. The Divine Soul Seal is forged from the essence of 5 fallen deities, possessing no inherent effects. The power of the colossal deity is activated under specific conditions, granting 10 seconds of immense divine strength, after which it dissipates. Chapter 28. Tianzi City Base. After an overnight flight, Zhao Li arrived at the Tianzi City Base. The entire base was in a state of martial law, and Zhao Li, leveraging his status as a super soldier, was granted an audience with the high-ranking officials. Outside the base, peculiar evolved beasts were screeching, with thousands of them prowling around the perimeter. The zombie lord of Tianzi City had already relocated with all the zombies. However, the evolved beasts posed a direct threat to humanity. With their swiftness and agile beast forms, it was challenging for individuals of the same rank among human evolvers and supernatural beings to stand alone against them. Upon entering the base, Zhao Li observed many individuals clad in tattered clothing, with numerous people squatting along the streets. After disembarking from the helicopter, he was driven in a vehicle to a towering skyscraper. This location housed military personnel, and he ascended to the 30th floor via the elevator. Comrade Zhao Li, welcome. An official awaited him at the elevator entrance and led him to a conference room where the existing high-ranking officials of Tianzi City were gathered. What is this about? Zhao Li inquired, somewhat perplexed by their warm reception. Comrade Zhao Li's abilities are well recognized. What are your intentions upon arriving in Tianzi City? A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table approached him. As a high-ranking official, he was aware of the national plan for super soldiers. In these apocalyptic times, the Empire had trained only a handful, merely 12 super soldiers. With internal and external troubles plaguing Tianzi City, the presence of a super soldier would certainly instill some discipline among the ambitious. Zhao Li, however, could not overtly express his intent to find his father, as it would be inappropriate for a super soldier of the Empire to speak so candidly. Comrade Zhao Li is indeed one of us from Tianzi City. His father, Zhao Wuqian, is currently settled in the Tianfeng district. The official waiting by the elevator remarked, inviting Zhao Li to take a seat. Our situation in Tianzi City is exceedingly dire. Comrade Zhao Li, we implore you to assist us, the middle-aged official stated from his position at the head. Rest assured, I shall protect the citizens of the Empire, Zhao Li replied courteously. Ah, that is reassuring, the middle-aged official responded with a smile. It was not until the afternoon that Zhao Li, feeling somewhat disoriented, exited the skyscraper. Titles such as Deputy Corps Commander of the Yangqing Camp, Deputy Leader of the Urban Peacekeeping Team, and Military Advisor of the Cleansing Corps, 10 positions in total, were conferred upon him, leaving Zhao Li bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, these were not positions that the middle-aged official could ordinarily control. With Zhao Li's involvement, he could further consolidate power within the base and clarify the ambitions lurking within the city. Zhao Li had no intention of dwelling on such matters, for strength was of utmost importance. After the meeting concluded, 2 men in suits on the 40th floor of the skyscraper observed as Zhao Li departed in his vehicle. What now? Should we intervene? The younger man inquired of the elder. No, not yet. While super soldiers are formidable, this is a matter of state, and does not concern us. We shall proceed as planned. We only need to instruct Jiao and the others to be more discreet, the elder man replied, evidently feeling the strain in his back as he settled into the sofa. The decommissioning of satellites has ignited a flurry of ambition among many. Yet upon the arrival of Zhao Li, all eyes were fixed on him, waiting for a leader to emerge. As Zhao Li sat in the vehicle, he engaged the driver in conversation. How is Tianzi City faring? He inquired. To put it bluntly, it's a complete mess, utterly disheartening. Alas, such is the wretched state of the world, the driver lamented. Currently, a single pound of grain demands 1 to 2 evolution crystals in exchange. How can we endure this? He continued, expressing his grievances. This situation is prevalent nationwide. We must endure until the dark years pass. The driver shared his insights, reflecting that his own life was comparatively bearable, at least free from hunger. Upon reaching Tianfeng district, known for its vegetable production. Zhao Li noted that his father owned a modest two-story house here, overseeing a patch of farmland, evidently a rather commendable occupation. With the driver gone, Zhao Li strolled through the streets, clad in the remarkable uniform of a super soldier, crafted from extraterrestrial titanium fiber embedded with processors, enabling a plethora of functions. In the distance, a mother cradling her child watched Zhao Li as he walked away, yet she remained motionless, paralyzed by trepidation. The streets were predominantly occupied by ordinary citizens, huddled along the edges, awaiting the meager assistance from the government, as the presence of a single base was insufficient to address their needs. Zhao Li sensed the oppressive heat intensifying. The glare of four suns had claimed many lives. The evolutionists and psychics had come to dominate the city, a reality that the leaders could not avert. As disparities emerged among the populace, such conditions became inevitable. You there, halt, pay up. Suddenly, three unruly youths emerged from an alley, their aura revealing them to be fledgling psychics, evidently new to their powers, likely weaker than even a robust ordinary person. Is it truly you? Zhao Li regarded the trio of miscreants, one of whom brandished a revolver. Are you certain? Hand over your valuables, or face dire consequences. With a menacing countenance, the youth with the revolver raised it threateningly, but Zhao Li swiftly grasped the weapon with his right hand, crushing the barrel with a fierce grip until it was rendered utterly useless. Are you certain? Zhao Li inquired with intrigue. Brother, you clearly underestimate us. We are fortunate to meet. Allow me to present you with 5 first-tier evolution crystals as a token of goodwill. The revolver-wielding youth discarded his weapon onto the ground, retrieving 5 pearl-sized, milky white evolution crystals from his pocket and offering them to Zhao Li. Zhao Li had indeed heard of first-tier evolution crystals. He understood that zombies of second tier and above invariably possessed evolution crystals, but they were far more challenging to defeat. First-tier zombies, especially those transformed from evolutionists, were more likely to yield first-tier evolution crystals, presenting significantly lesser risk. Very well, you can be considered a psychic. What brings you to this life of thievery? Zhao Li pocketed the evolution crystals, with no intention of returning anything to the 3 youths. We are certainly not villains. We are the peacekeepers of this street, indeed. In an effort to convince Zhao Li, the young man produced a small badge that read Mao Wufeng, leader of the peacekeeping team on 7th Street. I advise you to tread carefully, Zhao Li remarked before preparing to depart. Hold on, could you leave us your name? It would be courteous for us to pay a visit and extend our apologies, Mao Wufeng said respectfully, his obsequious demeanor quite unbecoming. Zhao Li, came the reply, after which he proceeded to leave without further ado. Once Zhao Li was out of sight, Mao Wufeng spat contemptuously onto the ground. Noticing an elderly man observing him, he violently struck the old man with the damaged stock of a handgun, indulging in a moment of catharsis before retreating to his dilapidated 2-story building accompanied by his 2 lackeys. Chapter 29. Turmoil clearly, in the face of his ravaged home. Zhao Li's countenance darkened considerably. Perhaps it was time to settle accounts properly and demonstrate his strength to the inhabitants of this base. The following day, Zhao Li arrived at the peacekeeping team's office building, his identity already established. No one dared to oppose him. Even the team leader, whom he had severely injured, had sent a gift to Zhao Li's office as a sign of his clumsiness. With over a dozen deputy positions, though lacking real power, he could still voice his opinions across various departments, making this situation particularly enjoyable. Find out who destroyed my home, and ensure they are dealt with according to the rules. Zhao Li instructed his secretary, waving her out of the room, before reclining in his chair and gazing at the sky outside. The fiery red heavens bore a sweltering temperature, causing many to succumb to the heat, while the mutated beasts exhibited increasingly aggressive behavior. The peacekeeping team within the city had also recorded instances of slaying these evolved creatures. In his hand, he manipulated a swirling green thread of energy, the life silk he had mastered through life magic. Theoretically, it could forcibly establish a life connection with another being, contingent upon the strength of the life form. One thread connected to a silver dragon fish in an aquarium. The fish began to thrash violently and soon floated to the surface, clearly lifeless. Zhao Li drew wisps of life energy from the thread, enhancing the health of his own cells. Just as Zhao Li was engrossed in his magic, a fireball suddenly soared through the window, striking him and leaving him momentarily dazed. Minor damage detected. Angelic form is undergoing repairs. Activating Angel Engine. Reconnaissance Eye. Zhao Li's eyes transformed to a golden hue, revealing a woman engulfed in flames hovering outside the building. Her enchanting figure was barely concealed by a few tattered scraps of fabric, suggesting she was no ordinary being, capable of withstanding the searing flames. Starfire Spear. The woman shouted, hurling a lance of fire that pierced Zhao Li's abdomen. Do you know what you are doing? Zhao Li inquired, glancing at the spear embedded within him, addressing the woman not far away. With a swift motion, another spear appeared on Zhao Li's body. Very well. It's time to show you, he declared, unfurling his angelic wings and brandishing a colossal sword of flame as he soared forward. A spear grazed past him as he swung his fiery blade, unleashing a torrent of flame towards the woman, who narrowly evaded the attack. Angel engine scanning. Activating judgment. Adjusting power levels. Zhao Li extended the fiery sword, suddenly freezing the woman in midair, rendering her immobile. Orange red energy emanated from the hilt of the sword, cascading down the blade. A pillar of flame erupted from the fiery sword, striking the woman directly and propelling her into the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater. Zhao Li extracted the spear lodged in his body, watching as it began to dissolve. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, within mere seconds returning to a state of flawless integrity, even his garments restored to their original form. Retracting the blazing giant sword, Zhao Li soared to the edge of the deep pit, gazing at the woman sprawled in its center. Who is this? Zhao Li inquired, pointing at the seemingly unconscious figure. Addressing a passerby nearby. This appears to be the captain of the Flame Evolutionist Squad, Yuwu, the stranger replied after a brief glance. As Zhao Li cautiously approached Yuwu, she suddenly sprang up, her legs wrapping tightly around his neck, and with a fierce twist, she hurled him to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as Zhao Li's neck snapped, and he was violently slammed against the earth. As Yuwu attempted to rise, Zhao Li seized her calf, his left hand clutching his neck. You certainly don't hold back, do you? Fortunately, I'm rather resilient. Had it been someone else, they might have been done for. Zhao Li remarked. Thunder paralysis. Zhao Li produced a card, and a surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering Yuwu limp and collapsing onto him. Hypnosis. He retrieved another card, and Yuwu's eyes darkened as she succumbed to slumber. A wisp of black magical energy manifested in Zhao Li's hand, ultimately forming a small cage-like construct that merged into Yuwu's mind. Dream magic. Dream integration technique. After casting the spell, Zhao Li felt somewhat drained. His mental fortitude was not exceptionally robust. Rising, he tossed Yuwu aside and realigned his dislocated bones. In the distance, the city guards had arrived. And approaching him was Tian Kuo, the commander of the Yaqin camp. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but your methods raise considerable concern regarding the safety of the populace. You are neither an exemplary warrior nor a competent leader, Tian Kuo declared before leading his troops away, leaving Yuwu in the custody of the peacekeeping force. Zhao Li called after the departing Tian Kuo. I may not be a leader, but my strength speaks for itself. Do not let these petty individuals trouble me, or I shall not be courteous. Tian Kuo raised his right hand, signaling with an okay gesture, and the throng of people suddenly dispersed, many beginning to fill in the pit. Returning to the office building, Zhao Li found himself restless, tossing and turning. With a wave of his hand, he requested to be taken to the prison. Upon seeing Yuwu confined behind bars, she spat defiantly in his face. Zhao Li's eyes darkened to an abyssal black, causing Yuwu to faint instantly. Zhao Li successfully entered Yuwu's dreamscape, and through manipulating her dream, he encountered a figure. You should thoroughly assess Zhao Li's strength. If he is weak, eliminate him. If he proves formidable, we shall seek to cultivate an alliance. An elderly man, whom Zhao Li did not recognize and who evidently was not a senior figure from Tianzi City, embraced Yuwu as she lay against him. Is this Zhao Li obstructing our plans? Yuwu murmured softly against the old man's chest. On the contrary, Base Commander Qing Wu has leveraged Zhao Li as a trump card to suppress the higher echelons, preparing to boil the frog in warm water. However, they are all seasoned veterans, who would willingly relinquish their power. The peacekeeping team has already developed a rift with Zhao Li. Although they cannot directly confront Zhao Li, the leaders behind the peacekeeping team have begun to feel a sense of threat. If you merely lend him a helping hand, while he may not dare to challenge Zhao Li, who embodies the Empire, he will undoubtedly not treat the base commander with any semblance of respect. At that point, a conflict may very well ensue. The old man articulated his scheme, saying, then, at that time, we can stoke the flames a little more, and you shall become the commander of the Tianzi City base. Yuwu smiled as she spoke of the old man's ambition. The old man gazed at Yuwu, his heart aflame, and leaned toward her. Chapter 30. Conspiracy. The entire peacekeeping force resembled a gathering of scoundrels, standing in stark contrast to the military's evolved soldiers. The gambling industry flourished among both the evolved and the supernatural beings, with establishments operated by the peacekeeping force, wielding authority over the entire city. All civilian and military evolvers were subject to the constraints imposed by this force. In a clandestine underground restaurant, for influential figures, the leader of the peacekeeping force, the commander of the city guard, the president of the Civilian Evolver Association, and the head of the Qingyu gang convened. Ha, Brother Liang, you've arrived. Greeted the Qingyu gang leader, rising from his seat to address the arriving commander of the city guard, who remained composed in his place of honor. Brother Liang, it's a rare occasion for you to join us. Let us hasten the serving of the dishes, the association president instructed a nearby waiter. Shortly thereafter, the peacekeeping leader engaged in conversation with the commander of the city guard, whose power vastly eclipsed that of the peacekeeping force. The leader was notably obsequious towards the commander. "I've heard you've crossed paths with Zhao?" The commander inquired. "There is no choice. That brat is at odds with me," the peacekeeping leader replied. "Commander Feng has advised me that we cannot oppose him. We must yield. It won't be long before the base undergoes a personnel change. And Zhao Li's allegiance will be crucial for us." His stance reflects the Empire's attitude, the commander elucidated. "Our plans may face considerable delays. The base leader will surely seize this opportunity to suppress us," the Qingyu gang leader interjected, his tone tinged with concern. "We are aligned with Commander Feng, and thus we must consider his interests," the commander asserted. "And what about us?" the Qingyu gang leader asked, visibly flustered. His faction was deeply entrenched in illicit enterprises, and any suppression would inevitably affect their operations. "Do not concern yourselves. Prepare your weapons. It won't be long now," the commander declared before rising to depart. After seeing the commander off, the trio's meal was finally served. As the three dined, they discussed their preparations and formulated plans. In the distance, Feng Bieli engaged in conversation with two outsiders, a gray-skinned goblin and a zombie with blood-red eyes. "We must collaborate. Let us discuss the means of cooperation," Feng Bieli stated. Seated comfortably, "My demands are modest. The members of the undead must possess rights comparable to those of the evolved, both within and outside the base. In return, I believe our undead kin will offer you significant advantages," spoke the red-eyed zombie, who was none other than the notorious Xing Xiaoqing. Clad in a striking red coat that stood out in the sweltering heat, "Our goblin civilization seeks to establish diplomatic relations with your faction, and we shall provide our technical expertise to his sister base. In exchange, we hope to facilitate trade," the goblin declared, devices in hand that transmitted his words. "These matters pose no issues. However, we must devise a more detailed plan. We need to swiftly eliminate the remnants of the past, otherwise any subsequent counterattacks could devastate the base. Moreover, I require more living forces to leverage as bargaining chips," Feng Bieli concluded. "Indeed. Our undead legion has infiltrated the base with over 5,000 members, which enables us to effectively control half of the premises," declared Zheng Xiaoqing. "The goblin army will undoubtedly exert every effort to assist their allies. This is beyond question." The goblins expressed their stance. Yet the exact course of action will depend on the circumstances. Within the barracks of the city guard, a multitude of weapons was being packed into crates, subsequently destined for the commercial district of the base. Beneath the city guard's camp, a cultivation chamber revealed a half-mechanical being. This was a warrior from the White Eagle Nation, painstakingly acquired from abroad. However, it had succumbed to the zombie virus. Despite its high degree of mechanization, it possessed formidable psychic attack capabilities. Although its physical offensive skills were relatively unimpressive, resulting in its prolonged confinement within the cultivation chamber, the commander of the city guard observed the armored evolution warrior before him. Flanked by 4 mechanical tendrils, each wielding a retractable laser sword measuring 2 meters in length. "Very well, let us commence testing the armor's specifications," the commander instructed. The evolution warrior promptly extended both laser swords, effortlessly slicing through a steel plate half a meter thick. Following this, it delivered a punch that left an imprint on the secured steel panel, while the mechanical tendrils discharged lasers, cleaving the plate into several fragments. "This is the prototype of our Hope Armor No. 1, developed at this stage. While it is merely a product of the testing phase, improvements will be implemented subsequently," reported the researchers to the commander. "Is that a reactor at its chest?" the commander inquired. "Indeed, it is a crystalline energy reactor, remarkably stable," the researchers elucidated. "Isn't it rather susceptible to destruction?" the commander questioned, eyeing the reactor encased in transparent glass. "To be precise, this is not glass. It is an energy crystal shield. As long as the internal energy is not fully depleted, this shield will remain intact. Thus, in a sense, it is the most fortified aspect of the mech. As long as the energy is sustained, it cannot be compromised. Furthermore, the reactor can promptly replenish the evolutionary crystals for recharging," the researchers explained. "This armor is forged from steel. Why not utilize superior materials? I recall that the Empire's super soldier armor is constructed from dark alloy," the commander remarked. "The dark alloy is actually derived from extraterrestrial warships, and its synthesis is exceedingly challenging. Currently, we have merely a handful of units. While titanium alloy possesses excellent properties, our base lacks the capacity for mass production at this time. Presently, the steel we utilize is primarily processed from collected materials, as iron ore has not been mined for quite some time," the researchers responded. "If we are to mass-produce armor in the future, a substantial supply of steel will be essential, and the demand will be immense," the researchers asserted. "Very well, that is a matter for future discussion. The current situation is urgent, the commander insisted. Can we install thermal weapons now, specifically augmenting the armor with them? The commander proposed, envisioning that a multitude of armored units might simplify matters considerably. Certainly, the researchers affirmed. How many can you produce within 5 days? The commander inquired, gesturing towards the armored vehicles. 30 units. We cannot exceed that number, the researchers replied. Very well, I shall provide you with 30 warriors. Train them in the art of operating the armor, the commander declared before proceeding to the weapons development facility, where samples of highly advanced firearms had been dispatched from the Empire's super soldier base. Chapter 31. Advancement. Zhao Li stood outside the cell, having gleaned the sequence of events through dream magic. The sexual orientation of Yu Wu was indeed troubling, a concept difficult to fathom. Turning away, Zhao Li returned to the office building, where news of new adjustments from the base commander awaited him. The peacekeeping team was to increase by 3 peacekeeping officers, appointed by the commander himself. These officers were tasked not only with maintaining the peace of the base but also with overseeing all members, a clear indication of the commander's consolidation of power. Met with acquiescence from the higher-ups, one of the deputy leaders of the peacekeeping team, upon reviewing the adjustment orders, mused about the deception behind the FAAD. Recently, considerable funds had been amassed. These could be utilized to organize improvements in the streets, conveniently allocated to the peacekeeping officers. The leader of the peacekeeping team proposed a solution. Since the base was situated atop the ruins of Tianzi City, many areas remained unrepaired, presenting an opportunity to delegate these trivial matters to the officers. The directive from above indicated that Zhao Li was not to be disturbed, allowing him to continue his duties at his leisure. The leader of a certain group, Mao Wu, had been discreetly dealt with, prompting a temporary halt in activities. A nearby peacekeeping steward conveyed the sentiments of the higher authorities. Let it be for now, Zhao Li acknowledged, recognizing his own limited energy, as the evolved beasts outside the city began to stir. With that, the leader declared the meeting adjourned. Outside the city, Zhao Li cleaved through a 5-meter-tall giant wolf, its horned head severed with a single stroke of his golden sword, its body expanding to 3 meters in size. Gripping the golden giant sword, he dispatched all the giant wolf minions surrounding him, while the 5-meter-long wolf king, not far away, fixed its intense gaze upon Zhao Li. With a howl, the wolf king turned and fled, followed closely by the remaining survivors of its pack. Zhao Li conjured a blazing giant sword, and with a swift motion, incinerated the retreating wolves that had not yet escaped. Gradually, Zhao Li relinquished his golden form and discovered an evolution crystal amidst the charred remains of the Wolf King. Spirit Shepherd. From within the evolution crystal, a 3-meter-long wolf spirit began to emerge. This was Zhao Li's inaugural use of the legendary talent of Spirit Shepherd. He could enslave the souls of any beings he had vanquished. The evolution crystal became increasingly translucent, revealing that the wolf spirit had previously been concealed within. Although lacking in offensive capability, mishandling the crystal could provoke a fierce backlash from the wolf spirit, which could prove fatal. Zhao Li commenced the absorption of the energy within the crystal. The crystal contained a potent and chaotic force, yet not all of it was compatible with his body. He needed to adopt an alternative method to harness it. His objective was straightforward, to integrate this energy into his own genes. By merging genetic energy, he aspired to ascend to a more formidable power. While genes might serve as a constraint, they presently represented the sole avenue for his rapid enhancement. Possessing genes of a remarkably superior life form in this universe, he harbored potential hundreds of times more formidable than any super soldier of the Gilman civilization. However, he remained uncertain about how to transmute this energy into his own essence. Perhaps only upon mastering it would he truly comprehend its transformation. However, at this moment, Zhao Li remained unhurried. His ambition was to swiftly enhance his strength. Only in this manner could Zhao Li secure a voice in the days to come. It is only through the possession of formidable power that he could rescue all that he wished to save. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The crystallization had been completed, and the remaining dross had dispersed with the wind. He could already sense that his body had reached a critical juncture, poised to break through at any moment. An orb of energy was slowly rotating at his chest. Zhao Li reached out and grasped this energy, the essence of wind. With the comprehension of the wind's mysteries, he completed the development of wind magic, and his innate abilities as a mage ascended to an epic level. He intended to harness this energy to elevate himself. The wind energy spun rapidly, drawing in the surrounding floating particles of evolutionary energy and magical essence. He required a significant boost to his strength. The time to break through was now. He needed copious amounts of energy. Fortunately, it was right before him. At this juncture, Zhao Li opened his mouth, and his body began to swell, emanating a brilliant red light. As the child of light, Zhao Li fully activated the capabilities of his innate talent. This universal power bank finally demonstrated its true potential, coalescing an energy sphere comparable to a supernova within him, continuously absorbing the energy accumulating from outside. This was the burning of his genes, with fractured strands absorbing energy. His body expanded, growing incessantly. The genetic chains were restoring and reassembling, and compared to the stellar energy drive of Guangxi, the Child of Light was infinitely more perfect and possessed superior endurance. Zhao Li's form continued to enlarge, his aura intensifying. Red flames radiated from his body, his skin transformed into a fiery hue, becoming incredibly hard, akin to diamond. All these transformations were manifestations of his genes. Under the high-energy reaction, his golden skin morphed into a radiant shield akin to the sun, blinding the nearby soldiers with the overwhelming light he emitted. Soon after, Zhao Li's body finally ceased its expansion, gradually returning to its original size. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Li successfully advanced to the 6th tier, his heart transforming into a dazzling golden orb, resembling a miniature sun, while his blood turned into searing golden fluid. According to the data from the imperial capital, all evolved beings would form an evolutionary crystal within their bodies upon reaching the 2nd tier, which would enlarge upon advancing to the 5th tier. At the 4th tier, an evolved being could perfectly manipulate their own physical form, and upon reaching the 5th tier, the genetic locks of humanity would be entirely unlocked, allowing individuals to modify and enhance their own genes through sheer will, thus transcending continuously. The 6th tier of humanity was the pinnacle attained by the guardian deity of the imperial capital, Pichu. According to the highest level encrypted files, 6th tier beings would possess a peculiar organ, while the evolutionary crystal would dissipate, merging into this evolutionary organ, which would wield unimaginable power. The super soldier, having integrated the genes of the Germanic civilization, encountered the dilemma of evolutionary stagnation. Despite possessing an exaggerated combat prowess and an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, a bottleneck remained. This situation resembles that of humans and the robots they create. Although the latter boast rapid computational abilities, they ultimately fall short of human capability. Conversely, the genes of angels seem devoid of such limitations. Zhao Li, infused with angelic DNA, continues to evolve, although this process lacks the preceding stages. It culminates in a direct transformation. Within Zhao Li's being, the human genes have flawlessly merged with the angelic essence through sheer will, rendering him akin to the progeny of both an angel and a human. Chapter 32. Ling Qi in the farthest northern reaches of the Blue Star. All those infected by Ling Qi, both human and beast, had gathered. Barefoot upon the icy expanse, Ling Qi's eyes brimmed with madness. Kneeling upon an altar crafted from snow, her eyes transformed into a profound abyss of black. Yet, her consciousness remained chaotic, and when clarity returned, she wondered, "Where am I?" Her voice was hoarse as she surveyed the desolate surroundings. "This is the forest of hatred." At that moment, a voice, oddly familiar, echoed in her ears. Ling Qi turned, only to find a youth clad in black robes standing before her. "Ah, who are you?" Ling Qi's voice trembled, a realization dawning upon her. "Indeed, it is I." The young man nodded, a dark crimson flame flickering to life in his hand. "I have been searching for you." He gazed at Ling Qi, declaring, "I have sought you for 30 million years. You seek me?" Ling Qi inquired, a hint of confusion coloring her tone. "Why?" "I wish to share with you the multitude of events that have transpired in my presence." A smile graced the boy's face, yet it concealed a tinge of sorrow. "I am in great pain, my soul trembles incessantly, and I require your assistance. What has caused you such anguish? What compels you to seek me?" Ling Qi looked at the boy, whose expression resembled that of a mere shell. "All of this is fate. It was destined that we would meet. You are my savior. Offer this world as a sacrifice to me." With a wave of his hand, the 5-sun star system, the one to which Blue Star belongs, appeared. As he spoke with disquieting calmness, Ling Qi was momentarily taken aback by his words. "This is the forest of hatred, a realm of abyss and peril, steeped in danger and bloodshed. You will not find solace here. I do not, either. This world will consume you, and you shall vanish, yet I shall remain. However, I can assist you." "I do not believe in fate," Ling Qi retorted resolutely. "Do not believe in fate?" The boy's tone suddenly turned cold. "Fate is inescapable. It cannot be defied." As he spoke, his right hand reached toward the sky. Suddenly, a massive black mirror emerged in the heavens, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull that seemed intent on drawing Ling Qi into its depths. Within the mirror, she glimpsed an immense shadow, ensnared by countless threads. Motionless as if in slumber, Ling Qi felt herself being pulled toward the void, struggling in vain against the inevitable, helplessly drawn into the mirror's embrace. "What do you intend to do?" Ling Qi cried out, sensing the peril that lay within the mirror. Should she enter, it would mean her demise. "Offer a sacrifice to the Lord of Hatred. Awaken its dormant consciousness with the world." The youth spoke calmly, as a black vine ensnared her ankle. Lifting her into the air, the mirror's pull unable to reach her. No, you cannot do this. Such actions would lead to the death of all. Ling Qi fought desperately to free herself, but her struggles proved futile. Are you not my emissary? Then my command must be fulfilled. Regarding death. It is indeed a most splendid destination, the youth remarked coldly. No, I am not your messenger. Ling Qi shouted defiantly. Well then, you shall become my messenger. The youth replied icily, forming a seal with his right hand. A strand of dark scripture coalesced from the black vines and merged into Ling Qi's body, causing her aura to surge dramatically. Ah! Ling Qi cried out in horror as black scales began to emerge on her legs, her form gradually sinking into darkness. Dark runes appeared upon her skin, while her ebony eyes remained wide open, seemingly struggling against an unseen force. Alas! Ling Qi ultimately succumbed to her fate. Enshrouded by a mass of black energy, in that moment, the youth revealed a fleeting smile. As droplets of dark red blood seeped from the roots of the trees under his control, merging with the energy mass, born of extreme hatred, directed towards the deceased with loathing and returning love to the living. In the depths of existence, hatred cuts to the bone, while love rends the heart. Day and night. The shadows of the sun and moon go unseen. The seasons remain oblivious to the chill and warmth. Clinging to all beings, let love arise. The black mass spiraled rapidly, transforming into a deep crimson and then into a vivid red, penetrating Ling Qi's third eye, as the runes that adorned her body vanished within. A blood-red flower, reminiscent of the other shore, bloomed upon her brow, enhancing her allure and enchantment. Suddenly, the youth's complexion turned ghastly pale as he knelt upon the ground, spewing forth black blood while black branches erupted from within his body, piercing through half of his form. A dark formation coalesced, and Ling Qi was directly dispatched by it. In this moment, black branches emerged from the youth's mouth, plunging into his eyes, as the branches continued to expand outward from his quivering frame. With a resounding thud, the youth vanished from the forest, leaving behind tattered black remnants hanging from a great tree. When Ling Qi awoke once more, she found herself lying upon an altar, now stained black, with dark mist pervading the area, enhancing all present with its sinister energy. Crimson black armor manifested upon Ling Qi, a result of the power of hatred tainting her once versatile dark alloy armor. Though it had lost its original multifunctionality, its defensive capabilities had grown immensely. Haters. I have heard the divine decree, Ling Qi proclaimed, raising her right hand, a sphere of crimson black energy materializing in her palm, evoking feelings of hatred at first glance. Go forth and spread hatred. The energy sphere in her right hand transformed into countless dark crimson threads, intertwining with all the haters present, who then commenced their path of corruption. Ling Qi sat upon the altar, feeling an unparalleled clarity. The power of the Lord of Hatred subtly influenced her. Yet she now found herself liberated from its grasp. She yearned to revisit Zhao Li. But the terrifying shadow within the mirror invoked a chilling aura that surged from the depths of her soul, leaving Ling Qi's hands and feet icy cold, affecting even the flow of her powers. It was unfathomable. How could such a formidable creature exist? Ling Qi rose, for within her resided 2 evolutionary organs, signifying her as a genuine 7th-tier evolver, since the ability users lacked such organs. While ability users experienced an enhancement in their powers with each ascending level, they were merely granted a slight increase in physical constitution. However, blessed with unique genes, Ling Qi had perfectly resolved the evolutionary dilemma under the transformation of the power of hatred. The zombie virus no longer exerted any effect on her. Yet Ling Qi could sense that the virus was undeniably not a creation of the Lord of Hatred. Chapter 33. The uprising begins upon completing his ascension. Zhao Li led his team of evolved beings back to the city, only to be met with the thunderous sounds of gunfire resonating from within. As they approached the city gates, a multitude of soldiers opened fire on Zhao Li and his companions, instantly claiming the lives of 5 or 6 individuals. Among Zhao Li's group were also those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Flames, frost, and lightning erupted forth, swiftly cleansing the battlements of their foes. A few of the evolved managed to scale the walls and unbar the gates, while the entire base reverberated with the cacophony of gunfire. An insurrection had erupted within the base, seemingly instigated by hidden forces opposing its directives. Did I not forewarn you? Only the strong may prevail. Those lacking power should submit. What are you, if not insignificant? A female zombie stood upon a raised platform in the western sector of the base, her sharp teeth and crimson eyes glinting ominously. A throng gathered around her, her voice dripping with menace. I refuse to yield. Why must we obey you? The crowd erupted in defiance, their voices raised in protest. Do you dare to challenge me? Very well, let me witness your prowess, she retorted. Joining the undead is your sole path. Resistance will only lead to demise. With a derisive snort, she commanded, eliminate them, eradicate these zombies. Several individuals incited the nearby evolved beings, and the undead began to roar, charging madly at the crowd. Base soldiers immediately retaliated, bullets striking the zombies with no effect. These self-proclaimed undead appeared far more formidable than their mindless counterparts. The speed of the zombies was astonishing. Some were caught off guard, bitten, and gradually succumbed, blood spraying and staining the ground. A zombie's claws raked towards an individual, tearing into their neck with a swift motion, blood splattering. Run. Help? No, please. The cries of desperation filled the air as the zombies surged forward, tearing their victims apart and devouring them whole. Help? Please, run. Echoed the frantic shouts amidst the terrifying howls of the undead. A piercing scream shattered the chaos. No. Don't eat me. Help. The trapped individuals struggled desperately, yearning for escape. Some of the undead had succumbed to madness, completely losing their rationality. In the distance, Zhao Li, wielding a QZ-139, took aim and shot the female zombie on the platform, her head exploding upon impact. Yet, miraculously, she continued to rise, blood-red tendrils extending from her neck to ensnare a nearby victim. Who are you? The disembodied had uttered in an ominous male voice, further aggravating Zhao Li. With precision, Zhao Li fired again, creating a gaping wound in the chest of the female zombie, who collapsed lifelessly. All zombies, gather. Her face extinction. Zhao Li commanded as he unfurled his wings, soaring to the platform. Behind him, the evolved beings maintained order. Although many zombies fled, 500 were captured. The current situation reveals a division among numerous factions. According to the revelations from the members of the Corpse clan, the western territories are under their control, while the eastern regions fall under the jurisdiction of the goblins. Many grassroots, evolvers, and ordinary citizens align themselves with the goblins, who have also formed a collaboration with the Corpse clan. Zhao Li promptly organized his subordinates and proceeded to the DC district. Enormous 3-meter mechas patrolled the streets, raising their firearms at the sight of Zhao Li and his entourage. Everyone, refrain from resisting. I am acting base commander Feng Bieli. At present, all soldiers must not engage with our goblin allies. They are here to assist us, announced a foreign voice from the mecha. ISNT that the voice of the base chief of staff, Feng Bieli? What is going on? An evolver nearby pondered, perplexed. Hold your fire. Zhao Li gestured for everyone to lower their weapons and approached the mecha. Inside, a gigantic figure with gray skin, merely 3 meters tall, commanded the machine. Incredible. The goblin maneuvered the mecha backward a few steps before another voice echoed. All soldiers are to assemble at the barracks. Officers of rank and above proceed to the central building. You all go to the barracks. I will investigate the situation, Zhao Li instructed his fellow evolvers and soldiers, waving them off as he made his way toward the central high-rise of the base. Along the route, he encountered numerous human corpses and remnants of mechas, with many civilians receiving assistance from soldiers as they cleared the streets and transported the deceased. Suddenly, a wall collapsed, and an evolver leaped out, delivering a fierce punch that obliterated a nearby mecha, instantly slaying the goblin within. The evolver exchanged a glance with Zhao Li before swiftly darting into an alleyway. The nearby mechas and soldiers quickly pursued the path taken by the evolver, and Zhao Li faced similar encounters thrice during his journey. Upon arriving at the central building, he found Feng Bieli seated at the entrance, while nearly 100 mid-level base administrators stood in the plaza before the structure. To foster better development, we have decided to establish diplomatic relations with the goblins. We seek to coexist peacefully, Feng Bieli proclaimed, applauding his own declaration. Our goblin can cherish peace and are eager to collaborate with you, aspiring for harmonious coexistence in the days to come, affirmed a nearby blue mecha in mechanical, human-like speech. The former base commander has betrayed us. We shall pursue him relentlessly until he pays the ultimate price for his treachery. All positions remain unchanged, and new orders will be issued the day after tomorrow. For now, everyone, begin cooperating with the goblins, Feng Bieli concluded, signaling that all could disperse. Zhao Li departed shortly after arriving. When he returned to the Tianfeng district, it had not been ravaged by artillery fire. This was the sanctity of life itself. For food was paramount. His elderly father sat calmly on the sofa, enjoying his afternoon meal. The outside is chaotic. You should refrain from going to work for the next few days, Zhao Li advised as he retrieved a pair of chopsticks, filled a bowl with rice, and sat down to eat. It is quite safe here. I am unafraid, remarked the old father nonchalantly. As the temperature rises, your frail physique may not withstand it. Inside the house, the air conditioning provides some comfort, but outside, it could very well take a toll on your life. In a couple of days, I shall apply for the evolution serum for you. Once you become an evolved being, my worries will be alleviated, Zhao Li stated. Moreover, refrain from wandering about for the next few months. With my reputation at home, no one would dare to harm you, but outside, those individuals are a different matter. As Zhao Li munched on celery, he continued, all right, I understand. At that moment, Zhao Li extended his wings to shield his elderly father. A bullet pierced through the wall and struck the wing, producing a resounding metallic clash. Zhao Li's golden eyes gazed outside, where a captivating woman, Yu Wu, stood. Chapter 34. The overwhelming battle. Zhao Li unfurled his wings and took flight, shattering the wall as he charged directly towards Yu Wu. Just as Yu Wu attempted to evade, Zhao Li seized her by the neck. Feeling an increasing force constricting her throat, flames ignited across Yu Wu's body. The fire surged from Zhao Li's right hand, engulfing him in a golden blaze, a body of gold, impervious to the searing flames. You have provoked me, and thus you shall perish. Zhao Li tightened his grip, and Yu Wu hung suspended in the air, struggling in vain. Nearby, several evolved beings and psychics sprang into action. A towering figure landed a punch on Zhao Li's golden back. However, due to the scorching flames from Yu Wu, his golden form became intensely heated, and the giant's fist emitted a faint aroma of roasted flesh as Zhao Li captured his arm. The giant's arm was effectively cooked, and despite his frantic attempts to escape, he could only wail in agony. Zhao Li's golden wings spread wide, their razor-sharp feathers slicing through the giant with ease. Water tornado. An adjacent psychic manipulated the moisture in the air, forming a dragon-shaped torrent that enveloped Zhao Li, filling the arena with a dense mist that rapidly expanded. Yu Wu was utterly lifeless, her cervical spine crushed in Zhao Li's grip. Zhao Li summoned a colossal sword of flames, the golden eye of reconnaissance completely disregarding the fog. When the mist finally dissipated, Zhao Li stood firm, wielding a dark red flaming sword, droplets of water cascading from its blade to the ground. Yu Wu's soul had been extracted by Zhao Li, guiding him through the remnants of her memories. As he soared above, the goblin mech observed Zhao Li in the air, rendered speechless. Indeed, the Empire proves to be quite formidable. The elder standing atop the skyscraper gazed at the approaching Zhao Li and could not help but exclaim, "You are now a 6th-tier evolved being, nearly a super soldier of the Empire." Beside him, the undead expressed their concern about Zhao Li in the distance but spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. "We goblins shall not partake in your civil war." A blue mech emitted a mechanical voice in human language before retreating into the building. The elder's body began to swell, growing a pair of fleshy wings, and he soared into the air. After a brief pause, he charged straight at Zhao Li. While the leader of the undead began to withdraw with his subordinates, Zhao Li produced a card, summoning a chain that ensnared the elder's wings. With a swift stroke of his sword, he struck the elder from the sky. A massive crater formed upon impact, clearly incapable of inflicting harm upon a 6th-tier being. I, Wei Buren, have lived over 70 years without enduring such humiliation. You little thief. Wei Buren clawed his way out of the pit, his wings damaged beyond repair. Zhao Li hovered 5 or 6 meters above ground, observing Wei Buren, the elder he had glimpsed in Yu Wu's dream. The colossal flame sword in hand was sheathed, its destructive power too formidable to wield recklessly. Grasping the spirit void greatsword, an even more exceptional weapon, albeit one that possessed a different kind of strength. The young man smirked. "You've quite the audacity." Before Wei Buren could finish his statement, he hurled a miniature bomb from his right hand. The tremendous shockwave compelled Zhao Li to step back, yet the damage proved insignificant. Even without armor or angelic battle gear, it posed no threat. "You must be rather overconfident," Zhao Li remarked, unfurling his wings with perfect grace. In that moment, his pristine white feathers transformed into resplendent gold. Golden plumes shot forth, prompting Wei Buren to clasp his hands together, flesh swirling before him to form a large shield. Nevertheless, it was ruthlessly pierced, even penetrating his very form. With bloodshot eyes, Wei Buren's body, riddled with feathers, struggled to heal itself. "I must say, you underestimate me." "I acknowledge your prowess," he replied, as his flesh rejoined his body. A feat of control that was indeed remarkable. Zhao Li's left hand morphed into a golden chain, tightly ensnaring Wei Buren, who was twisted like a pretzel. The chain began to feel an immense force as Wei Buren exerted his strength to pry it open. "How utterly tedious," Zhao Li commented, exerting force to rupture Wei Buren. Blood and flesh scattering across the ground, yet swiftly coalescing once more. "It seems I truly cannot slay you. This poses quite the dilemma." Zhao Li glanced at the Spirit Void Greatsword in his possession and began to channel energy into its core. The Spirit Void Greatsword activated. Enhanced suppression of recovery abilities. Additional energy disruption capabilities. Activation complete. The entire blade emanated a ghostly blue light, and with a single strike, Zhao Li felt that even a mere touch could be fatal. The blade cleaved through Wei Buren's form, slicing him in two. Each severed half, as expected, retained a semblance of life, though unable to heal. The wounds exuded an ethereal blue glow that seeped into the flesh. "Ah!" Wei Buren shrieked, his voice dwindling, the half with a head flailing as if grasping for something. Ultimately falling still. The golden eyes gazed upon the two halves of the corpse. Scanning eye engaged. Target deceased, no life signs detected. Zhao Li approached to inspect the remains, discovering a kidney radiating a crimson glow. Just as he retracted the spirit void greatsword to retrieve it, a voice from afar halted him, compelling him to turn. I will take that. How familiar the voice sounded, as the visage before Zhao Li felt so dear. This belongs to me. Zhang Xiaocheng grasped the kidney and began to retreat. As a spatial portal began to materialize, she prepared to depart. Angel engine activated. Illegal spatial passage detected. Forcefully closing. Acquiring spatial passage data. Disruption successful, spatial passage sealed. The spatial portal before Zhang Xiaocheng had barely opened halfway before it abruptly closed, leaving her utterly astonished. You are not Zhang Xiaocheng, Zhao Li declared, pointing his right hand at Zhang Xiaocheng, who stood a short distance away. The Soul Master's soul manipulation ability prompted the nearby soul entity, Youwu, to rush forward. With a swift motion of her left hand, Zhang Xiaocheng dispersed Youwu's soul form, causing a violent tremor that ultimately led to Youwu's complete dissolution from existence. Your assertion is misguided. I am both Zhang Xiaocheng and Lin. I belong to the corpse clan as well as the human clan, akin to how your girlfriend is no different, Zhang Xiaocheng remarked. Evoking a sense of emotion in Zhao Li, it was evident that Lin possessed knowledge of certain truths. Chapter 35. The otherworldly sovereigns speak to me clearly. And if you cannot, do not even think of leaving. I trust you are aware of my capabilities. Zhao Li brandished the blazing greatsword once more. The aura of destruction emanating from it causing even Zhang Xiaocheng to feel a twinge of astonishment. Shall we find a suitable place to converse? Zhang Xiaocheng inquired tentatively. Zhao Li gestured towards a dilapidated CAF, its walls shattered, the implication unmistakable. They took their seats on the second floor, while below, the streets were being tidied up. Speak. Zhao Li commanded, his angelic engine operating at full power, ensuring that Zhang Xiaocheng could not escape through a spatial portal. We harbor no significant enmity. We of the Corpse Clan are, in essence, a more advanced evolution of humanity, Zhang Xiaocheng remarked. Do you expect me to believe that? Zhao Li chuckled lightly, addressing Zhang Xiaocheng. Very well, considering the emergence of evolved beings among humans, we of the Corpse Clan can be viewed as a divergent evolutionary branch, each possessing its own advantages. Unlike the evolved, all members of the Corpse Clan awakened to a fragment of memory upon reaching the 6th tier. A secret concerning the origins of this catastrophe, Zhang Xiaocheng whispered, leaning closer to Zhao Li. This calamity is, in truth, orchestrated by a powerful figure. The discovery of the Kierman script by your empire is also a part of this grand scheme. That individual is preparing for ascension and requires an immense supply of sustenance. Zhang Xiaocheng explained. Does he intend to consume us? Zhao Li inquired. How could that be? You are but a morsel. He seeks to devour an entire star system as sustenance. Your existence is inconsequential. We were created solely to assist him in sourcing food, nothing more, Zhang Xiaocheng retorted, suddenly distancing herself from Zhao Li, crossing her legs. Furthermore, the otherworldly sovereign is quite amicable, albeit reclusive, she added. What do you mean? Zhao Li questioned. The otherworldly sovereign never leaves his lair. All provisions are supplied by beings such as us, who have evolved, Zhang Xiaocheng elucidated. Why do you not reject him? Zhao Li asked. Rejection is not an option. Although I do not particularly favor him, I harbor an innate admiration for him. If he were to command my demise, I believe I would comply without hesitation, Zhang Xiaocheng confessed. What about Lingqi? Zhao Li probed. Lingqi has been dominated by thought, effectively brainwashed. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaocheng explained. Have you also been ensnared by him? Zhao Li queried. Indeed, yet I find it rather agreeable, Zhang Xiaocheng stated, attempting to open a spatial portal. A shower of sparks erupted in the air, signaling failure. What shall we do? Zhao Li asked. There is no remedy. She possesses memories and has encountered significant fortune. When I first met her, she was already at the 8th tier. Do you comprehend the gravity? The 8th tier is terrifying, Zhang Xiaocheng exclaimed. Why is there no solution? Can she not be restored? Zhao Li inquired. I am profoundly sorry, but that is not feasible. Should you choose to join the Corpse Clan, perhaps the sovereign would be pleased enough to create a Lingqi for you, Zhang Xiaocheng suggested. How can we prevent being turned into sustenance? Zhao Li questioned. Please. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Don't overthink it, Zhang Xiaocheng remarked disdainfully. Though she was unable to match Zhao Li in strength, she could still look down upon his ignorance. Who is the one spreading disaster? Zhao Li inquired, his demeanor growing serious. I don't know. All I am aware of is that he is called the Lord of Anomalies, Zhang Xiaocheng replied, intending to rise and depart, yet finding herself unable to open a spatial portal. I am truly not Lin, nor am I Zhang Xiaocheng at this moment. I am merely a nascent consciousness, possessing the awareness of both. Please do not coerce me, she implored. Brother, we can absolutely coexist peacefully. The Corpse Clan is distinct from the zombies. The current Corpse Clan is indeed capable of procreation. She continued. Moreover, I have encountered Lingqi, and the entity behind her is formidable. Do not entertain thoughts of self-destruction. Your ability to manipulate space is likely derived from a more advanced research than that of Chiman, but it is futile to provoke him. I am not referring to the Lord of Anomalies. Should you survive to the end, you may encounter him. Let us remain uninvolved with one another. This evolutionary kidney is of great significance to me, a debt I owe you. Farewell. With that, Zhang Xiaoqing swiftly departed, her footsteps rapid. Zhao Li absorbed the torrent of information, left in a daze as he sat in his chair. The Lord of Anomalies? The terror behind Ling Qi? The events of that day seemed to linger in his mind, albeit blurred. Right. That angel must know. Connect to the Archangel City communication system. Request to connect to the Holy Angel system. Acquiring access to the Holy Angel system permissions. Obtaining level 1 ordinary permissions. Inquire about previous memories. Unable to inquire. Current access is at the sacred level. Request communication with the Angel King. Preparing connection. Connection successful. Child? What is it? I wish to inquire about my previous memories. I find this quite perilous. The previous memories have been sealed by me. Additionally, you are currently utilizing a backup consciousness. How can I eliminate the creature that previously impacted me? How can one save a person whose thoughts have been altered? Once thought has been altered, it cannot be changed back, for you do not truly know what she was like before. Every individual is unique. Once altered, it is irrevocable. As for that creature, I can only express my apologies. Child? Is that all there is to it? Indeed, my child. May I inquire about information regarding the Lord of Anomalies, this unique being? Records exist within angelic literature, but only its minions have been seen. Its true visage remains unknown. Communication terminated. Application for backup of angel consciousness in the Holy Angel system. Granted. Backup uploaded successfully. Information on the Lord of Anomalies loaded. Lord of Anomalies, form, unknown. Power, suspected deity, possessing the ability to disseminate evolutionary particles, which can rapidly accelerate biological evolution, though such swift evolution may lead to planetary decay. Record, in the sacred year 3700. A crisis of explosive celestial phenomena occurred within the domain of the angelic civilization, resulting in an extraordinarily rapid evolution of biological entities. The unique organisms that emerged were meticulously eradicated, and the angelic civilization subsequently developed numerous genetic technologies from this experience. In the sacred year 29800, within the neighboring territory of Datuan, an astonishing phenomenon of rapid biological evolution unfolded across 5 major star systems, ultimately leading to their disappearance from the celestial expanse. As Zhao Li was about to rise, he noticed Feng Bieli beside him, observing the beads of sweat on Feng's brow, which indicated a long wait in the sweltering environment. A significant challenge for an ordinary person. Comrade Zhao Li, we preserve all your positions and rights, Feng Bieli stated, presenting a document. Zhao Li accepted it, and Feng continued. Indeed, collaboration is feasible. I see no issues, though I believe a more tranquil approach is necessary. After Zhao Li spoke, he returned the document to Feng Bieli and leaped directly from the 2nd floor, heading towards his home. Chapter 36. Gloom upon returning home. Zhao Li purchased a bag of rice from the bustling commercial street. The area remained unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. The short man was still present. Yet Yang Mao was nowhere to be found. Clearly, the commercial street held significant importance in the eyes of the populace, as no one wished to witness its decline into desolation. In contrast to the dilapidated urban landscape, a thriving district bore far greater value. Upon arriving home, Zhao Li carried the rice into the kitchen before retreating to his room. Lying on his bed, he pondered the weighty matters previously spoken of by Xiao Chong, his heart heavy with contemplation. At some point, he succumbed to slumber. Within his dreams, Zhao Li found himself in a peculiar realm, an expanse of vibrant colors. Absent of any other presence, he stood upon a stone radiating hues of the rainbow. Is anyone there? Zhao Li inquired, yet silence enveloped the vastness. Trusting his instincts, he ventured forth, observing that the flowing rivers of color were comprised of countless grains of sand. Where exactly am I? His bewilderment intensified, and recollections of prior events sent a chill through him. Suddenly, the kaleidoscopic space shifted dramatically, the colors consumed by an encroaching darkness. From the depths of the shadow, a figure emanating a golden glow approached, and Zhao Li felt himself becoming tainted by the blackness. As the figure drew near, it dispelled the surrounding darkness, revealing the original vibrant hues once more. Who are you? Zhao Li demanded. You called for me, and so I have come, the figure conveyed. I did not summon you. What is this place? Zhao Li replied, feigning composure amidst the eerie darkness, realizing that all his attempts to regain control were futile. I return to the darkness. I bestow upon you the light. The figure disregarded Zhao Li's words, extending its palm as a golden butterfly fluttered into Zhao Li's being. As the figure vanished from his sight, the darkness surged forth. With a start, Zhao Li awoke, drenched in sweat. His innate magical aptitude had ascended to the legendary level. Merging with his talents, he had acquired the mythical gift of the Supreme Sorcerer. He comprehended the 5 elemental magics: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. His dream magic had transformed into the dream of magic. He grasped the structure of magical runes. His mind brimmed with newfound magical applications. A black halo materialized in his hand, a manifestation of the dark magic he had acquired in his dreams. Dark magic. It surged with ferocious power, possessing not only tremendous destructive capability but also the extraordinary ability to connect with dark entities in far-off realms. The dark magic coalesced into a 3-dimensional magical matrix, stirring the very essence of darkness in an unknown location. A dark entity, adorned with an octopus-like head, awakened from its slumber. Its small tendrils danced and coalesced into a symbol, opening a slender channel through which a stream of black mist flowed. Having completed this, the entity again succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, a spatial passage appeared within Zhao Li's cubic matrix, filled with the suffocating presence of black mist. The dark energy infiltrated Zhao Li's body, awakening a method of harnessing dark magic within his mind. His eyes transformed into a deep black, and under the influence of dark magic, he perceived the dark energy permeating the air, even the various floating emotional energies. The entire world was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of emotions, with the sky adorned in vibrant hues. Gazing through the window, Zhao Li observed the distant district still embroiled in conflict. The dark energy spread forth as numerous souls, having just severed from their shattered corporeal forms, were torn apart by the chaotic energies of this world, becoming part of it. The elemental magic surged within Zhao Li, conjuring a swirling portal before him. As he slowly reached out to touch the vortex, he felt his hand begin to disintegrate, akin to sand slipping through fingers. Hastily, he withdrew his right hand, which swiftly retracted, now clutching a yellowish gemstone. His fingers turned to fine dust and vanished into the air, while the portion of his body that had entered the portal disintegrated entirely. The indomitable nature of his body allowed for regeneration, and Zhao Li bent down to retrieve the gemstone. In abasement, the base leader sipped red wine, a glint of malice in his eyes as he declared, "These traitors colluding with outsiders will pay dearly, even if it costs them their lives." The red-haired youth beside him inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The Empire shows no response, evidently entangled with the Germans. That Zhao Li has chosen silence. We have no means to reclaim the base. The leader scoffed. "I have my own methods. I shall make it clear to Feng that I am not to be trifled with. Those who conspire with foreign enemies and betray us should not blame me for my ruthlessness. There are missiles at Qing Mountain, though they cannot be precisely guided at present. They will suffice." With that, the leader turned to leave. Bang! The red-haired youth rose, only to have his head blown apart by a gunshot. A man clad in a cerulean robe brandished a shotgun, prompting everyone else to stand. The robed man, aiming his weapon at the assembly, sneered, "Your secrets have been laid bare. I advise you to reconsider. Opposing base leader Feng will yield no benefits, and the Empire will not deliver justice on your behalf." A long-haired man abruptly stood, pointing at the robed figure and rebuking, "Tan Shou, you have gone too far." Before he could finish, he was struck by a bullet, though this time he did not perish. The long-haired man shimmered in a metallic silver hue, clearly an exceptionally unique evolved being. He lunged across the table toward Tan Shou, who swiftly drew a long weapon from his waist and activated it. A surge of electricity struck the long-haired man, causing him to convulse and lose his resistance, his metallic form dissipating entirely. Bang! Brain matter mixed with blood splattered. He was beyond saving. You are presented with but 2 choices. Either align yourself with me, or meet the same fate as he. Tan Shou spoke slowly, aiming his gun at the headless corpse. After a series of gunshots echoed, Tan Shou exited the conference room, having eradicated all guardians on the ground, as dozens of mech stood at the ready. The next step was to eliminate the remaining forces. Tan Shou stretched lazily, tossing the shotgun to the agent beside him. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Chapter 37. The independence of the Kilman civilization. Upon the return of General Cuddy from the imperial capital, the atmosphere of the entire base underwent a profound transformation. The technological assistance from the Kilman star system to the Empire ceased, and the super soldiers and super warriors no longer heeded the commands from the capital. The reason was simple. The restrictions imposed on the genes of these super beings had always been a mere fabrication. Cuddy's mission extended beyond mere survival. He was determined to perpetuate the Kilman civilization. The treaty was rendered null and void, and the super soldier base evolved into a bastion of Kilman culture. The entirety of Province C became a colony of the Kilman, with numerous civilian survivors being assimilated and genetically enhanced, a process that necessitated an abundance of nutrient solutions and energy. Only 2 of the 12 super warriors remained by Cuddy's side, Kana and Guangxi. The imperial capital still boasted the allegiance of the majority of super soldiers and super warriors for its defense, yet without the support of extraterrestrial technology. Its capacity for control diminished significantly. The base city, situated at the periphery of the capital, had completely severed ties with it and entered a state of self-governance. In a remarkably short span, the Kilman base city underwent extensive renovations. The alien warships, equipped with nanotechnology and raw materials, facilitated the production of advanced goods, reflecting the essence of a sophisticated civilization. The surface of the base was encased in steel, resembling an impenetrable fortress of war. Energy cannons were strategically positioned in every corner, and thousands of super soldiers emerged as a result of this period of transformation. Through the reconnaissance capabilities of the warship, Cuddy successfully identified a teleportation portal located beneath the T province of the Empire, its source linked to a ochre-hued celestial body not far from the blue planet. Observations suggested a connection to a higher civilization, yet discrepancies indicated that the opposing force might not be as formidable as anticipated. Kana presented a report to Cuddy, articulating her insights. "What is the situation?" Cuddy inquired. "We have clandestinely captured an intelligent being known as a goblin, possessing considerable intellect and advanced mechanized weaponry. Further interrogation is ongoing," Kana reported. "Understood. You may leave," Cuddy replied, turning his attention to the large screen and donning a helmet connected to the command console. This helmet was specifically designed for the command personnel of the Kilman civilization, significantly enhancing their processing capabilities and enabling the commander's consciousness to substitute for artificial intelligence, thereby providing subordinates with more precise directives. Kana departed and soon found Guangxi, whose stellar energy drive served as the cornerstone for the base's power supply. Seated comfortably, Guangxi greeted Kana's arrival with a smile. "What brings the young lady to my quarters at this hour?" Exhaustion etched on her face, Kana collapsed onto a recliner and sighed. "I am utterly drained. The circumstances here differ vastly from those in the Kilman star system. Many of our previous plans have proven ineffective, and events seem to spiral beyond our control. The cataclysmic eruptions within the Ermin galaxy are unfathomably terrifying, with countless super warriors, particularly the elite among them, experiencing severe psychological aberrations after being infected. This leads to cataclysmic battles, where vanquishing an elite super warrior proves to be an extraordinarily arduous task, often resulting in the obliteration of one or even two habitable planets. This scenario presupposes that the indomitable war gods among the elite super warriors remain uninfected. Otherwise, individuals like Kana would not even have the opportunity to retreat. Once super warriors possessing spatial jump genes succumb to infection, the entire battlefield collapses entirely. Without a spatial distortion reactor, any location could potentially harbor an infected super warrior. The top-tier warriors of the indestructible war god genetic engineering bear significant responsibilities. Yet invincibility does not guarantee victory. The banishment of space, the transfer of god-slaying weapons, and the deployment of planet annihilation weapons exacerbate the dire state of the Ermin conflict, prompting Katie to retreat to Blue Star aboard his warship. For centuries, the outcome of this conflict has remained shrouded in mystery. No one knows who truly emerged victorious. But the prospects appear grim. "Do you think we can develop the secondary star spear?" Light's inquiry interrupted Kana's contemplation. "Of course, it can be considered a planet annihilation weapon. I wonder if it might cause problems, given that celestial body is quite close to us. Without adequate preparation, the descent of a supermeteorite could be disastrous." "It's possible, but the planet annihilation weapon aboard the warship is limited in quantity and will not be deployed unless absolutely necessary by the commander. It is truly vexing to be dealing with your father. Z Province has established over 30 base cities, undoubtedly aligning with the Ermin faction. Although relations with the imperial capital have soured, they have yet to reach a state of hostility. Moreover, Katie has gained complete control over Z Province's nuclear energy weapons. The crises of zombies and evolved beasts remain rampant. The emergence of the undead merely serves to compel a multitude of higher-tier zombies to consolidate their forces, which is not promising news for the human elite, as it implies that the undead possess the capability to systematically dismantle their opposition. Despite the numerous base cities, many survivors continue to wander within the territories of the undead. In comparison to the bloodlust of the zombie hordes, the slaughter among kin poses an even greater peril. Living conditions in the regions inhabited by evolved beasts are exceedingly harsh. Even evolved individuals or psychics struggle to survive. In the sweltering heat, the temperament of evolved beasts becomes increasingly hostile. Ordinary humans, to a certain extent, have been enhanced by the evolutionary particles in the air, although they remain far from the level of evolved beings. Surviving in temperatures exceeding 50 degrees is indeed a formidable challenge. Katie's plans are exceedingly precise. He intends to reignite the Super Warrior program, focusing primarily on the indestructible war god genetic engineering. This endeavor demands immense energy and requires the highest-grade purple nutrient solution, whereas the super warriors from the super brain genetic engineering need only the blue grade. However, Katie does not plan to manufacture super warriors on such a grand scale. The downfall of the city of Kierman is rooted in mutual infection. Once comrades have turned upon one another, this cycle of destruction inevitably paves the way to decline. An abundance of resources has been funneled into the foundational city of Kierman, both from within the province and beyond. The support provided by Cuddy to the base city of Province Z is solely predicated on the supply of weaponry, which has resulted in a scarcity of food and certain essential resources across various base cities. However, there is no need for concern regarding energy, as the evolutionary crystals are imbued with vast quantities of power. The populace of the lower-tier base cities endures a harsh existence. Recent calamities have rendered many crops unsustainable, and water resources have also fallen into a state of shortage. The foremost dilemma for the majority of individuals in this world is how to simply survive. Chapter 38. The History of Goblin Civilization on the celestial body inhabited by goblins. There exist 5 kingdoms composed entirely of these diminutive beings. Although the goblins have ascended to the status of dominators on their planet, their frail physiques remain an insurmountable flaw. In the course of their existence, external adversaries emerged, instilling both fear and the necessity for confrontation among the goblins. The calamity of the undead posed no significant threat to them, as the frail bodies of zombie goblins were incapable of evolution. Perhaps this represented a peculiar advantage of their perceived inadequacy, resulting in little disturbance. However, tranquility was short-lived. Less than 5 centuries after the undead catastrophe, a portal manifested above the capital of one kingdom, from which countless skeletons emerged. Faced with this overwhelming horde, the timid goblins chose retreat, while a faction resolved to fight. The battle was brutal, and those goblins who engaged in combat ultimately became goblin skeletons, roaming the surface, while those who retreated found refuge 1,000 meters underground. It is difficult to fathom how mere skeletons and ethereal flames could bring down an entire civilization of goblins. In the ensuing 30,000 years, the subterranean goblins launched repeated probes against the surface, while technological advancement became their sole recourse. From goblins mounted on long-snout giant rats wielding spears, to those brandishing alchemical firearms clad in leather, they progressed to alchemical rifles, alchemical energy cannons, and eventually the mechanized armaments they utilize today. The goblins successfully secured a modest portion of surface territory and, through the enigmatic portals, managed to reach Blue Star. The undead disaster on Goblin Star thrived due to the incessant transportation through these portals and the relentless creation of skeletons by a skeletal sorcerer who fashioned them from bones. The extinguishing of the soul flame would lead to the complete demise of a skeleton, yet the goblins remained unaware of how this flame could be extinguished. As long as they could vanquish the bones and extract the soul flame, it would gradually extinguish, albeit the bones required incineration. Otherwise, a new skeleton could emerge under the influence of the skeletal sorcerer. The subterranean resources provided a solid foundation for goblin technology. Yet they were insufficient to defeat the skeletal undead, for behind the skeletons lay a vast planetary civilization, a realm of the undead, teeming with entities that required no rest or sustenance. All these undead were engaged in an unending struggle, consuming each other's soul flames to strengthen themselves. Defeated skeletons would merely coalesce once more, rekindling their soul flames. This was the cycle. Goblins' mechanized armor endowed them with enhanced combat capabilities, while their alchemical cannons possessed tremendous destructive power, capable of shattering even colossal skeletal beasts with a single shot. However, the acquisition of energy remained reliant on the alchemical liquid sourced from underground, which had been nearly depleted after millennia of use, making the search for new energy sources imperative. The portals were not activated by the undead. Their origin remains a mystery. Within this galaxy, Blue Star, Goblin Star, and the realm of the undead are intricately linked, suggesting that the spread of calamity may not be confined solely to Blue Star. The goblins are fortunate, while the realm of the undead seems to remain unaffected. The emergence of portals has provided the warlike undead with a pathway to external conflicts. Otherwise, it would have taken millions of years for a capable undead being to traverse the stars. The goblin civilization was caught off guard by the newly arrived undead, and when they prepared to counterattack, they encountered even more formidable foes. The advent of 9th and 8th tier undead inflicted further wounds upon the goblin civilization. Though they are undead, these beings exhibit intelligence, rendering the goblins mere playthings, despite their struggles for survival. The reason for their continued existence lies in the undead's reluctance to extinguish them completely. Weakness does not necessarily equate to destruction. It may simply signify a desire for preservation. Like jesters, the goblins floundered amidst the sea of low-tier undead. Over the subsequent 3 millennia, the goblins established vast underground cities, Amidst the blending of information, many goblins became engrossed in their own pleasures, entirely indifferent to the calamities above ground. It was only when a goblin named Tyran unified the goblin kingdom that they entered a militaristic era, effectively repelling the undead with numerous goblin legions. With the formation of the portals, the goblins first set foot into the Blue Star. Leading the expedition was Tyran's uncle, Typhon, who, accompanied by 2,000 mechanized goblin warriors, descended to a depth of 1,000 meters below the Blue Star's surface. Thankfully, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, this mere distance posed no significant challenge. Foam Belly aspired to become the base commander and required extensive support. Thus, he covertly engaged with the cult of the Spirit of the Dead and the Undead clans, subsequently seeking backing from the Empire. However, the Empire appeared to be lacking in resources, and it seemed some issues had arisen within its ranks. Hence, after placating Jolly, he planned to take decisive action. The arrival of the goblins bolstered Foam Belly's chances, for although their weaponry could not rival the potent firearms procured from the Sherman base, they were notably superior to previous armaments. Under the negotiation between Foam Belly and Typhon, the 2,000 goblins contributed their strength to support Foam Belly's ascent. The results were evident. When facing evolvers and psychics of the third tier and above, the mechanized suits began to struggle. The materials utilized in these suits were a unique metal from the goblin planet, Meijin. While its hardness and performance were comparable to titanium alloys, there remained significant differences. Third-tier evolvers possessed the capability to breach the mechanized suits, yet Foam Belly's headquarters commanded peacekeeping forces, city guards, and a substantial portion of the military. The former base commander could only escape under the protection of his confidants. What he did not anticipate was that Foam Belly had spared no effort in securing his position as base commander. Tincho, the former commander's nephew, had been thoroughly bribed by Foam Belly, and after extracting the special tactics held by the base commander, he struck decisively. Meanwhile, Tyrant of the Goblin Kingdom resolved to migrate towards the Blue Star, as the Goblin planet was rife with high-tier undead, rendering it increasingly inhospitable for their kind. Unbeknownst to Tyrant, the Goblin planet, once dominated by his kin, had changed hands, with a new race, the Spirit-Eyed, now thriving as the most comfortable indigenous life forms. Aside from the undead, the Spirit-Eye individuals are inherently endowed with remarkable mental prowess, their souls exhibiting considerable strength. Initially, they served as prime targets for the emergence of the undead. However, the advent of advanced undead entities altered this dynamic. When the ninth-tier undead lord descended upon the Goblin Star, the Spirit-Eye people pledged their unwavering loyalty, thereby receiving the boon of survival. After all, the undead possess a pronounced inclination to attack living beings. Yet, the lower-tier undead are often lacking in intelligence and easily manipulated. In contrast, the higher-tier undead possess the wisdom to engage in collaboration with sentient beings. While flesh and blood may satiate their primal cravings, they yield no tangible benefits. Thus, the Spirit-Eye individuals found their existence intertwined with the formidable undead. Chapter 39. The substellar sphere. The evolution of the civilization within the Kerman star system diverges significantly from the misfortunes of the gnomes. Emerging from the ashes of a nuclear war, this stellar civilization boasts remarkably comprehensive technological advancement, akin to the creation of a substellar sphere derived from the blue planet. At the moment when the gnomes aided Foam Belly in governing Base City, half the world witnessed a vertical beam of light emanating from Province C, piercing directly towards the gnome star. A spear, measuring 5 meters in length, was launched from an acceleration device, soaring through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds and producing a sonic boom as it hurtled towards the gnome star. The 25 ninth-tier undead lords residing on Gnome Star rose to the occasion, ascending to altitudes of several thousand meters. These formidable lords sensed an apocalyptic threat emanating from the approaching spear. With astonishing velocity, the substellar spear advanced, prompting the 25 lords to unite and form a colossal shield crafted from bone, which shimmered in a dark golden hue. However, with a resounding crash, the bone shield shattered, and the spear struck one of the Black Bone Lords directly. Clad in armor forged from his own skeletal remains, the Black Bone Lord found himself unable to withstand the spear's might, being forced down towards the ground. During his descent, the bone armor began to fracture, and under the tumultuous rage of his soul fire, it disintegrated into fragments. The spear pierced the Black Bone Lord's essence, and as it crashed to the surface, it created a vast crater measuring several thousand meters in diameter. The Black Bone Lord, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, was driven deep into the earth by the spear's formidable force, causing a significant tremor throughout the realm. The spear had penetrated the Black Bone Lord's bones, causing his soul fire to flicker in astonishment at the spear's terrifying power. With a desperate grasp, he reached for the spear, intending to extract it from his corporeal form. The spear's surface glistened with golden patterns, and a crimson glow emanated from its tip. A tremendous surge of energy began to coalesce, compelling the Blackbone Lord to hastily remove his own head and hurl it away. Suddenly, a colossal column of flame erupted from the 1,000-meter-deep pit left by the Blackbone Lord's explosion, unleashing a powerful force that destabilized the ground. Volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts ensued. Following the fiery column, a torrent of magma gushed forth, annihilating all life in the vicinity of the crater, leaving only a scant few undead to survive. Amidst the crimson flames floated a massive, ash-red soul fire, merging with the shards of fractured bone. Gradually, from the mound of bones beneath the magma emerged a gigantic skeleton, imbued with the ash-red soul fire. The Blackbone Lord had not perished. His soul fire remained alight, signifying his continued existence, a notable advantage of being undead. The remaining 24 lords hovered above the Blackbone Lord, evidently harboring ulterior motives. With a fearsome roar, the Blackbone Lord's soul fire surged, and the undamaged bones nearby fused with his form, restoring his skeletal frame to its original height of 1,000 meters. Yet, the other lords remained undeterred in their intentions. A bolt of lightning struck the Blackbone Lord, shattering his right arm with a resounding crack. The soul fire of the Blackbone Sovereign trembled as it was struck by lightning, yet he immediately materialized a pitch-black long spear. Beside him, lava surged forth, splashing onto his form. Grasping the long spear, the Blackbone Sovereign pointed towards the several sovereigns in the sky, transmitting a mental message. I have endured severe injuries to withstand this assault. Do you not feel shame in treating me thus? If I perish, who will stand against the next onslaught? This land shall be utterly annihilated. At that moment, a crimson spear pierced the Blackbone Sovereign. As the 5-meter-tall Redbone Sovereign leapt from the heavens onto the Blackbone Sovereign's back, gripping the spear and viciously slashing downwards, leaving a deep gash across his back. Ah, you insolent child. Before the Blackbone Sovereign could finish his exclamation, the Redbone Sovereign's eyes blazed with soul fire, and he swung the spear horizontally. A chilling gleam sliced through the Blackbone Sovereign's thigh, shattering it completely. Just then, a towering sovereign, 1,000 meters high, descended directly from the sky, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball, and struck the Blackbone Sovereign's head with a colossal fist adorned with massive bone spikes. The skeletal visage of the Blackbone Sovereign shattered, but his immense form, now missing a leg, collapsed into the lava. In that instant, the downed Blackbone Sovereign swung his spear, carving a profound wound into the chest of his adversary. Black gas seeped continuously from the ruptured armor, prompting the towering sovereign to hastily cover the breach, as threads of black energy began to mend the damaged armor. Black gas sovereign, how could you strike against me? I am utterly disheartened. The fallen Blackbone Sovereign's soul fire surged once more as he swiftly appeared behind the Black Gas Sovereign, his left hand brandishing the spear in a lethal arc aimed at the latter's head. Buzz. Threads emerged from the armor of the Black Gas Sovereign, penetrating the soul fire of the Blackbone Sovereign, causing it to dim. Yet, the grayish-red flames continued to scorch the threads. Boom. The long spear of the Blackbone Sovereign fell into the lava, and he gazed at the purple chains that pierced his chest. Just as he was about to turn, the chains yanked violently. Crash. The skeletal structure comprising the Blackbone Sovereign's colossal form shattered, leaving a vast mass of grayish-red soul fire suspended in the air. Before the 24 sovereigns, this ethereal flame remained motionless. Your actions are commendable. I am pleased. However, weakness is the original sin. A skeleton clad in purple crystalline armor grasped the chains, hovering in midair while conveying a mental message. Under this influence, the soul fire divided into 24 portions, with half of the original mass claimed by the purple crystal sovereign, the skeleton wielding the chains, followed by the Black Gas Sovereign taking 1/5, the Redbone Sovereign 1/10, and the remaining sovereigns equally sharing the rest of the soul fire. The recent turmoil has precipitated catastrophic natural disasters on the Goblin Star, with the underground Goblin clan suffering the most severe repercussions. The subterranean city, once nestled near a deep pit, has collapsed entirely, burying all its inhabitants beneath the earth. A whole city of goblins lies neatly entombed underground. The entire underground realm has been profoundly affected, and the devastation of the Goblin City has been extensive. Consequently, the Goblins' migration plan had to be expedited. For the first time, the Goblin royal family traversed to the Blue Star through a portal, and with the assistance of the base city, they established a new Goblin City near the Nine Mountains. Unlike before, this time the Goblin City can finally bask in the sunlight. Chapter 40. New orders from the base. New systems. 3 days had elapsed, during which Zhao Li, utilizing covert communication technology, successfully acquired the evolutionary serum from the German base, enabling his elderly father to ascend to the rank of a first-level evolver. Compared to supernatural beings, First-level evolvers demonstrate superior adaptability, whereas supernatural beings possess extraordinary combat prowess but are often physically frail. Each possesses its own advantages, leaving Zhao Li in a state of uncertainty. With high temperatures becoming the norm, ordinary individuals have no recourse other than evolution. Fortunately, the base has introduced evolutionary serums, though these are significantly inferior to the exceptional serums obtained from the German base. Within the confines of the base, the best available is merely the standard evolutionary serum, while no serum capable of granting supernatural abilities has yet been developed. In the following days, Zhao Li refrained from working at the peacekeeping headquarters and did not lead evolvers in the extermination of evolutionary beasts. The threat of zombies had notably diminished. Following a collaboration with Feng Bieli and Zhang Xiaoqing, not a single zombie could be found within a 100-mile radius. Over the next 10 days, as Zhao Li observed the newly constructed walls in the distance, he inquired of his neighbors and learned that the Feng base had issued new directives. The entire base has been divided into inner and outer cities, with third-level and above evolvers or second-level and above supernatural beings permitted to reside in the inner city, where they would receive living provisions, albeit contingent upon the completion of tasks assigned by the base. The outer city, devoid of any living guarantees, also mandates task completion, albeit with simpler assignments, primarily involving agricultural or factory work. Recently, due to the collaboration with the Earth Elementals, numerous factories and farmlands have emerged outside the base city. However, the continual assaults from evolutionary beasts have rendered the mortality rate among construction workers higher than that of the teams tasked with hunting down these beasts. The deaths of outer city personnel primarily result from construction activities outside the city, yet factories and farmland must still be established. Consequently, personnel from the outer city are frequently called upon for construction assignments. As for the task quotas required for the inner city, Zhao Li genuinely expressed ignorance. Nevertheless, he had received quite a few benefits. Members of the peacekeeping team personally delivered vegetables and food on Sundays, accompanied by a modest supply of meat. Seated among a crowd near the neighborhood, Zhao Li watched several middle-aged individuals engaged in a game of chess, powerful evolvers, and supernatural beings who could afford to indulge in leisure during this time. Anyone plucked from this assembly would not possess a rank lower than 4th level, and even the peacekeeping team dared not intervene. Old one from next door has gone outside the city on a mission, did you know? Remarked a balding middle-aged man in conversation. How could I not know? He went and never returned. The mission failed, and several people died. When he came back, he was immediately sent to the outer city. I saw him. He was covered in blood, looking quite wretched, recounted another man, fanning himself and displaying a look of palpable dread. Are the evolutionary beasts outside the city truly that formidable now? Zhao Li inquired as he settled onto a small stool. Ah, you have no idea. The evolved beasts outside the city are incredibly fierce. The last lion dog I encountered was so swift that it left no trace behind. If it hadn't gotten stuck in the armored vehicle's door, I would have never been able to strike it. The balding middle-aged man remarked. You took on that task as well? I initially thought it was just a small lion dog, but when I saw it, it was actually 5 to 6 meters in size, larger than a lion. Quite terrifying indeed. The middle-aged man's words prompted another young man nearby to speak, clearly having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the lion dog. What level is that lion dog? It sounds formidable, Zhao Li inquired with a smile. Listen, when taking on missions, you must avoid A-level tasks at all costs. Also, refrain from accepting missions involving evolved beasts that appear numerous or are extremely agile. Those can be quite perilous. Take the currently formidable third-tier striped spirit cat, for example. Although it seems like a B-level task and appears simple if that cat takes off, not even a 4th-tier beast stands a chance against it. It vanishes without a trace, the balding middle-aged man cautioned. What kinds of tasks do we usually accept? Zhao Li asked earnestly. While the benefits in the inner city are decent, we operate on a points system. Basic benefits deduct 100 points weekly, and better treatments require even more. B-level tasks yield 30 to 50 points, providing a degree of safety. A-level tasks can offer over 100 points, but they carry significant risk. Thus, B-level missions are the most advisable, replied the man with the fan. What about those in the outer city? I've looked around and found not a single vacant bench, a young man standing nearby asked. Our system dictates that the inner city can only undertake tasks rated D or higher, while the outer city can accept tasks ranging from F to D. D tasks are prioritized for the inner city, so it's quite fair. Although the outer city has fewer points, the difficulty of their tasks is notably reduced. The fan-wielding middle-aged man explained. I find that hard to believe. That construction worker rose from F to D level, yet there are still few people around. The balding middle-aged man countered. Who knows what level of evolved beast may be lurking out there? It's dangerous. A task may be rated D, but even a 5th-tier evolved beast could appear outside the base. Furthermore, support arrives at a glacial pace. By the time help arrives, there may be nothing left to salvage. Retorted the fan-wielding man. Those D-level task rewards are quite generous, offering 3 to 10 points per day. If one were to receive 10 points, wouldn't that be equivalent to the lowest C-level task? The young man suggested. Let me put it this way, according to my brother at the task verification office. No construction worker has survived more than 3 days in a place where 10 points are available. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet for evolved beasts. Once you enter, you might not return, the balding middle-aged man asserted. Is it really that harsh? The young man asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I once covered a shift for a B-level task at a factory and encountered a ferocious white-haired tiger. It was terrifying. And that was a sight offering 5 points a day, 1 person per day, and it was completely erratic. The tiger, though not particularly large, seemed to possess merely the strength of a third tier, yet its speed was remarkable, evading my grasp. I had encountered misfortune twice, resulting in a deduction of 5 points. The balding middle-aged man expressed his frustration. Jolly listened intently as the 2 middle-aged individuals, both of whom were 4th tier, shared their insights. It was evident that their combat capabilities were rather lacking. One would expect a 4th tier to correspond with A-level missions, yet they struggled even with B-level tasks, clearly indicating a deficiency in their combat prowess. Rising to his feet, Jolly resolved to visit the newly established task notarization office to ascertain the situation. Chapter 41. The mission. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, I arrived at a towering edifice adorned with a sign that read Mission Building. The first floor housed a notice board along with the most commonplace D-level task reception and handover area. Ascending further, one could find the task reception desks corresponding to the ranks of C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS on the subsequent 6 floors. Being a rather unassuming and modest young man, Jolly chose to heed the advice of those more experienced and went directly to the 3rd floor, the B-level task reception. The B-level task area was bustling with activity, yet Jolly successfully obtained a B-level mission, which entailed guarding a construction site located outside the city. Completing this task would earn him 50 points, although any mishaps would result in a deduction of points. Upon receiving the assignment, he boarded a vehicle bound for the outskirts of the city. As he gazed out the window, the scenery appeared vibrant and flourishing. Indeed, such policies were instrumental in fostering public enthusiasm, and the outer city exuded an air of prosperity. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base city, numerous structures were erected against the city walls, resembling the environment of the outer city. It seemed that reality was not as dire as one might have imagined. In a short while, Jolly found himself near a factory where construction was still underway. The risks here were considerable, particularly for construction workers. Approaching him was the factory supervisor, who introduced the facility. This is our steel smelting plant. Many of the buildings and equipment are not yet complete, but we are currently facing a surge in the appearance of mutated beasts, so we would greatly appreciate your vigilance. With that, he produced 3 slender chips, which were processed evolutionary crystals. These could significantly enhance the capabilities of evolutionaries. Each chip required 5 points to acquire, but points could only be earned through tasks. Jolly, eager for any opportunity to gain, welcomed the offer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the supervisor departed. Although mutated beasts were scarce during the day, their presence was not entirely absent, and given the proximity to the city walls, it was prudent to leave early. Upon reaching the security building, Jolly found himself among 5 other low-tier evolutionaries from the outer city who had also accepted tasks, alongside armed personnel equipped with firearms. While formidable, these weapons were not necessarily lethal to many mutated beasts. Settling into the office, Jolly enjoyed the pleasant environment, with little interaction among the others. Reclining in a lounge chair, he indulged in a cup of cappuccino, savoring the moment. As dusk descended, reports emerged of 2 first-tier long-eared monkeys breaching the factory's walls. Armed personnel managed to eliminate one, while the other fled, injured. As Jolly began to drift into a slumber, he was roused by a 2nd-tier evolutionary. The factory was now besieged by a dozen long-eared monkeys, including a formidable 2nd-tier monkey king. The long-eared monkeys possessed acute auditory sensitivity and astonishing speed, moving within the vast factory like phantoms. The 2nd-tier evolutionaries were unable to separate and flee. As for the 1st-tier and newly evolved individuals, encountering these creatures could spell their demise. From a distance, anguished cries echoed, signaling that Zhao Li's moment to act had arrived. Armed with the QZ-139 individual rifle, Zhao Li's golden eyes shimmered, leading the 2nd-tier evolvers trailing behind him to believe he was a unique, evolved being endowed with extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a gray silhouette darted past, and with a single shot from the rifle, a large monkey, over 60 centimeters tall, fell to the ground with a gaping hole in its skull. Hurry and check the source of the screams to the south. I will investigate the situation to the north, Zhao Li commanded. prompting the 5 second-tier revolvers to head towards the southern factory. Upon reaching the northern warehouse, Zhao Li discovered that half of the large door had been clawed off, and streaks of blood flowed from the crevice. As he entered, he found 6 or 7 large monkeys tearing apart a corpse, igniting Zhao Li's fury. Dark magic. Untraceable curse. His left hand emitted a surge of black energy, ensnaring several of the corpulent monkeys before him. With a resounding bang, the 7 monkeys were obliterated by the black energy, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. A sudden rush of wind heralded the approach of a golden hair, aimed directly at Zhao Li's forehead. Upon contact, his brow transformed into gold, producing a metallic clash as the hair was deflected to the ground. A 1-meter-tall monkey hurled a wooden stick at him, accompanied by a few strands of golden hair. It seems your monkey hair is rather exceptional, but encountering me is your misfortune, Zhao Li quipped, deftly evading the attack. Blood magic. Blood control technique. Zhao Li unleashed his mastery of blood magic, manipulating the very blood within the monkey's body, rendering it motionless despite the heart's relentless rhythm. The monkey stood frozen in place. Approaching it, Zhao Li patted its head and placed his right hand on its chest. Blood magic. Spear of blood. Blood seeped through the monkey's skin, coalescing into a crimson spear. When it ceased, the monkey collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any color, lying limply. With the blood-colored spear in hand, Zhao Li pierced the monkey's chest and exited the warehouse, intending to head south. Upon reaching the southern area, the cacophony of gunfire erupted. The sight was staggering. Several monkeys wielding AK-47s unleashed a barrage upon the humans. While lower-tier revolvers might not be killed outright, they were certainly left grievously wounded. Zhao Li pondered how this band of monkeys had acquired such weaponry. When bullets struck him, his golden skin merely felt a slight tremor, leaving him otherwise unscathed. With the individual rifle in hand, he dispatched 1 monkey with each shot, and apart from a few fleeing survivors, the rest were swiftly eliminated. Indeed, the weaponry developed by the German base proved significantly more advanced than that of humanity, especially in dealing with monkeys. By the time dusk settled, 3 individuals had perished, and 7 were severely injured. Logically, one would expect a considerable deduction in points. Yet due to the elimination of the Monkey King, Zhao Li's score unexpectedly increased by 20, while the 5 second-tier revolvers from the outer city each faced a 2-point deduction. The evolutionary crystals obtained from the monkeys slain by Zhao Li rightfully belonged to him. As per the regulations of the base, and none dare to embezzle them, an evolutionary crystal of the second tier can be exchanged for 10 evolution chips. A matter Zhao Li finds unproblematic, ultimately receiving a total of 22 evolution chips. Concurrently, Zhao Li's B-grade mission has been satisfactorily accomplished. However, he harbors little interest in continuing with it. Instead, Zhao Li believes it is time to undertake an S-grade mission and put his capabilities to the test. Chapter 42. The S-Class Mission. Ice Wolf Beast King. Upon completing the task, I proceeded directly to accept an S-Class mission, to slay a 5th-tier Ice Wolf Beast King. Although it was classified as 5th tier, its prowess was perilously close to that of a 6th-tier entity. This creature embodied a fusion of an evolved being and a supernatural force, possessing not only extraordinary physical strength but also the ability to unleash ice-based energy attacks. Its presence posed a significant challenge to the intelligence-gathering efforts of our base. The Ice Wolf Beast King resided not far from the city of the goblins, wreaking havoc upon them. The goblins, vulnerable to its ice energy attacks, found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Consequently, they issued the mission, mindful of the high-value personnel they risked losing, thus placing great emphasis on intelligence collection. The Ice Wolf Beast King commanded a legion of 90 ice wolves, whose physical strength was modest yet capable of executing ice energy assaults. In thermal imaging, they could not be detected, as they adeptly regulated their body temperature and coordinated their attacks as a unit. After accepting the task, Zhao Li teamed up with 3 5th-tier superhumans. The situation left no alternative. Sending an evolved being into the fray would merely transform them into a living shield, as without sufficient magic resistance, they would inevitably succumb to the onslaught of nearly 100 mages. Personnel profiles: Jiu Cheng, 5th-tier superhuman. Ability: Fire, Qinghua. 5th-tier superhuman. Ability: Flying Sword, Gui Shou. 5th-tier superhuman. Ability: Soul Extraction, Zhao Li. Special base personnel, information classified at noon. The 4 assembled and set off without hesitation. Points were of little consequence, as the primary goal was to complete the mission. Qinghua, burdened with 5 large swords, occupied the front passenger seat, while Gui Shou drove, and Zhao Li and Jiu Cheng sat in the back. The jeep emerged from the inner city, approaching the towering walls of the Goblin City in the distance. Look, there it is. That's the Goblin City. Soon enough, we'll be able to see it up close and discover what sort of beings these goblins truly are, Jiu Cheng remarked, gesturing towards the faint outline of the walls through the window. Don't get your hopes up. They're still aliens, after all, so temper your expectations. This mission is reputed to be quite challenging, Qinghua cautioned. Do you know who sits beside me? Jiao Cheng boasted, pointing at Zhao Li with unabashed pride. This is the illustrious commander of the honor base and the leader of the Qingyang Legion, Zhao Li. His strength is formidable. Is that so? No wonder the information was so scant. He must indeed be a figure of considerable renown, Qinghua replied, turning to glance at Zhao Li. Extending her hand for a handshake. Jiao Cheng, not one to miss an opportunity, seized Qinghua's hand, but she quickly withdrew it, casting him a disapproving glance. I am here to gauge the level of evolved beasts. Fear not, I shall protect your flanks. We can share the points equally, Zhao Li said graciously. Aware that from the perspective of an evolved being, he was already akin to a sixth-tier entity, with the advantage of alien technology and innate talent. He felt as if he were a young calf soaring through the skies. That sounds well and good. But let us hope you don't end up being a hindrance or betraying the team, Qinghua retorted. The icy voice of the driver, Ghost Hand, cut through the air, momentarily silencing the vehicle. Why do you speak so insensitively? Do you even understand why no one wants to team up with you? Jiao Cheng directly challenged. Because those who team up with me aren't human? Ghost Hand retorted, leaving Jiao Cheng momentarily speechless. Have you ever considered why, from the very beginning of this mission, no one wished to join forces with you? We three only took you along out of pity, Jiao Cheng stated bluntly. Ghost Hand was indeed adept at banter, a master of sarcasm. He reveled in undermining others for his own amusement, possessing peculiar quirks such as a penchant for minor gambling and substance use. However, his abilities were undeniably formidable, ranking him among the elite of the fifth tier, with Jiao Cheng having ascertained that he was at least of a competent caliber. Prior to forming their team, Jiao Cheng had thoroughly investigated his companions. Despite Ghost Hand's penchant for sharp-tongued remarks and his cold demeanor, he had proven trustworthy in critical moments, displaying loyalty beyond his caustic words. Thus, Jiao Cheng consented to Ghost Hand's inclusion. The mission system at their base was still in its infancy, and with only a handful of fifth-tier individuals available, finding a reliable ally was paramount. As for his biting remarks, Jiao Cheng decided to simply tune them out. Upon reaching the territory of the Ice Wolf Beast King, the quartet transitioned to foot. They had scarcely walked 300 meters when they detected an enemy presence. An ice wolf charged toward them from a distance, unleashing an ice-infused energy attack that struck Zhao Li's left arm, instantly freezing it. This wolf possesses some power, Zhao Li remarked as the ice began to melt. With the talent Son of Light, a steady stream of energy flowed from within him to his left arm, causing the ice to dissolve into water. Earth magic, Earth Spike. A spike of earth erupted from beneath the ice wolf, piercing its abdomen as it howled in agony and struggled. Metal magic, Metal Spear. From the soil in front of Zhao Li, a metallic spear shot forth, which he seized and hurled toward the ice wolf. The spear pierced the creature's skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly. This complicates matters. The scent of blood will surely attract the Beast King, Ghost Hand remarked as he retrieved a double-barreled shotgun, loading it with ammunition while scanning the nearby woods. Don't worry. There's no need for fear, Zhao Li reassured as he waved his hand. The corpse of the ice wolf floated toward him, its blood completely extracted and congealed into a fist-sized crimson stone. The scent of blood is gone. Let's proceed swiftly, Jiao Cheng signaled to Ghost Hand. Clearly impressed by Zhao Li's extraordinary ability, while also wary of his temperament, should it take a turn for the worse, one might very well end up as a permanent fixture upon this land. Understanding the unspoken tension, Ghost Hand took the lead. Zhao Li could distinctly sense that Ghost Hand's abilities were unique. His soul and body were intertwined yet distinct, reminiscent of an orange peeled and then wrapped in its own skin, though his temperament seemed rather volatile. The talent of a soul shepherd was an absolute countermeasure against such unpredictability. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Li's unique qualities have already placed him ahead of many. Perhaps it is time to embrace the challenge of self-discovery. For the Ghost Hand, the quest for the Beast King is a trivial endeavor, as one of his abilities is the power of divination, enabling him to locate objects effortlessly. With the presence of the Beast King's wolf fur, finding him is merely a matter of time. However, the only concern that plagues the Ghost Hand is the number of ice wolves that may accompany the Beast King. Should there be third-tier elite ice wolves or even fourth-tier ice wolf leaders, the situation could become quite dire. The physical resilience of an ability user is not particularly robust, and third or fourth-tier evolved beasts can still inflict fatal injuries on a fifth-tier ability user. Chapter 43, The Execution, Part 1. The four individuals crouched amidst the grass, observing a colossal wolf measuring 6 to 7 meters in length by a small stream in the woods. Surrounding it were 2 to 3 dozen smaller ice wolves, their gray fur briefly transforming to white when unleashing their ice-based energy attacks, an aesthetically pleasing yet lethal sight. How to engage? A preliminary battle plan was in order. Jiao Cheng, also nestled in the grass, produced a shotgun, renowned as one of the most formidable firearms, widely utilized for its efficacy in dispatching evolved beasts and zombies. Far more infamous for its successes than light machine guns or sniper rifles. One shot could cleave a feeble first-tier evolved beast in twain. I possess an alien infantry rifle here. Its power is quite remarkable. We might attempt a sniper shot. Jolly proclaimed as he conjured the QZ-139 infantry rifle with his bare hands. The sidearm had always been overlooked by him. Its numerous shortcomings, including the necessity for reloading and the need to replenish at the Kierman base, rendering it impractical. Jiao Cheng's eyes widened at the sight of the rifle. Imbued with an alien technological allure, there was no denying that its appearance was far superior to his shotgun. Was this the privilege bestowed by high authority? How enticing indeed. Gue Shou also felt a rush of excitement upon seeing the weapon. It was undoubtedly a fantastic piece of equipment, seemingly conjured from thin air, suggesting that Zhao Li possessed even more extraordinary items. How does this rifle compare to the shotgun? Xinghua inquired. It feels at least 50 times more powerful, rest assured. Its efficacy is guaranteed, Zhao Li replied, and the others had no objections, recognizing that a direct assault for decapitation was impractical. Zhao Li activated the red mode, transforming the rifle's original blue patterns to red, with the core emitting a low hum. He aimed at the Wolf King, his finger gliding towards the simulated fingerprint button, and a beam as thick as a finger shot straight toward the Wolf King's head. In an instant, a hole pierced through the Wolf King's ear and into its skull, the fur charring upon contact with the skin. A layer of ice crystals seeped from the surface, but it was too late. The immense heat and unique radiation penetrated the skin, the beam striking the Wolf King's crystalline blue skull, causing a faint refractive response before erupting into a cloud of white mist. The Ice Wolf King sensed a grave threat. The excruciating pain in its head was unbearable, prompting it to roll on the ground and slide into the stream. A massive white mist erupted from the water, and as the Ice Wolf King emerged, its head appeared grotesquely fearsome. The continuous beam had severed half of its face during the tumultuous rolling, obliterating the left eye as well. With an enraged howl, the Wolf King summoned over 20 ice wolves to charge towards Zhao Li. Continue firing, Gue Shou urged. I can't, it's overloaded. I need some time before I can use it again, Zhao Li replied, observing the fading red patterns on the rifle, evidently unable to be employed once more in such a short span. Then let us advance. The city of wine emanated an air of unparalleled arrogance as it conjured 2 massive fireballs, each the size of a basketball, hurling them into the midst of the wolf pack. The fireballs detonated with a resounding explosion, toppling 2 ice wolves. However, the wolves were encased in a layer of blue crystal armor, rendering them unharmed. In response, a barrage of ice energy spheres surged towards the city, a formidable assault that promised to be quite unpleasant. With a swift gesture, Zhao Li summoned an earthen wall to shield the 4 of them. Yet after enduring a dozen attacks, the wall crumbled into fragments of ice. Ghostly burial. With the ghostly hands plunging into the ground, Zhao Li felt his soul instantaneously severed in half and merge with the earth. Gigantic hands formed from the very soil seized the feet of the ice wolves, and towering earthen figures, standing 3 meters tall, emerged from the flat terrain, leaving behind deep craters. 10 colossal earth golems rose, but the ghostly hands, in their current state, were in dire straits, their entire form drenched in cold sweat, nearly cascading like a stream. The strain was overwhelming. The 5 flying swords behind Qihua darted towards the wolf pack, but their effectiveness was limited, managing only to injure the ice wolves. Even then, the wounded wolves employed their internal ice energy to seal their wounds, making any bleeding debuff impossible. Withdraw, ghostly hands, leave it to me. Zhao Li patted the shoulder of the ghostly hands, and the fragmented souls, now under the control of the soul shepherd, returned to the ghostly hand's body. Exhausted, the ghostly hands collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. While a golden talent may not initially match the potency of lower quality talents, it possesses the potential for continual growth. Each golden talent, in isolation, rivals the strength of angelic genes. As Zhao Li advanced towards the wolf pack, his form transformed into pure gold, expanding to an imposing height of 5 meters, each step leaving a significant footprint. The golden-clad giant charged at the wolves, delivering a devastating punch to a hapless ice wolf, obliterating it into a gruesome pulp. The ice wolf retaliated by unleashing ice energy spheres, yet they proved ineffective against the fully golden Zhao Li, who was nearly immune to all elemental damage and possessed formidable resistance to physical harm. The wolf's claws merely left superficial scratches, while Zhao Li's grip around the wolf's head could easily crush it. Realizing their futility, the wolves hastily retreated towards their Ice Wolf King. In the distance, the Ice Wolf King revealed its blood-red eyes and lunged directly at Zhao Li, freezing the ground beneath him and ensnaring his feet in ice. A sharp eye spike pierced his thigh. Fortunately, his golden form rendered him impervious to blood loss or pain. As the Wolf King tackled Zhao Li, he seized its neck with one hand, while the Wolf King sank its fangs into Zhao Li's neck. The razor-sharp teeth pierced through the golden flesh, leaving marks of tearing, prompting Zhao Li to grasp the Wolf King tightly. However, he was still hurled away by the beast's massive frame, tearing a chunk of gold from his neck. After crashing through several large trees, Zhao Li rose again, the gold upon his body shifting and flowing until the wound from the bite was swiftly mended. As a seasoned practitioner of survival, the accumulation of gold is, naturally, a silent endeavor. Little by little, the capabilities of the gold evolver have been significantly enhanced, enabling the absorption of gold to elevate one's physical constitution, achieve partial goldenization, attain complete goldenization, create gold mimetic weapons, and adopt fluid and segmented forms of gold. The golden manifestation upon the Wolf King's maw had transformed into a sea urchin-like entity, protruding golden spines that resulted in multiple punctures within the Wolf King's oral cavity, forcing him to relinquish the sea urchin-like remnant of gold. The entire golden sea urchin swiftly darted towards Zhao Li, only to be encased in ice by the Wolf King's frigid breath. Nevertheless, Zhao Li shattered the icy prison with a single step, and upon contact with the sea urchin-like remnant of gold, it flowed into his body like liquid. Chapter 44. The Execution, Part 2, Long Ago. The divine light illuminated the earth, casting its radiance upon all. One day, a mortal, wielding a sharp weapon, pointed it at the deity hovering in the sky and inquired, "Will you bleed?" "I shall not, but you certainly will." The Wolf King regarded the golden figure before him with great caution, enveloped in ice crystals. He donned a suit of armor forged from their frosty essence. With a fierce charge towards Zhao Li, the latter exhibited no fear, retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang! The Wolf King stumbled, while Zhao Li was also pushed back several paces. Irritated, Zhao Li clasped his hands, summoning a magnificent golden sword that materialized within his grasp. With a swift stroke, he cleaved at the Wolf King, shattering the crystalline armor and leaving a deep gash upon his foe. How? The Wolf King lunged forward, jaws agape, intent on seizing Zhao Li's golden head. However, Zhao Li was unyielding, emanating a brilliant light. As the child of light, an immense surge of energy enveloped him, rendering him a formidable golden figure. A punch landed squarely on the Wolf King's head, fracturing the crystalline armor. The wolf's skull was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater, and fissures appeared on the exposed bone. As the child of light, Zhao Li clasped his hands together, radiating brilliance. He aimed a decisive blow at the Wolf King's head, which would surely spell the end. Dazed, the Wolf King hastily retreated, twisting his body to evade Zhao Li's heavy strike. Blue flames ignited upon the Wolf King's body, and as his claws struck the ground, ice formed beneath him. In that fleeting moment, it seemed the Wolf King had ascended, though he had not absorbed the energy of the heavens to transform into a special evolutionary entity. Now bereft of the will to continue the fight, the newly ascended Wolf King attempted to flee, tucking his tail. Yet Zhao Li would not permit such an escape. After so long in battle, allowing the beast to retreat would be a disgrace. Grasping the wolf's tail, he swung it about, while blue flames clung to his form, coalescing into ice before shattering in a relentless cycle. The child of light continuously supplied energy. Though it lacked formidable defenses and offensive capabilities, it could harness stellar energy, absorb light, and perpetually generate energy, defying the laws of conservation. A golden dagger materialized in Zhao Li's hand, which he plunged into the wolf's flank, delivering a crushing blow that collapsed its waist. In an instant, blue flames surged, enveloping a 50-meter radius, freezing everything in their path, trees and grasses alike, into ice, which then shattered into countless shards. Zhao Li's body was momentarily encased in ice, but soon, searing flames erupted from within him, melting the frost away. Frustrated with the wolf, he summoned the blazing giant sword and with a single stroke, decapitated the Wolf King, retrieving a fist-sized evolutionary crystal. This was indeed a significant prize, brimming with potent energy and infused with ice attributes, proving invaluable for the awakening of the mythic-level talent, the supreme mage of ice magic. As the colossal flame sword was sheathed, his form gradually reverted to its original state, allowing him to feel the nearby bone-chilling cold. In the distance, the three individuals approached, shivering from the long-forgotten chill, having existed in an environment of at least 50 degrees for so long. Such frigid temperatures were indeed a rarity. Remarkable indeed. A single individual took on an entire pack of wolves, praised the jovial city without reservation. Could you possibly be a sixth tier? The astonished Qinghua inquired. You are a super soldier, a creation of the Germanic civilization and the empire prior to the cataclysm, Ghost Hand asserted, evidently confident in Zhao Li's capabilities. The evolution of beasts occurs at a far swifter pace than that of humans, with each advancement yielding substantial increases in strength. Human evolvers and abilities of the same rank stand little chance of victory, a feat reserved solely for the super soldiers of yore. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge, Zhao Li remarked with mild surprise. Do these super soldiers not serve the extraterrestrial civilization? I recall that the Germanic civilization ceased its collaboration with the Empire. Ghost Hand noted. Indeed, I am a super soldier, yet my allegiance remains with humanity, Zhao Li replied. Genetically, he could be considered part of the angelic lineage, as human genes have melded with those of the angels, and the artificially created super genes from the Germanic civilization have been wholly assimilated by angelic DNA. Zhao Li might be classified as a warrior of the angelic civilization, yet he harbored his own convictions. Perhaps salvaging the world was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Ice Wolf Beast King made a flawless exit. Upon the return of Zhao Li and his companions to the base to fulfill their mission, each was awarded 1,000 points, while Zhao Li received an additional 3,000 points. Naturally, the 6th-tier evolution crystal in his possession was known throughout the base. Beyond the 6th tier, only evolution organs remained. Even abilities would manifest unique organs. However, abilities would gain an additional organ rather than evolve an existing one, which raised intriguing questions. After receiving his points, Zhao Li visited the Points Exchange Depot, where top-tier equipment and various living standards were available. His status allowed him direct access to these privileges, yet Zhao Li regarded them with disdain. Instead, he purchased several evolution crystals imbued with unique energies and returned home to delve into research, knowing that the excavation of mythic-level talents would yield far greater rewards. Zhao Li entrusted the Dark Alloy Greatsword to the base's research institute, as weapons crafted from dark alloy were exceedingly rare. Even the materials for samples were unavailable. The weapon, placed within the institute, generated a daily income of 100 points, equivalent to that of an A-grade mission. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the abilities of the Soul Shepherd began to manifest. The soul of the Ice Wolf Beast King was extracted, yet in this chaotic energy environment, the soul was gradually diminished. Without a vessel, it would dissipate into the ether within half a day. Zhao Li, a legendary archangel, possesses attributes that surpass 100,000 in a single domain. His strength measures at 74, 300, agility at 58, 820, vitality at 127, 000, mental fortitude at 356, 700, and source power at 419, 000. His genetic composition includes the Archangel's physique, initial form, cellular mimicry, gene overload technology, and gene rebirth technology. The genetic engine employed is the stellar transformation technique. His talents include the Supreme Sorcerer, Colored, Golden Evolver, Gold, Son of Light, Gold, and Soul Shepherd, Gold. Initiating the stellar transformation technique. Analyzing the 6th-tier Ice Wolf Beast King's crystal. Special energy particles detected. Absorption and enhancement in progress. The Supreme Sorcerer talent is activated, leading to the comprehension of the structural essence of ice magic, resulting in the acquisition of ice magic inscriptions. The genetic structure is merging with the Ice Crystal Bone gene. Merging in progress. Acquire the Ice Crystal Bone gene. Chapter 45, The Summoning of the Undead. Upon returning home, I found my elderly father listening to the radio. Despite the complete destruction of the satellite, the radio remained functional. It must be said that Feng Bieli is indeed a remarkable individual under his bold leadership. The entire base city has been rejuvenated, marking a promising beginning. As for the legitimacy of the base leader's origins, no one seems to care. What truly matters to everyone is the quality of their lives, not the identity of the one who has transformed their existence. If life is unsatisfactory, the identity of the leader becomes irrelevant. A month later, the Goblin City was completed, establishing trade relations with the Tianzi City base. The distance between the two was not great, giving rise to a bustling commercial district. The Goblin's products, such as goblin fruits and alchemical goods, gained considerable popularity. Their alchemy, while reminiscent of chemistry on Blue Star, possesses its own unique characteristics. The evolution chips emerged as the sole currency of trade, proving to be remarkably useful. Having liberated themselves from energy constraints, the goblins began researching the application of solar energy, with the base providing assistance on the condition that they share their goblin armor technology. Consequently, several models of individual mechs appeared in weapon shops, priced quite steeply, yet still favored by the upper middle class. Through trade, the goblins acquired evolution potions, leading to enhancements in their genetics. The presence of the undead diminished significantly, yet their schemes were anything but simple. Deep within a mine, numerous zombies transported blocks of milky white crystals from the depths. These were the special energy crystals known as shining white crystals, formed in the aftermath of the disaster and essential for the undead's activation plan. Zhang Xiaoqing grasped a shining white crystal, feeling her entire right hand ignite in flames until only bones remained. The crystal began to melt, enveloping the bones and gradually transforming into a new hand. How many shining white crystals do we have? We should set up a small summoning array. Ling Qi's strength is growing too rapidly. We are lagging far behind and may fail to accomplish our mission, Zhang Xiaocheng remarked. Understood. Nearby she received the command and promptly headed towards the nearest altar. Many altars had already been established. As long as there was sufficient energy, communication with the otherworldly lord could be achieved. After arranging the shining white crystals, a tyrant sat at the center of the altar. As blood flowed from Xi's body and dripped onto the altar, the crystals collectively melted into a pool of milky white liquid, swiftly covering the tyrant's form. The tyrant's body dissolved rapidly, and the milky liquid gradually turned gray, tracing the altar's patterns to form a peculiar formation. Thin wisps of gray mist began to rise, slowly coalescing into a 5-meter-tall gray vortex at the altar's center. From within this vortex emerged a humanoid figure, 2 meters in height, with wings sprouting from its back and horns protruding from its head. The entire vortex merged into this being. As the humanoid savored the comfort of the vortex's energy flowing into it, its stature surged from 2 meters to a staggering 15 meters. This was the demonic image recognized on Blue Star, and the nearby undead gazed at the demon with a sense of reverence. The demon, feeling the surge of power within, exuded an aura of ferocity in its gaze, transformed from a mere 6th-tier strength through the blessing of the sovereign of the otherworld. He had successfully ascended to the 9th tier. The sensation was exhilarating, as if every movement could obliterate the very heavens. He lunged forward with ferocity, his speed astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, he was at Xi's side. With a resounding thwack, he struck her with an open palm, sending her crashing against a distant stone wall. The entire mountain trembled, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Ha! The demon laughed maniacally, his gaze towards Li Hao filled with derision. What a pity, such a fine physique, yet so easily shattered. It seems I have overestimated you. Humph. She slowly rose from the rubble of the wall, her expression one of utter despair. Though her body remained intact, her internal organs were gravely injured, rendering her incapable of wielding her full power. The peculiar essence entwined within the demon's might severely hampered her recovery. Anger infused her gaze as she looked at the demon, mingled with a hint of terror, for she realized her capacity to resist had vanished. The very being she once considered an ally had turned against her with lethal intent. Enough. Zhang Xiaocheng stepped forward, addressing the seemingly unyielding demon. And you are? The demon, unfamiliar with the figure before him, recalled that he had come to assist the undead in executing their plans under the command of the sovereign of the otherworld. I am the leader of the undead. You may call me Zhang Xiaocheng. Your actions have already displeased me greatly. If you continue down this path, I fear you may not withstand the sovereign's wrath. Zhang Xiaocheng asserted. The demon shuddered at the thought of the sovereign, an entity he regarded as the most formidable of all. For no creature could defy the sovereign's commands without facing death, the most merciful of fates. Very well, but the demon began to propose conditions, only to be interrupted by Zhang Xiaocheng. You will heed my words, as decreed by the sovereign. Your strength could prove invaluable to us. Yet your intellect may jeopardize our plans, Zhang Xiaocheng remarked, unreservedly mocking the demon. Enraged, the demon conjured a massive sword of flame, shattering the altar with a single strike. I advise you to tread carefully. Once this is over, you will understand my true power. He glared at Zhang Xiaocheng before shifting his form to resemble him. Our plan currently lacks sufficient sacrificial offerings. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in locating Ling Qi, the subordinate who contends with the sovereign for the star source. She possesses a seed of hatred, which would be immensely beneficial to us, Zhang Xiaocheng stated to the demon. What is her level? Despite his inflated ego as a 9th-tier entity, the demon was aware of his own limitations and knew that encountering a genuine 9th-tier adversary would likely bring him to his knees. She must have reached the 8th tier by now, harboring an intense hatred. No, it would be inappropriate to say that. The very force that has endowed her with such profound animosity allows her to harness the energy from this hatred to elevate her power. You must act swiftly. I fear she is on the verge of attaining the 9th tier. Should she reach that level, she will become a focal point of immense power, and at that moment, you might perish without anyone to care. Wang Xiaocheng expressed her concerns, clearly apprehensive of Ling Qi's capabilities. How can this progress be so rapid? The 8th tier is already formidable enough, the demon replied, bewildered, realizing that after all the effort to reach this point, he now finds himself pitted against someone of the 8th tier, someone quite formidable, indeed. What a predicament. Chapter 46. The Feast of Division. The demon finally set forth in search of Ling Qi, utilizing his 9th tier prowess to effortlessly traverse the entirety of Blue Star. Deep underground, he discovered a newly constructed portal, which allowed him to teleport directly to its vicinity. This location served as a hub for the newly established subterranean city of the goblins, linking them to their own realm. Clutching a fiery greatsword, the demon unleashed his full power, with ninth-tier energy surging forth, engulfing the entire underground city in flames. Not even the corporeal form nor the essence of the beings within could escape the inferno, as the flames incinerated all to ashes. The tremendous energy shockwave threatened to collapse the city, but the demon pressed onto the portal to the goblin world. Upon entry, he felt as if his entire being were being torn apart, a sensation of long-forgotten pain washing over him. This portal exacted a significant toll on high-tier entities, and the demon felt his very soul splinter into fragments. Once he arrived in the goblin realm, his form had been severed into several pieces. Yet, as blood and flesh rejoined and the soul coalesced, his body healed successfully. However, the lingering sensation of his soul's fragmentation instilled a sense of trepidation within him. How could I, the esteemed Fel, find myself in such a pathetic state? Infuriated, he summoned his greatsword and swung it at a nearby wandering undead, unleashing a colossal wave of flames that obliterated all skeletons within a 10-mile radius. Just as he was about to move in search of Ling Chi, a crimson spear pierced through his back and into his heart. A torrent of fiery blood erupted from Fel's mouth as he staggered to his knees. Turning to face the distance, there stood a 2-meter-tall red skeletal figure, the Redbone Lord. To my surprise, you are quite resilient, surviving my ambush. I acknowledge your capabilities. The Redbone Lord taunted, taking advantage of the demon's injuries. Enraged, Fel erupted in fury. Grasping his fiery greatsword, he struck the unwary Redbone Lord, cleaving through the skeletal armor and bones with immense force. You dare to ambush me? I shall demonstrate who the true master is. The demon, Fel, seized the Redbone Lord's soul fire with his left hand, unleashing black flames that engulfed it. The Redbone Lord's crimson soul fire, under the assault of the dark flames, transformed into a small, shiny red orb the size of a fingernail. The demon gazed upon it with longing, but knew he must secure it, for it was a 9th-tier entity that the Lord had painstakingly nurtured, albeit in a free-range manner. The 9th-tier combatants here were woefully inadequate. Even after enduring the portal's torment, Fel could easily dispatch the Redbone Lord. The undead here resembled a horde of gluttonous swine, their combat prowess vastly inferior to that of wild boars. After taking a moment to recuperate, he began to draw upon the evolutionary energies of the universe to mend his injuries. Otherwise, in his almost bottom-tier 9th-tier state, Ling Chi could very well obliterate him. When Fel opened his eyes once more, he found himself facing 23 formidable undead lords. The demon felt and found himself devoid of any desire to engage in battle. After all, this 9th-tier adversary was destined to perish sooner or later, and killing him would yield no gratification. Thus, thoughts of evasion from conflict surged uncontrollably within Fel's mind. A formidable aura emanated from Fel, causing the flames of over 20 undead lords to flicker in response, a clear indication of Fel's remarkable strength. He glanced at the Amethyst Lord but remained still. Let us fight, he declared. I do not. Fel began to voice his inclination for peace. But a barrage of bone spears and javelins soon hurtled towards him. Do you think I am some feeble creature? Fel's temper ignited, and wielding a fiery greatsword, he swept aside the incoming assault. With his left hand, he unleashed demonic spells while his right hand wielded the blazing sword. Even the towering skeleton lord, standing 1,000 meters high, succumbed to just a few strikes as one fireball obliterated yet another undead lord. Flames and bone spears danced amidst the chaos, shattering the low-tier skeletons scattered across the ground. Eventually, the Amethyst Lord sprang into action. His chains pierced through 7 of the undead lords, forcibly extracting their soul flames. Then, with a flourish of 15 chains, he obliterated another colossal lord, releasing another wisp of soul fire. The chains entwined around the Amethyst Lord's arms relentlessly assaulted the undead lords, while he formed hand seals, conjuring a black rune that absorbed the exposed soul flames. You traitor! The skeletal lord, adorned with a mask, transmitted a mental command before his skull was shattered by the chains, forcibly drawing his soul flame into the rune. Flee! The 3-tailed lord, sensing the dire situation, prepared to escape, and the remaining lords also ready to retreat, but such an escape was impossible. Amethyst seal! The Amethyst Lord's voice rang out, as 7 beams of purple light struck the fleeing undead lords. Those attempting to flee collapsed, their soul flames spilling from their hollow eye sockets ensconced in the purple aura. Who are you? The demon gazed at the hovering Amethyst Lord, recognizing that this individual was formidable and possessed a fierce demeanor. Though he had recuperated significantly, he doubted his ability to contend with her. I believe the Eldritch Lord would not mind sharing a portion of his spoils. My master is the Grey Spirit Lord, and I seek to foster goodwill between our lords, the the Amethyst Lord explained, effortlessly gathering 20 soul flames into the black rune. Fel felt a twinge of frustration. It was evident that she was being obstinate. This was the domain of the Eldritch Lord, and how could any relationship facilitate the sharing of spoils? It was preposterous. Any betrayal would be akin to familial bonds. There was no choice but to acquiesce to her demands for the time being. After some contemplation, Fel resolved to follow the path she had set before him. He pocketed the remaining 2 soul flames, crafting them into soul orbs, and called out to the departing Amethyst Lord. Given the strong ties between your Lord and ours, would you accompany me to eliminate the thief seeking to pilfer what belongs to our Lord? Fel proposed. What do you mean? The Amethyst Lord inquired. There is no need for further elaboration. Simply join me in this endeavor, Fel replied. Fayer remarked that the Amethyst Lord, having acquired such a multitude of treasures, had little to articulate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Wait for me to retrieve a weapon, and then we shall venture together to confront that rogue. The Amethyst Lord remained unfazed. For within the entire star system, there existed not a single entity surpassing the 9th tier in strength. He could proudly declare, I am invincible. Feel free. This region of the cosmos was replete with various celestial bodies, particularly the colossal necromancer planets, which housed hundreds of formidable undead lords. This wealth stirred the envy of the Grey Spirit Lord, who devised a clever scheme to entice the Amethyst Lord to procure a portion, ensuring that the alien lords would be neither provoked nor deprived of their share of benefits. Chapter 47. Hatred of the Great Lord as Fayer and the Amethyst Lord traversed the portal leading to the realm of the undead. Fayer was enveloped by the unparalleled energy of this celestial sphere. The entire planet was suffused with an overwhelming density of soul particles, rendering it a veritable paradise for spirits where anything capable of harboring a soul could give rise to new souls. It was a world of skeletal remains, with a surface thickly layered in bones and ashes, accumulating over millennia, a true breeding ground for sinister forces. The Amethyst Lord picked up a leg bone and flung it into the distance, her silence stretching over an extended period. Well, this is the will of the Lord, and it is inevitable. Follow me, Fayer urged as he searched for Ling Chi's traces on the planet, ultimately discovering his quarry atop a hill of bones. You have arrived. Ling Chi turned to face them, her expression revealing no surprise at their presence. Surrender your heart of hatred, and we shall allow you to depart, Fayer declared, only to regret his words immediately after. The sky darkened instantaneously, and tendrils of black rain began to descend. As the droplets struck the bones, they emitted faint sounds, and a wave of malevolent energy spread across the bone hill. This woman is formidable. We have encountered a tough adversary, the Amethyst Lord observed as the chains in her grasp began to writhe, yet the rain continued to corrode them. This is the power of hatred. But it poses little concern. It seems she has not yet reached the 9th tier. Let us engage. Fayer brandished his fiery greatsword, his body ablaze with demonic flames, which evaporated the hateful rain before it could touch him. Aha, go forth. Ling Chi's visage was adorned with dark red runes, her hair shifting from purple to a deep crimson, floating chaotically around her. A black-red beam erupted from her hand, propelling Fayer away as he attempted to advance. Is this the extent of your 9th tier prowess? The Amethyst Lord scoffed before her chains ensnared Ling Chi's waist. Is that all you've got? Ling Chi retorted disdainfully, grasping the chains and shattering them effortlessly, sending a black-red energy projectile hurtling toward the Amethyst Lord. Preposterous. The Amethyst Lord joined her hands in prayer, conjuring a crystalline shield that materialized before her to deflect the incoming projectile. I am the Lord of Hatred, Ling Chi, she declared, extending her right hand to summon a black-red longsword into her grasp. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. What shall we do? The Amethyst Lord called out to Fayer, who stood at a distance, as he observed Ling Chi drawing nearer. Demonic power, flame. Fayer's form surged to an imposing 50 meters, casting aside the great sword as his hands transformed into lethal claws. Mercy of Luo. Ling Chi swung her longsword, unleashing a blade of energy that raced toward the Amethyst Lord. As the latter prepared to defend, an explosion erupted within her, shattering the amethyst within her body and causing her soul fire to plummet. The black-red energy blade collided with the Amethyst Lord's skeletal form, creating fissures and coating it with dark, crimson substances. At this moment, the purple soul fire was intertwined with black, as an overwhelming will surge through the consciousness of the purple crystal lord, driving him into a frenzy of anger and baseless hatred. In the distance, fire lunged at Ling Chi with a claw, but Ling Chi swiftly swung her long knife, severing fire's claw. The mark of hatred. With a flick of her left hand, the black-red power of hatred emanating from the bone mountain formed chains that ensnared fire, binding him and burying him within the mountainous depths. You foreign beings are truly tenacious, Ling Chi remarked, raising her blade to strike. The head of the purple crystal lord was cleaved from his body, and she planted the knife into the ground, grasping the fallen purple crystal skull with her right hand. Such beauty, what a pity, she murmured to herself, cradling the skull as the black-red energy surged over it, reducing the entire skull to dust, leaving only a wisp of purple soul fire. How can I extinguish this? She pondered, realizing the challenge ahead. She then conjured a hexagonal crystal barrier using her power of hatred, encasing the soul fire within it and solemnly placing it inside the chest cavity of the purple skeletal remains. This will suffice, it's rather fitting, Lingqi smiled, leaping down from the bone mountain and entering the portal. In the forest of hatred, a massive tree suddenly sprouted a human face, and a humanoid wooden figure emerged from the trunk. Ha! I knew you didn't wish to kill me. As long as I remain alive, I will eventually leave this place. Whether it takes 1,000,000 years or 1,000,000,000, the wooden figure laughed joyously, exuding an air of bravado. A colossal mirror appeared in the sky, reflecting the entire forest, gradually becoming more profound, until a black shadow emerged. This shadow expanded, causing the trees of the forest to rustle ominously as a torrential black-red rain swept across the ground. All creatures within the forest, except for the trees, erupted in frenzied howls. A gigantic eye materialized within the mirror, unleashing an immense will that struck the consciousness of the wooden figure, causing it to shrink to half its size. I will not yield. After all these years, I have transcended hatred. I am no longer the Lord of Hatred. You must let me go. You must release me. The wooden figure murmured, slumped upon the black-red soil, its voice laden with desolation and sorrow. A branch from within the mirror attempted to breach its surface, but the mirror rippled in response. Clearly, the entity within the mirror could not traverse to the other side. After several futile attempts, it ultimately relented. A golden coin fell through the mirror, landing on the wooden figure. The wooden figure picked up the coin, only to be met with a tremendous curse that erupted from its surface. Black energy surged from the coin, striking the wooden figure, as dark veins spread from its right hand throughout its entire body. Despite the urge to drop the coin, it felt as if its fingers were tightly clenched, rendering it impossible to let go. As the wooden figure prepared to rise and move, a coin erupted with a dark luminescence. The wooden exterior of the figure shed away, revealing an exquisitely pale and muscular skin beneath. It was evident that this was once an exceptionally handsome young man, just as he was about to marvel at his return to corporeal form. A tree trunk pierced through his chest, while roots sprouted from the soles of his feet, burrowing into the earth. Subsequently, countless branches emerged from his back, neck, and chest, culminating in a robust trunk that fractured from his waist. Atop one of the canopies hung a severed head, from which 2 dark red flowers bloomed in the eye sockets. The instigator of this transformation, the coin, was ensnared by a branch, suspended in midair. Chapter 48. Battle deployment as goblins. Their audacity was unparalleled. Within less than 2 months of collaboration, the goblins treacherously ambushed the merchant convoy, except for a fortunate survivor who managed to escape from the goblin city. All those who conducted business there were mercilessly slaughtered by the goblins. Zhao Li was also invited to the conference room, where, despite holding the honorary title of commander, he lacked the capability to lead a large-scale army. However, mobilizing a small contingent was well within his abilities. These goblins are truly despicable for having killed our people, one official exclaimed with great indignation. Is there any plan? Feng Bieli inquired from the head of the table, surveying the gathered officials. We must retaliate. It is imperative. A plump supply officer stated with a semblance of harmony, despite the air conditioning failing to prevent his incessant sweating. Then let us strike. The commander of the city guard declared decisively with a clap of his hands. Yet, we must approach this with strategy. The potential losses against the goblins could be quite daunting, another official cautioned. Regardless, we must act. Otherwise, we will lose all face for our base city, Feng Bieli asserted. Indeed, we must strike, Zhao Li concurred, clearly incensed by the goblins' vile actions. Let us deliberate on how we shall engage, Feng Bieli proposed, observing the righteous anger on the faces of those present. I shall lead the Qingyang battalion to raid their homeland directly. It should pose no great difficulty, Zhao Li suggested. Ultimately, Zhao Li set out with 300 third-tier warriors from the Qingyang battalion. They advanced in groups of 5 towards the goblin city. But a small squad encountered a goblin hunting party in a dense thicket. Faced with 8 mechanized goblins, the firepower of 5 was evidently insufficient. Team 21 found themselves in peril in the Black Wind Forest and called for reinforcements. Requesting support, Li Qing shouted as he raised his light machine gun to continue firing. And not far off, a goblin mech was unfortunate enough to be penetrated, resulting in the immediate death of its occupant. Though the goblins had possessed evolution crystals for a considerable time, it appeared that some unseen shackles prevented them from advancing to the 6th tier. Goblins below the 5th tier were exceedingly frail, easily dispatched by even human bullets. One goblin mech launched a projectile that struck behind the 5 warriors, propelling them from their earthen cover. Li Qing glanced at his 4 remaining comrades, realizing that 3 had perished in the explosion. Split up and run. One teammate urged Li Qing. Understood. Li Qing replied, sprinting toward the edge of the Blackwind forest. Turning back, he saw his teammates firing at the mech, evidently providing him with a chance to retreat. Damn it. Li Qing cursed vehemently as he fled without looking back. After what felt like an eternity of running, he finally emerged from the confines of the Blackwind forest. Just as he intended to rest and take a sip from his water flask, he noticed an ice wolf approaching a middle-aged man not far away. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire from his light machine gun, transforming the ice wolf into a mere sieve. As Li Qing approached, weapon in hand, he observed a middle-aged man clad in a farmer's coat, unmistakably a peasant toiling in the fields outside the base. The proximity to the base was uncertain. He could only hope he had run back in one breath, or he would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Sir, how far is it to the base? Li Qing inquired of the middle-aged man. What did you say? The man seemed somewhat hard of hearing, prompting Li Qing to lean in closer. Before he could finish his sentence, the man swiftly produced a dagger and plunged it into Li Qing's abdomen. With a vicious twist, he drew the blade across Li Qing's throat, stabbing multiple times before retracting the weapon. Foolish one, fortunate for my cunning, Li Qing thought, his vision clouded with crimson as blood poured from his neck. His senses dulled. He felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. What a weapon, exclusively for military use. Damn it. What a pity, it cannot be used against you. So I shall leave it for you. He sensed his light machine gun being seized from him, followed by a brutal strike to his chest. The force shattered several ribs, and a spray of blood escaped his lips. Young man, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This world is unforgiving. In your next life, may you be born into better circumstances. Li Qing's heart brimmed with resentment as he heard the man's voice. Given that you helped me slay an ice wolf, I suppose I ought to find a proper resting place for you. However, considering you will likely be unearthed by an evolved beast later, you might as well lie here. Laughter echoed as the man's footsteps faded away, leaving Li Qing's body writhing in agony. The flesh around his wounds began to heal at an alarming rate, visibly mending before his eyes. Weak and trembling, Li Qing propped himself up, kneeling on the ground as he expelled several mouthfuls of blood. His internal fractures had been forcibly realigned, but full recovery would necessitate medical assistance. Consumed by rage, he yearned only for vengeance. Casting aside his heavy machine gun and shedding his blood-stained jacket, he knew that in this realm teeming with evolved beasts, the scent of blood would attract danger before he could take more than a few steps. Leaning against nearby trees, he sought the direction in which the man carrying the ice wolf had departed, consuming several potent pills along the way. These miraculous pills greatly stimulated the latent potential of both evolved individuals and those with special abilities, significantly dulling pain. Truly a wonder drug, though the repercussions could be dealt with later. Retrieving a short shotgun from his boot, he loaded it with 2 shells and spoke into his communicator. Squad 21 consists solely of Li Qing. I have encountered human personnel attacking soldiers from the military and request immediate support. I am in pursuit of the enemy and require assistance. After more than 2 hours of relentless pursuit, Li Qing finally spotted a village not far ahead. Smoke curling into the air, indicating the presence of a small encampment. Such bases, while uncommon outside the main facility, still occasionally existed. Generally speaking, these are merely temporary encampments established by a few evolutionists. Some individuals, exceptionally cunning, have managed to locate a haven free from the disturbances of mutated beasts, where they have set up their camps. They attract members from various bases with enticing conditions. Although such practices are met with opposition from the bases, they persist nonetheless. The bases clandestinely disapprove of these encampments, as they possess the greatest resources, ensuring that these camps remain in close proximity. In the event of a beast tide, these small encampments can serve as lookout stations, providing a crucial alert system. However, the base's tacit approval has led many camps to adopt a more sinister character. The leaders of these encampments often display a subservient demeanor towards the higher-ups of the bases, while being ruthlessly oppressive towards others. Acts of enslavement or even murder for plunder are not uncommon. Li Qing finds himself among this unfortunate lot, and with this thought, he grips his shotgun tightly. Chapter 49. The appearance of supporting characters. In a quaint village outside the base city of Tianza, there existed a modest encampment. A robust man entered the camp, shouldering the corpse of an ice wolf, before retreating into a nearby dwelling. Old Kai, I've struck gold. A fool ended the life of the ice wolf, and I simply dispatched him with a swift blow. I've brought the wolf back. Selling it at the base will surely yield a handsome profit. The strong man found a seat and nestled himself within the throng. Let me tell you, you have no idea just how foolish that idiot was. He thought I was truly under attack by a mutated beast and even attempted to assist me. One decisive strike, and he was finished. I slashed his throat. Who wouldn't he believe you? Old Hong, when will you trick some female evolvers to come over? I'm tired of these ordinary girls. Just yesterday, I ought to indulge in the company of those who were favored by the elite. Female evolvers are hard to come by. They've all gone to the base city. Only these more commonplace women work in the factories outside the base. Unless the boss is willing to train them into evolvers. As for the starlets, they're not even as appealing as ordinary girls. There are only a handful of attractive ones. Are you sure you want a starlet? I know of one at Old Wong S place in the neighboring village. She's over 40. If you want her, a third-tier evolution crystal will suffice for trade. Over 40? No, thank you. Are there any starlets in their 20s? I've seen them in films, and they're quite charming. There aren't any. Those in their 20s have connections and have already moved to the inner city. We can't gain access there. The inner city? What is so great about it? You have to abide by rules. Here, we enjoy our freedom. When we tire of this place, we'll consider visiting the inner city. Indeed, it's more comfortable here. We can indulge as we please. In this realm, the boss is the emperor, and we are the princes. Ha, ha, ha. Come here and serve me well, and I might toss you a piece of meat. Of course. A timid female voice echoed softly, though Li Qing heard it clearly. The foolish man was unaware that his ability was blood and flesh manipulation. While it lacked grandeur, it sufficed for healing his own wounds. From their conversation, Li Qing discerned that the individuals present were a pack of brutes. No, that was an insult to brutes. They were the scum of humanity, the lowest of the low. Just as Li Qing loaded the shotgun, a sparrow fell from a nearby tree, crashing onto a metal basin. Who the hell is outside? A voice filled with curses emerged from the tin house. Soon after, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, emerged, bare-chested and adorned with a dragon tattoo, exuding an imposing presence. The middle-aged man belched, stumbling as he walked, utterly bewildered by the sight before him. How could someone wielding a shotgun appear right in front of him? Fear gripped him, leaving his mind blank. Suddenly, he felt a warm puddle of yellow liquid forming at his feet, seeping down his pant leg. Please don't kill me. He was merely a second-tier wind ability user, far weaker than even a first-tier evolved being, and the shotgun in front of him could obliterate him with a single shot. Brother Biao, what is going on? Someone inside inquired. There are enemies. Brother Biao finally stammered out, trembling as he rushed into the metal room. Li Qing advanced swiftly, discarding the shotgun in favor of a modified Desert Eagle pistol. He intended to let this man experience the true essence of fear before his demise. Those who dared exploit his kindness deserved a pitiful end. Inside the metal room, 6 burly men and a seemingly honest middle-aged man were drinking, attended by 2 women each. Brother Biao burst in, exclaiming, "There are enemies outside." The 6 strong men and the honest-looking middle-aged man frowned. Was it necessary to be so frightened by the appearance of an enemy? All 8 were second-tier evolved beings or ability users, having taken lives before and possessing a cache of weapons. Even if someone were to arrive, they felt confident, perhaps even looking forward to capturing a woman to vent their frustrations. Brother Biao, this is our territory. What are you afraid of? Let us go kill this thief and use his thigh as a delicacy, the honest man, Hong Fei, remarked, presenting himself as an unassuming farmer, masking his true nature. Brother Biao, still trembling, replied, "Brother, he has a gun, and he is coming in." Huh, what gun could possibly harm me? One of the burly men scoffed, aggressively pinching one of the women beside him, laughing boisterously. Really, Brother Biao's fear was palpable. Suddenly, a loud, rhythmic knocking echoed through the room, causing the 8 to freeze. Their expression shifted drastically as they instinctively grabbed AK-47s and opened fire on the door, riddling it with bullets until it collapsed. But there was no one behind it. As doubt crept in, Li Qing suddenly appeared at the doorway, firing his Desert Eagle repeatedly. The sound of gunfire rang out as several men fell to the ground, including Brother Biao, who was shot in the head and killed instantly. "I am Li Qing, a combat team member of the Qingyang camp. You scum are hereby sentenced to death," he declared, gripping his Desert Eagle firmly. "You're dreaming." Hong Fei, the seemingly honest man, attempted to raise his gun to shoot Li Qing, only to be met with several rounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Just as Li Qing was about to deal with the remaining men, a grenade was hurled through the window. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qing found himself bereft of time to rescue the 2 unfortunate girls and hastily dashed towards the exit. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as a grenade detonated, causing Li Qing to collapse at the threshold. The flesh on his back was gruesomely torn apart. Initially, he felt no pain, but it soon surged through him in a fiery wave. "Quite audacious, aren't you, to have found your way to my lair?" remarked a middle-aged man with prominent buck teeth, brandishing a small handgun as he approached. He aimed and fired 2 shots directly into Li Qing's thigh. "Come on. Shoot me. If I flinch, I'm not your father," Li Qing retorted, observing the advancing man. while a crowd began to gather, filled with a mixture of envy and pity for Li Qing's defiance. "Very well. I shall not yield to your wishes," the middle-aged man began. But before he could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced through his skull. From the nearby woods emerged a multitude of evolved warriors. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. His comrades had arrived. Chapter 50. The overwhelming assault. It is said that Zhao Li, accompanied by 33rd-tier evolvers, launched a direct assault on the Goblin City. Upon reaching the outskirts, the skirmish commenced. Zhao Li drew forth the flame giant sword and soared into the skies with a pair of wings. The flame giant sword was raised high, emanating a radiant glow. The angel engine was being activated. A new stellar energy conduit was being established. The stellar energy conduit was successfully completed, with 5 conduits established in total. As the flame giant sword gathered energy, it initiated the flame bombardment, elevating the energy level to 100. Zhao Li pointed the sword towards the Goblin City, and a colossal fireball, akin to a meteor, erupted from the flame giant sword, plunging directly into the city walls, piercing them with great force. A tremendous inferno erupted from within, and soon after, the entire city wall was obliterated by a shockwave, sending debris soaring into the sky. A wave of heat radiated outward from the Goblin City, uprooting nearby trees, and the shockwave propelled Zhao Li several hundred meters away. "Follow me," Zhao Li commanded as he flew into the city, prompting the nearby warriors to hastily enter as well. The surface of the Goblin City had been reduced to rubble, yet it seemed that an underground city remained intact. Just as Zhao Li prepared to raise the flame giant sword once more, a concentrated energy projectile struck him directly. Boom! Zhao Li was sent hurtling away, the flame giant sword flying from his grasp to another location. A squad of goblin mech surged forth from the depths, but Zhao Li regained his footing. With a flick of his wrist, the flame giant sword reappeared in his hand. Flame bombardment. Energy concentration. Concentration complete. He unleashed a strike, sending forth a small meteor that tore through the thick metallic defenses, crashing into the interior. With a resounding boom, the entire Goblin City trembled, prompting the recently emerged goblins to hastily retreat underground. Moments later, the goblin leader, Tyren, emerged, clutching a golden fruit, and prostrated himself before Zhao Li. Raising the golden fruit high, the goblins within the mech crawled out, all adopting a similar submissive posture. Our goblin clan completely surrenders to the base city of Tianza. Never to betray. A small blue machine emitted human language, and one by one, goblins crawled out from the breached holes, all uniformly bowing down. Thus, the goblins surrendered. Faced with unparalleled destructive power, they had no choice but to yield. Over 100 warriors gathered atop the ruins of the Goblin City, subsequently communicating with the higher-ups of the base city. The war concluded in a remarkably brief span of time, illustrating the true might of technology. No amount of words could rival the impact of a single decisive blow. "Commander, Team 21 has come under attack from unknown assailants. We request support," a soldier reported to Zhao Li. "Can you locate them?" Zhao Li inquired. "Affirmative," the soldier replied. "Accompanied by 50 valiant warriors, you shall guide me. For I am determined to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dares to obstruct the military's endeavors." Zhao Li's golden eyes exuded an aura of formidable authority, complemented by his ethereal white wings, which were both sacred and inviolable. The goblins, having lost all semblance of confidence, required only a few warriors to ensure they did not scatter. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials within the base city, observing the column of flames and tremors from afar, found it difficult to fathom that the extraterrestrial soldiers could possess such formidable strength. The Empire's understanding was far advanced, beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Zhao Li, accompanied by his 50 warriors, swiftly traversed a mountainous forest until they arrived at a verdant grove. From this vantage point, they beheld a quaint village below, and the instruments indicated that their target lay within. As they prepared their firearms for inspection, the truth was confirmed. A single shot felled the leader, followed by a barrage of gunfire. By the time Zhao Li descended, everyone in the camp had taken cover, heads cradled in their arms, while 40 warriors followed him into the encampment. Upon witnessing the pitiable state of Li Qing, Zhao Li could no longer bear to observe. Li Qing's entire being was in disarray, devoid of any redeeming quality. As the reconnaissance I relayed vital information. Li Qing, potential overdrawn. Race, human life magic bestowed. A green luminescence emanated from Zhao Li's left hand, with delicate green threads weaving from it into Li Qing's body. Gradually, Li Qing's condition began to improve. The underlying principle eluded Zhao Li. Perhaps this was the extraordinary power of a mythic-level talent. As Li Qing's injuries healed, the tumult of flesh rendered his wounds nearly imperceptible. "Your ability is quite remarkable," Zhao Li remarked, observing the vibrant movements of Li Qing's flesh, which seemed to hint at great potential. Li Qing, supported by others, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. "Report, Commander," My extraordinary ability is flesh manipulation, Li Qing declared. Can you control your own or only others? Zhao Li inquired, glancing at the lifeless camp leader. After a brief examination, he confirmed the leader was beyond revival and turned back to Li Qing. Both are possible, Li Qing replied. Ah, then you possess substantial potential. From now on, you shall be my subordinate. You need only heed my commands, Zhao Li proclaimed, gesturing with his hand as a luminous orb coalesced in his palm. Consume this. Li Qing swallowed the orb, feeling a comforting warmth radiate through his abdomen, dispelling his weariness. Li Qing, promptly attend to the affairs of this camp. I shall take my leave. The others will assist you, Zhao Li instructed. Casting a glance at the nearby camp personnel, it was evident that not all were adversaries. Many were merely oppressed individuals. However, Zhao Li preferred to leave such matters to others, deeming it the proper course of action. The skirmish with the goblins concluded swiftly, with only a minuscule number of warriors encountering trouble while engaging the goblin mechs in the wilderness, while the remainder sustained no significant injuries. With his wings unfurled, he ascended directly towards the base city, leaving the remaining individuals in the camp to conduct a thorough investigation. Despite myriad forms and expressions, all beings suffer. Confronted by those who aid the oppressors, Li Qing resolutely raised his firearm. The sound of gunfire echoed in the wake of Zhao Li's departure, revealing the presence of numerous unsavory characters. Just as Li Qing was about to withdraw after neutralizing the threat, a young girl dashed forward, brandishing a dagger aimed at him. Fortunately, a soldier beside Li Qing seized the girl's wrist, lifting her effortlessly. Let me go? The suspended girl cried out, thrashing her legs in a desperate attempt to break free. With a firm grip, the soldier caused her wrist to creak ominously, resulting in the dagger clattering to the ground. The girl cried out in pain, her struggles ceasing beneath her. What should we do? The soldier inquired of Li Qing, still holding the girl aloft. This girl was the daughter of the notorious Hong Gu. Her mother a woman of ill repute who had coerced others into servitude within the ranks of the Black Hawk faction, affiliated with Hong Gu. Let her go. Spare her life, Li Qing replied, turning away without a second glance. The moment the soldier released her, the girl hastily retrieved the dagger, intent on plunging it into the soldier. You've been given a chance. Now get lost. The soldier, growing impatient, delivered a swift kick that sent the girl sprawling. A third-tier soldier's foot struck the girl, barely an initial stage evolved individual, causing her to spit blood and collapse helplessly in the nearby mud. Once the soldier departed, a man in his 30s, grinning maliciously, pulled the girl from the mire. Isn't your father quite the tyrant? Isn't your mother rather ruthless? You once had the audacity to make me suffer. Now, let me show you the warmth of your elder brother. With that, he dragged the girl into a nearby wooden shack. The surrounding onlookers remained indifferent, choosing to ignore the scene as they continued with their tasks. Perhaps feeling a fleeting sense of liberation, yet still shackled by the weight of their own despair. Chapter 51. Half a year by the time Zhao Li returned to the base, the orders from the higher authorities had already been executed. Their explanation was simple. As long as the technology remained intact, surrender was not an option. Consequently, the ruins of the goblin city were adorned with the desiccated remains of goblins. It is possible that some warriors took bits of goblin flesh to sell in the outer city or camps, thus earning some extra income. Meanwhile, the superior technology and equipment from the goblin city were transported back in trucks, with the most remarkable being the alchemical aggregation cannon, an energy weapon over 10 meters long, renowned as the goblins' finest offensive armament. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre assortment of creatures emerged from the depths of the goblin city. Their appearance transcended mere unattractiveness. They were grotesque, covered in bony protrusions that rendered them seemingly formidable. However, when faced with combat, they exhibited cowardice and possessed minimal defensive capabilities. Any strike to a vital area could prove fatal. The singular characteristic of these humanoid beings was their rapidly growing bone spikes, coupled with a lack of intelligence and an inherent timidity. The higher authorities swiftly concluded that they were of no use and opted for execution. In the following days, new entities continued to manifest, closely resembling humans yet adorned with scaly foreheads and sharp ears, exhibiting exceptional intelligence. They wielded magic with remarkable proficiency, slaying hundreds of stationed warriors before making their escape, inflicting significant losses on the entire base. Although these warriors were merely of the first or second tier, they had been cultivated over time, showcasing unparalleled combat and mental prowess. Zhao Li visited the military camp to inspect the deceased, who had been drained of their life energy. The method of their demise remained uncertain, but the absence of a direct confrontation indicated that the assailants were not particularly formidable. Thus, he promptly categorized the situation as an S-rank mission. His skills had undoubtedly reshaped the perceptions of those around him. As the honorary commander of the base, Zhao Li's weekly rewards escalated from 1,000 points and 1,000 evolution crystals to 1,500 points and 2,000 evolution crystals, marking a significant elevation in both status and living conditions. The base prospered tremendously, and thus 6 months passed uneventfully. Zhao successfully broke through to the 7th tier, transforming his lungs into evolutionary organs. A team from Tianqing City arrived at the base, comprising various extraterrestrial species, notably resembling orc-like beings. Seated in his office within the peacekeeping building, Zhao listened to Li Qing's report, detailing that Tianqing City came with sincere intentions to establish diplomatic relations with the base. They brought 5 fifth-tier evolutionists, Li Qing stated. Zhao reclined in his chair, feigning disinterest as he inquired about trivial matters. Indeed, and there are many peculiarities. Some appear similar to orcs. I noticed individuals with additional beast-like ears, Li Qing elaborated. That is quite normal. Beyond the 6th tier, the integration of other species genes becomes feasible, a fact that has been substantiated. These 5th-tier beings likely underwent enhancements through genetic technology. It seems ascending to the 6th tier poses considerable challenges, Zhao remarked, taking a sip from his teacup before setting it down leisurely. Our base possesses strength far superior to that of Tianqing City, and there is no need for excessive concern. The higher-ups are not foolish and know how to act, Zhao remarked. Commander, what should we do now? Li Qing inquired. Anything will suffice. The proliferation of evolved beasts has become rampant. We must organize personnel to eliminate them and prevent another massacre at the factories, Zhao commanded. Although the inner city has remained unscathed over the past 6 months, the factories and vast farmlands outside the city have faced disturbances from evolved beasts, resulting in casualties ranging from 2 or 3 individuals to hundreds. Once Li Qing departed, the captain of the peacekeeping squad arrived. Oh, when did you come to seek me? Zhao asked, looking at the captain. Someone wishes to meet you, and I thought to discuss it with you, the captain replied with a smile. Get lost immediately. Zhao expression changed abruptly, and he spoke in anger. The entire peacekeeping squad has been riddled with deceit and corruption. Despite some compromises leading to the legalization of casinos and brothels, this group, masquerading under the guise of peacekeeping, continues to indulge in debauchery in the outer city. The reason they do not dare to venture into the inner city is that it is predominantly inhabited by individuals of at least 3rd-tier strength. Even if they lack direct familial ties, at least one member of their family is above the 3rd tier, who would dare provoke them. Even those who could afford to challenge them recognize that mingling in such vices is unnecessary. Enough. I acknowledge that I have been quite the scoundrel in the past, but I have been making amends and offering gifts these past few months. You ought to cooperate with me. After all, we will inevitably see each other again. And it would be embarrassing for both of us in front of outsiders. The captain, a 5th-tier streetwise individual, understood the necessity of flexibility. Facing a 7th-tier evolved being and a super soldier as the honored commander, a direct confrontation would leave him in shambles. And even death would elicit no outcry. Only the base leader would offer a perfunctory word of justice. You, a worthless fool, have nothing of merit to say. I fear no one, regardless of who they may be. Your presence irks me. Do your utmost to avoid appearing before me in the future, Zhao stated emphatically. Pointing at the captain, each word deliberate. All right. I shall leave that matter be. Take care. The captain clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, retrieved a small box from his pocket, and exited the office. Zhao opened the small box, revealing a note pinned by Feng Bieli in a 15 cubic meter spatial ring. This ring was painstakingly crafted through the spatial storage technology of the Heilman base and the expertise of existing spatial ability users. According to Li Qing's report, the materials required included at least 1 crystal from an evolved individual possessing spatial storage abilities. Holding the spatial ring, which was composed of dark alloy, Zhao admired the gem embedded in it, processed yet unable to absorb energy. At its base, intricate energy patterns adorned the ring, creating a strikingly beautiful yet brutal piece of equipment. Over the course of 6 months, the population of the base city surged from 700,000 to 120,000, not due to childbirth, but rather through the merging of nearby camps and the migration of citizens from other bases. The living conditions within the inner city are extraordinarily favorable, ranging from a standard weekly benefit of 100 points to an exceptional weekly benefit of 1,000 points, unequivocally ensuring a high-quality existence for the evolved. From a security perspective, the system of Tianzi City's base is even more alluring. At the very least, higher-tier evolved individuals do not possess dominion over the life and death of their lower-tier counterparts. Furthermore, labor yields tangible rewards, and within the inner city, one is safeguarded from theft. The number of 3rd-tier evolved has significantly increased over the past 6 months. 3rd-tier individuals can no longer be deemed exceptionally powerful. However, the transition from 5th to 6th tier remains exceedingly challenging, attainable only by those with exceptional innate talent. Others must either engage in life and death struggles to break through or await fortuitous opportunities and inspiration. It is said that the guardians of the imperial capital have successfully ascended to the 7th tier, seizing the opportunity to regain control over a dozen base cities surrounding the imperial capital. Chapter 52. Zia's visit before the cataclysmic disaster unfolded. The Qingyu Society had already been entrenched for several decades. This organization not only operated various entertainment venues, but also ran underground gambling dens and engaged in the illicit trade of narcotics, establishing itself as the most formidable crime syndicate in Tianzi City and previously the primary target of the police surveillance. Following the onset of the calamity, the society quickly secured its position through its extensive manpower and clandestine firearms, later integrating into the base as a civilian administrative entity. A multitude of illegal enterprises emerged, generating immense profits, which the higher echelons of the base tacitly permitted. After all, the resources consumed in managing the inner and outer cities were substantial, and to elevate the happiness index of the evolvers in the inner city, certain necessary measures became imperative. The division of industry profits was heavily skewed, with the authorities claiming the lion's share. Consequently, all commercial establishments under the official auspices were exempt from regulation, allowing the Qingyu Society, as the de facto overlord, to consistently undermine other operators. Aside from the bustling Beilongkou and Nanhua commercial districts, where numerous entrepreneurs thrived, every other profitable shop was monopolized by the Qingyu Society. Amidst the accumulation of resources, although the society's leader, Lu Qingyu, lacked combat prowess, he possessed a formidable 5th-tier strength, while his enforcer, Atai, was a bona fide 6th-tier evolver, boasting an almost impenetrable evolutionary skin. Within the towering edifice of the Qingyu Society, President Lu Qingyu and Vice President Lu Bujing were engaged in a discussion regarding the current situation in the inner city. Bujing, are there still those who covet our position? Lu Qingyu inquired, reclining on the sofa. Indeed, our revenues in the West City have diminished by 20% compared to before, largely due to interference from the undead. However, the base has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with them. We cannot provoke a confrontation, otherwise, the base will not intervene, Lu Bujing replied. Numerous special parts of evolvers can be utilized to produce weapons, and the undead have significantly encroached upon our market share. Moreover, Fengtang strictly prohibits the influx of high-powered weaponry into the market. Many formidable firearms have been sealed away, leaving our weapons market in a persistent slump. Lu Bujing expressed with a hint of despondency. It is indeed a burden you bear. The Qingyu Society owes much to your efforts, Lu Qingyu remarked contemplatively. After a few more exchanges, Lu Bujing rose to depart. Once Lu Bujing had left, Lu Qingyu turned to reveal a cold demeanor. Atai, do you believe the rumors regarding Lu Bujing's ambition to usurp my position are true? Lu Qingyu questioned, puffing on a cigar while seated on the sofa, addressing Atai, who stood beside him. I am uncertain, my lord, Atai responded, bowing his head, aware that he often could not voice his opinions. It cannot be mere speculation. The fact that I received this information so discreetly necessitates my attention. Lu Bujing is the illegitimate son of my father. He remains unaware of this fact. My father assumes I am oblivious, yet how could I not be aware? I am also ignorant of the nature of his evolutionary organs. If they were to be placed in me, would I ascend to the 6th tier? Lu Qingyu, somewhat distracted, spoke with evident longing for the 6th tier of evolution. The first 5 tiers can extend the lifespan of both evolved beings and those with supernatural abilities, but upon reaching the 6th tier, it is as if shackles have been shattered. Research into genetics reveals that 6th-tier evolved beings and supernatural entities can generally live up to 500 years, while those at the 7th tier can reach an astonishing 1,000 years. This is an unparalleled temptation, one that even Lu Qingyu, who wields the darker aspects of the base city, cannot resist. Evolutionary organs. Lu Qingyu mused. Previously, he had acquired the heart of a 6th-tier flying bat. However, for humans, the rejection rate is exceedingly high, and the energy of such a heart is too intense. Essentially, the blood vessels of a 5th-tier human cannot withstand such elevated blood pressure. To implant it, one must enhance their body and integrate specific bad genes, a feat only achievable at the 6th tier. Current genetic technology is woefully inadequate to accomplish this. Keep a close eye on Lu Bujing. Notify me immediately if there are any movements, Lu Qingyu instructed Atai. Understood. Atai replied. What has become of that evolved being, Tang Zheng? I recall he intended to integrate with the 6th-tier evolutionary organ. What was the outcome? Lu Qingyu inquired, gesturing towards the female secretary in the room with his cup. According to our informant, the initial integration of the giant ape's heart was remarkably successful. Yet while integrating with the ancestral purple-scaled crocodile's liver, a mutation occurred, resulting in an appearance that is now half human, half beast, the female secretary reported. That is rather fortunate. Find an opportunity for Zhao Li to give it a try, Lu Qingyu remarked with a hint of amusement, signaling to the secretary. Is that not feasible? Just find a way. As the secretary attended to her tasks, Lu Qingyu gestured for Tai to come closer. Tai leaned in to listen. Send a few trusted confidants to locate that lich we encountered previously. I need their cursed artifacts, Lu Qingyu whispered. Fully aware that such dealings with the undead were perilous but could yield immense benefits. The myriad creatures crawling from the ruins of the Goblin City were numerous. Yet they were as dense as fools, making communication nearly impossible. In contrast, the undead beings possessed high intelligence and were entirely capable of mutually beneficial cooperation. The Qingyu Association has now grown exceedingly vast, and Lu Qingyu sensed that his control was waning. Moreover, Lu Bujing harbored ulterior motives and might well be scheming to eliminate him. He needed to swiftly break through to the 6th tier, otherwise even the base would hesitate to invest in him. As everyone departed, Lu Qingyu stood by the window of the skyscraper, gazing at the panoramic view. What a dark yet magnificent world this is. I shall not yield. All of this will belong to me, and it must be mine. Just as Lu Qingyu lamented the state of the world and expressed his ambitions. Personnel from the imperial capital had also entered the inner city through the gates of the base. The base's diplomats appeared somewhat bewildered until they observed Xia engaged in lively conversation with a member from the imperial capital. Hurry and inform the base leader. Immediately. Within less than 5 minutes, Feng Bieli arrived before the imperial capital, accompanied by a host of followers. Haha, greetings. The Wind of Separation clasped Li Sun's right hand and spoke with great enthusiasm. After arranging for the newly arrived 22 personnel from the capital to be seated in the central tower, he addressed his logistics officer, Tang, saying, "This one is of the 6th tier. Please summon Zhao Li." Tang nodded and promptly set off to find Zhao Li at the peacekeeping tower, only to discover that he was not there. Young Buki, where has Zhao Li gone? Tang slammed her hand on the table, startling the peacekeeping captain, who hastily wiped the drool left from his slumber. I have no idea. He comes and goes as he pleases. I can do nothing about it. The peacekeeping captain, sensing Tang's formidable aura, realized there was an urgent matter at hand and spoke quickly. What are you still doing here? Go find him immediately, right away. With a wave of her hand, Tang commanded Yang Qi to search for Zhao Li. All right, sister, don't be anxious. I will mobilize people at once to find him. Yang Buki gestured to the personnel outside, and they all immediately abandoned their tasks and scattered. What is the urgency? Yang Buki inquired, puzzled. Someone has arrived from the capital, and it is a 6th-tier individual. Their intentions may not be benevolent, Tang replied, casting a glance at Yang Qi before turning to leave. Sister, clarify this. Surely they are not here to target me? Yang Buki exclaimed, bewildered. As a 5th-tier evolver, though not particularly strong, he had lived a life of idleness and minimal contributions, dabbling in illicit financing at times, and occasionally exploiting his position for free meals and extorting small sums from the common folk as protection fees. The more Young Buki pondered, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to hastily pursue Tang. Chapter 53. The Consolidation Plan of the Imperial Capital after Chia and her companion departed. The captain of the peacekeeping squad entered, but before he could utter a word, he was rendered unconscious by a spell cast by Zhao Li. The dark magic of a nightmare curse. The captain collapsed to the ground, dragged away by a nearby peacekeeping officer. In the dreamscape, he was mercilessly beaten by Zhao Li. As dream magic allows for the manipulation of dream content, everything left behind was untouched by Chia, serving as a token of their meeting for Zhao Li, who graciously accepted the offerings. With his right hand grasping the wind iron ore and flames engulfing his left, he concentrated the energy of the Sun of Light. The temperature of the flames surged dramatically, melting the wind iron ore into a molten state. A liquid sphere floated atop his right hand as impurities were continuously stripped away, gradually forming a small rectangular plate. The wind attribute of the wind iron had increased tenfold, and under the control of the flames, Zhao Li skillfully crafted an iron ring using his magic. He inscribed several wind attribute runes upon it. Speed, wind blade, wind erosion, rapid movement. These 4 runes, combined with a formation to absorb trace amounts of wind attribute energy, culminated in the creation of a simple magical item. This ring resembled a clock that could operate perpetually, albeit slowly, consuming little energy. Though it appeared trivial, it constituted an exceptional piece of equipment for low-tier evolvers and supernatural beings. The innate talent of the supreme mage bestowed upon Zhao Li countless magical inspirations, not merely enhancing his power but enriching his knowledge in all domains. The refined gold melded into his body, yet the golden evolver struggled to fully integrate it. Nevertheless, he could still manipulate the flow of the refined gold within, as his golden blood could easily accommodate this small amount. Though controlling the refined gold within his body seemed of little utility, Zhao Li retained it in his hand, a small, weighty piece of gold that felt quite satisfying. He desired to inscribe magical runes upon it, but was unable to do so, ultimately conceding. However, its capacity to hold magical energy indicated its potential as an excellent magical conductor, possibly serving unforeseen purposes. He tossed 3 evolution potions to a peacekeeping officer, keeping the remaining items for himself as he returned home. The wind attribute gem within was volatile. Zhao Li needed to channel its internal energy and stabilize it. Otherwise, it would be unusable. He melted the iron ingot stored at home into the shape of a staff, embedding the gem atop it, and subsequently inscribed wind attribute runes upon the staff. He etched a guiding magical formation onto the gem. Once completed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over Zhao Li, causing him to collapse onto the ground, unconscious. The newly crafted staff fell to the floor with a crisp sound of clashing metal. His father, upon opening the bedroom door, hurried to check Zhao Li's condition. Finding his breathing and pulse normal, he laid Zhao Li on the bed, placing the metal staff in a drawer of the desk. After attending to these matters, he went to a nearby clinic to summon a doctor for precautionary measures. Before he could leave, he encountered a visiting female officer, to whom he explained the situation. There is no significant issue, it's merely a matter of exhaustion. A good sleep will suffice. The female officer glanced at Zhao Li and handed over a document to his elderly father. This is the list of personnel dispatched by the Empire. It requires your signature promptly. Could you please sign it? She inquired. I'm not too familiar with this. If it's not urgent, perhaps we could wait until my son awakens? The elderly father replied, hesitant to make a decision. That's not a problem. It is imperative that you sign it on his behalf, the female officer explained. After the father signed, she politely took her leave. Once outside the district, the female officer activated her special communicator. This is Falcon. I have obtained the authorization documents from the higher-ups. The Imperial Capital Guard can now enter the base city, she stated with gravity. Received. The super soldiers are not resolute regarding internal decisions. We may attempt to sway them. Personnel from Tianqing City have already established contact with some senior officials. The female officer reported. Understood. Falcon, remain concealed and do not expose yourselves. Came the response. Affirmative. Falcon acknowledges. She then stored the communicator and proceeded to deliver the documents to the execution department. Meanwhile, 5 jeeps were making their way towards the base in the surrounding woods. This is quite a challenging situation. I've heard there's a 7th-tier super soldier among them, remarked a young man with blonde hair, smoking as he drove. Addressing the elderly man in the passenger seat. Put out that cigarette. Don't suffocate me with the smoke in here. A child in the backseat urged. All right. The young man exhaled, solidifying the smoke and tossing it out the window. Be cautious upon arrival. This is the strongest base city in T Province. If we can establish control here, the Empire will be close to subjugating T Province. Not only is there a 7th-tier presence, but also numerous 6th-tier evolvers, he continued. Mayor, take a look. The elderly man, recognizing the significance of this operation, handed a smart tablet to the young woman in the back seat. Upon examining the tablet, she was equally astonished. In the base city of Tianza, the Wind Master is a 6th-tier Earth-type ability user. The Chief of Logistics is a 6th-tier Psychic ability user. The commander of the Qingyang camp, Zheng Xiao, is also a 6th-tier evolver, along with the Vice President of the Qingyu Association and the President of the Civilian Evolver Association. Both 6th-tier evolvers. Brother Sun, this lineup nearly rivals that of the Imperial capital, Mayor exclaimed, while the child beside her nodded in agreement. Goodness. There are 5 6th tiers and 1 7th tier among them. We only have the head and sister Fei as 6th tiers. I've heard that the Qingyu Association and the base commander are in cahoots. We might not be able to suppress them. The child adjusted his glasses. The Qingyu Association must be eradicated. Such a malignant entity cannot be tolerated. Moreover, the ethos of the Evolver Association must be reformed, Li Sun declared resolutely. This is the directive from the Imperial capital, thus a confrontation is inevitable. What about our inside informant? Maya questioned. Everything is well. As for Zhao Li, he has been confirmed not to be swayed. Otherwise, I would never have led you into the city. Li Sun murmured, evidently aware that a level 7 evolver is remarkably distinct. Once we arrive, Feng Bieli will undoubtedly come to test the waters. We must maintain our composure and not weaken our stance. I will find a way to secure Zhao Li's support. Otherwise, we will have no means to deal with the Qingyu Society. Li Sun advised, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. The Blue Fish Society. This is a dark tableau lurking beneath the city of Tianza, the genesis of numerous tragic events. Long before the cataclysmic disaster unfolded, the Blue Fish Society had already existed for several decades. This organization not only managed various entertainment venues, but also operated underground gambling establishments and engaged in the trafficking of illicit substances. establishing itself as the largest gang in Tianzi City and a primary target for the police force. Following the outbreak of the disaster, the society swiftly secured its position, bolstered by a formidable number of operatives and an arsenal of clandestine firearms. Subsequently, it became integrated within the base, functioning as an unofficial governing body. An array of illegal enterprises emerged, yielding substantial profits, which the higher echelons of the base tacitly permitted. After all, the resources expended on managing both the inner and outer city were immense, and to elevate the happiness index of the evolved inhabitants, certain pragmatic measures were deemed necessary. The division of profits was skewed heavily in favor of the authorities, with official establishments mirroring those of the society, effectively removing them from scrutiny. Seizing this opportunity, the Bluefish Society relentlessly undermined other operators. Aside from the bustling commercial hubs of Beilankou and Nanhua, all lucrative shops in other areas fell under the society's monopoly. Amidst this accumulation of resources, though the president of the Bluefish Society lacked combat prowess, he still possessed strength at the 5th tier, while his enforcer, Atai, was a legitimate 6th-tier evolved being, clad in evolutionary skin that afforded him near-superhuman defensive capabilities. Within the society's headquarters, President Liu Qingyu and Vice President Liu Bujing deliberated over the current state of affairs in the inner city. "Is there still someone plotting against us?" Liu Qingyu inquired, reclining on the sofa. "Indeed, our profits in the Western District have diminished by 20% compared to before. The undead are obstructing our operations. However, the base has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with them. We must avoid provoking them, lest we find ourselves unsupported by the base," Liu Bujing replied. "Many special parts from evolved beasts can be fashioned into weapons, and the undead have stealthily appropriated a significant share of our market. Furthermore, Fong Tang has strictly prohibited the influx of high-powered weaponry into the market, resulting in a prolonged stagnation in our arms trade," Liu Bujing lamented, a hint of despair in his voice. "You have worked diligently for the society, and we owe much to you," Liu Qingyu remarked with a sense of nostalgia as Liu Bujing rose to depart. Once Liu Bujing had exited, Liu Qingyu's demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. "Atai, do you believe the rumors of Liu Bujing coveting my position to be true?" he queried, drawing on a cigar while gazing at Atai, who stood nearby. "I am unaware." "My lord," Atai answered, his head bowed. He often felt compelled to withhold his opinions. "It cannot merely be a baseless rumor. The fact that such information has reached my ears so discreetly necessitates my attention. Liu Bu, unbeknownst to him, is the illegitimate son of my father. My father believes that I am unaware of this fact, but how could I possibly be oblivious? I am acutely aware of the nature of his evolutionary organ and whether its implantation would elevate me to the 6th tier." Liu Qingyu, somewhat lost in thought, spoke with a hint of yearning for the 6th tier. The first 5 tiers can extend the lifespan of both evolvers and those with extraordinary abilities. However, upon reaching the 6th tier, it is akin to breaking free from shackles. Genetic research indicates that 6th tier evolvers and those with extraordinary abilities typically live up to 500 years, and 7th tier individuals can even reach a millennium. This is an irresistible temptation, one that even Liu Qingyu cannot escape, despite his grasp on the darker aspects of the base city. The thought of the evolutionary organ lingered in Liu Qingyu's mind. Previously, he had acquired the heart of a 6th-tier flying bat. Yet its rejection rate for humans was alarmingly high, and the heart's energy was far too intense for a 5th-tier human's vascular system to endure. To implant it, one must enhance their physique and integrate specific bat genes, a feat only achievable at the 6th tier. The current state of genetic technology falls woefully short of this capability. Keep a close watch on Liu Bu. Inform me immediately if he makes any move, Liu Qingyu instructed Atai. "Understood," Atai replied. "What has become of that evolver?" "Tang Zheng? I recall he was preparing to integrate a 6th-tier evolutionary organ. How did it fare?" Liu Qingyu inquired, gesturing towards the female secretary present in the room with his cup. "According to our informants, the initial integration with the heart of the giant ape was remarkably successful. However, complications arose during the integration of the ancestral purple-scaled crocodile's liver, resulting in a mutation where his skin became keratinized, transforming him into a half-human, half-beast form," reported the secretary standing by. "How fortunate. Let's find an opportunity for Zhao Li to give it a try," Liu Qingyu chuckled, signaling the secretary. "Is that not feasible? Just find a way," he insisted as the secretary went off to attend to matters. Liu Qingyu then beckoned Atai to come closer. Leaning in, Atai listened intently. "Send a few trusted aides to locate that lich we encountered previously. I require their cursed artifacts," Liu Qingyu whispered, clearly aware that dealing with such undead entities is akin to courting danger, yet the potential rewards are immense. Numerous creatures have crawled from the ruins of the Goblin City. but they are utterly foolish, making communication exceedingly difficult. In contrast, the subsequent undead beings possess remarkable intelligence and are capable of mutual cooperation. The Qingyu society has grown tremendously, and Lu Qingyu felt his grip on it slipping. Moreover, Lu Bu, with his untrustworthy intentions, might very well be plotting his demise. He must hasten his ascension to the 6th tier, otherwise, even the base will hesitate to invest in him. With everyone having departed, Lu Qingyu stood by the window of the towering building, gazing out at the expansive view. What a dark yet wondrous world this is. I shall not yield. Everything here will ultimately belong to me. As Lu Qingyu reflected on the world and expressed his aspirations, personnel from the imperial capital passed through the gates of the base city, entering the inner city. The base diplomat was somewhat bewildered, but upon observing Chia engaged in cheerful conversation with a representative from the imperial capital, realization dawned. He hurriedly informed the base commander, immediately, right away. Within less than 5 minutes, Feng Bieli arrived at the imperial capital accompanied by a throng of personnel. Ha ha, greetings. Feng Bieli warmly clasped Li Sun's right hand. Expressing great enthusiasm, he arranged for the 22 new personnel from the imperial capital to be seated in the central plaza and then addressed his logistical officer. Tang, this one is of the 6th tier. Fetch Zhao Li at once. Tang nodded and promptly set off to locate Zhao Li in the peacekeeping building, only to find he was not present. Young Buki, where has Zhao Li gone? Tang slammed her palm on the table, startling the peacekeeping commander, who hastily wiped away the drool left from his nap. I don't know either. He's rather carefree. He comes and goes as he pleases, and there's nothing I can do about it. The commander, noticing Tang's intense demeanor, realized she was in urgent need of Zhao Li and quickly added, "Why are you still sitting here? Go find him, right away." With a wave of her hand, Tang commanded Yang Qi to search for him. All right, sister. There's no need to rush. I will mobilize the team to search immediately." Yang Buki gestured to the peacekeeping personnel outside, and they all promptly abandoned their tasks, dispersing in a flurry. "What's the urgency about?" Yang Buki inquired, puzzled. "Someone from the imperial capital has arrived, and it's a 6th-tier individual. Their intentions are not benevolent." Tang replied, casting a glance at Yang Qi before turning to leave. "Sister, clarify this. They're not here to target me, are they?" Yang Buki queried, bewildered. As a 5th-tier evolver, though not particularly powerful, she had mostly been coasting along without making much contribution, occasionally engaging in questionable financing, and sometimes exploiting her position for personal gain at the expense of the common folk. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt, prompting her to hastily pursue Tang. Chapter 55. Li Sun meets Zhao Li. Though the peacekeeping unit is not known for its personnel management, its efficiency is indeed commendable. It wasn't long before they learned that Zhao Li was resting at home. Yang Buki, accompanied by Feng Tang, arrived at Zhao Li's residence. However, at that moment, Zhao Li was deeply ensconced in slumber. In an effort to rouse him, Feng Tang resorted to her unique abilities. The instant Zhao Li awakened, the backlash of the angelic will inflicted severe spiritual damage on Feng Tang, causing her to spit blood. This involuntary reaction activated her angel wings and eye of insight, and her golden eyes quivered as they fell upon Yang Qi. Zhao Li's strength was undeniably formidable. Having undergone genetic enhancement, his innate power was already extraordinary. And with his evolution to the 7th tier, he was distinctly unmatched. "What is going on?" Zhao Li queried, perplexed by his sudden transformation into angelic form, which felt quite abnormal. Feng Jie employed her abilities to wake you. "You must hurry to the central tower. Your presence is urgently required there," Yang Qi stated. "Commander Zhao, someone from the imperial capital has arrived. You must go at once." Feng Tang, feeling dizzy and with blood trickling from her nose, clearly bore the brunt of the situation. "All right, I'll check on things first. Is Feng Jie all right?" Zhao Li expressed his concern upon observing Feng Tang's condition. I'm fine. You should go." Feng Tang waved her hand, prompting Yang Qi to assist her. Once they exited Zhao Li's neighborhood, Feng Tang coughed up blood, her complexion paling instantly, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Feng Jie, you must not leave me. If you perish, who will protect me?" Yang Qi's heart raced as he hurriedly carried Feng Tang towards a nearby hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Li, having awakened, still felt somewhat disoriented but could not afford to delay. After taking a sip of water, he set off. Upon entering the conference room of the central tower, all eyes turned towards Zhao Li. Li Sun, upon seeing Zhao Li, felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, a harbinger of extreme danger. Indeed, this was the 7th-tier super soldier. "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness. I was in a deep slumber and did not wish to impede matters," Zhao Li said courteously as he took his seat in the second chair, eliciting a pleased raise of the eyebrow from Feng Bieli, who was evidently reassured by the reliability of their own. Although Zhao Li often did not align with his preferences in routine matters, he proved dependable in critical times, which sufficed. I am the captain of the Guardian team dispatched from the Imperial capital. You are indeed the renowned Soul 7th-tier evolver of T Province. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Li Sun stated as he rose and extended his hand to Zhao Li for a handshake. Greetings, Zhao Li replied politely, shaking his hand before lapsing into silence. Yet, all proceeded as usual. Zhao Li's arrival was merely a minor interlude. Commander Feng, would you like to arrange our accommodations and some office spaces? Inquired a woman beside Li Sun. Ha ha ha. It is natural for you to find space to reside. Yet securing an office location is quite a challenge. The inner city has become increasingly congested with the rising number of third-tier individuals. If you believe there is a suitable place in the outer city, I can construct a dwelling for you. Feng Belly, clearly wary of the guard team, stipulated that while residing is permissible, all your activities must occur in the outer city, not the inner city. That is of no concern. The outer city has its own charm, and I appreciate your efforts. The woman replied with a smile. In that case, you may take some time to familiarize yourselves. Feng Belly stated. I am the commander-in-chief of the city guard, Tan Shou. After Tan Shou decisively eliminated nepotism, Feng Belly promptly reinstated him. Feng Belly exemplifies the principle of employing those whom one trusts and disregarding those who inspire doubt. Tan Shou has proven himself commendable. Although many in the city guard are akin to peacekeeping forces, his unit rivals a streamlined version of the Qingyang Battalion. I am Zheng Xiao, the commander of the Qingyang Battalion. A man with a scar across his face rose and saluted. Li Sun returned the salute. This was a genuine soldier. Li Sun formed his own opinion. Zheng Xiao might indeed be a valuable asset. The Qingyang Battalion, being the most formidable battalion of evolver warriors in Tianzi City, comprises primarily of individuals who have attained third-tier evolvement or possess extraordinary abilities. These soldiers have undergone rigorous training in military camps, ensuring their combat prowess is unquestionable. I am Xiong Chumo, the head of the Research Institute. A petite and slender woman introduced herself while seated. Zhao Li noticed that, despite her small stature, her role in overseeing the Research Institute hinted at her capabilities. The logistics officer, Li Yuan, added that the chief of logistics, Feng Tang, was preoccupied with urgent matters and thus could not attend this meeting. As Li Sun surveyed the room, he was impressed. What an impressive assembly of individuals from the Tianzi City base. Apart from Zheng Xiao and Feng Belly, whom he already recognized as 6th tier, there was also Qian Zhou, responsible for military resource allocation, and Yang Wei, the head of the task department, both of whom were 6th tier as well. Through his own abilities, Zhao Li discerned that his evolution pertained to his heart and brain, indicating enhanced strength and extraordinary cognitive processing, along with a remarkable immunity to mental-type abilities. The capital also provided Zhao Li with superior genes, known to include an indomitable body. This extraordinary genetic capacity rivals the S-class special ability of flesh rebirth, even surpassing it in strength. To eliminate Zhao Li, complete destruction could only be achieved through a thermonuclear reaction. As the meeting concluded, Li Sun approached Zhao Li. Hello, Comrade Zhao Li. May I have a word with you? Li Sun inquired. I find your demeanor rather impolite. Zhao Li retorted impatiently, his golden eyes causing Li Sun's azure gaze to flicker momentarily. Another 6th-tier individual, Quan Lingfei, a resident of the capital, seized Zhao Li's right wrist. But before Li Sun could intervene, Zhao Li effortlessly flung Quan Lingfeng aside. In an instant, Quan Lingfeng shattered a wall, prompting a young member of the guard to lose his composure. A flying dagger struck Zhao Li squarely in the back. When Zhao Li showed no reaction, the child retrieved several more daggers from his backpack and hurled them into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed as the daggers could not penetrate. Even the initial dagger was forced out. I find this child rather impolite. Zhao Li pointed at the boy, prompting 2 members of the guard to step forward immediately. Stop it, Feng Jingjing, Li Sun shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. Zhao Li, radiating a golden hue, extended a golden tendril that swiftly seized the airborne daggers. Upon closer inspection, he noted they were crafted from rare minerals, valuable treasures indeed. I sincerely hope there won't be a next time. I do not oppose your presence. But do not think to provoke me. I owe no allegiance to anyone, Zhao Li coolly addressed Li Sun. Chapter 56, Scheming and Alliances in the Evening. A gathering was held by 22 individuals residing in an apartment outside the city. Li Sun sternly reprimanded the reckless and undisciplined behavior of Feng Jingjing, a young girl. You have gone too far this time. Do you realize how perilous the situation was before? Li Sun said, jabbing his finger on the table towards Feng Jingjing. She is the granddaughter of the esteemed guardian Feng from the capital, possessing extraordinary talent, having already reached the 5th level in a short span of time. However, in this world, talent is abundant. Unrefined talent is merely a corpse waiting to decay. And you, Zhang Ju and Zhang Xiao, your audacity is remarkable. If it weren't for our status, we would have gained nothing from Zhao Li's actions. Li Sun directed his remarks at the two who had initially protected Feng Jingjing. I was doing this to protect Fei Jie. Zhao Li is utterly arrogant and unreasonable. Feng Jingjing retorted angrily. His lack of reason does not justify your own. Does Fei Jie truly require your protection? Next time, refrain from acting impulsively. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Li Sun admonished. What have you observed? Qian Lingfei inquired. The situation is dire. Zhao Li not only possesses the super gene of the Indomitable body, but the special gene he has been infused with is likely even more formidable. His eyes are remarkable, reminiscent of my own clear moon eyes, indeed quite impressive. Additionally, there are numerous hidden 6th-level individuals, aside from one 7th level. I estimate at least a dozen 6th-level beings in the entire base. If we wish to execute our plan, we must win Zhao Li over. Li Sun replied, casting a glance at Feng Jingjing. Then let us pay him a visit tomorrow. We have indeed been rash today. Qian Lingfei suggested. Agreed. The following day, Li Sun and Qian Lingfei were welcomed into Zhao Li's residence. Zhao Li regarded the two and stated plainly, I harbor no ill feelings regarding your offense yesterday. You may proceed with your plans. I wish to have no part in them. Although Zhao Li outwardly belonged to the Feng Bieli faction, he had never truly aligned himself since arriving in Tianzi City. He had initially been elevated by the two previous base leaders, which had rendered him somewhat aloof. Within the base, no one could rein him in, yet Zhao Li had no intention of stirring trouble. He simply floated along, a mere bystander. The upper echelons of the base tacitly accepted this, as long as he refrained from vying for power. Comrade Zhao Li, you may be unaware of the darkness that pervades the base city. While you perceive it as a realm of brilliance and prosperity, beneath the surface lies a landscape strewn with corpses. I am aware. The construction in the outer city has faced attacks from evolved beasts, and death is inevitable. Are you familiar with the red light district in the outer city? The women who survive by selling their bodies? Many are unable to progress beyond the 3rd level. Although the current task system has provided opportunities for those of great strength, for many weaker individuals, survival is a distant dream. The disregard for life is appalling. Some weak, evolved individuals are even captured by peacekeeping forces, their evolved crystals surreptitiously extracted, leading to their demise in prisons or their being transported to research facilities as test subjects. Consider this. Amid such pervasive darkness, do you not possess the capacity to intervene? I believe your father, too, cannot bear to witness the suffering of so many innocents. Without your presence, he might have become one of them. At this juncture, Zhao Li fell into contemplation. Perhaps he was correct. Without me, my father would have perished long ago, unable to ascend to an evolved state. It is indeed my existence that has allowed him to become a second-tier evolver, living a life of comfort in the inner city. Even holding a position in the vegetable district. Zhao Li mused internally. You are right. Such malevolence should not persist. The current task system is riddled with loopholes that allow many villains to exploit it. However, I also have my elderly father to consider. Zhao Li spoke slowly. The implication was unmistakable. I detest these wicked and cunning individuals, yet I cannot act against them, for the sake of my father. It is of no consequence. You need only apply a modicum of pressure through your authority, Wang Lingfei suggested, feeling a wave of inner delight. If that is the case, let us proceed in this manner. We shall notify you once we have further information, Li Sun declared as he prepared to rise, knowing that lingering too long would be unwise. Please, wait a moment, Zhao Li called out to the two, retrieving 5 cards from his room. These 5 cards are a small magical artifact I crafted. The golden one can transform into a defensive capability, albeit for a brief duration and with moderate strength. The remaining 4 black cards are illusion cards, which generate a mirage upon use, proving to be remarkably effective. You may try one. Zhao Li explained as he handed the cards to Li Sun. These 5 cards are among the last remnants of my creations. Although the current supreme sorcerer appears omnipotent, he lacks the unique ability of a card master to conjure something from nothing, transforming energy into matter and thereby creating wondrous abilities through cards. Zhao Li needed to find suitable vessels for magic. Only then could he craft genuine magical items. After last night's efforts, he had transformed Feng Jingjing's 7 flying daggers into rectangular metal plates, which housed formidable magical attacks. This could be aptly described as a truncated version of a magical scroll, which should have a considerable market. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Li flickered and appeared atop the roof, lying back to gaze at the extraordinary night sky. The heavens were suffused with a dark crimson hue, seemingly enveloped by some force. Even the celestial star technique he had previously acquired yielded little effect. As if he were constrained. Fleeing this perilous realm with his father felt necessary. This galaxy was fraught with danger. Zhao Li closed his eyes and initiated his angel engine, requesting the activation of archangelic form. Divine Angel System granting permission. Archangel Gene activation successful. Attaining supreme authority over the City of Angels. Lifting all weapon restrictions. The Inferno Greatsword unlocks the ultimate flame judgment. The Archangel's sword successfully establishes a connection to the City of Angels. What should I do to transport the City of Angels here? Zhao pondered, feeling rather uncertain. At present, he was determining the coordinates of the Archangel Zhao, establishing a stable spatial anchor point. The City of Angels, having detached from the Angel Nebula, was completed by Ling 21. While the Angel Nebula was in the process of establishing a super teleportation channel, a selection of 390 spatial teleportation stations had been made, and the City of Angels was in transit, with an estimated arrival time of 19 days. Chapter 57, An Unexpected Turn in Simulation. As Zhao lay atop the rooftop, orchestrating the Angel City, the long-dormant simulator suddenly sprang to life. Upon detecting the presence of unique divine particles, the system completed its data collection. One simulation opportunity granted. Commencing simulation. In that instant, Zhao was elated, for he had fully comprehended the potential of this simulator system. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to foresee the future to a certain extent. The simulation commenced. This time, the talent simulation revealed the following gifts. 1. Damaged greed. Colorful as a manifestation of original sin, greed promises to bestow upon you everything, yet simultaneously, it demands the relinquishment of all that you hold dear. Commentary. As you desire. 2. Balance of weights. Colorful, you may trade anything with the divine, adjusting the weight of the scales to conclude transactions. However, increasing the weight necessitates a substantial amount of souls or resources. Commentary. A fair exchange, with no refunds. 3. Abyssal devotee. Colorful under the gaze of the abyss. Your summons will undoubtedly attract its attention. Commentary. The abyss follows, while deities retreat. 4. Eternal bond. Colorful, establish a contract that binds any entity, ensuring that life and death are intertwined henceforth. Commentary. Like a maggot in the bone, akin to the pain of a heart torn asunder. 5. Divine messenger. Colorful, you are the envoy of the gods. Your actions embody divine will, and no being can impede your progress. Commentary. You are the god's hound, the most devoted servant. The system underwent a flawless upgrade. Multiple talents could now be selected for the simulation. All selected. Incorporated talents. Supreme Law Mage, Golden Evolver, Soul Shepherd, Child of Light, Divine Messenger, Eternal Bond, Balance of Weights, Damaged Greed, Abyssal Devotee. Day 1. You awaken atop the rooftop, having successfully attracted the gaze of the abyss, resulting in an immediate elevation of your power to the 9th tier. The gates of the abyss open above Tianzi City, unleashing countless abyssal creatures. You receive the blessing of the abyssal demon god and become its divine devotee. Day 2. The world has been torn asunder. You have gathered a vast number of souls, earning a 3-soul value weight. You traverse through a small portal to the Goblin Star, followed by an influx of abyssal creatures. You encounter Ling Qi and forge a bond with her. Damaged greed activates, allowing you to siphon the stellar energy from within the planet. Day 3. The abyssal army invades the undead planet, leading to a cataclysmic battle that obliterates the entire planet. You are torn to shreds by the mighty Claw Lord. Yet you are reborn, standing unscathed before him. Under the abyssal gaze, all abyssal beings are granted resurrection instead of death. You acquire a 50-soul value weight and choose a deity to conduct a transaction, exchanging for a seal that can summon a slumbering god. Once activated, no one shall know what will transpire. Day 4. The entire star system is enveloped in a crimson substance. You arrive at the continent of Shios within the abyss, where you pay homage to one of the abyssal demon gods, Ashus. Ling Qi felt the call of hatred, and you resolved to follow her. On the 100th day, through relentless traversing of the continent, you arrived at the land of flying demons, where only one abyssal demon god, Jinnah, resided. You paid homage to her and received her blessing. Ling Qi and you discovered a dark forest, saturated with emotions of animosity. You encountered a tree bearing a human face, which spoke to Ling Qi, saying, "It is time, my messenger." A naked man, pale as a flower, emerged from the tree, and Ling Qi was imbued with some mysterious power. On the 101st day, before a colossal mirror, you confronted the instigator of Ling Qi's transformation, Mohilak. Engaging in a duel, he claimed he could not exit the mirror. You entered it and beheld a tree as grand as a solar star, exuding an unparalleled aura, even surpassing the might of the god of ruin. On the 102nd day, you challenged him. Neither the flame giant sword nor the Archangel S sword could inflict any harm. At that moment, a special item upon you was activated. The Divine Soul Seal, forged from the fall of 5 divine shadows, bore no effect. The power of the colossal god, triggered under specific conditions, granted you 10 seconds of immense strength, vanishing thereafter. On the 103rd day, within the dark confines of the mirror, black chains bound the gigantic tree. The divine soul seal was expended. With the power of the colossal god, you transformed within those fleeting seconds, shattering the tree before you. The mirror's interior shattered, and you emerged alive. On the 104th day, you discovered the unconscious Ling Qi. Just as you were about to carry her away, a tree-like entity coalesced in the air. Mohilak expressed gratitude for your assistance in his liberation from imprisonment and decided to bestow upon you death. On the 204th day, after enduring 100 days of torment, you fell into a state of death, the abyssal gaze cloaked by Mohilak. Even in the abyss, you could only accept your demise. As the blessings and watchful eyes of the abyssal demon god were retracted, your soul drifted in the void, for there was no hell near the abyss. On the 1000th year and 300th day, you floated into a peculiar palace, where a deity revived you. On the 5000th year and 100th day, you lingered within the palace for an extended period. The deity spent most of their time either sleeping or crafting intricate formations. You were filled with longing, yearning to vanquish Mohilak and rescue your beloved Ling Qi. On the 80th thousand year, the deity rarely took you to a continent, their divine domain. Your status as a divine envoy was revoked, for without their divine power, you could never ascend to godhood or seek vengeance. On the 200,000th year, you became a deity, wielding the divine domain to approach the abyss. An unparalleled battle ensued, though Mohilak was not a deity. His power of hatred still pressed down upon you. On the 128,000th year, you were defeated, perishing in the void. This simulation has concluded. Please select your fixed talents. Zhao Li gazed upon the lengthy simulation text, his heart swelling with emotion. The situation is utterly overwhelming, akin to a ludicrous mother flinging open the door to absurdity. Calm down. Calm down. Zhao Li compelled himself to regain his composure. He was about to embark on the selection of his talents. These 5 mythical-level talents were indeed formidable, so careful consideration was imperative. The talent of broken greed was clearly unviable from its introduction, thus it had to be discarded. The balance of weights, while synergizing excellently with divine transactions, required weights that inherently bore the burden of endless slaughter. Although Zhao Li did not consider himself a virtuous individual, he still yearned for harmony and beauty. The abyssal devotee would invite the gaze of the abyss, threatening to unleash devastation upon the world, which Zhao Li could not permit. After contemplating the divine favor and the eternal bond, Zhao Li ultimately opted for the eternal bond. While the divine favor could indeed foster goodwill from deities, as evidenced by the divine intervention in previous simulations, Zhao Li still chose the seemingly less significant eternal bond over the divine favor. The eternal bond. The fixation of the eternal bond, in color, has been completed. An additional talent has been detected, grace. The grace talent activates, granting a special simulation opportunity once each day. Chapter 58. Eternal bonds as a mythical level talent. Eternal bonds may appear singular and simple, devoid of any potential for growth. However, therein lies its formidable strength. The singularity and lack of enhancement options define eternal bonds. The bond is firmly established with Ling Qi. Reflecting on his past experiences, Zhao Li realized that although he had not spent an extensive time with Ling Qi, her presence had subtly carved out a space in his heart. It was truly remarkable. Zhao Li rose and returned to his bedroom. The recent simulation yielded little insight. He only discerned that the adversary he faced was exceptionally formidable, likely beyond his capabilities, compelling him to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, Ling Qi, who had just emerged from the portal onto Blue Star, was battered and bruised. As she exerted herself to recover, she felt an unusual itch at her right wrist. Upon inspection, she discovered a unique circle of gilded runes. Even the power of hatred could not taint this circle, which now lay hidden within the depths of her soul. What was happening? Ling Qi felt somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, it did not seem to affect her adversely, so she chose to disregard it. Upon setting foot on the soil of Blue Star, the overwhelming force of hatred emanating from Ling Qi transformed the nearby beings into creatures of animosity, inciting chaos and violence. Ling Qi reigned in her hatred. Having acquired an immense reservoir of this power from the undead planet, she was now perilously close to the 9th tier, with her evolutionary organs being her heart, brain, and flesh. Zhao Li's essence was relatively easy to track, given the modest size of Blue Star. Ling Qi soon stumbled upon a small encampment. "Hey, beautiful, where are you headed?" A lecherous man perched atop a vehicle called out to Ling Qi as she entered the camp. However, he was swiftly met with a barrage of stones. "Mind your tongue." A burly man emerged from one of the tents, promptly interrupting the lecherous man's remarks. "Hello, beautiful. I am the leader of this camp, Li Gang. How may I assist you?" The sturdy man inquired. "Nothing much, just requisitioning this child's vehicle," Ling Qi replied, gesturing toward the lecherous man's large truck. The lecherous man brandished a revolver, ready to speak. In a swift motion, Ling Qi's left hand reached out, and he was instantly compressed into a fleshy ball, which she subsequently crushed under the serious gaze of the burly man. This child is too noisy, and I dislike such disturbances. Where's the car key? Ling Qi inquired nonchalantly. The car key is inside the vehicle. The burly man hastily knelt, cradling his head with both hands. Excellent. I find myself in a good mood today. This will suffice. Ling Qi opened the door, started the vehicle, and departed. Brother Gang, who is that woman? She's incredibly powerful. How did Quan Zi meet us in so unexpectedly? An evolved individual emerged from the tent, watching the departing vehicle before approaching Li Gang. Don't concern yourself with such matters. Do not provoke trouble until you have strength. That woman clearly exudes an intimidating presence. Quan Zi's demise was entirely deserved. Li Gang admonished those within the camp, evidently taken aback by Ling Qi's display of power. Driving the powerful vehicle, Ling Qi arrived at Base City, gazing upon the remarkably thriving scene outside the city walls, which prompted her to let out a sigh before continuing her journey into the inner city. As she entered, a man cast a glance at her. In response, Ling Qi offered him a smile, which instantly filled him with overwhelming dread, compelling him to flee into a dark alley, where he took a considerable time to regain his composure. Sun, what's wrong? A male teammate inquired of Li Sun, who was kneeling in the alley. Li Sun's eyes were bloodshot with a dark crimson hue, and after a prolonged moment, a wisp of black smoke emerged from his gaze. For the next few days, refrain from acting recklessly. My abilities are currently unusable, he stated, rising to don sunglasses as black blood trickled from his eyes. Upon witnessing this, the teammate hastily supported Li Sun, swiftly escorting him back to their apartment for treatment. Meanwhile, Ling Qi entered the inner city and located Zhao Li's residence. She knocked on the door, and an elderly man answered. Hello, uncle. I am Zhao Li's girlfriend. Here to see him, Ling Qi announced. Come in, come in. The old man eagerly welcomed her inside, gesturing for her to take a seat on the sofa. My son Zhao Li, since his university days, has never mentioned having a girlfriend. He seems rather despondent, and I find it puzzling how a young man can be so lifeless. You should have a good talk with him, he said, handing Ling Qi a can of drink before knocking on Zhao Li's bedroom door. Your girlfriend is here. Come out and see her, he urged, and Zhao Li soon opened the door. How is this possible? Zhao Li exclaimed, stepping into the living room, momentarily stunned. Is it so impossible? Surprised, are you? Ling Qi replied, turning to him. Indeed, it is quite surprising, Zhao Li admitted. At that moment, the old man decided to step out and find someone to play chess with, leaving the two some space. Once the old man departed, Zhao Li settled onto the sofa. Don't you miss me? Ling Qi asked, observing his weary expression. There is too much going on, and I am aware of what is behind you, Zhao Li replied. Reclining on the sofa, Ling Qi swiftly mounted Zhao Li's waist, leaning close to his ear and whispering, So, is there any way to eliminate him? Not yet. He is exceedingly formidable, Zhao Li responded. My memories remain intact, thus my love for you endures, Ling Qi declared, sealing her words with a kiss, to which Zhao Li reciprocated. The two embraced as they moved into the bedroom. Behind the veil of darkness, secrets often lie concealed, and in that obscurity, indescribable events unfolded. As they lay entwined on the bed, Ling Qi rested her head upon Zhao Li's chest. I find this moment quite wonderful. I used to be so timid, but now I have finally become brave. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to love you, Ling Qi expressed, her eyes reflecting deep affection. I believe you need to overcome your own challenges, she added, kissing Zhao Li once more. Deep within the consciousness repository sealed by the angels, Zhao Li's primordial awareness vanished into the depths of the repository, while his corporeal consciousness returned from the distant angel nebula to his physical form. Zhao Li's eyes began to shimmer with a golden hue, and Ling Qi's gaze was adorned with countless black and red inscriptions. Placing her left hand upon Zhao Li's chest, the malevolent power of hatred, black and red in essence, directly suppressed the activation of the genetic engine, causing even many of the angelic genes that were already awakened to fall into a state of stasis. Zhao Li's eyes gradually lost their luster, and once more, his consciousness emerged within the kaleidoscopic realm. However, this time, what greeted him was not a play of light and shadow, but an expanse filled with swirling black and red gases. Chapter 59. The game of light and shadow. The sky was suffused with an ominous crimson hue, heavy with disdain. Zhao Li found himself transformed, utterly distinct from his former self, his abilities rendered impotent within this realm. A funnel of dark red mist descended before him, gradually coalescing into the form of a tree spirit. You are aware of my existence, and it seems you harbor your own secrets, the figure before him proclaimed, revealing itself as Mashalak, the infamous lord of hatred. You have the audacity to allow me to regain my original form, but it matters not. What is paramount is whether you will submit to me. Mashalak pondered for a fleeting moment before discarding the thought, directly addressing Zhao Li with a demand for allegiance. That is utterly impossible. A carefree and audacious voice echoed from afar. A figure emerged, riding a majestic, winged swine, soaring from the vibrant expanse. Long time no see. My young friend. The figure greeted Zhao Li, visibly elated at the reunion. You are here. Mashalak exclaimed, astonished yet brazenly defiant. Huh? Is there anywhere in this world I cannot venture? You must not trouble this young friend. Let him be, as if I had never laid eyes upon you. The figure waved dismissively, exuding generosity. Just you wait. I shall gauge your true strength. Mashalak declared, transforming his hands into colossal claws. Lunging toward the great swine with fierce intent. Spare the pig. The figure hastily interjected, conjuring a golden vortex that effortlessly dismantled Mashalak's claws. Humph! Mashalak scoffed, summoning numerous dark red branches that surged towards the figure. Old man, must you resort to violence? Why not take things slowly? The figure responded, stepping forward and emanating a radiant golden wave that scattered the branches and dispersed Mashalak's form, which took several moments to reassemble. Enough, young man. Your presence is no longer required here. You may leave, the figure gestured, and Zhao Li felt a sudden dizziness, awakening to find himself in bed, within the kaleidoscopic realm. Upon Zhao Li's departure, the golden and dark red hues divided the sky. How dare you provoke me? I shall make you aware of my might. Mashalak roared, launching himself forward, only to find himself suspended midair, completely immobilized. It is not that I am claiming you. Rather, this individual has chosen to partake in the game. If you wish to withdraw, then depart. Otherwise, you must acquiesce. My indolence is absolute, while your hatred remains incomplete. You are far from my match. Consider your standing. The figure of light began to materialize, his form remarkably similar to Mashalak's, yet radiating an aura of divine golden light. Curse you, I refuse to yield. Mashalak retorted, suddenly breaking free from his constraints, a massive black sword manifesting in his right hand, causing the entire space to ripple with its presence. Alas, do not provoke me. For if you do, I shall ensure that you regret today's actions, declared the golden tree spirit, pointing at Mohirak. Very well. Let us see how you can possibly defeat me, Mohirak retorted, swinging his sword with great force. The shadowy figure reached out with a golden branch, which stumbled and was severed halfway through. I see you are akin to a lantern in a lavatory, dreaming in circular rings. The golden tree spirit gestured, and a golden liquid materialized from its fingertip, crafting an intricate wall of golden runes that struck Mohirak. Mohirak's right hand could no longer grip his great sword. He promptly closed his eyes and collapsed within the ethereal realm, his form transforming into a black-red mist that dissipated into the surrounding space. Such a nuisance. The tree spirit restored its shadowy state, conjuring a golden scroll in its hand and casting it into a swirling vortex of gold. This starry expanse requires more embellishments to become truly engaging. As it stands, it is rather dull, the shadow mused, mounting a large, plump pig and soaring into the distance. Upon returning to reality, Zhao Li regained his senses, noticing the crimson hue of the sky gradually fading. The sun had diminished in size, and nearby, a monument adorned with golden patterns displayed an enormous scroll. As the scroll unfurled, it radiated a brilliant light that eclipsed the sun. Countless golden inscriptions adorned the scroll. Although indecipherable, they conjured a panel in his mind. Deathmatch arena, infinite brawl, divine rank battles, restricted narrative battles, infinite shop. An idea struck someone to enter the deathmatch arena. But regret quickly followed. Deathmatch arena activated. Rules: 500 participants engage in one-on-one duels, with the victor acquiring all points. Blasted! A man exclaimed in frustration. Zhao Li opted for the divine rank battles and instantly vanished from Blue Star. Divine rank battles initiated. For every advancement, gain 1 point. Starting with an initial score of 1. Prepare to challenge the 10,000th opponent. You shall face the Gale Blade Madness. Before Zhao Li could react, a flash of blade light marked his waist with a deep cut. So swift, Zhao Li exclaimed, as the wound healed, and he summoned the long-unused Archangel's sword. Activating Angel Engine. Analyzing target. Bang. Zhao Li raised his sword in defense, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike. Spatial magic solidified. Zhao Li employed a new spell, transforming the space around him into a viscous substance. He beheld the mantis swinging its blade, raised his sword, and decapitated its head. To his astonishment, the body continued to strike instinctively, sending Zhao Li hurtling away. Aye. Zhao Li clutched his chest, unable to finish his thought. As the Gale Mantis vanished. Challenge successful. 1 point acquired. Current rank, 10,000th. Meanwhile, within the deathmatch arena, Ling Qi stood undefeated. Each adversary is easily vanquished with but a single, effortless move, rendering the acquisition of 499 points delightfully simple. Upon returning to reality, Zhao Li and Ling Qi found themselves still reclining upon the bed. Zhao Li, do you know what I just experienced? Ling Qi exclaimed with excitement. What is it? Zhao Li inquired, amused by her exuberance despite the peculiar circumstances. I sense that he, who has lingered behind me, has succumbed to slumber. I am no longer subjected to his will, Ling Qi joyfully revealed. Is that so? Zhao Li responded, slightly perplexed, as he embraced Ling Qi. For so long, I felt the presence of an immense entity shadowing me. Frequently, I found myself compelled to act against my will, yet afterward, I felt an inexplicable joy. However, upon entering that recent experience, I seem to have liberated myself from its grasp. Perhaps I can finally live for myself, Ling Qi declared, her joy evident as she held Zhao Li tightly. Zhao Li felt a swell of happiness for Ling Qi. She had transformed into a more resilient version of herself. And he too had evolved from his former timidity into a burgeoning strength. As long as they could escape the clutches of that malevolent Imozilic, he resolved to grow stronger and eliminate that wretched entity without delay. Chapter 60. A new battlefield. The base convened a meeting, and Zhao Li and Ling Qi made their way there simultaneously. Amidst the discussions, a new decision quickly emerged. This was a fresh opportunity. The items that would manifest after a battle would come with detailed explanations. This was the decisive battle space, comprised of the life and death arena, divine ranking battles, infinite chaos brawl, restricted narrative battles, and the infinite shop. The life and death arena involved 500 participants engaging in one-on-one duels until only one remained standing as the victor. Following each bout, the next fight commenced immediately, creating a fiercely competitive atmosphere. If no individual survives, a 3-person duel would ensue. The divine ranking battles featured a total of 10,000 participants, ranked from strongest to weakest. If one challenged a higher-ranked being and failed, death would be the consequence. A timely surrender would result in the loss of 5 points. Those lacking points faced immediate death. Participants on the leaderboard would not perish upon defeat but would exchange rankings with their conquerors, incurring no point deductions. The top 10,000 earn 1 point automatically each month, with additional increments for the top 5,000, 500, and 100. The top 3 would receive 20, 50, and 100 points as rewards for defending their ranks. The infinite chaos brawl imposed no limits on the number of participants and spanned a vast area, with all combatants converging in one location. There were no rules. Defeating 10 or more opponents allowed for voluntary withdrawal, while being slain would result in a loss of 5 points. Lacking points would mean instant death. Each kill granted 5 points, while exiting prematurely would forfeit all accumulated points. Those with less than 5 points would face immediate demise. The restricted narrative battles featured countless storylines where participants could engage in combat. Upon successful completion, points would be distributed based on contribution. Those who perished due to the narrative would have their points allocated according to their contribution, while those who died at the hands of participants would surrender their points to the killer. Failure to complete the narrative would result in point deductions. The Infinite Shop housed an extensive array of items, props, abilities, and treasures. All acquisitions required points, and the shop contained a wealth of information to explore, albeit at the cost of additional points. Shadow, this is your own volition, not my coercion. I am a benevolent deity. Our Tianzi city can certainly form several small teams to engage in the infinite chaos brawl and restricted narrative battles to accrue points, thus enabling us to obtain substantial resources from the infinite shop. Sitting across from Zhao Li, Tan Shou articulated her plan, which Zheng Xiao readily endorsed. What do you think, Zhao Li? Regarding matters requiring strength, Feng Bili inquired about Zhao Li's opinion. I have no objections. Proceed as you see fit, Zhao Li replied. Then Zhao Li and Zheng Xiao shall lead the infinite chaos brawl, while Lu Qing you will oversee the restricted narrative battles. Feng Bili concluded the allocations, and the meeting adjourned. Ling Qi, I wish to personally observe the infinite chaos brawl, Zhao Li expressed as he walked alongside Ling Qi, who had no objections. Be cautious. You are only at the 7th tier, and there are many who are stronger than you. Please prioritize your safety, Ling Qi advised. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Li vanished from the spot, while Ling Qi returned to Zhao Li's residence, leaving behind a note before embarking on her journey to Antarctica. Simultaneously, all creatures of hatred made their way to the same destination. Ling Qi aimed to seize the opportunity to eradicate every being of hatred and harness their malevolent energy for herself. Only by doing so could her power rise to rival the 9th Order, had it not been for the presence of the Lord of Hatred at her back. Her 8th Order strength would have been insufficient to contend with the likes of the Amethyst Sovereign and the Demon, Fire. In a moment of days, Zhao Li arrived in a vast expanse, gazing upon the infinite grasslands, the very scene of the boundless chaos of battle. Adorned in angelic armor, with wings unfurled, he soared through the skies. In his left hand, he wielded a colossal fiery sword, while his right held the sword of the Archangel. At that moment, He noticed a distant group of centaurs armed with long guns and bows, mercilessly targeting humans, prompting him to fly closer. Westong Gully, look quickly, Mo Shi Birdman. One of the centaurs pointed at Zhao Li, uttering a barrage of incomprehensible words, and not long after, an arrow was loosed in his direction. Commander Zhao, save me. A man on the ground cried out in despair. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the pitiful Li Qing. Commander Zhao, I lack 5 points. Please save me. Or else you will lose an invaluable ally. Li Qing wept profusely, his plight a mystery shrouded in his experiences. Flame slash. With a swift motion of his fiery sword, Zhao Li unleashed a massive wave of flame that cleaved the front line of centaurs in two, startling those behind. Goo goo, retreat, shouted a centaur adorned with a skull. And instantly, the entire horde scattered. Ding. Centaur defeated 15, earning 155 points. Since the centaurs do not belong to this realm, they cannot be resurrected. The Slayer will receive all points. Light and shadow. Clearly, only scrolls nearby can facilitate resurrection. Otherwise, no amount of points will secure survival. And one cannot escape this boundless battlefield. Regardless of the resources exchanged, death entails a complete forfeiture of both principle and interest. Evidently, this group of centaurs had claimed many lives, as indicated by the substantial points accrued. What transpired? Zhao Li inquired, helping Li Qing to his feet. Upon entering this boundless chaos, I was immediately detected by the centaurs. After slaying one, I was relentlessly pursued, forced to flee, and as more joined my plight. I faced defeat after defeat, and during this cycle 7 times, Li Qing lamented, clearly distressed. It was apparent that his attempts to blend into the crowd had backfired. And it was only the crowd's obstruction that had allowed him to survive a while longer. From where do you hail? Zhao Li questioned the remaining 6 survivors. We are all from Huaimu City in Province H. We implore you, Commander Zhao, to aid us, replied one of the leaders among the 6. Despite their fury at Li Qing for the misfortune he had brought upon them, they refrained from pursuing the matter, recognizing the prowess of their formidable superior. Follow me for now. This grassland appears to be exceedingly vast. We must first make our way out. Zhao Fei gazed towards the heavens, simultaneously guiding the crowd forward. Along the path, he encountered scattered remnants of both human and equine corpses. In regard to the human remains, Zhao Fei utilized flames to incinerate and enter them within the earth, for this place was fraught with peril, and a return to their homeland seemed a distant hope. Thus, they could only find solace in a makeshift resting place. As he led from above, Zhao Fei noticed a few equines trailing behind the group. Each time they realized they were exposed, they would gallop away in a frenzy. Zhao Fei had no intention of pursuing them. His priority was to find a suitable location for the group to accumulate points, for these equines were not adept at inflicting harm. Thus he needed to seek out a more vulnerable population. Chapter 61. The simulation of change as Zhao Li soared through the skies. He suddenly recalled the daily opportunity for simulation, prompting him to initiate a review. The special simulation commenced. The selected extraordinary realm was the 6 realms. The verdict rendered a low martial world, which would generate items and talents ranging from gray to green quality. Simulation in progress. This simulation permits the selection of talents. Reborn Master, green observing you before birth ensures your arrival in a prestigious family, destined to be the heir. Prodigal son, gray without skills or ambition, you are surrounded by a multitude of frivolous companions. Wisdom, white a child capable of reciting poetry at 3 and composing verses by 6, is undoubtedly you. Protective jade pendant, green the pendant will safeguard you. Capable of warding off great calamities 3 times. Innate disability, gray born with a disability, irreparable and incurable. You must select 3 talents. Your innate gifts cannot be carried over. Zhao Li pondered and chose the protective jade pendant, reborn master, and wisdom, disregarding the gray talents as unnecessary. In the 0th year, you were born into the esteemed family of Fei Quan, an official in the Ministry of Revenue. As the legitimate son, your father named you Fei Buchuan, meaning truly elegant and extraordinary. The matriarch of the family bestowed upon you an ancestral jade pendant for protection, and thus you acquired the protective jade pendant. In your 1st year, you enjoyed robust health. During the customary ceremony, you grasped the recently penned treatise on governance by the esteemed minister of the cabinet, Quan Jiuzhou, bringing immense joy to those present. Your father was subsequently appointed as a substitute for the Minister of Revenue, ushering in a period of considerable prosperity for your family. In your 2nd year, you fell from your bed, injuring your head but sustaining no serious harm. However, the jade pendant suffered a chipped corner. Your mother was incensed. While 2 bags containing corpses appeared at the chaotic burial grounds outside the capital. In your 3rd year, you successfully recited the renowned poetry of contemporary literati, and your father recognized your exceptional talent. In your 4th year, your younger brother was born, though tragically deaf and mute, which saddened your parents deeply. By your 5th year, you had learned numerous characters and could awkwardly write a few with a brush. In your 6th year, you composed, dressed in jade, a tree stands high, with myriad strands of green silk cascading down. Who pruned the delicate leaves, when in February the spring breeze shears like scissors? Your fame soared, earning you the title of prodigy. In your 7th year, your wisdom astounded all your teachers. Quan Jiuzhou, upon testing you, exclaimed that the Dragon Kingdom has a worthy successor. By your 8th year, your reputation had spread far and wide, and you had gained some renown. In your 9th year, while playing with the prince, you were struck by him, igniting a simmering resentment within you. In your 10th year, you began martial training, strengthening your physique, while simultaneously mastering the 4 books and 5 classics and the strategies of statecraft. In your 11th year, upon entering the Imperial Academy, you effortlessly excelled over your peers, with the Academy's scholars deeming you a rare pillar of the nation. In your 12th year, you encountered a pretender in a secluded moment. You stripped her of her garments, prompting her to flee in tears. In your 13th year, blessed by the emperor, you were chosen to accompany the crown prince in his studies. You were astonished to discover that the tomboy from your past was, in fact, a princess. The 14th year witnessed a severe drought across the land, igniting rebellions. An assassin infiltrated the palace and, seeing your youth, spared your life while ruthlessly taking the prince's. Once the assassin departed, you cleverly inflicted several wounds upon yourself with a small blade. In the 15th year, a new prince was established, and you felt you had learned much. After conferring with your father, you journeyed back to your hometown of Yangzhou with your entourage. By the 16th year, you became acquainted with the talented individuals of Yangzhou, whose admiration you earned through your remarkable intellect. The 17th year saw your father recommend you as the county magistrate of Yangzhou, and you wed the daughter of the He family. Your reputation soared, garnering substantial support from the local aristocracy. By the 18th year, you were promoted to the position of inspector of Yangzhou, despite objections from the Minister of Rights, which were silenced by the cabinet's collective authority. In the 19th year, your treatise on enriching the nation garnered widespread acclaim, earning unyielding support from both the court and the populace. By the 20th year, the nation flourished, and the aristocracy profited immensely. Your treatise brought you significant acclaim, and your wife became pregnant, giving birth to a son whom you named Fei Lingyun, symbolizing the lofty aspirations of a true man. In the 21st year, the state resolved to confront the Xiongnu, appointing you as a commanding officer to lead the military campaign. The 22nd year involved numerous skirmishes with the Xiongnu, where you noted their abundant livestock, a treasure trove of wealth. You took the initiative to invite the major merchant guilds to procure these resources. By the 23rd year, the Xiongnu were repelled, and their king sought peace, marking a victorious campaign. The war rewarded the aristocracy handsomely, with soldiers under your strategy receiving considerable bonuses, securing the support of the White Feather Army. In the 24th year, you concurrently held the position of General of Yangzhou, maintaining firm control over the region. The sudden death of the emperor in the 25th year ignited fierce disputes among the princes. The powerful Jiang family rallied the northwest border troops in support of Crown Prince Li Jia, while the aristocracy favored the 7th prince, Li Ju. In secret correspondence, your father urged you to rally your forces in support of the prince. In the 26th year, you stationed an army of 100,000 near the capital, astonishing Jiang Yu with your ability to enter the city while he could not. The city defenses were secured by the He brothers, leaving only the imperial guards to protect the palace amidst brewing turmoil. The 27th year saw Jiang Yu assault the capital as prominent families prepared for battle. Numerous troops rallied under the banner of defending the capital, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers fortifying the imperial city. Jiang Yu was branded a traitor, and the Jiang family was pursued. The royalist Cheng family made concessions, allowing the imperial guards to open the palace gates. Under the scheming of the ministers, the queen was compelled to crown the 7th prince as emperor, while she was elevated to the status of Empress Dowager. The crown prince was relegated to the title of King of Zhongshan, but tragically perished during a maritime journey. In the 28th year, you recognized the potency of military power. Under Fei Quan's machinations, the once mighty cabinet figure Quan Jiuzhou was overthrown and exiled to Hainan, where he ultimately met his demise. Fei Quan seized control of the cabinet. By the 29th year, you were appointed as the Grand General, commanding the White Feather Army. In the 30th year, you were titled Marquis of Guangling and bestowed in marriage to Princess Lingling. In the 31st year, your title was elevated to Assistant General of State as your ambitions expanded. In the 32nd year of your grand design, peace and prosperity reigned. You led the White Feather Army into the imperial palace. In the eyes of the terrified emperor, you drew your sword and struck down the consort at your side. The emperor abdicated in your favor, and you ascended as the new sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. You achieved the title, the Emperor's Ascendancy, In the 33rd year, Princess Ling passed away in Yangzhou, harboring unfulfilled grievances, and a crack appeared in your jade pendant. In the 34th year, you personally led the campaign against the Xiongnu, igniting the Battle of Longnu. This fierce confrontation nearly obliterated the Xiongnu forces, transforming their lands into a vast pasture for horses, where cities were erected upon their territory. In the 35th year, you established the Jinyue, under whose vigilant oversight you executed numerous corrupt officials, evolving from a mere rodent into a formidable feline. In the 36th year, the Tubo tribes allied with the Western Diyue to assault the Dragon Kingdom. The conflict, a mere contest of wealth, concluded with an undeniable victory, as all captives were repurposed for the construction of canals and roads, leading to the flourishing of the entire realm. In the 37th year, you ventured southward to conquer the Nanyue Kingdom, acquiring vast tracts of land and superior rice strains. You augmented commercial taxes while alleviating agricultural levies. You achieved the title, Territorial Expansion. In the 38th year, a great drought beset the land. However, due to the canals and substantial grain reserves, the nation suffered no severe repercussions, earning the unwavering support of the populace. You achieved the title, the People's Choice. In the 39th year, you welcomed your second child, naming him Failing. In the 40th year, your might reverberated across the seas, bending all corners to your will. The world acknowledged the Dragon Kingdom's strength, compelling all nations to submit. In the 41st year, technical institutes were established nationwide, and the imperial examination system introduced a new subject, the study of natural phenomena. In the 42nd year, you fell gravely ill, causing widespread panic in the court. While taking your medicine, you inadvertently shattered half of your cherished jade pendant, filling your heart with sorrow. In the 43rd year, you recovered from your illness, yet your health remained markedly diminished. In the 44th year, while attending to official duties, you drank a cup of tea and never awakened again. Chapter 62. Achievement. The simulation has concluded. Please select a fixed talent. The protective jade pendant, Zhao Li declared, recognizing that the reincarnation skill was of no use to him, and the wisdom seemed rather mediocre. Thus, he decisively chose the more enigmatic jade pendant. A piece of azure jade materialized in Zhao Li's left hand, and he felt its extraordinary essence in the depths of his being, deciding to carry it with him. This simulation yielded the achievement. Emperors take turns, expanding territories, a consensus of the people. He received 3 bronze tokens. Unlocking the bronze tokens grants rewards of green quality and below. All rewards can be transferred into the simulation or reality, stored within a virtual space upon opening. All rewards unlocked. He obtained the white-haired goat head, green, capable of harboring spirits, the Greenwood technique, green, a method for self-cultivation and longevity, and a gold pocket watch, white, adorned with gold and silver. Zhao Li landed on the ground, and 7 individuals gathered around him. Let us assess. How many points do you all possess? Zhao Li inquired. I have 2. 4. 1. 4 voices chimed in. I have 2, Li Qing stated. That means we only need 23 points. Follow me, Zhao Li instructed, sheathing the flame giant sword into the gene weapon repository while a green energy orb appeared in his palm. Life magic, life guidance. Before long, Zhao Li led the group to a cluster of houses constructed from earth and grass, inhabited by a community of rabbit-headed beings. Isn't this a bit too cruel? A woman remarked, gazing at the harmonious rabbit village with a hint of compassion. Quickly now, Commander Zhao has matters to attend to. He cannot protect us indefinitely, Li Qing urged, drawing a dagger from her waist and addressing the 6 others. My apologies, the woman whispered, her hand rising and falling with the blade. In mere moments, the entire village, over 50 rabbit beings, was slaughtered, with the excess deaths naturally attributed to Li Qing. Haha, Boss Zhao, I managed to collect a few extra points, Li Qing said, somewhat sheepishly as Zhao Li patted him on the back. Let us hurry. I cannot. I must be killed. Otherwise, I will lose all my points. Li Qing protested. Then allow me to assist you, Zhao Li responded, delivering a swift kick that sent Li Qing flying. Boss Zhao, I forgot to mention, after killing 10, I can exit freely. Li Qing's words trailed off as he expired. Defeated player grants 5 points. Li Qing's body transformed into light and dissipated, clearly indicating that points were essential. Otherwise, one would simply lie lifeless on the ground. Let us mutually end our lives, the 6 proposed, subsequently exploiting a glitch. Defeated player grants 5 points. Self-defeat deducts 5 points. Dying effectively meant no points were lost, and Zhao Li found himself taken aback by their maneuver. As he observed the 7 depart, Zhao Li turned his gaze towards the approaching crowd. Life magic, life drain. A series of verdant threads tethered the beings. And unlike the previous encounter, this time they were drained of life within mere seconds. The beings, unable to escape, met their demise instantly, allowing Zhao Li to once again accrue points. Ding! Kill count, 25. Points gained, 300. Adding to his original score of 157, he now possessed a total of 457 points. The accumulation of points in this chaotic melee was indeed swift. However, it was a grim reminder that such gains came at a bloody cost. With wings unfurled, he soared swiftly until he reached the edge of a forest. He flew aimlessly above the treetops until he encountered an old acquaintance. Thud. Zhao Li descended forcefully, his might shattering the tree beneath him. Before him stood Zheng Xiaochen, who appeared markedly more formidable than before. Well, who do we have here? Is that not Zhao Li? Zheng Xiaochen remarked with a sardonic tone. Let us put this to the test, Zhao Li declared, brandishing the sword of the archangel at Zheng Xiaochen, harboring no fondness for this familiar visage of the undead. A test it shall be, Zheng Xiaochen responded, executing a swift kick, her right hand morphing into a blade imbued with a terrifying spatial force. Spatial magic, spatial confinement, Zhao Li countered, extending his left hand and nullifying the spatial fluctuations emanating from Zheng Xiaochen's right hand. Seizing the moment, he struck down with his sword, severing her hand. Zheng Xiaochen recoiled, her expression turning icy as she regarded her severed appendage, no longer exhibiting her previous flamboyance. Unforgiving, are we? She hissed through gritted teeth, her severed hand rapidly regenerating. In this realm, death is but a fleeting inconvenience. I dare say you might possess 5 points at best, Zhao Li remarked. You certainly have a high opinion of me. Zheng Xiaochen replied, shrugging as silver spikes erupted from her palms. With a clash, Zhao Li blocked the silver spike from her left hand. Yet the spike from her right pierced through his angelic armor, impaling him. As the spike withdrew, Zheng Xiaochen leapt back, observing Zhao Li's wound mend swiftly. You truly are monstrous, impervious to harm, she exclaimed. Blessed with an indomitable physique, Zhao Li's healing was remarkably rapid, fueled by the powers of the Son of Light, ensuring that he had no concerns about his resilience faltering. The machinery within the German base could enhance the efficiency of his invulnerability, yet could not disable it. Are you not similar? Zhao Li retorted, gazing at Zheng Xiaochen. Your immunity to viruses is indeed the pinnacle of the genetic engineering achievements of the German civilization, a matter of great intrigue. Zheng Xiaochen expressed a keen interest in the alien German civilization. However, the defenses of the German base were exceedingly advanced, particularly with Guangxi guarding it, who posed an almost insurmountable challenge, unleashing uncontaminated nuclear assaults, devoid of any formidable mutated radiation that would obliterate the undead. As Zheng Xiaochen spoke, Zhao Li swung his sword, causing ripples in the space around them. Zheng Xiaochen executed a spatial leap, landing upon a nearby tree. Are you truly intent on opposing me today? Zhao Li inquired. Clearly, it was you who challenged me, Zheng Xiaocheng asserted. Fine, you were right. Zhao Li's angelic armor shed from his form, golden hues spreading across his entire being. His body transformed into a radiant gold, adorned with golden wings that expanded majestically. Zheng Xiaocheng's hair elongated, piercing through Zhao Li's gilded physique. Ineffective, this time. You cannot even inflict harm upon me. Zhao Li's golden form flowed fluidly, rendering any physical damage impossible. You truly astonish me, until we meet again. Observing Zhao Li transformed into a tank-like state, Zheng Xiaocheng lost the desire to continue the battle, rather than defeating him for a meager 5 points. Seeking another opponent seemed far more effortless. Chapter 63. Encounter with the Forest Child. Zhao Li watched as Zheng Xiaocheng instantaneously vanished through a spatial leap, losing interest himself. He realized that even if he wished to pursue her, it would be futile. He could not harm her here. As Zhao Li contemplated canceling his golden transformation, an arrow struck him in the back of the head, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he just displayed extraordinary prowess? He removed the arrow and turned around, only to be struck by another. Before him stood an elfin figure, approximately 5 feet tall, with green hair, drawing a bow aimed at him. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, Zhao Li demanded. With a swift whoosh, 2 more arrows embedded themselves in his head. Infuriated, Zhao Li dashed forward, only to discover that his opponent was remarkably agile, leaping away with ease. Zhao Li concentrated and materialized a golden spike in his right hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it. A piercing scream echoed as he cleared the thorny obstacles, discovering the green-haired figure pinned to a tree by the golden spike. Why did you attack me? Zhao Li inquired, forming a dagger in his right hand, which appeared rather formidable against his towering golden form. I am a child of the forest. You, an invader, shall face divine retribution for your destruction. The green-haired individual emanated a psychic aura, struggling to extricate the golden spike from their thigh. Divine retribution? You've already raised numerous questions here. Let us see if you can resurrect, Zhao Li declared, bringing his foot down with force, causing a burst of luminous particles to dissipate from beneath him. Ding. Defeated Forest Elf X1, earned 5 points. Indeed, you can resurrect. Zhao Li remarked as he withdrew his foot, subsequently canceling his golden form and soaring into the sky. Activating Angel Engine. Detecting nearby life forms. Life radar established. A vivid image appeared in Zhao Li's mind, revealing traces of creatures within a 50-mile radius. Noticing a cluster of life forms not far away, he flew towards them. Upon landing, he encountered two individuals, Lu Qingyu and Tai. Zhao Li cast a glance at them, preparing to take flight again when Lu Qingyu hastily waved, exclaiming, "Commander Zhao, what are you planning to do? You're not expecting me to help you accumulate points, are you?" Suspended in midair, Zhao Li looked at Lu Qingyu. "No, not at all. I merely wish to inquire how to earn more points." Lu Qingyu shamelessly pressed. "Head that way. There's a herd of centaurs and a group of rabbit-headed people. Defeating them will yield all their points," Zhao Li instructed, gesturing towards the advancing grassland before soaring towards the distant highlights. "Let us go," Lu Qingyu called to Tai, eager to set off after Zhao Li. He firmly believed in Zhao Li's words, aware that he had once bestowed significant gifts upon him and had consistently made concessions. There was no reason for him to suffer here. Upon arriving at another location, Zhao Li encountered a human bear creature. "Goodness, this thing is here too?" Zhao Li scoffed, unaware that this experience, akin to a trial, operated under principles similar to a contract. As long as one harbored a consenting thought, they would be drawn in. As for whether one could escape, that remained uncertain. Shadows and light. This deity bears no responsibility. Holding the sword of the archangel, he pondered for a moment, realizing it was not quite right. From the bear man, he felt no trace of evolution, merely a semblance of strength. The bear man, noticing Zhao Li, charged at him directly. Zhao Li subdued it, pinning it to the ground. Given his current statistics, defeating a non-evolved bear man was child's play. Catching a whale would prove equally effortless. The bear man sank its teeth into Zhao Li's arm, but with a forceful motion, Zhao Li delivered a decisive blow, shattering the bear man's head, leaving it lifeless. Ding. Bear man killed 1, earned 1 point. Current points, 463. Rising to his feet, Zhao Li kicked the bear man aside and settled upon a large stone. Shortly thereafter, 2 forest wolves appeared, and with his QZ-139, he dispatched them effortlessly. Ding. Forest wolves killed 2, earned 7 points. Current points, 470. Just as Zhao Li idly awaited his next prey, 2 individuals with green hair approached, behaving differently than before. This time, they refrained from attacking. "You must be a Gnarl. Hurry and leave. This place is far too perilous," one green-haired woman exclaimed. "I am not the Gnarl you speak of. I am of the Blue Star race. You should leave at once." Zhao Li responded, waving his hand dismissively. "This is an arena created by the deities. It is exceedingly dangerous for you. Come with us," the male forest dweller urged. "Me?" Zhao Li pointed at himself, perplexed. "Yes, come with us. We forest spirits are the kindest," the female forest spirit cheerfully insisted, clearly embodying the benevolence of her kind. "Very well." Zhao Li acquiesced and followed the 2 spirits to a grove of tree houses, where he encountered the very forest spirit he had defeated. Fortuitously, he was in his transformed state. Otherwise, a confrontation might have ensued. The hospitable forest spirits warmly welcomed him, leaving Zhao Li somewhat flushed. "We forest spirits are the mightiest race in this woodland. After our defeat, we were meant to dwell here eternally, and with death being irreversible. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives to obtain a super reincarnation artifact. With just 10 points, we can revive ourselves through this artifact, granting our race a glimmer of hope amid the relentless cycle of death and combat." The forest child, whom Zhao Li had bested, spoke to him. She was Fainal, the 15th child of the forest spirit king, leading the spirits at the forest's edge. Zhao Li couldn't help but marvel. This world, too, could foster progeny, much like his own. Moreover, unless one perished of old age, as long as points were accrued, one could continually revive, an enviable existence indeed. The forest spirits thrived in comfort. "Shadows and light. It is not that I wish to avoid setting this. Rather, it is too cumbersome. Seeking other deities would be exorbitantly costly. Let it remain as is. After all, if I must, I can always reforge the world, as long as resources are confined within the realm. I will never incur a loss." "What is the situation with you?" Fainal, the forest spirit, inquired. "How shall I put it? The trials you speak of have indeed reached us, and we are currently undergoing such tests, quite formidable, I must say," Zhao Li remarked. "Initially, we encountered beings from beyond our realm, powerful entities that led to our utter defeat. Fear not, for you appear to possess greater strength than we did at that time. Perhaps victory is within your grasp." Fainal encouraged, giving Zhao Li a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then raised his goblet and downed the fruit wine in a single gulp, not for himself, but in honor of his newfound friend. "The great lord of otherworldly spirits, indeed. I have exerted considerable effort." Thus, the evening progressed until Zhao Li resolved to take his leave. Farewell, I must depart. In the future, do exercise caution when encountering a human of my kind. Zhao Li waved goodbye to Fanner, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 64. The peculiar simulation. Upon returning from the boundless chaos of combat, Zhao Li found himself enveloped in an overwhelming fatigue. He reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber, awakening only as midday approached. Well, he had neglected to assemble a team for point accumulation. But that was of little concern. Zheng Xiao was undoubtedly diligent. With him around, everything would surely be all right. Contemplating this, Zhao Li reclined once more, pondering whether a life of languid existence was more suited to him than relentless striving. Among all his simulations, he envied the reclusive deity who spent his days either in slumber or engrossed in the study of formations, possessing formidable strength yet remaining unbothered by others. With the prospect of simulation beckoning, he swiftly opted for the endeavor. The special simulation commenced. He selected the extraordinary realm of the Grey Tomb world. Determination: High Martial World, Supernatural Realm. Items and talents ranging from gray to blue grade will be generated. Simulation in progress. This time, he could select 3 talents. Awaiting malicious tidings, gray news that arrives from afar is often grim. Mourn mute. Gray, you are unable to hear or speak. Communicate with spirits. Green, you can converse with ghosts, though they may not reciprocate. Elegant and refined. Green, your learning will flourish, and your amiable disposition will attract affection and care. Congenital disability. Gray, born with an unhealable disability. 3 talents must be chosen. The inherent talents cannot be carried forward. Communicate with spirits. Elegant and refined. Pondering this, Zhao Li was astounded to encounter 3 gray talents, each far from desirable. Perhaps congenital disability would be fitting. In the year 0, you were born into a family of entrepreneurs, a girl named Wenxia, with a congenital blindness in your left eye. In your first year, you learned to speak, your sweet demeanor endearing you to all in your household. By the second year, with the assistance of your family, you successfully integrated into a ghostly realm, rendering your body exceedingly frail. In the third year, you witnessed your family's bodyguard perish suddenly, his soul consumed by a malevolent spirit. In the fourth year, you experienced a year of tranquility. In the fifth year, you commenced kindergarten, often subjected to bullying by the boys in your class, until one fateful day, a boy met his demise in the restroom. By the sixth year, you entered primary school, attending an elite private institution that assured absolute safety. In the seventh year, a night security guard at the school met an untimely end, with the institution discreetly handling the matter without public acknowledgement. In the eighth year, you diligently pursued your studies, excelling academically, and your amiable nature endeared you to your teachers. In the ninth year, your language arts teacher exhibited peculiar behavior, frequently regaling the class with chilling ghost stories. In the 10th year, this teacher mysteriously vanished, with the school announcing his resignation. However, given the institution's excellent treatment, such a departure seemed implausible. In the 11th year, you attended a summer camp where you encountered a wolf dog with blood-red eyes. For reasons unknown, a savage impulse stirred within you, and the wolf dog cowered in fear. You gouged out its eyes and consumed them. In the 12th year, you advanced to junior high, during which your left eye inexplicably turned crimson during class. The teacher reported this to your parents, leading to your confinement at the Paranormal Bureau for special treatment. By the 13th year, you ranked first in the city, forging a friendship with Li Huai. In the 14th year, the exhaustion from relentless studying caused you to fall gravely ill. One night, in the hospital, you encountered an elderly man, only to witness him being ensnared and devoured by a tentacle that emerged from your left eye. Achievement unlocked. First love sacrifice. In the 15th year, you entered an elite private high school, while Li Huai failed to gain admission. The 16th year brought your first boyfriend, Fiarnas. However, during a moment of temptation, a tentacle from your left eye blinded him and consumed his soul, leaving you in shock and unconscious. In the 17th year, your health improved, yet the spirit within your left eye grew increasingly violent, rendering ordinary seals ineffective. Nevertheless, this ghostly eye could substitute for your left eye, prompting you to don a talisman to suppress it. By the 18th year, you enrolled in a university specializing in the supernatural, where students learn about paranormal events and can bond with spirits. Having been connected to the ghostly eye since childhood, you found it far easier than integrating with new spirits. However, under the guidance of your mentor, you attempted to merge with a highly valuable Peepa ghost, only for it to be torn apart and devoured by the ghostly eye upon possession, leaving your mentor astounded. In the 19th year, you successfully communicated with the ghostly eye, acquiring the knowledge of a soul-harvesting spirit. By the 20th year, you became a ghost master and joined the Paranormal Bureau. In the 21st year, you gained notoriety as a ghost master in the city. Unbeknownst to the public, the soul harvesting I had begun to devour spirits beyond your control, with your influence waning. In the 22nd year, within an ancient tomb, the ghostly eye went berserk. Killing your teammates and seizing control of your body to unlock the iron coffin in the main chamber, releasing a long-dormant ghostly entity. The eye merged with this spirit, a soul harvester and prototype of the ghostly enforcer. Remarkably, you survived in the 23rd year. The soul harvester had no intention of killing you, sparing your family and everything else. You existed as a duality akin to the divine warriors, your kindness contrasting its brutality. Achievement unlocked, duality of good and evil. In the 24th year, you participated in the night parade of 100 demons, where the city streets were teeming with malevolent spirits. Remarkably, less than half of these malevolent entities were ensnared and dragged into the earth by pale hooks. By the 25th year, you resigned from the Paranormal Bureau, retreating to your own secluded dwelling. In the 26th year, you coexisted harmoniously with the soul-harvesting spirit, and all was well. However, in the 27th year, your brother found you, his body host to a vengeful demon king. He sought to kill you, and despite the soul harvester being gravely wounded, you managed to slay the demon king, leaving your brother in a vegetative state. In the 28th year, you devoted yourself to caring for your comatose brother, and your sister-in-law bore no resentment towards you. The wounded wraith, upon each visit to the hospital, would consume every soul drifting in the external realm, without exception. In the 29th year, your brother passed away, and the cause of his death remained a mystery. In truth, being in a comatose state was scarcely different from death. Perhaps it was for the best, as at least he was free from suffering. By the 30th year, you had reached a considerable age, yet had no intentions of marrying, for the wraith's possessiveness was formidable, and your partner would undoubtedly face a grim fate. In the 31st year, while exploring the Kunlun Mountains, you suddenly heard an eerie sound. When you turned around, you were already dead. Achievement unlocked. Do not look back. The simulation has concluded. Please choose a fixed talent. Spirit communication. No replacement. You have received a splendid gift package. Open it. You obtained a tattered image of a door god. This simulation has yielded achievements. First love sacrifice. Duality of good and evil. Do not look back. You received 2 bronze tokens. Opening a bronze token grants rewards of green quality and below, and 1 silver token. Opening a silver token grants rewards of blue quality and below. All rewards can be carried into future simulations as well as into reality. Upon opening, they will be preserved within virtual space. Retain the tokens. Do not open. Zhao Li, resolute in his stubbornness, decided to amass a collection. Chapter 65, The Restrained Narrative Battle of Li Qing. Upon contemplation, Li Qing, clutching his 23 points, resolved to give it a shot. He promptly entered the restricted narrative battle, as the world was being randomly selected. It was confirmed, a supernatural realm of a prestigious private high school. Task acquired, survive for 7 days to earn 70 points. Current number of participants in the narrative, 150. Available professions, night security guard, gatekeeper, duty teacher, freshman, sophomore student council member. Given the eerie nature of this world, the atmosphere felt rather unsettling. Thus, I shall opt for the role of duty teacher. After some deliberation, Li Qing decided on a position that seemed respectable. Teacher Hua Gang, I will be on duty tonight. A teacher patted Li Qing on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Assuming the role of Hua Gang identity, duty teacher items, Peachwood Talisman, Exquisite Pen, Teacher S Certificate, Spirit, Big Smoky Ghost Status, Heartbroken, the power of the Big Smoky Ghost surges. Side Quest 1, suppress the internal backlash of the Big Smoky Ghost. Failure results in immediate death. Side Quest 2, protect the students. For every student that perishes, 5 points will be deducted. If the 70 points are exhausted, personal points will be deducted, and if insufficient, one will remain trapped in the narrative indefinitely. Side Quest 3, eliminate evil spirits. Each defeated spirit rewards 10 points. After reviewing the tasks, Li Qing took a deep puff from the cigarette in his hand, contemplating the situation before ultimately extinguishing it. With the Big Smoky Ghost within him, smoking would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, he felt a violent upheaval within, as if something were attempting to tear through his abdomen. Instinctively, he lit another cigarette, but nothing untoward occurred. What a calamity! Li Qing reclined on the office chaise, gazing at the ceiling. What calamity? Are you also a participant in the narrative battle? A student-like figure stealthily entered the office, observing teacher Hua Gang's peculiar demeanor. Yes, and you? Li Qing inquired, eyeing the student before him. In this realm, no one could exert their true strength. He was now a middle-aged man, while this was merely a young lad. He spoke candidly, claiming he could easily take on 3. I am a member of the student council, and my side quest involves patrolling the dormitories at night. It's going to be a tough one. The student appeared visibly anxious, confessing his predicament. Tell me about your task. Li Qing urged. Survive for 7 days to earn 70 points, and thereafter, Complete a side quest each day. Completing one grants an additional 10 points. While failure results in a deduction of 10, the student council member lamented, I am a civilian evolver from the Tianzi City base. My name is Kong Zhe. The student introduced himself. Very well. Inform that student council member that teacher Hua Gang requires your assistance and to come here tonight to find me. Li Qing commanded with a wave of his hand, subsequently ushering Kong Zhe out. Ding. 5 players have been eliminated. The points pool increases by 355 points. As night fell, Li Qing rose, ready to leave with Kong Zhe when a student council member approached him. Teacher, I'm here to assist you. My name is Mingcan. Dreamcan introduced, subsequently switching on a blue flashlight. Although the area was well lit, the blue light evidently illuminated things that were otherwise invisible. You don't have one? Hua Gang inquired, glancing at Kongza, who stood empty-handed. Kongza, equally perplexed, shook his head. All he possessed was a peach with nameplate and a student ID, nothing more. No worries. I have a spare. Here, take this, Dreamcan said, producing a smaller flashlight from her pocket and handing it to Kongza, exuding an air of harmony and charm. Thank you. Kongza stammered, blushing as he accepted the flashlight, expressing his gratitude to Dreamcan. The temporary task was to inspect the dormitory building number 10. According to Hua Gang's recollection, the first 5 dormitories housed the truly affluent and influential students, each equipped with separate security and private bathing facilities. In contrast, the latter 5 dormitories represented a gradual decline in wealth, with the 10th predominantly accommodating academically gifted students from average backgrounds. Incidents typically occurred in the 10th dormitory, whereas the first dormitory had never been reported to have any issues since its establishment. Kongza, however, was an unfortunate soul caught in his own cleverness. He had originally been assigned to inspect the 5th dormitory but had inadvertently accepted a more challenging task. Upon arrival, he greeted the elderly doorman before entering the dormitory. Due to a scheduled power outage, many of the rooms were devoid of light. Kongza followed Li Qing on the patrol, while Dreamcan ventured alone to the first floor. Anticipating that once her inspection was complete, she could return to dormitory number 6 for a good night's rest. I can't shake off this eerie feeling. It's so frightening. Kongza remarked, leaning against Li Qing while holding the flashlight, only to receive a sharp tap on the head from Li Qing, causing him to tear up. Pay attention. My memory indicates that most incidents occur on the 7th floor. If anything happens on that floor, do not ascend the stairs, Li Qing cautioned, then proceeded to take the elevator to the 7th floor. Trembling, Kongza made his way up, when suddenly a girl with large round glasses opened a door, startling him. I'm so sorry, senior, she exclaimed, bending down and repeatedly apologizing, clearly aware of the nighttime rule against wandering in the dormitory. What do you intend to do? Although this is a female dormitory, it is entirely normal for the student council to patrol at night. I need to use the restroom in the large bathroom. The girl replied, her tone laced with embarrassment, evidently intimidated by the student council. Then I'll accompany you, Kongza said, following her to the entrance of the large bathroom. Just as she was about to enter, Kongza jokingly decided to test the flashlight, only to be horrified by the sight of a half-baby corpse hanging from her shoulder. What the hell? Kongza broke into a cold sweat, the lifeless infant turning its pale eyes towards him, sending shivers down his spine. Once the girl entered, Kongza bolted, racing up the stairs without a second thought. Along the way, he encountered 2 students smoking in the stairwell. Upon spotting the student council member rushing up from below, they hastily extinguished their cigarettes, but Kongza paid them no mind, continuing his frantic ascent to the 7th floor. 2 students, possessing knowledge of certain matters, were able to frighten a senior to such an extent that they hurriedly retreated to their dormitory, sensing a presence of malevolent entities below. Once they departed, a cigarette, but extinguished, was picked up by a withered hand and placed into a mouth that was but half formed. The cigarette ignited spontaneously, and a wisp of smoke was inhaled by a specter, whose form gradually became more complete. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they hastened down the corridor in search of Li Qing. Teacher Hua Gang. Kong Zhe finally located Li Qing smoking in the large restroom, although at that moment, Li Qing's eyes glowed an ominous red, exuding an eerie aura. Good heavens, your eyes! Kong Zhe exclaimed, pointing at Li Qing's gaze. Fear not. It's merely a part of my identity to possess a ghostly ward. I tend to become somewhat agitated at night, but I am fine during the day. Li Qing replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. This heavy smoker seemed to manage the situation well, as long as he had cigarettes to suppress the ghost's rampage. There was little issue, though the more he smoked, the stronger the entity became. 7 days, however, posed no problem at all. I just saw a girl on the 2nd floor. She had half a baby on her back, Kong Zhe said, placing his hands on his knees and breathing heavily. Her back? No, it's yours, Li Qing remarked, glancing at the infant sprawled on Kong Zhe's back. Don't scare me. I've been afraid of such supernatural beings since childhood. Kongze knelt on the floor, clutching his flashlight tightly, trembling. I would not deceive you, I swear, Li Qing asserted. I do not believe it, Kongze retorted. Shine your flashlight on your left shoulder, and you'll see. Li Qing lit another cigarette, the smoke providing him a peculiar sense of comfort, a sensation bestowed upon him by his affinity for tobacco. Chapter 66. The eighth layer. Kongze found himself in a most unfortunate predicament, with snot and tears mingling in a disheveled mess. Holding a flashlight, he directed its beam towards his left shoulder, only to come face to face with a ghastly visage. A sharp gasp escaped him as a monstrous infant. Its mouth, agape and filled with jagged teeth, drooled ominously. Fear nearly rendered him unconscious. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. At that moment, Li Qing sprang into action, moving with unimaginable swiftness to seize the infant's head. I've got it firmly in hand, Li Qing declared with ease. You can rest assured while you follow my lead, he assured the nearly paralyzed Kongze, his fingers digging into the infant's crown. Despite the creature's frantic struggles, it was futile. Brotherly, you're magnificent, Kongze managed to utter, feeling drained, and as he attempted to rise, he discovered his legs were numb and unresponsive. Suddenly, the infant's head detached from its body, and its tiny arms reached out in a desperate attempt to strangle Li Qing. However, a surge of dark energy erupted from within Li Qing, propelling the dismembered body against the wall. Just you wait. Li Qing's right hand emanated a layer of black mist, transforming his entire arm into a formidable, spectral limb. He crushed the infant's head, reducing it to a cloud of black vapor, which he absorbed into his being. You have slain the infant spirit, earning 10 points. Now rise. Why are you acting so feeble? Li Qing effortlessly hoisted the paralyzed Kongze to his feet, who gradually began to recover from his terror. What is this? Kongze exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Li Qing's right arm. This is the art of spirit control. I will rely on it for the next 7 days, Li Qing replied, waving his powerful arm. One could not deny the impressive strength of this formidable spirit manipulator. As they traversed the corridor, they soon encountered a staircase leading upwards. This. Kongze pointed at the stairs, his courage wavering. It was undeniable that this restrictive narrative was quite intense. Just then, a girl clad in pink ascended from below, ignoring them entirely as she headed towards the non-existent 8th floor. Goodness. Li Qing was equally bewildered, exchanging a glance with Kongze before deciding to investigate further. Brother, let us not go. Can't we just hide away? With your strength, we need not take such risks. Kongze clung to Li Qing's leg in protest. Li Qing, however, pondered the number of individuals who might have entered this place. He couldn't afford to let himself be undone in a single night. With that thought, he kicked Kongze aside and dashed up the stairs, while Kongze, contemplating the situation, hurried to seek refuge with the old guard at the entrance. Upon reaching the next floor, Li Qing discovered it was reminiscent of the 7th, albeit cloaked in shadows. He spotted the girl he had seen earlier and seized her arm, only to find himself ensnared in an unexpected dilemma when she turned to face him. Quest activated, the unrivaled ghost eye of Wenxia. Wenxia lost her left eye at a young age, gaining a ghostly eye in its place. However, its power has grown increasingly uncontrollable, and you must subdue its force. Completion rewards, 500 points. Teacher, is there something you need? The girl spoke gently, but at that moment, a series of blood streaks emerged from the ghostly eyes, appearing on the left side of her face. It's nothing. It's late. You should hurry back to sleep, Li Qing said, turning to leave. I can't provoke her. Just like that, she walked away, finding it all rather dull. A hoarse male voice echoed from behind Li Qing, instantly rendering her motionless. The corridor, once bathed in warm sunlight, darkened suddenly as apparitions revealed themselves. This was the realm of ghosts. I merely wished not to intrude upon your private life. As a teacher, I prioritize my students' leisure and entertainment. Li Qing turned around, her body now marred by blood-red eyes. In an instant, Wenxia's left hand plunged into Li Qing's abdomen. Ah! Li Qing experienced an unparalleled agony as her inner demon was wrenched from her. Delicious! Came a disturbingly ecstatic voice, as Wenxia extended her crimson tongue, ensnaring the demon and swallowing it whole. Li Qing felt the demise of her inner demon and coughed up blood, the scene shifting dramatically. A gaping wound opened in her abdomen, blood gushing forth. Several uniformed individuals swiftly carried Li Qing to the infirmary, and it was not until the following evening that she groggily awoke. This time, it is not your fault. Our family is willing to offer you ample compensation. A young man presented Li Qing with a compensation document, evidently indicating that he was a victim in this incident. The teacher's error certification stated that the undersigned unintentionally entered the 8th layer, resulting in personal injury and loss, absolving the school of any responsibility, and all resulting damages would be borne by the undersigned. Li Qing gazed at the document, then glanced at another one. The compensation contract stipulated 1. Compensation of 5 million alliance coins to Huagang. 2. Allocation of a medium-grade ghost to Huagang. 3. Huagang must maintain confidentiality, ensuring no disclosure of events from that night. This is entirely acceptable. I shall sign. Li Qing concluded, feeling quite pleased. Although she had lost her teaching position, surviving for 7 more days was sufficient. Very well, you can stay here for now. You may leave on a cloudy day. The young man remarked before departing with the signed documents. Li Qing lay in bed, unaware of what had been used to stitch her wound. But the absence of pain was a relief. Enjoying the provisions from the school infirmary, she felt quite comfortable. The school infirmary boasted exceptional healing capabilities. During the day, when Qiya also visited Li Qing, and each time she caught a glimpse of when Qiya's left eye, an unsettling feeling of being watched enveloped her. It was perilously dangerous. She pondered whether when Qiya would seek her out that night, leading her to contemplate leaving the infirmary. Ding. Leaving the school defaults to failure, resulting in immediate death and elimination. Damn, I've landed myself in a serious predicament. Li Qing muttered angrily after when Qiya had departed, lying in her bed. Oh dear, brother, what happened to you? Did a side quest leave you in this state? A doctor approached Li Qing and said, I am in quite a predicament. I completed the secondary mission splendidly, only to inadvertently trigger a task that led to my immediate demise, leaving me to lie here. Li Qing, reclining on the bed, expressed his helplessness, noting that this doctor was also a player, indicating that each player experiences the game differently. Teacher Huagang, what has befallen you? How am I to manage now that you have collapsed? Sun Zifei exclaimed, rushing over and embracing Li Qing while weeping. Is this your student? The doctor inquired. He's also a player. Li Qing replied, forcefully pushing Sun Zifei away from him, only to witness Sun Zifei consuming his food. Hey, you can't leave. You're my score-boosting machine. If you lie here, I can administer a shot for 2 points each time, 3 times a day, which totals 6 points. By the time of settlement, that would equate to an additional 36 points. This is a tremendous profit, considering the standard for this storyline is only 70 points. The doctor was brimming with excitement. Enough. My injury will heal in no time, Li Qing retorted disdainfully. I've never encountered someone daring enough to challenge their attending physician. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to have you lie here for a couple more days? The doctor was genuinely astonished, turning to retrieve the surgical knife assigned to him, and, without hesitation, plunged it into the original wound. Good heavens, you truly have no regard for human life. Li Qing exclaimed, shocked to discover that this physician had a heart as dark as coal. Farewell. Take care of your injuries. The doctor declared as he wheeled the medical cart out of the ward, leaving behind a bewildered Sun Zifei and a pained Li Qing. Chapter 67. The Night of Madness. As night fell, the unscrupulous physician, humming a cheerful tune, merrily pushed a medical cart into Li Qing's hospital room, while Sunze was summoned by the student council for duty. How do you find it here? Quite comfortable, isn't it? Far better than the base. The physician remarked joyfully, sipping on a cup of milk tea, radiating sheer delight. Indeed, it is immensely better. Life in our world is exceedingly arduous. Li Qing reflected on the harsh existence at the base, where higher-ranking individuals viewed those of lower status as mere subordinates, creating a chasm not merely between humans, but akin to that between man and dog. Survival was a relentless struggle. There are ghosts here. Otherwise, I could work in this place for eternity, the physician stated contentedly. If there were no spirits, he would be overjoyed. Out in the outer city, he toiled endlessly on tasks, barely scraping by, but here, he could indulge in a life of ease. You seem to have your own plans. Li Qing discerned the physician's thoughts, clearly captivated by the environment. I have no desire to remain here. I intend to explore other narratives. If I find something particularly compelling, I might never leave, living a life of leisure. The physician declared resolutely, preparing to push the cart out after administering a shot to Li Qing. Suddenly, as he stepped out of the room and attempted to close the door, his head abruptly fell from his shoulders, a lizard-like ghost crawling down from the wall. Good heavens! Li Qing was nearly startled out of his wits, finally grasping Sun Ze's earlier sentiments. Clutching the peachwood talisman tightly, he watched as the ghost slowly descended from the ceiling. As the ghastly creature extended its long tongue to lick the force stand, Li Qing swiftly jabbed the stand with his right hand, causing the ghost to plummet. He forcefully shoved the talisman into its mouth. In a swirl of green smoke, the lizard ghost disintegrated into ash, the talisman charred and rendered useless. Defeated Lizard Ghost 1. Earned 10 points. Ding. 15 players have been slain. 1065 points added to the pool. Ding. 2 students have perished. 10 points deducted. Ding. Urgent mission. Night of Bloodshed. Numerous ghosts are roaming the city. All players who slay ghosts will earn 10 points. What a farce. Who would venture out to hunt ghosts? Li Qing rose to secure the door, the four in his hand swollen, necessitating its removal. The physician's demise was tragic, and there was little to say. Li Qing could only observe a moment of silence. For he had no time to spare. Lying in bed, he scrolled through his phone. This world, though vibrant, was rife with supernatural occurrences. Even the freshly deceased could easily transform into spirits. Wait, an idea struck Li Qing as he glanced toward the door. 3 minutes later, a headless corpse relentlessly pounded on the hospital door, fortunately sturdy enough to withstand the assault. What a predicament! Had I known, I would have disregarded that matter with Wenqia, Li Qing muttered irritably, feeling utterly vulnerable. Without the presence of a formidable ally, who would dare to roam freely? What has happened? What is wrong with Wenqia? Speak to me clearly. A familiar male voice emerged, belonging to Wenqia, who was perched outside the security window. Li Qing, overwhelmed with despair, found himself spiraling into a state of utter collapse. The security window was effortlessly torn open by Wenqia, who gracefully entered the room. Her half-exposed body smeared with blood, embodying a grotesque yet captivating beauty. With a swift motion, she shattered the door to the ward, and a headless corpse lumbered in. With Wenqia summoning the severed head into her left hand, she tenderly caressed its scalp, then yanked an arm from the headless body, which seemed to glimmer with murderous intent. Li Qing, unable to contain his panic any longer, brandished an stand and struck out. Before Wenqia could utter a word, she was forcefully struck by the stand, which collapsed under the impact, igniting her irritation. It seems you are not as compliant as I had hoped. It appears you require some discipline. A voice with a distinctly feminine timbre echoed as the headless corpse seized Li Qing and hurled him against the wall. He crashed heavily, blood spilling forth, and before he could react, the one-armed headless figure began to pummel him mercilessly in the corner. Do you yield? Wenqia remarked while seated on a hospital bed, the headless body pausing its assault. Gasping for breath, Li Qing lay on the floor, bruised and battered, utterly disheveled. I'm speaking to you, Wenqia stated, her gaze fixed on him. I yield. Please, stop striking me. If you continue, I swear I'll die right before you. Li Qing raised his hands in surrender, his abdomen stained anew with blood from the relentless blows. Ding. 30 players have been eliminated. 30 points have been added to the score pool. Just as Li Qing attempted to rise, he received the notification, realizing the night had turned perilous. What do you wish for me to do? He asked Wenqia, fully aware of his diminished state, rendered as powerless as an ordinary person. Calm down. Think of what valuable items you possess. Wenqia replied unperturbed as the headless corpse hoisted Li Qing into the air. I remember. I still have the Jinhua pen, he exclaimed in a panic as Wenqia approached, extending her hand. Hand it over. Li Qing produced a steel pen adorned with intricate floral patterns from his pocket and plunged it into Wenqia's left hand. Ah, she screamed in agony, causing the headless corpse to lose its grip. Li Qing seized the moment and sprinted toward the exit. After being pierced by the Jinhua pen, Wenqia swiftly reverted to her human form, though the excruciating pain rendered her unconscious, her blood-red left eye snapping open in fury. The headless corpse attempted to attack her once more, but was swiftly pinned to the wall with a single blow. Wenqia's left hand wound began to heal rapidly, though her aura diminished significantly. Peering through the window, Li Qing contemplated her next course of action outside the school hospital building. Meanwhile, the fleeing Li Qing ran frantically, only ceasing her escape upon encountering a patrol team. With 150 individuals involved, a staggering 45 had perished within just 2 days, truly terrifying. In the distance, the patrol team approached, entering the hospital together. Wenqia remained within her ward, yet the entire room had descended into a state of disrepair. Caution! The target may have gone berserk. Ensure the target's safety. The patrol leader instructed the other members, who belonged to the Supernatural Affairs Bureau and possessed considerable experience in dealing with supernatural entities, particularly in managing rampaging spirits. Chapter 68, The Battle of Immortality, Part 1. After a series of events, Li Qing observed Wenqia being carried out on a stretcher downstairs, evidently subdued by the treatment. Ding. 5 players were slain, adding 355 points to the score pool. 2 students perished, resulting in a deduction of 10 points. In the ensuing 5 days, Li Qing encountered no further terrifying incidents. However, the remaining players suffered considerable casualties, and his subordinate, Sun Zhe, lay lifeless in the stairwell of the girls' dormitory. Upon returning to reality, Li Qing felt immense relief, as the ordeal had been exceedingly arduous, rendering the task insurmountable. He could only struggle to survive, as life was challenging both in reality and within the narrative. Li Qing returned to reality after a full week, during which he reaped significant rewards. There were a total of 150 players in this game, with 100 having met their demise. The cumulative score pool reached 100 points. Fallen players earned an additional 150 points. Based on contribution, Li Qing received 5%, amounting to 450 points. After the settlement, he had 453 points remaining. Seeing the 4-digit score filled him with joy. Despite the high risks, the rewards were equally substantial. What's wrong? Li Qing's girlfriend nudged him. Concerned for the young man who appeared to be in a daze after 7 days of absence. Many had succumbed to madness in the life and death arena, making it difficult to fathom the despair of standing alongside loved ones while only one could survive. I am not heartless. I merely possess a resilience that surpasses the ordinary, Li Qing proclaimed, revealing his 4-digit score to his girlfriend, indicating he had ample cause for pride. What is there to be proud of? Are you unaware that Commander Zhao's Qingyang team averages over 400 points per person each day? You should calm down, his girlfriend replied, observing him. In the past week, Zhao Li had led his team through infinite chaos, gaining renown across the realm. As Li Qing watched his girlfriend head to the kitchen, he felt as though his recent struggles had been in vain. Had he known to follow Commander Zhao, he could have feasted while savoring the spoils. With this thought in mind, Li Qing resolved to seek out Zhao Li. Dear, I'll step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. Oh. With enthusiasm, Li Qing dashed to Zhao Li's office, only to be informed that Zhao had just departed for a restricted storyline battle. Zhao Li was currently matching within the world as he selected the world. World selection complete. The demon-human world. Defense of Lianqing. Mission acquired. Guard for 3 days to earn 300 points. Thereafter, each additional day of defense will grant an extra 1,000 points. After 3 days in this storyline, players can choose to exit voluntarily, but death means no resurrection. Currently, 100 players have joined the storyline. Available professions: supervising team captain, cook, cavalry squad leader, archer, commoner. Town defense general, unique. Selecting town defense general. General Zhanwei Qifeng race. Human combat power, exceptional skills, stratagem, master of the 36 stratagems, fortification, expert in city defense. Archery, masterful horseback archer, military might, increases morale among troops. As Zhao Li regained his senses, he found himself perched atop the city gate. In the distance, the formidable legion of the demon race loomed, sending a chill down his spine. With the memories imparted by the unfolding narrative, he understood the impending challenges. This battle would likely mirror the defense of Suyang City. The enemy boasted an army of 300,000, while his own forces scarcely numbered 80,000, a stark disadvantage. The question of how to secure victory loomed large, as he was not the sole commander of the city. 2 NPC generals joined him in the struggle. After hours of deliberation among the trio, they arrived at no definitive solution, as the enemy's ferocity was overwhelming, far beyond their capacity to contend with. They could only hope to slow their advance. As evening fell, Zhao Li returned to his post at the eastern city gate. In the distance, the demon army was already erecting siege ladders, and it was then that a brilliant idea struck him: a night raid. Zhao Li summoned 1,000 troops, seizing the cover of darkness to charge forth from the city gates. Stealthily approaching the enemy camp, he raised his arm in rallying cry. Attack! In an instant, chaos erupted as 1,000 cavalrymen surged into the vast encampment, throwing the demon ranks into disarray. Zhao Li drew his bow and, with remarkable precision, struck the demon general Wei Hahu with an arrow to the neck, just as he aimed for the demon princess. A burly warrior felled him from his horse with a single blow from an axe. With no time to draw his bow, Zhao Li unsheathed a short gun from his back and delivered 3 swift thrusts, creating 3 gaping wounds. The giant, enduring excruciating pain, retaliated with a punch that rendered Zhao Li unconscious. When Zhao Li regained consciousness, he found himself bound and suspended from the execution platform in the demon camp. The demon princess stood before him, sword in hand, her gaze unyielding. The unspoken ultimatum was clear: submit or perish. I submit, Zhao Li declared plainly. A statement that left the surrounding demons perplexed. Was he not supposed to follow the expected narrative of defiance, facing a brutal death before their eyes? Why do you submit? The princess inquired. I do not wish to die, Zhao Li replied candidly. The princess, in turn, sheathed her sword and freed him from his bindings. Swear by your ancestors that you will submit to my demon race, she demanded. I, Qifeng, swear by my ancestors for 18 generations that I shall absolutely submit to the demon race and shall never betray it. Should I betray, may I suffer immeasurable torment, and my descendants shall be condemned to servitude, never to rise again. Zhao Li knelt and swore, and the entirety of the demon race erupted in astonishment, witnessing the resilience and adaptability of a true human hero. On the afternoon of the second day following the unsuccessful siege by the demon army, Zhao Li's figure emerged within their encampment. The atmosphere within the city had grown exceedingly bleak, as the number of soldiers had dwindled from 80,000 to less than 30,000. Moreover, the demon army's siege apparatus was fully prepared, and the overcast sky signified that this day might be the final one. Under the cover of night, Zhao Li stealthily infiltrated the chamber of the demon princess, rendering her unconscious before swiftly transporting her to a location not far from the city's perimeter. Meanwhile, the guards within the city spotted Zhao Li and were preparing to draw their bows. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Li called out, "I have captured the demon princess. As long as she remains in our custody, we can prolong our defense for a few more days. Allow me entry into the city." The players stationed in the military camp felt a twinge of temptation. After all, with the overcast day marking the third day, escape seemed impossible, and direct confrontation would only lead to demise. With this hostage in hand, there was a possibility they could endure until the day's end, and, with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even accrue additional points. Consequently, someone reported to the two commanding generals of the city and the gates were opened, permitting Zhao Li and his captive to enter. Chapter 69. The Battle of Immortality, Part 2. Upon entering the city, Zhao Li unburdened his grievances, dismissing the solemn vow he had made. Moreover, the oath sworn by Qi Feng held no relevance to him. He had confined the demon princess within the depths of the dungeon, and now sat before her, shackled and subdued. The tides of fortune had turned. The wretched fate that once befell Zhao Li had now ensnared her. The demon princess could only lament her failure to eliminate Zhao Li with a single stroke when she had the chance. Now, as his captive, her days ahead promised little solace. "Demon princess, I shall refer to you as Lilia, as it feels more amiable." Zhao Li addressed her from his position at the judgment table. "We share no kinship, you despicable scoundrel," Lilia retorted, her teeth clenched. The 40-pound shackles rendered her nearly unable to lift her head, all thanks to the man before her. "Rest assured, I never intended to conspire with your kind," Zhao Li confessed, unfazed by Lilia's piercing gaze. "You shall not endure. In due time, you will all perish," Lilia stated with unnerving calmness, recognizing the reality of her situation. Her worth lay solely in prolonging the defense of the city, and it was futile to expect a retreat from the demon forces based on her influence. "I am aware. Yet you must comprehend our methods. Soon, it will be your demise alongside ours." Zhao Li rose and declared, turning to make his way to the eastern city gate. On the third day, when Zhao Li reappeared clad in armor atop the city walls, the demon forces were engulfed in rage. Zhao Li had skillfully leveraged the demon princess to instill a sense of caution among the demons. Thus, they refrained from attacking that day. It was not until the evening, when the third prince of the demons arrived at the military camp, that the situation shifted. "Tonight, we shall launch a night raid. Bring down the city. Nothing must hinder our advance, not even the princess," commanded the seventh prince, Zhu Si, as the assault team initiated their attack from the eastern gate. The location of the assault mattered little. It was Zhao Li's presence that fueled their animosity. A brutal battle erupted, with 8,000 soldiers stationed atop the walls. "Pour oil on the ladders and cast down molten gold," Zhao Li directed the defending soldiers, knocking an arrow aimed at the climbing demon soldiers. One struck, sending the wounded soldier plummeting, along with those behind him, from a height of several meters, certainly to meet their demise. "Bring forth the catapults," Zhao Li commanded, and with a wave of his hand, large jars were placed upon the machines. Igniting them, they were hurled forward, crashing into the distant demon soldiers, igniting a conflagration that consumed dozens of them. The seventh prince observed the dire situation from afar, his expression darkening. "Where are the siege engines? Charge forth," he ordered, as a massive siege machine advanced slowly toward the eastern gate. "Report. We have sighted the enemy's siege engines," a soldier relayed to Zhao Li, who could vaguely discern the outline of the approaching machinery. As the enemy drew near, Zhao Li commanded, "Strike them fiercely with the oil barrels. Do not allow their siege engines to approach." He then instructed a centurion to ensure the city gates were barricaded, preventing any incursion. As the siege engines inched closer, a barrage of oil barrels rained down upon them, igniting a fierce blaze that rendered the demon soldiers incapable of advancing. Tragically, several unfortunate souls were engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. The battle raged on until dawn, at which point the demon forces began to withdraw, leaving behind the smoldering wreckage of siege engines, a handful of ruined ladders, and a grim carpet of corpses. "Report. Numerous soldiers have inexplicably vanished today. We seek your guidance." A messenger relayed to Zhao Li regarding the sudden disappearances that morning. Zhao Li, unsurprised, recognized the brutal nature of the conflict. Few could withstand such carnage. "Ding. You may exit the storyline during non-combat status." The prospect of earning only 300 points over 3 days was disheartening for Zhao Li. Should he enter the Infinite Brawl? He could potentially earn 300 to 400 points daily. It seemed he would have to endure for at least 2 more days. Otherwise, the endeavor would be futile. At that moment, the commanding officer, Qing Minyu approached Zhao Li, his left eye now blinded by an arrow. He sat beside Zhao Li on the city wall. Calm despite the chaos. If we do not retreat soon, we shall perish. Zhao Li exclaimed. Weren't we never meant to survive? Qing Minyu replied with a smile, placing an arm around Zhao Li's shoulder. Qing Minyu, our food supplies are dwindling, and the wealthy within the city are showing signs of fleeing, he continued. Sensing the weight behind his words, Zhao Li urged him to elaborate. I have executed these wealthy individuals and utilized their flesh to prepare dumplings. Besides my personal guard, you alone are privy to this information. Those attempting to flee have been dealt with, their remains transformed into broth. You and I share a bond of trust. We must hold our ground for as long as possible to buy time for our forces, Qing Minyu said with a hint of melancholy. You resorted to murder for sustenance? Zhao Li asked, astonished. Even during the apocalypse, instances of cannibalism were rare, and here, in the midst of a siege, it seemed they were compelled to resort to such horrors. In that moment, Zhao Li felt an overwhelming disappointment in Qing Minyu. Was such an act truly justified? I understand your difficulty in accepting this, but our supplies were already insufficient. For our soldiers to fight, they must be nourished. I had no choice but to adapt. And even if some suspect the truth, they will remain silent. Qing Minyu grasped Zhao Li's hand, sensing the disappointment in his eyes. May I pose a question? Zhao Li asked, his anger palpable. Ask away, Qing Minyu replied, releasing Zhao Li's hand. What does it mean for us soldiers to defend our homeland? Do not tell me it is for the emperor, or for those languishing in the capital, or for the rogue princes who act with impunity. Are we not meant to protect the common people? Zhao Li stood, seething with indignation. This narrative stirred a long-buried sorrow within him. Listen to me. I do this for a greater victory, do you understand? I am willing to sacrifice the citizens of the entire city to save a greater number from the clutches of the demon race. Just look at the cities along our path. Has there ever been a time when the demons did not slaughter 3 or 4 out of 10? I merely exchanged the lives of the entire city for the survival of many others, Qing Minyu articulated. You and I are the authorities. We wield the power over all lives. We have made this choice, and they had no say in it. We may bear the brunt of public scorn. Yet surely there are those who comprehend our plight. Qing Minyu elaborated. It is you, not I. Zhao Li insisted emphatically. Indeed, give it some thought. I shall take my leave, Qing Minyu replied, limping away from the east city gate. His murky eyes grew increasingly resolute. As a seasoned general over 50 years of age, meeting his demise on the battlefield was a foregone conclusion. This city was his grave, as well as that of his troops. He resolved to engage the enemy here, to perish alongside his army, ensuring they were all dragged to the depths of hell together. Chapter 70, The War of Immortality, 3. This is an unparalleled and historically brutal siege, a singular occurrence in the annals of time. This narrative recounts the ancient warfare between humans and demons, during an era when the distinction between the two was starkly defined. The conflict was exceedingly fierce until the two races began to merge, giving rise to a transitional race known as the demon humans, leading to a gradual amalgamation of the human and demon realms. Zhao Li pondered throughout the morning until a subordinate presented him with a bowl of meat soup containing steamed buns, 2 flatbreads, and a small dish of pickles. General, please have a bowl of soup, the soldier offered, placing the steaming bowl before Zhao Li, evoking memories of Qing Minyu's words. Very well. You may take your leave to eat, Zhao Li gestured, dismissing him. After the soldier departed, he lifted the bowl of soup. Alas, it has come to this. So be it, he murmured before drinking it down in one go. Once he finished and stood atop the city wall, a sense of resolve enveloped him. This battle will undoubtedly be merciless. We have no choice but to hold our ground. Zhao Li murmured as he gazed at the distant demon encampment. A new round of assaults commenced on the afternoon of the 4th day. With the oil reserves dwindling, many buildings were dismantled, and stones were hurled from the walls. The timber from the demolished structures was rapidly fashioned into sharp short spears. The 8,000 soldiers stationed at the east gate had dwindled to just over 6,000, while the defenses at the other gates comprised merely around 5,000, leaving the total number of defenders, including the civilian laborers in the barracks, at less than 25,000. Qing Minyu, stationed at the north gate, had summoned 3,000 civilians to the walls today. In numbers lies strength, and thus they effectively repelled the demon onslaught. However, less than 2,000 of the 3,000 civilians survived, with over 1,000 perishing atop the walls. Zhao Li's defense was equally formidable. As a general adept in fortification, his strategic acumen was remarkable. After losing 500 soldiers, he successfully repelled the demon attack. The casualty ratio was alarmingly high, approximately 1-5. Nonetheless, against the vast horde of demon soldiers, it was merely a matter of time before they were worn down to their demise. As night fell, a new wave of assaults began, with the demons launching relentless attacks in cycles. The soldiers within the city, exhausted and weary, could only cling to the walls for a tenuous defense. Half of you rest while the other half maintain the guard. Let some civilians assist us in clearing the bodies. Zhao Li commanded his soldiers, brandishing his spear while eyeing the demon soldiers constructing ladders not far away. Zhao Li, take the spear. A demon warrior shouted as he leaped from the ladder onto the city wall, becoming the first to breach the defenses. Zhao Li swiftly swept his spear, sending the assailant staggering. He then thrust his spear, piercing another demon attempting to descend from the ladder, casting its lifeless body down the wall. The demon warrior felt his throat tighten, swallowing hard. His hands trembled, for the disparity in strength between him and his opponent had become painfully evident. Zhao Li gripped his spear once more, clashing it against the opponent's weapon, which flew from the hands of the demon warrior. The entire body of the foe slammed against the wall behind him, and with a fierce thrust, Zhao Li impaled him against the wall. He discarded the lifeless body over the battlements, crashing down upon several demon soldiers on the siege ladder. With spear in hand, he barked an order: guard the ladder. Do not allow them to ascend. The defending soldiers, summoning their spirits, thrust their long weapons over the wall, piercing at the enemies beyond. Just as Zhao Li prepared to draw his bow, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. A warrior's intuition compelled him to leap aside. Bang! A stone the size of a grinding wheel hurtled from afar, smashing into the wall where Zhao Li had stood moments before. This was merely the beginning. As dozens more stones of similar size were launched toward them, those fortunate enough to evade the onslaught survived, while the unfortunate were crushed into oblivion. Stay concealed, Zhao Li shouted, but even as he spoke, a boulder smashed through the wall, claiming several unfortunate souls. The siege ladder too was shattered by the colossal stones, and the demons in the distance ceased their advance, biding their time in silence. Soon, Zhao Li observed flaming projectiles soaring into the city. Some landed perilously close, igniting the battlements in a raging inferno. The enemy's siege engines were now fully prepared, and it seemed the night would be a challenging one to endure. As Zhao Li gazed at the relentless fireballs raining down, the citizens within the city began to flee from the impending doom, illuminating the entire fortress with the glow of flames. After a full hour, the barrage of fireballs finally ceased, and the flames began to die down. Zhao Li hurled a torch down towards the ground, where a battalion of black-armored soldiers approached the wall. Kill them, Zhao Li commanded. And a rain of arrows fell from the battlements. Waves of black-armored soldiers began to ascend the siege ladders, well-equipped and formidable, holding their own against 3 defending soldiers simultaneously. Zhao Li wielded his ring sword, dispatching one of the black-armored foes, but just as he sought to continue his assault, he was halted by his personal guard. General, we must retreat. We can no longer hold the line. We must flee, urged his guard, as a squad of ironclad soldiers, equal in prowess to the black-armored foes, covered Zhao Li's retreat into the city. Ensure the orderly withdrawal of all troops into the city. Engage in urban combat. Zhao Li commanded one of his guards. However, just as the guard was about to depart, he was struck down by an arrow. A contingent of archers began to rain arrows upon Zhao Li and his remaining men, leaving only 5 to escape the wall alongside him. One of the black-armored archers, having removed his mask, glared with fury at the retreating Zhao Li. He was none other than the 7th Prince. The black-armored forces swiftly seized the eastern wall, while General Hualuo Bei and many of his soldiers perished in the inferno. The troops in the west and south, under the command of Qing Minyu, retreated to the crumbling interior of the city. Has the eastern gate fallen? Qing Minyu inquired. Indeed. Only a little over 500 have returned, came the response. Zhao Li and his remaining forces took refuge in Fei Alley, where the high walls could offer some protection against the demon army. We truly fear that death is upon us, although I have prepared myself for the inevitable. The prospect of mortality still instills a sense of dread within me, quoth Qing Minyu. Enough of this. What purpose do such words serve at this juncture? Zhao Li retorted, striking Qing Minyu's chest with a fist. Thoughts of death were not something Zhao Li could entertain. Faced with failure, the only recourse was to make an early escape. As the dense army encircled Fei Alley, Zhao Li's figure gradually transformed into particles of light, vanishing from the room. When the guards entered to search, he had already disappeared. Qing Minyu was aware of Zhao Li's vanishing act. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that whether Zhao Li had fled or been captured, Qing Minyu remained silent. Gripping the heavy 30-pound sword in his hand, he reminisced about his youth, when he wielded this very blade with unmatched prowess on the battlefield. And a sigh of nostalgia escaped his lips. Armored and ready for battle, Qing Minyu declared, rising from his seat, sword in hand, addressing the guards at his side. Chapter 71. The infinite store. Zhao Li materialized within the confines of the office, having returned from the narrative. Yet, his emotions remained tumultuous, as for a fleeting moment. He contemplated engaging in a relentless battle alongside Qing Minyu. Nevertheless, he continuously reminded himself that this was merely a storyline, a trivial game devoid of real significance. He still had Lingqi and his elderly father to consider. He could not perish here. Thus, in the end, he opted to return. Sighing, Zhao Li thought, "Let this be my apology to Qingminyu." Rising from his chair, he lifted a glass filled with red wine towards the distant golden illuminated scroll inscribed on the stone tablet and reminisced. Ding. The restricted narrative battle was flawlessly completed, earning 300 points. Ding. An additional 2 days of guardianship awarded 2,000 points. Why 2 days? Zhao Li pondered, perplexed, recalling that he had retreated on the 4th day. How could it be 2 days? Ding. Querying requires 100 points. I shall not inquire. Zhao Li resolutely declined the option. Points were hard-earned, and he intended to make prudent purchases. Entering the infinite store, Zhao Li's form vanished from the office, reappearing in a realm filled with luminous orbs. Approaching a golden orb, information materialized above it. Knight's metal grade, special item price, 1. 500,000 points completion requirement. The Battle of Lionheart City effect, grants Knight's aura, acquisition of standard Knight skills, and a set of rare equipment. Guardian's power, a protective energy shield that reduces damage by 50% against attacks of the same tier. Invincible Valor, provides additional armor penetration and attack capability. Mount contract, contracts a Knight's steed, enabling communication with the mount. Description, the effects are activated when the bearer embodies humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and loyalty. The effects were undoubtedly impressive. However, Zhao Li had no intention of exchanging for it, deeming himself unworthy of such standards, and moreover, his points were insufficient. Presently, he possessed only 7,000 points, a sum accrued through relentless slaughter in the infinite chaos. Otherwise, he would not have even reached 5,000. Such a regrettable predicament. Yet he could neither afford nor utilize the next item. This time, he spotted a blue orb of considerable size. Silver Moon Body Grade, rare price, 10,000 points effect. Grants Silver Moon energy, providing substantial armor-piercing damage, enabling direct attacks on souls. Amidst the multitude of orbs, Zhao Li felt bewildered. Unable to locate the desired item among the densely packed spheres, which was indeed a source of frustration. Ding. Prices are arranged in ascending order by color: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The larger the orb, the higher the price. Ultimately, Zhao Li selected a blue orb the size of a soccer ball and a significantly larger green orb. Author's note, it's considerably larger than a soccer ball. Perhaps dozens of times. Fragmented azure, semi-energized flesh chunk. Rarity, rare price, 5,000 effect. You will have a chance to gain the ability of will manifestation. But a greater probability exists that you will receive the gaze of the profound azure. The death of the azure will not yield any other entities. Plot selector price, 2,000 description. You may enter a constrained plot battle and select from 5 random storylines. All narratives you engage with will be retained within the selector, allowing you to directly access them. Your participation may grant you entry into ongoing plots. Upon acquiring the 2 items, Zhao Li found himself in a unique space, reminiscent of a waiting room. He could either exit or immerse himself in any of the available modes. The azure flesh was consumed directly, melting within his esophagus and merging into his being. An overwhelming sense of the uncanny enveloped him, as if an unseen entity was perpetually observing. After his entire form underwent a golden transformation, it became inevitable that the golden flesh would transmute into a deep azure hue. In an instant, his body transformed into a pulsating mass of flesh. As Zhao Li strained to gaze skyward, he was met with a pair of enormous azure eyes fixed upon him, causing him to explode in shock. Gasping for breath, Zhao Li clutched his rapidly beating heart, which showed signs of rupture due to the evolution. As he gradually calmed, his heart began to mend. Ding. You have acquired the gaze of the azure. You may enter the azure tree-like mental network in the Deep Blue Whisperer as the favored acolyte of the Deep Blue. You will possess the unique ability to descend into worlds. When Zhao Li attempted to activate the gaze of the azure, he felt this space obstructing him, rendering him incapable of accessing that unknown network. Upon exiting the space and arriving on Blue Star, he truly perceived the existence of the network. He felt akin to an immensely deep azure point of light amidst an expanse of darkness. Upon closer inspection, numerous azure threads could be seen surrounding the light. As his consciousness drifted within the black space, he finally discovered a blue point of light, from which azure threads extended from his own luminous form to connect with it. In the depths of an unknown world's ocean, a colossal azure beast, which had existed for an unfathomable duration, stirred. The disturbance of its massive form churned the water, creating a tremendous tsunami that overturned a medium-sized fishing vessel, causing the deep-sea creatures to flee from the beast. As Zhao Li connected, he felt as though he had entered another body. Shaking his head, he noticed stones cascading down from above, and upon opening his eyes, he realized that under the depths of the ocean, visibility was obscured. The faint azure glow emanating from his form barely illuminated his surroundings. By the heavens! This was indeed a beast the size of a mountain, resembling a platypus in shape, yet its size was nothing short of terrifying. The consciousness of the colossal beast was subdued by Zhao Li, who began to maneuver its massive form. Countless smaller beasts followed Zhao Li into action. Yet in the depths of the ocean, visibility was non-existent. Only a unique sensory perception could conjure a three-dimensional map within the mind, which proved to be quite disconcerting. Upon retreating, Zhao Li returned to his original form, but the colossal beast could no longer endure the suppression. Awakened from its slumber, its instincts reclaimed dominance, leading it to savagely seize and devour three of its offspring, driven by an insatiable hunger and need of sustenance. After tidying up some small gifts in the office, Zhao Li rose and headed towards home. Despite having indulged in leisure for several days, he remained an esteemed commander. After all, one could enjoy a respite without foregoing the remuneration. Such was the audacity of his position, and the base was indeed marked by its humane management. Fong Tang, who dares to slack off at work and still expect to be paid? Get rid of him. Turn him into minced meat to feed the dogs. Certain individual. It's Commander Zhao. Fong Tang. Then it's all right. You may leave. Bang. Certain individual met his demise. Fong Tang blew a puff of air at the muzzle of the gun before placing it in the drawer to resume work. Chapter 72. The resilient fate of the celestial remnant upon returning home. Zhao Li found his elderly father engrossed in cooking. The newly emerged stone tablet scroll held no intrigue for his father. After all, with his second-tier evolutionist status, even if he ventured forth, he would merely be fodder, a fate far less appealing than enjoying a comfortable life at home. As he entered, he encountered a visitor at the door, eyes shimmering with an eerie black-red hue, who handed a box to Zhao Li before turning to depart. Once he had retreated into a shadowy alley, he instantly transformed into a mere skeleton, from which a black-red worm crawled forth, burrowing into the earth and vanishing from sight. Seated on the sofa, Zhao Li opened the box to reveal a crimson crystal before his eyes. Life crystal, unique, price, 5,000,000 effect. Upon death, in any mode. Resurrect once at the location. In restricted narrative battle mode, one can opt to exit directly, though a life will still be consumed. Bound to one individual. It cannot be unbound. Currently, no cooldown duration, usage count day. An exceptionally costly special item, its price is exorbitant, yet its power is undeniable. As long as one is not in a life and death arena, it essentially grants an immortal existence. Inside the box lay a note. I am safe. I have many matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you for now. Once I am done, we will be together again. Do not enter the arena, please. Do not go. Ling Qi had likely spent an inordinate amount of time in the life and death arena, where a single match could yield a minimum of 299 points. If the opponent also possessed points, the tally would be even greater. With his own prowess, he could eliminate the remaining 299 individuals within half an hour. His daily gains would far exceed Zhao Li's by an astronomical margin. Clutching the life crystal, it burst forth with a brilliant light before vanishing from Zhao Li's grasp. However, he felt no enhancement from the crystal. Perhaps its effects could only be perceived within the narrative, within the confines of the restricted narrative battle. All of Zhao Li's abilities were curtailed. Now he was finally poised to engage in a special simulation, albeit limited to a single attempt. It seemed he could only simulate once a day, with no accumulation allowed. Special simulation commencing. Selected special world, the realm of Lingwu. Determining, the Lingwu world will generate gray to purple tier items and talents. Simulation in progress. In this simulation, he could select the following talents. Discordant voice. Gray, your voice is exceedingly unpleasant, easily provoking annoyance. Innate strength. Green, capable of lifting great weights. A true titan among men. Crimson gaze. Green, you possess the ability to perceive hidden things, yet the blazing sun will incite unbearable itching. Bloodthirst. Blue, naturally sanguine. The allure of blood may lead you astray, yet it will rapidly enhance your strength. Innate disability. Gray, born with a disability that cannot be healed. This selection required 3 talents to be chosen. Personal talents cannot be carried over. Born with immense strength, crimson eyes, and physical deformities, Zhao Li contemplated his choices. He ultimately selected these 3 traits, acknowledging that while this decision might not be particularly advantageous, the insatiable thirst for blood was not a path he wished to tread. Despite its high rank and significant cost, in the first year of your existence, tragedy struck. Your mother perished during childbirth, and your father was struck by lightning on the same day. The village elder, perceiving your crimson gaze and inherent disabilities, a cleft lip, a birthmark, a malformed left foot, and the absence of a ring finger on your right hand, considered you an omen of misfortune and cast you into a desolate well at the eastern edge of the village. As you lay there, bloodied and on the brink of unconsciousness, a withered hand emerged from the depths and embraced you. In your second year, an emaciated old man named you Rebellious Destiny, for your life was destined to be fraught with adversity. He imparted wisdom that only by defying fate could you glimpse a sliver of hope. One fateful night, you grasped the essence of the moon, leading to a remarkable improvement in your deformed left foot. Although it still bore a slight tilt, you were now able to walk. By the third year, your innate strength began to manifest, enabling you to lift objects of equal weight with ease. The old man introduced you to a band of outlaws, where he was revered as a military strategist. In your fourth year, you delighted in playing with the children of the bandits, finding joy in their companionship. The fifth year saw the old man bestow upon you a set of body-refining martial arts techniques, from which you sensed a heavy aura of bloodshed. However, in the sixth year, due to complications from the body-refining elixirs, your body sustained severe injuries, causing the old man great distress. That night, the bandits daringly ventured into the local county town and returned successfully, healing you, but leaving lingering ailments. On rainy days, you would experience shortness of breath. By the seventh year, your martial prowess advanced rapidly. Though your appearance was far from pleasing, as a bandit, no one cared for outward beauty. Indeed, a fearsome visage was preferable to deter any escort merchants. In the eighth year, the county magistrate led a contingent of soldiers into the mountains for a hunt, but their familiarity with the terrain ensured their failure. Nevertheless, a small box of items was delivered to the magistrate's residence. In the ninth year, the old man seemed to regain some vitality, and you sensed a powerful force within him. By the 10th year, your martial skills had reached a third-rate level, allowing you to successfully ambush a caravan of merchants under the guidance of the 7th leader. The old man privately reprimanded the leader, ensuring that henceforth, no one dared to involve you in any robbery. By the 11th year, your martial progress stagnated, prompting the old man to consider using medicine to mend your internal injuries, which were eventually healed. In the 12th year, while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, you encountered a young girl named Flower Girl, who was collecting mushrooms from a nearby village. You met daily, nurturing mutual feelings. Beneath your unsightly exterior lay a burgeoning heart, yet your martial arts languished, much to the old man's displeasure. In the 13th year, you learned that a young girl was to be married, an 11-year-old destined to become the concubine of a septuagenarian landlord. The absurdity of such a union filled you with profound indignation. On the night of the wedding, you resolutely gathered your closest comrades, the 7th and 11th leaders, along with 200 followers, descending the mountain to confront the landlord, ultimately ending his life. You returned to the mountains with your beloved, and though the old man uttered no words, he merely patted your shoulder, instilling within you a sense of pride. In the 14th year, the old man solemnly entrusted you with the chi cultivation technique. You felt an unparalleled power emanating from it, a yearning for immortality, a life as pursuit of eternity. The old man wholeheartedly acknowledged your desire for longevity and encouraged you to fervently pursue it. In the 15th year, you found affection for another young woman named Lyre, and you wed her. However, due to the extensive time required for your cultivation, you were often absent from her side. She was drawn to a young gentleman involved in dealings with bandits, and ultimately, the 7th leader discovered her betrayal. She was stripped and hung for 7 days and nights, meeting her demise at the gates of the stronghold. In the 16th year, you successfully reached the first level of chi cultivation, ascending to the position of the 13th leader. By the 17th year, you had broken through to the second level, and the old man began to exhibit erratic behavior. You took a third wife. In the 18th year, you achieved the third level of chi cultivation. The 12th leader was tragically murdered in a brothel in the county town, inciting the wrath of the first leader. The 11th and 10th leaders, accompanied by a dozen men, ventured forth to gauge the situation. However, the 11th leader returned in a state of disarray, having lost an arm in the fray. Chapter 73, The Corpse Sovereign. In the 19th year, you successfully ascended to the 4th level of chi cultivation, resulting in the former 11th leader being displaced and sent to the back mountains for recuperation. You emerged as the new 10th leader. In the 20th year, the entire stronghold faced a new crisis when 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman clad in brocade, stormed the stronghold but were severely injured and fled into the mountains. During your search, you discovered the woman among them, buried beneath the mountain S-foot, her body bruised and battered that very night. By the 21st year, you had successfully advanced to the 5th level of chi cultivation, and the old man returned from the mountains. A grand feast was held in the stronghold, and you received a new martial arts manual, the Golden Body Technique, from him. In the 22nd year, the old man urged you to consider having a child. The former 11th leader, slightly older than you, had already fathered 7 children. You encountered the somewhat weary Huagu, who said nothing as you embraced her, the silence speaking volumes. In the 23rd year, you welcomed your first child, naming him Ni Cha Tian, a name the old man praised. The 24th year saw you making a series of breakthroughs to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, astonishing the old man, who believed in your remarkable talent. While Huagu tended to the child, you found yourself visiting them infrequently. In the 25th year, during a fierce battle, the Grand Leader sustained grave injuries, allowing the second leader to ascend to power. A book titled He Huan de Fa fell into your hands, and as you perused its contents, you mastered the art of replenishing energy, a technique shared among the leaders, which explained why the 12th leader met a grim fate in a brothel. By the 26th year, through the sacrifices of many, you painstakingly established your foundation. You learned various mystical arts from the stronghold and felt quite accomplished, harnessing the venom of bees, centipedes, toads, snakes, and corpses. You perfected the 5 poisons hand and acquired the art of corpse refinement. In the 27th year, the old man looked upon your growth with satisfaction, believing that as long as you survived, it was enough. Having endured much, his love for you surpassed even that for himself. Over the years, he had become like a grandfather to you. By the 28th year, you had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and your child was 5 years old. The old man entrusted him with the methods of body refinement. However, calamity soon struck as the stronghold faced a massacre from a sect of cultivators. Your child and Huagu were taken by the Qing Shan Sword sect, leaving you and the old man to wander the world once more. In the 29th year, you established a small sect known as the Corpse Deity Cult, where a multitude of corpses and zombies roamed near your domain. Once again, the old man vanished. In the 30th year, you discovered a grand tomb, elevating your realm to the Golden Core stage. Your name echoed throughout the empire, drawing the attention of the Qing Shan Sword sect. The first clash between your corpse deity cult and the sect occurred, during which you pioneered the corpse refining golden body technique, rendering your body impervious to blades and fire. In the 31st year, you embraced a life of freedom and indulgence, marrying 16 concubines in one breath. The Qing Shan Sword sect tacitly acknowledged your existence, and no force in the empire could eradicate the corpse deity cult. You proclaimed boldly that you would not engage in virtuous deeds, lest you face dire consequences and death. Beneath the Bodhi tree, you comprehended the essence of the golden body. Today, you shall forge the golden body Buddha. Achievement unlocked, evil fruit golden body. In the 32nd year, you comprehended the essence of the universe, experiencing a remarkable surge in power, ultimately breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In the 33rd year, you shattered the gates of the Qing Shan Sword sect, leaving devastation in the wake of the corpse god cult's followers. You found Huagu and your son, Inai Tian, at that moment. Huagu had already welcomed a new child into the world. Despite your turmoil, you could not bring yourself to end her life, perhaps owing to the debts of the past. By the 34th year, a multitude of corpses belonging to the immortal practitioners of the Qing Shan Sword sect were unearthed. Inai Tian harbored deep resentment towards you, filled with animosity. In the 35th year, you established your dominion over the empire, which thrived under your governance, pulsating with vitality. Nevertheless, within the chaotic burial grounds, there remained entities that feasted upon the unsuspecting. Inai Tian departed to distant lands. A century later, you ascended to the integration stage, harmonizing your essence, spirit, and vitality, significantly extending your lifespan. Meanwhile, Huagu had succumbed to death, and you transformed her into a walking corpse, perhaps seeking solace in this act. 5 centuries later, many profound practitioners sought you out to discuss the challenges of cultivation. All felt the presence of a bottleneck. The old man had not appeared before you for an extended period, perhaps having perished. In the 3500th year, you, harboring dreams of immortality, fell into a profound slumber. Your life may have been fraught with sin, yet you ultimately concluded your existence. Inai Tian disbanded the corpse god cult, sealing Huagu's formidable body within your tomb. Achievement unlocked, corpse sovereign. This simulation has concluded. Please select your innate talent. Innate strength. No replacement. You have received an exquisite gift pack. Open it. You have obtained a special item, Tear of a Century, in an instant. Achievements from this simulation, Evil Fruit Golden Body. Corpse Sovereign. You have received a silver token. Opening this token grants rewards of blue quality and below. And a golden token. Opening this token grants rewards of purple quality and below. All rewards may be carried into future simulations or the real world, stored within a virtual space. Now, Zhao possesses a dilapidated image of the door deity capable of protecting the homestead. A protective jade pendant, a special item that can withstand 3 calamities. A white-haired goat's head, green quality, capable of harboring spirits. The Qing Mu Sutra, green quality. A technique for self-cultivation and longevity, and a gold pocket watch, white quality, adorned with gold and silver. Open all tokens. 2 bronze tokens, 2 silver tokens, and 1 gold token. Acquiring the blood-stained white cloth, imbued with a hint of foreboding, the ghostly fangs, green and pride from the mouth of the ghost general. The bronze-tusked mask, azure in hue, though appearing to be merely a bronze fade, was in fact extracted from a silver token. The black mask, white and exuding an air of authority, yet ultimately lacking in substantial utility, in the tranquilizing elixir, green and possessing the ability to soothe one's spirit. Proving remarkably effective for treating coronary ailments, had been retrieved from a golden token, resulting in a bounty of 15 vials. Suddenly, an image of a door god materialized in his hands, its form incomplete and dilapidated. After scrutinizing it and giving it a thorough crumpling, he cast it into the trash bin. Moments ago, Zhao Li had employed his magical prowess for a test, causing a peculiar energy from the image to dissipate into the atmosphere, transforming it into mere refuse. Father, I have crafted a jade pendant for you. This talisman possesses life-preserving properties, so please take care of it. Zhao Li called out to the kitchen, his foremost concern now resting upon his aging father. He entrusted him with his remaining cards in the jade pendant, hoping they might help navigate impending crises. All right, understood. Are we dining at home? At that moment, his father emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food, inquiring of Zhao Li, who was seated on the sofa. Upon seeing the dish, Zhao Li's face brightened. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Splendid. Chapter 74. The Temporal Church. After finishing his meal, Zhao Li issued a few instructions to his elderly father before vanishing from the spot. The narrative battle was about to commence, and the world was being selected. World selection complete. The special world of the Temporal Church. Task acquired. Survive for 7 days to earn 7,000 points. Current number of participants in the narrative, 5,000. Available professions, priest, unique, believer, nun, heretic, vampire, unique. Given the nature of the professions, it was clear that this would be a confrontational narrative, likely involving battles among players. Zhao Li examined the information and promptly chose the priest profession. Character assumed: Perseus identity, priest items, temporal pocket watch, Bible, holy water flask, sacred cross greatsword, divine arts, holy light healing, judgment of light, radiant light, purification of holy light status, energetic. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Li found himself clad in a robe, standing in a chamber, quietly merging with Perseus's memories. He picked up the diary resting on the table. Acquired Perseus's diary. As he perused the diary's contents, he noted the mundane life it described, mirroring the character he was currently embodying. The priest had received a peculiar corpse from a villager. A knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a childish voice. Anna, I will be right out. Zhao Li adjusted his robe, set the diary aside, and grasped the Bible on the table before stepping outside. Under Anna's guidance, Zhao Li encountered a gathering at the entrance, where a straw mat concealed a corpse. Side quest: exterminate the vampire, reward 10,000 points. He lifted the mat, revealing a desiccated corpse before the astonished onlookers, causing Anna to recoil in fright. May the God of holy light endure forever. May his light be with you. Everything shall return to the embrace of the divine. Zhao Li chanted fervently from the scriptures of this world. Placing a hand upon the head of the corpse, purification of holy light. A golden flame erupted from within the corpse, and its mouth gradually opened, emitting a radiant golden light, a truly magnificent sight. The bystanders fell to their knees, repeatedly extolling the greatness of the God of holy light. These were indeed fervent devotees. Vampiric servant purified 1. Reward, 100 points. Once the corpse was dealt with, only a small handful of golden ash remained on the mat. At that moment, someone produced a small wooden box to collect the ashes, the remains of the deceased. After concluding this matter, Zhao Li proceeded to the Grand Cathedral. In this village, there was only one priest and one nun, yet the cathedral was remarkably large, a testament to the villagers' reverence for the God of holy light. Perseus routinely fulfilled the roles of both educator and healer for the villagers, earning their profound respect through his gentle demeanor and exceptional medical skills. After all, a learned individual who selflessly tended to the ailments of the villagers, even if he were not a shepherd of the divine, was worthy of universal admiration. Within the hallowed walls of the church, the rhythmic recitation of the sacred scriptures enveloped Zhao Li, page after page. Gradually, he felt his consciousness waver, his body becoming ethereal. As he steadied himself, he lifted his gaze to behold a magnificent statue radiating a golden luminescence. It exuded an aura of gentleness, as if all-encompassing love emanated from its presence. Compelled by an unseen force, Zhao Li knelt before the idol. A warm current flowing from the crown of his head throughout his entire being. Ding! He received the blessing of the God of holy light, immunity to any mental corruption, affinity with the light element, and salvation of the soul from darkness. Just as he was about to rise, Zhao Li realized he remained within the church. To think the task would be accomplished so effortlessly. He heard a voice proclaiming this. and upon turning, he was met with the sight of Anna, her head severed by a single stroke. A tempest of sorrow and rage surged within him as he faced the one-eyed bandit, brandishing a long blade. Flanked by a dozen menacing figures drawing ever closer, their eyes glinting with mockery. "In the name of the divine, I grant you death. May heaven judge your sins and cleanse your transgressions." Zhao uttered the sacred words, a faint golden light emanating from his being. To his astonishment, this was not a realm of martial arts, but one of fantasy. He urged his companions to flee swiftly. The one-eyed bandit, sensing the peril, shouted in alarm, discarding his weapon in a frantic bid for escape. Waves of golden flames engulfed the marauders, and before they could step beyond the church's threshold, they were reduced to mere golden dust. "Are you the priest?" A figure clad as a Western cowboy rode into the church, inquiring of Zhao Li. "Indeed. You." Before Zhao Li could finish, he was felled by a gunshot. "That suffices, mission accomplished." The cowboy holstered his revolver, dismounting with an effortless grace that bordered on artistry. As he surveyed the church, he found no trace of the required item. Just as he was about to search Zhao Li, a golden pocket watch slipped from Zhao Li's robe, clattering to the floor. Ding! The watch's cover sprang open, a cascade of golden light flooding the church, soon to envelop the entire world. Zhao Li jolted awake, once again standing before a mirror, and upon glancing around, realized he had returned to the very moment the narrative commenced. Assuming the role of Perseus, his identity as a priest was reaffirmed, equipped with a timepiece, a Bible, a vial of holy water, and a sacred cross sword. His divine abilities included holy light healing, judgment of light, radiance of holy light, purification of holy light, and the blessing of the god of holy light. His spirit invigorated. He withdrew the watch, finding it devoid of any golden radiance. This pocket watch was no ordinary artifact. Its true nature remained elusive. However, the blessing of the god of holy light persisted, suggesting that this world's reset was not a complete erasure. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, accompanied by Anna's voice. Zhao Li led her outside the church, where the same lifeless corpse awaited. Following the same steps, they returned inside to resume their reading of the Bible. This time, Zhao Li encouraged Anna to join him, their voices intertwining as a rustle of sounds heralded the approach of the bandits. "Are you a player? I shall speak plainly. We are heretics, and our side quest entails your demise. However, sparing your life is not out of the question. How about we collaborate harmoniously? The reward of 7,000 points is quite substantial, and we can coexist peacefully." The one-eyed man unsheathed his knife and casually took a seat. "Very well. Could you enlighten me about your mission?" Zhao Li inquired. "Certainly," he replied. "One of our objectives is indeed to eliminate you, as your death would yield 30,000 points. This is an enormous sum. Upon your defeat, we would receive a subsequent task to convert the followers of the God of Holy Light into devotees of the God of Wisdom. For each new convert, an additional 100 points would be awarded. As for the player followers, I have inquired, they only earn 100 points upon praying once to your scripture. Hence, we have come to seek you out," the one-eyed man stated candidly. At this moment, a Western cowboy also led his horse into the church. Chapter 75, The Sole Adversary. We, the heretics, have another mission, to eliminate the vampires for a reward of 10,000 points. The Western cowboy proclaimed, and the crowd was equally intrigued. "I, too, am eager to vanquish the vampires," Zhao Li declared. "Then let us join forces, kindred spirits," the one-eyed man replied, brandishing a large blade with enthusiasm. After all, the cowboy possesses a gun, and Perseus Zhao Li wields magic. Defeat seems impossible. Ding. Announcement. The vampires will lead a horde of vampire minions to assault the church. Slay the vampire minions to earn 100 points. With that, the sky swiftly darkened, shrouded by a thick cloud that eclipsed the sun. It appears they have arrived. Zhao Li's body emitted a faint golden glow as he gazed at the throng not far from the church. A slender man in a tailcoat entered the church and bowed respectfully before the statue of the God of Holy Light. "Father, I have always held reverence for the divine. Though they may not favor me, my respect remains unwavering," the man said with a polite demeanor. Bang! The Western cowboy struck first, landing a blow on the vampire, though it seemed to inflict no damage. "How dare you act violently in the presence of the God of Holy Light? You must be a heretic. How utterly repulsive." The man did not hide his disdain and turned to exit the church. "Hit him," the one-eyed man signaled, and the group, wielding machetes, charged after the man. Blades met flesh, but sparks flew as they struck him, rendering him unharmed. "Gentlemen, my name is Horus, and you shall remember it. I am a devotee of the God of Holy Light, and you heretics should tremble in fear." The man's tailcoat was torn apart, revealing a pair of crimson wings sprouting from his back, his nails transforming into metallic silver. With a swift motion, Horus severed the one-eyed man's head. In the distance, the Western cowboy fired a shot, causing dark red blood to spill from the vampire. At that moment, It appeared Horus could indeed be injured. The holy light shines. Jali's voice resonated, a brilliant light illuminating the surroundings. Several nearby vampire minions were directly scorched by the radiant glow. While the vampire itself bore burn marks where the light touched, wounds unlike those inflicted by firearms, these burns were beyond healing. Ah, the vampire roared. And the nearby minions erupted from the rooftops and grass, numbering nearly 100, a staggering sight. Perseus recalled that while this village was not small, it housed only around 3,000 souls. This 100 represented 1/30th of the population. Like a frenzy unleashed, the vampires rampaged, and heretics fell one after another. Jali turned toward the church. "What are you doing?" The Western cowboy, sensing the vampire's gaze and gripped by panic, fired a shot at Jali as he turned to leave. Struck in the heart, Jali leaned against the church doorframe, slowly collapsing. A golden pocket watch tumbled from his robe, its cover flinging open, radiating a brilliant golden light. Jali found himself once again in the chamber of Perseus. Now aware of certain truths, he was akin to a reset mechanism. Each time he perished, everything reverted to its original state. Accompanied by Anna, he incinerated the corpse, and in a fervent hurry, extracted a magnificent sword from behind the statue in the church. This was the sacred cross sword of Perseus. Sacred cross sword, a symbol of the Perseus Knight. This sword serves as the standard of the Holy Light Crusaders, wielded by the centurion of the Holy Light Church, possessing the divine power to vanquish all malevolent entities. The sound of galloping hooves approached, revealing a cowboy from the west riding towards them. "I am Wu Ling, a descendant of the Huaxia in the White Bear Kingdom. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. If possible, I am willing to make amends. I am not a heretic, but rather a peculiar individual, a cowboy, an agnostic," Wu Ling confessed candidly. Exhausted, he exclaimed, "I am utterly worn out." A group of individuals, panting heavily, rushed towards the church entrance, led by an individual known as the One-Eyed. "Can we not engage in a proper discussion this time? I greatly appreciate your efforts to resurrect me, yet we cannot remain trapped in this first day," the One-Eyed proposed, clearly indicating that lingering in this initial day would mirror the most nauseating loop of a dream, making escape nearly impossible without extraordinary fortune, leaving them only to die repeatedly. "Once he enters, we strike. Do not allow him to escape. He seems reluctant to act within the church," Jali analyzed, gripping the sword. However, the vampire's entrance into the church was indeed peculiar, reminiscent of an invincible state. Thankfully, they could attempt it repeatedly. When the vampire arrived, its thralls appeared first at the church's entrance. "Surely you do not think we are unaware? I, too, can reincarnate. We are well aware of your schemes. We have already informed our master, the vampire. Prepare to meet your demise," one thrall sneered, exuding confidence. In a swift motion, a hand grasped the thrall's head and crushed it effortlessly. The headless thrall collapsed, causing trepidation among the nearby vampire servants. Such brutality was staggering. "I deeply regret that this wretch dared to utter blasphemies at the sacred entrance of the church. This is an unforgivable sin. To uphold the dignity of the God of Holy Light, I shall cleanse our ranks," Howard declared, advancing towards the statue of the God of Holy Light to pay his respects. "Brothers, let us take action," the One-Eyed shouted, and a group brandishing cleavers charged forward. Unlike their previous attempts, this time their strikes met resistance akin to striking rubber, and upon withdrawing their weapons, everything returned to its original state. "Allow me," Wu Ling interjected, leveling a revolver against Howard's forehead, positioning himself before the statue of the God of Holy Light. "How pitiable you are, devoid of faith. You drift like a mere weed, so tragic," Howard remarked, his gaze fixed on Wu Ling without reservation. With a resounding bang, a bullet embedded itself in Howard's forehead, only to be expelled moments later, falling to the ground. The sound of the rolling bullet caused everyone to cease their actions. Howard extracted a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the gunpowder stains from his forehead. "You are quite presumptuous. Fortunately, firearms cannot harm me. Or else it would be a disgrace to spill blood before the God of Holy Light." With one hand, Howard seized Wu Ling and forcefully hurled him out of the church, where the vampire minion promptly tore him to shreds. "Father, have you seen enough?" The vampire's crimson eyes fixated on Zhao Li, who approached with a great sword in hand. "May the divine forgive your transgressions," Zhao Li proclaimed, raising the sword high. The vampire knelt, closing its eyes. "May the God of Holy Light show mercy." Upon finishing his words, a golden radiance emanated from the great sword. With a swift motion, devoid of any flourish, he severed the vampire's head in one decisive stroke. Chapter 76, Prince Harry the vampire's form disintegrated before the eyes of the onlookers. As a golden flame ignited its corporeal being, Zhao Li cradled the vampire's severed head, which still possessed the ability to speak. "My absurd life is finally coming to an end. May the holy light endure," Howard proclaimed, and subsequently, the head transformed into golden motes of light, merging into the statue. Ding. Vampire slain, quest completed, reward, 10,000 points. The vampire had been vanquished, yet the vampire thralls outside were suffering greatly, their bodies engulfed in black flames. Reduced to swirling clouds of smoke. 150 players have perished. The system announced, including the deceased Wu Ling, bringing the total to 150. It seemed the vampire was not the formidable boss we would confront over the next 7 days. There were further trials ahead. Zhao Li sheathed his sword, and his companions nodded in agreement. A dozen players remained within the church, preparing to endure the remaining 6 days. In the dead of night, a one-eyed figure stealthily entered Zhao Li's chamber, accompanied by a red-haired accomplice. Is this wise? The red-haired one inquired, clearly intimidated by Zhao Li. Consider his pocket watch. It is a treasure. With it, we could easily navigate the narrative, the one-eyed man retorted, disdainful of the redhead's cowardice clearly. He was oblivious to the riches that lay in risk. As they slipped inside, they rummaged through Zhao Li's belongings and eventually discovered the coveted pocket watch. By the light of the moon, they confirmed its authenticity. The two then quietly made their escape. With the watch in hand, the one-eyed man felt a surge of exhilaration. That very night, he led a group of over 10 individuals away from the church. As for Zhao Li, he no longer harbored thoughts of retribution. Although he possessed numerous points, none could guarantee that the enigmatic god of holy light lacked further capabilities. Zhao Li watched them depart through the window, realizing that choosing the role of the priest only deepened his torment, as he had learned certain secrets through Perseus. Howard was, in fact, a priest. And this village served as the resting place of the vampire prince, Harry. Howard had merely been infected, nothing more. Perseus was the guardian here, and the task was painfully clear. Ding. Main quest, slay the vampire prince, reward, 100,000 points. It appeared straightforward, yet in this realm, there existed no means to slay a prince. Even to kill a duke required sacred artifacts crafted from the relics of saintly maidens, consecrated for over a century. Each pope would imbue a sacred artifact with sentience. Only those infused with such essence could suppress a prince. In millennia, merely 5 dukes had been slain, while 1 prince remained sealed within the pope's hall. On the following day, Zhao Li arose and ventured toward the church's subterranean cellar. Ding. 100 players have perished. Current player deaths, 250. In a village of over 3,000 inhabitants, Zhao Li was perplexed by the whereabouts of the 5,000 newcomers. It was evident that the number of players within the village did not exceed 500. He ventured into the cellar, which connected to an underground passage, and descended along its path. The flickering green lights illuminated the serene, subterranean palace that lay before him, strewn with numerous skeletal remains. Emerging from the depths of the palace was a young girl clad in a formal dress, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she regarded Zhao Li's approach. It has been ages since you last visited me. I have been dreadfully bored, she said, plopping down on the stairs and gazing up at Zhao Li as he stood 6 steps below. Zhao Li, recalling from Perseus's memories that this young princess despised speaking with anyone who looked down upon her, maintained eye contact out of respect for her discomfort. Surely, you haven't taken a life, have you? Did you not promise me you would refrain from such actions? He inquired. How could that be possible? I am a person of my word. I have not slain a single soul. Howard merely noticed my hunger and fetched me something to eat. It was not particularly delectable, but I am quite easygoing, so I indulged a little. I was just about to go out for some amusement when I happened upon you, she explained, her familiarity with Perseus evident in her tone. Let us venture out. It is terribly dull here, she insisted, her red eyes radiating an alluring, mysterious charm. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Zhao Li as the blessing of the god of holy light washed over him, restoring clarity to his previously dazed gaze. That is acceptable. But you must heed my words once we step outside, Zhao Li replied thoughtfully, as he was not as obstinate as Perseus. Then let us set forth. Onward, exclaimed the young princess, taking Zhao Li's hand and leading him through the passage into the church. As they stepped inside, faint golden light shimmered upon her skin, and her porcelain arm, clasping Zhao Li's wrist, grew warm. This was the church's suppression of vampires. Even a prince of their kind could not emerge unscathed. Hastening into the village, her body temperature gradually returned to normal. The village often hosted small vendors who purchased woven baskets and various goods from farmers, occasionally bringing along peculiar trinkets. As a priest, Zhao Li's savings were modest, amounting to only a few hundred copper coins. In his daily life, Perseus could be likened to a living saint, dedicating himself to the church's donations while personally acquiring supplies for the rest. Aside from receiving offerings on the Day of Divine Grace, an occasion when the god of holy light is said to bless the earth and those who present valuable gifts are rewarded, Perseus spent his time conducting weddings and funerals, as well as foraging for herbs to create affordable remedies. Embodying the philosophy of benevolence and healing, Perseus traversed the path alongside the young princess, exchanging greetings with familiar faces along the way. The village may not be affluent, yet its inhabitants possess a simplicity of heart, perhaps a blessing bestowed by their poverty. "I want this and that too," exclaimed Harley as she seized a plush doll and, in a swift motion, snatched a skewer of candied hawthorn from the vendor. "I shall purchase this doll and the candied hawthorn. How much do they cost?" Perseus approached the vendor who sold both dolls and candied hawthorn, one of the few in the village to do so. The dolls, crafted from scraps of cloth and rice husks, were a product of the vendor's idle hands. The candied hawthorn cost merely 2 copper coins, and as for the doll, I made it myself. Since the little girl fancies it, I shall gift it to her. After all, it is not something of significant value, the candied hawthorn vendor said with a simple-minded grin. It is worth mentioning that this vendor, having suffered a high fever at the age of 7, was saved by the youthful Perseus who happened upon the village. Ever since, his mental faculties have been somewhat impaired. The art of selling candied hawthorn was taught to him by his father since childhood, but when it comes to arithmetic, he only knows that a skewer of candied hawthorn costs 2 copper coins. Beyond that, he is at a loss. Thus, nearly 3 decades have passed, with him steadfastly selling candied hawthorn through all manner of weather. Each customer purchases 1 skewer at a time, handing over 2 copper coins in exchange. This simple and unpretentious way of life has allowed him to sustain himself and care for his aging parents throughout the years. Chapter 77. Wandering very well. "I shall offer you 2 copper coins, which shall serve as payment for the candied hawthorn." Jolly produced 2 copper coins and placed them into the vendor's hand. The vendor, beaming with delight, deposited the coins into his weathered cloth bag. "These 2 coins will also suffice for your puppet," Jolly added, retrieving an additional 2 coins. At that moment, the vendor plucked a string of candied hawthorn from the skewer and handed it to Jolly. "I do not wish to purchase candied hawthorn. This is merely for your puppet," Jolly reiterated. "The puppet costs nothing, 2 coins for a string of candied hawthorn," the vendor replied, and with no choice left, Jolly accepted the candied treat, while the vendor contentedly pocketed the coins. Jolly promptly followed closely behind Hallie, who seemed to vanish in the mere span of their conversation. "Look at this puppet," Hallie exclaimed joyously, pointing at the puppet. A surge of red energy flowed into it, causing the puppet to come alive, albeit in a rather grotesque manner. "Roar, roar, roar. The malevolent puppet has arrived," Hallie declared, tossing the puppet onto the ground. Zhao Li swiftly caught it, aware that it was still morning and the streets were bustling. Chaos was to be avoided. The power of holy light enveloped the puppet, and shortly thereafter, it returned to its original state. Zhao Li handed the puppet back to Hallie. "No, it's too ugly," Hallie muttered, chewing on a piece of candied hawthorn, and carelessly tossed the puppet back to the ground. The puppet was crudely stitched together from tattered rags, with some areas even leaking rice husks. Its texture was quite unpleasant. If one were to offer an opinion, it could only be described as a barely recognizable toy resembling a puppet. As Hallie strolled through the streets, it was the day of tax collection by the Lord. The village head, having exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Li, continued his work of collecting grain. This land belonged entirely to the village head, Gary, the youngest son of the nearby Viscount Lotus. He indulged in a life of revelry, possessing a kind heart, yet holding strong, noble convictions. He could befriend a commoner, which indicated his respect, but the reverse was not true. A commoner could not aspire to befriend him, for they were not of noble birth. There was no doubt that Perseus held a position of considerable nobility as a priest, earning the respect of the community. From time to time, Gary would bring wine and meat to the church to listen to the scriptures and confide his grievances to Perseus. Feeling bored, Hallie sat down on a bench and rested her head on Zhao Li's lap. The world seemed as dreary as ever. "How dull this is," she sighed, shielding her eyes from the sun with her small hand as ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the rising sun. Observing the pallid complexion of the little girl, Perseus's memories transported Zhao Li back a decade. After the church's construction, Perseus had dedicated himself to aiding the villagers. And it was only after 10 years of saving that he contemplated digging a cellar for storing wine and other provisions. As he dug, he inadvertently uncovered a passage leading to the resting place of the vampire prince. Upon entering the palace, he was met with a floor strewn with gold and bones. And in a serendipitous moment, he awakened the slumbering Hallie. Thus began a series of extraordinary events, culminating in an agreement between Perseus and Hallie. Zhao Li observed as Hallie closed her eyes, gradually succumbing to a wave of drowsiness. This body had indeed grown weary with age. Even though it housed a youthful spirit, the vitality of yesteryears had dissipated. When she awoke, it was already afternoon, and Hallie had seemingly vanished. "Old friend, are you searching for your granddaughter?" the village chief inquired, seated comfortably on a bench, eager to engage in a lengthy conversation with Zhao Li. However, Zhao Li had no intention of indulging in such discourse. "Where has Hallie gone?" Jolly asked the village chief. She has gone to play at my house with my servant. You needn't worry, Gary replied leisurely. This time of year was the busiest for tax collection. Yet once it was over, he could truly relish life. I shall find her, Jolly declared, hastily making his way to Gary's estate. Meanwhile, Gary reclined on the bench. Reflecting on the astute decision to place benches along the commercial road, the village was beginning to resemble a small town, and in a few years, he would surely become the mayor. Gary's servant recognized Jolly at once and opened the door to let him in. In the backyard, he encountered the audacious Holly, whose behavior was nothing short of brazen. Gary's granddaughter, Mygia, knelt on the ground, cradling a cup in her hands. Holly lounged in a recliner, yawning languidly. A vampire servant, with elongated nails, traced a small cross on Mygia's neck, and she collected the flowing blood in the cup. As the cup neared fullness, Holly waved her hand, and the wound miraculously healed. The others in the backyard stood frozen in the corners, entranced by the vampire's control. The vampire servant presented the cup filled with virgin blood to Holly. Upon receiving it, she took a sip, and a rare flush of color graced her pale visage, revealing an expression of exquisite enjoyment. What are you doing? Holly suddenly heard Zhao Li's voice and turned to see him standing at the gate of the courtyard. Oh, my dear Mr. Perseus, I am merely indulging in afternoon tea. What a splendid day it is, Holly exclaimed, raising the blood-filled cup, her eyes gleaming with avarice. In the name of the divine, I decree light's judgment, Zhao Li declared, summoning a radiant sphere of light from his palm. Holly swiftly maneuvered the vampire servant to shield herself. Bang! A charred corpse collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a cloud of golden dust. Come now. We are of an age, let us not be so tempestuous. I have harmed no one. See, all is well, is it not? Holly rose from her recliner, dipping a finger into the golden powder and tasting it. Quite a delightful flavor, reminiscent of a powder that captivates the senses, she mused, relishing the exhilarating sensation the golden dust provided. You have gone too far, Jolly exclaimed, watching Holly remain unfazed, the holy light swirling in his hands. Very well. You have won. I shall accompany you, Holly conceded, draining the cup of blood, her complexion gradually returning to a healthier hue. Upon returning to the church, Harry waved her hand and entered the palace. Zhao Li emerged from the passage, sealing it with a cross, feeling somewhat mentally fatigued. The pressure had been overwhelming. Casting a glance at Anna, who had already succumbed to slumber, he turned and retreated to his chamber, shedding his garments and collapsing onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. As night fell, Harry's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, her form transforming into a swirling mass of red mist that swiftly traversed the passage. Just as she was about to enter the cellar, the cross emitted a radiant light, dispersing the red mist momentarily. Nevertheless, it surged forth, coalescing into a shape within the courtyard of the church, though a purplish burn marred the entirety of her left cheek. In the shroud of night, a vague golden aura enveloped the diminutive girl as she wandered through the church. Chapter 78. The savage instinct. The crimson eyes of Harley foretold her impending frenzy. She craved more energy. By chance, she encountered Anna, who had just risen from her slumber to relieve herself. As Anna rubbed her eyes and attempted to speak, Harley pounced upon her, sinking her two sharp fangs into Anna's neck. In an instant, Anna succumbed to unconsciousness, and by the time Harley gradually regained her composure, Anna had been drained to the point of becoming a desiccated corpse. What to do now? Anxiety coursed through Harley as she realized she had slain the ward of Perseus. This was a dire predicament. She had drained the life from a being, rendering even her vampiric nature futile. Calm down, Harley urged herself, reminding herself of her princely status. Her initially frantic heart began to find some semblance of tranquility. Yes, she was indeed a prince. What harm was there in taking the life of a ward? If she felt displeased, she could drain him too. His ward was fortunate to have been consumed by her. With this thought, she made her way toward Perseus's chamber. With each step closer, the radiant golden light surrounding her relentlessly corroded Harley's skin, leaving behind unsightly blackened patches. This was the lingering effect of the holy light's damage to vampires. If she lingered here much longer, her demise was inevitable. Approaching the door, Harley pushed it open, revealing Perseus lying on the bed. As she gazed upon the slumbering figure of Perseus, tears, tinged with a faint crimson hue, began to flow from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and evaporating upon contact with the ground. Extending her delicate right hand, she caressed Perseus's face, and memories began to resurface from 8,000 years past. Back when she was still a baroness, ruling over a vast territory within an ancient castle, she encountered her first heretic. He neither worshipped the god of holy light nor acknowledged the other deities, visiting her vampire castle in the guise of a scholar. Amused, she spared his life. Vampires, loathing the sun, subsisted solely on the life force of others. Though they possessed eternal life, the profound solitude within them was everlasting, an inescapable companion for all vampires. Thus, 2 decades passed, and the once youthful scholar matured into a man of middle age, more composed and less frivolous. When he departed, she had meant to retain him. But upon their next meeting, he was but a lifeless body, his soul entwined with his corpse. Unable to be resurrected or reborn, victim to the malevolent hand of a cursed deity. In the flames, Harley watched as the scholar's soul ascended to the heavens. 3 centuries later, as a count, she witnessed the scholar's descendant clad in holy armor, leading 5,000 soldiers of light to hunt her down. Such is the unpredictability of fate before her. He chose to take his own life. Harley kissed Perseus's neck, opening her mouth as her fangs pierced his flesh. Dark energy surged from her incisors into Perseus, causing the holy light within him to erupt violently as it was continually extinguished. A viscous black-purple liquid flowed from her fangs into his being. Jolly felt a flicker of pain, shifting his body, only to discover that he was firmly restrained. As she opened her eyes, Hallie's crimson gaze fixed upon her own neck. Just as she was about to summon the power of the holy light, she realized that the divine energy within her had been entirely depleted. Side quest: The Lost Scholar's Bone Sword. 8 millennia ago, a learned scholar perished on this land, and his bones fused into an iron sword, imbued with the hopes of the living and the sorrows of the dead. Zhao Li remembered that this sword lay within the church's storeroom. Ding! The holy light wanes, transformed into a high-level vampire. Zhao Li's eyes grew hazy, and his body fell into a state of utter weakness. The holy light threatened to ignite his entire being, for this was a church suffused with divine radiance. Hallie swiftly carried Zhao Li back to the underground church, where his body had been grievously scorched by the holy light. Hallie could not bear to witness Perseus perish in such a manner. After all, what would be the purpose of transforming him? With delicate hands raised high, the moon above the village was completely obscured by dark clouds. Within proximity to the village, vampires and their thralls flooded in, marking the onset of a true hunting season. Meanwhile, the one-eyed leader and his companions were unfortunate enough to encounter a band of vampire players within a cave. In mere moments, they lay peacefully in death, unable to rise again. The vampire who obtained the pocket watch set forth towards the village. Ding. Side quest: Moonless Night. Gain 100 points for each person drained of their essence. The vampire players unleashed a frenzy of slaughter within the village, until no living being remained except for the vampires. Over 300 vampires awaited Hallie's arrival outside the church. Emerging from the underground, Hallie underwent a remarkable transformation, quickly evolving into a statuesque red-haired beauty. Blood sacrifice. Her crimson lips parted, and all vampires present dissolved into streams of blood, seeping into the earth. Withered hands clawed their way up from the depths. While the remaining players were evident, the vampire prince's loyal guards. Their desiccated forms regained a semblance of vitality from the blood, though only slightly. Thousands of guards awaited Hallie's command, as the distant sound of hooves began to resonate. Let us march forth. Victory is inevitable. With that, Hallie commanded the blood to engulf the entire church. The holy light extinguished. Thousands of newly awakened vampire guards sprouted fleshly wings and soared beyond the village. A battalion of holy light crusaders had arrived, with priests bestowing blessings upon the warriors, as arrows imbued with divine power rained down upon the vampire guards. Many guards plunged into the fray, engaging in a fierce battle. The earth trembled. The ground split apart, revealing the underground palace that had emerged after millennia. Finally unveiled to all. Even after thousands of years, this palace, once hidden beneath the earth, now touched the sky. The crimson waters surged towards Zhao Li within the subterranean chamber, and as his body underwent restoration, he gradually awakened. You are awake, just in time to witness my world, exclaimed Harley, seated beside Zhao Li, gesturing towards the lifeless expanse of the village. Who are you? What have you done? Zhao Li rose, realizing that the once peaceful villagers had vanished, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Harley. In response, Harley firmly pressed Zhao Li against the wall, her scarlet eyes revealing her current state of discontent. Chapter 79. Dust to Dust. Harley issued a warning to Zhao Li before soaring directly towards the village's outskirts. The recently awakened guards stood no chance against the Holy Light Crusaders, despite not yet being the elite priesthood of the Holy Light Church. Hovering above, Holly observed the tumultuous battle below, her hands conjuring a staff for the first time. After existing for millennia, it was only natural for her to have acquired a modicum of dark magic. Having been pinned against the wall, Zhao Li emerged and hastily sought the scholar's bone sword, frantically rummaging through the ruins of the church. The tide of the battlefield had shifted dramatically with Holly's involvement. What once was a crushing victory for the Holy Light Crusaders had turned into a rout at her hands. As the supreme commander of this crusade, Captain Dickens bore a look of utter disarray. His great sword lay shattered, and he gazed at the hovering vampire prince before him, still brandishing a short sword aimed at Holly. It seems you wish for death, but such is the nature of your kind. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Holly remarked, her crimson lips uttering chilling words as dark lightning crackled from her staff. It was evident that the damage she intended to inflict was far beyond what the wounded Dickens could withstand. Glancing at the fewer than 20 holy light warriors behind him, Dickens steeled his resolve, proclaiming, "May the holy light envelop the earth, banishing the darkness. I stand with you all, until we meet again in paradise." The holy light crusaders rose in unison, awaiting their final demise. "Stop!" A voice echoed from the distant village as a vampire, clutching a white short sword, careened towards them. "What brings you here?" Holly inquired, her displeasure evident as the dark lightning dissipated from her staff. "Let them go," Jolly commanded, the white bone sword in his grasp beginning to radiate a soft glow. "What if I refuse?" Holly retorted. "Then we shall engage in another duel," Jolly declared. Recalling the time 10 years prior when Perseus had challenged Holly in the depths of the crypt, only to be thoroughly toyed with. Yet an agreement had been forged in the process. "You? Very well," Holly replied, somewhat resigned. As her own progeny, she possessed absolute dominance over him. Yet she also contemplated the future of her bloodline. After all, eternity promised an abundance of time, rendering fleeting emotions insignificant, though they were averse to sorrow. Endless suffering implied relentless torment. Thus, an outlet for their emotions was ultimately beneficial. In a moment of sheer terror for Holly, Jolly plunged the sword into his own heart. It was crucial to note that Perseus, now transformed, was merely a vampire. Even the barren vampires would perish if their hearts were pierced. As Jolly, now Perseus, enveloped himself in a golden halo, the instant the bone sword penetrated his heart, his perspective shifted from that of a mortal to a divine observer. Kneeling with eyes tightly shut, Perseus felt his life force rapidly dissipating. A beam of holy light descended from the heavens, striking him, and his body ignited in flames. From the inferno emerged a young man clad in the priestly robes of the Holy Light Church. A pair of golden eyes radiated authority and wisdom. Before Harley could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of golden arrows cascaded down from the heavens, causing no harm to anyone or any flora. However, when they struck the vampires, they ignited them, reducing them to golden dust amidst their anguished cries. "Gedwo, is that you?" Harley gazed at the figure before her with a mixture of excitement and calm. Suddenly, a golden spear pierced through Harley's chest, rendering her incapable of summoning the darkness within. "In the name of the god of holy light, I decree your death," Gedwo uttered with a serene tone, holding a semi-ethereal Bible. A colossal beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Harley, as the boundless holy light began to consume her corporeal form. Under the relentless onslaught of divine radiance, Harley's body gradually disintegrated. Gazing upon a long-familiar yet distant visage, an overwhelming sorrow filled her heart. This world was indeed flawed. She closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. What was once a graceful figure had crumbled into mere bones, shattering upon the ground amidst the spectators. "May the holy light endure forever," Gedwo proclaimed, and with that, he transformed into particles of light, dissipating into the world, while the remaining holy knights knelt in prayer. Subsequently, Jolly was resurrected, standing before the crowd. Ding! The restricted storyline battle has been flawlessly completed, earning 7,000 points, with an additional reward of 3,000 points. Side quest completed, 2, earning a total of 110,000 points. This session yielded a grand total of 120,000 points. Exiting the restricted storyline battle, entering the infinite shop, as Jolly regained his composure, he found himself within the confines of the infinite shop. The previous narrative had been exceedingly perilous, and he had not anticipated such a dire conclusion. After momentarily collecting his thoughts, he began to seize the luminous orbs. A golden orb floated before Jolly, and upon extending his hand, he accessed its information. Holy Light Pocket Watch Rarity. Special item sale price. 100,000 points. Completion quest. Time Church Effect. Bestows the blessing of the God of Holy Light. Grants the ability to wield Holy Light Divine Arts, and provides the relic of the God of Holy Light. Description. As the God of Holy Light has completely perished, this fragmented pocket watch artifact remains, embodying his yearning for justice and determination. It serves as a beacon for all the weak. Undoubtedly, he made his choice. The abilities of this pocket watch had astounded Zhao in the earlier narrative, as it could reverse time, a truly extraordinary power. Grasping the Holy Light pocket watch, an unusual energy surged within him, causing the watch to automatically open, revealing a thin golden shard floating above it. As Zhao reached out to grasp the shard, it seamlessly integrated into his being. Suddenly, his body trembled, as an indescribable force surged within Zhao, a fragment of the divine essence of the Holy Light God. Over the eons, this radiant energy had gradually transformed into sustenance, nurturing the realms within each scroll. This minuscule shard of divine essence fused into Zhao's being, significantly invigorating him. The ice crystal bone obtained from the Ice Wolf Beast King now radiated a golden aura, elevating it to the rank of an 8th-order holy light bone. The divine essence propelled Zhao Li into a new evolution, enhancing him in every conceivable aspect, enabling him to unleash holy light to strike down any dark creature. The fragmented memories intertwined within the divine essence bore witness to the tragic fate of the holy light god, who, with noble intentions to challenge the darkness, was utterly vanquished within his own divine realm. It can only be said that he was woefully inadequate. Weakness is the original sin of this apocalyptic era, as well as the fundamental flaw of the entire void cosmos. Chapter 80, Simulation. Retaining 20,000 points, I emerged from the infinite store within the scroll space, immediately intending to engage in another system simulation, for the system is the foundation of my existence. The special simulation commences. The chosen realm is the Great Spirit Ancient Realm. Judgment of the Divine Realm will generate items and talents ranging from gray to gold. The simulation begins. This simulation offers the following talents to select: Evil Child, blue, born under an ominous omen, restless in death. You are destined to become a malevolent spirit. This world harbors ill will towards you, and you shall reciprocate with malice. Heavenly Tao, spiritual root, purple, the pinnacle of spiritual roots for cultivators. Possessing this divine root allows you to break through the 9th tier's shackles effortlessly, ascending to the realm of demigods at the 10th tier. Catastrophe fulfillment. Green, each tribulation you endure will yield greater rewards. All your efforts will be repaid. 3 Live Seal, gold, a masterpiece of the ancient gods. Possessing the 3 Live Seal enables you to uncover memories of your past life by the age of 18. Beast Tamer, purple, all wild beasts and spiritual creatures regard you favorably. You are a born druid. You must select 3 talents. Your inherent talent cannot be carried over. 3 Live Seal, Heavenly Tao, spiritual root, Beast Tamer. In the first year, you were born smoothly into the illustrious sect, the Universe God sect. Naturally endowed with the Heavenly Tao spiritual root, and as the grandson of the Supreme Elder, you were named Ouyang Tianen. In the second year, during the anniversary celebration, you received a unique unicorn snake egg, and with the Supreme Elder's assistance, you successfully purified your marrow, achieving the 1st tier level. In the third year, as a prodigy, your schedule was quite busy, yet your remarkable intelligence afforded you some leisure time for play. In the 4th year, you began to delve into various alchemical texts, gaining insight into the creation and effects of ancient spirit-nurturing elixirs. In the 5th year, you successfully crafted a spirit-nurturing pill, significantly altering the formula, which consequently granted you considerable influence with your Supreme Elder. In the 6th year, you became a disciple of Qiaoang Peak, where the Peak Master is your father, who, at over 700 years of age, appears somewhat aged due to his late-blooming talents. You spent your time immersed in the library and the spirit-gathering platform. In the 7th year, you advanced to the 2nd tier, receiving an unconditional token from your grandfather to access the spirit-gathering platform. The unicorn snake you raised has matured, now possessing 3rd tier strength. In the 8th year, you reached the 3rd tier. However, a trial lies between the 3rd and 4th tiers. Yet for you, sufficient spiritual energy suffices. In the 9th year, you acquired a wealth of elixirs and luxurious equipment. In the 10th year, you ascended to the 4th tier, becoming the fastest individual in history to achieve this rank, extending your lifespan to 500 years. In the 11th year, you became the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. An inevitable outcome. In the 12th year, you participated in the Intersect Disciple Selection Competition, where a remarkable 15-year-old girl secured 3rd place. You decided to take her as your attendant. In the 13th year, while at the Spirit Gathering platform, a young man obstructed your path. He was Yuchen, the betrothed of the girl Wei Lan. He resolved to duel with you, believing there to be some misunderstanding between you. However, his fury escalated, and he launched an attack against you on the platform. Your maid, Wei Lan, intervened fiercely, severing his right hand. You felt this was excessive and offered Yuchen a 3rd-tier spirit-nourishing pill as compensation, due to his assault on a direct disciple. Yi Chun was expelled from the sect, a matter you regarded with indifference. In the 14th year, you ascended to the 5th tier, authoring on the process of refining spirit pills and the celestial realms of miraculous veins, which were subsequently archived in the library. You received 20,000 sect contribution points, though these points held little significance for you, as your needs were always met by others. In the 15th year, your maid advanced to the 3rd tier and expressed a desire to seek a master. You saw no issue with this, and she became a disciple under the Peak Master of Linghua Peak. Your own cultivation had rendered you invincible among peers, yet as a direct disciple, she was exceptionally talented. In the 16th year, you ventured down the mountain for training and encountered Yuchen. His gaze was filled with hatred, yet you chose not to retaliate. He was merely a 2nd-tier cultivator now, and he had lost his right hand. You deemed it inconsequential to let him be. That very night, Yi Chun was grievously injured by the local bandit leader and was buried in Tuga Mountain. However, driven by his indomitable will to survive, he managed to escape. The following day, some disciples reported that Yi Chen had been killed by his own men. You felt little concern but rewarded the inner sect senior brother slightly. In the 17th year, to strengthen alliances within the sect, you journeyed to the vicinity of Baigu's sect, not far from Xianxin's sect. Your demeanor garnered the admiration of the Baigu sect leader, yet he remained tight-lipped regarding any potential alliance, leading you to suspect hidden conspiracies. One evening, you encountered a disciple from Hehuan's sect, revealing that Baigu's sect had already formed an alliance with them. Under the cover of your fellow disciples, you managed to escape. The 3 live seal activated. Amidst a wave of dizziness, Zhao Li awoke to find himself on an antique bed, his memories merging. He sensed a body that was not particularly powerful. The current Ouyang Tianen had yet to break through to the 6th tier. Although this world was immensely powerful, the 6th tier remained a pivotal threshold. Reflecting on his prior circumstances, Zhao Li rose and made his way outside the sect, feeling the need to engage in rigorous training. For this body held considerable advantages. He informed the peak master of Yeyang, "I am going out to train." After speaking with the gatekeeping disciple, he soared into the sky on a sword, flying towards the mountain's edge. As he gazed upon a world starkly different from Blue Star, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He continued flying until he reached the gates of a city, where he stowed his flying sword in a storage ring. Proceeding directly into the city, he noticed 1st and 2nd tier cultivators purchasing daily necessities. Entering a pharmacy, he summoned the proprietor, producing 2 ingots of gold to purchase the entire establishment. Thus, Zhao Li successfully established his roots within the city. As for the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Xianxin sect, the foremost prodigy of the human race, Ouyang Tianen, has completely vanished from this world. Thus, 2 years passed in tranquility, until a woman clad in silk entered the apothecary. Upon seeing the ever-changing visage of Zhao Li, she approached him. "Senior brother Tianen, the master of Yeyang Peak has been searching for you for quite some time. It is time to return, is it not?" Even a disciple of the esteemed master of Yeyang Peak would not dare to underestimate a prodigy of the human race. Especially one of the 5th rank, battling beyond one's level would be a mere trifle for him. "You may leave, since you have discovered my presence. I shall not linger here any longer. My safety is of little concern. I will keep an eye on the sect. You may depart, and for other matters, allow Ouyang Qiming to discuss them with the Grand Elder." With a gentle pat on her shoulder, Zhao Li stepped out of the apothecary and ventured into the distant, unfamiliar lands. Chapter 81. The caravan journey. Zhao Li departed, and upon returning, he reported back. For the time being, he could enjoy a period of leisure. Much like a recluse, mounted upon his steed, he set forth towards the distant borders of the kingdom of Huqiu. The pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm is astonishingly formidable. Take, for instance, Elder Ouyang Chuanja, whose power reaches the zenith of the 9th tier. With a primary focus on the art of flying swords that boasts unparalleled offensive capabilities, common 9th tier cultivators or spiritual beasts scarcely last a few exchanges against him. However, his temperament is rather peculiar. He often finds fault with those around him, leading even the sect leader to refrain from provoking him. The upper limit is 9th tier, excessively high, while the lower limit is equally dismal. The majority are mere mortals. As the very concept of spiritual roots severely restricts the aspirations of most individuals in the pursuit of immortality. If one possesses a yellow-grade spiritual root, the utmost they can achieve in their lifetime is a 3rd tier cultivator. Even consuming elixirs would yield no benefit beyond that point. A can ascend to the 6th tier. A can reach the 9th tier, and they, in theory, can transcend even the heavenly path, achieving immortality and eternal existence. From the outset, all destinies are predetermined. Some are born as dragons, while others are destined to be mere insects. As Zhao Li rode, he encountered a merchant caravan and, after some exchange, chose to join their ranks. Walking alongside the caravan leader, Zhao Li declared himself a 3rd tier loose cultivator upon joining, a status that is, in essence, the highest tier within the mortal realm. Those who exceed the 3rd tier are invariably figures of nobility and power. Even the caravan leader is merely a peak 2nd tier cultivator, making Zhao Li's presence a significant boon for their journey back to the kingdom of Huqiu. "Brother Zhao, would you be interested in joining our Xinglong Merchant Association? I cannot promise you the utmost remuneration, but I guarantee at least 15 spirit stones per month," proposed the caravan leader. For the Xinglong Merchant Association, the addition of a strong ally is immensely welcomed. Should Zhao Li join, the leader stands to gain a considerable referral fee. "I prefer to manage my own affairs without constraints. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline," Zhao Li replied courteously. In truth, his storage ring held at least 100,000 spirit stones, along with a myriad of treasures. While these items may not be of use to Elder Ouyang, they were nonetheless essential to possess. "Brother Zhao, what brings you to the royal capital?" the caravan leader inquired, having been informed of Zhao Li's destination upon his joining. The leader, being quite shrewd, sought to extract valuable information from Zhao Li that could be monetized. I merely wished to witness the royal capital. I have spent my days cultivating in remote and impoverished locales, and now that I have achieved some success, it is time to see the world. Zhao Li responded with a hearty laugh, exuding a sense of grandeur. It is widely acknowledged that cultivators with yellow-grade spiritual roots cannot ascend beyond the 4th tier. From the caravan leader's perspective, while Zhao Li's speed of cultivation is impressive, his potential is sadly limited. The leader surmised that Zhao Li intended to seek an official position to secure a reputation for his later years. That's quite commendable. I, on the other hand, am of rather mediocre talent. My master taught me half of the lessons, but deemed me too slow-witted and expelled me from the sect when I was merely 15. The leader of the merchant caravan sighed, reminiscing, I have wandered the world since the age of 15, enduring hunger and cold. It was the venerable president of the Xinglong Merchants Association who took me in and provided me with a commendable cultivation technique. It was only at the age of 22 that I managed to reach the 1st tier. What more can I say? His kindness was boundless. His conscience as pure as gold. I have served him for nearly 40 years now. As the caravan leader recounted his past, he reflected on the sect's disciples, recalling that they were often merely 6 or 7 years old. Those with spiritual roots could be accepted into the fold, while the others had to bid farewell. Generally, disciples with spiritual roots would break through to the 1st tier within 5 years, while reaching the 2nd tier might take 10 to 20 years. The progression to the 3rd tier varied greatly. Some, despite their efforts, might never achieve it. It was evident that the caravan leader was not particularly astute. Yet the lifespan of cultivators far exceeded that of ordinary beings. The first 3 tiers allowed one to live from 150 to 200 years, while the 3rd tier extended life to 300 years. At the 4th tier, lifespans ranged from 400 to 700 years, and upon reaching the 7th tier, one could live up to 1,000 years. The 8th and 9th tiers promised even more astonishing longevity, reaching a terrifying 5,000 and 10,000 years respectively. The old president of the Merchant Association had evidently invested in a remarkable talent. With the caravan leader's capabilities, he could serve the association for over a century. A profitable endeavor indeed. However, after a few decades of service, many would fade into obscurity, disappearing without a trace, becoming solo cultivators. There was little to be said about such matters. Zhao Li, in this life, was undeniably a prodigy, gifted with exceptional talent and rapid advancement. Many sects welcomed those who progressed swiftly, even if their potential was limited. It was simply a matter of lower investment costs, facilitating the sect's external management. As the caravan approached a village, preparations began for an overnight stay. Some small traders ventured into the village to sell their goods and procure inexpensive items. Zhao Li, during his time in the village, purchased an entire piece of lightning-struck wood for 301. Despite the charred sections, it remained impressively substantial, proving to be an exceptionally shrewd transaction. Brother Zhao, you have acquired a piece of lightning wood. Though common, it is not cheap. How much did you pay? The caravan leader inquired, eyeing the wood with curiosity. It was impossible for Zhao Li to retrieve the wood into his storage ring, as such items were exceedingly rare and revealing them would be rather inconvenient. 300 wen. And it's peachwood, Zhao Li replied, lightly patting the wood, a smile gracing his face. Oh, you have struck gold. This lightning peachwood is valued at 15 taels per small piece. You could easily carve out over 200 pieces from this. The caravan leader expressed with envy, recalling the 2 fortunate encounters he had with such bargains over his 40-year career. Truly a rarity, indeed. It is tolerable. I happen to possess the skill to create talismans that ward off evil. Upon my arrival in the capital, I shall not find myself without a place to rest. Zhao Li addressed the leader of the merchant caravan, remarking that this world indeed harbors the existence of spirits and demons. However, no matter how formidable these entities may be, their power seldom exceeds the 3rd tier. Consequently, a plethora of incongruous professions has emerged. Regardless of one's cultivation, many exhibit remarkable audacity in confronting minor spirits. After all, numerous dignitaries and nobles lack any martial prowess, leaving their lives devoid of security. Thus, they fervently seek talismans and minor magical artifacts that wield minimal power, which are also quite costly. Chapter 82. The Bandits. As the sky darkened, the merchant caravan prepared to embark once more. The leader of the caravan assisted in loading the thunderstruck wood onto the cart without charging a fee, purely seeking to cultivate a personal favor, which would soon prove advantageous. Amidst a secluded forest, a band of marauders emerged from the underbrush. This tree was planted by me, and this road was forged by my hand. If you wish to traverse this path, you must pay the toll. A bald man brandishing a large curved blade shouted at the caravan's leader, while the remaining lackeys stood silently by. awaiting their cue. I am with the Xinglong Merchant Association. Summon your leader to speak with me, the caravan leader proclaimed, wielding a long spear. From the depths of the forest, a massive wolf bore forth a one-eyed giant. Ah, Brother Qin. It has been over 2 months since we last met. The one-eyed giant greeted, cupping his hands in a salute, his second-tier aura unmistakable. Indeed, it has been a while. The caravan leader responded, also performing a respectful gesture, yet his grip on his weapon remained firm. Though we share a bond of camaraderie, the toll must still be paid. The one-eyed giant remarked courteously. Although he posed little threat to the caravan, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict, and collecting a toll was a mere formality. I am well aware of the rules of the road. Here is 4 taels of gold, the caravan leader said, tossing a small pouch towards the giant. However, the giant did not catch it. Brother, this is rather ungenerous. After my arduous journey, this paltry sum is hardly enough for a drink. The giant retorted sharply, taking a black spear from one of his underlings and fixing a stern gaze upon the caravan leader. How much do you require? At the very least, 100 taels would suffice. No sooner had he spoken than the caravan leader raised a hand, and a short arrow shot forth from his sleeve, striking the giant in the left shoulder. You scoundrel, Qin. Curse you. The giant spat venomously before hastily retreating up the mountain. The arrow was laced with potent poison, and confronting the caravan leader directly was unwise, as the leader was at the pinnacle of the second tier. Engaging him would likely lead to his demise before the poison could take effect. Do not let him escape. Brothers, attack. The caravan leader leapt from his mount in pursuit of the one-eyed giant, while the remaining guards engaged the lackeys, their combat prowess surpassing that of the common thugs. The giant, riding the massive wolf, moved with remarkable speed. By the time the caravan leader intercepted him, they found themselves in a desolate thicket. The one-eyed giant turned and laughed heartily. Qin, today is your day of reckoning. With that, a dozen men emerged from the surroundings, and before the caravan leader could react, the ground beneath him erupted in a blinding explosion. Boom. He was sent flying, his lower body obliterated and pinned against a tree. You. The caravan leader gasped, gazing at the bandit chief, attempting to speak, but a blade swiftly descended upon him. Do not hold it against me, brother. Your head is far too valuable. And there are those who desire your life, the giant declared, tossing the severed head to a nearby lackey before leading a few men toward the caravan. Slay them all. Leave not a single one alive. The one-eyed brute gestured, and his companions sprang into action, all possessing first-tier strength, easily dispatching the guards, who were merely somewhat formidable. Zhao Li realized evasion was futile and stepped forward to confront the situation. Otherwise, he would be left to fend for himself. Brandishing a long sword, he swiftly dispatched one of the first-tier lackeys and charged directly at the one-eyed giant. Stop him, Zhao Li commanded, cutting down the approaching bandit lackeys with precision. Seizing the one-eyed giant, he demanded, where is the leader of the merchant caravan? I captured him. He's on the mountain, the one-eyed man stammered, clearly intimidated. Speak the truth, Zhao Li declared, crushing the man's right foot under his boot and placing his sword against his throat. Spare me. He is dead. Someone wants his life. Before he could finish, Zhao Li swiftly slashed through his throat, ending his life without hesitation. The identity of the one who had ordered the killing mattered little to him. He had no inclination to seek vengeance for a mere acquaintance. However, it was evident that he could not remain with the caravan any longer. If the enemy sent someone to investigate, it would spell trouble for him. After expelling the bandits, Zhao Li stored the lightning-struck peach wood into his storage ring and hastened on horseback towards the borders of the Huqiu Kingdom. Perhaps it was fate, but Zhao Li found himself in Feiji City within Huqiu Kingdom. There was little to say about it. The chickens here were renowned, not only for their size, but also for their exquisite meat. However, these chickens were somewhat wild. Some possessed first-tier strength, and the king among the thousands could potentially reach the second tier. Thus, all the fat chickens were raised in the Feiji forest east of the city, as domestication risked fatal encounters. Having strayed far from the capital, and with no map or sense of direction, he could only navigate roughly, hastily arriving at Feiji City, where he became a mere apprentice talisman master under the esteemed master Feng Helu. After 3 months of apprenticeship, Zhao Li developed a close bond with Feng Helu, akin to that of father and son. As a pinnacle first-tier talisman master, Feng Helu was renowned throughout the city, enjoying great prestige. After dealing with a vengeful spirit in a wealthy household, Zhao Li returned to Fengfu Tower, finding his master engaged in a game of chess on the 3rd floor. He took a seat beside him. Finished? Yes, it was easy. A single talisman sufficed. Good. The Feiji festival is approaching. You should refrain from leaving the city for now, as the chickens become quite unruly during this time. Rest assured, I shall remain within the city. Feng Helu stood, patting Zhao Li's shoulder, and opened the window to gaze at the setting sun. You are my most prized disciple, my first student. Now, I shall impart to you a vital secret principle that I grasped at your age, young one. Look at that distant sun, radiating endless light and warmth, enduring through the ages. Yet here I am, struggling within this city. Do you know why? I do not. Zhao Li refrained from answering, instead admitting his ignorance. This is the essence of true power. Genuine strength can confer immortality, yet it will never belong to those who are inherently robust. Each and every cultivator transitions from a state of utter weakness to a stature that rivals the sun and moon. Those who possess extraordinary agility and intelligence may not necessarily attain it, for such power is reserved for those willing to spare no effort in pursuit of their goals. You are still too young. Do you comprehend what enabled me to ascend to the pinnacle of Feiji City? This time, before Zhao Li could respond, Fong Hela directly articulated, I initially climbed to the upper echelons through my unwavering loyalty to the former city lord. However, when he no longer favored me, I had to establish my own path. Despite the city lord changing hands numerous times since then, I have continued to thrive. Chapter 83. The Master of Talismans. What I wish to convey to you is power. A glimmering azure energy danced in Fong Helu's hands, a manifestation that could not be conjured by one of the first tier, at the very least. It required the prowess of a third tier to barely manifest energy for external assaults. Zhao Li raised his gaze towards Fong Helu, whose green eyes radiated a force that pierced through the soul. In Zhao Li's eyes, Fong Helu perceived a gaze that seemed to emanate from an ancient epic. A hauntingly blue stare. Suddenly, the azure energy became intermingled with flecks of blue light, compelling Fong Helu to involuntarily withdraw his powers, while Zhao Li, in that moment, allowed himself to relax. You should return and rest well. In a few days, accompany me to the Lord's mansion, Fong Hela stated before departing the room. Making his way to his talisman shop in the distance, Zhao Li collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide open, bloodshot and filled with terror, when with a sudden pop, one of his eyes burst. Zhao Li felt an unprecedented surge of agony, clutching his eyes and howling in despair. The attendants below quickly rushed upstairs to attend to him and hastily summoned a physician. Fong Helu attributed the incident to his apprentice's lack of skill, claiming that while studying talismanic texts, Zhao Li had inadvertently gazed upon something forbidden. It was nothing serious. That night, Zhao Li's eyes re-emerged into their sockets. Yet they were transformed. Unlike before, the pupils now gleamed with an azure hue, a secret harbored by Fong Helu. Your eyes have healed. But remember to avoid the Xuanzhongshan water, otherwise you shall find yourself in peril, Fong Helu warned before retreating to his chamber. In his dreams, Fong Helu once more encountered that eye, where blue particles surged, and his entire being began to bear blue markings. The profound strength of azure lay in knowledge and pervasion, embodying the essence of blue's power, which, even in death, remained an inscrutable existence. An azure soul manifested within the dream, embodying Fong Helu himself. In his youth, he had been bestowed with a rare opportunity, receiving the favor of the god of the gentle breeze, though fundamentally a divinity born from the faith of countless beings. Fong Helu was graced with divine blessings and gifts, allowing him to traverse the world until now. Despite currently possessing only peak first-tier strength, the divine endowment granted him not only eternal life, but also combat prowess comparable to that of a ninth tier. Yet, in this moment, Fong Helu felt immense pain. The erosion of azure power distorted the divine blessings, transforming them into blue energy. All knowledge at that moment was replicated and replenished within the mental repository constructed by Zhao Li. The divine endowment became twisted, as the azure power flowed from the dream into the soul, completely distorting Fong Hela's essence. His once human spirit morphed into that of an azure being, birthed from the mental network assembled by Zhao Li. Upon opening his eyes, the blue orbs emanated a radiant wisdom amidst the darkness of the night. The following day, as Zhao Li arose to carve wooden talismans, he found the entire building devoid of his master. Fortunately, the daily operations of the Fongha Road establishment did not heavily rely on talisman crafting, and despite the absence, there were attendants ensuring the smooth functioning of the venue. The business within the shop was not exceptionally thriving, not due to the inferiority of the talismans, but rather their exorbitant prices. This world bears a striking resemblance to the Blue Star, with its gravest affliction being poverty, a malady some are born into, incurable and inescapable. While wealth may not resolve every issue, a lack of it renders one utterly powerless. Consider a minor spirit. It may not take lives directly, yet its incessant drain of vitality can lead to inevitable illness over time. However, a yellow talisman costing merely 10 taels of silver can disperse such a spirit, offering salvation. Such is the power of money. In the talisman workshop, while Zhao Li diligently inscribed an exorcising peachwood talisman, a figure entered, the daughter of the city lord, Qin Yi. Perhaps it was the sheer allure of her appearance that captivated. This world places undue emphasis on beauty, and she, a devotee of aesthetics, had succumbed to its enchantment. Truly, the triumph of Cupid. Heavenly blessings. What are you up to? The enchanting lady in pink approached, yet Zhao Li merely cast her a glance, disregarding her presence. Feigning ignorance. Will you attend the Shangzi gathering this year? It's an annual event hosted by our Lord of Feiji City. It promises to be quite enjoyable. Will you be joining us? Qin Yi inquired, tilting her head. Go on upstairs first. I am occupied with my talismans and have no time to entertain you, Zhao Li replied, his spiritual brush emanating an extraordinary luminescence as it danced across the peachwood talisman, channeling a peculiar energy. I will await you upstairs. With that, Qin Yi exited. And after a diligent effort of several minutes, Zhao Li completed his task. The 9 heaven-sealing thunder talisman, a 5th-tier talisman recorded in the ancient talisman texts, is a legacy of the long-extinct Feiyu divine sect, imbued with formidable thunderous power. It possesses exceptional abilities to counter malevolent entities and can ensnare an opponent's soul, launching direct assaults on their essence. Its damage far surpassing that of other talismans of the same tier, though its creation is notably arduous, even taxing for one of 5th-tier constitution. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Li ascended to find Qin Yi indulging in pastries. Have you finished? She inquired joyfully, rising to greet him. Indeed. I have completed it. This afternoon, I will craft a few more exorcising talismans, and then I shall be free, Zhao Li responded, pouring himself a bowl of water and mixing in some spiritual herb powder before downing it in one gulp. He felt a warm current coursing through him, alleviating his fatigue considerably. What are your father's intentions? The chickens outside are becoming increasingly audacious, and several mercenary groups have sustained injuries, managing to retrieve only 30 chickens. This is quite troublesome, Zhao Li remarked, pointing to the recent headline in the Feiji City newspaper. There is little to be done, that's the reality. Those mercenaries are utterly useless, all talk with no action. News from the Liu family has spread, and it was ultimately my father who had to issue a requisition notice to quell the situation. Otherwise, those inept mercenaries would be driven away. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Qin Yi expressed her discontent towards these parasites feasting on the city lord's provisions. This evening marks the gathering, Qin Yi remarked, and just as she finished speaking, there came a knock at the door below. Miss, the master is looking for you. You must return at once, called out a maid from the lord's residence. Aware that her departure was imminent, Qin Yi quickly kissed Zhao Li and pressed a bracelet into his hand before dashing out. Zhao Li stood by the window, watching her leave, clutching the bracelet, which emitted a faint fragrance. This existence did not seem so intolerable after all. Previously, he had often regarded the mundane and monotonous life with a sense of hopelessness, only to recall the beauty of those moments when confronted with true despair. Chapter 84. Within the city, Zhao Li had vanished, and no one knew his whereabouts. After his return from the narrative battle, he disappeared once more, with a possibility of death, or perhaps he was lost within the storyline. Regardless, he was nowhere to be found. This absence seemingly had no impact on the entire base. However, beneath the surface, currents of unrest were stirring, and the personnel from the imperial capital were preparing to take action. Quan Lingfei was engaged in conversation with a certain Yang Qi. She discovered that he was an exceptional talent, eloquent in speech, lacking in martial prowess, yet warm-hearted towards others. He held considerable influence within the logistics department of the base in the peacekeeping brigade. His abilities in both intellect and combat were commendable. Through their discussions and over 3 months of planning, they finally devised a strategy to eliminate Lu Qingyu. Li Sun, accompanied by Quan Lingfei and 8 5th-tier combatants, stealthily trailed Lu Qingyu's troop. According to whispers, Lu Qingyu intended to lead a hunt for evolved beasts. The sole concern was his bodyguard, a Tai, a towering figure with formidable defenses, presenting a significant risk. Upon arriving at the designated location, Li Sun was taken aback. The so-called evolved beasts were non-existent. It was merely an abandoned site, with only Lu Bujing, the vice president of the Qingyu Association, locked within. Lu Qingyu, upon beholding the imprisoned Lu Bujing, seized him by the throat. How does it feel? Lu Qingyu taunted. You scoundrel, I have been sincere towards you, yet you wish to eliminate me. Lu Bujing spat a mouthful of grayish blood onto Lu Qingyu's face. With a resounding slap, Lu Qingyu sent Lu Bujing crashing to the ground. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed, You worthless wretch. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? You are doomed today, I assure you. Not even Jesus could save you. Ha ha ha, is it you? A feckless creature, devoid of ambition and capability. Were it not for me, the Qingyu Association would have perished long ago. Lu Bujing retorted, his words slurred yet dripping with derision. Remove the restraints. I shall end him, Lu Qingyu commanded. Gesturing towards Lu Bujing, his subordinates complied, plunging a specially designed short dagger into Lu Bujing's clavicle. A surge of electricity erupted from the dagger, rendering Lu Bujing rigid, his body collapsing onto the ground. As a unique dagger extracted the organs, prepared for transplantation at the underground Qingyu Association research facility, Atai positioned himself before Lu Qingyu. A round of armor-piercing ammunition struck Atai's head, sparking in a shower of flames. "They're in ambush. Alert the others," one shouted, only to be silenced by a fatal shot. Li Xin and Quan Lingfei emerged from the shadows. "Dispose of these foolish creatures," Lu Qingyu commanded, pointing at Atai. With a swift motion, Atai charged forward, but Li Sun conjured an invisible wall to stand in Atai's path. However, it was shattered in an instant, forcing Li Sun to evade. As a fragile warrior, engaging in close combat with such a tank-like figure was a perilous endeavor, one that could result in his demise. Quan Lingfei shouted fiercely, directly intercepting the oncoming Atai, delivering a swift strike that left a shallow cut on Atai's body. In retaliation, Atai raised his fist and unleashed a powerful punch, a wave of heat accompanying the blow. Explosive fire fist. With a resounding impact, Quan Lingfei was sent flying, releasing a grenade-like device midair. The electrobiological suppressor. Atai found himself immobilized for a brief 2 seconds as the device began to flicker ominously. 10 seconds. "Hurry," Li Sun urged. As the personnel from the Qingyu Society who charged forward were crushed by an overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground. With dual blades in hand, Quan Lingfei swiftly approached Lu Qingyu, who in a panic fled towards the research facility, but ultimately fell short, being cleaved in half by a single stroke. Atai broke free from the device, crushing the suppressor beneath his foot. Witnessing Lu Qingyu's demise ignited a fiery rage within him. "You shall all perish, and pay dearly for Lu Ye's death." In a fit of fury, Atai lunged towards a member of the Imperial Capital team, prompting Li Sun to swiftly intervene and create distance between them. "Jiotai, Lu Qingyu is dead. Will you still cling to your delusions?" Li Sun continuously erected mental barriers to thwart Atai while attempting to reason with him. "Impossible. It is fight to the death." Atai vehemently dismissed Li Sun's words, seizing an opportunity to land a punch squarely on Li Sun's chest, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. Quan Lingfei struggled to fend off Atai's relentless assault. "What should we do?" Sun Ge, a teammate, helped Li Sun to his feet, noting that Atai's defenses were exceedingly high, making it nearly impossible for a fifth-tier fighter to inflict any damage. Yet, a single punch from Atai could spell instant death. Utilizing the fire core power reactor, Li Sun retrieved a small, orange square chip from his waist, placing it within a fist-sized polyhedron. The entire structure erupted with an intense heat, which Li Sun hastily hurled at Atai. "Quan, run," Li Sun shouted, using his mental prowess to pull nearby teammates away. The reactor embedded itself into Atai's back, unleashing a tremendous force that transformed the polyhedron into a metallic film enveloping Atai's body. It felt as though he was ablaze, a sensation that Atai experienced firsthand. The immense thermal energy surged within him. Even attempting to remove the peculiar device was futile. Li Sun rose, observing Atai writhe on the ground. "This reactor is quite formidable. It was originally intended for Zhao Li, but plans have changed, and now it must be used against him." Watching Atai, who was nearly cooked alive, Li Sun glanced at his phone connected to the reactor, noting the temperature spiking. This was a product of the Kerman technology, and its efficacy had been impressive. However, with the Kerman base now beyond the Empire's control, Li Sun found himself lost in thought amidst the unfolding chaos. Atai lay motionless on the ground for an extended period, the instruments indicating the absence of vital signs. When recovering the reactor, the chip sustained slight damage, a situation that is, regrettably, quite common. Without sufficiently robust materials, such high-tech devices are prone to breakage, necessitating their return for repairs. Atai, now lifeless on the ground, had been thoroughly cooked. The structure of his skin had completely disintegrated, and his evolutionary organs were entirely non-functional, rendered utterly useless. As he cleaned up the aftermath, Jiahu proceeded to tidy the area below, while Quan Er took the evolutionary organs and departed. The battle had unfolded smoothly, leading to a swift conclusion. After speaking, Li Sun ignited a tie with a lighter. He was a loyal individual, deserving of respect. As for the others, they could be fed to the evolutionary beasts. Chapter 85, the Shanzi gathering in stark contrast to the blood-soaked chaos of Blue Star. Zhao Li found himself in a state of bliss, attending the gathering at the appointed hour, pulled along by Qini. This grand event would unfold over 7 days, a spectacle of considerable magnitude. At the gathering, Zhao Li was greeted by a plethora of low-grade spiritual materials, prompting him to indulge in an extensive shopping spree. Fortunately, he had an assistant to assist him, otherwise, he might have had to depart prematurely. Meanwhile, Qin sampled delicacies and purchased trinkets, with all expenses falling squarely on Zhao Li, who, possessing a substantial fortune, accepted the role without hesitation. Before long, the money spent on food had exceeded 4 taels of silver, and Zhao Li marveled at the splendor of this otherworldly realm, reminiscent of a vibrant night market. Relishing skewers of red yak meat, Zhao and Qini felt an unprecedented happiness as they strolled along, contemplating the prospect of remaining here indefinitely. Meanwhile, the tenants of the East City had completely lost their sense of humanity, transformed into enigmatic blue beings, spreading their otherworldly influence over the Hua family in the East. Utilizing the power of the blue infection to feverishly transmit knowledge across the psychic network. Unbeknownst to Zhao Li, the architect of these upheavals, he remained blissfully unaware of the changes within the blue network, hindered by the limitations of his simulator system. Heaven's blessing. Look at that monkey, devouring a peach. In this city, Zhao Li went by the alias Lu Tianen. Heaven's blessing. That monkey is so foolish, unable to even open a door with its paws. This monkey, a rare spirit monkey, was of low intelligence, merely appealing in appearance. Without its looks, it would attract no attention whatsoever. Tianen, reward the performer. Zhao Li produced 5 taels of silver and placed them in the iron tray, eliciting great joy from the tray bearer. Thank you, esteemed sir. This is a small token from our circus, a keepsake for your generosity. The gnome proprietor retrieved a jade pig pendant, scarcely larger than a fingernail, of seemingly poor quality. Qini gleefully accepted too, while Zhao Li dismissed the trinket, content to see her happy, reveling in their wealth. As the monkey began to perform with its stick, a dog suddenly charged forth, clamping its jaws around the monkey's head. The massive hound exuded an aura of ferocity, clad in an exceptionally expensive fire lizard skin armor, worth over 300 taels of silver. Whoever could afford such armor for a dog was indifferent to the loss of several monkeys. However, should the dog come to harm, the entire circus would face dire consequences. Ha ha, bite it, tear it apart. A young man adorned in luxurious attire cheered on the dog, as if he were the one savaging the monkey. Hu Qingyin, you truly are a scoundrel, Qini declared, throwing a punch at the dog's head, causing it to flee behind the young man. How dare you strike my dog? Don't think I fear you just because your father is the city lord. Qini, infuriated by the plight of the monkey, grasped her stick, preparing to unleash her wrath upon the dog. Don't harm my general. When dealing with dogs, one must heed their master. I advise you to tread carefully. Do you know who my father is? He is Hualingju. I still have my father, Qin Shenzhou. If you do not leave, I shall strike you and the dog alike. A blow landed on Hua Qingyin's back, causing him to leap away. Realizing that his life was of greater worth than that of the dog, no. The dog, too, was cunning and immediately contemplated fleeing into the distance. In the midst of the throngs of people, the dog was nowhere to be found. Searching for it would likely require a visit to his residence on the morrow. With this thought, he seized Hu Qingyin, demanding compensation for the proprietor. Hu Qingyin, naturally, adopted a more haughty demeanor. The social hierarchy was clear. He and Qin Yi belonged to the same echelon, and when faced with an outsider such as the circus owner, he held himself with considerable arrogance. The owner, continually bowing in apology, urged the monkey trainers to prostrate themselves in contrition. After a while, Hu Qingyin produced 10 taels of silver to settle the matter. As a monkey that had been nurtured for a considerable duration, it was worth far more than this paltry sum. Nevertheless, the owner dared not voice any objections. This was a local dignitary, and incurring their displeasure could spell trouble for him in leaving the city. Once this matter was resolved, Qin Yi led Zhao Li to the heart of the gathering, where a lottery was being held. Anyone who entered the assembly was entitled to one draw. Qin Yi retrieved a wooden token from a box and handed it to the attendant station nearby. A pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants, announced the attendant, who then produced a pendant featuring 2 fish and presented it to Qin Yi. Here you go. The pendant was elegantly divided into 2 halves. One half depicting a young fish and the other an yin fish. Zhao Li held the young fish, its quality exquisite and its symbolism profoundly auspicious, yin and yang coexisting. Unyielding through this life. When it was Zhao Li's turn to draw, he produced the wooden token inscribed with diligent effort, benevolent virtue. A piece of Qingshi, the attendant declared, subsequently retrieving a green stone and handing it to Zhao Li. Upon grasping it, Zhao Li felt an extraordinary solidity. This stone was likely not mere Qingshi but rather a material akin to it, utilized for crafting. Regardless, it was undeniably valuable. The assembly continued until the second watch of the night, at which point it finally dispersed. Qin Yi held Zhao Li's hand as they walked. The streets still bustling with pedestrians, for the grand gathering did not necessitate a curfew in the royal capital. They ambled quietly along the path. Eventually, Qin Yi could no longer contain herself, gazing into Zhao Li's eyes. Observing her countenance, Zhao Li found himself lost in contemplation. Would he truly be able to? He was uncertain. Perhaps every individual must face moments of choice. I will, Zhao Li affirmed, providing Qin Yi with a confident response that only heightened her joy. Perhaps this was the manifestation of mutual affection. Zhao Li escorted Qin Yi to the city lord's residence, where they fortuitously encountered Fong Helu exiting. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave, Fong Helu urged. With your current level of strength, you cannot hope to marry her. Focus on mastering your talismans, he said, pulling Zhao Li back on their path. I, too, have walked this road. At your age, one is easily captivated by beauty. Declaring love at the sight of a pretty face, only to find it all mere empty talk in the end. You ought to focus on refining yourself. And in due time, these young ladies will be drawn to you. Do you not perceive? That master, I merely wish to wed Qin-Yi, Zhao Li remarked. Heavenly grace. You have accompanied me for 3 months. You are still quite youthful, and there is no need to rush into marriage. Fang Helu believed Zhao Li possessed a yellow-grade spiritual root, and indeed, it was of a rather exceptional kind. It is essential to understand that a third-tier cultivator is still a cultivator. Qin-Yi, tragically, exhibits no spiritual root. A fact Fang Helu has been aware of since her birth. Such a woman, burdened with an inherent ailment, is not destined for longevity. The deeper the love, the more profound the pain. Chapter 86. The aftermath. In the days that followed, Zhao Li accompanied Qin-Yi to several gatherings. And soon it was time to attend the Lord Mayor's meeting. As Zhao Li accompanied Fang Helu to the mayor's mansion, he sensed something was amiss. An air of oppression pervaded the environment, and Qin-Yi, the young girl, was nowhere to be found. She should have been here at the mayor's mansion. Just as Zhao Li was about to search for Qin-Yi within the mayor's residence, a maid slipped him a note. Brother Tian, flee quickly. Something is amiss in the city. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the council hall, prompting Zhao Li and numerous guards to rush inside. Amidst the ruins emerged a dozen blue figures, humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly. The power of the abyss. A peculiar gas emanated from the leader of the blue beings, transforming all who came into contact with it into similar entities. It was no time for tricks. Zhao Li unleashed his 5th-tier aura in full force, and the sword in his hand transformed into an extraordinarily advanced longsword. Break the mountains and rivers. With a thunderous shout, a massive blade of energy surged towards the blue crowd, only to be repelled by a crystalline blue barrier. Disciple, cease this rudeness and swiftly join the Abyssal clan. The leader addressed Zhao Li, clearly recognizing Fang Helu's impression of him. Abyssal? Zhao Li felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His knowledge of the abyss was limited to its flesh, and wasn't the abyss already dead? The abyss is the future, Fang Helu declared passionately, revealing a fervor that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor. The abyss is dead, is it not? Zhao Li stood firm with his sword, confronting the now transformed Fang Helu. In truth, it is not dead. You do not comprehend. Every abyssal being can embody the abyss. Each is the abyss, and you are as well. Upon hearing Fang Helu's words, Zhao Li was momentarily dazed. The connection to the abyssal mental network was established, and Zhao Li captured the information of all connected abyssal beings. A crystalline blue enveloped his form, and in that moment, he was instantaneously liberated from his corporeal existence. The simulation has concluded. Please select your innate talent. 3 lives seal. As soon as he completed his selection, Zhao Li received information from the City of Angels, automatically connecting to the City of Angels. Connection established. Archangel permissions activated. Angel Qingju requests communication. Connection established. Archangel, the City of Angels has been in position for several months. We await your instructions. Explore all threats within the star system. After issuing his command, Zhao Li was approached by an individual, none other than Li Qing. Boss, you have finally returned. The city is in turmoil. The Qingyu society has been annihilated, Li Qing exclaimed, pulling Zhao Li towards the Qingyang camp, where those with any semblance of power had begun to band together. What transpired? Zhao Li inquired. The capital's forces exterminated the upper echelons of the Qingyu society, and then the president of the Evolvers Association was also slain. Commander Feng intends to contend with the people of the imperial capital, and we must hasten to secure our allies. Once we gather more supporters, our influence will undoubtedly expand. Li Qing recounted the transformations of the past months. On the streets, various minotaurs and half-beasts roamed, leading Zhao Li to suspect that this was not merely an internal strife, but rather an invasion by the half-beasts. What are those creatures? Zhao Li inquired, pointing at a minotaur. The minotaur, incensed, roared, I am Turnista, a minotaur of the Goblin Star, and you have successfully provoked my wrath. Breathing heavily, the minotaur's 5th-tier aura erupted. What nonsense is this? Zhao Li retorted disdainfully, waving his hand and sending the minotaur crashing into the distance, lifeless upon the ground. Boss, you've grown stronger again? Li Qing remarked in astonishment. 8th tier now, what of it? Zhao Li replied nonchalantly, confident in his prowess. Boss, perhaps we should. Rebel. Li Qing whispered suddenly. Impossible. If there truly is a dispute, we shall remain spectators. You go to Qingyang camp and inform Zheng Shao that they must not partake in this battle. Should they do so, I shall eliminate him. Zhao Li instructed Li Qing before heading home, while Li Qing hurried to the Qingyang camp. Upon returning, Zhao Li opened the door to find his father lounging comfortably on the sofa. Back already? How have you fared these past months? Has anyone troubled you? If so, let me know, and I shall deal with them, Zhao declared, retrieving a bottle of red beverage from the fridge and taking a sip. Only to find it overwhelmingly spicy. That is pepper extract, a condiment. You should fetch the orange one. It's juice from the Huangjing fruit and tastes delightful, his father advised. Zhao returned the pepper extract and selected 2 bottles of Huangjing juice instead. He plopped down on the sofa, observing his father engrossed in television, offering him a bottle, which was declined. I cannot acclimate to that juice. You drink it. These past months, there have been numerous visitors seeking you. It must pertain to something significant, his father remarked. Barely 3 minutes passed before the doorbell rang. I shall retire to my bedroom, his father said, switching off the television and exiting the living room. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open to reveal Li Sun. Long time no see, Zhao acknowledged with a nod, closing the door behind him. Li Sun, nearing the 7th tier in strength, felt an even greater sense of pressure emanating from Zhao. There has been a conflict between the imperial capital and the Fengbieli faction. I presume Li Qing has informed you. I am aware, yet I do not intend to intervene. You must understand the value of our nation. It has invested considerable effort on your behalf. Moreover, your father remains alive today, thanks in no small part to the state, does it not? Li Sun asserted. I acknowledge the nation's nurturing. But is the empire truly the same as it once was? I recall messages from the Sherman base indicating significant changes within the imperial capital, Zhao replied contemplatively. The capital is now monopolized by 7 families, is it not? What you perceive may not necessarily hold true for those within the base, do you agree? Zhao Li's words plunged Li Sun into contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Zhao Li. Perhaps the empire is no longer the empire of yore. Yet we have steadfastly maintained our original intentions. We have consistently dedicated ourselves to serving the people from the very beginning until now. And this commitment shall remain unwavering in the future. The world is indeed chaotic, but my comrades and I shall strive to provide the citizens of the empire with a tranquil living environment. I wonder, Comrade Zhao, do you share the same camaraderie as I do? Greetings, Comrade Li Sun. Zhao rose and extended his right hand, and thus, they shook hands. Chapter 87, the battle commences. Zhao followed Li Sun as they set off, with little to say. The eloquence of Li Sun had resonated deeply within him, compelling Zhao to offer his assistance. They traveled in a jeep accompanied by Li Sun, Quan Lingfei, and another male team member, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Fengbieli, Feng Tang, Yang Wei, and a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black robes. The sight of Zhao sent a ripple of unease through Fengbieli. Commander Zhao, what brings you here? Feng Tang inquired with familiarity, to which Zhao simply waved his hand in response. I had no choice but to heed the invitation. You all should engage in conversation. We are all citizens of the empire, after all. There is nothing we cannot discuss, is there? You are mistaken. Here, I hold the authority, Fengbieli declared with bravado, gesturing for several black-robed figures to unveil themselves, revealing grotesque forms. One in particular bore a scorpion tail and lacked eyes and a nose. Its face dominated by a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and 2 nostrils. This is a 6th-tier aberrant, a result of special mutation compounded by genetic malfunctions. Nevertheless, its combat prowess should be formidable, Quan Lingfei remarked, brandishing a golden spear. Very well, I shall handle this, Zhao asserted, gesturing for Li Sun and the others to clear space. Let us proceed. With a flick of his fingers, Zhao summoned the fight. Go, Fengbieli commanded. And 7 6th-tier aberrants lunged forward. Zhao, enveloped in a golden aura, expanded into a towering figure of 5 meters in height. With a single punch, he obliterated the frail aberrant beneath him, crushing its lower half. Thunder punishment, he exclaimed, extending his left hand, channeling the power of lightning. A bolt of electricity, thick as a bowl, struck the charging behemoth. The creature, resembling a tank, quivered upon impact, then collapsed, sliding to Zhao feet, where he crushed its head beneath his boot. At that moment, the scorpion-tailed aberrant leapt onto his back, aiming to bite his neck. Yet, in the next instant, it froze in place. Spikes erupted from Zhao back, impaling the scorpion-tailed aberrant, which then fell limply to the ground. Such abilities, akin to those of a cockroach, were indeed rare, and without a robust healing factor, its fate was sealed. As an 8th-tier warrior, Zhao dispatched the 7 aberrants with relative ease. Just as Zhao was about to speak to Fengbieli, the headless aberrant he had crushed began to tremble and rise once more. Can it still survive without a head? Zhao pondered in bewilderment, then pointed at it, encasing it in ice. A swift kick shattered it into a cascade of icy fragments. Now, as I was saying, Zhao began, but before he could continue, a radiant beam pierced through his golden form. He looked up to see a device the size of a truck looming ominously. Engage. As the wind bid farewell with a wave, numerous silver long spears plunged into the vicinity of Zhao Li. Subsequently, an immensely powerful magnetic field emerged, causing Zhao Li to feel as if his very being was on the verge of disintegration. Raising his hand, he noted that his golden form was gradually dissipating. After a challenging transformation into a flesh and blood body, although his entire being experienced intense strain, he was fortunate that no part of him had escaped. This technology is quite advanced, Zhao Li remarked, before directly summoning the Sword of the Archangel and driving it into the ground. Activate the Archangel engine. Engage the high-level defensive shield. Construct perfect defenses. The City of Angels dispatches the Archangel armor. Upon completion of these commands, a semicircular energy shield materialized around him, effectively blocking the external magnetic forces as well as the distant radiant attacks. Drawing upon the Earth's materials, Zhao Li made a simple repair to himself. The previous assault had caught him somewhat off guard. He grasped the Sword of the Archangel once more. Archangel's Judgment. Lock onto the target. Initiate E12 level energy impact. Not far from Blue Star, a colossal celestial city, shrouded in an invisible protective barrier, unfurled a pair of immense wings. The combat mode of the City of Angels was activated, connecting to stellar energy with an estimated energy duration of 100 years. A beam of light, 5 meters wide, shot forth from the wings under optical concealment, striking Blue Star directly. Before Zhao Li, a massive column of light descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and forming a vast pit spanning 10,000 meters. At the edge of this crater, Zhao Li, ensconced within his protective shield, remained unharmed. While Wind bid farewell and his minions were reduced to ashes, those closer to the epicenter, including Li Sun and others, were violently hurled away by the shockwave, with several unfortunate souls meeting their end. As he retracted the shield and surveyed the lifeless forms of 3 fallen members from the capital team, Zhao Li could only express his sorrow. Their internal organs had been shattered by the impact, leaving them irretrievably dead. Zhao Li revived Li Sun and the others. All is resolved. This matter is concluded. You shall oversee this base now. Remember your words, Zhao Li said, patting Li Sun's shoulder with a serious expression. Are you leaving? Li Sun sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired. Me? It is impossible for me to depart. However, I have never been fond of managing things. I am rather lazy and lack the capacity for leadership. You should promptly handle matters at the base. I shall take my leave now. With that, a portal of space manifested before Zhao Li, and he stepped through. In the very heart of the City of Angels, radiant light swirled as Zhao Li's figure materialized on the platform. Angels flowed in and out through this teleportation platform, a truly wondrous place. It seemed that any desire to teleport to any location within the City of Angels would compel one to be forcibly transported here. It appeared to be a specially treated platform. Archangel Zhao Li, I am the acting administrator of the City of Angels. Qingju, a female angel, approached, placing her right hand upon her chest. I am not very familiar with the City of Angels. Could you enlighten me? Zhao Li remarked to Qingju that after assimilating the genes of the Archangel, he had acquired the ability to inherit the City of Angels. In essence, he was the sole heir to this celestial realm, a descendant of the former Archangel Ling. With the acknowledgement of the Angelic King, Qingju harbored no objections toward the individual poised to assume her power. After all, everything was predestined. With her own eternal life, spanning perhaps 30 to 50,000 years, she too could establish a City of Angels that belonged to her. Chapter 88. City of Angels. The City of Angels is divided into 5 major districts, and we currently find ourselves in the Warrior Zone, a special area where all angelic warriors can teleport to locations within a radius of 1 light year. This zone is designated for solitary combat and assassination missions conducted by our angelic kin. Additionally, there is the Central District, which houses 3 million angelic inhabitants engaged in daily life, forming an essential part of the City of Angels. The 2 pairs of war wings belong to the Armed Zone, which oversees nearly all offensive weaponry and defensive facilities within the City of Angels. Qingju pointed towards a colossal golden wall in the distance, an edifice so immense that Zhao Li could not discern its entirety from the ground. Furthermore, there exists the Energy Zone and the Supercomputing Zone. The former lies beneath the City of Angels and is supported by stellar energy, allowing certain angelic warriors to traverse millions of light years in a single leap. Qingju spoke with pride before leading Zhao Li to a grand hall. This is the Lord's District, primarily utilized for meetings, where the Lord can activate the highest level of attack capabilities of the City of Angels. As Qingju elaborated, Zhao Li gained a deeper understanding of the entire City of Angels. In simple terms, the City of Angels is truly remarkable. Not only would the remnants of the Kierman be outmatched, but even the formidable Kierman super soldier legions would pale in comparison. With the capability for long-range strikes and the extensive utilization of stellar energy, the entire stellar energy supply could be depleted within mere years. What a terrifying prospect. Has any danger been detected? Zhao Li inquired of Qingju, clearly concerned about the Lord of Hatred. If they could locate the adversary, leveraging the power of the City of Angels to strike would be nothing short of magnificent. This galaxy is quite vast, containing over 300 planets, of which 153 harbor life. Additionally, an abundance of non-living biological forms has been discovered on a gas giant, revealing a unique celestial monument composed of sacred atoms. As Qingju spoke, he gestured, and a three-dimensional projection materialized above the hall. First, a massive skeletal planet appeared, followed by images of several towering undead lords, and then a gigantic stone tablet scroll unexpectedly manifested within the galaxy. Sacred atoms? Zhao Li asked, somewhat perplexed and clearly struggling to grasp the concept. Discovered by Archangel Huabei. These special atoms can exist eternally to a certain extent and are a primary material of the sacred body, Qingju explained. Where is the skeletal planet you mentioned? Zhao Li inquired, sensing that some matters remained obscure. The Kierman text had indeed collected information regarding the undead lords, and the skeletal planet lies not far from the location of the Blue Star, a fact well known among the super soldiers. In the realm of X-45, it was observed that the life forms on this planet were exceedingly aggressive, exhibiting a formidable hostility towards all other beings, utterly contravening our principles of angelic conduct. Furthermore, this species lacked a standardized biological form, instead manifesting as entities with biological tendencies, as articulated by Qingju. Can they be eradicated? Zhao Li inquired. Indeed. The City of Angels possesses immense military potential. Although the adversary's life energy is notably high, we angels shall not yield in fear, Qingju affirmed. Then let us proceed with their annihilation. This planet poses too great a threat, Zhao Li commanded decisively. Understood, Qingju replied, and thus commenced preparations for war. Alone in the Grand Hall, Zhao Li surveyed a virtual representation of the entire star system, where everything lay within his dominion. The humans of Blue Star had existed for a mere blink of an eye in the cosmic scale, their heritage pathetically insufficient. Were they to attain greater strength, akin to the angelic lineage, even deities would find little to fear. A virtual panel emerged from the center of the hall, displaying ethereal angelic figures occupying their seats. The war had officially begun. Request to initiate the Stellar Energy Bombardment Protocol. An application materialized before Zhao Li, who approved it without hesitation. With a cacophony of thunderous roars, massive beams of light erupted from the wings of the City of Angels, hurtling towards the distant Bone Planet. At that moment, the Bone Planet faced catastrophic devastation, as fiery columns descended from the heavens, obliterating countless skeletal remains. Many unfortunate undead lords met their demise within the inferno, their souls disintegrating amidst the rampant energy, leading to their ultimate extinction. From the depths of the undead planet, numerous lords emerged from their palaces. In a volcanic region of the Bone Planet, a golden undead figure rose, gripping a golden bone spear, which it hurled skyward, piercing the thin atmosphere en route to the City of Angels. Detection of kinetic weaponry. Classified as organic weaponry, hardness level 3, activating the Spear of Judgment. An alert reached Zhao Li's ears. A colossal dark silver weapon materialized before his gaze. Despite being a virtual projection, its form was vividly clear. This weapon surpassed the Annihilator-class armaments of the German and the previous space-based kinetic weaponry of Blue Star in strength, primarily due to its unique attributes. Spear of Judgment Level 1 description, possesses near-light speed flight capabilities, gene suppression abilities, control over the resurrection of special life forms, delivers irrecoverable damage, disregards energy-based shield defenses, and possesses superphysical penetration effects. Its slender exterior belied the weapon's formidable nature, crafted entirely from space-based silver. With a resounding crash, the entirety of the City of Angels trembled slightly as a beam of light shot forth, colliding with the golden spear and shattering it. Continuing its trajectory towards the Bone Planet. Kinetic loss at 17%, damage sustained. An angel reported. But soon this news was replaced by a new command. Initiate the flare bombardment plan. One by one, fireballs resembling meteors erupted from the wings, traversing through a spatial wormhole and directly reaching the atmosphere of the Bone Planet. The Spear of Judgment first arrived at the location of the golden-boned undead, striking with pinpoint accuracy. In a flash of silver lightning, it dismantled the foe, and the terrifying kinetic energy shattered the golden bones into fragments, leaving behind a flickering soul flame that gradually waned amidst the spreading silver lightning. With a resounding series of explosions, brilliant beams of light enveloped the surface of the Bone Planet. Countless low-tier undead were obliterated amidst the violent detonations, while even the high-tier undead suffered significant damage. What could this be? Chapter 89, The Divine Activation of the Spear of Judgment, the Final Judgment of Silver Lightning. An angel reported. Directly unleashing the full capabilities of the Spear of Judgment. With a speed perceptible to the naked eye, silver lightning emanated from the point where the spear of judgment struck, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire planet within mere minutes. Initiate the black hole domain. Construct a perfect black hole. Shield the gravitational forces of nearby celestial bodies. The black hole detonator is nearing completion. Under surveillance, the silver lightning continuously eroded the entire celestial body. Observing in real time, Zhao Li witnessed the transformation of the celestial body into a diminutive black hole, which was instantaneously obliterated by a dark ray. Capture the black hole particles. Successfully apprehended 5 black hole particles, detecting an extraordinary energy source. The skeletal planet experienced spatial fluctuations, enveloping everything and rendering it invisible. The black hole particles vanished. At this moment, Zhao Li rose, for the earlier fluctuations could not possibly escape his notice. His supreme law god talent bestowed upon him a keen insight. And the recent wave of energy was evidently extraordinary, akin to a higher-order energy disturbance, given that Zhao Li had already reached the 8th tier. The nature of this energy was unmistakable. This must be the work of the divine entity behind it all. It was time to engage in dialogue. Just as he prepared to rise, the entire city of angels trembled. Within the grand hall, all projections dissipated, and a dark red humanoid silhouette materialized before Zhao Li. Angel engine activation. Unknown error. Stellar destiny technique initiated. Unknown error. Zhao Li suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, compelling him to kneel. The air within the hall solidified, rendering it impossible to breathe. He attempted to elementalize his form, but the power within him was restrained, utterly unable to mobilize. The silhouette extended its right arm, and a menacing red thread flowed forth, piercing Zhao Li's skin and burrowing deep within. His flesh began to dissolve like liquid, droplets of crimson seeping from his body to the ground. In just 5 breaths, Zhao Li was left with naught but his bones, heart, and brain. The red thread coiled around his heart and brain, and under its relentless slicing, the golden heart succumbed to the strain, shattering into numerous fragments that fell to the floor. Kneeling, Zhao Li, deprived of the energy provided by his heart, succumbed to unconsciousness. As the silhouette prepared to further dismantle Zhao Li's brain, an angelic projection appeared within the grand hall. You possess quite the audacity to dare slay an archangel in the city of angels. The projection was none other than the Angel King, gazing upon the enigmatic silhouette before him. Angel reconstruction technology activated. The projection materialized into a corporeal form, while the silhouette gradually solidified into a strikingly beautiful woman with 3 crimson eyes and 2 sharp fangs, exuding an aura of wildness and violence. Suddenly, the King of Angels raised his sword, and the entire grand hall was instantly propelled into the sky by a powerful shockwave. The sword of the King of Angels deflected the opponent's claw attack. Zhao Li's battered body was hurled away, swiftly caught by the angels, including Qing Ju, who hurriedly carried him away. Impressive. Where's your true form? I wish to engage you in a proper contest, declared the King of Angels, the sword in his hand emanating a soft yellow glow. Is it you? A mere earth deity dares to compare with me. The opponent's thoughts pierced directly into the King of Angels' mind, laden with mockery. Very well, let us see the true skill beneath your bravado. The King of Angels struck down with his sword, severing the opponent's left arm, while a golden chain ensnared their feet. Divine vision. 3 eyes opened instantaneously, unleashing 3 beams of red light that pierced through the King of Angels' form. His body began to decay swiftly, aging significantly within moments. You are indeed a formidable foe. I cannot allow you to remain, proclaimed the King of Angels, as he waved his hand and crushed the ensnared 3-eyed woman, reducing her to ashes in an instant. With their disappearance, the distant monument was engulfed in golden light, erupting into a furious burst that surged towards the city of angels. Boom. The entire city of angels was detonated by the golden radiance, shattered entirely. Millions of angels, save for a few that were instantly annihilated, fled the city. The scene was grim, with only a single wing left behind. The rest lay in ruins, engulfed by a decaying force that consumed everything without exception. Qingju, accompanied by thousands of angels, arrived on a living planet, where they hastily began to resurrect Zhao Li, initiating Zhao Li's consciousness backup. Zhao Li's consciousness was fragmented, providing stable energy supply, acquiring primary consciousness data of Zhao Li, integrating memories, flesh and blood reconstruction complete, heart repair complete, angelic genes undergoing evolution. Inputting into the angelic gene database, his consciousness returned to his body, still bearing the taint of the Lord of Hatred. Zhao Li's eyes remained shut as the Azure spiritual network within his soul began to draw upon the strength of the Azure beings to resist the Lord of Hatred's corruption. Supported by the formidable power of the Azure, the remnants left by the Lord of Hatred were gradually worn away. Zhao Li slowly awakened, as if everything had turned more ominous. His strength had grown significantly. It seemed he had reached the 9th tier of power. His entire being felt as though it had undergone a complete upgrade. Qingju stood by, examining Zhao Li's form. Although his body had ascended to the highest level of an archangel, his genes had also undergone significant, positive changes, containing fragments capable of manipulating any element. A truly miraculous transformation. Have I been resurrected? Zhao Li inquired of Qingju, but just as he was about to connect to Angel City, he discovered that it had vanished. A supreme-level evil deity had annihilated Angel City, and now all surviving angels were gradually converging upon this planet. Archangel, your current form has received the highest authorization from the Angel Gene Repository. You may download certain genetic abilities to prepare for the impending battle, Qingju responded. Presently, there are only 5,500 angels on this planet, all of whom are elite guardian angels. Their combat prowess calculable to the 6th tier. Armed with advanced technology, they are unlikely to perish unless confronted by a 9th tier entity. Where is this place? How far is it from Blue Star? Zhao Li asked as he activated the Archangel engine to connect to the Angel Gene Repository and began downloading knowledge regarding genetic abilities. This location is approximately 1.5 billion kilometers from Blue Star, reachable via individual flight devices, replied the angel beside Qingju. Numerous angels were patrolling, while the planet gradually revealed swarms of black beetles. Chapter 90, Simulation. Countless minuscule black beetles emerged from the depths of the earth, advancing toward Zhao Li's location. The angels in flight noticed the anomaly, and the massive flaming sword unleashed its inherent might. A fiery bombardment ensued. Intense flames erupted, obliterating numerous black beetles. Yet, simultaneously, an even greater multitude appeared. A vast swarm of black beetles drew near. Receiving the urgent news, Qingju hastily prepared to contact the other angels for support, while Zhao Li decided to investigate the situation. Upon his inspection, he was met with an overwhelming sight. The desolate land was entirely teeming with black beetles. The rustling sound sent shivers down his spine, instilling in him a sense of impending peril. We must vacate this place and return to Blue Star, Zhao Li declared, promptly activating his flying apparatus to depart. The remaining angels gradually boarded their vessels, preparing for retreat, while Qingju directed the combat angels in executing the annihilation plan. Hundreds of angels ascended beyond the atmosphere, gathering together to channel their full strength into the flaming sword. Form the flame matrix. Gather stellar energy. Activate flame judgment. The flaming swords in the hands of the angels radiated a terrifying brilliance. After the angels had fully evacuated, a column of fire erupted, piercing through the crust and reaching the planet's core. Under the gaze of all, it erupted violently, disintegrating into countless meteors that scattered in all directions. Once this was accomplished, Qingju finally boarded the flying vessel and departed. As the planet shattered, all the black beetles were reduced to wisps of black mist, dissipating into the cosmos, while the scroll upon the monument shimmered with renewed brilliance. Inside the flying vessel, Zhao Li reclined on his bed, the distant starlight revealing the beauty of the universe. Choosing to enter the simulator system, Zhao Li began preparing for his new simulated journey. Special simulation commenced. Selected the unique world of Qingshu Ancient Realm, determining the world of fallen deities, to generate gray to colorful grade items and talents. Simulation in progress. This simulation allows for the selection of talents. Wine Boy, blue to relieve worries. One must indulge in fine wine. Drinking enhances one's potential without any bottleneck limit. Progeny of the demon god, colorful as a child of a pseudo-deity, you are inherently endowed with a measure of divine essence. Fate's calamity, colorful, all gifts bestowed by fate have already been secretly priced, and what you offer will incur a tenfold cost. Despair's greed, green, a masterpiece of the ancient gods, enabling you to strip any entity of its abilities. Fury of the leaping dragon, purple, a creation of the ancient gods, mastering the essence of wrath. This time, 3 talents must be selected. The original talent cannot be carried over. Despair's greed, Fate's calamity, Fury of the leaping dragon. In the year 0, you were born into a destitute family and were named Li Godan. In year 1, you encountered no misfortune. In year 2, you encountered no misfortune. In year 3, you encountered no misfortune. In year 4, you encountered no misfortune. In year 5, a famine struck your household, and your constitution plummeted. In the 6th year, while assisting the landlord with herding cattle, a dispute arose between you and a young coward. Your fury inadvertently stirred the gentle old ox, which trampled the boy to death. In this moment, you deprived the cowherd of his lifespan and vitality, consequently augmenting your own constitution, while the ox remained unharmed. This incident sowed the seeds of enmity between your families. In the 7th year, famine struck once more, and your adversary sought your life. Under the cover of night, you took matters into your own hands and ended their existence, seizing everything they possessed, thus acquiring a soul servant. By the 8th year, your family endeavored to provide you with an education, and you dedicated yourself to your studies. In the 9th year, leveraging the power of your soul servant, you resorted to deceit and became an ordinary student, adopting the name Li Hugua. In the 10th year, despite your diligent studies, you found yourself unable to grasp the material. A dark impulse took root within you. You lay in wait outside a brothel and, under the cloak of night, successfully killed a roguish scholar, robbing him of his intellect and gaining another soul's servant in the process. By the 11th year, through relentless study, you became a true scholar. In the 12th year, having gained a modicum of fame, you encountered a practitioner of the mystical arts. Inspired by newfound aspirations, you sought to prolong your life by providing him with abundant sustenance, only to discover that you lacked the innate spiritual roots necessary for cultivation, rendering you incapable of practicing the arts. In the 13th year, renowned for your extensive knowledge, you caught the attention of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, who promised you a swift ascent in your career. The 14th year saw a rebellion arise in the South, and you were conscripted into the military. With the Deputy Minister's letter of recommendation, you secured a position as a clerk in charge of logistics. In the 15th year, as the rebel forces grew increasingly formidable, you too prospered, collaborating with the logistics officer to amass considerable wealth for your family. By the 16th year, the rebellion was quashed, and you were appointed as a reader in the cabinet. At 17, you gained the favor of the Minister of Revenue, becoming a reader scholar in the cabinet, enjoying a period of unprecedented glory, during which you wed the minister's youngest daughter, Lu Meichin. By 18, you had ascended to the position of examination commissioner, recommending numerous talents to the court and establishing your own faction. In the 19th year, you proposed a system of labor in lieu of relief, successfully saving the court a significant sum of resources, thereby gaining prestige and the emperor's favor. In the 20th year, you were promoted to Deputy Minister of Revenue, while your father-in-law began to contemplate reforms, aligning you with the reformist faction. The 21st year witnessed a wave of appointments and dismissals among officials. Although the court spoke in unison, efficiency plummeted and corruption became rampant. In the 22nd year, you openly opposed the Minister of Revenue's proposals for appointments, gaining the emperor's assent. Dissent arose in the court, infuriating the emperor, who subsequently appointed you as the Minister of War, pitting you against the Minister of Revenue. In the 23rd year, your father-in-law fell from grace, and an elder, seasoned official succeeded him as Minister of Revenue, restoring a semblance of tranquility. In the 24th year, you unveiled the Lulin armor, significantly enhancing the military's combat capabilities. In the 25th year, as the Xiongnu descended from the north, you commenced preparations for military supplies. Thanks to your warnings, many corrupt officials refrained from embezzling resources, leading to a remarkably successful campaign against the Xiongnu. The 26th, 27th, and 28th years were marked by political stability. However, in the 29th year, due to a miscalculation in your political strategy, the Duke of Qinbei was mistakenly killed, resulting in your reassignment to the south as the governor of Nanjiao. In the 30th year, you uncovered a notorious bandit of exceptional prowess. You issued an order for his capture, and amidst numerous casualties, you successfully apprehended him alive. In the 31st year, through the insights gained from the bandit, you amassed a substantial amount of cultivation, propelling your strength from the first tier to the pinnacle of the third tier. In the 32nd year, under mounting pressure, the emperor reinstated you to your former position, and your disciples flourished, instilling awe throughout the court and beyond. In the 33rd year, you were bestowed the title of Marquis of Tingluo, granted an estate of 500 households. In the 34th year, you proposed a policy of exploitation, targeting the southern tribes and the northern Xiongnu, yet the majority of the profits were appropriated by numerous noble families. In the 35th year, your first child was born, whom you named Li Bei. Chapter 91. The sheep face. In the 36th year, your name could silence the cries of foreign children. The nations of the western regions rose in rebellion, and you embarked on your first military expedition. In the 37th year, as the nation prospered under your command, you vanquished the invading foes, bringing the western regions to heel. In the 38th year, upon your return to the capital, you were bestowed the title of Duke of Tingluo County. In the 39th year, with the emperor's demise, you aided the 7-year-old prince in ascending the throne. In the 40th year, with the support of the king of Beiliang, you held sway over the entire court. In the 41st year, seeking amusement, you consulted a fortune-teller who proclaimed you bore the visage of an emperor. In the 42nd year, while accompanying the young emperor in the hall of 10,000 people to review memorials, malevolence arose within you. Wielding your belt, you strangled your opponent. Faced with pressure, the Empress Dowager ceded the throne to you, and you proclaimed the founding of the Qing dynasty. In the 43rd year, you mastered the art of dragon energy, acquiring the remains of an ancient dragon. In the 44th year, you annexed the northern grasslands for horse breeding and claimed the fertile lands of the south for rice cultivation. In the 45th year, the nation enjoyed peace and prosperity with a clear political atmosphere. In the 46th year, your power escalated to the 6th tier. You eliminated the king of Beiliang, asserting dominance over the entire northwestern region. In the 47th year, your reputation reverberated across the land, wielding authority over the realm and the sword of Tea. In the 48th year, your influence shook the court, and due to rampant corruption, you ordered a stringent investigation. Gradually, you lost the support of officials, as your iron-fisted rule instilled fear throughout the court, leaving everyone in trepidation. In the 49th year, while parading, you were assassinated, severely wounded. You fled, only to discover the next day that your son, Li Bei, had ascended the throne. Aware that this was all part of a conspiracy, you found yourself in a precarious situation, your strength diminished. Retreating to a secluded mountain, you began to heal. In the 50th year, you harnessed your rage to control the wild beasts of the surrounding mountains and fields. Though the villagers had never seen you, they referred to you as the mountain god. Your insatiable greed awakened, and you grasped the power of faith, delving into the mysteries of divine energy. By the 60th year, you attained the authority of the mountain god. In the 61st year, you began to gather divine essence, yet found your followers woefully few, rendering your task nearly impossible. In the 62nd year, you siphoned the fate of the Qing nation, successfully coalescing your first portion of divine essence. In the 100th year, the Qing dynasty met its demise, extinguished within 3 generations. You felt no sorrow, it seemed inevitable, merely occurring a tad prematurely. By the 500th year, your divine essence waned, and your lifespan became uncertain. In the 600th year, you fervently expanded your followers, continuing to siphon the nation's fortune. In the 700th year, you designated the first saintly figure, acquiring the divine title of Mountain God, achievement unlocked, Mountain God. In the 800th year, you bestowed upon the saintess the power to command the earth. In the ensuing century, the saintess endured harrowing trials, ultimately losing her life, with the power over the land inherited by the new saintess. In the 900th year, you discovered the toxic nature of faith, as your actions unwittingly fell under the influence of your followers. In the first millennium, you made a decision that defied humanity. You sought to eradicate all your followers to liberate yourself from their influence. The assassins under your command unleashed a lethal plague upon the lands of your devotees. Achievement unlocked, burning bridges. By the 11th century, bereft of followers, you swiftly found your divine essence waning, ultimately perishing in the depths of a secluded mountain. This simulation has concluded. Please select your innate talents. The catastrophe of fate. This simulation has yielded the achievement, burning bridges, mountain deity. You have obtained a diamond token, which grants colorful quality rewards and lower upon activation, and another diamond token, which grants colorful quality rewards and lower upon activation. All rewards may be carried into the simulation or the real world, stored within the virtual realm upon activation. Activate. You have acquired the 6 faces of the goat god colorful and the roar of Bonu colorful. 6 faces of the goat god. Face of rage, manipulating anger. Face of joy, manipulating affection. Face of fear, controlling dread. Face of desire, manipulating lust. Face of sorrow, controlling grief. Face of the soul, manipulating souls. Description. A black goat has become the ultimate embodiment of fear, while a white goat has transformed into a mask, reversing yin and yang. Time shall also succumb to darkness. Warning. Wearing the mask for too long will cause it to meld with your face, and removing it will require severe injury or skinning. Roar of Bonu. Possessing immense internal space, it can harbor billions of beings, containing multitudes of life within. It allows the wielder to control the artifact itself. The existence of all beings within is at the mercy of the wielder's thoughts. The artifact exerts suppressive effects, even affecting deities who enter, rendering them unable to escape without the wielder's will. Description. A divine shadow of the dwarven race, whose ultimate aspiration was to create an artifact, at the pleas of all. The dwarven god crafted the roar of Bonu from his own divine form, causing the world to tremble upon its creation. This represents the collective wisdom of all, symbolizing that even non-deities can forge artifacts. Warning. Failing to recognize others as human ultimately leads to the inability to be human. In the end, even gods may falter. Jiali, while resting, has acquired 2 objects, a goat-headed mask and a circular disc encrusted with 5 gemstones of different hues. Upon donning the mask, Jiali experienced an unprecedented sense of control, his hands clasped together. Face of fear. Jiali was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unknown dread, intensifying rapidly, forcing him to retreat as his body collapsed to the ground, an instinctual response impossible to resist. Face of rage. Upon activation, a semblance of strength returned. While the mask's power appeared modest, the intensity of the emotional force could escalate to an extraordinary level. Removing the goat mask, he gazed outside, realizing he was nearing the blue star. All angels, come forth. Zhao Li issued a command to all angels via the communication system, subsequently piloting his craft towards Tianzi City. As for the other artifact in Zhao Li's possession, he did not pay it much heed, for it was not a formidable weapon. In contrast, in the imperial capital, Jiang Yong, one of the 3 most powerful guardians, acquired the Knight's Medal from the Infinite Store. Knight's Medal rank, special item selling price, 1,500. 000 points quest requirement. The Battle of Lionheart City effects. Bestows the Knight's aura, grants standard Knight skills, and a complete set of rare equipment. Guardian's power provides a protective energy shield that reduces damage by 50% against attacks of the same rank, and Indomitable Valor grants additional armor penetration and enhanced offensive capabilities. As well as Mount Contract, contracts a Knight steed, enabling the steed to communicate with the Knight. Description: the effects are triggered when the bearer embodies qualities of humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and loyalty. A true knight has arrived. Chapter 92, Confrontation. Jiang Yong arrived in Tianzi City, where the intelligent undead had already seized half of the empire. Given the significant upheaval in this foremost stronghold, it was only natural for someone to investigate and prevent any opportunists from taking advantage of the situation. As he observed the flying vessels descending from the sky, Jiang Yong could not remain passive. With a surge of knightly prowess, he charged forth clad in golden armor, shield in hand, soaring towards the airborne craft. Unknown flying object detected. Zhao Li, upon receiving signals from the craft, promptly activated its weapon systems. A powerful energy bomb was launched, successfully bringing down the target. As the craft descended, a radiant golden figure rushed towards them. Ice magic, frozen chains. From the ground emerged tendrils of ice, only to be shattered by the adversary without hindrance. Zhao Li, a high archangel with attributes surpassing 100 million in power, agility, and spirit, stood formidable. His genetic enhancements included advanced recovery and biological suppression techniques, with an arsenal of celestial abilities at his disposal. With a flourish, he invoked his new talent, Fate's Calamity. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jiang Yong gave way, interrupting his charge. Upon emerging from the debris, he found Zhao Li standing before him. It appears we have a misunderstanding. Do we not? Zhao Li began, but was swiftly met with a crushing blow to his face, sending him staggering back. His head was nearly obliterated, yet he swiftly regenerated. Thanks to his indomitable form, you leave me no choice, Zhao Li declared, brandishing the Archangel's sword and striking Jiang Yong with tremendous force. Activating Archangel Engine. Biological suppression. A genetic-level assault rendered Jiang Yong incapable of resistance. Fearless. Exhilarating. Valiant. With a triumphant roar, Jiang Yong's form radiated golden light as he swung his hammer down upon Zhao Li's head. The hammer collided with a metallic clang against Zhao Li's visage. In that moment, Jiang Yong donned the visage of a ram, embodying the essence of fear. He felt himself ensnared in a frigid abyss, engulfed by terror. Fearless. Jiang Yong attempted to unleash his knightly skills once more, but to no avail. The dread only deepened, encroaching upon his will and actions. In an instant, he was paralyzed, immobilized by an overwhelming sense of despair. Spatial detonation. With a resounding boom, a flash of white light surged from Zhao Li's right hand, sending his opponent hurtling away. Along with the hammer. Stop, stop, stop. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Sun hurriedly approached, seeing Jiang Yong, who had been blasted away, and quickly sent someone to check on him. This is Jiang Yong, one of the 3 great guardians of the imperial capital, Li Sun introduced. And soon the blasted Jiang Yong walked over from a distance. Are you the super soldier, Zhao Li? Jiang Yong's tone was anything but cordial, clearly showing his disdain for Zhao Li, who likewise offered no friendly demeanor in return. Indeed, but I believe you should now refer to me as the Archangel. Zhao Li replied. What? Just because you've gained some power in a few days, you think you're above everyone else? Jiang Yong's voice dripped with mockery, to which Zhao Li remained non-committal. Let us just say I currently embody the goodwill of the high-ranking angel, Wen. Your attitude seems rather unwise, Zhao Li said, gesturing towards Jiang Yong's head, his hand shimmering with starlight. Commander Zhao, what is going on? Li Sun inquired. There is nothing to discuss. Tianzi City is under my jurisdiction. My word is law, whether you agree or disagree. As Zhao Li finished speaking, angelic single-soldier aircraft began to descend from the sky, with angels flapping their wings and hovering in the air. Impossible? Absolutely not. You can't even think of such a thing. Jiang Yong immediately rejected, tightening his grip on his weapon. At that moment, Li Sun hastily communicated with Jiang Yong telepathically. Brother Jiang, stay calm. There are too many of them. We must be cautious. We still have many people here, and we need to deliberate. Besides, we are unaware of their origins. If a conflict arises, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. But this, Jiang Yong began, but ultimately relented. Fine, do as you see fit. Zhao Li, accompanied by hundreds of angels, arrived at the base city, where he was met by Captain Yang Qi of the peacekeeping squad, now known as Captain Yan. following the demise of Confronting. This iron-willed individual had tempered his approach to avoid being slaughtered like a chicken for the monkeys to watch, even taking down a few of his own comrades for entry tickets. "Brother Zhao, it's been a while." Yang Qi greeted with his usual warmth and familiarity. "Where's Zheng Xiao?" Zhao Li inquired. "He went to the imperial capital. Jiang Yong is in charge now, and his methods are quite brutal. I nearly didn't team make it. Now that you're back, what shall we do? This person is not easy to deal with. Should we confront him?" Yang Qi rambled on, a hint of eagerness in his heart. "From this moment forward, I am in command," Zhao Li instructed as the angels descended to the ground, surrounding him. "Contact Qingzhou. Archangel Zhao, I'm currently directing the Angelic Legion in the repair of the angel battleships," Qingzhou reported upon connection. "The angel battleships? They are still operational?" Zhao Li recalled that the City of Angels possessed several battleships and asked Qingzhou if the battleships can be utilized. That would be extraordinary, as each ship possesses capabilities equivalent to a planet-destroying weapon, true war machines. 2 operational vessels are en route to Blue Star, while the remaining ships consist of only 2 that have sustained minor damage and are currently undergoing repairs. Qingzhou remarked that the destruction is indeed severe. The value of Angel City is exceedingly high, and now only a handful of ships remain. This realization weighs heavily on Qingzhou, who has managed Angel City for thousands of years. "Bring those 2 vessels here. I have urgent matters to attend to," Zhao Li declared. He is determined to undertake a significant endeavor, leading the angels to eradicate both the corpse tribe and the zombies, particularly reclaiming the territories occupied by these undead. Only in this way can humanity find a breath of respite. Otherwise, their living space will be progressively constricted until extinction ensues. Within the galaxy, 2 colossal warships soar toward Blue Star. Chapter 93. Zheng Xiaoqing. 3 days passed, and Zhao Li's 9th-tier prowess had become known to all. His plans faced no opposition. Now, all beings, regardless of their extraordinary talents, were limited to a mere 8th-tier strength, with the exception of Ling Qi, who, as the Lord of Hatred, had successfully ascended to the 9th tier. In the skies, 2 warships had appeared, unleashing a barrage of energy cannons upon the territory of the undead. A sea of flames engulfed the landscape. No matter how formidable the entity, none could evade the onslaught of such intense energy. Tyrants and their undead kin fell under a single blast. Even high-tier zombies, such as those at the 6th or 7th tier, met their demise amidst the relentless bombardment. In the eyes of the world, within just 2 months, the undead had vanished from sight, with even the higher-tier evolved beasts dwindling in number. As Zhao Li busied himself constructing a dreamscape at home, a familiar aura manifested within its confines. The visage of the sheep-faced soul emerged. Within the dream crafted by Zhao Li, he beheld the ethereal form of Zheng Xiaoqing, her presence gradually solidifying. "Long time no see," Zhao Li remarked. "I have come to discuss matters with you. I believe there is no misunderstanding between us, is there?" Zheng Xiaoqing replied, taking a few steps through the dream's landscape. "What is this place?" she inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "This is my dream. You are within my dream," Zhao Li explained. "I never imagined you would reach such heights. I underestimated you. Let us negotiate. How about we coexist peacefully?" Zheng Xiaoqing proposed. "I do not find that particularly agreeable. You have mentioned your allegiance to the Lord of the Otherworld. While I am unaware of the nature of that being, I sense he is not particularly amicable towards me or humanity," Zhao Li countered. "Naturally, the Lord of the Otherworld harbors no affection for you. Do not assume that the current 9th tier represents his full strength. He is far superior, unique in every aspect," Zheng Xiaoqing expressed with admiration. "Very well. I see you have been indoctrinated. If you wish for me to spare you, you must depart from Blue Star," Zhao Li suggested. "Leave Blue Star?" Zheng Xiaoqing responded, clearly taken aback. "That is unacceptable. As the chosen planet of the Lord of the Otherworld, it harbors immense power, enabling breakthroughs to the limits of potential and attaining the 9th tier. To serve as the Lord's subordinate, one must possess strength. It is simply impossible otherwise. I find that difficult to accept. How about this? Let us each make a concession. I can allow the vast majority of the undead and all the zombies to leave. But I, along with a few of my subordinates, must remain here. After all, this was my former home and the place of my birth. I wish to stay," Zheng Xiaoqing stated. "Agreed, but you cannot exceed 10 in number," Zhao Li stipulated, relishing the prospect of achieving victory without conflict. "Deal. In that case, I shall take my leave." Upon finishing her words, Zheng Xiaoqing attempted to depart, only to realize that escape was futile. This was her dream, and leaving required her consent. Zhao Li chuckled softly, conjuring dark magic in his hands. "I promise. My words are as your desires. In your name, I shall act." The black energy coalesced into a dark magic circle, directly integrating into Zheng Xiaoqing's being. "Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Zhao Li waved his hand, and invisible threads of fate ensnared Zhang Xiaocheng, the power of calamity entwining itself within her very soul. Zhang Xiaocheng had yet to articulate her thoughts when she was forcibly expelled from the dreamscape. Awakening outside the base city, she found the corpse clan silently waiting beside her. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately spewed forth a mouthful of black blood. This Zhao Li is truly dangerous. I can no longer interact with him. It's a matter of life and death. Feeling the lingering darkness of the contract within her, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Zhang Xiaocheng. Zhao Li's power had escalated too rapidly. He was no longer her match. What shall we do next? Inquired a member of the corpse clan. Inform Mu, Zhe, Shi Kuan, and Zhun that everything proceeds according to plan. We must leave this place, Zhang Xiaocheng commanded, rising to depart, only to collide with Li Qing and his group. Who are you? Li Qing hesitated, unsure yet cautious. Isn't this the corpse clan King Lin? Someone recognized her, addressing Li Qing. Now that you know, prepare to die. Just as Zhang Xiaocheng intended to strike, Li Qing swiftly produced a communicator. I am Zhao Li's top subordinate. I advise you to tread carefully, he declared. You are? Then this will be easy. Zhang Xiaocheng clenched her right hand, crushing the remaining heads of the others, leaving 15 sprawled on the ground. While only Li Qing's face was splattered with their brain matter. Li Qing's fury ignited as he drew a handgun and fired. A bullet pierced through Li Qing's thigh. It had not struck Zhang Xiaocheng, but had ricocheted back to him through Lin's spatial abilities. Zhang Xiaocheng approached, gripping Li Qing by his hair. Do you think just because you follow Zhao Li, I cannot deal with you? You overestimate yourself. You are still worthless. With a mere finger, I could extinguish you. I suggest you reconsider your position and refrain from provoking me, or I shall reveal just how fragile you truly are. Zhang Xiaocheng viciously broke Li Qing's left leg with a kick. Go ahead and kill me. I wish to see how long you can maintain your bravado, Li Qing retorted, attempting to raise his right hand holding the gun, but in an instant, it was severed at the wrist. I truly have no desire to kill you. Doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble, a loss outweighing any gain. I shall spare your life. However, as a mere dog, you should not bark so joyfully. Remember, your master has yet to speak. Your existence is but a whim, easily replaced. For now, you are merely a dog cloaked in Zhao Li's facade. After ruthlessly humiliating Li Qing, Zhang Xiaocheng felt an unsettling dissatisfaction. She stomped on Li Qing's mouth, causing him to faint from the pain. Let us depart. We must not linger here for too long. This place has become perilous. We must move swiftly. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaocheng sensed a looming crisis as a long spear descended from the distant sky. It struck the ground, erupting in a flash of silver lightning that rendered Zhang Xiaocheng momentarily paralyzed. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she managed to utilize a spatial leap to escape. The spear detonated, creating a small black hole within a 20-meter radius, which subsequently vanished, leaving only a 10-meter deep pit in its wake. Chapter 94. The Flesh and Blood Lord Li Qing, lying on the ground, had been reduced to nothing but bones, yet Zhao Li arrived just in time. A dark energy enveloped the fragments of Li Qing's soul, and the technology of the angels began to activate. Initiate the Archangel Engine. Construct the soul structural biomimetic. Forge the Abex soul structure. The soul composition is complete. Thus, a soul body resembling Li Qing, albeit only partially, was born. Had it not been for Zhao Li's innate energy as a child of light, he would have struggled to keep pace. The intricacies of soul structure were far too complex. For angels, the essence of their being was rooted in angelic will. Even if angelic will were bestowed upon a dog, that dog would perceive itself as an angel. Similarly, Zhao Li lacked Li Qing's memories. The formidable power of the silver lightning gun would shatter souls upon impact, and Li Qing's memories had been entirely erased by the Abex soul structure. Now, Zhao Li could only fabricate some memories to fill this semi-resurrected soul. Referencing my memories, construct a virtual environment. Create virtual memories, affirming the singular loyal character, Zhao Li. Name him Li Qing. Memory construction complete. The next step was to create a physical body. What should it be? Zhao Li pondered. The current environment of Blue Star was wholly unsuitable for the existence of a soul body. All soul entities would be obliterated by the chaotic external environment. A terrifying prospect indeed. The gene template of Li Qing at the research base. Zhao Li decided, wrapping the soul in his grasp as he made his way to the institute. Upon arrival, he directly requested Li Qing's flesh and blood gene template. When he finally held it in his hand, it was merely the size of half a fingernail. The Child of Light swiftly established it and placed it into the culture solution. Celestial Star Genesis Technique. Evolve life. Construct a living entity. A living entity rapidly grew, taking on Li Qing's form. Zhao Li extracted the soul from this new life, fortifying Li Qing's essence. It was known that all living entities would autonomously generate a soul unless one already existed within. Thus, it was an unavoidable circumstance. The new Li Qing integrated into the corporeal form, and Zhao Li retrieved him. The talent of Fate's catastrophe began to manifest. As a colorful talent, it possessed its own extraordinary attributes. The possessor, upon applying this talent to any entity, would imbue it with an indelible force of calamity. Additionally, all beings, including deities, would face disastrous effects from using or possessing this talent. All calamity energies generated would reverberate back to the talent's holder, transforming into an even more potent force of disaster. The possessor was immune to all calamity influences and could bestow disaster energy upon any object, including talents, while also being able to sever any contamination of calamity energy from themselves. Boss, what has happened to me? Li Qing awoke, gazing at Zhao Li with a hint of astonishment as he noticed he was clad in the Institute's attire, which appeared quite peculiar. It's nothing. You were injured, and I brought you to the Research Institute for treatment. Here, take this, and be careful not to drop it. Zhao Li passed a pocket watch to Li Qing and then departed, leaving him behind. He intended to search for Xing Shaoqian, who had dared to act with such audacity. The golden pocket watch, adorned with silver inlays, was an item of significant value, acquired from the 72nd chapter of the Corpse Sovereign. Not a relic of the God of Holy Light. By afternoon, after undergoing a thorough medical examination, Li Qing emerged with a bewildered expression. He felt no ailments, however. The researchers insisted on conducting repeated tests. Frustrated, he finally fled the premises, muttering about the madness of the entire situation. He resolved to check on the Qingyang camp. As he pondered, he made his way to the camp, donning the attire of the Research Institute, which exuded an air of authority. Those who had previously been troublesome were often dragged into the Institute for experiments, and few returned unscathed. Even those who survived were often left mentally unstable or altered with grotesque modifications. Upon reaching the barracks of Qingyang camp, he encountered Qiuzi, the captain of the 3rd Squad, and one of Li Qing's underlings. Li Gu, we've all decided to stick with you from now on. Do you think we can take down Commander Zhao? If we can't eliminate him, will we be enough to deal with him if he comes after us? Qiuzi inquired. Your words are problematic. We are all loyal to Commander Zhao. What are you implying? I never said such things. Zhao commands both power and influence. If you wish to make a move, do not involve me. I am not in a position to do so, Li Qing replied, feeling a disconnection in his memories. Wait, we'll listen to you, Li Gu. Whatever you say goes. We just want a better life, Qiuzi hastily responded, sensing Li Qing's righteous demeanor. Very well. Do not overthink it. Just await my instructions. Qiuzi, strive for something. It will facilitate our endeavors, Li Qing said. Preparing to leave as Qiuzi and the others watched him depart. What's wrong with Li Gu today? Didn't he say he was going to oppose Zhao Li? One of the subordinates remarked. Let it be. He may have uncovered something. It's fortunate we haven't been betrayed. Now, let's get back to work, Qiuzi replied, pulling a silver dagger from his waist and polishing it. With a flicker of silver arcs dancing along the blade, Qiuzi plunged it into the heart of his subordinate. The electric surge instantly terminating the young man's life. Do not blame me. This matter is far too sensitive. If you lived on, I would have a difficult time explaining. Besides, you lack resolve. Exposing me would be disastrous, he murmured as he withdrew the dagger, watching as the body crumbled into a pile of white powder. Qiuzi incinerated his clothing, erasing the existence of one and concealing a secret. Come here. Qiuzi called out to someone outside, and when a person entered, he instructed, sweep up this powder. Also, double Hegio's salary this month, and say it was my decision. After issuing his commands, he settled into a chair, contemplating how to expand his own faction, for he knew he could not bear the consequences alone in the event of a calamity. After the cleaning was finished, Kyuko suddenly felt an itch at the nape of her neck. When she scratched it, a bloody piece of flesh came away in her hand. Looking into the mirror, she discovered a gaping hole in her back, with a mass of flesh greedily gnawing at her own body. Li Qing, you wretched fiend. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes lost their luster, and she collapsed to the ground. When she rose again, an empty shell was animated by a writhing mass of flesh, which directed the body to ignite the papers on the table with a lighter. The flames gradually intensified, consuming the shell as it sat amidst the fire's embrace. Chapter 95. The Lake of Dreams in the External World. Chaos reigned as all who opposed Zhao Li's transformation were mercilessly purged by the angels, deemed heretics. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chamber, Zhao Li initiated a simulation. The special simulation commenced. The selected extraordinary realm was the ancient dream world, where every sentient being randomly generates a dream realm, giving rise to countless dream worlds based on reality. These dream realms can be continuously nested, and all rules within the dreams shall manifest as reality. Ancient world entry, dream. Reality. Judgment of the fallen divine world. which will produce items and talents ranging from gray to colorful. The simulation began. This simulation allows for the selection of talents. Dream Seed, mandatory blue. As a denizen of the ancient dream world, one possesses an innate ability to enter dreams. Many remain oblivious to whether they dwell in dreams or reality until their dying breath. Dream Gate, golden. This opens a portal to reality, accessible at any time and place. However, the cost is a precious soul. Dream Weaving Authority, colorful. This grants the ability to create any scene within the dreamscape, and should one be slain in the dream, they shall not perish but instead exit the dream. Warrant, green. Each year, one may pose a question for judgment. If successful, all will unfold as desired. Yet failure incurs random adverse effects, with the likelihood of success diminishing as difficulty increases. Dreambreaker, purple. You can sense key figures within the dream, and by eliminating them, gain mastery over the dream realm. 3 talents must be selected. The innate talent cannot be carried over. Dream Seed, mandatory. Dream Weaving Authority, Dreambreaker. Shall the special sigil, the 3 lives seal, be utilized? Yes. The character will awaken their memories at the age of 18. In the 0 year, you were born within the dream of firm eyes. Unaware of your surroundings, you felt an overwhelming joy, and your mother named you female. In the 1st year, you learned to speak, your intelligence unmatched. By the 2nd year, your mother doted on you excessively, and you indulged in an array of delicacies, becoming quite plump. In the 3rd year, your dream seed began to awaken, and you crafted a 20 square meter dream space, resembling your bedroom. In the 4th year, a sudden war erupted outside, prompting your mother to flee with you to a bomb shelter for safety. During the 5th year, boredom engulfed you within the shelter, where you stumbled upon countless child corpses in a hidden cave. Panic ensued, for it was only you and your mother in the shelter. Would she resort to cannibalism? In the 6th year, you escaped the shelter and found yourself in a city. Life without your mother proved arduous, yet you befriended a boy named Feha, which allowed you to endure. In the 7th year, you fell gravely ill. To help you recover, Feha stole a woman's purse, but days later, he was found hanging from a flagpole. When you went to rescue him that night, only his skeletal remains awaited you. By the 8th year, you gradually adapted to your surroundings, and your talents began to flourish. In the 9th year, you wielded the power of dreams, thriving within the city, indulging in a life of revelry, blissfully oblivious to the world beyond. In the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th years, you became increasingly enraptured by pleasure. By the 14th year, you found yourself enamored with a girl. Yet, when you resolved to confess your feelings, she unexpectedly transformed into a monstrous being and attacked you. Severely injured, you managed to escape and, utilizing your powers, healed your wounds and sought refuge. In the 15th year, you discovered that every inhabitant of the city had the potential to become a monster, with the pivotal factor being your affections. Whoever you cherished would inevitably metamorphose. As the 16th year unfolded, you wandered through the city, each corner imprinting itself into your dreams. By the 18th year, the 3 lives seal activated. Zhao found himself in a lavish hotel, rising from the bed as night enveloped the world. Standing on the balcony, he gazed at the vibrant scene below, a stark reminder of the world before the apocalypse. Returning to the bedroom, Zhao had commandeered the entire hotel, and with the power of dreams at his disposal, conjuring gold within this illusory realm posed no challenge. His phone vibrated, revealing a call from a man named Feize. Upon answering, the voice informed him that the brothers outside the city had been dealt with, and the area was now predominantly theirs. Acquiring a pass would allow him to venture out. For over a decade, Zhao had not left the city, longing for escape as his past self had simulated. Now, the moment had arrived. All right. I'll wait for you, Zhao replied before hanging up. He tore a piece of paper from a notebook, rubbing it between his hands until a pass materialized. Being adept at utilizing his talents, Zhao's skills far surpassed those of the original Feimu, who had merely transformed gold for basic necessities over the years. After a brief slumber, he awoke at dawn, donned in a tailcoat, and departed in a luxurious vehicle towards the city's outskirts. Upon reaching the checkpoint at the city's edge, he presented his pass. I'm sorry, but this pass is not registered in the system. It may have expired, and you cannot cross the checkpoint, the officer politely stated, returning the pass to Zhao. Very well, Zhao said, accepting the pass. With a mere thought, time seemed to freeze around him, and a gun materialized in his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. With a barrage of shots from a weapon of infinite ammunition, he eliminated everyone present. Just as he was about to step beyond the city limits, branches of a nearby willow tree extended, ensnaring him. The bullets struck the branches but were rendered utterly ineffective, bouncing off as though the tree possessed an indestructible quality. Destruction. Zhao spread his arms and shouted, causing the nearby willow trees to manifest a pixelated condition. Subsequently, amidst continuous flickering, they vanished without a trace, leaving not even a single tree pit behind. Only the lifeless bodies of those Zhao Li had slain remained sprawled upon the ground. Yet, in the next moment, all the deceased began to flicker and disappear as well. Within the realm of dreams, only those who possess a tangible physical form in reality do not vanish. It is akin to the physical body in reality being represented by the numeral 1, while the dream persona is denoted by 0. The product of 1 multiplied by the enhancing figure within the dream yields a new value, which can be 0, signifying death, or even 500 or higher. The dream's existence hinges upon the dream itself. Should the dream shatter or deem a being to have ceased to exist, then that entity truly vanishes. Thus, individuals within the dream cannot extricate themselves from their original dream state, whereas those who enter the dream from reality can indeed break free from it. Such are the rules of this ancient realm of dreams. Chapter 96. Fractured dreams. Upon exiting the city, the landscape had transformed dramatically. What lay before me was a desolate wasteland, starkly contrasting the urban splendor that once thrived. "Boss, you finally come out?" A diminutive figure emerged from the ruins. Accompanied by 5 or 6 others, he was the one who had communicated with Zhao Li over the phone. "What has happened to you all?" Zhao Li inquired, observing their disheveled appearance. "We need to leave quickly. Monsters will appear in these ruins by nightfall. We must hurry to the shelter," the small man urged. The group scurried through the debris until they halted before a massive 5-story alloy door. As the door creaked open, Zhao Li glimpsed the entirety of the shelter, where only a handful of individuals eked out a meager existence. "These are the stateless ones, unable to survive within the city, forced to dwell here," the small man remarked. A hint of discomfort evident in his smile, he was clearly one of the marginalized. "Now that we are here, let us make arrangements for a decent room. I intend to explore the depths of the ruins during the overcast night," Zhao Li declared. The guidance bestowed upon him by the Dreambreaker pointed towards a distant location within the ruins, where a pivotal figure resided. Only by eliminating this individual could he attain the ability to escape the dreamscape. That night, Zhao Li was abruptly stirred awake by a rustling sound. He sprang up, conjuring a dagger that he thrust forward, striking a woman with a birthmark on her face who was rummaging through the debris. The blade found its mark in her abdomen. "Ah!" she cried out, clutching her wound and staggering back as blood gushed forth. "I didn't mean to. Help me. I'm not part of this dream. I'm alive. I don't want to die. Please, save me." The woman pleaded desperately. "You?" Zhao Li questioned, intrigued. "Yes. I possess the ability to sense the location of dream seeds. I know you are not a product of this dream. I accidentally entered this realm, and I dare not offend you. I implore you, please help me." Her life force was visibly waning. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Zhao Li withdrew the dagger, and her wound began to heal. "You're a dream master?" the woman exclaimed in astonishment, aware that only the dream master wielded such power to alter the rules of dreams. Even those close to them might not possess such abilities. "What is a dream master?" Zhao Li asked, now fully awake and devoid of any remnants of sleep. "The creator of the dream. Only a dream master can control it, followed by dream slaves." She explained, her hand resting on her abdomen, the injury now mended, though the sensation of pain lingered. "Can you sense the dream master within this dream?" Zhao Li inquired. "I can," she affirmed. "Then guide me to them," Zhao Li commanded, unwavering in his resolve. "Are you attempting to usurp the dream master's power?" "You seem to wield considerable authority among the leaders," she asked, puzzled. "Do not ask what should not be asked, or you may find yourself unaware of how you perished," Zhao Li remarked. The woman fell silent, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Li instructed the woman to lead the way, while the remaining 10 subordinates trailed behind. The ruins bore no signs of life, merely the remnants of a forsaken city as plastic bags danced wildly in the wind. It was not until dusk that the weary group finally arrived at their destination, a refuge with which Zhao Li was intimately familiar, guided by his Dreambreaker ability. "Here we are. However, I wonder if I can refrain from entering. The power of that dream master is terrifying. Should their temper flare, we would all be doomed." The woman halted outside the refuge, reluctant to proceed, but there was no possibility of retreat. "Bring her inside," Zhao Li commanded as he prepared to enter the refuge, a repurposed air raid shelter, its entrance sealed tight by stones, making entry no simple feat. "Boss, shall we dig this open?" inquired the short man. "No need for you. Leave it to me." Zhao Li's hands began to radiate with resplendent colors, dispelling all obstacles in his path. "You can't drag me in. I refuse to go," the woman protested. But her resistance proved futile against the strength of several burly men who forcibly led her inside. The refuge was desolate, devoid of any vitality, enveloped in a thick layer of dust, without even a thread of spider silk. In the center lay a female corpse, and at that moment, Zhao Li's memories surged back with clarity. This was the mother of Feimu, the very dream master of this realm. She was already deceased. Zhao Li felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over him as he gradually sat beside the corpse. Memories flooded his mind, while the body before him began to decay rapidly. As the dream breaker continued to claim authority within the dream, the short man and the others suddenly sensed their forms fading, becoming increasingly ephemeral. Have you succeeded? The woman inquired, rising to her feet. No, not at all. Everything here belongs to me, Zhao Li declared, standing tall. The dream master was his mother, and with her death, he possessed the highest claim to the dream's dominion. In a swift motion, he seized the woman's head, and the power of the dream master manifested palpably, akin to a divine shadow. With a single grasp, he crushed her skull, capturing her dream in the process. The dreams merged, the realm of Feimu's mother, Zhao Li's own dream, and that of the woman coalesced into a singular dreamscape, comparable in size to a world. With complete mastery over the dream, Zhao Li took a step forward, departing from this dream world and emerging into another realm. This new place remained within the confines of a dream. The reason was simple. Zhao Li utilized his dream-weaving authority to conjure a teacup filled to the brim with tea. In reality, this power was but an illusion, yet within the dream, it embodied divine strength. He found himself in a medieval dreamscape, standing amidst a vast farmland. Discarding the cup, it shattered upon the ground, taking the tea with it into oblivion. As he meandered through the fields, his attire gradually transformed into that of a medieval noble. "Good day, my lord," greeted the farmers laboring in the fields, their spirits lifted despite Zhao Li's indifference. "What is the name of this place?" At this moment, Zhao Li, clad in knightly armor and mounted upon a majestic steed, inquired of a young child. "This is the Fane Castle, the esteemed domain of the renowned Viscount Fane," the child replied. "Very well, take this and procure something to eat." Zhao Li produced a large copper coin from his pocket and tossed it to the child before riding onward. Within this realm resided many individuals possessing dream seeds. Their existence intertwined with the dreams of others, a fact that was strikingly evident. For when Zhao Li's dream shatterer engaged with the dream of the Mother of the Wood, he inadvertently acquired a fragment of authority over this dream world. It was an era of chivalry, where every individual had the potential to cultivate battle energy. From the Mother of the Wood, Zhao Li had gleaned the methods of refining battle energy, along with memories and the prowess of a mid-level knight. It is essential to understand that those who first enter this dream realm lack the capacity for cultivation. Only the next generation or those granted permission by the Dream Master may engage in such practices. Otherwise, all is mere folly. For an outsider, it would be fortunate indeed if the Dream Master did not exploit the rules of the dream to eliminate the intruder and seize their dream seed to expand their own dream world. Chapter 97. Lord Finn. In the very heart of the castle, Zhao Li encountered the frail and aged Lord Finn, with a head full of white hair. The venerable lord struggled to lift his gaze towards Zhao Li. His murky eyes and withered hands were a testament to the ravages of time. "Even for one of such high standing as a knight, you resemble her so much. You and your mother are strikingly alike," the lord remarked, rising with great effort and, with the assistance of his servants, approaching Zhao Li. He extended his trembling right hand to gently caress Zhao Li's cheek. "Who are you?" Zhao Li inquired, gazing at the aged man before him. Though formidable in his youth, Lord Finn had now succumbed to the frailty of old age, akin to a worn-out piece of hardware. Unable to wield much strength. "I am Finn, your grandfather. Though your mother has not returned, I understand her struggles. Do not worry, from this moment onward, we are family. You must live well," Finn said, patting Zhao Li's shoulder. Despite his hunched form, Finn stood at an equal height with Zhao Li, making it hard to imagine how invincible he must have been in his prime. "She's already dead," Zhao Li declared. "What? Dead?" The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Alas, we must look forward. Your dream seed should have arrived by now, correct?" With that, the elderly Finn began to turn away. "Is there something you wish to say?" Zhao Li asked. "You cannot retain the dream seed. Fortunately, even without it, you can still live. In a few days, someone will come to collect your dream seed," the old lord replied before lapsing into silence. Slowly departing with the aid of his attendants, Zhao Li felt a sense of urgency. He could no longer remain there and swiftly rode his horse towards the castle's exit. Indeed, this young man mirrored his mother in his aloof demeanor. Reflecting on this, old Finn felt a twinge of comfort. He too had once been fearless in his youth. Time had not only ravaged his body, but had also dulled his spirit. Standing atop the castle's highest bell tower, Lord Finn watched Zhao Li depart, letting out a heavy sigh. Go on, go on. It is better to leave, even in death, than to linger here, growing old." The possessor of a dream seed must be a person of reality, and those born of the union between reality and the dream world remain dreamers. Without a dream seed, survival could only be tethered to the realm of dreams. Lord Finn was well aware of Zhao Li's condition. His cherished daughter had given birth to him with a pure-blooded noble, which was the only reason a being like Zhao Li with a dream seed could exist. In this dream realm, only those of noble rank could possess such a seed, the reason for which was abundantly clear. "Are the knights prepared?" Finn inquired. Baron Phylong has already taken his men, including 15 low-ranking knights under his command. The old steward reported. Do not let any details slip. Ensure that those ruffians are dealt with decisively. Finn's demeanor turned fierce, a glint of ruthlessness shining in his murky eyes. Yes. The steward bowed deeply in response. Ensure that Phylong protects Feimu well. We cannot afford to lose anyone else. Fine declared. Phylong is. The old steward responded affirmatively. In contrast, Zhao Li, who had already fled a considerable distance, sensed the impending threat nearby. Suddenly, a colossal crossbow bolt emerged from the ground, prompting Zhao Li to hastily roll off his horse. The bolt, propelled by a fierce gust, sent the horse soaring several meters away, rendering it lifeless. A group of individuals clad in black bodysuits surged forth from the fields. One of them uttering the command, kill. Instantly, they charged forward. With a swift motion of his wrist, Zhao Li conjured an ornate long sword into his grasp. Bailu. A surge of battle energy erupted from the blade, cleaving two of the advancing assailants in half. Thunderous gun, exclaimed one of the black-clad figures, producing a grimy short firearm from his pocket. A thunderous blast erupted as the weapon detonated, leaving the wielder grievously injured. I was expecting something more formidable, instead. It's just a wretched flintlock. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of firearms. Zhao Li's right hand shimmered with light as a shotgun materialized. A single shot sent one of the assailants flying, shattering his meager battle aura in the process. I believe it would be prudent for you not to seek me out, for this is decidedly unwise. Zhao Li chuckled as he unleashed a barrage of shots from the shotgun, causing several black-clad figures to collapse. Nightmare of dreams. One of the assailants produced a blood talisman, biting his finger to activate it before slamming it onto the ground. The earth beneath them shimmered with illusory energy. As all the black-clad figures were engulfed by a swirling mass of dark vapor, devoured by the blood talisman, the entire realm trembled as a horned black demon manifested in the air. Nightmare. The demon incessantly intoned the word, leaving Zhao Li in a state of bewilderment. Curse you. Zhao Li retorted, as he clenched his right hand, momentarily compressing the demon into a nebulous form, only for it to revert to its original state. Nightmare. 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 Do you truly believe you can best me? Zhao Li summoned an extraordinary ram-headed mask, an artifact known as the sheep mask. One of the few items permitted within the simulation. Once donned, an enigmatic divine aura began to radiate, calming the entire dreamscape. As a divine entity, Zhao Li's essence transcended all, and the artifact exuded a celestial presence, effortlessly subduing the illusory realm. The overwhelming energy sent ripples through the distant dream master of the old dream, who found herself shaken by the sheer force. In that moment, the dreamscape slipped from her grasp, or perhaps she simply lacked the strength to control it any further. Face of fear. The nightmare, which had never known the essence of fear, was suddenly engulfed by its taste for the very first time. An infinite dread unfurled from the depths of its heart, causing its entire form to tremble involuntarily. The nightmare found itself suspended in the air, utterly immobilized, as the spread of terror intensified. This was the horror of the sheep-faced entity. Although it was a uniquely extraordinary existence among divine artifacts, it was not particularly esteemed by the gods and possessed certain flaws. Yet for any living being, it represented an unparalleled weapon of destruction, dominating all entities beneath the divine tier of existence. As the fear surged, the once floating nightmare now lay prostrate upon the ground. What had previously been its sustenance had transformed into a lethal threat. Lying there, the nightmare lacked even the courage to raise its gaze towards Zhao Li, the masked man who had become its eternal torment. Under the immense pressure of terror, the nightmare erupted, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 98. The power of the sheep's face. How audacious, even the petty dares to challenge me. Zhao Li gazed upon the desolate landscape that had once thrived with life, now reduced to a barren wasteland. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, drawing near with a sense of urgency. Accompanying this was an aura of impending doom, as a cadre of armored knights approached on horseback. Leading them was a knight adorned in distinctive noble armor, wielding an exquisite sword befitting his lineage. He was indeed a noble knight, one of aristocratic blood. Perhaps due to the influence of the Dream Master, all knights of noble descent invariably reached the status of at least a high-ranking knight, with the potential to ascend to great knights, epic knights, or even legendary knights. Fei Muzi, I am Baron Feilong, and Lord Feian has entrusted me with a message for you. He supports your choice wholeheartedly. You are free to act as you wish, for he stands firmly behind you. The middle-aged man declared, retrieving a small wooden box from his cloak and tossing it to Zhao Li. Inside lies our family's ancestral battle technique, the clear fire technique. It is sufficient to elevate you to the status of a legendary knight. Furthermore, your swift acceptance by Lord Feian is a source of envy for me. I hope you do not create too much trouble for him. Although these 35 low-ranking knights trained by our family may not seem many, they are a token of my respect for you. There is no need for conversation, as we are not well acquainted. With that, Baron Fei Long turned his steed and departed, leaving the 35 knights behind. Masked. Zhao Li watched as Baron Fei Long rode away, unsure of what to say. Perhaps it was best to leave it be. The Baron appeared quite stoic. A man unlikely to attract affection, yet he possessed a remarkable capacity for self-reliance. With this thought, Zhao Li refrained from further speech. Are you all following me? Zhao Li inquired of the knights. Indeed. They replied in unison. Very well, then let us be on our way, Zhao Li announced, approaching the fallen horse. He extended his left hand over the corpse, channeling vibrant energy into it, causing the gaping wound in its belly to vanish, and the horse sprang back to life. The knights, though astonished by this miraculous event, remained silent, sharing a tacit understanding. Zhao Li mounted his horse, securing the shotgun to his back, a tangible weapon that proved quite effective and thus was worth retaining. Let us depart, the masked Zhao Li proclaimed, setting off in the direction indicated by the Dream Weaver's guidance, towards the distant Dream City. Within Dream City, the Dream Master sensed an unprecedented threat. This place feels quite agreeable, Zhao Li mused as he rode, observing the bountiful lands of Lord Feion. Are you all knights nurtured by the Fei family? Zhao Li inquired. Indeed, we are all sworn knights of Baron Fei Long, and we now serve under your command. A venerable knight stepped forward with authority. And what of your wives and children, should you venture far with me? Zhao Li asked. As knights of the family, our lives are devoted to our lineage. Thus, we shall serve you faithfully. The family shall ensure the care of our parents and children, alleviating us of any financial concerns, the knight responded. How many years have you served your family? Zhao Li inquired. It has been 48 years, the old knight reminisced. During a famine in my youth. At the tender age of 8, I fled with my father to the domain of the Earl of Fane. My modest talents allowed me to be taken in. And since then, I have devoted myself to safeguarding the family and its lands, now merely a mid-ranking knight. His recollections were tinged with a sense of melancholy. The dream of returning home felt distant, requiring at least a month of travel. Zhao Li, mounted upon his steed, took in the scenery along the way. The Earl of Fane was among the most esteemed figures in the entire realm. Despite his relatively low rank, his connections were vast, and many would willingly show him deference. As the group hastily departed the Earl's territory, they finally arrived at the lands of Duke Huion. According to the old knight, the Duke had a notoriously foul temper and was exceptionally irritable. The taxes imposed on his domain were exorbitant, allowing only a select few to thrive. Upon entering the territory, they encountered a patrol of cavalry. The reason for their distinction from knights was simple. Within the Duke's lands, only those of noble blood could be knights. The rest were relegated to menial tasks, with no hope of ascending to knighthood. The cavalrymen, upon noticing Zhao Li and his companions clad in knightly attire, were filled with admiration. It was well known that knights were of a far superior standing compared to mere cavalrymen, who were considered a lower echelon of military service. Pray tell, what brings such esteemed knights from afar? Inquired the captain of the cavalry, approaching on horseback. This is the young master of the Fei family, passing through. There is no need to disturb your lord, the old knight replied. Very well, proceed, the captain replied, but he still sent word to notify his superiors. For even as a captain, his position could be precarious. Shortly thereafter, a formidable contingent of cavalry appeared, numbering over 800. All the knights raised their lances, and the notion of fear was almost laughable. Even with only 35 knights, they could easily contend with a force of 2,000 cavalrymen. While the claim of defeating 100 foes might be exaggerated, vanquishing 30 or 50 was certainly within their capability. Dream Essence. Eliminate him. Commanded a young noble clad in armor, sensing the power of the Dream Essence and ordering the 800 cavalry to charge. Yet, the old steward beside him paled at the implications. Firstly, the Duke Huion and the Earl of Fane were kin. Secondly, while the Duke's influence had waned in recent years, the Earl's power had rapidly expanded. Lastly, the group before him consisted entirely of knights, led by a mid-ranking knight, exuding an enigmatic aura. The 800 common cavalrymen would likely prove ineffective against such formidable foes. Hold on, cautioned the old steward beside the noble youth. You, old fool, I am in command here. Seize them. Once I become a duke, all will be rewarded. The youth wore an expression of sheer excitement, for the Lord of Dreams, the sovereign of the entire Dream Kingdom, had proclaimed that capturing an individual possessing a dream seed would result in the bestowal of a dukedom. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. His elderly disposition, akin to a cold, hard brick of a dilapidated lavatory, had relegated him to this remote locale simply because he was not a pure-blood heir. What a wretched old scoundrel. All knights, form ranks, commanded the seasoned knight as he raised a battle standard, prompting the knights to align themselves in 3 rows. The banner emitted a faint crimson glow, exuding an aura of martial spirit. In unison, the knights raised their voices, their forms enveloped in a subtle, earthy-hued energy shield. They charged forth to confront the 800 cavalry thundering towards them. Chapter 99. Witnessing the death of the Lord. The clash between the two sides was inevitable, resulting in all the cavalry sprawled upon the ground, leaving only the elderly steward and a bewildered young nobleman, a mere weakling of a lowly knight. What do you intend to do? I am a scion of Duke Huion, the Baron of Huize. You cannot kill me. I am of noble blood. Should you slay us, your entire family would meet a tragic end, exclaimed the noble youth. Oh, and what of me? Jali approached on horseback, unleashing the battle aura that crushed the noble's steed, causing Huize to fall helplessly to the ground, where the old steward assisted him to rise. This young lord. My baron is unversed in etiquette. I implore you to spare him this once, and we shall offer you 100,000 gold coins, the steward proposed. Fighting in this dreamlike realm was commonplace, merely a game of the nobility. The price for a baron's life was 100,000 gold coins. For a viscount, it was 1 million, a count 10 million, and for a marquis, 50 million. As for a duke, that was utterly unattainable. They were the pinnacle of nobility, and even if encountered, one could only avoid them. Capturing a duke meant certain death. The value of a knight was contingent upon their individual worth. Generally, the younger and more powerful they were, the more valuable. 100,000 gold coins? Zhao Li inquired. 15 million. The steward, fearing Zhao Li's dissatisfaction, hastily added 5,000 more. This was no longer merely a matter of wealth. Zhao Li believed this could not possibly be the duke's intention, and he leaned down to question the steward. Absolutely not. This is merely the baron's desire. His actions do not reflect the will of the duke. The steward, a mere sycophant, promptly revealed the truth, aligning himself with the Hu family. Very well. Zhao Li dismounted, drawing his shotgun and firing a shot that struck the noble youth squarely in the head. The headless corpse fell beside the steward, who collapsed to the ground in shock. It was over. Everything had come to an end. As a steward, he had become utterly useless, rendered inconsequential to the Hu family. A month after Zhao Li departed, the elderly steward was apprehended by a cadre of high-ranking knights and brought to the duke's castle, before an aged man with flowing white hair. The steward trembled as he knelt. My lord. He buried his head in the ground, speaking with reverence and humility. Dead? Came a languid voice. Yes. The steward dared not raise his gaze, responding meekly. How did he perish? Slain by young Master Feimu. The steward replied. Did you convey my regards? I mentioned the ransom. Not that matter. The ancient voice grew impatient. I was unaware. Were you unable to represent me in sending greetings to Viscount Fiend? Could you not arrange for him to visit me? The duke's anger flared. His bronze brazier crumpled in his grasp. I was remiss. I beseech you for death. Death is indeed a most merciful reward in my presence. You say young Master Feimu possesses a dream seed? Indeed. And he is a mid-level knight? Yes. That is indeed puzzling. Logically, a dream seed should not coexist with an individual possessing martial prowess. How peculiar. Very well, let it be as it is. You may meet your demise. My heartfelt gratitude for your grace. With that, the old steward was escorted away by a pair of guards and at a gallows. He met his end. His life as a servant concluded with a swift kick of his legs. Hueha! The duke exclaimed. Father! An ordinary man exuding dream seeds emerged from the crowd. Despite lacking martial cultivation, he commanded the respect of all, for Hueha was of pure noble blood. Those who are not of noble descent can never comprehend the true significance of pure blood. It signifies survival even in the shattering of a dream world. Such is its power. This is precisely why the nobility has pursued pure blood for countless ages. Moreover, there exists the Dream Master, who collects dream seeds to perpetually expand their dream realm. As a reward, the Dream Master would not bestow a mere trifle. In name, they grant the Duke honor. And in strength, they provide an unobstructed path to becoming a legendary knight, extending one's lifespan to 1,000,000 years, equivalent to the lifespans of 10 legendary knights. Who would have thought that old curmudgeon, Finn, had actually produced a pure-blood offspring? It appears he has been scheming for quite some time. The Duke felt a surge of excitement. After living for so long, life had begun to feel trivial, but now, a challenge had emerged. How delightful. Hueha, take the Soul Hunter. Metamorph, Leopard Slayer, and Yellow Howl nightly orders to follow Feimu's troops. Should he encounter danger, lend him your assistance, the Duke instructed. Father, why is that? Hueha asked, perplexed. Those 4 nightly orders consist entirely of knights, numbering a formidable 48,000, a considerable force. There seems no justification for such a deployment. You will understand in due time. Do not concern yourself with the details. The Duke replied impatiently, and Hueha dared not inquire further. After more than 3 months, Zhao Li finally arrived at the heart of this dream realm, the dream capital. Let us take a moment to recuperate, the old knight commanded, allowing the group to dismount and rest, for the dream capital was governed with utmost rigor. However, during their organization, A throng of black-armored knights surged forth from within the dream capital, all of high-ranking knightly caliber. Behind the black-armored knights, a cadre of golden-armored knights escorted a woman clad in a white robe, who immediately spotted Zhao Li. The woman, adorned with a ram-headed mask, commanded, "Bring him to me." At once, the black knights surrounded the group, their power utterly overwhelming, rendering them motionless. Zhao Li calmly approached on horseback. "Is it you?" the woman inquired. Seated upon a palanquin, gazing at Zhao Li. "Indeed," Zhao Li replied, for he had now mastered the power bestowed by the mask, a skill honed over months. The woman's seething anger was swiftly diffused by the mask, never reaching a critical point, and instead, a hint of fondness emerged for Zhao Li. "Whose offspring are you?" the woman asked. "Me? I suppose I am a descendant of Baron Finn." Zhao Li responded. "I understand now. You must be the offspring of that wretched woman, possessing the dream seed along with my martial prowess." Such audacity. The woman slammed her palm upon the table, ready to unleash her fury, yet found herself utterly incapable of doing so. "Sever him," commanded a nearby knight clad in gold armor, brandishing both sword and shield as he lunged forward, delivering a chilling blow to Zhao Li. Taken aback for a moment, Zhao Li's anger surged forth, shameless, to employ such treacherous tactics. Just as he uttered these words, the sword of a golden-armored knight swept aside his visor, cleaving the faceplate of the knight's helmet clean away. The knights of the Fey family swiftly surged forth, seizing the opportunity to close the distance before their adversaries could properly form their ranks, striking with precision. Chapter 100. Shattered in the dream god. The combat prowess of a lowly knight pales in comparison to that of a high-ranking knight, resulting in an inevitable defeat for one side. The only individuals remaining here, apart from the black-armored knight, are Zhao Li and the mysterious woman. "You attempt to exert control over me, yet you are incapable. Your strength is insufficient," the woman declared, as she settled into her chair while the black-armored knight advanced towards Zhao Li. "Is that so? Come, witness for yourself." Zhao Li activated the soul mask. As the golden armor formed a part of the dream, the black-armored knight lacked a soul. However, the dream master before him possessed one. "What do you intend to do?" the woman inquired. "I sense your immense power. You must be the final layer of this dream. If I were to exit from here, would it lead me back to reality?" Zhao Li forcefully manipulated her soul, demanding answers. "Stop. I command you." "Indeed, you are correct. This is a dreamscape I crafted in reality. If you leave here, you shall return to the real world," she hastily replied, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, constrained by her own dream's authority. In this moment, she was merely a near-mythical knight, her power suppressed by the very realm she had created. "How do I escape?" Zhao Li asked. "I can release you. I am a formidable master of dreams, and my authority is absolute. Please, relinquish your divine powers." The woman, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, urged Zhao Li. "Never mind, I do not trust you," Zhao Li retorted, approaching her with a surge of colorful energy in his hand, manifesting a short dagger that radiated an extraordinary sheen. With a swift motion, he wielded the dagger and delivered a decisive blow. The innate ability of the Dream Breaker activated. The deceased Dream Master's form began to disintegrate, countless white particles of light scattering. However, under Zhao Li's influence, they began to coalesce in his grasp. As he absorbed the dream authority from her, Zhao Li's strength surged exponentially until he reached the level of a legendary knight. In the final moment, he ascended to the realm of the mythical knight. His own dream began to intertwine with this original dream, forging an entirely new domain. Zhao Li's figure became increasingly ephemeral, vanishing from the sight of the approaching Huiha. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly astonished. What manner of world was this? The ground was strewn with yellow sand, the sky devoid of any cover. Zhao Li's gaze fell upon an enormous entity, which could only be described as a god. As to why this was the case, do not inquire. It was simply the instinct of living beings. His eyes revealed a multitude of dreamlike scenes, and Zhao Li realized that the reality he inhabited was merely one bubble among countless others surrounding this divine being. A luminous shadow shifted before Zhao Li, ultimately transforming into his own likeness. "Greetings, I am the god of dreams and illusions. You are the first true being to emerge from the realm of falsehood," the shadow stated earnestly. "What do you mean?" Zhao Li queried. "You are a being that has emerged from the myriad dreams I have sculpted, or more accurately, a creature of the dream," the shadow replied, its form shifting and its voice slightly distorted. "Am I merely an illusion?" Zhao Li was perplexed. It seemed illogical for such bizarre occurrences to arise within a simulation. "I understand now. I am grateful for the gifts of the ancient deity," the light and shadow exclaimed joyfully, as it shattered and reformed amidst the yellow sands. "Do not concern yourself with these trivialities. You are indeed real now. Your presence has left an indelible mark upon this world. You are no longer Zhao Li. You are Fei Mu, a living being." Light and shadow pointed out Zhao Li's confusion. How can this be? This is merely a false simulation, Zhao Li confessed candidly. While you may have held the 3 live seal before as a mere illusion, upon its use, it transforms into reality. Everything bears a cost. Your fate has been inscribed with a price long ago, and someone has already placed a bid. Light and shadow flickered continuously, speaking with serene calmness. However, you are fortunate. I have purchased your fate as Fei Mu from the ancient deity. Come, accompany me, it said, clearly thrilled by Zhao Li's transformation from non-existence to existence. Have I been sold without my knowledge? Zhao Li inquired. No. Light and shadow manifested a figure mirroring Zhao Li, as the yellow sands continuously coalesced. Let me explain. Deities and your kind are fundamentally different. Your existence is sanctioned by the ancient deity, and everything about you belongs to it. Not only your essence, but even your fate and karma have been bestowed upon you by the ancient deity. Thus you are merely a subordinate product of its will. The other Zhao Li sat upon a throne fashioned from yellow sands, incessantly imparting information. A subordinate product? Zhao Li expressed surprise. You are Fei Mu. And the product is Zhao Li, as per the descriptions in your mind. Otherwise, I fear I may fail to convey my thoughts clearly. Yet, your vocabulary is rather lacking. In any case, from now on, you shall accompany me. I shall feast while you enjoy the broth. The false Zhao Li declared. The environment here is dreadful. Grass. The yellow sands continued to sink, revealing fertile ground from which grass sprouted in abundance. Now, a grand palace. With a mere gesture, a palace rose majestically in the distance. And another city. Another modern metropolis emerged nearby. A flying dragon. A unicorn. An alpaca. Aha. How delightful. The false Zhao Li, feeling a bit overindulgent, withdrew its hand. Patting Zhao Li on the shoulder as the sheep's head mask lifted from Zhao Li's face and settled upon the false Zhao Li's. Quite intriguing. Though its utility is rather trivial, the false Zhao Li remarked. For the time being, live well here. I shall prepare materials for your ascension. This will elevate you directly to the status of an associated deity, enabling you to assist me. After speaking, the false Zhao Li transformed into a pool of yellow sand, vanishing from Zhao Li's sight, leaving behind only the sheep-headed mask upon the ground. The world spun around Zhao Li. The simulation has concluded. Please select a fixed talent. Dreamweaving Authority. This talent shall be retained. Current talents. Dreamweaving Authority, Supreme Law Deity, Fate as Calamity, Child of Light, Soul Shepherd, Golden Evolver. Special talent, Grace, Eternal Bond. This simulation has yielded the achievement, Encountering the Divine. Acquired a Starry token, which guarantees the acquisition of colored equipment or talents. All rewards may be brought into the simulation and also into reality, and upon opening, they will be preserved within the virtual space. Unlock. Obtain the special talent, Catastrophe of Attributes. The calamity of fate has vanished. The current talent level stands at 5. What on earth? Zhao Li felt deceived by this entity. Is this ancient deity unwell? If it does not grant me anything, so be it, but to take something away from me as well, can it not be resolved? Chapter 102. The underground civilization and their deities. The subterranean dwellers gazed at the protective shield encircling Zhao Li, striking it twice with their arms, only to discover its formidable strength. Curiosity etched across their faces, they reached out to touch it. Calling Angel Intelligence. Angel Intelligence at your service. Could you facilitate communication with the others? This function requires a connection to a Guardian-class battleship or higher. The current individual flyer is incapable of such. Then provide me with a translator. The translator will be deployed within 5 minutes. Shall we establish a spatial connection? Establish. Location confirmed. This will consume 15 turgas of energy. The individual flyer currently possesses 157,224 turgas and is activating the stellar energy device. Full recharge is anticipated in 3 months. A spatial portal materialized, from which a spherical translator emerged. Chirp, chirp, exclaimed the subterranean dweller. Translating translation. Outsider, prepare to die. Zhao Li was taken aback, bewildered by such a brazen demand. Thunderstrike. Lightning erupted from his hands, striking the subterranean dweller, who fell lifeless to the ground. How audacious. Zhao Li kicked the fallen figure, confirming its demise. From the dilapidated cavern, he discovered a rudimentary exit, a door fashioned from unknown stones and vines. Upon opening it, he found a narrow passageway, distinct from the blue glowing moss within the cave. The walls of this corridor were adorned with vibrant moss. Scattered subterranean inhabitants glanced at Zhao Li as they hurried past. Reaching the passage's end, a colossal golden statue loomed in an expansive cavern, radiating an extraordinary light. Zhao Li's golden evolver informed him that this statue, towering hundreds of meters high, was made of pure gold, remarkably pristine and imbued with a peculiar power. While he observed the statue, a strangely dressed subterranean dweller approached with a gathering of companions. Chirp, chirp, translating before the translation could be completed. The group brandished bone clubs and advanced menacingly. Gale force. Zhao Li exhaled with vigor, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the oncoming subterranean dwellers flying within the vast cavern, where the winds remained ferocious. One of the dwellers, adorned with what appeared to be a skull of its kin, began to rhythmically strike the ground with its bone club, initiating a dance. The spectacle was remarkably archaic. Spirit. Activating his soul shepherd talent, the spirits of the slain subterranean dwellers manifested, instilling a profound terror among the living. Kill. The spirits surged towards the dancing dweller, dazzling golden light enveloping them. The subterranean dweller's body transformed to gold, competing with Zhao Li's golden transformation. However, the spirit's impact seemed ineffective, as it appeared to sustain injury, its spiritual strength diminishing. What an intriguing phenomenon. Let us experiment with this. Zhao Li retrieved a silvery sphere from his pocket. X2 detection-type robot. The small sphere swiftly assembled into a towering angelic robot. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, wielding an iron spear forged through Zhao Li's golden magic. Command input. Eliminate the opponent. The robot gripped the spear and charged forward, thrusting it fiercely, causing green blood to spill from the adversary's right arm, corroding the spear slightly, while the robot remained unscathed, thanks to the superior quality of its materials. Once more, the robot swung the spear, only to collide with a bone staff covered in a thin golden membrane held by the opponent, which was forcefully repelled several meters back by the robot's sheer strength. Is this all there is to it? Zhao Li mused, observing the golden aura that enveloped the opponent. While it provided substantial protection against spiritual entities, it offered little defense against physical harm. Earth spikes. Sharp, pointed spikes shot forth, impaling the subterranean denizens present, leaving them suspended helplessly on the 2-meter-long spikes. Due to the low position of the giant, green blood trickled down to its feet. Amidst the radiance, Zhao Li perceived a stirring in the giant. Gripping the sword of the archangel tightly, his angelic armor enveloped him entirely. Indeed, the giant had awakened, its green eyes fixated intently on Zhao Li. Cross/. 2 slender waves of flame erupted, severing the giant's left arm. However, the retaliation came in the form of the giant's colossal right fist, imbued with an unusual energy. Leaving no option for evasion, Zhao Li could only brace himself for the impact. As the fist withdrew, he was forcefully thrust into the ground, but he soon took flight. The power of the earth. The supreme deity's earth-based might began to manifest, causing the cavern to collapse as an enormous rocky hand pressed down upon the giant. Behold the sword. Zhao Li swung his weapon, cleaving the opponent's skull open to reveal a small fruit pulsating with green light. He plucked the fruit, rendering the giant powerless, leading to the entire cavern's collapse with a resounding crash, leaving Zhao Li trapped in a confined space. Water serpent. His form gradually became translucent, slithering through crevices towards the golden giant, coiling around one of its fingers, enveloping the entirety of the giant's body. The severed arm of the golden giant integrated into Zhao Li's being, causing the golden giant to awaken once more, this time under Zhao Li's control. Raising his hand, he found it impossible to move. The collapse was absolute. The only option left was to transform and escape, or utilize his spatial abilities to reach the surface. With this thought, Zhao Li transformed into a massive golden python, weaving through the earth while consuming the descending strange fruits. In the midst of his traversal, he finally arrived at an expansive underground canyon, where a faint glow hinted at unknown dangers. Compressing his form, he ultimately reverted to his human shape, clutching the fruit and harnessing energy to envelop and absorb its inner essence. The Archangel engine activated. High-energy materials detected. Commencing energy replenishment for the angelic form. The fruit continuously diminishes in size, its internal energy and the knowledge it carries flowing into Zhao Li's being. This is the golden divine fruit, born from the golden divine tree. After undergoing relentless growth, it generates a copious amount of gold, subsequently taking on various forms conducive to its maturation. Eventually, the fruit begins to attain a semblance of consciousness, culminating in the awakening of the knowledge necessary for its transformation into a golden divine tree. Only then does a new golden divine tree come into existence. This particular golden divine fruit is safeguarded by the subterranean dwellers, who simultaneously derive from it some extraordinary abilities, thus venerating it as a deity. Yet, this fruit is merely of the 3rd tier. Should its golden mass be somewhat smaller, any passerby could easily crush it. Upon absorbing the golden divine fruit, Zhao Li acquires a fragment of the inherited knowledge, primarily concerning the applications of gold. Regrettably, such applications are of a lesser efficacy compared to those wielded by gold evolutionists. Chapter 103, The Opportunity to Ascend to Divinity. What is this divine fruit like? An ancient consciousness permeated Zhao Li's mind. Not bad. Just as Zhao Li was about to elaborate, he brandished his sword toward the source of the consciousness, and a colossal figure, towering 5 meters high, emerged as if propped against the wall, resembling a gigantic troglodyte. Fear not, I harbor no ill intent. You are an outsider deity, are you not? If you wish to acquire the divine power of the golden divine tree, then I shall be your most loyal ally. Transmitted the consciousness of the figure. What do you mean? Zhali inquired. Behold for yourself. The consciousness responded, and then the figure cast forth a blue root. As Zhali grasped it, a multitude of information began to materialize. The golden divine tree is an extraterrestrial plant, birthed within the domain of wisdom, harboring an exceptionally potent divine power. Acquiring this power could potentially enable one to attain a demigod form. Each year, the golden divine tree bears 5 divine fruits, after which it enters a 3-day slumber. The wisdom-infused divine power is sealed within the heart of the golden divine tree, whose strength is commensurate with that of a demigod. What use is this information to me? Though I have not encountered many demigods, I am aware that such strength is beyond both of us combined, Zhali remarked. I have consumed 27 golden divine fruits, which has allowed me to ascend to my current level, a state I refer to as the realm of ascendancy, the troglodyte's consciousness conveyed. Very well, what do you propose? Zhali pondered. The giant before him appeared to possess the strength of a 9th-tier being, yet his abilities were lacking, and even his physique was quite frail. He would likely struggle against even a moderately powerful 8th-tier opponent. It was difficult to envision how he would fare before the legendary otherworldly lord. Would he receive a gaze akin to that directed at the troglodyte? Perhaps so. My subordinates are nearing readiness with the otherworldly beasts. Once the next slumber period arrives, we shall act. During this interval, we must remain concealed, avoiding any descent below 100,000 meters, lest we be discovered. Once the consciousness had relayed this, the troglodyte turned and retreated into the shadows. Angel intelligence. Here. Recovering robots. Currently in the process of retrieval, are there any weapons of mass destruction? In the absence of battleship-grade aerial weaponry, the blazing giant sword can achieve planetary destruction levels. Permissions activated. Energize it for me. Planetary destruction requires 170 billion Tigas. Establishing stellar energy conduit. Estimated charging time, 300 years. Damn. Deploy the personal aerial vehicle armory for me to inspect. Light energy cannon, fitted within personal aerial vehicles. Consuming 100 Tigas per use. Angel flight accelerator, increases the speed of angelic flight by 2 to 10 times. Angel reserve battle armor, identical to angelic battle armor. Angel war mech, suitable for large-scale warfare mechs. Equipped with excellent self-repair capabilities and an independent dark energy engine, Vettel's angel wings, the angelic wings of the great angel Vettel. Capable of harnessing energy to create a multitude of angelic robots, ideal for prolonged survival and warfare consumption. But what of weaponry? The currently equipped Great Angel Sword and Flame Greatsword are exceedingly exceptional weapons. Deploy the Angel War Mech and Vettel's Angel Wings. Current location confirmed, deployment in progress. Zhali's form transformed into a fluid, seeping through the earth towards the surface, emerging in a desolate expanse reminiscent of a cactus-laden wasteland. This could be deemed an oasis amidst the desert, as there exists a modest spring nestled within a pit, shielded from the harsh winds and direct sunlight, thus providing a source of water. Utilizing water magic to extract moisture and absorb it into his body proved to be the optimal method of hydration. Direct consumption posed significant risks. By extracting water and allowing it to permeate through the skin, he not only nourished his dermis but also effectively alleviated his thirst. Although beings of the 9th tier possess great power, it does not imply that they can indefinitely forego sustenance. Doing so would undoubtedly lead to demise. A silver mech descended from the heavens, accompanied by a cylindrical apparatus. The cylindrical device continuously morphed, unfolding into the shape of angelic wings, from which several small robots detached and began burrowing into the ground, vanishing from sight. Angel War Mech weapons, plasma cannon, energy shield, gravity controller, flight kinetic engine, cutting claws. Laser cannon. Energy, 100,000 Tigas, 10 Tigas S. Description, a highly cost-effective mech for the Angel Legion, operable through remote control by angelic intelligence. Angelic intelligence. Take control of the mech and monitor the nearby hazardous entities. Acknowledged. Initiating the Angel Mech's single-unit patrol robots. 10 small spheres descended from the mech, transforming into silver insects soaring through the sky, entering an optical cloaking state under Zhao Li's observation. Special simulation commencing. Selecting the real-world Xingjia located within the void. With a maximum threshold of 5th tier strength, assessing the spirit and martial world will generate grade of blue tier items and talents. Simulation in progress. This simulation allows for the selection of talents, Soul Seed, blue and unknown blue form of Soul Seed, which will facilitate a breakthrough to the 5th tier with great ease. Lonely Pride, white a life marked by solitude, with no kin in sight. Homebuddy Soul, green often reluctant to venture outside, yet unexpected opportunities may come knocking. Though most are mere chances. Brute, white, your intellect is limited, disinclined to ponder deeply. Your physique is extraordinary, living life with a defiant spirit. Ghostly delicacy, gray, your flavor is exquisitely delightful, favored by all specters. If one were to be consumed by a ghost, it would undoubtedly be you, without exception. This talent requires the selection of 3 essential attributes. The inherent talents cannot be carried over. It is quite straightforward. The talent of ghostly feast is absolutely to be avoided. And furthermore, the rashness talent significantly impacts simulation, thereby leading to excessive clarity. The soul types are soul of the spirit, spirit of purity, and soul of the home. May I inquire whether the special mark, 3 lives seal, is to be utilized? It shall not be employed. The specter is perhaps unaware of the unforeseen consequences of using the 3 lives seal. The last time it was employed, it truly instilled terror in Zhao Li. In the first year, you were born safely into a wealthy family, and after a medical assessment, it was determined that you possess an exceptionally remarkable soul type. Your father named you Qiao Zhenbei. In the second year, during a mission, your father sacrificed his life in the line of duty, leading to a decline in your family's fortune. In the third year, your family relocated from the city center to the outskirts, and your grandmother was not particularly fond of your mother. In the fourth year, your soul type began to awaken, and the surge of soul energy rendered you drowsy, extending your hours of sleep. In the fifth year, your condition of excessive sleepiness became increasingly severe, often causing you to doze off mid-meal. Your mother, deeply concerned, sought help from your grandmother. After consulting a physician, it was determined that your soul type was developing too rapidly for your body to handle such overwhelming soul energy, and thus, it was simply sealed. In the sixth year, you commenced your primary education, where tales of the greatness of soul practitioners were recounted, and you too aspired to become one. In the seventh year, due to another unforeseen event, a soul practitioner perished in your vicinity, and a malevolent spirit emerged from their corpse, devouring half of your classmates. Fortunately, a soul practitioner arrived just in time. In the eighth year, you transferred to a new school, moving with your mother to a different city. In the ninth year, your mother remarried, and your stepfather treated you poorly, prompting thoughts of running away from home. Chapter 104. The Rampant Spirits. In the ninth year, you played truant, escaping from the affluent district to the impoverished one. There, you were taken in by a kind family preparing to leave the city, liberating you from a place that had long disappointed you. In the 10th year, you adopted the name Liu Jinbei and successfully enrolled in the Keojezu Middle School. Your adoptive siblings, the Liu family, also thrived. Your sister, Liu Xiao, ascended to a regular high school, while your brother, Liu Xiaobei, joined you in middle school. In the 11th year, you devoted yourself diligently to your studies. By the 12th year, however, you began to indulge in self-indulgence. The 13th year saw you recommitting to your studies in preparation for examinations. In the 14th year, your soul essence manifested with remarkable strength, earning you a place at the first Soul Master School, while Liu Xiaobei was admitted to the second Soul Master School. In the 15th year, your extraordinary talent became evident as your soul essence began to materialize, culminating in the form of a severed hand. In the 16th year, this severed hand exhibited formidable spatial manipulation abilities, allowing you to advance to the first tier of Soul Masters. In the 17th year, you shone brightly in examinations, leading to your acceptance at Tianbei Academy. By the 18th year, you broke through to the second tier of Soul Masters and joined the Soul Master Association. In the 19th year, you discovered that this world harbored entities far more terrifying than mere spirits, the outer gods. In the 20th year, you became a member of the National Soul Master Bureau, where your spatial abilities proved exceptionally powerful. By the 21st year, you reached the third tier, and your soul essence revealed itself to be extraordinarily unique, possessing a significant damage enhancement to souls. In the 22nd year, through a twist of fate, you used your severed hand soul essence to unlock an ancient door, from which you and your teammates procured a golden divine fruit. Achievement unlocked. Encounter. In the 23rd year, the effects of the golden divine fruit were astonishing, prompting the authorities to initiate another opening. However, this time, fear loomed large as a tentacled creature surged forth from the portal, nearly immune to damage from soul essences. After incurring great costs, you managed to vanquish it. In the 24th year, research revealed that, following a host's demise, only a scant few soul essences dissipate into the world. The majority cling to the lingering desires of the deceased. Some advanced soul masters, before their death, exert their life force to extricate their soul essence, crafting a perfect soul artifact. In the 25th year, your soul essence erupted, propelling your strength to the fourth tier, while simultaneously your vitality dwindled at an alarming rate, leaving you with no more than 5 years to live. In the 26th year, faced with the specter of death, you sought refuge with the Church of Life, tenuously sustaining your existence through the sacred water of life. In the 27th year, you facilitated the Church of Life's rise. Despite its morally reprehensible practice of siphoning life force from other beings, though there was some repression against the Church, it was not particularly severe, suggesting that some may find it necessary. In the 28th year, you encountered Eros, whose soul essence took the form of a beam gun, a marvel of technology. In the 29th year, you wed Eros, and during your marriage, your soul essences erupted with formidable power, resulting in a profound spiritual injury to Eros. In the 30th year, the elixir of life gradually lost its efficacy. Hellas, having suffered damage to her soul, could only remain at the 3rd tier. While your strength ascended to the 5th tier soul master, reaching the pinnacle of the world, your reputation widespread and esteemed. In the 31st year, your mother sought to recognize you, yet you declined her acknowledgement. By the 32nd year, you welcomed your first child, who, like you, bore the mark of a severed hand. In the 33rd year, you found yourself on the brink of death. Utilizing a secret technique, you extracted your child's soul seed. In the dual severed hand soul seed reactivated the fractured golden portal. In the 34th year, you perished, crossing into the other side of the portal. This simulation has concluded. Please select your fixed talent. Soul seed. Will you replace it? No replacement. You have obtained a rare gift package. You have received a blue token. All shall be unveiled. You have acquired a disguise cloak, white, granting a faint layer of disguising power, and an item, the Mad Alchemist, a lunatic whose concoctions are a mystery to all. Perhaps it could elevate you to celestial heights. A gossamer cloak appeared in Zhao Li's hands, melding seamlessly with his angelic armor. In mere moments, Zhao Li's form twisted and vanished, only to reappear instantaneously. Clearly, this was an inconsequential piece of equipment, its white grade inferior to even a basic spell. In his right hand, he grasped a chip engraved with the image of the Mad Alchemist, another reward drawn from the token, usable in the next simulation or in reality. Upon activation, an impenetrable fog coalesced into a sphere, and when it dispersed, a colossal figure emerged, possessing 5 ears and 1 gray eye, while the other spun continuously. Oozing a brown liquid, a mechanical giant with dual arms. Light and shadow, such a wretched failure is utterly worthless. Towering over 3 meters. Its body seemed on the verge of collapse, yet exuded the aura of the 9th tier, prompting Zhao Li to regard this giant with caution. Your will is my command. The alchemist knelt, addressing Zhao Li with utmost respect. What will you do? Zhao Li inquired. At this, the gray eye gleamed with madness. I shall transform creatures. I can cultivate vast legions of beasts and biogiants for you, my master, and I will concoct various potions. The alchemist declared. Then demonstrate your abilities. I happen to require some. Zhao Li began, yet found himself at a loss for words. Cannon fodder. The alchemist interjected. Indeed, there lies my intellect. You may procure the materials from him. Zhao Li gestured towards the war mech not far away. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the single-person aircraft within the atmospheric layer. Though the combat capabilities of the single-person aircraft were modest, it provided comprehensive provisions. Safety was paramount on this perilous planet. At this moment, the wings of the Vettel Angel have undergone a transformation. After collecting metals from this planet, the wings have significantly enlarged, concurrently producing a multitude of small mining robots. A small vein of ore has been detected, and from this meager source, the wings of the Vettel Angel can utilize the internally stored data of angelic mechs and war machines to fabricate a plethora of combat units. There is no need for concern regarding the threat of sentient machinery. The angelic civilization possesses a unique angelic will, which not only prevents the brainwashing and deprogramming by external entities but also exerts absolute governance over controlling sentient minds. Thus, specific requests were articulated, leading to the extraction of several metallic beetles parasitizing within the ore vein. As for the subterranean dwellers, one must understand that their depths reach tens of thousands of meters. Current robotics are ill-equipped for such endeavors, and capturing surface dwellers is an impossibility. With only a single war mech at their disposal, the angelic intelligence possesses discernment, indicating that the only materials currently at hand are the 15 metallic beetles that have just been unearthed. Chapter 105. The Beetle Giant Upon Awakening. Zhao Li was met with a report from the Angel Intelligence regarding the current situation. The Vettel Angel wings had attained anti-gravity capabilities and boasted a Sentinel-class angelic robot, indeed a rather rudimentary model, as well as a multitude of mining robots. Furthermore, through visual imagery, Zhao Li observed the silhouette of a giant, even more imposing than the previously noted figure. Scanning revealed the following results. Beetle giant detection. Possesses a unique metallic skin, exhibiting strength comparable to that of a seraph, lacks the ability to fly, and is vulnerable to high-temperature damage. Danger assessment. Low, has it replicated itself? Zhao Li inquired with confusion. From a biological conceptual standpoint, indeed, replied the Angel Intelligence. Can I replicate? Zhao Li asked. According to the regulations of the royal authority, all angelic replication and resurrection require the approval of a royal angel. Any unauthorized actions will be subject to immediate judgment. The angel intelligence stated. Quite stringent, Zhao remarked. The birth of an angel is invariably accompanied by an angelic will, with the angelic gene pool recording everything, monitored and controlled by the Angel King's nebula system. Well, I'm not particularly concerned about these matters. Quickly, show me if there are any portals or the like. Shall we scan the entirety of the celestial body? Negative. Please specify the range. From the surface to 100,000 meters towards the Earth's core. Scanning in progress. Based on the simulation data, yesterday's projections were ominous. And this portal must surely lie upon this planet. After all, it involved the golden divine fruit and reality. This system had never failed him. It was exceedingly powerful and reliable. Although the identity of the orchestrator remained unknown, for Zhao Li, merely surviving was a significant blessing. Without the system, he would undoubtedly have perished, or worse, ended up a corpse like Xing Shaochen. As Zhao Li descended from the single-person flying craft onto the surface encampment, a herd of camels with horned heads approached from the distance. Are these creatures native to this place? Zhao Li queried. Indeed, the angel intelligence responded, simultaneously mobilizing war mechs towards the unicorn camel herd. Stop. Let Suatu attempt to engage. Let us see how his giant fares. Zhao Li commanded, halting the angel intelligence and addressing Suatu nearby. Suatu set down his various instruments and, after a respectful bow, issued a command for the beetle giant to advance towards the herd of camels. Upon observing the giant's approach, the herd erupted into a state of chaos. Fortunately, a golden camel stepped forward, and as it faced the giant, its horns suddenly emitted an energy burst that pierced through the giant's chest, leaving a small hole the size of a thumb. Fortunately, the giant's tough exterior allowed for rapid healing of the wound. With one hand seizing the camel's head, the other grasped its body, tearing it apart with brutal force. How savage. Bring him back. Let the robots capture one alive. Zhao Li commanded. Understood. Sodu respectfully declared, summoning the beetle giant through conscious control, while simultaneously a sleek silver robot emerged. A silver technological spear materialized in his hand, striking the herd of camels, rendering those within a 5-meter radius incapacitated and powerless to resist. As he relentlessly fired stunning projectiles, he ultimately captured all the camels, which brought great joy to Sotu. I recall that the angels possess biotechnological advancements, do they not? Zhao Li inquired of the intelligence. According to the angelic code, the use of any form of biological assault is strictly prohibited. The angelic intelligence emphasized. There are indeed numerous regulations. These are all yours. I expect to see more cannon fodder, rather than the dim-witted giants trailing behind you, Zhao Li remarked to Sotu, concurrently articulating his demands. Yes, Sotu replied, kneeling on one knee. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, his form began to descend, emerging within a more opulent cavern, adorned with simple garments and a bowl far superior to his previous surroundings. However, this was already at a depth of 100,000 meters. During his descent, he glimpsed several golden divine fruits, yet Zhao Li refrained from seizing them, as their effects were minimal for him. Without a substantial quantity, there would be little progress. Observing the slumbering cavern dwellers, Zhao Li's dark magical energy connected with their minds, incessantly altering their memories and dreams, a dream lasting a millennium. When the cavern dweller awakened, he found himself kneeling before Zhao Li. However, due to their anatomical structure, they could not articulate the language of Blue Star. Fortunately, they possessed a translator. Seated upon a golden throne of his own creation, Zhao Li regarded the kneeling cavern dweller, who held the translator. Please, recount the situation, Zhao Li commanded. I am a follower of H country, and along with other cavern dwellers, we serve the golden divine fruit of H. Where is the golden divine tree? It is said that the tree god has grown weary and has begun to slumber. Does he not only sleep after bearing fruit? Not necessarily, the tree goddess offspring. The golden divine fruits have proliferated, and the tree goddess power has been significantly diluted, necessitating rest for restoration. Do you know when he fell into slumber? At this mention, Zhao Li became alert, for the golden divine tree was indeed a treasure, and the capabilities of the tree god were exceedingly formidable. Although there were slight discrepancies in the accounts of the cavern dweller and the smaller one, they were largely consistent. The golden divine tree might truly possess demigod-level power. Even a demigod holds the capacity to eliminate a level 9 entity in an instant, save for a rare few extraordinary level 9s. By the oracle of the Lord of the Golden Divine Fruit, the tree god has been asleep for 1 month, and will not awaken in the next 2 months. Very well, you may enjoy a restful slumber. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Li caused the being to collapse into a deep sleep. The timing of their awakening left to fate. His figure began to descend slowly, feeling an intricate web of strange conscious energy woven around him. Fortunately, Zhao Li's skills were sufficient to navigate through it with ease. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Zhao Li ventured ever closer to the location of the golden divine tree. Along the way, he encountered two formidable golden divine fruits that sensed his presence, resulting in the emergence of two additional golden fruits in his grasp. Upon reaching the cavern that housed the golden divine tree, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The radiant golden light illuminated the entire cave, and although it stood merely 5 meters tall, it exuded an extraordinary brilliance. This was a veritable treasure, with the central trunk harboring an irresistible allure that beckoned all living beings. Zhao Li began to seep from the rocky walls, his form coalescing into being. Chapter 106. The portal. As Zhao Li emerged, the troglodytes dwelling within the cavern immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, ensnared by his dream magic, which had woven a unique realm, drawing all the troglodytes into its depths. The question of whether to release them rested solely upon Zhao Li's discretion. Gazing at the golden divine tree, Zhao Li hesitated to act, for the tree was enveloped within a 50-meter radius of consciousness. Any movement might awaken it. Thus, he remained still, observing intently. Amidst his scrutiny of a golden wall, he unearthed something amiss. Absorbing the gold revealed a shattered skeleton alongside a fully intact portal materializing before him. In this modest cavern, the skeleton's hands remained remarkably preserved, though its skull and leg bones lay shattered into fragments. Is this my own remains? Approaching, the two hands suddenly sprang forth, lunging at Zhao Li, a spirit of the departed. One hand seized the two severed limbs. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from shattering them, instead encasing them within a golden card. The supreme sorcerer is composed of card masters and mages. Using his magic, he controlled the skeleton, condensing it into a bone orb the size of a thumb. As for the portal, Zhao Li was equally intrigued. Initiating it from this location seemed unwise, so he uprooted it entirely, securing it within a space he had briefly conjured using spatial magic. He then hastily ascended to the surface, placing the portal upon the ground. Through meticulous observation and the scanning capabilities of angelic intelligence, he deduced that this was a dilapidated stone structure, yet such a notion seemed implausible. Master, could this perhaps be an altar? Inquired the being, a fusion of beetle and camel, studying the phenomenon alongside him. What do you mean? Often, lower-tier deities prefer to act through avatars. Typically, they embark via portals. However, for those exceedingly distant or exorbitantly costly, they may descend through specialized sacred altars. Continue. A sacred altar is established through the sacrifice of unique items from this world to acquire its coordinates, channeling the divine will through the special powers emanating from the offerings, allowing the deities to manifest upon the earthly realm. Thus, this object may not be a portal, but rather a sacred altar. Indeed, my master. Shall I attempt it? Producing the bone orb, he placed it upon the altar, yet it yielded no response. Zhao Li then retrieved a severed hand artifact, placing it atop the altar. The stone structure resembling a portal began to react, albeit faintly. With one hand resting upon it, magical energies surged forth, ultimately forming an exceedingly narrow passageway. Develop well here. I shall return shortly, Zhao Li declared before plunging into the portal, which promptly closed upon the cessation of energy supply, leaving behind one of his thighs. In disbelief, the being gazed on, and shortly thereafter, a mechanical figure placed the severed limb into a metallic box. On the other side, as Zhao emerged, all that remained was a pile of mangled flesh. In the astonished gaze of a group of archaeologists, the blood and meat continuously transformed back into their original forms. Supporting himself against the sacred altar, a sudden loud thud echoed as a wooden arrow struck the altar beside Zhao. We must leave quickly. This is undoubtedly a monster. Notify the beast hunting bureau at once. The old man was the first to flee, shouting as he ran. Soon, everyone else followed suit, leaving behind only a wounded female archaeologist and Zhao, whose gazes were locked together. The reason for this intense scrutiny was evident. The woman possessed 4 eyes. Surely, Zhao could not have 4 eyes. Dark magic, soul refinement. Although Zhao was unfamiliar with the soul-reading technique, he was adept at the more rudimentary practice of soul refinement. He forcefully extracted the woman's soul, beginning the process of its refinement, simultaneously uncovering her memories. It had been 7 millennia since the deaths at Xiao Town. During this time, most issues surrounding soul species had been resolved, leaving only a few remnants from ancient times that had become ultimate terrors, turning certain areas into forbidden zones. The rest transformed into soul vessels that benefited future generations. However, humanity in this world faced misfortune. Beasts had acquired the conditions for soul species generation thousands of years ago, leading to the rise of terrifying soul beasts. Upon death, these creatures left behind not soul vessels, but rather ferocious and cunning ghost beasts capable of attaching themselves to living bodies and replacing their souls. Once Zhao completed the refinement of the woman's soul, his essence morphed into a dark mist that melded into her body. After a brief adjustment, he found her legs unsteady and in need of repair, leading him to limp out. To the astonished eyes of hundreds, this female archaeologist emerged, seemingly miraculously intact. Zhao had absorbed all her memories and, endowed with the versatility of the supreme law god, seamlessly transformed into a passionate archaeologist named Xiaowei. The evaluation of this archaeologist's soul species was dismally low, classified as an F-grade teacup, indicating that aside from being slightly stronger than an average person, she held no combat value whatsoever. In fact, a regularly fit male would surpass Xiaowei in strength. Yet, Zhao remained indifferent. The teacup soul species had shattered when he extracted Xiaowei's essence. Zhao found himself in Xiaowei's home, or rather, it was now Zhao's residence. The 100-square-meter space was orderly, and Zhao reclined on the bed. After 7 days and nights of relentless examination, even he, with his iron constitution, felt wearied. At times, he yearned to unleash a powerful spell to obliterate his frustrations. Such annoyance was intolerable. Suddenly, the communicator chimed, revealing a message. "Darling, I heard you encountered an otherworldly evil. Would you like me to protect you? I've been working out diligently and can definitely safeguard you." The owner of this message, whether the original or Zhao, elicited the same response. "Get lost." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "No need." With 3 words uttered, Zhao reclined on his bed and closed his eyes. The Archangel engine could be activated, as could the Celestial Star Transformation technique. However, Zhao found himself unable to connect with the King of Angels and the angelic system. A revelation that was all too clear. It indicated a departure from the universe. Alas, at this moment, Zhao could only rely on his 9th-tier physique and various innate talents for survival, as the prospect of external assistance had vanished. As he shut his eyes to explore his surroundings, a wave of frustration washed over him. In the distance, atop a towering building, a whelp was peering at him through binoculars. The urge to eliminate him surged within, yet he opted to exercise restraint, choosing instead to investigate the nature of this world and to develop inconspicuously for the time being. All demigods aspiring to ascend to divinity require an immense foundation of energy and matter. Thus, in contrast to the belligerent deities, nearly all demigods are fervent invaders, often referred to as the extraterrestrial demons. Chapter 107. The box indifferent to the group surrounding him, Zhao commenced his search for pertinent information online. The data he sought was simultaneously relayed to the Beast Hunting Bureau's branch. The Bureau exercised utmost caution in dealing with such suspects, for if they were indeed otherworldly malevolences, these highly intelligent entities would undoubtedly possess formidable hidden strengths. It was imperative to thoroughly investigate their identities before proceeding with any actions. Mindless beings, akin to the Lord of Hatred, are formidable, but these are even more powerful. Mindlessness implies an enhanced capacity for destruction, making them ferocious in combat. Before long, Zhao discovered an item of significant interest. A beautifully antiqued long box appeared on his computer screen. The first relic of the exiled divine tomb, the flowing wood box description, as an artifact placed in the most esteemed location within the divine tomb. Its interior must harbor something precious. However, the box remained securely sealed. The exiled divine tomb was the very place Zhao had been transported to. Despite countless explorations, treasures still awaited discovery, earning it the title of the archaeologist's Pandora's box. This site occasionally harbored unexpected mechanisms, such as the great water serpent that had emerged from the tomb 3 centuries prior, transforming its location into a forbidden zone. Though Zhao had not scrutinized the tomb in detail, he was intrigued by the escaped great water serpent. Additionally, the Divine Tomb Museum housed 15 genuine artifacts. To the museum first, thought Xiaowei as she promptly rose from her bed and set off towards the museum in her soul-powered vehicle. This museum was a considerable distance from Xiaowei's home, at least several hundred kilometers away, located within the capital and boasting a high level of protection. After purchasing her ticket at the airport, several beast soul hunters boarded the same soul-powered airship, and news of their departure swiftly reached the capital. As Xiaowei contemplated her meal, a bizarre assortment of tools was presented before Zhao, and a man clad in a brown coat took a seat across from Xiaowei. By the standards of this world, he was quite handsome, his 4 eyes gleaming with intensity, and he possessed a tall, muscular physique. To Zhao, he merely appeared as an ordinary humanoid, or perhaps a monstrous entity. "Hello. I am Jiao He, an official from the Special Ecclesiastical Management Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet you." The man spoke with great elegance. Yet Xiaowei was disinclined to engage with him. "May I inquire about your understanding of the Wisdom Church?" The man continued, rummaging through a small bag to produce a blue crystal. "I have no interest in the Wisdom Church. Thank you, but goodbye," Xiaowei replied, attempting to leave. The man abruptly pressed the crystal into her left hand, and the crystal instantly sprouted 6 spikes that pierced her hand, causing blood to flow. The spikes retracted, and the crystal fell to the ground. Clutching her wound, Xiaowei watched as the man hastily retrieved a bandage to tend to her injury. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that this item would harm you. I am truly sorry. As he bandaged her, he surreptitiously took the crystal and attempted to make his exit. Xiaowei firmly grasped the arm of the other party as a force emblematic of calamity surged into him, causing him to hastily depart under her watchful gaze. The bandaged wound healed in an instant, and her heart, devoid of emotion, harbored a disdain for these intelligent beings, which, by the standards of human aesthetics, were quite unappealing. Upon reaching the capital, a man awaited her outside the airport, the very same individual who had sent her a message. To the tomb of God's museum, Xiaowei declared before taking her seat in the vehicle, the man eagerly following suit. Did you know that there was a robbery incident just before you came out? A man was stabbed 15 times by the assailants and has been rushed to the hospital. I doubt he will survive. The man exclaimed. Oh, Xiaowei replied, her expression unfazed as she gazed out the window. The walls here were composed of a symbiotic fungus, making them remarkably resilient. Once constructed, they would be nearly impossible to collapse, remaining stable for centuries, a subject worthy of study. After a moment's contemplation, the man bravely voiced his feelings. I like you, MM. I want to talk to you endlessly. Even if you respond with just a word or two, or not at all, I would be content. Oh, I understand you have feelings for me, but I do not reciprocate. You should give up. It is simply impossible for us, Xiaowei replied. At this juncture, her soul had perished, and perhaps during her living days, he might have had a glimmer of hope, but now it was utterly unattainable. The notion of a 9th-tier supermasculine entity falling for a being that did not meet his aesthetic standards was laughable. Even with your kindness towards me, my disposition cannot change. We are destined to remain apart, you know this. I know, I have known for a long time. Even after realizing you were merely using me, I could not let you go. It saddens me, and I feel lost. Hearing you speak to me still brings me joy, just as it always has. I am resigned to this. Perhaps this is my love for you. The man spoke with deep emotion. In bygone times, Xiaowei had also been indifferent to him. Yet she had never been so forthright. Now, with the truth laid bare, the man appeared unfazed. Then you should truly let go, Xiaowei insisted. Is it not possible for you to have feelings for me as well? He asked. Not at all, Xiaowei replied firmly. Then let us maintain our previous status. He quickly suggested. Very well, do as you wish. As Xiaowei, who was in truth Zhaoli, felt a twinge of sympathy for this man. She recognized that directly ending his life would not align with her moral standards. After all, Xiaowei was already dead. Once this journey concluded, he would come to understand her demise. After a while, they arrived at the museum, and once the man purchased the tickets, they proceeded inside. Xiaowei soon encountered the object that stirred her heart, the long box. She hurried towards it, surrounded by many onlookers, the box enveloped in a veil of translucent energy. Isn't it marvelous? Just a glance at this box is enough to captivate anyone, the man remarked. Nothing extraordinary. I am far more intrigued by what lies within, Xiaowei retorted. Xiaowei spoke, then donned a pair of sunglasses. With one hand, she directly plunged into the protective shield, and immediately her entire body squeezed through. Approaching the box, the energy was unable to penetrate the confines of the box, suggesting that its contents might be of immense value. Suddenly, alarms blared, and soul practitioners emerged from every corner. Xiaowei grasped the box, and in an instant, her form became ethereal, vanishing before the gaze of all present, leaving behind only the man shackled in place. Chapter 108, Simulation Task in a Remote Wilderness. Zhaoli exerted great effort to finally open the box. Inside lay a thin sheet of paper, its text pulsating with considerable energy. Although the contents were indecipherable, the vibrations conveyed a portion of meaning. To be precise, it suggested that a divine general had perished in battle, and a deity had erected a tomb for him, subsequently banishing him to the void. It cannot be said that there were no gains. Rather, it was devoid of any practical use. The general's demise bore no allure, and in death, he left behind nothing of value. The entire tomb could only attest to his existence through this solitary piece of paper. Alas, the paper was extraordinary, impervious to tearing, yet utterly useless. Disposing of it would be a pity, but retaining it might draw the deity's attention, potentially leading to the unearthing of his subordinate's grave, an outcome to be avoided at all costs. Taking a deep breath, Zhaoli resolved to embark on a simulation. Initiating the simulation. Entering the realm of authentic task simulations. Task 1. Break the seal of the stone statue, releasing the god of lies and deceit. Shadow. Oh, my charred three-legged octopus. I hadn't anticipated your emergence. How delightful. Task 2. Break the seal of cataclysm, releasing the god of war and calamity. Task 3. Summon the Dark Sovereign to descend upon the world. Task 4. Create chaos in the world, inflicting irreversible destruction. Task 5. Slay all children of destiny. Completing these tasks will yield abundant rewards. This time, the 3 live seal will be automatically employed. You may select no more than 5 talents from the following: White Tiger, blue; Heavenly Might, gold; Grave Robber, gold; Undead Skeleton, blue; Demigod Physique, gold; Immortal, gold; Crystal Blue Dream, purple; Tyrant, blue; Enigmatic Shadow, gold; Companion Beast, gold. Is there no direct introduction? An introduction will follow upon selection completion. Immortal, Companion Beast, Enigmatic Shadow, Demigod Physique, and Grave Robber. Contemplating this, Zhao Li hesitated between Heavenly Might and Grave Robber, ultimately opting for the latter. There was no particular reason. From the nature of this task, it seemed he was not destined to be a virtuous character. Immortal, you shall be reborn in blood, with eternal life. Companion Beast, your birth will attract a terrifying beast cub, with a power limit of the 9th tier. Enigmatic Shadow, though successfully ensnared, will fall under the control of the talent possessor. Failure renders the attempt void, with success dependent on strength. Demigod Physique, your power will ascend without limitations, allowing you to reach the demigod stage in a single leap. Grave Robber, naturally half undead. You possess the ability to sense the location of any deceased individual and awaken them to fight for you. Loading complete, consciousness intertwined, mastery of all languages attained. The corporeal form vanished from reality. Turning around, Zhao Li opened his eyes to behold a figure with crimson skin, who stumbled and fell to the ground before him. A monster. A woman's startled scream pierced the air, and a red-haired man rushed in, only to halt abruptly as a creature resembling a raccoon emerged behind him. In a flash of crimson light, the man's head rolled to Zhao Li's side, leaving the midwife fainted from sheer terror. The feline creature approached Zhao Li, gradually increasing in size until it lifted his naked form and swiftly dashed into the nearby forest. By the time others arrived, only a deranged midwife remained, alongside a barely breathing mother. Upon entering a cave, the cat bit its own paw and fed Zhao Li its black blood, fortifying his frail body. Due to his half-undead nature, his skin was not the customary hue of the living but rather a ghostly pallor, with coal-black eyes devoid of any emotional response. After a few shaky steps, he steadied himself against the wall. The cat lowered its head, a voice of submission echoing in Zhao Li's mind. Perched atop the now sizable feline, Zhao Li directed it toward a grave. The cat, harnessing its otherworldly powers, created a small opening in the tomb's entrance, just large enough for Zhao Li to crawl through. Inside, the scene diverged greatly from that of a typical burial site, revealing hundreds of sacrificial remains and unearthed skeletons. Dark energy surged into the bones, instantaneously animating hundreds of skeletal warriors, albeit in a rather pitiful state, missing limbs. Though the tomb contained a modest amount of gold and silver, it held little value for Zhao Li in his current weakened state. He needed time to grow stronger. After a month of recuperation, Zhao Li could finally walk unaided, and through the nourishment of flesh and blood, a glimmer of coldness emerged in his obsidian eyes. He placed a strand of hair beneath a coffin and descended the mountain accompanied by a skeletal army, born in a small village. The inhabitants would soon face the wrath of Zhao Li. Choosing not to command their souls was his final act of mercy. Under the cover of night, hundreds of skeletons swept through the village, leaving no survivor in their wake, as they carried Zhao Li toward a neighboring settlement. Before dawn broke, Zhao Li arrived at another small village, the rustling sounds attracting considerable attention. Yet, confronted with the terrifying skeletons, most collapsed in fear. With only a rare few daring to flee, none possessing the courage to stand against the undead. A hunter, wielding a machete, shattered a skeleton. But upon spotting Zhao Li standing bare in the village center, he attempted to draw his bow, only to be decapitated by a cat that vanished upon landing. In a desolate, thatched hut, Zhao Li discovered a fitting garment, draping a sizable cloak over his shoulders, the black fabric concealing much of his form. After an hour had passed, the sky began to brighten faintly. All the corpses lay strewn upon the ground. Zhao Li raised her delicate hands, and an endless shroud of darkness enveloped the entire village, causing all the bodies to slowly rise. "Let us depart," Zhao Li declared, placing several gold coins along with a small amount of currency known as kana into a tiny pouch. The skeletons burrowed into the earth, while the cat and Zhao Li mounted a shaggy donkey, setting off toward the nearby town. As she stroked the soft fur on the cat's back, Zhao Li's dark eyes gazed at the pale crimson moon gradually sinking in the sky, lost in her thoughts. Perhaps the dream god spoke truthfully. This world is indeed real, yet for her, it remains a mere illusion, a fleeting existence for these souls. To live is to inevitably face some misfortune, entry, calamity. Even if I merely pass by, you shall shed several layers of skin. Chapter 101. Is home lost? By the time Zhao regained his senses and returned to Blue Star, he was utterly bewildered. The vast expanse around him, not merely miles but even light years, was devoid of anything. He found himself adrift in the cosmos, surrounded by emptiness, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. What on earth has transpired? Zhao was engulfed in a sea of questions. Fortunately, he could activate the angelic armory, extracting his personal flight device. Although he could survive in space without any protection, the sensation of weightlessness was far from pleasant, and better circumstances were certainly to be savored. Connecting to the Angel King. Please wait 15 minutes. Angel Assistant. Locate my current position. Currently at Blue Star coordinates. Scanning complete. All celestial bodies have vanished. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Zhao rubbed his temples. A wave of headache washing over him. This disappearance was far too abrupt. After a while, he finally established a connection with the Angel King. Your Majesty, I must report that Blue Star is gone. It has all vanished into thin air. Zhao stated. I am already aware. This must be the result of a conspiracy. Proceed with caution. The angelic civilization is under attack from distant beast civilizations and cannot provide assistance at this time, replied the Angel King. What should I do now? Zhao inquired. You may wander, or you can return to the angelic civilization, the Angel King suggested. I have received a star map. I think I would prefer not to return to the angelic civilization just yet. I need some time to collect my thoughts, Zhao responded. Very well. The Angel King concluded the connection. Initiating hyperdimensional jump. Please confirm the direction and anchor point. Unknown. Random selection complete. Initiating jump. Zhao felt the continuous distortion of space around him. The power of this technology at that moment surpassing even that of magic in its magnificence. An hour later, Zhao found himself amidst a cluster of meteors. Is your intelligence malfunctioning? Zhao exclaimed, gazing at the dense array of meteors before him. Directing his frustration toward the angelic AI. Route planning complete. A biological planet has been detected. What on earth? Why plan the route first? The spacecraft accelerated. And after 3 hours of rapid flight, Zhao finally beheld a massive, yellow celestial body orbiting it in his craft. Shall we land? Land, or else. Zhao had barely finished speaking when he suddenly appeared outside. Enough already. If a person's luck is poor, even drinking water poses a challenge. Zhao lamented. With the wings of the angel unfurled, he descended toward the surface. Flames enveloped his body, but fortunately, Zhao had reached the 9th tier of existence, allowing him to adapt completely. Boom. He plunged directly into the yellow sands, bursting forth from the dunes. Is this all desert? Zhao promptly reconnected with the angelic AI. Detection results indicate 70% desert, classified as a biological planet, expected to harbor intermediate life forms. The AI responded. Intermediate life forms? What on earth are those? Upon concluding his words, Zhao witnessed a hardened tentacle emerging from beneath the yellow sands, gripping his ankle and dragging him downwards. Explode. A deafening roar erupted, comparable to the detonation of a small nuclear device. Zhao entire being radiated with luminescence, melting the surrounding sands into a molten state, while the tentacle that had ensnared him vanished without a trace. As his body gradually cooled, a rustling sound reached his ears, and small sand mounds swiftly approached from afar. Divine Sword of the Archangel. With this sword in hand, the world was his to command. Harnessing the ethereal energy of the Son of Light and his connection to the stellar powers beyond, Zhao felt no trepidation towards the chaotic entities surrounding him. A creature resembling a half-dog had emerged, accompanied by numerous appendages, truly a grotesque sight. Activate the Archangel engine. Target biological entity, eliminate. Beams of laser emerged from the divine sword, promptly subduing the sand mounds. Zhao stepped into one of the mounds, reaching in to extract a football-sized creature identified as a dog headworm. Analyze biological entity. Species, dog headworm. Level, low threat. Description, a peculiar desert organism with no special abilities. As he strolled leisurely through the desert, Zhao remained unperturbed, for the map in his mind ensured he would not stray off course. As dusk descended and temperatures dropped, numerous creatures began to emerge from the sands. Within a sand dune, Zhao finally encountered an intelligent being, a scaled beast that bore no resemblance to humanity. Hatched from an egg, accompanied by over 50 kin. Their dexterous appendages, akin to human arms, enabled them to craft traps for capturing smaller prey. Standing at merely 1 meter tall, its scales gleamed with a pearlescent hue, boasting a hardness rivaling that of diamonds. However, for Zhao, it was insufficient. A single punch shattered its armor, causing it to kneel in supplication. At that moment, Zhao realized they possessed intellect. Though the scales were a natural growth, they would eventually shed them, and with their secondary limbs, they meticulously stitched the scales back onto their bodies, thus achieving layers of defense. It was indeed an impressive adaptation. Over the course of a single night, Zhao Li subdued the entire scaled beast tribe. These creatures were spineless. Greater power would swiftly reveal to them who their true master was. The vast expanse of the desert beckoned Zhao Li to transform his form into that of a tree. With roots delving into the earth, perpetually seeking out new life forms beneath the surface, a rare hobby for higher beings. It was not until he descended 50,000 meters underground that he discovered a new organism. The creature's form liquefied, flowing through the hole he had created. And at the depth of 50,000 meters, it reassembled itself into a corporeal shape. Before him stood a hunchbacked creature, approximately 1 meter in height, characterized by a single eye and devoid of hair. Its back bore a considerable lump, and it possessed a set of formidable, menacing teeth. Its arms were remarkably developed. Yet its legs were short and feeble, making movement a cumbersome endeavor. The reason for its semblance to humanity lay in its tenuous possession of 4 limbs. Surrounding the creature was a landscape of brown moss, rendering it a pitiable semblance of a troglodyte. The creature, with its unblinking eye, stared intently at Zhao Li, exuding an air of profound curiosity. "Is this your room?" Zhao Li inquired, observing several rudimentary stone bowls filled with a brownish paste, which data analysis suggested was an organic substance, likely a meager form of sustenance. The creature emitted a series of unintelligible sounds. "I cannot comprehend." Zhao Li responded with a dismissive wave of his hand, seating himself atop a modestly elevated table. This action, however, incited the creature's wrath. It bellowed and charged at Zhao Li. With a powerful thrust of its robust arms, it sent Zhao Li sprawling to the ground. Droplets of yellow saliva from its gaping maw threatening to splatter onto him. Startled, Zhao Li instinctively activated a protective shield, forcefully repelling the creature away. Chapter 109. The Path of the Extraordinary. During his journey, Zhao Li encountered a small band of adventurers, comprised of students from the nearby Harrow Academy in Harrow City. Remarkably, this group of students seemed rather oblivious. Had they been seasoned adventurers, they would have steered clear upon spotting Zhao Li. After all, it was quite peculiar for a mere child to traverse the wilderness atop a donkey unscathed. At that moment, Zhao Li's eyes had transformed from a pitch-black hue to a striking human blue. His skin, once pallid, now exhibited a hint of rosy color, achieved by forming a network of blood vessels just beneath the surface, serving to obscure his true nature. In the eyes of these Navi youths, Zhao Li effortlessly acquired a widely recognized extraordinary technique for awakening one's potential. According to the leader of the group, Anna, even this rudimentary technique demanded 300 large karna. Zhao Li, however, dismissed it with a wave of his hand, easily reaching the first tier of extraordinary status with a mere flicker of effort. His semi-divine physique endowed him with unparalleled talent, one that stood at the pinnacle not only in this world but in others as well. Unbeknownst to Zhao Li, his innate abilities, akin to divine powers, remained active even after his birth. These abilities are reminiscent of divine rights, such as the god of lies and deceit. Divine authority represents the lie, while the innate ability embodies deceit. He can adeptly wield the divine authority of lies, yet the aspect of deceit may manifest inadvertently. Thus, this ill-fated group soon found themselves besieged by a band of mountain bandits from Harrow City. Outnumbered by over 200, only Anna and 2 of her more skilled companions managed to escape, while the rest fell to the ground. The bandit leader, wielding a long spear, thrust it into Zhao Li's left shoulder, yet no blood flowed. Instead, the spearhead rotted and broke apart. "You little imp, which hill do you hail from?" he asked cautiously, gripping the shattered spear. In this ruthless world, where monstrous beings roamed freely, humanoid creatures like Zhao Li were often still capable of communication. "I don't know. But you shall perish," Zhao Li declared, shedding his cloak. His dark, penetrating eyes sent a shiver through the bandit, and suddenly, the corpses on the ground sprang to life, attacking the nearby living beings with wild abandon. "Run!" the bandit leader shouted, bolting away in terror. He dared not confront such a creature. Entanglement with Zhao Li could spell disaster. After leaving behind over 70 fallen foes, only Zhao Li remained. With a wave of his hand, he continued on his journey, accompanied by his cat and donkey, as the undead began to burrow into the earth. Although the world was bright during the day, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Only at night did a pale red moon illuminate the sky, adding to the strangeness of it all. Yet, Zhao Li paid little mind, for he was, in essence, half a mystery himself. Upon reaching the gates of Harrow City, Zhao Li successfully ascended to the second tier of extraordinary status, a speed unprecedented. His immediate task was to ascertain the whereabouts of the entity known as the god of lies and deceit, for it was utterly absurd to be unaware of where such a being had been sealed. The not-so-towering city walls conceal numerous creatures, among which Zhao Li has discovered a fox demon engaged in the sale of counterfeit extraordinary materials. Limited by his stature, Zhao Li purchased a modest mill in a secluded slum, spending nearly all his scant gold. The establishment comprises merely 3 rooms, with 2 individuals assisting him. yielding a modest income of 300 kana per week, sufficient for a meager existence. Seated within one of the living quarters, Zhao Li immerses himself in his cultivation. His companion, a restless feline, feels the urge to protect him as a familiar spirit, yet its innate bloodlust stirs unease within. Nevertheless, Zhao Li understands the necessity of patience. Time is of the essence. In a desolate mountain range, a group of humans clad in crimson robes stand before a towering statue, offering prayers. O great and exalted true God! The true God sect faces imminent calamity. I beseech your divine guidance. The leader of the crimson-clad humans implores. Following this, two young maidens have their carotid arteries severed by two figures in azure, a peculiar wave drawing their blood to the ritual array at the statue's base. A fragmented voice reverberates in the minds of the gathered. The calamity has arrived. Find him, and the descent shall occur. He resides in Luo. We shall heed the divine command. The leader declares before turning to issue directives as the lifeblood of the maidens transforms into mere skins. All shall proceed to the place bearing the character Luo and bring forth those deemed necessary by the deity. Yes. The crowd responds, promptly dispatching their subordinates. Once all have departed, the leader's visage trembles, a fissure appearing upon his forehead as a dark entity materializes before the two figures in azure. A blackened tendril emerges, piercing through them, consuming them entirely, leaving only their garments behind. As the tendril retracts, the fissure on his forehead begins to mend, yet faint corpse-like markings emerge upon his hands and body. As these markings materialize, they recede once more, seemingly vanishing without a trace. Oh my God, my wounds worsen with each passing moment. I can endure no longer. I require a new means of survival. The man gazes longingly at the statue, his eyes reflecting a desperate yearning for life, yet the haughty statue remains unmoving, offering not a shred of response. Suddenly, a hurried and fleeting voice resonates within his mind, abruptly ceasing. What is this, oh my God? The man collapses before the statue, crawling towards its feet, pressing his ear against the base, humbly akin to a dog. However, this act grants him clarity, the heart of the blazing dragon. This is the heart of the second prince of the Haughty Empire, known as the Heart of the Blazing Dragon. Realizing this, the man gradually retreats to his original position, his forehead pressed against the ground, proclaiming, I offer my soul and flesh to you, my lord, with a heart brimming with excitement. He swiftly exited the concealed cavern nestled within the mountains, confronting the second prince, Ha Yang, who presided over the border. He felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to overpower him. As a ninth-tier extraordinary being, his prowess was sufficient to command the respect of the entire world. How fortunate it would be for a mere prince of an insignificant empire to offer his heart to the high priest of the true God sect. He ought to feel honored. Indeed, he must feel honored. Xia Sholuo stood outside the cave, transforming into a shadowy gust as he soared into the distance. As a servant of the divine, his methods surpassed those of other ninth-tier extraordinary beings by a significant margin. Even amidst the relentless pursuit by the Radiant Sun sect and the Church of Light, not a trace of him could be captured. This statue was the source of his life force. Centuries ago, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he forged a pact with the statue, thus ascending to the rank of a ninth-tier extraordinary being, and consequently became bound to it. Chapter 110, The Elementary Academy. The mundane days passed swiftly, and Zhao Li found himself spending 2 years in Harrow City, his physique having matured to that of a 6-year-old while his prowess remained at the 3rd tier of extraordinary beings. As for the divine records, Zhao Li had unearthed snippets buried within ancient texts, alluding to cataclysmic disasters and annihilation. Alas, was he oblivious to such matters? Certainly not. His very purpose was to unleash these forces. Today marked the enrollment ceremony of the Harrow Elementary Academy, and Zhao Li hastened to attend. A diminutive child stood outside the mill, remarking that few were aware Zhao Li had outright purchased the establishment. The prevailing belief among those in the know was that he was merely the mill owner's son, now managing the mill following his father's unfortunate demise. The absence of ruffians causing trouble puzzled many, yet Zhao Li's shadowy charm had indeed played a crucial role in maintaining order. Almost there. Hang on, slim monkey. Zhao Li called out as he donned a linen tunic and dashed outside. Little master, when will you return? Inquired Aunt Li, who resided within the mill. A woman beset by sorrow, she had lost 2 husbands and 2 of her 4 children to illness, while the remaining 2 had been sold by her second spouse. On a tempestuous night, she took matters into her own hands, resulting in her unpunished act of vengeance. It was simple. The authorities had declared their disinterest in intervening, rendering her blameless. As for the inheritance, not a penny would be hers, as distant relatives displayed their avarice in the most unseemly manner. Aunt Li had come to terms with this reality, finding solace in her labor at the mill, embodying the role of a diligent worker. With a weekly requirement of 15 karna for flour grinding, she also tended to Zhao Li's daily needs, resembling a nurturing mother. Yet, she bore no resentment. Perhaps she perceived Zhao Li as her own child, despite his independence and intelligence. Don't wait for me. I've eaten outside. Zhao Li's voice echoed as he sprinted away. At the new student ceremony of the elementary academy, Zhao Li and Slim Monkey stood amidst a throng of newcomers. Zhao Li's fair complexion rendered him particularly endearing, while Slim Monkey, due to prolonged malnutrition, resembled a charred iron rod, his tattered linen tunic marred by 2 small holes. The elementary academy offered merely 2 years of education, focusing primarily on literacy, the cultivation of extraordinary techniques, and the rudiments of alchemical studies. The entirety of Harrow Elementary Academy possessed but 5 tomes: the breath technique, the fire movement method, the greenwood technique, the steel bone method, and the wave technique. The tuition fee soared to 50 karna annually, equating to 5,000 karna, a staggering sum for the impoverished masses, as sustenance remained a necessity. Even Zhao Li's mill required a portion of its weekly income of 300 karna to be allocated towards maintenance and labor costs. The academy lacked accommodations, consisting solely of classrooms where lessons were conducted at set intervals, alongside an array of extraordinary materials available for purchase by students. The first lesson introduced the 28 fundamental characters, an unremarkable affair. Apart from a handful of students who paid attention, the remaining 80 or so dozed off. As the material lacked engagement, this was particularly true for Zhao Li, who had already absorbed the knowledge of language and writing directly. In the second lesson, an extraordinary class on alchemy took place, revealing the unfortunate plight of impoverished families. This seemingly simple extraordinary material astonishingly bore a value of 13 karna. My goodness! Only 7 students purchased the extraordinary materials on the spot, among whom was Zhao Li. Dear students, I am your teacher of extraordinary alchemy. You may call me Mr. Tifa. The instructor proclaimed. Pay close attention, for if you succeed in crafting it, a batch of healing ointment can fetch between 15 to 17 karna. So let us learn diligently. Now, let us examine the 3 materials before us. The teacher announced from the podium, while the 7 students who had purchased the materials sat eagerly in the front row, leaving the rest of their peers to gaze enviously. This red flower is the Osira Crimson Blossom, a highly common extraordinary material and one of the essential ingredients for the healing ointment we will create today. However, the medicinal properties of this flower are exceedingly potent, necessitating the combination with another extraordinary material for neutralization, the blue star insect mold. Next, we have the sole auxiliary ingredient for the healing ointment, the flower powder, a synthetically produced medicinal powder that serves as the key to activating the properties of the Osira Crimson Blossom. Now, follow my lead. Mr. Tifa began the demonstration. A straightforward process of merely crushing the flower and mixing it with the powdered insect mold, followed by the addition of water and flower powder. You 7. Commence your own preparation. For Zhao Li, this almost mindless task was effortlessly completed. However, as the flower and insect mold were combined, the temperature in the vessel suddenly rose significantly. After adding the water and flower powder, the temperature gradually lowered, transforming into a light red medicinal paste. Young man, what is your name? Mr. Tifa inquired as he stood before Zhao Li. It was worth noting that this elementary academy was not particularly distinguished in many respects. It merely served to cultivate extraordinary individuals from impoverished backgrounds to better serve the nobility. Zhao Li, he replied, wrapping the medicinal paste in a piece of white cloth, signifying its completion. Zhao Li, you have done remarkably well. Mr. Tifa commended. Thank you, Zhao Li replied, placing the healing ointment into his cloth pouch. The old gentleman was somewhat unreliable. Having lived here for 2 years, Zhao Li understood that this healing ointment could already be considered an extraordinary remedy. Although the preparation was simple, if sold directly, its price could undoubtedly reach 20 karna. Miss Vega, Mr. Tifa addressed a young girl who appeared decently dressed. I believe your ointment is no longer usable. Perhaps you should consider replacing your materials. He observed the girl fiddling with a dark, viscous paste and remarked. This black substance is the result of adding the water and flower powder too late. The high temperature released by the flower has ruined the insect mold. Well, all right then. The girl, having witnessed Zhao Li's light red medicinal paste, looked at her own sticky black mixture and realized her attempt had completely failed. Having purchased new materials, she was able to produce a salve of mediocre quality. It was evident that she incurred considerable losses during this class. While the students attending this institution come from relatively affluent backgrounds, such wealth is not squandered frivolously. Well, among the 7 students, only 3 managed to complete their work. And I find myself relatively satisfied with this outcome. Thus, let us conclude this lesson, Mr. TFA remarked as he departed with a salve he had purchased, which was the creation of the 3rd student to finish. For this, the student earned an income of 2 karna. Chapter 111. The peculiar teacher of secret arts. After the morning classes concluded, school was dismissed. and the next session of secret arts class would not commence until after 3 in the afternoon. The lean monkey hurried home, while Zhao Li took a simpler route, stopping at a small vendor to procure a modest meal before heading to the apothecary to sell the ointment he had prepared, garnering 18 kana for his efforts. However, Zhao Li held little interest in such earnings. While the compensation was commendable, his purpose for being here transcended mere financial gain, as he harbored grand ambitions. Just as he was about to exit, he encountered Mr. Tifa entering the apothecary, a rather unfortunate coincidence. I require 300 portions of external injury ointment materials. Mr. Tifa seemed to disregard Zhao Li entirely, proceeding directly into the shop to make his purchases, perhaps viewing the young boy as inconsequential. 30 kana, Zhao Li observed as Mr. Tifa departed with a substantial package, confirming the rumors he had heard. This Mr. Tifa was merely a man of hollow reputation, lacking even the status of a first-tier extraordinary being, incapable of handling even moderately potent extraordinary medicines, relying solely on the meager income from crafting ointments and his position as a teacher to sustain his extravagant lifestyle. Indeed, this man maintained 6 mistresses, youthful in spirit despite his aging body. With time to spare, he returned to the classroom, where only a girl named Vega and a middle-aged man were present. Greetings, sir. Zhao Li offered a salutation. I am your teacher for the secret arts class, Lu Jia, and also Vega's uncle, the man replied. I have a question that I hope Mr. Lu Jia can clarify for me, Zhao Li inquired. Of course, the man responded. I have already studied the qi cultivation technique, which, as you know, is quite a common secret art that many people can perform, Zhao Li elaborated. Indeed, Vega is currently learning the qi cultivation technique as well. Although your early studies may yield slower progress, if you manage to become a first-tier extraordinary being before graduation, you will possess a significant advantage when entering higher academies. At the very least, you will not be burdened by exorbitant tuition fees. Lu Jia explained. How does one harmonize the yang energy as mentioned in the qi cultivation technique? Zhao Li queried, recognizing that, as a half-undead, the dual energies of yin and yang were of utmost importance. Yin energy was relatively simple to harness, yet yang energy posed a formidable challenge. Zhao Li had invested considerable effort, but achieved little. Otherwise, he would have ascended to the 6th or 7th tier by now. The total amount of yang energy within the human body is quite limited. One must draw upon the yang energy present in the heavens and earth. You can mobilize the yang energy within you to extract and integrate the yang energy from the surrounding environment, Lu Jia explained, producing a thin book. If you still find it difficult, you might try the methods outlined in this book. With that, Lu Jia departed with Vega, leaving Zhao Li seated in contemplation as he began to peruse the contents. As a half-undead, his body was filled with only pseudo-yang energy, rendering him incapable of exerting any influence, akin to attempting to leverage a pliable willow branch to lift a heavy object. After some time, Zhao Li uncovered a hidden secret within the book. Although its title was Comprehensive Solutions to Cultivation Issues, it concealed contact information for an organization known as the True God Sect. Goodness, Lu Jia is the leader of a pyramid scheme. After attending a rather lackluster lesson on secret techniques, or perhaps a literacy class, Zhao Li found himself leaving, as the vast majority of attendees were illiterate. Even Weijia recognized fewer than 300 characters. As night fell, Zhao Li stood in the living room of Lu Jia's home. Lu Jia was a 3rd-tier extraordinary being, a fact easily discernible, for strength begets respect. In stark contrast to Tifa, Lu Jia maintained a pristine reputation while wielding formidable power. Are you here to join the True God Sect? Lu Jia inquired. Yes, Zhao Li replied without hesitation. And what of the aura of the undead that clings to you? Lu Jia poured himself a glass of wine, seated on a chair while observing Zhao Li, who stood in the center of the room. You noticed? Zhao Li raised his gaze from the floor, his pitch-black eyes startling Lu Jia, who instinctively sensed the danger emanating from the youth. This child was indeed a formidable being. Fear not, for the True God Sect welcomes various entities, including beings of extraordinary nature. You need not worry, and you may even receive the blessings of the True God. Lu Jia assured him. Then I will join, Zhao Li declared. Very well, welcome to the True God Sect. Lu Jia retrieved a small wooden statue from his bedroom and instructed Zhao Li to kneel. Ding. Lie and deceit detected in the presence of the statue of the god of lies and deceit. The system, which had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Previously, the simulation system seemed lifeless, yet this time it came alive. Swear with your blood, Lu Jia commanded. I believe that may not be necessary. Zhao Li pointed at the statue, prompting Lu Jia to follow his gaze, where the statue emitted a faint red glow. It is manifesting, Lu Jia exclaimed, kneeling in awe, while Zhao Li crossed his arms, observing the statue before him. You have arrived. Help me break my seal, and Lu Jia will guide you to me. The consciousness within the statue communicated to Zhao Li. Is this statue your only means of assistance? Zhao Li queried. Not at all. My true form is currently sealed. You must seek out the means to unbind it. As I believe you are aware. The statue conveyed its thoughts. Very well, I shall undertake this journey just once. Zhao Li responded to the statue. Consider it a favor owed to you. The statue fell silent after conveying its message. Zhao Li glanced at Lu Jia, who was still prostrated on the ground, and gave him a gentle kick. Your deity has departed. Hasten to lead me to him, Zhao Li urged. Indeed, time is of the essence. We shall depart at once. Lu Jia, evidently receiving a different revelation, hastily gathered his wealth and dragged Zhao Li towards the carriage. Leveraging his long-standing reputation, he successfully exited Harlow City under the cover of night, embarking towards the statue's location. Meanwhile, at the border, the Pope, who had been plotting the assassination of the second prince since the divine message and, in its presence, abandoned his murderous intentions, for the divine transcends all. This is a pivotal moment of liberation, a rare opportunity that comes once in a millennium. Although the seal may gradually weaken, true escape from this cursed place would require several millennia. Enduring such confinement for thousands of years is far from enjoyable. The statue of the god of lies and deceit is unleashing the full extent of the power preserved over millennia, summoning all the followers of the true god sect. Countless devotees begin to retaliate. This time, he is determined to break free from the seal and exact vengeance. To annihilate the world? No, that would be too merciful. He intends to plunge the entire world into despair, enduring for eternity. Chapter 112. The unsealing after 2 months of rapid travel. Zhao Li and Lu Jia arrived, weary and dusty, at the stronghold of the true god sect. Welcomed by tens of thousands, they entered the core of the sect, where they were greeted by the 17 cardinal archbishops and the pope of the sect. What captivated Zhao Li most was the colossal statue erected in the underground palace. Its features were indistinct, yet it exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably an object of great significance. Ding! The detection of the god of lies and deception indicated that the seal of the statue was being unbound. A beam of golden light shot from Zhao Li, striking the statue's brow, causing a small fragment to fall away and revealing a golden-red glow. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the statue shattered instantaneously, and a giant emerged before them. Before Zhao Li could fully discern the figure's eyes, he was blinded by an intense radiance, followed by a sensation of his entire being dissolving. After a dizzying whirl, he felt his body lighten, and his head struck the ground. He sensed someone lifting his head, and as his vision gradually cleared, he beheld a tall and exquisite woman cradling his head, though now he possessed only his head. What do you intend to do? Zhao Li asked, somewhat flustered. You exerted quite a bit of force just now. Wait a moment. Your current state is rather unflattering. The woman waved her hands, causing the blood pooling on the ground to flow toward Zhao Li's neck. In no time, a brand new body materialized, allowing Zhao Li to free himself from her grasp. Although the woman was strikingly beautiful, there was an unsettling dissonance about her. I owe you a favor. Is there anything else you require? She inquired, bending down to gaze at Zhao Li with an enchanting allure. I need to locate the god of war and disaster, as well as the ruler of shadows. Zhao Li replied, omitting mention of other tasks. The ruler of shadows is easily arranged. I am well acquainted with him. As for the god of war and disaster, that too is within reach, but these are 2 separate matters. You must owe me a favor in return. The woman extended a delicate finger. Then let us find the god of war and disaster first. Zhao Li decided. Very well, follow me, the woman declared, leading the way out of the core of the true god sect's underground palace, where all the sect's followers lay slain, without exception. Observing Zhao Li's astonished expression, the woman, intrigued, grasped his chin and remarked, You possess quite an appealing visage. Why not join me? No, I shall depart once I have completed my simulation, Zhao Li replied, while the woman contemplated him further, soon coming to an understanding. You are experiencing a conscious rebirth. There are many things you cannot take with you. However, I possess a method that allows you to extract some items from this world to bring back to your own. She tempted. Really? Zhao Li asked, somewhat skeptical. Indeed. This is reality, and your realm is also reality, thus it is feasible, the woman assured him. Kaching Bob divine language. Just recite it to return to reality. And I will transmit the items to you. She added. By the way, you may now refer to me as Queen Luo Yin. In the hands of Luo Yin, blood and flesh began to coalesce, transforming into a minuscule crimson pill that materialized in her right palm. Should you choose to consume this essence of blood and flesh, a surge of vitality shall be yours, propelling you to unprecedented heights, Luo Yin declared. Before Zhao Li could react, she flicked the pill into his mouth. Upon contact, the crimson capsule dissolved instantly, unleashing an overwhelming force that rapidly spread throughout his being. In mere seconds, Zhao Li's skin began to fissure, blood seeping from his orifices. Surely, you possess no incantations to manage this? Luo Yin pondered, realizing that the chi-raising technique Zhao Li had learned was utterly inadequate to harness such colossal energy. As she contemplated departing, an unsettling intuition compelled her to extend her finger and touch Zhao Li's forehead. The terrifying sensation of his body swelling to the brink of explosion dissipated, leaving him limp on the ground. Is this truly all you can muster? Luo Yin remarked, prodding Zhao Li's abdomen, yet he lay there, unconscious. So feeble. She mused about seeking the god of war and calamity, but dismissed the notion, asserting, if I am to search, it must be for the god of misfortune. That mindless brood is hardly formidable. I require someone of true prowess. With this thought, a black insignia emerged before Luo Yin, plunging into a freshly drawn magical array from which a silver card materialized. Success. A black skull appeared before her, its jaw shifting slightly. The primordial blazing sun is yours. The rest shall belong to me. Naturally, Luo Yin affirmed as the silver card vanished from her grasp. 3 months. Upon uttering this, the skull transformed into black mist, dissipating into the ether. Luo Yin lifted the unconscious Zhao Li with a wave of her hand, bringing her palms together as a portal of space materialized before her, and she stepped through with Zhao Li in tow. On the other side of the portal lay an underground realm, reeking of foulness, with murky swamps and phosphorescent moss. A gargantuan beast's head emerged from the mire. Ding! Detection of the god of war and calamity. It roared. In her haste to protect Zhao Li, Luo Yin was unceremoniously plunged into the swamp, the massive creature extending a claw to seize her. Her diminutive form was ensnared within its grasp, as one of its golden eyes fixated intently on her. Mighty one, do not be incensed. I have come to rescue you, so kindly release me, Luo Yin implored. The beast hurled her violently against the rocky ceiling above. After millennia, you remain as irritable as ever. It seems your intellect has not increased alongside your strength, Luo Yin retorted. With a foul breath wafting towards her, she remained unfazed. If you wish to release me, I require a token of goodwill. Wouldn't you agree? Your current demeanor makes matters quite challenging for me, she declared with an air of haughtiness. The colossal beast expelled a small tooth resembling white jade, a rare treasure indeed. This is splendid. Luo Yin promptly stowed it away and forcefully tore Zhao Li's arm, casting it into the maw of the enormous creature. The seal was beginning to make contact. A surge of golden radiance erupted. The massive form of the beast began to emanate waves of golden light, while the chains tethering its body beneath the swamp steadily dissolved. Just as it seemed the beast would break free, Luo Yin hastily called for a halt. Stop. Await my signal. There is no need for haste. Wait for my word before you emerge, Luo Yin proposed. Subsequently, the beast remained placidly afloat upon the swamp's surface, its chains continuing to disintegrate, while its immense golden eyes glimmered with a flicker of intelligence, evidently acknowledging Luo Yan's suggestion. Chapter 113, The Onset of Transformation when Zhao Li awoke. A month had already passed. He stirred from slumber in a courtyard where Luo Yan, in a state of ennui, idly toyed with extraordinary materials, perhaps in this world. Only such items warranted her attention. You're awake? Luo Yan inquired. Zhao Li responded, somewhat dazed, as he settled beside her. The god of war and calamity is about to emerge. Who do you speak of as the Dark Sovereign? Luo Yan asked. How many Dark Sovereigns could there possibly be? Zhao Li replied. Is that even a question? Aside from the unique divine names, there are numerous deities with identical powers. Not to mention the commonality of the name Dark Sovereign, Luo Yan retorted, playfully delivering a light tap to Zhao Li's head before elaborating. Just summon one for me, Zhao Li urged. You owe me a favor, Luo Yan stated. Only in this current form, Zhao Li emphasized. That works. It's a fair trade, Luo Yan mused, conjuring a small portal. To Zhao Li's astonishment, she swiftly pulled forth a diminutive creature resembling a dog covered in scales, no larger than a palm. Before it could react, Luo Yan effortlessly subdued it. Done, she declared. Ding. Summoning the Dark Sovereign complete. Ding. Dark Sovereign has perished. Is that even possible? Zhao Li questioned. His expression one of bewilderment, feeling as though the entire world had conspired against him. Don't let its appearance fool you. While it looks trivial, it is indeed quite weak, incapable of besting even you. Yet it is still the Dark Sovereign, Luo Yan proudly asserted. Disposing of the creature's remains into a container as extraordinary materials were added, transforming into a wisp of ash amidst a chorus of lamentations and unfamiliar yet evidently significant materials. Why don't you allow me to assist you in eliminating all the chosen ones? Luo Yan suddenly queried. How could you possibly know? Zhao Li asked, taken aback. Please. With your intellect and strength, what you think is glaringly obvious, she replied dismissively. Can you see everything about me? Zhao Li asked, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. The thought of having no secrets was truly daunting. Care to take a guess? Luo Yan countered, evading his question. With 2 months remaining, she intended to enjoy a grand spectacle before departing with her spoils. Do you possess a method to enhance my strength? I could reach demigod status, Zhao Li implored. Isn't there a blood essence within you that I gifted? Simply utilize it. Soaring to the 9th tier of the extraordinary will be effortless. As for the demigod level, that requires a touch of fortuity, Luo Yin explained, illustrating a minuscule distance with her fingers, seemingly unconcerned. Reclining languidly in a chair, she appeared lost in thought. Zhao Li returned indoors, activating his energy manipulation technique to draw forth the suppressed fleshly energy, integrating it into himself. The effect was indeed remarkable. He no longer needed to fret over insufficient vitality. Providing all went as planned, ascending to the 6th tier within a month would be a trivial endeavor. Luo Yan's demeanor relaxed as her consciousness largely shifted into an immense corporeal form, before which loomed a continuously burning orb of light. The energy enveloping this colossal figure was ignited by the luminous sphere as it extended a gigantic hand to grasp the orb, binding it with chains that the searing light could not dissolve. Ultimately, the giant dragged it away, vanishing into the distant void. As twilight descended, Luo Yin returned to her senses. At long last, she had subdued the primordial blazing sun, deeming this journey worthwhile. After expending millennia, she had finally acquired the most vital element of this realm. As for this continent and the other deities, apologies. She was the goddess of lies and deceit, notorious for her untrustworthiness. Should anyone contest her, they would soon learn the true meaning of violence. With the onset of night, daylight would no longer grace this world. The pale red moon hung high in the sky, never to descend again. It was time to add a little more to the chaos. With a mere thought, Luo Yin stirred the colossal beast in the subterranean swamps. An unfathomable force of calamity surged forth, instantly permeating the entire continent, casting a blood-red glow upon the moon. Countless monstrosities began to rage, and disasters erupted in an unavoidable onslaught. Now, this is more like it, Luo Yin mused, glancing at the feline perched atop the wall. The crimson pupils indicated that this cat had succumbed to an uncontrollable frenzy. As for why it did not attack, Luo Yin's golden gaze fixed upon it. And under her scrutiny, the beast, born alongside Zhao Li, crumbled inch by inch, dissipating into nothingness. Observing Zhao Li, seated cross-legged upon the bed, Luo Yin established an impenetrable magical array around the courtyard. No entry, no exit. Whether Zhao Li would starve was not a concern for her. If he did, it would simply be his own misfortune. It was time to commence the hunt for the destined child. For gathering some of the world's fortune tied to the fated was essential. These were scarce resources, and she intended to seize as much as possible. Under the taint of calamity, everything underwent irreversible transformation. However, Luo Yin eagerly anticipated the arrival of the god of omens, a deity endowed with divine authority over misfortune, capable of orchestrating disasters that this world could hardly withstand. As for that brash young lad, he resembled a hastily raised meat chicken. Fortunately, he bore a mark, or she might have considered consuming him herself. In this dimming world, monstrosities began to emerge, and food resources faced dire challenges. Within a few months, the absence of the sun would plunge the entire realm into a food crisis, inevitable and inescapable. Behemoth, arise. After transmitting a message to the subterranean giant, Luo Yin prepared to hasten the summoning of the god of omens. Observing the chaos that had unfolded, she clasped her hands together and knelt upon the ground. Drawing a blade across her right hand, she used her blood to inscribe a crimson portal, the gate of expedience. With a pallid complexion, Luo Yin slumped to the ground. Her aura, once unfathomable, plummeting dramatically to the level of a demigod. You should be arriving soon. With this shortcut portal, your journey will be significantly expedited. Upon uttering these words, Luo Yin transformed into a pool of darkened blood, merging seamlessly with the portal on the ground. A violet luminescence enveloped the entire gateway. After several hours had passed, an extraordinarily agile insect emerged, eager to explore this new realm. Yet, it had scarcely taken a few steps before it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Moments later, an influx of insects, reminiscent of ocean waves, surged forth from the shimmering veil. Although the majority of these creatures perished mere seconds after their emergence, an increasing number managed to survive. They advanced into the vicinity, voraciously consuming everything in their path, only to succumb to death along the way. The corpses rapidly decayed, releasing a dark miasma that permeated the air and soil. It was not until this juncture that humanoid entities began to emerge one after another from the radiant portal. Chapter 114. Ominous. When Zhao Li arose from his slumber, 2 months had already elapsed. Luo Yin had vanished, and the courtyard was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Even the once pale red moon had transformed into a deep crimson, dim and lifeless. His strength had ascended to the 5th tier. Yet his combat prowess had not markedly improved, for the extraordinary power required specialized methods to be activated. One could hardly unleash an extraordinary energy sphere directly, could one? With a lantern in hand, Zhao Li wandered about, noting that the courtyard was protected by a feeble array, a most peculiar circumstance. Around the perimeter of the yard, he observed tendrils of pitch-black vines writhing, These vines sensed Zhao presence yet dared not encroach due to the array's influence. What manner of things are these? How has it come to this in merely a few days? Zhao, perplexed, clicked his tongue and began to meander around the courtyard. Suddenly, a spectral figure floated before him, startling Zhao to his core. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Luo Yin. Have you perished? Zhao inquired in astonishment. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly be dead? Luo Yin retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Though limited to her current form as a mere spirit, what has happened to bring about this state? Zhao pressed. Do not concern yourself with that. The chosen one is nearing death. There is a rather troublesome matter at hand. Accompany me to eliminate him, and you shall be free from this place, Luo Yin instructed, beckoning Zhao to follow her out of the courtyard. Along their path, the eerie entities dispersed, none daring to approach. Ignore these minor nuisances, onward, Luo Yin announced as she floated onto the back of a headless giant bird, urging Zhao to join her. Clambering onto the avian creature, a multitude of bats surged skyward as the giant bird spread its wings and soared into the darkened heavens. Had the sky not been shrouded in blackness, one would have certainly witnessed a dense, ominous cloud gathering. In the distance, a mournful aura permeated Zhongxing City, under the control of the natural sect. The resistance grew increasingly feeble, and the once noble treants had succumbed to the ominous, transforming into terrifying creatures. As the last remaining scion of the natural sect, Qiren endeavored to consolidate the sect's strength, striving to find a glimmer of hope amidst the calamity, until the sacred artifact in his grasp emitted an alarm. The bells of Zhongxing City tolled, and a multitude of extraordinary beings surged onto the city walls, flames illuminating the fortress. All personnel, remain vigilant, Qiren commanded, brandishing the life staff and casting his gaze toward the impenetrable darkness ahead. As tension thickened in the air, beasts clad in black scales leapt forth from the shadows, rapidly lunging toward the walls, while towering black giants approached with a deliberate slowness. Prepare for battle. All units, maintain aerial defenses, Qiren bellowed, sensing an oppressive atmosphere. The walls commenced their assault against the ominous beasts below, yet the distant giants showed no intent to advance, fixated on the walls with inscrutable thoughts. Launched the radiant burst, Qiren commanded, as members of the natural sect summoned their extraordinary powers, propelling spheres of light skyward. Boom! As the luminous sphere erupted, the entire sky was illuminated with a resounding brilliance, and swarms of bats descended with remarkable speed. The extraordinary beings atop the city walls could barely fend off a few. Yet within the city, blood flowed like a river, and those of feeble will began to transform, resembling the dark giants outside the walls. Saint, we must depart, implored a bishop of the nature sect, seeking the commander of the battle, Qiren. How could I abandon this city? Who would remain to defend it? Qiren retorted with indignation. This city can no longer be held. The ominous presence is overwhelming, the bishop asserted. Trust me, we can prevail, Qiren declared just as a black spear pierced through one of the extraordinary beings before him, pinning the bishop against the stone wall. Countless dark giants commenced their frantic charge. The 20-meter walls posed no challenge for them, scaling them in mere seconds. Simultaneously, bizarre and grotesque creatures surged forth. Primordial omen, someone exclaimed, as a 5-meter-tall, 6-armed dog-headed creature emerged in the distance. The term primordial omen referred to the formidable and malevolent beings that emerged from the portal, as even in death, they left behind a lingering aura of foreboding, corrupting the air and swiftly transforming the wounded into dark giants. Everyone, prepare to evacuate, Qiren commanded, eyeing the approaching dog-headed creature. He seized a massive crossbow stationed atop the city wall and fired, but alas, the range was insufficient. The bodies of fallen bats accumulated from the skies, and Qiren, accompanied by a handful of nature sect personnel, began to retreat. A colossal bird descended, unleashing a barrage of black feathers upon the ground, claiming the lives of many extraordinary beings. From the headless bird's neck emerged tentacles lined with teeth, snatching the corpses and devouring them in a grotesque display. Look, there. Someone pointed to Zhao, who leaped off the bird's back, addressing Qiren. Go ahead, I will deal with him, Qiren replied, breaking from the retreating group. Such nearly human-like malevolent beings were exceedingly rare. Only the Pope of the Radiant Sun sect had encountered one, and that unfortunate Pope had now become a malevolent creature himself. He approaches, Luo Yin announced. What is his strength? Zhao inquired. Not particularly formidable, perhaps a 7th-tier extraordinary being. Luo Yin considered before adding that the opponent's combat power could rival that of an 8th tier. A fact she deemed unnecessary to mention since it was not uncommon for a chosen one to engage in battles beyond their tier. I am merely at the 5th tier. How can I contend? Zhao questioned. Why are you so slow? Luo Yin expressed her dissatisfaction. I possess only the most rudimentary of techniques. Do you expect me to ascend instantaneously? Zhao lamented. Enough. I understand. Cease your complaints. Luo Yin quickly interjected, pointing at the colossal bird before them. Merge. At Luo Yan's command, a tentacle emerged from the bird's neck, plunging directly into Zhao Li's abdomen. You. Zhao Li uttered in disbelief. You will not perish. I will guide your control, she assured him. The ethereal essence drifted into Zhao Li's body, tendrils swiftly transferring the energy from the headless giant bird into him. In that moment, Zhao Li's form bore a striking resemblance to the colossal black figure outside, the sole distinctions being his unchanged complexion and his pitch-black eyes. Though not bad, he still felt somewhat feeble. Luo Yin sensed the ominous power and the capabilities bestowed by Zhao Li's innate talent. She raised her hand to grasp the wooden spear that flew toward her, and upon a firm grip, it disintegrated into ashes. She ran. The holy son of the natural teachings, I have found you, Luo Yin proclaimed, pointing at Qi Ran, who held a staff, her voice imbued with an air of authority. At that moment, Qi Ran also produced a small orb with his left hand and tossed it to the ground. An incredibly sacred halo erupted forth, incinerating all nearby ominous creatures into fine ash, while Zhao Li's skin began to show signs of scorching. Chapter 115. The Conclusion. Despair. Now, the body was under the dominion of Luo Yin, and all the pain resonated within her senses. Her left hand transformed into a blade of steel, cleaving through several individuals from the natural sect who had approached. A whip, wreathed in black flames, emerged from her right hand and struck Chiron directly. With a resounding crack, Chiron was sent flying. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not been obliterated by the force of a ninth-tier attack. It is finished. With a flourish of the steel blade, Chiron's head was severed from his body. You have completed your task. This body is now mine, Luo Yin declared. As Zhao Li's consciousness faded away, just as Luo Yin sought to maneuver the body forward, it abruptly began to disintegrate, transforming into a puddle of blood. Damn, as expected. I am fortunate to have made preparations. Luo Yin's spirit floated out and merged into the form of a colossal black giant, commanding it to vacate the battlefield. She needed to depart swiftly. Simulation concluded. Please select your permanent talent. Demigod's body. Would you like to replace it? Do not replace. You have received a legendary gift package. Open it. Zhao Li found himself in the desolate landscape once more, tracing a finger over a massive stone, which transformed into a smooth platform upon which he sat. Acquired Intrigue, equilibrium of all things in balance. Without beginning or end. Received task reward, eternal leaf, a single leaf that grants 1,000 years of life to any creature whose lifespan is insufficient, a rare treasure. Divine essence condensation method, gods are not conjured from thin air. They require solid foundations, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, ordinary, lacking in allure. A dilapidated treasure bowl, an artifact capable of replicating treasures. However, due to its damage, the replicated items are inconsistent in quality. Item, the mad old sword saint, perhaps merely a senile elder, yet when lucid, he can cleave the world with a single sword strike. The bamboo chopsticks were discarded. They held no value. A character card materialized in his hand, and upon casting it to the ground, a ragged, one-armed elder appeared, leaning on a bamboo staff. This might be a man on the brink of death. Oh well, it mattered little. The divine essence condensation method warranted examination, as it was the only task reward of any merit. As he opened it, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The world spun, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until Zhao Li gradually regained consciousness. The one-armed sword saint beside him appeared even more destitute, upon noticing Zhao Li awake. He handed him a piece of paper. Sword Qi Ascendance. The paper bore no inscriptions, yet it exuded a potent spiritual aura, concealing within it the cultivation techniques of sword energy. From the item card, it was evident that this item was not to be underestimated. Seeing Zhao Li accept the paper, the one-armed sword saint sat despondently upon the ground, devoid of vitality. As Zhao Li hastily rose to inspect his surroundings, he realized that the frail body of the elder had ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. This once glorious sword saint had now become nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that you possess no value. At times, possessing value can evoke a sense of melancholy, yet it allows one to endure. As for your lack of worth, may you find eternal rest. Zhao Li sat cross-legged beside the corpse, reflecting deeply, for he too was a guest beneath another's roof. Without value, one might meet a fate akin to that of the alchemist or the sword saint. He had already discovered the path to divinity, and this world served as a potential catalyst. Perhaps it could facilitate his progress. According to the principles of condensation, the formation of a divine rank necessitates a mythic-level talent, and the greater the number of mythic talents, the stronger the divinity. Not only talent counts, but each attribute may also be regarded as a mythic talent. Zhao Li certainly possessed this prerequisite. However, he required the world's source energy. which resided within the core of the realm. He faced two options, either shatter the entire world to extract it or continuously hunt the destined children. This world was vastly different from Zhao Li's blue star, incapable of gathering stellar energy. Annihilating a star was but a dream. Yet, hunting the destined children might be feasible. A mechanical claw suddenly seized Zhao Li, prompting a group of individuals to approach. Report. We have captured an otherworldly fiend and are currently subduing it, one personnel announced. As the mechanical claw binding Zhao Li began to unleash an overwhelming surge of soul power, attempting to suppress his spirit. I must say, there is no need for such measures, Zhao Li remarked, tearing the mechanical claw from his body. Specialized projectiles flew toward him, and in a moment of urgency, Zhao Li transformed his entire being into gold. This golden form was less susceptible to harm. Although injuries could be mended with energy, there were times, however, when energy could not be summoned, rendering him vulnerable. Indeed, the projectiles, while not particularly damaging, possessed an unusual magnetic field that hindered the soul, despite having a physical form. Movement became increasingly cumbersome, prompting Zhao Li to resolve to take decisive action. Ultimate dark magic, dark plunder. Among the various forms of magic, dark magic was the most profound and well understood, even if Zhao Li was unaware that his knowledge of it had been imparted by a dark entity. An endless shroud of dark mist emanated from Zhao Li's golden form, and those nearby who merely brushed against it found their skin marked by black imprints, succumbing to dizziness and collapsing into unconsciousness. Draw upon the might of the heavens, unite the spirits of all things. Radiant black moon, shake the fate of all beings. Dark absorption. The dark mist surged violently, enveloping thousands of miles. In that moment, both flora and fauna endured unimaginable suffering, their forms gradually consumed by the black fog, transforming into withered and decayed corpses. Standing at the center of the dark mist, Zhao Li's golden form grew immensely, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being commanding the earth. Each step he took left a colossal footprint upon the ground, and with each tremor, many desiccated bones were shattered. On the other hand, the humans of the Qing realm have also begun to take relentless action. Some have even risked their lives to collect the enigmatic black mist for research. The outcome, as one might expect, was catastrophic. Every individual within the laboratory perished without exception. The remnants left behind have been thoroughly sealed within the Soul Practitioner Union. Although the Beast Hunting Bureau has been engaged in a constant battle against the soul beasts, they remain vigilant regarding this peculiar black mist. Beast Hunting Bureau. This is the latest data. The black mist has expanded by 2%. While its rate of spread has slowed compared to last month, it is undeniably continuing to grow. The committee members have issued orders for us to thoroughly investigate the origins of this black mist and to find a solution. Even if we cannot eradicate it completely, we must at least contain it. It cannot be allowed to spread any further, declared the director of the Beast Hunting Bureau, a fifth-tier soul practitioner wielding a spear soul type, renowned for his formidable combat prowess. Yet, when confronted with such an enigmatic phenomenon, he found himself at a loss. Chapter 116, The Black Mist Director. There is no need to investigate this black mist. It must be the work of an otherworldly demon. Even the most formidable soul beast in our world, the Lana, could not possess such power to envelop 15 continents. The implications are staggering, remarked a fifth-tier expert from the Beast Hunting Bureau. Indeed, few were eager to delve into such matters, for they involved otherworldly demons shrouded in mystery, possessing capabilities unknown to even the strongest fifth-tier individuals, who were not invincible and were still subject to the ravages of time. I am well aware of that. However, with orders issued to us, there is no evading this task, the director replied, somewhat disheartened. He had witnessed the black mist in the containment chamber, noting that it could annihilate both fifth-tier and first-tier entities alike, and the requirements for isolation were exceedingly stringent. Currently, the only option was to utilize laboratory-grade gnarl metal for containment. Ordinary metals would corrode under its influence. While it was feasible to encapsulate smaller black mists, confronting one that pervaded 15 vast continents was altogether another matter. Surely, one could not simply rely on gnarl metal for containment, for even exhausting the resources of the committee would not suffice. Suddenly, the conference room doors were thrust open with a resounding crash, and 3 young men burst in. Director, we are eager to investigate the black mist, proclaimed the leader of the trio, with the others nodding in agreement. This is no trivial matter. It poses a lethal risk. Do you comprehend the nature of that black mist? You are merely a group of reckless youths. The director scolded, his frustration palpable. We are capable. Our demon hunting squad boasts third-tier strength, fully equipped to undertake the exploratory mission, asserted the leader confidently. Have you thoroughly examined the data? The director inquired, attempting to temper his anger. Yes, we have reviewed it. The black mist is indeed perilous, but we possess strategies to counter it. The current soul energy mechas are fully capable of supporting the exploration, the youth responded with assurance. Very well, Then this task shall be entrusted to you. Exercise caution. The director said, patting the young man on the shoulder, signaling that they could proceed. As the three youths exited with enthusiasm, an elderly administrator voiced concern. Is this truly advisable? The origins of the Black Mist, though undocumented in history, are far more formidable than the malevolent curses of 3 millennia past. It is certainly not advisable, but I shall ensure that Beliza accompanies them, the director replied. Upon mentioning Beliza, the assembly exchanged knowing glances. Beliza was a rare talent among soul cultivators, possessing astonishing strength. At just over 30 years of age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. With her oversight, there was little cause for alarm, and thus the discussion shifted back to the Black Mist. Our reconnaissance mechas will inevitably incur varying degrees of damage within. And we have detected the presence of unknown entities, remarked another bald administrator. Entities? How could that be? Even the mightiest of creatures could not possibly survive in such conditions. Stated a distinguished guest. Such occurrences are not unheard of. After all, was T. Rahul known to thrive in the immensely toxic waters of the ice poison pool? The director countered. Esteemed colleagues, do any of you possess viable solutions? The ominous Black Mist can no longer be disregarded. The entire society is in a state of turmoil. The higher-ups have indicated that, if necessary, we may see certain hostilities against the soul beasts. The director took a sip of tea and addressed the others. The situation has deteriorated significantly, remarked a mid-level combat commander, somewhat astonished. You may not be aware, but that Black Mist expands over 100 miles each day. It is utterly perilous, stated a deputy manager clad in a floral robe, evidently well informed about the circumstances. Our only course of action is to locate the extraterrestrial malevolence responsible for the Black Mist. Even if we cannot find it, we must acquire the critical artifact. The bald manager declared. We shall dispatch 5 elite combat teams from North Sea Continent, South Hua Continent, East Xiong Prefecture, West Chi Prefecture, and West Hua Continent to penetrate the Black Mist. Should any unforeseen events arise, we will retreat immediately, the director concluded decisively. At the Beast Hunting Bureau, 3 impassioned young individuals were now fully equipped and prepared for departure. 3 soul-powered mechas were loaded onto trucks, and they intended to approach the vicinity of the Black Mist via land soulboats. Lian good. Everyone is saying the risks associated with this Black Mist expedition are alarmingly high. Are we truly capable of undertaking this? Inquired one plump youth, visibly anxious. Addressing the leader of the group. Done, we must look ahead. While the risks may be considerable, so too are the rewards. Consider the few geniuses who have become renowned over the past 200 years. There are only a handful. Lian Gu responded. Can we refrain from this brainwashing? Isn't it better to get a good night's sleep? We are about to enter the Black Mist zone. We should be aware of the circumstances, a young woman remarked. Holding some food. Yao Mei, rest assured, there is absolutely no cause for concern. You know my old man. He's a master of divination and has a firm grasp on this Black Mist. The source lies within Hella City in Foam Bay County. Lian Gu confidently asserted. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yao Mei questioned. If I had, all the credit would have vanished. We must ensure our roles are secured in the rear. Now we have the opportunity to make a significant impact at the forefront. Wouldn't you agree? Lian Gu boasted proudly. Have we prepared the necessary defenses against the Black Mist? Yao Mei inquired. The 7-star Soul Lantern, Junhua Sword, and Holy Light Lantern. These 3 should suffice. We are more than capable. Lian Gu replied, accepting the meat and rice Yao Mei handed him. Oh, 2nd-grade soul beast meat. Quite impressive. This must have cost a pretty penny. Lian Gu commented after taking a bite. Never mind that. Just eat. Yao Mei urged the 2 as they followed the staff into the enormous husk of a soul beast. With a sudden lurch, the soul beast shell began to ascend into the sky. Lian Gu, clutching his meat and rice, settled into a seat within the soul beast shell, which was crafted from the remains of an exceptionally rare 5th-grade soul beast known as the Rock Earth Beast. It could fly at remarkable speeds, though it is worth noting that this beast was unable to fly in life and could only crawl slowly along the ground. It possessed minimal aggression, which explained why the Beast Hunting Bureau had a substantial number of them. Where shall we wait? Dunn asked. This is easy to discuss. We are considering Huabei City, where the Black Mist cannot spread within 7 days. Our equipment may be slightly slower, but it can still arrive within 3 days. Of course, it is also an emergency evacuation point, heavily populated with many individuals, and the environment is quite harsh. If you prefer not to go there, we can head to Bailuizhen instead, said Brother Lian. What do you think? Asked Sister Yo. That place, apart from a handful of personnel from the Demon Subduing Bureau, is essentially deserted, and the Black Mist will engulf it within 3 days, Brother Lian stated with gravity. Upon mentioning this, the 3 fell silent. Chapter 117. The Black Mist beings jolly wandered through the ever-shifting Black Mist, meticulously observing the peculiar effects it wrought. Strange, amorphous entities emerged from the fog, With a swift motion, he grasped one of these nebulous beings. Noticing its utter lack of intelligence, he exerted pressure, causing it to burst and dissolve into the surrounding miasma. By absorbing the world's energy entwined within the black mist, he refined it into the essence of the world. The results? One could boast that within 3 centuries, he would undoubtedly ascend to semi-divinity. However, this rapid and efficient method came at a grave cost, the demise of countless life forms. The essence of the world was exceedingly precious. Accessible only to the fated children of destiny, the world's energy found in ordinary beings was far too insubstantial. He needed to continually extract this energy from the black mist, rendering it impossible for him to depart unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Zhao Li turned his gaze northward. Sensing an exceptionally concentrated source of world essence, he began to move in that direction, and the surrounding black mist beings instinctively followed him. The fog roiled towards his path, its expansion to the north accelerating exponentially. Not far from Zhao Li, the trio of youths from Beiluo town had also arrived. Reaching the periphery of the black mist within just a day, Brother Lian gazed at the visible black fog in the distance, shattering the railing in frustration. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Poor citizens. We can only wonder how many were unable to escape. Once I locate the instigator of this mist, I shall ensure his demise." At this moment, the majority of the Demon Suppression Bureau personnel in Beiluo town were preparing to retreat. Under the guidance of the Bureau, the 3 youths settled into a relatively fine hotel nearby. That night, the alarm of Beiluo town echoed through the skies. What was happening? Brother Lian sprang from his bed, grabbing an extraordinary sword from the bedside. Upon opening the door, he was met with a bright scene. The black mist, which had previously seemed distant, now loomed less than 20 miles away, its oppressive presence palpable. The black mist has accelerated its advance. We must evacuate immediately. A bureau officer approached Brother Lian, accompanied by Yao Mei and Dunner. Just as they were about to depart, a chilling scream resonated through the air. "Enemy attack!" a voice cried out, prompting the bureau personnel to spring into action. Soon, anguished cries filled the atmosphere. As Brother Lian contemplated venturing outside, a cat, entirely black with ominous markings, collapsed before him. "Look out!" The soul essence surged into the Junhua sword, cleaving the cat in twain. To his astonishment, the 2 halves rejoined as if they had never been severed. Watching at Brother Lian with a swipe of its paw, Brother Lian felt as though his very soul were being scorched. The black scratch upon his face burned like ignited oil, inflicting indescribable agony. "Holy light lantern!" he cried in despair, gripping his sword once more and striking down, obliterating the black cat. The ensuing shockwave transformed it into a swirling cloud of darkness. In her hand, Yao Mei illuminated a dimly glowing lantern, the gentle yellow light forming a protective aura. The wound on Lian Ji's body continuously oozed dark mist, only ceasing after a full minute. "How are you?" Yao Mei inquired. "Do not let your guard down. These creatures are exceedingly bizarre. It feels as though my soul is being seared." Lian Ge signaled that he was not gravely injured, as the Junhua sword in his hand began to radiate formidable sword energy, dispersing the encroaching dark mist creatures before they could advance. "Hurry, the dark mist approaches." The overseer, conversing with Lian Ge, shouted to everyone, prompting them to abandon their battle and hastily board the vehicles for retreat. The ominous dark mist loomed in the distance, and survival seemed an impossibility. The potency of the dark mist had been tested, capable of obliterating creatures of the 5th rank. Sighing at the sight of the approaching darkness, Lian Ge climbed into the vehicle, ready to depart. Dark mist entities relentlessly pursued from behind, while the soul practitioners aboard, equipped with long-range attack capabilities, unleashed their offensive. Yao Mei's holy lantern enveloped the entire vehicle, shielding it from the onslaught of dark mist creatures. "Why is this lantern growing dimmer?" Yao Mei questioned. "Oh no. Is it out of fuel?" Lian Ji's face was etched with concern, as he had not anticipated such perilous circumstances. "What shall we do?" Yao Mei asked. "Guard the lantern closely. Once our supplies arrive from the rear, we can refuel it," Lian Ge replied. Suddenly, a colossal winged dragon burst forth from the dark mist. If the forms of the dark mist creatures were partially composed of deceased beings transformed, the other half manifested from the externalization of Zhao Li's consciousness, giving rise to aberrant entities of the blue star. This enormous winged dragon charged directly towards Lian Ji's vehicle, its maw gaping wide as it unleashed a torrent of dark mist. "Quick, turn on the light," Lian Ge urged, signaling Yao Mei to maximize the holy lantern's brightness. The protective aura shifted to a vibrant orange-yellow, effectively repelling the oncoming dark mist. As Lian Ge continuously unleashed sword energy, a sudden sharp sound echoed through the air, followed by a resounding explosion. Lian Ge's expression hardened as he gazed toward the source of the blast, with Dun'er beside him sharing the same gaze. The site of the incident was unmistakably the vehicle previously occupied by the overseer of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Frowning, Lian Ge seized his sword energy release, instructing the driver to maintain distance from other vehicles. The convoy hastened northward, their speed surpassing that of the majority of dark mist creatures. Yet, the winged dragon in the sky relentlessly attacked, with each strike inevitably resulting in casualties among the occupants of the vehicles. Within the convoy, 2 armored vehicles had already been obliterated, the dark mist steadily eroding the humans aboard, gradually halting in full view of the other vehicles. Do we have no artillery? Bring down those flying beasts. Lian Gu commanded through the vehicle's communication system, prompting several vehicles to launch blue soul energy projectiles at the winged dragon in the sky. In the chaos of the explosion, the dragon was repeatedly torn apart and reconstituted, each transformation into dark mist followed by a resurgence of its form. It is evident that the elusive shadowy pterosaurs soaring through the skies are not easily vanquished. With this thought, Lian Gu accepted the lantern from Yao Mei's hands and poured the remaining oil into the blade of the Junhua sword. Let the holy light endure, illuminating the world. The radiance of the sword surged, and in an instant, all the shadowy creatures near the convoy were transformed into wisps of darkness, dissipating into the air. Subsequently, the black mist coalesced, revealing towering giants, each nearly 20 meters tall, advancing through the shroud. Following them was Zhao, transformed into a magnificent golden giant over 300 meters in height. Chapter 118, The Source of the Black Mist. For 2 consecutive days, the team, initially led by Brother Lian, found themselves fleeing from one location to another, ultimately transporting all personnel and supplies together. The speed of their expanding ranks was remarkable, culminating in their arrival at Huabei City. The trio donned their newly acquired gear, and Yao Mei was introduced to a glass bottle containing a golden liquid. Is this lamp oil? She inquired. Indeed, this is the oil derived from the remains of the Holy Light genetic beast. These artificially modified creatures exist to serve humanity. It is noteworthy that this oil, which previously required the burning of pure souls, can now be significantly improved through the use of corpse oil, Brother Lian explained, simultaneously inserting a blue crystal into the wick of the 7-star soul lamp. Dunner, this 7-star soul lamp is now operational. Use it sparingly. And be cautious with the soul fire. Injury could pose a grave threat. Brother Lian cautioned. Let us venture inside and investigate, he declared, fully equipped with protective gear, and piloted the 3-meter-tall soul energy mech into the depths of the black mist. The creatures within the mist were scarce, and the majority appeared markedly different from those outside, exhibiting a dull and dazed demeanor. After dispatching several, Brother Lian ceased his attacks. The trio maneuvered their mech through the dense fog, relying solely on the reflection of sound waves to navigate. As they progressed, Brother Lian sensed vibrations beneath their feet and quickly signaled to his companions. What is happening? Could a large creature be approaching? Dunner exclaimed in alarm. Remain calm. Our mech possesses flight capabilities, Brother Lian reassured them. After moving a few steps forward, they detected a massive gathering of giants ahead. With a thunderous roar, one of the giants charged forward, wielding an enormous club. Take to the air. These giants are unlike any we have encountered, Brother Lian commanded, raising the mech's right arm, unleashing a powerful soul energy beam that cleaved the giant in two, its remnants dissipating into the mist. The trio ascended into the sky, leaving the giants below helpless in their gaze. Just as Brother Lian contemplated a taunt, his heart raced as an enormous foot appeared on the detection screen, dwarfing even the giants. With a resounding crash, the colossal foot descended, obliterating the giants below into nothingness. An immense golden visage materialized before them, and even at a height of 100 meters, they found themselves looking up in awe. A deafening voice reverberated through the air, leaving Brother Lian momentarily deafened. I have found you. As a being of relatively benevolent nature, I offer you a choice. 1. I can slay you and seize the source of world energy within you. 2. You may submit to me, offering your world energy in exchange for unimaginable power and a lifespan beyond your wildest dreams. Zhao presented the 2 options, recognizing that the innate talents of these indigenous beings, who were favored by the world, could prove advantageous in alleviating his own burdens at a critical moment. You are merely a malevolent entity who has wrought considerable devastation upon our world. You shall pay the price for your actions. Brother Lian retorted defiantly. Perhaps, or perhaps not. I perceive that your world is far from ideal. However, for me, it serves as an excellent material for advancement. Zhao pondered before speaking, acknowledging that this realm, with a maximum level of only 5, is indeed quite suitable for consumption, as worlds of the 9th level possess formidable strength, and one might find themselves expelled from existence. Junhua sword technique. Lian Gu unleashed a formidable attack, the entire sword radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yet, despite Lian Ji's bravery, he appeared fragile before Zhao Li. With merely a flick of his finger, a streak of light effortlessly sliced through Lian Gu's head, freezing him in place. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a spring. The other half of his head lay nearby, eyes filled with terror and disbelief. With a mere thought, Zhao Li forcibly suspended Lian Ji's soul beside him. The gleaming silver blade of the Junhua sword bore no trace of blood. The crimson arcs of electricity danced around Zhao Li's indifferent visage. Dun Air gazed at Lian Ji's lifeless body, rendered motionless. Moments later, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Scarlet lightning flickered above them, the crimson light materializing like the fangs of a beast. This was the very force that had slain Lian Ge. A creation of Zhao Li's pride, electric crimson slash. In an instant, Dun Air's head was cleanly severed in two. The inertia of the previous moment caused her body to tumble onto Lian Ge, blood splattering everywhere. Yao Mei touched the back of her head, feeling a slick sensation. And upon closer inspection, a mixture of red and white stained her hand. Yao Mei collapsed onto the ground, the lantern in her grasp extinguished. Come forth. With a wave of his hand, the souls of Lian Ge and his companions were drawn into Zhao Li's immense form. Are you the master of the Black Mist? Bai Li's translucent figure gradually materialized before the towering Zhao Li. It was a rhetorical inquiry. Submit to me or perish, Zhao Li asserted. I choose to submit. I know I cannot defeat you. I never anticipated that our lowly world would attract the attention of such a powerful being. However, may I propose a reasonable request? Bai Li's inquired. Speak, Zhao Li replied, intrigued by Bai Li's proposition. Grant the people of this world a glimmer of hope, Bai Li implored. Hope? That is quite simple, but you must cooperate with me. Only then can this world aspire to hope. Would you not agree? Zhao Li stated. Embrace my power, Zhao Li declared, as the surrounding black mist began to merge with Bai Li's form. The soul seed underwent an irreversible transformation, dissipating and dissolving within. As the colossal sword soul within Bai Li vanished, replaced by a suit of golden armor. What do you think? Your soul weapon is rather inadequate, however. The soul type I shall forge for you will be far superior. Even though the constraints of this world limit you to the 5th tier, you will undoubtedly emerge as the mightiest among them. Zhao Li spoke with a hint of pride, a power he had acquired through his mastery over the Black Mist. Naturally, this came at a cost, as the strength of Zhao Li's Black Mist would diminish slightly, concurrently stripping away the world's source energy and its power, which would return to Zhao Li's essence. Engaging in trade with this group of indigenous people to seize greater strength might prove to be an exceptionally astute strategy. As it stands, the efficacy of this Black Mist is rather poor. Most individuals flee upon its appearance unless the mist could envelop the entirety of this realm. Chapter 119. The Dawn of the Soulflower. 3 months later, the ominous Black Mist gradually ceased its expansion, rendering 20 continents as forbidden zones. Through the messages conveyed by Bare Eyes, it became known that within this Black Mist bloomed a flower called the Revitalizing Blossom, which could significantly enhance one's soul seed aptitude, and even had the potential to bestow a soul seed upon those who had none. In a brief moment, the Black Mist became an object of fervent desire, and those fortunate enough to acquire the Revitalizing Blossom experienced truly transformative changes in their power. As time sped by, the terror of the Black Mist was all but forgotten within a mere 80 years, replaced by a frenzied obsession for the myriad varieties of the Revitalizing Blossom. In a grand city situated closest to the Black Mist, Zhao Li sat at an outdoor dining table of an upscale hotel, where a waiter was refilling his wine. At that moment, a middle-aged, portly man approached, perspiring profusely, and hurriedly took a seat across from Zhao Li. Beizuan, I sincerely apologize for the delay. The streets were quite congested, the rotund man explained with a respectful demeanor. Not a concern. We may converse after you take a moment to collect yourself, Zhao Li replied. Beizuan, I am here on behalf of the Donghua Commerce Association. Are we not to discuss the ownership of the Revitalizing Blossoms from the Qiglang in the Northern District? The man wiped his brow and inquired. It is merely a Qiglang blossom. That is easily settled, Zhao Li responded directly. Indeed. But might we negotiate a reduction in our fees? 80,000 for each blossom is rather excessive, the man queried with a hint of trepidation. 80,000 is hardly exorbitant given the current market conditions, would you not agree? Zhao Li took a sip of his wine and addressed the man. Yes. Beizuan makes a valid point. Yet many students from mid-tier academies cannot afford it. I wish for those with lesser means to have access to the Revitalizing Blossom. The man proclaimed with a righteous expression. That is a fair consideration. Very well, I shall grant you 500 complimentary blossoms each year. Provided the students present themselves to me for evaluation, those who do not meet the standards shall be ineligible, Zhao Li declared. Thank you, Beizuan. I am truly grateful. The man exclaimed joyfully, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. As the overseer of the northern region of the Black Mist, Zhao Li's power and influence were undeniably immense. This concession would save a significant sum, as the market price for a Qiglang Revitalizing Blossom hovered around 150,000, summing up to a staggering 75 million for 500. Though Zhao Li was conducting his own business, those accompanying him would also reap considerable benefits. I have heard that you previously conducted trade with Dongzuan. How fares the market? Zhao Li inquired, referring to Dongzuan. A semi-corporeal entity formed from Yao Mei's soul merging with the black mist, possessing a strength surpassing that of a fifth-tier being and a consciousness of its own. Zhao Li, while reluctant to engage with such matters, was nonetheless curious. Dongzuan has always been quite carefree. The sales of the charming flowers in the eastern district are thriving. Though they are perilously close to the depths of the black mist, each venture into it claims lives, the portly man replied, familiar with the risks. The charming variety of revitalizing blossom holds a high priority for women, as it is known to enhance their external beauty and rectify certain aesthetic flaws. The allure of this flower is indeed considerable, though it is regrettably scarce in the northern region. I hope that the recent discovery of the blue wolf flower can open up new markets, fostering pleasant collaboration. Zhao Li raised his glass while seated, proclaiming these words. The portly man promptly rose, raised his cup, and bowed respectfully. The two drained their glasses in unison. After the man departed, Zhao Li vacated the hotel's outdoor dining area. In less than a century, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation, akin to life being as ephemeral as grass. Under the operations of Balize, the entire world seemed to operate according to his will. He had become a deity within this realm, capable of determining life and death with mere words. Upon returning to his opulent suite, he reclined on the bed and entered his dreamscape. This self-fashioned dream allowed Zhao Li to perceive his own strength with remarkable clarity. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, his power had undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. Although he remained at the 9th tier, his combat prowess was vastly superior. This world, while appearing prosperous, was fundamentally hollow. Weakened by a significant loss of worldly power that had left it languishing, it was conceivable that even a 5th-tier malevolent being from beyond could reduce this world to ashes. Over the past century, Zhao Li had dealt with countless such entities, all of whom sought to take advantage of opportunities. He had no choice but to eliminate them. For the world was finite, and the proverbial cake could not be divided. Within his dream, Zhao Li's supreme mage deity talent continuously operated. As a mythic-level talent, its potential was boundless. Unlike the golden evolvers, which relied on a plethora of abilities and constantly unearthed magic, the application of his supreme mage deity was far more intuitive compared to the dream-weaving authority and the obscure terms, disaster, long equilibrium, he had yet to master. The combination of dream magic and dream-weaving authority might enable Zhao Li to become a being as powerful as the dream god he had once encountered. Yet he yearned to be the creator of the calamity of fate, the ancient god. In that eventuality, he could converse face-to-face with the ancient god, rather than being a mere puppet. While continually constructing his dream, he suddenly sensed an external disturbance. Exiting the dream, he found the phone by his bedside ringing. Upon answering, a male voice resonated through the receiver. Northern Sovereign, we have discovered a promising talent. Shall we bring them under our banner? The Southern Sovereign is beginning to seek out individuals as well. The speaker was a child of destiny, who at that moment had fully pledged allegiance to Zhao Li and was diligently gathering talent for him. Handle it as you see fit, as long as they secure the championship in this year's Four Directions tournament. Zhao Li replied decisively. The Four Directions tournament was a grand event jointly hosted by the four great sovereigns of East, West, South, and North, essentially a world-class competition with extraordinarily generous rewards. However, participants were restricted to those under 20 years of age. As members of the Four Eyes race, with lifespans generally around 150 years, those possessing soul types could live even longer. Thus, the age limit effectively excluded many elder entities from competing. Understood. Rest assured, Northern Sovereign, we will undoubtedly seize the championship in this tournament. The man spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that as the foremost aide under the Northern Sovereign, he excelled in both strength and efficiency. With the vast resources at the Northern Sovereign's disposal, gathering a few talented youths was an exceedingly simple task. What type of soul is that youth? Zhao Li inquired. A bronze sword, the man replied. Provide him with the resurrection potion capable of crafting the king's armor. The resurrection flower, endowed with remarkable abilities, is not solely consumed. Rather, individuals have developed various targeted resurrection potions. Furthermore, the king's armor that Zhao Li referred to is an extraordinarily potent type of soul. Chapter 120. Farewell to Luo Yin upon disconnecting the call. A peculiar sensation overcame Zhao Li, as if a strange aura had emerged from a distant corner of the world, one that was both familiar and repugnant. Suddenly, he recalled a deity. Indeed, it was the god of lies and deception, Luo Yin. Before he could rise to seek her out, an ethereal shadow immediately manifested before him, revealing Luo Yin herself. Ah, why have you taken so long to summon me? I had to traverse a great distance to reach here, which was truly exhausting. Luo Yin exclaimed, her spectral form appearing disheveled and somewhat disoriented. Enough of that. I shall find you shortly, the apparition declared before dissipating. Zhao Li remained motionless, understanding that this was not the deity's true form. Nonetheless, her power was undeniably formidable. He perceived that such an almost unconditional projection was beyond his capabilities. And confronting this god was simply out of the question. Barely half an hour had passed when a ragged, deranged woman swaggered into the North Zune hotel room. Though everyone recognized her, none dared to intervene. It was both astonishing and hard to fathom. Long time no see. In the blink of an eye. You have grown so much, Luo Yin remarked as she settled down, grasping an empty cup that instantly filled with liquid. She sipped gracefully. Do not feel so restrained. Rest assured, I do not intend to seize this world from you. I see your need to ascend to demigod status, and I am here to assist you. Luo Yin stated. You are hailed as the god of lies and deception. Do you truly expect me to believe you? Zhao Li retorted, gazing intently into her eyes. The projection before him was merely an extension of Luo Yin's consciousness, manifesting in this realm. Even enhanced, it was but at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Incomparable to his own strength. He considered that perhaps eliminating her outright at this moment might be a wise course of action. I am but a projection. Yet should you entertain any ill intentions towards me, you will swiftly learn the meaning of divine might. Think carefully, boy, Luo Yin perceived his thoughts. Bemused by the audacity of someone so young, scarcely 200 years old, daring to confront her. What is your purpose here? Zhao Li inquired, voicing his confusion. I believe we are on the brink of a wonderfully sweet collaboration. As your partner, I feel compelled to offer you assistance during your low points, Luo Yin replied. However, I do not perceive how you can aid me. Furthermore, I sense your existence may pose a threat to me, Zhao Li asserted, rising to emanate an overwhelming aura. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Surely, there is something among it that you require, Luo Yin countered. And what do you think I need at this moment? Zhao Li asked. The method for extracting the core essence from the world of the void beasts. You are but a step away from becoming a demigod with this knowledge. You will ascend directly to that realm, Luo Yin revealed. I am uncertain whether the multitude of terms and talents is beneficial or detrimental to you, said Luo Yin. However, I must inform you that there cannot be an excess. Otherwise, you shall never hope to attain the realm of the divine in this lifetime. The method of extracting the world's core? Zhao Li inquired. Indeed, this method is quite effective, with virtually no waste, Luo Yin replied. Then please, grant it to me. Zhao Li extended his hands, indicating his desire. 15 divine coins. Luo Yin declared. I do not possess any, Zhao Li candidly admitted. Then I shall bestow it upon you for free. Do not forget my kindness, Luo Yin said, as an ethereal tome materialized before Zhao Li. Upon touching it, the book vanished, leaving Zhao Li with knowledge of how to acquire the world's core. What do you think? Not bad, right? Luo Yin probed. This method was something she had extracted from a colossal void beast, a piece of knowledge almost obtained without cost. She had never personally sought the world's core or the world's source power. As a deity with substantial backing, she received vast resources each year, never stooping to pursue such trifles herself. Quite satisfactory. Let us proceed, Zhao Li responded, as time was of the essence. The sooner they obtained the world's core, the more secure he would feel. Lead the way, Luo Yin urged. A dark mist enveloped the two, and as it dissipated, their figures vanished. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a searing underground palace, where a blazing fireball floated at its center. Is this the world's core? It appears rather volatile. Although Luo Yin had not encountered the world's core often, she could sense the ferocious energy within. A moment's carelessness could leave Zhao Li severely injured, rendering his ascension to demigod a mere dream, with healing taking millennia. Indeed, the current world's core has been weakened by more than half. It harbors considerable hostility towards me, Zhao Li stated calmly, as the dark mist seeped into the core. Countless tendrils of black mist surged forth, yet most were repelled by the fireball's surface, purified by its flames. Black threads gradually appeared upon the surface of the fireball. While Luo Yin seated herself upon a stone bench within the palace, finding the slow process rather tedious. Zhao Li, drenched in sweat, continued to divide the world's source power within the sphere. He could not sever it entirely, for such an act would cause the entire world to collapse, and the world's core would instantly cease to exist. Ha ha ha, it worked, Zhao Li exclaimed, his hands clasped together as the fireball surged toward him, extending his right hand. The crimson energy coiled around his palm, the rich essence of the world's source flowing into his being. It is done. We may depart from here, Zhao Li announced, feeling that he had gathered all the valuable elements he needed from this world. Are you leaving already? Do not forget to summon me. I wish to linger here for a while longer. You may go ahead, Luo Yin replied. Luo Yin remarked that in this form, she only appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Absorbing the dissipated source force of the world here would be just the catalyst needed to break free from this constraint. Afterward, she could seize a considerable amount of resources in the vicinity, making this journey worthwhile. As a deity of modest means, The primary concern was to discover more effective ways to plunder additional resources. Well then, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, I shall never summon you, Zhao Li responded. Emerging from the underground palace, Zhao Li stood aloft above the hotel, arms raised high. The stars dimmed, and the dead stars descended. A multitude of black mist began to surge forth from the bodies of countless individuals. All those who had utilized the resurrection flower were engulfed in a ceaseless emergence of black mist, relentlessly consuming themselves and merging with the external realm. Chapter 121. The curtain falls in this moment. Countless souls have paid the ultimate price, and even the once mighty Beatrice, now under Zhao Li's control, feels the waning of her power. As a fifth-tier warrior, she finds herself unable to harness the strength of her soul seed. The outside world has become enshrouded in dense black mist. Those who have previously used the resurrection flower are drained of their very essence, while those who have not are stripped of life itself. There is no escape from death. Contemplating this grim reality, Beatrice sinks back into her seat. At that moment, an elderly man, his visage ravaged by the encroaching black mist, storms into Beatrice's office, seizing her throat in a fit of rage. How could this happen? He demands. The evil god has breached our agreement, Beatrice replies, her voice strained. I anticipated his betrayal, yet I found myself with no other choice. Rather than allow everyone to perish in his despair, it seemed better to face a swift death. In this moment, she appears more like an ordinary woman. The black mist steadily emanating from her nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. How can we save ourselves? Tell me, the old man implores, astonished that his proud disciple has entangled herself with the evil god, plunging the world into ruin. Master, have you felt the sorrow of the world? Beatrice asks, recalling the fleeting moment when she sensed the impending annihilation of their realm. This world is on the brink of extinction. I certainly have, the old man exclaims, releasing Beatrice as he gazes at his ailing apprentice, torn between anger and sorrow. I have established a base beneath the city of Bo, equipped with divine artifacts from the god tomb, sufficient to sustain life. Those within have not yet used the resurrection flower, Beatrice explains, her form slumped on the ground. The black mist swirling around her, constricting her breath. Before the old man can respond, Beatrice rises, her eyes ablaze. I have acquired what I sought, and I thank you for your hospitality. Though I am not the evil god, you may perceive me as such, but I care not. If it means survival, I can extend an opportunity to you. Her voice takes on an eerie tone, as Zhao Li manipulates her body. Ha! You have already destroyed this world. Do you think I would trust you? The old man brandishes twin blades, their icy blue edges glinting ominously. You have no choice, nor do I care, Beatrice retorts. The black mist will persist, yet I shall not exist within it. Instead, it will continuously crystallize into soul gems. With these soul gems, you may withstand the assault of the black mist. As for this world, you shall have to endure for several billion years, awaiting its rebirth. With that, Beatrice collapses to the ground, her lower half having vanished due to Zhao Li's overpowering control. Observing the unconscious Beatrice, the old man raises his left-hand blade. A surge of black mist erupts from the room, merging with the sky as he strides away, shoulders squared, toward the distant city of Bo. On the other side, Zhao Li began to arrange the altar. Indeed, within the divine tomb, there existed a dilapidated portal altar. Placing a severed hand soul seed upon it, he sensed an unease. As though this was not the correct approach. Discarding the severed hand, he instead positioned a golden divine fruit atop the altar. The moment the portal activated, the entire space began to collapse, prompting Zhao Li to hurriedly step inside. After enduring a tumultuous vortex, a heap of mangled flesh materialized upon the steel floor. A robot, observing the grotesque mess, appeared perplexed, and as the portal altar ceased its function, the flesh continued to reassemble. Zhao Li's form reemerged. Yet he was not within the base on the ground, but rather atop a colossal fortress suspended in the sky, surrounded by numerous warships, where teams of robots and a multitude of humanoid monsters diligently toiled. Angel intelligence? Zhao Li activated the long-dormant Archangel engine to summon the Angel intelligence. Yes. What is the situation? The Vedal Angel Wings have established 3 Angel fortresses, 130 A-class warships, 2,000 C-class warships, and 50,000 Angel matches. Good heavens, where is the giant? Zhao Li inquired. The giant is in Fortress number 3, currently connecting to its communications. A virtual projection of the giant appeared before Zhao Li. A figure he recognized, though it was no longer the same as before. Adorned in angelic battle armor, he appeared exceedingly formidable. With brown hair braided and tied at the back of his head. Welcome, master. The giant's projection knelt respectfully. Behind him stood numerous humanoid monsters. Report your progress and elucidate the current state of the world, Zhao Li commanded. The giant before him was evidently more capable than the angel intelligence, which possessed considerable limitations. For instance, The Vettel Angel Wings could not be summoned by any entity below the Archangel rank to forge S-class battleships and angel cities. In your absence of 150 years, the surface world has undergone little transformation. However, the subterranean dwellers have engaged in multiple exchanges with us. And we have repeatedly seized the divine fruits from the golden divine tree, which is rumored to be on the brink of awakening. The giant reported. What are those monsters? Jolly gestured toward the nearby creatures engaged in cleaning. Though possessing human-like limbs, their visages were grotesque, with 2 pairs of compound eyes and 3 rings of razor-sharp teeth. These are the synthetic beasts, created by combining the genetic database of the angel intelligence with local fauna. Although not particularly strong, they reproduce rapidly and possess considerable combat capability, serving effectively as expendable troops in battle. The giant explained. These ordinary synthetic beasts held no interest for him, as the true combat power lay in the extraordinary synthetic beasts, continually enhanced through his modifications, capable of rivaling those of the 5th tier. Very well, prepare more. War is imminent, Zhao Li remarked as the ethereal figure effortlessly gestured to extinguish the light, then ambled with hands clasped behind his back to a haven resplendent with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. This tranquil sanctuary had been meticulously crafted by angel intelligence exclusively for Zhao Li, accessible solely to cleaning robots. Every plant and creature within this realm had been directly synthesized from the genetic repository, exhibiting a certain rigidity, yet offering a soothing visual charm. Seated upon a wooden bench nestled along a cobblestone path, Zhao Li found solace beneath a sun regulated by nuclear technology. In other words, the entire fortress was enveloped, rendering the external environment irrelevant to the interior. Uncertain of how long he had lingered on the bench, Zhao Li eventually rose, and in that instant, his aura transformed dramatically. A subtle, enigmatic energy emanated from within him, stirring something profound in the unknown expanse. A demigod had arrived. Chapter 122. Simulation at present. Zhao Li is poised to commence the consolidation of his divine essence. However, he refrains from doing so, as the process necessitates an abundance of resources. The realm he previously infiltrated is far from sufficient. At the very least, he requires a world teeming with 9th-tier beings, and not merely one, but several. Otherwise, a lack of energy and material during the consolidation could lead to utter failure, potentially severing his ties to divinity for all eternity. Even if one's lifespan is exceedingly prolonged, it is not eternal. A failed consolidation renders it nearly impossible to harness the formidable power of divine essence again. If the initial attempt at consolidation is akin to nudging a flimsy plank, the subsequent effort becomes the daunting task of shifting a colossal boulder. As for a third attempt, alas, there shall be no third chance. Any being that fails in their second attempt is doomed to face dire repercussions, resulting in their demise without exception. Reflecting on the possibility of simulation, Zhao Li steadies himself for his first attempt in a century. The special simulation commences. Selecting the dilapidated divine realm of the real world, located within the void, with a maximum capacity of divine tier power. Judgment. Advanced divine world will generate items and talents ranging from gray to colorful grades. Simulation in progress. This simulation allows for the selection of talents. Ancient God heir, colorful as a remarkably powerful ancient deity within the void, even as an heir. You shall possess immense strength. Bodiless. White is the most unique entity. You are an unparalleled failure, yet this may not be entirely disadvantageous. Ethereal soul. Green, your soul is extraordinarily feeble, perhaps on the verge of departing your body at any moment. However, you are impervious to the malevolent costs of soul detachment. Clumsy. White, your intellect is rather limited, and you are disinclined to ponder deeply. Often, you struggle with learning, and your clumsiness is conspicuous. Crystal spirit. White, you share a symbiotic existence with a spirit entity, having been a first-tier being since birth. Yet, it frequently siphons your energy, though it may assist you in your hour of need. This selection mandates the choice of 3 talents: bodiless, clumsy, crystal spirit. As a burgeoning demigod, Zhao Li embarks on another simulation. This simulation prohibits the use of the 3 lives seal. Year 0. You are born in the northern ancient state, where an ancient flower seed merges with your physical form, creating a symbiotic bond. Your father names you Xiao Shirgo, a rather mundane name. The more humble the name, the greater the probability of demise. In a world rife with opportunities and perils, this name resembles that of a mere cannon fodder. Year 1. Your body is incapable of containing even a trace of spiritual energy. You resemble a funnel. Your father, a 4th-tier cultivator, finds himself at a loss. Year 2. The ancient flower seed sprouts, elevating your cultivation to the 1st tier, with its tendrils entwining your hair. Your father perceives this as a positive development, perhaps offering you a glimmer of hope for survival in this perilous continent. In the 3rd year, an expedition commenced, and your father departed, never to return. Your mother also vanished after a journey. By the 4th year, with the assistance of the villagers, you barely managed to stave off starvation, learning to catch birds and collect dung. In the 5th year, during an aptitude evaluation, you were deemed the least capable in the village, leaving you disheartened, yet resigned to the notion that perhaps this was your fate. By the 6th year, through relentless perseverance, you mastered the craft of weaving bamboo cages, enabling you to sustain yourself with meager meals. In the 7th year, while harvesting bamboo in the woods, a black and white beast startled you, and in your panic, you were pursued and bitten, resulting in the loss of half your left foot, leaving you slightly limping. In the 8th year, a wandering Taoist priest arrived to tend to the villagers, expressing astonishment at your potential and wishing to take you as a disciple. After some contemplation, you consented, encountering a benefactor in Taoist Li'in, who imparted his medical knowledge to you, albeit at a slow pace. By the 9th year, you acquired the methods to treat fevers, earning the title of a semi-physician. In the 10th year, battles erupted in the distance, and upon awakening in the cave alongside your master, you beheld the vast ravines of the earth, a spectacle of unimaginable power. In the 11th year, you met a young girl named Tuame in a small village. The 12th year saw you and your master settle in a quaint town, the years of hardship having rendered your complexion dark, yet your health remained robust. In the 13th year, your soul began to drift unconsciously through the air, but fortunately, your master was always able to restore your spirit to your body. In the 14th year, you witnessed the most terrifying event of your life. A colossal fireball engulfed the entire town, far larger than the settlement itself. A cerulean shield appeared but shattered instantly, the overwhelming heat and tremendous force displacing your organs and causing extensive burns to your skin. In the 15th year, your spirit floated above the town, accompanied by several other souls. You did not perceive your master's spirit, though his lifeless body lay beside your charred form. By the 16th year, you continued to drift. In the 17th year, an elderly Taoist performed rituals in the town, causing many souls to depart, their destinations unknown. You remained, along with a few stubborn souls. In the 18th year, with the assistance of other spirits, you retrieved the medical texts buried beneath your body. And with your meager spiritual energy, you struggled to study them. By the 19th year, you became enraptured by the medical texts, unable to detach your focus. In the 20th year, a young scholar clad in silk arrived at the ruins of the town, discovering you. He proposed a wager. If you won, you would live. If you lost, you would die. Feeling as though you were already in a state of death, you acquiesced. He asked you to guess how many coins he held. And you guessed none. To your surprise, you won. He indeed held no coins. Your soul reintegrated with your charred body, and unparalleled agony reverberated within your essence. With the assistance of a scholar, you managed to walk, and after partaking in a humble meal of flatbread, you resolved to take your leave. Yearning to return to your village, the scholar bestowed his blessings upon you, expressing his hopes that you would navigate life with tranquility and find joy in your remaining days. You were granted the achievement of divine favor. In the 21st year, the muscles of your left foot had nearly been reduced to ash, rendering you a cripple. Although the musculature of your left hand suffered severe damage, it retained some functionality. Regrettably, your once recognizable visage was rendered unrecognizable, with even your original nose having been obliterated. In the 22nd year, you relied on medical knowledge to return, albeit unsteadily, to the village of your birth. Your appearance instilled terror in many children. Yet you emerged as the most esteemed physician among the neighboring villages. Chapter 123, The Golden Toad of the Law in the 23rd year. You attained a modest reputation, and life was relatively bearable. By the 24th year, beside a serene brook, you stumbled upon an extraordinarily mystical golden toad with 3 legs. It presented a most alluring proposition that you found impossible to decline. You wagered with it. Should you win, all that you possessed would belong to the toad. Should you lose, it would heal your wounds. In a twist of fate, you triumphed in the wager, resulting in the toad losing a limb. Achievement unlocked, Gambler of the Toad. In the 25th year, your body returned to a semblance of normalcy, and soon fate introduced you to your soulmate, leading to marriage. The 26th year brought forth the joy of parenthood after enduring great trials, marking a promising beginning. However, calamity struck in the 27th year as a devastating plague swept through, leaving only a handful of families alive. Despite your tireless efforts, only 3 households remained in the village, compelling you to embark on a journey with your wife and children towards the nearby town of Bo. In the 28th year, after a year of relentless toil, you established a modest apothecary. While profits were meager, they sufficed to sustain your family. The 29th year heralded the birth of your second child. Yet sorrow accompanied joy as your wife tragically succumbed during childbirth. In the 30th year, with the assistance of a matchmaker, you took a 17-year-old maiden as your second wife. By the 31st year, a surge of refugees flooded the town, even drawing the attention of a cultivator soaring through the skies. As you prepared for an escape with your family, tranquility returned within 2 months. In the 32nd year, you acquired a vial of body-refining liquid and bestowed it upon your eldest son, who was not devoid of spiritual potential. Rather, his talents showed promise, filling you with pride. The same year, your wife became pregnant again. In the 33rd year, your wife bore a daughter marked with the white dragon birthmark, igniting tales throughout the town of your family's extraordinary lineage. In the 34th year, an elderly visitor arrived, proclaiming you possessed a celestial destiny, yet lacked the celestial demeanor. What a pity. Reflecting on the myriad of wondrous events you had encountered, you found some truth in his words. The elder accepted your daughter as his direct disciple and your eldest son as a named disciple, leaving behind considerable wealth. As he departed, he took your eldest son with him, promising to return in 5 years to guide your daughter on the path to immortality. The path to divinity severed. Yet the blessings of the immortal endure. Achievement unlocked. Secret of ascendance. In the 35th year, your wife became pregnant once more. The 36th year welcomed the birth of your 4th child, with both mother and child safe and sound. In the 37th year, your second son, lacking cultivation talent, assisted you at the apothecary, which proved to be quite commendable. By the 38th year, your cultivation reached the 2nd tier, and memories of your first wife bloomed anew, evoking nostalgia for the passage of time. In the 39th year, the elder returned, and your eldest son had ascended to the rank of a 2nd-tier cultivator, a stark contrast to your less accomplished state. Under your watchful gaze, your daughter was whisked away by the elder, soaring through the clouds. In the 40th year, you encountered the scholar in white once more. Observing his unchanged visage, you could not help but reflect upon yourself, your hair now showing signs of premature graying due to excessive toil. Although a 2nd-tier cultivator could live up to 150 years, you understood that such longevity eluded you. The scholar listened intently as you recounted the tale of your earlier life. He deemed your current existence relatively satisfactory and presented you with a weathered fragment of metal. In the name of divinity, the essence of godhood reemerges. Achievement unlocked. Essence in hand. In the 41st year, your wife began to show signs of aging, while your own appearance remained remarkably youthful despite your silvered hair. By the 42nd year, you had opened a modest eatery. Thanks to the renown you had accrued over the years, business was reasonably prosperous. The 43rd year saw your second son embarking on his own familial journey, alleviating you of the need to inquire into many matters. Your eldest son, accompanied by his daughter, pursued their cultivation with your full confidence. And each year you received a substantial supply of resources for training, allowing you to trade some for farmland beyond the city. In the 44th year, on a dark and stormy night, a golden toad leapt from the pond in your backyard, articulating a challenge for a wager. You deemed it unnecessary and declined. Before departing, the toad gifted you a 3-sided die. In the 45th year, an unintentional toss of the die revealed that each face bore a distinct meaning. Green represented an extension of life by 1 year, yellow signified a reduction of 10 years, and red indicated an enhancement of current fortune. By the 46th year, your second son became engrossed in casting the die, rapidly turning gray as he approached his demise. On one fateful night in the 47th year, your second son clutched the die and breathed his last. In the 48th year, you resolved to destroy the die. However, at the moment of shattering it, the golden toad materialized before you, presenting 2 choices. Wager against it, with the promise that victory would restore your son's life, while defeat would claim yours. You lost. As an exceedingly enigmatic toad, it possessed extraordinary abilities, winning countless times. Yet it was destined to prevail in the next round as well. Achievement unlocked. Foolish youth. The simulation concluded. Please select a fixed talent. Bodiless entity. Would you like to replace it? No replacement. You have obtained an ordinary gift pack. Opening it yields 1 apple, unremarkable, indeed just an apple. This session granted the following achievements: Divine Blessing, Toad-esque Gambler, Secret of Ascendance, Essence in Hand, Foolish Youth. You acquired 5 ancient divine tokens. All opened. Items received. Toad Palace ticket. As a toad driven solely by greed, it possesses numerous treasures. This ticket grants you a chance to meet it. But do not gamble with it. Life Spring Water X5. How could one resurrect the lifeless? Shattered Sword Pavilion. A separate space housing numerous divine missives and unexpected sword techniques. Item. Death Die, with chances to gain 1 year of life, 1 year of death, luck enhancement. The Ancient God Orb, a colorful artifact, contains within it merely a trace of divine power from an ancient deity, yet this singular essence suffices to elevate it to the ranks of high-tier artifacts. The divine energy harbors secrets that may grant deities access to the realm of the ancient gods. This acquisition proves to be immensely profitable, a veritable windfall. Although the talent gift package yielded no remarkable treasures, the token itself is undeniably substantial. The death dice, however, are to be avoided. There is no need for such malevolence. As for the ticket to the Moon Palace, Zhao Li has no intention of attending, for engaging with a deceitful gambler holds no allure. The life spring is of no use, as his own genetic makeup has evolved far beyond its capabilities. In terms of longevity, the lifespan of the angelic lineage has undergone such profound enhancement that it borders on a form of immortality. With this in mind, Zhao Li retrieved the ancient god orb. Upon activating it, a strand of golden divine energy flowed into his being, and for a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a figure, only for it to vanish almost instantaneously. Assessing his own body, he found no discernible change. While the artifact was indeed impressive, its quantity was regrettably insufficient. Chapter 124. The Shattered Sword Pavilion. The fragmented sword pavilion resembles the divine artifact, Bonu's Roar, in that it possesses an expansive internal space. However, in comparison, it pales significantly. Zhao Li had taken the opportunity to explore Bonu's Roar, discovering that its interior was akin to a primordial world, vastly larger than the former Blue Star. Inhabited by numerous monstrous creatures, some comparable to fierce beasts of the 5th and 6th tiers. Yet, within this realm, there existed no life forms endowed with extraordinary powers, suggesting that this world could only continue in a mundane fashion unless the artifact could connect to a substantial energy source. Otherwise, the emergence of evolved beings would be impossible. Upon entering the Shattered Sword Pavilion, Zhao Li found that it should have contained 5 levels, but now only 3 remained, in a state of disrepair. The shelves housed merely a few scattered, tattered volumes, and at the entrance, he discovered a skeletal remains, presumably that of a librarian. Upon reaching out, he found the bones remarkably hard. Even Zhao Li could only manage to move them with great difficulty. Clearly, this skeleton must have belonged to a formidable being of semi-divine caliber. Impressive indeed. The first level offered little of interest, consisting only of some insipid insights into swordsmanship and exceedingly rudimentary techniques, of minimal practical value. Ascending the staircase to the second level, Zhao Li encountered a golden skeleton lying beside a bookshelf, clutching a large jade talisman. Seizing the talisman, he felt energy seep into him. It contained the record of a celestial-level martial art, the Huaqing sword technique, within the realm of the ancient gods. The level of this technique defined an individual's potential. Celestial levels could elevate one to semi-divine status, while terrestrial levels capped at the 9th tier, regardless of innate talent. This was a cultural control established by an ancient god named Huaqing. Yet his technique effectively harnessed the energy of heaven and earth, resulting in a multitude of powerful beings serving him. The second level was filled with numerous small jade talismans, but Zhao Li showed little interest. These artifacts were ill-suited for him. In terms of physicality alone, the inhabitants of the ancient god realm differed significantly from the angelic race. The latter had transcended their original millennial lifespan limitations through genetic modifications, acquiring the ability to fly with wings and possessing a high degree of wisdom passed down through their genes. All knowledge could be directly transmitted to the next generation. And when their bodies decayed beyond use, they would undergo renewal, obtaining new forms. The essence of the angelic spirit was eternal and indestructible. As Zhao Li ascended to the third level, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, restoring his appearance as a golden angel, complete with golden wings and pure golden eyes. This transformation was a minor mutation resulting from the amalgamation of the golden evolution and angelic genes, imbuing Zhao Li's wings with a razor-sharp cutting capability. The scene on the third level was exceedingly grim. Skeletons lay scattered across the ground, with half the area covered in scattered debris and no ceiling to provide shelter. Only one complete corpse remained, seated gracefully upon a meditation mat. Its face bore an expression of unwavering determination, and the body appeared to be immortal. Undoubtedly, this is a divine physique. Even if it is not a true divine body, it has been nurtured by divine power. Consequently, this form remains seated here, and Zhao Li finds himself unable to approach it. Despite the apparent absence of consciousness, the overwhelming divine might exerts a formidable pressure, deterring Zhao Li from any reckless actions. The body before him appears somewhat emaciated, yet shows no signs of decay, likely due to a lack of energy intake. According to the records of the divine essence condensation method, a divine body is exceedingly difficult to destroy and eternal. However, to unleash the full potential of a divine physique, divine essence is indispensable. The body in front of him is undoubtedly lacking the nourishment of divine essence, resulting in its gone appearance. If he could acquire this divine body, Zhao Li might save a considerable amount of effort and ascend directly to divinity. Of course, such thoughts are merely fanciful at present. He has no means to approach this divine form, not to mention the uncertainty of whether the deity within is alive or dead. If it is indeed alive and were to exert control over its body as he draws near, he would be left with no choice but to start anew, a risk far too great. Grasping the jade talisman inscribed with the Huaqing sword technique, Zhao Li exited the sword pavilion. The core of the sword pavilion is merely a jade strip the size of a thumb. and only by activating the hidden runes within could Zhao Li gain entry, a truly mystical process. The entirety of the knowledge pertaining to the Hua Qing sword technique was engraved in his mind, and the jade talisman shattered in his hand the next moment. Angel intelligence. Zhao Li began to call out, and a sweeping robot emerged from the vicinity. I will upload something for you. Have Su Tu and all his biological units test it. If it proves effective, please report back to me. Zhao Li uploaded the Hua Qing sword technique into the Angel Intelligence System database. Understood, replied the robot before departing. This was merely a robot under the control of Angel Intelligence. The true Angel Intelligence was continuously processing data, managing nearly all the angelic machinery across the planet, a truly busy entity. After strolling through the constructed garden for a while, Zhao Li began to feel a hint of fatigue. He had not rested for an extended period, tirelessly working day and night. A divine being could not withstand such strain. In a luxurious chamber, he closed his eyes, and the angelic genes began to enter a low-speed operation phase. Meanwhile, the third bastion commenced its operations, and a directive was issued. Every biological entity must practice this sword technique. After relentless testing, Su Tu finally identified 2 viable candidates for training. One was a 3-meter-tall chicken dragon beast, which, upon cultivation, astonishingly extracted its own bones to carry upon its back. It was certain that this creature's strength had increased by more than double. The other was a unique being crafted by Su Tu, a humanoid creature combining the genes of a burrower and a chicken dragon. A creature with a chicken head, dual wings, and a total of 3 arms. Although somewhat nearsighted, this being had been modified by Su Tu and could detect targets through thermal and sonic sensing. Its agility was remarkable. However, its lifespan was tragically short, lasting only a mere 15 years. This data was acquired during Zhao Li's century-long absence, clearly indicating a short-lived species. The Archangel was resting, access denied. Angel Intelligence conveyed to Su Tu, simultaneously utilizing the battleship to transport his 2 subordinates into the first fortress. In the presence of the highly orderly first fortress, the rooster dragon beast remained in a daze. However, the highly intelligent chicken-headed man was profoundly astonished. Unlike the chaotic surface base and the third fortress, this place exuded cleanliness and tranquility. As the creator of various synthetic biochemical beings, Su Tu showed little concern for most of them, ensuring their survival only if they possessed exceptional strength. The chicken-headed man instantly fell in love with this sanctuary. Free from the strife of its kind and the threat of being devoured by formidable synthetic beasts or biochemical entities, it was nothing short of paradise. Chapter 125. The unparalleled sword chicken. When Zhao Li awoke, 3 days had already elapsed. The weariness that had enveloped him was entirely dispelled, replaced by an inexhaustible surge of power. The essence of a demigod coursed through his veins, and he began to exhibit the faintest hint of divinity. However, his immediate goal remained the acquisition of the wisdom and divine power residing within the golden divine tree, for the value of such power was immeasurable. Stepping out of his chamber, he was presented with 2 individuals who had trained in the Hua Qing sword technique. Yet, upon a cursory glance, Zhao Li found himself lacking interest. The chicken-headed man possessed merely a 3rd-tier strength, while the chicken dragon beast, despite its 5th-tier prowess, suffered from a significant deficiency in intellect. These 2 creatures were woefully inadequate. Back to the drawing board. Zhao Li deemed them unworthy of cultivation. They were simply too subpar. Indeed, a robotic voice chimed, promptly packaging the 2 creatures and utilizing the fortress's teleportation device to dispatch them back to the 3rd fortress. When the portal opened, it revealed only 2 barely conscious beings. The Archangel remarked that the genetic quality of the specimens provided was regrettably poor, rendering them unfit for cultivation. Rework, the robotic voice reiterated. Subsequently, the robot resumed its repairs on the fortress, while the Overseer had no choice but to abandon the task of transforming the Subterranean Legion and instead seize the 2 feeble beings. These 2 creatures shared similar genetic traits, allowing for potential complementarity. However, post-fusion, they would likely be incapable of reproduction. Yet, their individual strengths could be significantly enhanced. As the Overseer contemplated, he initiated his actions, swiftly decapitating the chicken-headed man. The severed head floated before him as he opened the cranium of the chicken dragon beast and inserted the brain. A crimson light emanated from the Overseer, flowing into the chicken dragon beast and neutralizing the initial incompatibility, causing its body to undergo transformation. Yet, it fell short of the desired threshold, remaining at a 7th-tier capacity. Observing the unconscious chicken dragon beast, the Overseer rendered his judgment. Number 1. Fetch me some abyssal dark silver. He commanded a towering bio-giant, whose formidable stature and strength, each at a 7th-tier level, constituted the backbone of the 3rd fortress's defenses. Before long, a mound of abyssal dark silver was deposited before the Overseer. He concentrated, manifesting a drop of black-red blood that melded into the metallic substance. The metal began to heat and liquefy as red energy flowed from the overseer, enveloping the molten metal. The metal made contact with the skin of the chicken dragon beast without causing any burns, permeating its being and further transforming its physique. Once all the metal had been absorbed, the overseer felt a tinge of fatigue. The transformation was now complete, an 8th-tier killing machine, the unparalleled sword chicken. With a snap of his fingers, the formerly unconscious chicken dragon beast stirred, its original feathers shedding as metallic plumage erupted from its skin. Angel intelligence. Please report to the master. The unparalleled sword chicken has been successfully crafted and now possesses the strength of the 8th tier, ready for deployment. Suatu activated the communicator, ever diligent in fulfilling Zhao Li's commands. Meanwhile, Zhao Li had departed from the first fortress, eager to glimpse the subterranean giant. Guided by angel intelligence, he traversed to the giant's palace through spatial magic, reaching a construction nestled 50,000 meters underground, meticulously concealed by numerous subterranean dwellers. Not even the subterranean beings beneath the golden divine tree could detect its presence. Long time no see. Zhao Li greeted the somewhat ailing subterranean dweller before him, noting its apparent frailty. I cannot believe you vanished for over a century. I have been injured by the golden divine tree and will require over 3,000 years to recuperate. Let us momentarily pause our plans. The subterranean giant slumped upon its grand vine throne, its withered left hand brushing through its sparse hair. I doubt you can last that long, Zhao Li remarked as he raised his right hand, summoning a spatial portal through which an iron chicken emerged. This creation, painstakingly forged by Suatu, seemed perfectly suited to deal a blow to the ailing 9th-tier giant. Unparalleled sword chicken. A splendid name, but I require a demonstration, Zhao Li asserted. You dare insult me? The subterranean giant sprang to its feet, bellowing in fury, its decaying breath permeating the palace, compelling Zhao Li to encase himself in an energy shield for protection. The unparalleled sword chicken spread its wings, launching its metallic feathers like sharpened blades toward the giant. The subterranean dweller stamped its left foot, raising a colossal stone sword to shield itself, but the feathers pierced through, leaving 2 shallow scratches upon the giant's visage. How dare you underestimate me? The giant brandished its massive sword, aiming a strike at Zhao Li, dismissing the unparalleled sword chicken as merely a trivial nuisance to be dealt with post-haste. How terribly rude. Dream deprivation. Zhao Li invoked the power of dream magic, drawing both the unparalleled sword chicken and the subterranean giant into his dream realm, specifically into a pre-established coliseum. Zhao Li's physical form entered the dream, where the unparalleled sword chicken and the subterranean giant engaged in combat. In the waking world, both lay unconscious upon the ground. Should one fall in the dream, the consequence would be a true demise. The subterranean giant found itself overwhelmed by the unparalleled sword chicken, whose mastery of the Hua Qing sword technique proved effective. With wings unfurled and 6 swords in motion, the clash resonated through the dreamscape. Both combatants, though limited to the 8th tier, faced an uneven match. However, it was understandable, for should Zhao Li intervene, the outcome would undoubtedly be far more brutal. To confront such a formidable behemoth, Zhao Li could only resort to dark magic, for the elemental forces held little sway over the cavernous giant. Even in its dying state, its resistance was astonishingly formidable. As the cavernous giant fell, the legendary sword chicken stirred back to life, emerging from the realm of dreams. Zhao Li beheld the vanquished giant and placed his left hand upon it to absorb the energy within, with his right hand gripping the neck of the legendary sword chicken. He harnessed his celestial gift to forcibly transfer the giant's strength into the avian champion. The sword chicken's performance in the dream realm warranted further cultivation. It might very well become a significant ally in the days to come. Chapter 126, The Great Battle. As the transmission concluded, the unparalleled sword chicken truly lived up to its name, having barely touched the 9th tier strength, which was more than sufficient. Angel intelligence. Prepare for a comprehensive assault beneath the surface and extract all the golden divine fruits. Zhao Li commanded the angel intelligence stationed in the atmosphere. One by one, the machines from the fortress began their descent, while the base robots and bioengineered legions surged into the depths below. Zhao Li opted not to strike immediately. Instead, he intended to gauge the true prowess of the golden divine tree. Should it prove too formidable, he would withdraw. If it could be vanquished, then the entire planet would be his. Tens of millions of troops plunged into the subterranean realm, engaging the subterranean dwellers of the near surface in fierce combat. Without question, the outcome was a complete rout, leaving behind a landscape of severed limbs and shattered remnants. The bioengineered legions were born for warfare, and the mechanical battalions forged by the Vital Angel S-Wings were pure instruments of slaughter, standing 3 meters tall. The mechs were equipped with comprehensive energy shields and a plethora of long-range laser weaponry. Whether confronting subterranean dwellers or other chaotic races, they were nothing more than golden, crispy prey. In just half a day, the legions had largely descended into the underground city, situated below 15,000 meters, where the golden divine tree slumbered. This realm not only harbored more formidable subterranean inhabitants but also powerful golden giants composed of golden divine fruits. The ordinary engineer-class angelic robot squads suffered a loss of 300 units, while 300 angel mechs were destroyed. The angel intelligence reported that the vanguard was predominantly comprised of the expendable legions manufactured by the SO2, whose casualties drew little concern. In the distant territory approaching the golden divine tree, 15 subterranean werewolves clad in exoskeletal armor stealthily approached the vicinity of the golden divine fruits, wielding energy rifles. As hybrids of subterranean dwellers and surface werewolves, they possessed enhanced physical capabilities and acute senses. "Captain, what should we do?" one werewolf queried, spotting the immense golden giant not far away. As the vanguard of the bioengineered legions, they were well equipped with a multitude of angelic weaponry, ensuring their victories against the subterranean dwellers. However, each encounter with the golden giants controlled by the divine fruits resulted in heavy losses. "Rally the remaining forces, we cannot retreat," the werewolf leader declared. "The progenitor of SO2 has decreed that all bioengineered beings must advance. Any creature daring to take a step back shall face a fate worse than death." "Understood." A petite subterranean werewolf activated a device, sending forth a silent signal. "A rallying signal," exclaimed one werewolf nearby, having just dealt with a group of armed subterranean dwellers. "To the assembly point," commanded the leading werewolf, distinguished by its white fur, a mark of its uniqueness. It was a variant breed. Had its physical strength been greater, it would have engaged head-on with the elite troops composed of golden giants rather than infiltrating for sabotage. The white werewolf, accompanied by 14 subordinates, had just arrived when a colossal stone was hurled towards them. The white werewolf swiftly evaded the projectile, which struck the communications werewolf behind him, resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. In the vast underground expanse, over 60 burrow werewolves engaged in combat with the towering golden giant. The white werewolf hoisted his portable energy cannon, taking aim at the giant's head and unleashing a crimson energy sphere that obliterated the golden cranium, scattering fragments of gold across the ground. However, the golden giant remained standing, for the divine fruit of gold resided within its chest. With a wave of his hand, a dozen burrow werewolves joined the fray. The golden giant swung its massive fist wildly, occasionally launching golden spikes that struck a few unfortunate werewolves. In a moment of miscalculation, the giant's fist collided with the stone wall behind it, revealing a vast underground passage. A colossal tree canopy emerged before the onlookers. A branch swiftly extended from the passage, effortlessly cleaving the golden giant in two, while the golden fruit was swept away. Golden leaves cascaded down like guided daggers, and in the blink of an eye, all the werewolves found their heads severed from their bodies. Now it is my turn to act. Sensing the golden divine tree was not particularly formidable, Jolly rose to his feet. "Light magic, holy light passage," he proclaimed, thrusting his hands towards the golden divine tree. A blinding beam of light, 5 meters in diameter, erupted before him, causing the stone wall to vanish. Everything touched by the light disintegrated into nothingness, and both the biochemical legion and the burrow army were reduced to ashes, leaving only a path leading to the golden divine tree. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the passage, causing all creatures to prostrate themselves in fear, save for a group of trembling robots executing commands to behead the fallen burrow werewolves. The golden divine tree sensed the threat and unleashed branches that lunged towards Jowly. "The golden evolver is just what you fear," Jowly declared with a smile. With a mere flick of his finger, the attacking golden branch transformed into a puddle of gold, which flowed into Zhao Li's body, granting him a subtle surge of power. The golden divine tree, clearly enraged, could not accept the loss of its limb, despite lacking a strong self-awareness as a demigod. Countless roots and branches sought to widen the passage, their immense power, coupled with golden energy, unintentionally tore apart the ordinary army between Zhao Li and the golden divine tree. The burrow werewolves fled in panic, while the robots and biochemical legion continued their futile attempts to vanquish the colossal golden tree. By the time Zhao Li traversed halfway through, he encountered an enormous pit, indicating the complete obliteration of the local biochemical legion and robots. Gazing upon the towering golden divine tree, its trunk adorned with bulging golden nodules provoked an insatiable desire. Such divine power is a rare sight, and it must be seized. The figure began to swell, morphing into a resplendent golden archangel, nearly the same size as the magnificent tree itself, emerging within the subterranean chamber. The two colossal entities occupied 3/5 of the space, rendering the overhead stone walls a mere constraint. Originally, the golden divine tree had taken root in a modest area, but now its roots had emerged from the soil, amplifying its imposing stature. However, as a being of formidable strength, Zhao Li unleashed a powerful punch, propelling his adversary into the stone wall behind. The ceiling, unable to withstand the force, succumbed, fracturing and collapsing, engulfing the two titanic beings. Chapter 127. Demigod Ah. Zhao Li emerged from the rubble. The collapse of the pit inflicted no harm upon him. You are doomed. Zhao Li glared at the branches protruding from the debris, speaking with a fierce intensity. You were the one who first offended me. The golden divine tree conveyed its sentiments, clearly enraged by Zhao Li's audacious actions, which had nearly led to the extinction of its progeny. Countless golden divine fruit giants were slain and dragged from the depths, while others were crushed by the aftermath of the clash between the two demigods. There is no alternative. You are simply too weak. Zhao Li rose, surveying the damage inflicted upon the divine tree. A robust branch lunged toward Zhao Li's face, producing a metallic clash as it struck him. Taken by surprise, he was knocked to the ground. Roots ensnared Zhao Li's body, their terrifying strength causing his golden form to warp slightly. Golden Evolver. Zhao Li activated his unique innate ability, absorbing the roots that entwined him, which soon thinned and allowed him to break free. Wind, fire, thunder, ice. Zhao Li unleashed an extraordinarily peculiar magical sigil, which struck the trunk with a resounding explosion, severing dozens of thick roots. Illuminating Wisdom's light. A branch from the divine tree transformed from gold to a profound blue, exhibiting an alarming capacity for cutting with each motion. Suppressing thought enlightenment. A beam of blue light struck Zhao Li, inducing a sensation of mental sluggishness. Illuminating Wisdom's sword. The blue branch morphed into a long sword of azure hue, manifesting before Zhao Li and piercing his chest. The blue sword of wisdom tore through all of Zhao Li's defenses, directly penetrating his torso. His consciousness began to wane. Although he was not in immediate danger of death, continued weakening would plunge him into a state akin to sealing. Deep blue gaze. Zhao Li invoked what he sensed to be the most terrifying force within him, his golden irises shifting to a deep blue. In an instant, blue stripes spread across the trunk of the divine tree, but halted where the wisdom divine power was stored. A tremor followed, causing a multitude of bark adorned with blue stripes to shed, and the divine tree visibly shrank in size. Deep blue, Zhao Li proclaimed, his voice echoing ominously, compelling the divine tree to retreat. The branches and roots marked with blue stripes were severed by the tree itself. As a tree, its capabilities were limited. Thus, the priority was to unleash the full potential of the Sword of Wisdom. Zhao Li grasped the sword's hilt, attempting to withdraw it, only to find it seemingly anchored to his being. Neither the dream power of the dream authority nor the force of calamity could exert any influence over it, presenting a formidable challenge. With time running short, Zhao Li lunged toward the divine tree. At this moment, the humanoid figure extended countless tendrils, piercing into the trunk and entwining around the roots and branches, merging almost seamlessly with both. The ability of the Golden Evolver relentlessly absorbed the power of the Golden Divine Tree. The Golden Divine Tree thrashed wildly. It was utterly helpless, refraining from unleashing the Sword of Wisdom, as it posed a significant risk of injuring itself, a prospect that could spell its demise. Desperately, it surged from the depths of the earth to the surface, where the angel intelligence promptly identified its target. For it was alarmingly conspicuous. A colossal golden orb on the ground was almost impossible to overlook. The fortress cannons were activated, along with all battleship artillery, and the Vittle destroyer missiles were launched. Countless energy cannons began to charge, and upon completion, a barrage of large-caliber artillery capable of annihilating an entire city was unleashed, each round striking Zhao Li and the Golden Divine Tree. Despite their formidable defenses, they were not invulnerable. Consequently, after sustaining varying degrees of damage, a particularly terrifying Vittle destroyer missile was fired, accelerating to a staggering 30,000 Mach in mere moments, its devastating force crashing into the two demigods. As a weapon synthesized from extraordinary materials, even without completing its full acceleration, its power was immensely terrifying. The missile detonated immediately upon breaching the trunk, utilizing sacred angelic explosives as its core. The explosion shattered both entities into fragments. However, due to their vitality, there was nothing left behind. In a radius of millions of miles, the yellow sands melted, forming a colossal pit over 10,000 meters deep. The immense yellow sands swept through the entire atmosphere, forcing all ships and fortresses to flee the planet. As for the nearby bases, regrettably, apart from the life forms on the other hemisphere, which still survived, all beings in this hemisphere had been annihilated by the sacred rays. All materials carrying the sacred rays began to permeate the soil, clinging to the yellow sands as they migrated towards the other hemisphere. Undoubtedly, this planet might soon become a desolate wasteland. Detection of active angelic matter has been confirmed. The highest level mission has been established. Retrieve the active angelic matter. Nearly 10 days later, spherical devices were projected from the fortress to the vicinity of the crater. The biochemical legion under command could not endure the sacred rays. However, as the active matter was scattered too widely due to the explosion, it was dispersed throughout the hemisphere. The angel intelligence dispatched a coating capable of withstanding the sacred rays to the other hemisphere and the third fortress, at the cost of collecting the scattered active angelic matter. When one of the spheres landed and opened, a robot activated its thrusters and commenced its journey towards the nearby detected active matter. Its pincers incessantly struck the solidified magma, and after excavating several meters, it finally uncovered an irregular sphere radiating a golden glow. The robotic claw inserted itself into the waste, subsequently replacing its drill bit to commence the excavation of the molten material surrounding the golden orb. Upon successfully extracting it, however, the machine lost control before it could escape the cavity, and the golden sensor dimmed, crashing to the ground. The potency of the divine ray was immense, rendering even the robots exceedingly fragile. Fortunately, another nearby robot discovered the scene, retrieved the orb, and returned it to the nearest spherical launcher. Placing the orb within, it ascended into the sky under the watchful gaze of the robots, who subsequently collapsed to the ground, clearly incapacitated themselves. The divine ray enveloped the entire hemisphere, completely restricting spatial teleportation. Chapter 128. Active substances in a desert oasis. 5 or 6 dog-headed beings lay sprawled by a water source. "Captain, the water is contaminated and unfit for consumption," exclaimed a dog-headed soldier clad in azure exoskeletal armor, indicating that this small squad had long been deprived of a fresh water supply. "Damn it, that Shawara must want us dead. We can't find a single supply point. They've all been tainted." The leader of the dog-headed beings seethed with anger, reflecting on how their numbers had dwindled from several hundred to around 130 capable of movement. "Where's the map?" the dog-headed captain inquired, taking the active substance locator map that was handed to him. "The active substances are located within this oasis. We must search urgently and retreat at once," the captain commanded. Despite the allure of returning home, some dog-headed beings wandered about with a metallic rod adorned with blue patterns. Suddenly, a small dog-headed creature, while probing in a patch of withered grass, triggered the rod, which emitted a brilliant light. "We found it. Over here," the little dog-headed being shouted excitedly, only to faint moments later, drawing the attention of nearby comrades. "Where is it?" asked the dog-headed captain, approaching as the metallic rod glowed. Under his command, a dozen dog-headed beings exerted their strength and swiftly unearthed a tiny gleaming piece of gold stone from several meters underground. "Ha! We're retreating," proclaimed the dog-headed captain. But he was abruptly struck with despair as he realized that all his companions had collapsed around him. The captain's spirits plummeted, indeed, without supplies. They could never escape this desert. "Connect to the ancestor." The captain approached a fallen dog-headed being and retrieved a communication panel from him. "Speak." Instead of the expected visage of the ancestor, a feline face adorned with horns appeared, coldly addressing the dog-headed captain with an air of indifference. "The Wallaha unit has located the active substances required by the ancestor, but we lack sufficient supplies and must request resource delivery," the dog-headed captain explained, noting that aside from his own enhanced physique allowing him some mobility, the rest of the dog-headed beings were nearly out of strength. "Understood, dispatching immediately," replied the feline face before abruptly severing the connection. In a flash across the sky, a massive metallic sphere descended nearby, tragically crushing 2 unfortunate dog-headed beings beneath its weight. Wallaha, accompanied by a few remaining capable comrades, approached the 3-meter-wide vehicle as it slowly opened, revealing a launcher and 3 toolboxes within. The dog-headed Wallaha opened one toolbox, discovering a scant supply of food and water, barely enough for 3 or 4 individuals. "Insert the active substances." The launcher revealed a metallic panel, and the feline face reappeared, instructing. The dog-headed beings placed the active substances into a box and positioned it within the launcher. "My lord, the supplies are far too scarce. It's simply not," Wallaha began. But before he could finish, the launcher ignited and soared away. "I alone shall suffice. The essence within this is meant solely for you. As for the rest, it is of no concern to me." With a feline visage, a statement was left, soaring into the sky under the watchful gaze of numerous dog-headed beings. "Captain, what shall we do?" inquired a nearby dog-headed creature. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. A massive void appeared in the chest of one dog-headed being, with burn marks surrounding the wound. Waha raised the energy gun in his hand, targeting the remaining individuals capable of rising, and executed them without hesitation. "Why?" queried a dying dog-headed being, filled with resentment, as their captain, who had always advocated mutual assistance, had now turned against them with lethal intent. "I apologize. Consider it a debt I owe you. Only one may return alive this time," Waha declared, extracting a square device from a toolbox and inserting a card into a slot. The device whirred to life, transforming into a four-wheeled vehicle as Hua loaded the remaining 3 toolboxes onto it. "I regret this, truly, forgive me," he exclaimed, producing a specially crafted grenade. After pressing a button, he drove away from this desolate oasis. The grenade detonated, unleashing a cloud of green smoke that began to spread relentlessly. As Hua maneuvered through the desert, he suddenly spotted a distant dark figure in motion. Hastily, he retrieved his energy gun from his back. As he drew closer, he discerned another dog-headed being descending from a vehicle similar to his own. "I am Milu. Do you happen to know the location of the nearest gathering point? My map is broken, and I am lost," the dog-headed being inquired. Yet, the only response he received was a bullet from Hua's gun. Milu's left arm was shattered in an instant. A profound sense of peril compelled him to scramble behind his vehicle, retrieving his own energy gun. Just as he prepared to rise and fire, Hua hurled a grenade towards him. "You soul, Milu couldn't rise in time." A thunderous explosion obliterated him, scattering flesh and blood across the ground, while his vehicle was reduced to ruins. Hua exhaled, taking a sip from a bottle of water, and began rummaging through the wreckage of the other vehicle. The water bottles were all shattered, leaving only a few pieces of meat intact within a box. He stuffed a piece into his mouth, only to be met with a bitter taste. Rubbing his face, he discovered a dark green liquid trickling from his nose onto the meat. Panic surged through Hua as he checked his protective coating. He had been warned prior to departure. The coating was a safeguard. Without it, death awaited. Though the coating remained, the symptoms he exhibited were characteristic of prolonged exposure. "What is happening?" Hua thought in a frenzy, desperately searching through the toolbox until he finally unearthed a bottle of coating spray from a compartment. Spraying it on himself, the deep yellow substance enveloped his body completely. Gazing at his now pale yellow coating, Hua could not contain his rage. "Cursed leader! He deceived us all. Anyone seeking active substances shall perish. I will not accept this." With this realization, Hua steered his vehicle determinedly towards the gathering point. He was resolved to expose the leader's treachery and ensure that the perpetrator faced the consequences. On a road strewn with yellow sand, the vehicle struggled to make its way towards the gathering point. No living creature could survive unprotected in this realm filled with sacred rays, be it animals, plants, or microorganisms. They would succumb to a painful death under the terrifying radiation. Perhaps this is where the mercy of angels lies. Even as the organs within Hua's body continually deteriorated, he felt little impact. However, his time was truly running short. Chapter 129. Resurrection within a vast laboratory atop the first fortress. A multitude of robots diligently encased active substances received from the outside in containers, placing them upon a platform. "We have successfully gathered over 3,000 pieces of active material," one of the robots proclaimed. "Active substances detected, initiating fusion," another robot announced, as the containers atop the platforms began to glow crimson. In a state of anti-gravity, the upper sections of the containers opened, and the highly elevated temperatures melted the solid active materials, which converged in midair. "Establish an absolute defensive energy shield." A golden barrier enveloped the liquid golden active substance, which began to merge continuously. "Initiate remote mobilization, requesting connection to the King of Angels. Applying for the ultimate authority of the immortal body gene of Archangel Zhaoli. Establishing stellar energy channel. Immortal body gene activated." The sphere of active material bubbled incessantly, and gradually, a colossal golden silhouette began to manifest, soon revealing the outline of wings. "Archangel, welcome back," the robot stated. As the defensive shield dissipated, the golden, indistinct figure gently descended onto the metallic floor. The golden exterior slowly faded, revealing Zhao Li's visage and skin. "This time, I was careless. Fortunately, I have you all. My wounds have yet to heal, and I require an extensive period of recuperation. Please, be gentle," Zhao Li remarked, although he still exuded a semi-divine aura. He was unable to unleash even the strength of a 7th tier. The missile that struck him had utterly shattered his form, leaving him grievously injured. "Understood," the robot replied, gradually retreating, for as a servant, it possessed limited rights to speak. Once he returned to his chamber, Zhao Li sank onto the bed, realizing that half of his strength was derived from the golden divine tree. He had just begun to fuse and was incapable of wielding it. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by the Sword of Wisdom had yet to dissipate, beginning anew with his resurrection. Fortunately, Zhao Li lifted his right hand, revealing a substantial bulge in his palm, which encased the divine power of wisdom, a gift he had managed to acquire. This was his sole means of alleviating the Sword of Wisdom's influence. Otherwise, he could only hope for the emergence of items and simulations that could dispel its effects. As the restraints of the golden divine tree, which surrounded the divine power, gradually dissolved, an immense stream of wisdom-infused divine energy surged into Zhao Li's being. Ding! When Zhao Li regained his senses, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of grassland. Indeed, he could not perceive the horizon of this prairie, teeming with countless terrifying creatures. Wandering aimlessly, he encountered an elderly man with graying hair riding a horse as he crested a small hill. "Young lad, you possess quite the audacity." The elder greeted him directly, leaving Zhao Li somewhat bewildered. "Forgive me, esteemed elder, but I am unsure how I have offended you. Might you elaborate on this matter?" The depths of the other party remained elusive, yet one could discern at a glance that this elder was nearly bound to the very fabric of the world. Unlike the core of the previous realm, this world operated almost entirely under the will of the elder, a notion both terrifying and profound. "How dare you usurp my divine power? Are you truly oblivious?" The elder remarked with a disdainful snort. "You are the god of wisdom," Zhao Li exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the venerable figure before him was indeed a deity. "Enough. I find such banter tiresome and superficial," the elder interrupted Zhao Li brusquely, displaying an utter indifference to the semi-divine presence before him. "My divine power is of little consequence to me, and I shall overlook the aura of the sword of wisdom you bear, for you are but a demigod. I will refrain from taking action, but do remember to keep your distance once you ascend to godhood. Otherwise, should I strike, your fate will be of no concern to me." With that, the elder raised his hand and delivered an ethereal slap. When Zhao Li regained his senses, he found himself still ensconced within the confines of the room. Feeling the swelling on his left cheek, he was about to apply a remedy, only to discover that all his efforts were in vain. He would have to wait for the swelling to subside naturally. Goodness, the tempers of these deities are truly peculiar, he mused. Upon inspecting his own body, Zhao Li could not help but feel a surge of joy. His form had completely healed, and the power within him had been thoroughly refined, emerging even more formidable than before, while the injuries from the sword of wisdom had vanished without a trace. The elder, what you perceive is merely what I choose to reveal, and nothing more. The power of a singular deity often surpasses that of multiple deities. Though gods may be immortal, the combat prowess among them varies significantly. As he assessed his talents, Zhao Li was astounded. The legendary talent of the Golden Evolver had transformed into the mythic Golden Battle Soul. His physical form no longer required the absorption of gold for evolution. Instead, his soul had metamorphosed into the Golden Battle Soul. Golden Battle Soul level. Mythic description. Immortal soul. You may grow in battle. With endless time at your disposal, you shall fear nothing, for nothing can obliterate the Golden Battle Soul. Zhao Li race. Angelic level. Demigod talents. Golden Battle Soul. Colorful. Soul Shepherd. Golden. Supreme Law God. Colorful. Dreamweaver Authority. Colorful. Child of Light. Golden. Special talents. Eternal Bond. Grace attributes. Calamity. Suffering befalls you. Disaster spreads across the world. Equilibrium. All things balanced. Without beginning or end. Evaluation. A young demigod. The chaos of power renders him not particularly formidable. Perhaps you might consider entering simulation. Special simulation initiated. Selecting the real world of the unfathomable continent, a realm situated within the void, with a maximum potential of 9th tier strength. Determining the unfathomable world will generate items and talents ranging from gray to gold quality. Simulation commencing. This simulation allows for the selection of the following talent. Survivor. Blue is one who is slightly fortunate. You will struggle to survive amidst endless peril. You are both lucky and unfortunate. Eerie Nemesis level 1. Green, although it has the capacity to inflict damage upon the uncanny, it is indeed regrettable that it is limited to only level 1. Aberration. Green, your physique has been tainted by a sinister aura, resulting in some rather benign distortions. This serves as a means of survival for you. Glutton. Blue, your consumption is prodigious, endowing you with a physique and recovery speed far superior to that of the average person, while also elevating your limits for energy absorption. Symbiosis with the uncanny. Purple, you coexist with an uncanny entity, which has always accompanied you, though it often remains dormant. When the blood moon rises, it erupts into chaos, and invoking its power necessitates a certain price. This time, you must select 3 talents. You may only carry one innate talent. This will directly transition into adulthood mode, with consciousness automatically engaged. Task. Defeat the malevolent deity. Failure will result in the loss of any one talent. Symbiosis with the uncanny. Survivor. Glutton. Soul Shepherd. Zhao Li's mythic talents are exceptionally formidable, yet this time Zhao Li has resolved to choose Soul Shepherd, a talent that enables the enslavement of the souls of slain beings, thereby offering immense power and the ability to devour souls to enhance oneself, allowing for boundless and rapid growth. Of course, the challenge lies in addressing the after-effects of soul consumption. Chapter 130. The Ominous Forest and the Ominous Continent. The innate talent has been successfully loaded. The Soul Shepherd's ability has been diminished. Soul Shepherd. Purple, slay a target unit to enslave its soul, capturing only between 10 to 1% of the target's original strength. Consuming souls can enhance one's own spirit, but enslavement can only be used once per day. System prompt activated. Guidance commencing. Zhao Li opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a pitch-black forest devoid of daylight. His attire resembled that of the Blue Star realm. Yet he could only faintly discern his surroundings through the moonlight filtering through the leaves. You now find yourself in the largest ominous forest in the northern region, teeming with many sinister beasts. You must strive to conceal your presence. A message appeared in Zhao Li's mind, but he could hardly make out the scenery before him. Fortunately, two figures emerged from the nearby underbrush, brandishing torches. They were two humans, identical to those from the Blue Star realm. Greetings. I am Li Qing from the Northern Prosperity District of the Star Alliance. This is my companion, both of us hailing from the same district. It has been 3 months since we discovered any other survivors. Would you care to join us? We've encountered numerous monsters. More hands make for greater strength. Wouldn't you agree? If you prefer to decline, we shall take our leave. We harbor no ill intentions. The man spoke, while the woman beside him, armed with a bow, remained vigilant. Joining them seemed prudent. Survival in such a perilous jungle alone would be nearly impossible. Your identity is Zhao Li from the central region of the Star Alliance. The prompt materialized once more. Zhao Li from the central region. I truly appreciate your invitation and would be glad to join you, Zhao Li replied, finding the system's suggestions quite agreeable. Follow us. Our camp is not far from here, Li Qing said, a faint azure glow emanating from him, making him conspicuously visible in the dim woods. A corpse wolf approaches. Step back. Zhao Li retreated discreetly as a massive black wolf, nearly 3 meters in size, leaped from the underbrush and lunged at the woman. The dark foliage, nearly a meter high, made it difficult to detect such a colossal creature even as it charged forward. Windblade, Li Qing shouted, unleashing a blade of azure light that severed the wolf's head. However, the woman had already sustained a bite, her left arm severely lacerated. The strange injury had infected her to a degree of 3%. Wrap it up. We must leave quickly, Li Qing urged, as the woman retrieved bandages from her backpack to staunch the bleeding. The trio hastily made their way to a cave surrounded by sharpened stakes. Inside the cave, Li Qing unwrapped the bandage from the woman's arm, revealing the gruesome wounds inflicted by the corpse wolf, flesh torn and bloodied. Endure, it will soon be over. Li Qing produced a small red vial, extracting the crimson liquid within using a syringe, which he then injected into the woman's mangled left arm, prompting rapid healing. This was a healing elixir, quite remarkable indeed. Noticing Zhao Li's bewilderment, Li Qing explained, "Are you from Blue Star?" Zhao Li blurted out, "Aren't you?" Li Qing retorted, suddenly on high alert. "How did you arrive here? Are you aware of the apocalypse and the zombies?" Zhao Li inquired. "It's been over 30,000 years. What relevance do your questions hold?" Li Qing responded, somewhat perplexed. Although he could not discern Zhao Li's strength, there was no doubt that his appearance marked him as a denizen of Blue Star. Over 30,000 years? Such a long time? Zhao Li exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you not from the Central Plains?" Li Qing asked. "I am Zhao Li, an angel from the twilight of the Empire," Zhao Li declared, subsequently finding a stone bench to sit upon. "You are the super warrior who led the Angelic Legion 30,000 years ago?" Li Qing inquired with growing interest. "Could you share your story with me?" Zhao Li asked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Certainly," Li Qing replied. As time passed, Zhao Li listened intently to Li Qing's narrative. Following Zhao Li's departure, the undead had gained strength, erecting formidable barriers that enveloped all of Blue Star, plunging everything into utter chaos. Much like various other races, they were compelled to exist within this turmoil. Death, once incurred, was irrevocable. Fortunately, a powerful human pioneer had established the human organization, the Star Alliance. Through the power of unity, they endured for over 20,000 years, until 2 millennia ago, when many, including members of other races, were cast into this lightless realm. However, it was known that no beings ranked above the 6th tier had arrived here. The 2 of them had fled to this place only after the human-constructed forest city had been mysteriously breached. "So, does that mean you are now homeless?" Zhao Li remarked. "This forest is utterly terrifying. Despite over 2 millennia of human exploration, no one has managed to escape, nor have they received any information from the outside world. It remains a closed-off domain. Many escaped during the earlier siege, and now numerous individuals are planning to re-establish a new forest city," Li Qing stated with resolute conviction. "All right. I have gathered sufficient knowledge. You too should take care. I must warn you, she is beginning to undergo a strange transformation. While I am not entirely certain of its implications, it likely bodes ill." Zhao Li gestured toward the woman before pushing open the wooden gate at the cave's entrance and departing into the distance. "You have made a gravely misguided decision, significantly increasing your chances of encountering peril." The system's warning was indeed prudent. However, Zhao Li's heart ached. United by a common origin, as a human, or at least a soul of humanity, he found it unbearable to use his kin as shields. having ascended to demigod status. His enhancement encompassed not only his power but also his resolve. Within this forest, all things are tainted by the eerie, and any consumption of food or drink will lead to one's own bizarre transformation, resulting in an irrevocable state of peculiarity. Approximately 3,000 meters to the north lies a semi-peculiar plant that may offer you some assistance. Following the guidance, Zhao began his journey northward and, after much exploration, finally discovered a verdant gourd vine, standing nearly half a meter tall, bearing a gourd the size of a fist. Zhao plucked the gourd, and its essence manifested in his mind. Green gourd, semi-peculiar object when filled with water, it can purify the source, dispelling the eerie forces. Yet it cannot eradicate water imbued with ominous energy. Once the gourd completely succumbs to peculiarity, it will lose its purifying abilities. Chapter 131. The uncertain landing. With a gourd in hand, Zhao collected some murky black water from a nearby puddle, fastening the gourd to his waist. He broke off a branch from a nearby tree to fashion a rudimentary wooden staff. Though Zhao felt it would serve little purpose, it was better than nothing. Black Soul Branch, common level as a branch of the Black Soul tree, it possesses a considerable degree of eerie power and has a high probability of absorbing nearby souls, transforming them into the uncanny. Glancing around at the profusion of these trees, Zhao couldn't help but shake his head. This forest was likely teeming with the bizarre. After some searching, he discovered a small cave in a stone grove, measuring only about 13 square feet. He had to stoop to move within it and intended to gather some dry grass to create a makeshift bed for the night. Eerie grass, common level, a type of food that induces nightmares for all creatures in its vicinity. Nightmares were unacceptable. Ultimately, Zhao crafted a simple bamboo bed using a few stalks speckled with black spots and haphazardly fashioned a door from slender branches and bamboo to block the cave's entrance. Lying on the bamboo bed, fatigue washed over Zhao. This mortal body was far inferior to his former demigod form. As the dim starlight in the sky began to fade, a grayish light blanketed the earth. Zhao opened his eyes. Just as the system provided a warning, the god of Omen is currently spreading the ominous light, marking all living beings. In this perilous forest, once marked, one would be torn to shreds by the nearby anomalies. It was not safe to venture out. All he could do was wait for nightfall, when the starlight would guide his path, and the rising moon would be a blood moon. He needed to prepare an abundance of blood food to prevent the eerie entity bound to him from going berserk. The only eerie entity he bore was a branch fused to the skin of his left arm, which left Zhao feeling drained of strength. His innate talent for gluttony made him feel hungry, yet all he could do was drink some water. Sitting on the bamboo bed, he opened the gourd. The originally murky black water transformed into a transparent hue in his palm, indicating a significant improvement in quality. Murky water. Drinking this may likely cause diarrhea. It won't kill you, but it is far from ideal. After some contemplation, he retrieved a piece of the extra bamboo he had cut the previous night, breaking off a section to pour the water into. Inside, he also found 3 black seeds. Picking them up and squeezing them, they felt quite hard. Eerie gourd seeds, common level seeds contaminated by eerie power, yet the gourds they produce can still purify water. A fine find. Time passed, perhaps only 2 or 3 hours. Before night descended, the twinkling stars were far more pleasant than the previous night. Zhao emerged from the cave with his sharpened black soulwood spear, planting the 3 gourd seeds not far from the cave before delving into the broad-leaved eerie forest opposite the Black Soul Grove. Having encountered numerous mushrooms, most were inedible. Armed with a wooden spear and crouching low, Zhao cautiously explored his surroundings when suddenly, a faint shriek pierced the air above him. A half-meter-tall squirrel, adorned with sharp fangs, leapt from the tree and sank its teeth into the back of Zhao's head. In that critical moment, Zhao's skin erupted with a branch that impaled the creature, leaving it nothing more than a mere skin. Startled, Zhao spun around and leapt away. A sizable pelt of squirrel fur landing at his feet. He picked it up. Squirrel pelt, common grade as a bizarre creature with limitations. Its enhancement in this world is rather minimal. Though it is merely a pelt, it retains some utility. Lacking a backpack, Zhao tied the pelt around his waist and continued his hunt for prey. As for subjugating the creature's soul, it was far too weak. He dismissed the idea. The squirrel's soul was crushed in his grasp, merging into his being, leaving a faint gray substance on his skin, reminiscent of ashes. Nearby, he discovered a ghastly wolf, approximately 2 meters in length, devouring a monkey of similar size. It seemed a prime target. Zhao dashed forth, but the wolf leapt back in an attempt to evade him. However, Zhao thrust his spear, piercing its waist. Dark blood oozed forth, igniting the beast's primal instincts. Rather than fleeing, it pounced upon Zhao, its long maw reaching for his neck. He would not allow it to succeed. Zhao seized the creature's mouth with one hand while the other gripped a sharp stone, striking fiercely at its eye. The wolf's eye burst with a tremendous force. nearly causing Zhao Li to lose his grip. His clothing was shredded by the wolf's claws, leaving deep lacerations on his skin. "I shall fight you to the end." Zhao Li roared, summoning his ferocity as he wrestled the wolf beneath him, shattering its other eye with the stone. The wolf whimpered in agony. But Zhao Li could not afford to show mercy at such a perilous moment. He retrieved the wooden spear, thrusting it into the wolf's soft abdomen, pinning it to the ground, and swiftly covered its nose and mouth with his hands. 5 minutes passed before the wolf ceased its struggles. Upon releasing his grip, Zhao Li noted its faint breathing. Ignoring his fatigue, he hefted a large stone and crushed the wolf's skull. He had successfully slain the ghastly wolf. Soul Shepherd. Subjugation. A plume of black mist erupted from the wolf's body, forming a spectral wolf beside Zhao Li. Ghost Wolf Soul, LV1. Non-upgradable unit. Ability, physical immunity, 30 immunity to physical damage. Bleeding, applies a bleeding effect to targets. Anomalous body, induces bizarre contamination on targets. Zhao Li quickly examined himself as a small panel appeared in his mind. Zhao Li, LV0. Anomalization, 0. 3. Once initiated, anomalization will automatically increase. Talent, symbiosis with the eerie. Glutton, survivor, soul shepherd. There exists only a brief introduction, devoid of excessive embellishment. How can I dispel the eerie transformation? Zhao Li felt somewhat overwhelmed, as he had not anticipated confronting this transformation in the midst of battle. Current recommendations: luminous green leaf, which can nullify eerie transformation. Starry grass, effective in reducing transformation below 11%, ineffective above 10%, and spider, which can diminish the degree of transformation, yet cannot eradicate it. Nevertheless, it is imperative to prioritize transporting the corpses back. After some contemplation, Zhao Li fashioned a rudimentary card from branches, instructing the recently enslaved ghostly wolf spirit to drag it back to the cave. He then proceeded towards the half-consumed corpse, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not. Determined to salvage whatever he could, lest he find himself in a precarious situation later on. Chapter 132. The Mysterious and Ominous Continent. The Aberrant Anomalous Being, Level 4. Death, Anomalous Transformation, Complete Form Ominous Transformation, 3 innate talent. Ominous, even in death, it emanates an aura of foreboding, posing a danger to any being devoid of anomalous traits. Aberration, each advancement triggers an irreversible mutation. The unfortunate soul lying on the ground fell victim to complete anomalous transformation, only to be slain by a spectral wolf. An unfortunate twist of fate indeed. Upon turning the corpse over, a spider, roughly the size of Zhao Li's fist, emerged from the vacant eye socket. With a swift thrust of his spear, Zhao Li dispatched the spider, only to have another similar creature crawl out from the opposite eye socket, without a doubt. It met the same fate. The two spiders were indeed sizable, yet they exhibited considerable fragility. Otherwise, Zhao Li would have had to augment his meal with arachnids today. And spider, level 2, death, innate talent. Parasitic, lays eggs within corpses, venomous fangs as a spider that feeds on the anomalous. Its venom effectively counters such entities. Without expending much effort, Zhao Li wrapped the two and spider corpses in tattered cloth and placed them upon the cart. He dared not disturb the bodies further, for should they lay eggs, the ensuing chaos upon returning home would be considerable. As he rummaged through the remains, he discovered a half-broken dagger and a cerulean gourd. Though lacking a point, the blade still bore an edge capable of slicing through certain materials. The water within the gourd was remarkably clear, its age unknown, yet it was deemed potable with no adverse effects, an invaluable resource in this perilous forest. Just as he contemplated retreating, Zhao Li turned back to sever the majority of the tattered cloth from the aberrant being, taking it along. After all, it could serve as makeshift rope. The journey back was devoid of unforeseen incidents, as Zhao Li meticulously erased any traces behind him. After all, if any keen-sensed anomalies were to pursue him, his current abilities would be rendered futile. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Zhao Li prepared to skin the spectral wolf. Although the creature's essence lingered nearby, he was now its master and felt no fear. He skinned a piece of imperfect wolf pelt, accompanied by a substantial amount of wolf meat. Spectral wolf meat, ordinary grade, edible and filling, yet it increases one's degree of anomalous transformation. Feeling quite famished, Zhao Li realized he could not endure without sustenance. He prepared to skewer approximately 3 pounds of wolf meat onto his spear, erecting a simple framework. After a vigorous friction, he ignited the dry grass, the pale gray flames appearing rather peculiar, yet they still radiated warmth and light. Anomalous flame, ordinary grade, exhibiting the characteristics of a typical flame, yet requiring anomalous materials for combustion while releasing copious amounts of anomalous aura. After a while of roasting, the wolf meat developed a charred exterior. Using a small stick, he knocked off the burnt layer to reveal the tender flesh within. Although not particularly delectable, it was the finest fare he could procure under the circumstances. As Zhao Li took the first bite, the transformation began to pulsate within him. By the time he finished, a trickle of dark blood flowed from his nose. A mere 3 of transformation. How severe. Zhao Li retrieved an ant spider from his belongings, a means to mitigate the transformation, though he was uncertain how to utilize it. He decided to consume it raw. The prompt appeared, and gazing at the fuzzy spider legs, he felt a wave of nausea. The idea of consuming such a creature was truly repugnant. Nevertheless, he resolutely stuffed one ant spider into his mouth, its fuzzy texture stimulating his palate. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he chewed vigorously before swallowing, greenish fluid trickling from the corner of his mouth, bitter beyond measure. Upon devouring the ant spider, his transformation level dropped to 1, and he acquired the entity's soul power, now at level 1, with a chaos value of 3. Due to the brutal method of soul consumption, this chaos value was accrued. An excessive amount could plunge him into a frenzied state. The reminder was quite considerate, as Zhao Li had temporarily alleviated the transformation issue, but now contended with the chaos value. This body bore no extraordinary gifts. Strength could only be acquired through consumption. Unlike the progeny of Blue Star, who were inherently gifted or capable of evolving into superhumans. Without the Blood Moon, things were still manageable. According to the warning, entering the Blood Moon could incite a riot of aberrations, putting him in jeopardy. Hunger was no longer an issue. He now needed to swiftly gather materials to craft some means of survival. If feasible, Zhao Li believed that leaving this place was the wisest choice. Nearby flowed a substantial river, where he could attempt to construct a small raft or prepare timber to build a boat, using sharp stones and wooden sticks. He endeavored to fashion a rudimentary stone axe but found it ineffective for chopping trees. He resorted to harvesting thicker bamboo to create the raft instead. In this place, he was destined to perish sooner or later. Food was scarce, and as a feeble level 1, he was the weakest entity here. After cutting down a dozen bamboo stalks, fatigue washed over him. He carried the remaining wolf meat into the cave, only to encounter a half-meter-tall mantis outside, which swiftly decapitated the ghost wolf he had recently enslaved in a single strike. How utterly useless. Zhao Li lamented, gripping the spear with the dagger affixed tightly. Keeping watch at the cave entrance, the mantis before him exuded agility, clearly a swift attacker. In the confined space, engaging it would effectively restrict its movements. Dual Blade Mantis, LV-15. Abilities: blade arms, arms like razor edges, impervious even to steel, gliding, capable of brief gliding, instinctive reflex, extraordinary reaction speed, allows instinctual responses. Warning: the mantis before you is comparable to a level 20 human. If you must engage in close combat, as a level 1, you can only withstand 1 round. In that round, it will surely sever your head. On a cloudy day, I shall depart. Zhao Li exclaimed indignantly, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the mantis. A gust of wind swept across his face, causing an instantaneous surge of adrenaline. Beneath the starlit sky, a gleaming metallic appendage swiftly severed Zhao Li's spear and aimed a lethal strike at his neck. In that moment, although Zhao Li's eyes beheld the impending danger, his body was rendered incapable of an effective response. It was simply too swift. With great difficulty, Zhao Li closed his eyes, and after a dull thud resonated through the air, a branch emerged from his chest. Chapter 133. The Path of Escape. When Zhao Li opened his eyes, he found that the mantis before him had been reduced to mere fragments, a repugnant brown liquid pooling on the ground, eliciting a wave of nausea. The branch embedded in his chest had retracted into his body, and as he felt the smooth skin of his torso, he discovered there were no wounds. Was this truly his peculiar artifact? Remarkable indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had survived. He collected the shattered forelimbs of the double-bladed mantis, recognizing them as excellent materials for crafting an axe. He used branches to seal the cave's entrance and lay down on a bamboo bed adorned with wolf pelts. Succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, the outside world remained brilliantly illuminated, aglow with the light of the ominous deity. As his ultimate adversary, Zhao Li dared not bask in that blinding radiance. He bound the wooden sticks and the shattered forelimbs together with strips of cloth, and as twilight descended, he emerged from the cave. Zhao Li soon felled over 50 bamboo stalks, binding them together with vines, branches, and cloth. Upon completing this endeavor, he constructed a small shelter atop the bamboo raft using smaller pieces of bamboo and twigs. He roasted and consumed some wolf meat, struggling to eat the ant spiders. It was time for him to depart. Summoning forth his will, a soul of the double-bladed mantis materialized from the branches, a unit he had vanquished. As long as it did not flee or dissipate, Zhao Li could directly ensnare and enslave it. Double-bladed mantis soul, LV-1. Talent: Soul Rend. Each strike damages the opponent's soul. Physical immunity: reduces damage taken by 30%, observing that this entity was slightly more formidable than the previous ghost wolf. Zhao Li acknowledged that it had been far stronger in life. He dragged the bamboo raft for quite a distance before reaching the river, where he grasped a long bamboo pole to navigate the raft downstream. The entire Black Soul forest enveloped him in silence. Yet no one could ascertain when a terrifying creature might spring forth from the shadows. As the raft drifted with the current, Zhao Li merely needed to ensure it did not drift ashore. Gradually, he maneuvered the raft out of the Black Soul forest and into a grove of crimson trees, where the water levels rose significantly. Attempting to stabilize the raft, he found himself unable to exert sufficient force. As he pulled the pole upward, a skeleton encrusted with aquatic vegetation emerged. One of its hands grasped the raft, and just as it attempted to climb aboard, the mantis beside him swiftly severed its head. The skull, not fitting snugly, separated from its jaw as it landed on the raft, while the jaw was swept away by the river. Zhao Li mercilessly shattered the headless skeleton with a wooden stick bound with stones. Would he discard the bones? Absolutely not. Upholding the principle of utilizing every resource, Zhao Li affixed the skeleton's bones to the raft with branches, reinforcing the structure that had become somewhat unstable due to the rushing waters. He cradled the skull and knocked on it. The soul of the skeleton resided within the cranium, which posed no immediate threat. As for devouring the soul, Zhao Li hesitated. Wary of increasing his chaos value, he would bide his time. By the time he exited the red grove, the sky began to lighten, heralding dawn. Zhao Li anchored the bamboo raft at the riverbank, cradling his severed head as he retreated into the modest hut. Curling up on the scant bamboo bed, he placed the wolf meat, wrapped in squirrel skin, beneath it. The daytime appeared to be devoid of significant disturbances, which was preferable. Zhao Li mused that his humble dwelling would scarcely withstand any assault. Thus, the absence of anomalies was indeed a blessing. Alas, a wretched woman, her body draped in tree bark, entered the bamboo raft. The Soul Reaper, level 35, possessed the following abilities. Tree Spirit Minion summons a level 70 Tree Spirit. Regeneration, the Tree Spirit can resurrect her, and Enchanting Whispers inflicts charm and enhances the target's susceptibility to anomalies. Though she seemed formidable, she was, in truth, a mere underling. One could subdue her unnoticed, but killing her would undoubtedly summon the Tree Spirit, against which Zhao Li stood no chance. Zhao Li gazed at the eerie figure before him, her milky eyes betraying no information. It was no wonder that in 2 millennia, not a single human had surpassed the 5th tier. Even this level 35 anomaly posed no threat to a true adept. Clearly, her abilities were lacking. Yet Zhao Li found himself even more bereft. With no suitable weaponry or combat talents, his only recourse lay in the peculiarities he possessed. Human, you shall perish, the Soul Reaper uttered sluggishly, her pallid face inching closer to Zhao Li, sensing his breath. Cackling wickedly, she manifested a razor-sharp wooden spike in her hand. Look behind you, Zhao Li commanded, extending a finger toward her rear. The Soul Reaper's head twisted unnaturally to comply. Disgusted, Zhao Li seized his staff and struck her head clean off. As her body writhed, he delivered a swift kick that toppled her. Unbeknownst to him, her right hand lunged forward, the wooden spike piercing his right leg. Damn! Zhao Li exclaimed, brandishing his axe and delivering a savage blow. Despite the protective layer of bark, the strike left her mangled and bloodied. Resolutely, he dismembered her limbs. Observing the severed parts still twitching, Zhao Li felt a pang of frustration. He was ill-equipped to manage the situation, especially with an ominous presence looming outside. He drove a wooden spike through her headless back, only for another spike to emerge. After considerable effort, he finally bound her dismembered limbs together with the spikes, achieving a temporary respite. Meanwhile, the head on the bamboo raft continued its futile attempts to control its body. Clutching his axe, Zhao Li curled up on the bamboo bed, the dual-bladed mantis standing guard over the head, ready to rouse him at the slightest disturbance. Current anomaly level 2. A notification jolted Zhao Li awake as he opened the branch door. The sky was still a tapestry of twinkling stars, with a mantis vigilantly watching over the severed head. You will pay dearly for this, the Soul Reaper seethed, her rage palpable. The vengeful spirit glared fiercely at Zhao Li, her crimson eyes betraying no trace of the murderous intent she harbored. You? Just get lost. Zhao Li, in response, kicked the severed head into the thicket along the shore. He then propelled the bamboo raft forward, securing the axe at his waist while using one hand to steady the bamboo pole as he continued to drift into the distance. Presently, Zhao Li's peculiar transformation had stagnated at 2%. Without the malevolent interference of the vengeful spirit, this transformation would not progress further. However, should Zhao Li consume the flesh of the ghost wolf, his transformation would resume, leaving him to endure his hunger as he took a few sips from the gourd. Chapter 134. The Beach Village of the Foreboding Continent. You have now reached the fringes of the Foreboding Forest, a locale that seems quite suitable for your settlement. Zhao Li, standing upon a bamboo raft, caught sight of a small village perched along the coastline. He hastily paddled ashore, directing the mantis to hasten towards the village. Upon entering, Jolly discovered that the village comprised merely 5 dilapidated thatched huts, evidently abandoned for quite some time. Surveying the area, he found little of use, until he stumbled upon a large wooden chest within the largest hut, which seemed to harbor potential treasures. With a swift swing of his axe, he shattered the wooden lock, only to be met by a wobbling skeleton that rose to its feet. Skeleton, LV0, talent, gray bone, increases the strength of its own bones with a resounding thwack. Jolly cleaved the skeleton apart, scattering its bones. At last, he uncovered some valuable items: water-gathering stone, excellent grade, capable of condensing pure water sources in the stone's grooves; greenwood, excellent grade, a material for repelling the bizarre; fine steel talisman sword, excellent grade, possesses exceptional capabilities for slaying the bizarre and significantly suppressing their regenerative abilities; spirit jade bottle, rare grade, collects souls to produce a liquid that can eliminate one of the bizarre influence. For highly practical items, Zhao transported the usable goods into the thatched hut and repaired it with materials from the other huts, making it barely habitable. Thus, he toiled until dawn, managing only 3 hours of sleep, a feat even the most divine might struggle to endure. He laid a wolf skin upon a somewhat decayed wooden bed, while wolf meat hung from the rafters. The mantis, being a spectral entity, required no sleep, yet due to its lack of formidable strength, Zhao assigned it the task of keeping watch. Not far from Zhao, within a subterranean cavern, over 50 grotesque figures huddled closely, occasionally excavating white worms from a pit in the ground to consume. One of the creatures lay dozing in the cavern when a stone block above it dislodged, casting a beam of sunlight directly upon it. The creature emitted wisps of black smoke, shrieking in agony, even after escaping the sunlight. The smoke continued to billow as it writhed in pain before collapsing, visibly suffering under the gaze of its companions. A massive axe descended, severing its head. The colossal figure wielding the axe stood at 2 meters tall, sharing little difference from Zhao apart from a singular, enormous eye positioned on its forehead. Gu Xin, First Order, LV35, Talent. Giant strength, 1 force shatters myriad laws. Immense power confers significant advantages. Evolver, automatically ascends every 20 levels, eliminating the possibility of stagnation. High Order human bloodline, a direct descendant of a 6th Order human lineage. Exhibiting high resistance to the bizarre, God of War, ignores fear effects during combat, immunizing against 50% of damage. Gu Xin, exclaimed a creature with severely bent legs, as the one-eyed giant respectfully assisted the elderly, nearly curled-up figure before him. Village Chief. Guxin spoke with deep respect, as Guxin was the name of this one-eyed monstrosity, the very embodiment of grotesqueness and the pivotal figure among all aberrations. Despite his disheveled appearance as a village chief, his power far surpassed that of Guxin. He was a 3rd-tier fire elementalist. Leave this place once darkness descends. My life wanes, and before I depart, I must impart a few matters to you, the chief declared. But what about everyone else? Guxin inquired, casting a glance at the variously deformed beings surrounding them. Take Gu Xiao and Gu Su with you. Though they are merely half-evolvers at present, their youth grants them a chance for restoration in the future, the chief advised. Guxin found himself at a loss for words. The aberration sometimes dulled one's intellect, and Guxin's mind was clouded, rendering him incapable of cogent thought. I wish to pass my fire abilities on to you, hoping you can ensure their survival. The circumstances that led to this disaster are entirely my fault. I lack the strength and can only face death alongside everyone. Yet you possess hope. Do not accompany this old bones to the grave, the chief said with a bittersweet smile, the memories of his reckless youth vivid even after a century. Alas, nothing can be undone. Enough of this. Sit down. He gestured for Guxin to take a seat. Once Guxin settled, the chief placed a hand on his back, and a warm current flowed from him to Guxin, unveiling a remarkably unique gene chain within Guxin and enveloping him in a thin layer of flame. Guxin, Level 1. LV35, Talent. Colossal Strength. Unyielding power grants immense advantage. Evolver. Automatically advances every 20 levels, eliminating the possibility of stagnation. Superior human bloodline. Direct descendant of a 6th-tier human. Exhibiting high resistance to aberration. Warlord. Ignores fear effects during battle. Immune to 50% of damage. Fire ability. Can unleash flames for attack. Highly effective against aberrations. As Guxin turned back to speak to the chief, he was met only with the sight of a blackened, withered corpse. Witnessing the chief, who had tirelessly labored for all, reduced to such a state filled Guxin's heart with sorrow. He placed the chief's body under the sunlight, allowing it to gradually incinerate in the eyes of the onlookers. The outside world was perilous, yet waiting here for death was equally unwise. The aberrations in the cave prepared to flee, understanding the chief's decision but harboring little dissent. Not everyone could attain 1st-tier strength. Guxin was the first evolver after the chief and presently the only one. His chances of survival were significantly heightened. Yet he was resolute in not being burdened by others. For humanity and in honor of the chief's hopes. "Uncle, what are you doing?" asked a boy with a small tentacle sprouting from his head, observing a four-armed creature inscribing something incomprehensible. "Suwa, this is a talisman. Take it with you when you follow Brother Xin." The burly man remarked, although he conversed intermittently with the child, he did not cease his work. "Aren't you leaving?" Gu Su inquired, for he was familiar with such talismans, which possessed a certain efficacy in repelling peculiar creatures. "Of course, I shall depart, though not in your company." The man replied, his tone remarkably calm. Surviving in this realm rife with the bizarre was no trivial pursuit. He had already undergone considerable distortion himself, and unless fate intervened, he too would inevitably become a grotesque being. "Then I shall forego the talisman and leave it for you, dear uncle," Gu Su declared, idly toying with a small wooden sword, adorned with charming little figures. Gu Su has grown up, and dear uncle possesses a talisman. The odd figure then fastened the violet talisman around Gu Su's neck, while simultaneously revealing his own, which had begun to darken at the center. Gu Su intended to articulate further, but was abruptly pulled away by Gu Xiao. The entire cavern was now preparing to depart, with the passing of the old village chief. The subterranean existence that had endured for nearly a century was drawing to a close. From this moment forth, everyone would have to confront the peculiarities of the outside world. Chapter 135. Encounter in the ominous continent. As twilight descended, Zhao Li discovered an abundance of clean water gourds and superior food seeds in the vicinity of the village. On the distant beach, several crabs, each the size of a basin, appeared, yet Zhao Li refrained from approaching them, deeming it unnecessary. Currently, his strength was ill-suited for combat enhancement. He believed that at least upon reaching the third tier would he be prepared. Once he attained that level, he could utilize the Soul Shepherd to command a multitude of spirits to labor on his behalf. Employing the Soul Shepherd's ability to forcibly purify souls and amass soul power to augment himself, this was his most favorable strategy, while Zhao Li was planting the seven-leaf grass, which could potentially reduce the degree of aberration when consumed, and the ghost melon, a suboptimal food that nonetheless did not increase aberration. A towering man wielding a massive axe approached him, accompanied by two peculiar little ones. Zhao Li brandished his axe, only relaxing his guard as they drew nearer. The formidable stature of the man was imposing, and his strength was undeniable. Engaging him would be akin to a one-sided contest. Gu Xian, Level 1. Level 35, Talent, Giant Strength, One Force shatters myriad laws. Immense power confers significant advantage. Evolver, automatically advances every 20 levels, eliminating the possibility of stagnation. Superior human bloodline, direct descendant of a 6th-tier human, possessing high resistance to aberration. God of War, ignores fear effects during combat, immune to 50% of damage. Fire Elemental ability, can unleash flames for attack, highly effective against aberrations. Gu Suo, Level 1, Aberration Level 1, Talent, Agility, small in stature but exceedingly nimble. Little luck, occasionally experiences unexpected gains. Gu Xiao, Level 3, Talent, Mechanical Assembly, innate talent for various machinery, firearm specialization, highly proficient in firearm usage, intelligence, extremely astute. "Hello. I just arrived. I found no one here, so I decided to settle down," Zhao Li explained. "A complete person," Yu Suo exclaimed, pointing at Zhao Li in astonishment. "This was originally our village, but it has been abandoned for quite some time. Feel free to stay. We are merely resting here for a while before we depart." Gu Xian replied, sensing both the weakness and the potential threat posed by Zhao Li. Although he felt excitement towards someone unaffected by aberration, human beings were inherently complex. Without a strong bond, it was prudent to maintain distance. "Make yourselves at home. I just planted some things," Zhao Li said, as he planted a gourd vine. As a child, Gu Suo found it difficult to remain still. Gu Xiao and Gu Xian had already settled into a nearby thatched hut, while he lingered around Zhao Li, watching intently as he cultivated. "This is a gourd, right?" Gu Suo said proudly, eager for praise. "Indeed, this is a gourd vine. I intend to use it for purifying water," Zhao Li replied. "Isn't this a bit slow?" Gu Su remarked. "We've used this before, and it takes 3 to 4 days for purification. Plus, it causes diarrhea." "How do you manage it then?" Zhao Li inquired. "We utilize the ash from fireweed to purify water. It works swiftly," Gu Su replied. "Fireweed," Zhao Li recalled, retrieving a pungent, red-leafed herb from his waist. "Yes, that's the one. However, the water retains a metallic taste, which is quite unpleasant," Gu Su said, playfully touching the gourd vine. "I don't need it. But this herb can be used to concoct certain potions," Zhao Li commented, aware that the fireweed could be used for trapping and fire-resistant potions. though he lacked many of the necessary supplementary materials. "Are you an apothecary?" Gusu asked. "Not exactly. I only know a little," Zhao replied. Having just finished planting all the seeds, Gusu followed Zhao into his thatched cottage and was surprised to find a pile of wolf meat. "Are you going to eat that?" Gusu asked. "Yes. Why?" Zhao responded, brandishing a slightly loose axe, preparing to secure it with a cloth. "You can't eat that. Look at the little appendages on my head. They're a result of consuming such things. It's very dangerous." Gusu pointed to the small, wriggling appendages atop his head, filled with concern for Zhao ignorance. "We're different. I've eaten it without issue," Zhao stated, stepping outside with his newly secured axe. "Rest here for a moment." "It seems you'll be leaving soon," Zhao said, patting Gusu on the shoulder. Despite his youth, the boy had learned much for the sake of survival. "Where are you going?" Gusu asked. "That's none of your concern," Zhao replied, heading into the nearby woods. Soul tree, rare grade when burned. It emits a faint spiritual energy and requires souls as fertilizer for growth. This particular soul tree was only as thick as a bowl. When Zhao struck it with his axe, it caused a small cut in his hand. "Mantis, come here," Zhao called, shaking his hand towards the mantis lurking nearby. The mantis leapt forward, slicing through a third of the tree with its blade-like arms, followed by a flurry of swift strikes, causing the reluctant soul tree to topple. He successfully harvested a commendable soul tree, crucial for enhancing his spiritual energy. The remaining trees were dark wood, distinct from the black soul trees deep within the forest. This dark wood couldn't harbor souls, resulting in a greater presence of small creatures, such as enormous rats. As Zhao was cutting through vines, a large rat with red eyes suddenly darted towards him. The mantis swiftly jumped behind Zhao, cleaving the rat in two with its arm blade. Zhao took a glance and decided against continuing to gather vines. It was too perilous. He would need to devise some traps, lest these oblivious little creatures cause him trouble in the future. With a bundle of branches secured upon his back by means of vines, and his left hand dragging the soul wood, he returned to the thatched cottage. Upon entering, he beheld Gue Saw, peacefully slumbering on the bed, utterly unperturbed. The brazier within the cottage remained unlit, and as the door swung open, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Gusua to instinctively shiver. Zhao promptly closed the door, disregarding the mantis, which, in its ethereal state, was impervious to the chill. Zhao then broke off several twigs from the soulwood and, through friction, ignited the dry grass, which blazed to life within the brazier. Chapter 136, Ascension to the Unfamiliar Continent. The soulwood burned, releasing a fragrant aroma. Zhao sat cross-legged upon a wooden plank, closing his eyes to inhale the fragrant essence into his being. The innate talent of the soul shepherd continuously absorbed the soul energy generated by the combustion. When Zhao finally opened his eyes, the flames were nearly extinguished. His current level stood at LV2, with the awakening of human genes, granting him the extraordinary ability of soul fire. Soul fire, common level talent. By consuming one's own soul energy, it generates flames that incinerate the soul, inflicting lethal harm upon any living creature. Excessive use may lead to soul weakness or even damage. Notice, the current usage of soul fire should not exceed 5 seconds. System, do I not already possess a talent? Zhao pondered in his mind, and the system promptly provided an answer. As a member of the human race, the soul fire ability was derived from his physical form, independent of the system. Just as Zhao was about to rise, the door suddenly exploded open, and a colossal figure crashed down upon him. It was Gu Xin. Ouch! Zhao found himself pinned to the ground, his frail body unable to withstand such impact. A fearsome corpse demon has arrived, Gu Xin exclaimed, wielding a massive axe with a thin layer of flames enveloping its blade. Zhao brandished the fine steel talisman sword he had retrieved from a box and joined Gu Xin outside. An unsettling entity floated ominously in the air, continuously shifting, while blackened, elongated spines shot toward Gu Xin. Utilizing his petite stature and nearby obstacles, Gu Xin adeptly evaded the assaults, occasionally firing his fire gun at the corpse demon. Fearsome corpse demon, LV22, talent, terror, launches fear attacks on nearby units. If the target succumbs to fear, a link is established to absorb their terror as power. Levitation, can hover no more than 10 meters above the ground. Eerie power, utilizes bizarre forces for various attacks. Gu Shao, pull it down, Gu Xin commanded. Meanwhile, Gu Shao, busy evading, produced a small sphere from his waist and hurled it at the foe, ensnaring it in a massive net. Gu Xin leapt into the air, grasping the net's lines and yanking the airborne corpse demon down to the ground, allowing Zhao to scrutinize its appearance. It possessed 6 arms, its body adorned with irregular gray scales, and a gaping maw large enough to engulf half a head. What a grotesque creature! Behold my sword. Zhao thrust his sword forward, piercing the creature's skull. A plume of black mist erupted forth, and upon withdrawing the blade, Zhao discovered it had suffered significant corrosion. The corpse demon collapsed to the ground, and Gu Shao approached from afar. This creature is troublesome in the air, and your sword has sustained severe damage. Such a pity. Gu Xian remarked. Many bizarre entities possess corrosive effects on equipment, and this was far from friendly. Fear not, as long as it can be slain. Zhao Li was not particularly distressed by the damage to his equipment. As long as he could vanquish his opponent, that was sufficient. Moreover, he was entirely capable of subjugating his foe, making this a lucrative endeavor. Ah, my brother, you possess great magnanimity. I am grateful to count you as a friend. Gu Xian gazed appreciatively at the resolute figure before him. Currently, he wielded only a massive axe, and once it was damaged, it would be rendered useless. Thus, in a state of trepidation, he found himself at a disadvantage in the battle against the fearsome corpse demon. Otherwise, with his strength as a level 35 first-tier warrior, he would have had the upper hand. The distinction between the zero-tier and first-tier was akin to the disparity between ordinary monsters and elite ones. Although the corpse demon employed flashy tactics, it was fundamentally frail. A single strike from Gu Xian's axe would easily incapacitate it. Zhao Li stood before the trembling corpse demon, swiftly asserting his power to enslave its spirit. Unlike the previous soul entity, this time it was the corporeal form of the slain fearsome corpse demon that stirred to life. Its swaying body surprised Gu Xian, as it was unusual for a defeated corpse demon to rise so quickly. While fearsome corpse demons could indeed resurrect, they required their own flesh and a substantial amount of eerie energy to do so. Do not worry, this is my ability. I can enslave it, Zhao Li reassured him. As the talents of the soul shepherd began to manifest, the corpse demon commenced its transformation. Fearsome Soul Demon, LV3, abilities, Flesh Earth, can absorb the souls of living beings to enhance itself and can regenerate by creating Flesh Earth. Fearsome Soul Mark, attacks can inflict a fear mark on the target, detonating every 5 layers to deal soul damage. Soul Flesh, the soul and flesh can separate, and the body can be composed of earth and flesh. Be cautious. Although this fearsome corpse demon is not particularly strong, it possesses the potential for infinite growth. While enslaving it is advantageous, do not let it turn against you, or the consequences may be dire, Gu Xian advised. As the young Gu Shao busily gathered the metallic net from the ground, a clear indication of its considerable value. Rest assured, I am quite confident. Zhao Li replied with assurance. Although the Soul Shepherd's rank had diminished from legendary to epic, it remained a formidable talent. Subjugating a level 3 minion was a trivial task. Let us first gather some food. I kindly ask you to look after Gu Sua, Gu Xian suggested. Do not worry. Zhao Li waved his hand, indicating that the fearsome corpse demon would step ahead of him. The rationale behind it being in front rather than behind was simple, given its terrifying appearance. Turning around would only startle him. Thus, having it led was entirely sensible. Once the two had departed, Zhao Li began to manipulate the fearsome soul demon, directing it into a small grove. He commanded the fearsome corpse demon to enter the woods, but the clumsy creature had barely taken 2 steps before encountering an obstacle. A 2-meter-long lizard perched on a branch above, its eyes darting about in hunger after 2 days without food. It suddenly pounced on the slow-moving prey below. The fearsome soul demon's movements accelerated dramatically, its right hand bending as sharp claws emerged. As the colossal lizard lunged forward, it left behind several deep claw marks beneath its belly. Upon landing, the beast swiftly turned, poised to strike again. In that moment, the world spun disorientingly, and then darkness enveloped the eyes, leading to an abrupt demise. The 5 claw marks were suffused with a profound sense of terror, and in that instant of eruption, the already feeble soul of the lizard was utterly shattered. Remarkably, Zhao Li observed the fierce battle with the soul demon of fear from a distance. Unable to suppress his admiration, this creature was far more formidable than the previous dual-bladed mantis. As a single strike could trigger an explosion. Who could withstand such might? Chapter 137, The Distorted and Ominous Continent. After the fierce soul demon devoured the essence of its adversary, it ascended to level 4. While the colossal lizard's corporeal form gradually transformed into an earthen statue. Should the fierce soul demon meet its demise, a new incarnation would emerge from this very spot. Just as Zhao Li prepared to exert control over the fierce soul demon, a clawed limb burst forth from the earth, swiftly followed by a gaping maw. Crunch! Zhao Li's entire right foot was severed, a fortunate occurrence that allowed him to roll away from the impending strike of the creature's tail. The malevolent armored beast, LV-17, possessed the innate abilities of burrowing and tough carapace. The fierce soul demon lunged with extraordinary speed, but was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground by the malevolent armored beast. Meanwhile, Zhao Li conjured a pale yellow fireball that struck the creature. Although the fireball did not inflict severe physical harm, the yellow flames ignited the beast's soul, which was soon engulfed by a dark crimson blaze. providing the demon a moment to unleash a relentless barrage of fierce soul attacks. In mere seconds, the malevolent armored beast succumbed to the ferocious onslaught of the fierce soul demon, triggering its soul to shatter under the weight of 15 explosive marks. With a resounding crash, a tree was uprooted and toppled onto the malevolent armored beast, effectively halting its movements. Though it still breathed, the beast had lost the will to resist. Zhao Li, seated upon the grass, was drenched in sweat from the intense pain coursing through him. Damn. Having escaped the clutches of death, Zhao Li seethed with anger. The distortion infection. His body grotesquely contorted, the ankle of his right foot began to crust over, forming a black, horn-like protrusion. Although it compensated for his lost foot, Zhao Li found it difficult to adjust. How can I restore my foot? Zhao Li inquired of the system. The distortion is irreversible. To revert to your original form, you must slay the ominous god. All distortions stem from the bizarre environment. In certain respects, these distortions may enhance your survival. The ominous god is incapable of controlling any distortions, and fighting it in a distorted state will not impose any negative repercussions on the host. The system elucidated its insights regarding the distorted hoof, emphasizing its adaptability to the harsh surroundings, with the promise of return upon vanquishing the ominous god. Do you truly believe I can confront the ominous god in my current state? Zhao Li jested. Certain demise. The system replied with unwavering conviction. Very well. Then I shall take the risk, Zhao Li declared, extending a hand towards the malevolent armored beast. A fragmented soul seamlessly integrated into his being, restoring a measure of his strength and spiritual power. Rising to his feet, he adjusted to the transformation of his right leg into a hoof. Limping towards the carcass of the malevolent armored beast, with one hand, he hoisted the reptilian-like creature and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it to the fierce soul demon before retracing his steps. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, he discovered it was deserted, not in death, but rather that its inhabitants had departed, leaving behind only a small pale yellow wooden plaque. After enduring a prolonged period of obscurity, a flicker of popularity was abruptly extinguished. He cleaved the soul tree several times before casting it into the fire pit, surrendering himself to a profound slumber upon his bed. The soul demon and mantis diligently secured the doors and windows, taking their positions atop the thatched roof in vigilant watch. As the soul wood blazed fiercely, the entire dwelling became suffused with soul energy, triggering the automatic activation of Zhao Li's innate talent as a soul shepherd. Current level, LV3. Eeriness increased to 5. Chaos value heightened to 10. Current level, LV4. Current level, LV5. Current level, LV6. Eeriness elevated to 17. Chaos value surged to 40, then to 80. As dawn's light gradually emerged, a blood moon hung ominously in the sky. Zhao Li's entire being began to tremble violently, branches erupting from within him. The wolf meat and various other meats in the room were ensnared by the branches, which absorbed them through a viscous brown substance. Upon completion, the branches violently struck the recently repaired wooden door, shattering it into splinters. The soul demon and mantis remained oblivious to the impending danger as a branch pierced through the thatched roof, impaling the two souls and siphoning their energy directly into Zhao Li. Eeriness increased to 37, chaos value escalated to 150. The target went berserk. Zhao Li abruptly opened his eyes. Their crimson hue, combined with the multitude of protruding branches, created an unsettling visage. Harnessing the power of the branches, he charged into the forest, effortlessly snapping every tree that obstructed his path. One branch struck a lizard before Zhao Li spotted something even more enticing, a grotesque squad of 15 aberrant beings. Crouching low, he stealthily approached, his branches extending rapidly towards the ground. Careful! A burly man shouted, brandishing a large hammer at the nearby aberrant. A wooden spike pierced the man's neck. Dropping the hammer, he clutched his throat as blood poured forth, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Run! Cried another voice, prompting the armed group to prepare for flight. Branches shot up from the earth, enveloping them, while Zhao Li, with his blood-red eyes, sank his teeth into the neck of the burly man. The slender branches penetrated the man's body, and before he could draw his last breath, Zhao Li drained him entirely, leaving behind only a desiccated husk. With a roar, Zhao Li unleashed his fury. The branches surged toward the others, an alarming contrast in the stillness of the forest. Eeriness surged to 100, chaos value soared to 500. Transformation commenced, claws of aberration, scaly back, pointed ears. Eerie corruption devours, permanently increases chaos value by 50, a penchant for slaughter. Indomitable, extraordinarily resilient, neither dead nor broken. Eerie infection, injuring an opponent induces their aberration. And eerie mist, the area around you will manifest an invisible black fog according to your level. As the black mist began to envelop him, a ghastly white light shone down upon Zhao Li. Zhao Li's body was immediately enveloped in a white mist, as if a violent reaction had occurred. Fortunately, it vanished beneath the shroud of black fog, and his crimson eyes briefly lightened. However, the consciousness of Zhao Li's true self showed no signs of awakening. Ominous mark. The Undying Legion will pinpoint your location. Ominous annihilation. The malevolent forces shall inflict debilitating damage upon you. Any attack from the sinister will be irreparable. Ominous judgment. Any further exposure will directly summon the wrath of the Undying Thunder. The system's alerts echoed incessantly, yet Zhao Li, having lost his senses and fallen under the control of a malevolent entity, paid them no heed. Nonetheless, the severe harm inflicted by the malevolent light had instilled in him a profound fear of illumination. As he traversed through the black mist, it began to shift in response to his movements. Chapter 138. Ascending into the unknown realm, the god of the unknown continues to purge the forces beyond this world. Infuriated by being outsmarted by a lesser being, yet finding it futile. Fortunately, he has acquired a more precious positioning map, prompting him to journey directly to the decaying divine domain indicated on the map, leaving behind a relatively weak avatar to execute his cleansing plan within this realm. Meanwhile, within the forest, Zhao Li has succumbed to a frenzy. As a companion entity, the verdant tree has a remarkably high degree of fusion, the intense otherworldliness resulting in a seamless amalgamation of the two. His colossal form drags a robust tail, while an expanse of black mist envelopes the entirety of the woodland. Zhao Li, LV40, Anomalous Transformation, 100 Chaos Value, 1790 Talents, Devour, Indomitable, Anomalous Infection, Mist of Deception, Symbiosis with Anomalies, Survivor, Glutton. Soul Fire. The Chaos Value remains alarmingly elevated. Even though the blood moon has waned for several days, Zhao Li shows no signs of awakening. After slaying a 5-meter-tall bear with his half-wooden, fibrous left arm, the immense soul of the bear merges into Zhao Li, causing him to shudder. Commencing ascension, branches converge to form a massive wooden sphere, and the distortions enveloping Zhao Li begin to oscillate precariously. What is happening? Zhao Li's consciousness is overwhelmed with fatigue, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. The ascension has begun. Successful completion will elevate him to a new tier. The system announces, what is my current state? Fully anomalous. Chaos value, 1890. So, I have been rampaging all along, correct? Zhao Li communicates with the system through his consciousness. Correct. How can I cease this rampage? At this stage, halting the rampage is impossible. However, you can preserve your primary consciousness to achieve a brief control over your body. How do I accomplish that? Zhao Li inquires. This evolution will foster a secondary brain. Before Zhao Li could pose another question, the system fell silent, and an irresistible drowsiness rendered him incapable of further communication. Ascension complete. An empty system notification echoed in his mind. A 6-armed black giant emerged from the wooden sphere, its body entwined with black branches, which appeared to sprout from its neck. Standing at 7 meters tall, every movement posed a threat to the nearby anomalous creatures. An eye opened at the back of the giant's head, and beneath it, a massive mouth split open. What is happening? The mouth emitted a sound of profound terror. Current host, highly anomalous, consciousness transferred to the secondary brain. Once the rampage forcibly concludes, it can be reverted to the primary brain. When the rampage subsides, brief control over the body can be regained. Can I control myself now? As Zhao Li asked, his perspective shifted, transforming him into a colossal black giant. The branches on his body moved as if they were extensions of his own limbs. With a mere flick of a branch, he swiftly ensnared a nearby malevolent beast, lifting it off the ground. The immense strangling force swiftly suffocated the opponent, compelling Zhao Li to open his mouth wide and voraciously consume the malignant armored beast in 3 gulps. As he maneuvered his body, he took a few cumbersome steps, feeling as though he were not inhabiting his own form. After wandering through the woods for a while, Zhao Li stumbled upon a small patch of what he desperately needed, crystal heart grass. This remarkable herb not only calms the mind, but also enhances the likelihood of transformation, often resulting in distortion. He uprooted the crystal heart grass from the ground, soil and all, and swallowed it whole. A sensation of lightness washed over him, and simultaneously, a black tentacle sprouted from his forehead, gradually morphing into a wooden appendage entwined with branches, eventually resting inconspicuously atop his head alongside other wooden tendrils. Current chaos level, 1600. Devouring the entire patch of crystal heart grass was merely insufficient. Zhao Li contemplated departing the forest, which now lay in disarray, the aftermath of his previous rampage. Alas, such are the whims of fate. As he prepared to move again, his form began to tremble uncontrollably. What was happening? The branches embedded in his right hand began to writhe as a colossal beetle approached from a distance. Titanic Bridge Beetle, LV19. Abilities: heavy armor, exceptional defense. Immunity to control, unyielding. The branches upon Zhao Li's body thrust forth sharp spikes, yet they left only white marks upon the beetle's shell. Observing this lackluster effect, Zhao Li resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a firm grip, he delivered a powerful punch to the beetle's mandibles, black mist swiftly corroding the appendage and sending the creature into a frenzied state. A segmented limb pierced Zhao Li's thigh, and black blood oozed from the wound. Soul Shepherd. With his left hand, Zhao Li seized the decaying mandible and yanked it free, simultaneously extracting an ethereal, diminutive beetle spirit. Such audacity! Zhao Li regarded the spirit before him, and without allowing it a moment to resist, he swallowed it whole. Though the soul of this insect was not particularly formidable, it possessed an extraordinary purity. The surge of soul energy filled Zhao Li with a long-forgotten joy, akin to a parched traveler savoring the refreshing taste of spring water. Exhilarating! Zhao Li let out a low roar as branches pierced into the corpse of the beetle, beginning to siphon its flesh's energy. A torrent of bizarre energy surged into his being, culminating in a subtle transformation. The black skin sprouted a few brownish scales, sufficiently cloaking about 60 to 70% of his body. Suddenly, a wave of amusement washed over Zhao Li, causing him to cover his face with one hand and laugh heartily toward the sky. Oh, I did not anticipate your refined taste. A diminutive green-skinned goblin, standing merely half a meter tall, emerged from the black mist, its eyes filled with dark runes. Who are you? Zhao Li felt a twinge of confusion. Yet the voice was unmistakably familiar. Ah, the god of lies and deceit, Luo Yin. It has been quite some time, my little brother. The goblin gazed at Zhao Li, who, despite being of a lower tier, possessed extraordinary destructive power, as a being often heralded for her divine prowess. She typically refrained from venturing into the territories of rival deities. Regrettably, however, the god in this realm had left behind only a trifling avatar, thus allowing her to enter with an air of legitimacy. Her purpose was singular, to engage in a meaningful conversation with Zhao Li. She could surmise the formidable presence that lay behind him. Zhao Li's significance was profound, and thus, it was evident that his ascension to divinity had not transpired long ago. This presented a most advantageous opportunity for her, one where she stood to gain significantly without any risk. Chapter 139. The mysterious origins of the continent. The two individuals found a clearing and settled down for a conversation. The arrival of Luo Yin presented no immediate advantage or disadvantage to Zhao Li. Perhaps she could assist him in accomplishing his task. Luo Yin manipulated the body of a goblin, a creature that had been altered in a peculiar manner. She was not particularly fond of it, so she purified the form before employing it. What brings you here? Zhao Li inquired, seated amid the clearing, branches behind him swaying as if they were extensions of a formidable boss. Look, this is a place we've been before, Luo Yin reminded him. What? Zhao Li responded, perplexed. This is the site of my seal, the divine realm of the rising sun, Luo Yin declared. How could it have transformed into this? Zhao Li waved his hand, questioning the bizarre circumstances surrounding them. Luo Yin rubbed her hands together, and a yellow candle materialized in her grasp. It is indeed your doing. You have released my seal and summoned entities beyond your wildest imagination, she remarked absently. Of course, the situation was primarily her own doing. Yet she could not disclose that fact. What is the matter with the god of misfortune? I certainly did not summon it, Zhao Li protested. This deity was drawn to this world. Currently, only a fragment of its essence resides here. We can easily deal with it. I believe your task is to eliminate it, Luo Yin asserted, blowing softly to ignite the candle, its gentle golden glow swiftly alleviating Zhao Li's confusion. What should we do about the current situation? Zhao Li pointed to his own form, indicating that he no longer resembled a human. It's a minor issue, however. Your current state is indeed quite formidable. At least on par with your level, Luo Yin replied. Closing her eyes, Luo Yin felt the flesh quiver as the once diminutive goblin body began to rise, gradually transforming back into the visage Zhao Li had first encountered. Upon opening her eyes, her violet irises emitted a ghostly glow, fixated intently on Zhao Li. Zhao Li suddenly experienced excruciating pain, as if he were being torn asunder. What are you doing? He gasped. Cracks appearing in his skin as dark blood seeped into the earth. Do not speak. Simply feel, Luo Yin instructed, tracing a circle in the air with her finger. A pink box materialized before them. A grayish branch detached from the wound in Zhao Li's chest, causing all the branches attached to him to wither and fall away. You have been significantly corrupted. Even your soul is tainted. Fortunately, this is not your true form, Luo Yin exclaimed, relieved. She retrieved a small vial from the box, containing a blue elixir. This is a precious dual composite potion capable of altering genetic and spiritual states, Luo Yin proclaimed, uncorking the vial as the blue liquid flowed into Zhao Li's wound. His once mighty form began to shrink, a torrent of black blood cascading into the ground, gradually reverting to the appearance he bore upon his arrival in this world. Welcome back, Luo Yin said, gazing at the restored human form of Zhao Li. Zhao Li took a deep breath, assessing his own state. Zhao Li, level 36, tier 3, possess talents: Soul Fire, Soul Shepherd, Survivor, and Glutton. Nearby, Luo Yin picked up a branch from the ground and, under Zhao Li's gaze, devoured it. Is this your peculiar item? It tastes rather pleasant. Consider it a gift for our meeting, Luo Yin remarked. You are indeed quite unreserved. Zhao Li replied. Haha, why should we concern ourselves with such trivialities? We have a long journey ahead, after all. We shall share millions of years of camaraderie, wouldn't you agree? Luo Yin continued, conjuring a gold crystal the size of a fingernail in her hand. This is a Spirit Emperor crystal, a priceless treasure. Although this piece is not particularly large, it should suffice to elevate you to Tier 6. This simulation has greatly benefited you, yet time remains a precious commodity for you, Luo Yin elucidated. Zhao Li refrained from countering her. He had pressing matters to attend to, saving Blue Star, locating Ling Qi, and vanquishing the Lord of Hatred and the deity who had seized everyone. Stay calm and attuned to the power within you, Luo Yin instructed. Golden chains began to manifest around Zhao Li, ensnaring his soul. A momentary wisp of dark energy erupted from his distorted spirit, which began to revert to its normal state. Ultimately, the chains integrated into Zhao Li's soul, leaving a downward triangle mark upon his forehead. I bestow upon you boundless power, henceforth. You shall possess my divine strength and endless divine might. You are my divine vessel, vanquish all foes. The essence of the ancient gods awaits you in the void. A faint voice resonated in Zhao Li's mind, causing his gaze to wander as his consciousness was forcibly transported to another realm. In this space, an irregular creature devoid of a body drifted, its head hovering. Ah, you have finally arrived. Splendid. I shall soon be free, and I have great faith in you. A sticky tentacle from the head plunged into Zhao Li's consciousness, instantly siphoning all his memories. I sincerely apologize, my divine vessel. Though unintentional, it was wrong of me to invade your memories. I have gleaned some insight into your situation. You are progressing smoothly. Trust me, your path shall be favorable. For the sake of the King of Gods, the head declared fervently as the entire realm began to collapse, revealing an unruly world beyond. A headless tentacled creature remained motionless within this chaotic existence, while the head exhibited signs of impatience. Listen, time is of the essence. Let us be succinct. The malevolent deity is not formidable. You must seek the primordial yellow stone, which is left behind in that world. It holds the key to unraveling the curse of malevolence. I shall send you dreams. Should you wish to find me, simply think of me as you drift into slumber, and I will appear in your dreams. The head intended to convey more, but the entire dimension had succumbed to ruin, forcibly returning the head to the tentacled creature, restoring tranquility once more. At this moment, Zhao Li regained his composure, his eyes transforming into a brilliant golden hue. So cool, exclaimed Luo Yin. Endless divine power. A thread of golden light manifested in Zhao Li's hand, as the ominous marks that had previously been invisible on his body began to dissolve. Do you know the whereabouts of the primordial yellow stone? Zhao Li inquired of Luo Yin, as golden divine patterns began to emerge upon his form, completely isolating the eerie aura surrounding him. Of course I know where it is. It is right here with me, Luo Yin replied, extending her right hand to reveal a yellow stone, no larger than a quail's egg. Chapter 140. The unfathomable land of malice. Upon acquiring the primordial yellow stone from Luo Yin, it exhibited no extraordinary power. It was quite ordinary, akin to a mere pebble. Do you know how to vanquish the god of malice? Zhao Li inquired. Of course I do. Follow me. Luo Yin gestured, retrieving a highly advanced, diamond-shaped metallic device from a small pouch. As she placed this diminutive machine upon the ground, a portal was swiftly conjured. Are you not a deity? Why resort to such contraptions? Zhao Li questioned, clearly bewildered by the use of technology by a god. Technology is a mastery over the cosmos. Although deities transcend the universe, every action they undertake incurs tremendous energy expenditure. Thus, I have merely descended as a consciousness. Henceforth, you too shall descend solely as a consciousness. This technology is no less formidable than certain divine artifacts, Luo Yin elucidated, stepping into the portal. As the dark mist gradually dissipated, Zhao Li, level 170. Sixth rank, was illuminated by the moon hanging in the sky. Before him stood a colossal white fortress, its radiance still imbued with a sinister aura. It was a watchtower of the god of malice. Zhao Li stepped into the portal and found himself in a grand hall. Welcome aboard the vessel of malice. A strange, cold voice echoed in Zhao Li's ears. A giant clad in white armor, enveloping his entire form, sat upon a throne, observing Zhao Li as he emerged from the portal. Beside him, Luo Yin occupied a nearby chair, while 6 other giants donned in similar white armor loomed nearby. I hear you intend to slay me? How amusing. Thus, I have summoned Lady Luo Yin to bring you before me, declared the giant seated on the throne, his visage concealed by a mask, rendering his expression and species indiscernible. Being of flesh and blood, I shall grant you a fair duel. The god of malice shall engage in a righteous battle with you. Come forth. The giant rose, conjuring an enormous knight's sword in his grasp. A duel with me? Zhao Li inquired. Indeed. Dawn's light. A beam of laser emerged from the giant's sword, compelling Zhao Li to swiftly bend down to evade it. Divine barrier. A semi-transparent membrane enveloped Zhao Li, just as the giant, wielding his sword, leaped forward to strike. Zhao Li rolled aside, the floor beneath him shattering, sending metallic shards flying toward him, which were deflected by the barrier. Meanwhile, Luo Yin hastily retreated, encased in a violet energy shield. Lightbind. A white strand of light materialized, ensnaring Zhao Li's left foot and rendering him immobile. The god of malice's avatar raised the massive sword, potent energy beginning to coalesce. Malicious divine power. A fine white liquid appeared upon the sword, and with a sweeping motion, a wave of white sword energy surged towards Zhao Li. Lo and behold, a hidden card was still in play. At this moment, Luo Yin could no longer contain herself. This particular instance was imbued with divine power, especially of the curse variety, which would undoubtedly inflict irreparable damage. A spectacle of deception unfolded. With a swift motion of her left hand, a mirror materialized before the sword's aura. The sword's energy, upon colliding with the mirror, wavered momentarily before continuing its relentless advance. Now having entered the realm within the mirror, I knew you were no good, you wretched being. Die. The malevolent deity bellowed in fury, as 6 armored giants nearby brandished their colossal swords and charged forth. This time, having spared you, you owe me an artifact of ancient divinity, should you fail to deliver. I shall ensure your suffering. Luo Yin chattered incessantly at Zhao Li before composing herself, her hands clasped together, as a pair of violet eyes materialized in the grand hall. Just as Zhao Li was about to utter a word, Luo Yin's flesh erupted, splattering Zhao Li with gore. The violet eyes floated in midair, in the entire hall. Even the very warship began to contort. This distortion was not the result of brute force, but rather an incomprehensible, natural aberration. The 6 armored giants were relentlessly ravaged by an unseen force before Zhao Li's eyes, their towering 6-meter forms shrinking down to mere spheres the size of his fingernail. Witness my divine might, invincible. The colossal sword swept across, restoring the ground beneath to its original form at a sharp 60-degree angle. As the malevolent deity radiated a white glow to counteract the invisible forces surrounding it, the violet eyes flickered momentarily, and the lower half of the malevolent deity transformed into a mere sheet of paper. Fortunately, this avatar was sufficiently powerful, with a swift motion of its right hand. It tore through the membrane encasing Zhao Li, cleaving flesh and bone asunder. This was the very essence of Zhao Li's existence, yet, due to the peculiar forces nearby, he felt no discomfort, an odd sensation, as if he had sustained no injury whatsoever. Several great swords near the throne of the hall ascended into the air, slicing the still struggling malevolent deity into numerous fragments. Subsequently, the violet eyes turned towards Zhao Li, and the headless half of the body swiftly adhered to the conscious remnants of Zhao Li, as flesh buds sprouted forth, healing the corporeal form. The malevolent deity's body was suspended in midair, and wisps of white liquid seeped from it. After 10 minutes, a small white orb floated before Zhao Li. Did I consume it? Zhao Li gazed at the violet eyes, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness, urgently lowering his head to inquire. Receiving no response, the white orb detonated, transforming into a cloud of white mist that permeated Zhao Li's being. Task complete. The malevolent deity is slain. Divine power acquired. Calculating. Canceling talent selection. Canceling all achievements. Dispersing entries. Talent fusion completed. Acquiring the unique talent of infinity, an endless path, a one-way journey. Zhao Li, controlling his body, staggered to his feet as the chaotic divine powers within him clashed, culminating in an explosion under the watchful gaze of the violet eyes. Zhao Li awoke in his chamber, glancing around to find that all his previous abilities were at his disposal, utterly unimpeded. However, he now possessed only one mythic-level talent, endless angelic intelligence. Within the confines of his room, a 3-dimensional angelic figure materialized, embodying this intelligence. How long has it been since my resurrection? 5 years have elapsed. So long. Indeed. What is the current state of this planet? Reporting to the Archangel, the planet is devoid of any surviving life. Prepare for an expedition. Ding. Would the Archangel like to venture to the angelic nebula? No. Zhao Li sat upon his bed, feeling liberated from the previous distortions caused by myriad talents. With the gift of endless, he was now able to explore abilities he had never before conceived. Chapter 141. The flight from home. As they were still 7 or 8 miles away from home, the train suddenly broke down, resembling an elderly man suffering a heart attack. Lying motionless on the quiet country road of the mountain village, a rotund middle-aged man had long expressed his skepticism about the reliability of this wretched vehicle, proclaiming its inevitable malfunction along the way. However, given the dire circumstances, they had no choice but to gamble on this dying horse. Puffing on a cigarette, he called out, "Is there anyone here who can fix this? Hurry up. If those creatures come, we are all doomed. Having barely escaped from Guiqing, we cannot perish here." Faced with no options, the passengers reluctantly disembarked, and Suli followed suit. Besides this dilapidated train, there were no other means of evacuation visible in the city. As anticipated, the vehicle broke down midway, leaving everyone to wait inside. The driver took a deep drag from his cigarette and shouted to the passengers, "Everyone out. The vehicle is immobilized." Suli had no choice but to help Lee out of the car, as the snow danced around them, blanketing the ground in a dazzling white. In the distance, a couple of small canine-like creatures observed them. However, the sheer number of people deterred them from approaching. The nearby village had swelled slightly, being the closest settlement inhabited by humans. It was already 11 o'clock on New Year's Eve, and no more vehicles would be departing from Guiqing. As the entire city had been encircled by otherworldly beasts, Suli could only guide Lee and the majority towards the village. That year, Su had initially planned to celebrate the new year with his wife, having told her over the phone, "The dumplings are ready. Finish your shift and come home quickly." His wife replied, "I want to be coming back today. Something feels off outside Guiqing." After a while, Su called her again, "Zheng, is it true that the creatures are surrounding the city? I just went to the station, and everyone is trying to leave." His wife urged him, "You need to leave now. The beasts are truly coming." This repeated warning left Su with no choice but to set out alone. As a man, he had not wished for this, but he was merely an ordinary person, while his wife possessed extraordinary abilities. He could only wonder how she was faring. Su Li's heart felt as desolate as the cold winter night. He trudged along the rural road, wishing to reach the village swiftly while simultaneously hoping it would remain forever out of reach. As the year drew to a close, he found himself empty-handed, uncertain of his wife's fate, cursing the heavens for denying him an opportunity. What if something happened to his wife? How would he explain it to their daughter studying in the capital? Perhaps the snow had snapped the power lines. Or perhaps this village had also been attacked by the beasts. The road traversing the village was eerily dark, with no lights illuminating the homes. Su Li's spirits plummeted to new lows. The crowd around him began to halt, as the village ahead was too strange to ignore. Su Li wandered forward, lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the perilous path he was treading. Aside from his wife, he had forgotten everything else, including the possibility of beasts lurking within the village. All the birds had hidden away, and the surroundings were silent, save for the crunching footsteps of Su Li and a few brave souls on the snow. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of a stone bridge. At the bridge's edge stood a snowman, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a living person. Several men hurried over, and the snowman shook off the snow covering him, ushering everyone inside. Su Li and the group were welcomed into a large courtyard, which was propped up by tents, serving as a temporary refuge. Should the city of Gui fall or if monstrous beasts arrived, everyone would still have to flee. With the village chief's arrangements complete, Su Li fell into a deep slumber within his tent. In the dead of night, he turned over and felt a sticky sensation upon his skin. Something felt amiss, and as he caught a whiff of blood, he opened his eyes and hastily crawled out of the tent. The ground was already drenched in blood, and his own skin was oozing the crimson liquid. At that moment, Su Li felt completely drained of strength, while the village chief stood atop a platform, a curtain hanging from the roof, upon which a massive ritual array was inscribed in blood. With a solemn expression, the elderly village chief knelt before the curtain, his demeanor now appearing ominously sinister. Meanwhile, within the angel fortress, a skeletal altar began to stir. The altar was operational, establishing a connection. It was anchoring spatial coordinates. A nearby bearman commanded, starting to inject energy into the altar to maintain the link. Analyzing the world's composition, it was determined to be an ability-laden realm, rich in extraordinary energy. The assessment concluded, successful invasion of the world. A cold mechanical voice announced, highest authority protocol initiated. Current coordinates set. Coordinates revised. Opening spatial passage. Target anchoring complete. A two-headed birdman gazed at the instruments before him, while the altar, encased in glass, emitted a faint red glow. This altar was a unidirectional teleportation device. As soon as it received an invitation from the other side, it could activate the passage to another world. Have we discovered a new world? Zhao inquired, glancing at the information displayed on the screen, addressing a nearby robot. Indeed. Shall we activate the teleportation device? The robot responded. Activated. Send everyone through. Zhao commanded, intending to leave this universe behind, which he regarded merely as a larger world. Understood, the robot replied. Enormous angelic wings unfurled, revealing a vast spatial teleportation passage ahead of the fortress, while other angelic fortresses in proximity also began to draw closer. Preparing for teleportation. All units ready to enter the passage. Angel 1 initiating teleportation. Angel 2 preparing for teleportation. Angel 3 readying to establish a communication energy channel. Angel 15 has collected residual stellar energy, transmitting information to the Angel database. In stark contrast, Su Li's world was shrouded in ominous clouds. And the ritual array above the curtain appeared to come alive, detaching from the fabric and floating ominously in the air. A colossal fissure manifested above the village, prompting dozens of villagers near the elder to hastily kneel in reverence, their sacrificial offerings eliciting a response. Within mere moments, the chasm expanded dramatically, revealing a magnificent fortress emerging from its depths. The soldiers stationed in Gue City beheld this extraordinary spectacle and called out to a valiant woman, "Look, Commander." The woman swiftly dispatched a gigantic scorpion that had scaled the city wall, and upon raising her gaze, she too beheld the grand scene in the distance, the resplendent fortress descending from the celestial rift. Meanwhile, the monstrous creatures besieging the city rapidly retreated, hastily withdrawing along the opposite path of their assault. Chapter 142. The arrival. A colossal angelic fortress emerged from the passage, radiating a brilliant golden light in the night, reminiscent of a sun. Subsequently, numerous angelic fortresses materialized from the spatial conduit, making it evident to even the most oblivious that their intentions were far from benevolent. Streams of golden light cascaded down to the ground, and as the luminescence faded, enormous war mechs materialized upon the earth. Upon scanning the technology, the results indicated that the current world was situated in the era of the First Industrial Revolution. The war mech traversed the village, and the foremost mech operator easily spotted the village elder, who had provided them with their coordinates. "Have you summoned us?" resonated a voice from within the mech, though it was apparent that the villagers could not comprehend it. In response, the mech seized a hapless individual, piercing their skull with probes to extract information, transmitting it back to the angelic fortress for linguistic analysis, a process executed with remarkable speed. "What are your demands?" inquired the mech, directing its question at the village elder. "Oh, great one. I beseech you. I am but a mere mortal, stricken by illness and nearing the end of my days. I implore you, grant me the gift of rebirth." The elder pleaded, kneeling humbly upon the ground. "I desire a wife," exclaimed a gaunt middle-aged man, also kneeling. "I want 500,000. Another shouted. "I wish for a grand house," came yet another request, as the villagers began to voice their desires. The werewolves inside the mech found the scene amusing. "Your requests have been acknowledged by my divine master, and he can indeed fulfill them. However, you must pledge your servitude to him. Only through your loyalty can these desires be realized," declared the mech, its mechanical arm gesturing, inciting a wave of excitement among the villagers. "Thank you, my lord," the elder proclaimed fervently, bowing deeply. A vial of healing potion emerged within the mech, an essential remedy known for its remarkable and comprehensive healing properties. Upon scanning the elder, the analysis revealed internal organ failure and skeletal degeneration. "This is but a minor issue," remarked the mech as it lifted the elder with its iron hand. With a swift injection, the elder trembled, and a look of relief washed over his face. As the torment of his ailment dissipated in that moment, his affliction was cured. "You are now the beacon for the angelic legion in this realm," the werewolf addressed the elder. "I humbly welcome you, my lord," the elder expressed with utmost reverence, thereafter clearing away the corpses from the yard, while the stronger survivors, such as Su Li, were unceremoniously corralled into a pigsty. This initial deployment consisted of only 300 mechs, serving as the vanguard. Zhao Li sat within the Grand Hall of Angel Fortress 1, where, as a high archangel, all matters were meticulously arranged for him. The angelic intelligence displayed the situation on the ground upon the hall's screens. "The technology in this world leaves much to be desired," Zhao Li remarked to a creature possessing an octopus-like head, who was a product of their experimentation, a being of intellect, though lacking in combat prowess, yet quite adept in cunning. "My lord, a portion of the information from this world has been analyzed, and our advanced team has successfully captured 2 extraordinary beasts. Their genetic material now uploaded to the gene repository of the Angel Fortress. The creatures of this realm possess formidable physical prowess, which we can harness to exert control over this world and thus extract its energy." The octopus man shared his insights. However, regrettably, he is but a minor player, with all decision-making authority resting in Zhao's hands. "That's too slow. Deploy the planet-destroying weapon to breach the core passage immediately." "The world's core has been precisely located, correct?" "It has been pinpointed," replied the octopus man. "Then there is no need for further discussion. Commence at once." Zhao turned to depart, for his presence was no longer required here. He had transcended these individuals, approaching a godlike existence. With a surge of energy, he transformed into a beam of light that descended upon the ground, swiftly arriving at a nearby city, recently ravaged by the beasts, Gue City. The appearance of the Blue Star people differs significantly from that of this world, Yet this posed no obstacle. He seamlessly merged with the young man, instantly acquiring his memories. Clenching his fists, he found his control satisfactory. This individual, Cheng Beishan, was an F-class member of the Ability Bureau, endowed with the power of pin manipulation. His singular ability allowed him to control nearby writing instruments, and to enhance his combat capabilities, the Bureau had provided him with 12 alloy pins, thus significantly augmenting his fighting strength compared to other F-class members. From the sewer, he launched the 12 alloy pins like concealed weapons, piercing the brains of all the beasts Zhao had scanned, resulting in their swift demise. Just as he was about to exit the sewer, he encountered a colleague who had accompanied him. Beishan, have you finished the cleanup? As soon as the colleague inquired, one of the alloy pins shot straight towards his forehead. Fortunately, he managed to leap aside, sustaining only a wound to his thigh. Have you lost your mind? The colleague expressed incredulity, yet upon witnessing Cheng Beishan's countenance, he understood. The presence of a higher-level life form inhabiting the vessel of a lower-level being can cause physical deterioration, evident by the damage to Cheng Beishan's face, revealing glimmers of gold beneath the skin. His eyes, once green, were now filled with golden threads, the pupils transformed into a dark golden hue. Before the colleague could report, the brick-sized communicator in his hand exploded into fragments, the ability crystal contained within plummeting into the flowing water. Die! Cheng Beishan uttered a single word. The colleague clutched his heart, feeling as though it were being gripped and crushed by a powerful hand. Moments later, he succumbed, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed into the water of the sewer, slowly carried away by the current under Zhao's watchful gaze. Ah, the unpredictability of life, Cheng Beishan remarked, as the abnormality on his face swiftly vanished, returning to its usual appearance. Emerging from the sewer, he found the vicinity desolate, with only a handful of Ability Bureau members and several cumbersome vehicles traversing the streets. Cheng Beishan entered a quaint bar, a haven for various beverages, where the door was firmly shut. After Zhao Li stepped inside, the proprietor secured the entrance once more. I would like a glass of rich Tujiao wine, Zhao Li requested. Settling at a small table by the window on the second floor, observing the scene outside. Shortly thereafter, a steaming glass of the wine was delivered. After taking a sip, he swiftly plunged a metallic pin into the proprietor's ankle, pinning him to the floor. In an instant, the proprietor's head transformed into that of a grotesque creature, adorned with 2 antennae and a vibrant crimson complexion. Chapter 143. Acquisition of the World Core. You have concealed yourself rather deeply, yet you cannot deceive me, Zhao Li remarked, his right hand swirling a glass of wine, while 11 metallic pins floated behind him. Spare me, please, I have committed no wrongdoing. I merely wish to live peacefully in this world. The creature hastily raised its hands, demonstrating its willingness to cooperate. No, no, no. Your morality is of no concern to me. I am merely interested in your worth, Zhao Li stated, clearly indicating that if the other party possessed no value, there would be no justification for their continued existence. I am valuable. I am indeed valuable, the creature exclaimed, quickly producing a wooden tablet inscribed with peculiar symbols. I am a devotee of the eternal star god. I can navigate the void using the power of the stars and harness the celestial energies of various worlds to guide you into their depths. I can lead you and open portals across different realms. The creature held the tablet high, which emanated a faint white glow, though it soon dimmed. Does that not imply that you could flee at will? Keeping you here may not be the wisest choice, Zhao Li replied. No, we can forge a pact. I am but a lowly second-tier minion. Even with tenfold courage, I would not dare to provoke a demigod such as yourself, the creature insisted, deducing from the inexplicable power radiating from Zhao Li that he was not yet a deity, but was on the brink of ascension. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Very well, a pact it shall be, Zhao Li declared, stamping his foot as a magical array instantly imprinted itself within the creature's form. The contract was established, albeit an exceedingly inequitable one, yet that posed no issue. Now divulge what you know. Zhao Li took a sip of his wine and addressed the creature. We currently reside in the void of the Broken Star Ring, where no formidable deities dwell, yet we are also unable to draw upon the powers of greater gods. The rules here restrain even the divine, the creature explained. Do you believe this is a suitable place for my ascension? Zhao Li inquired. I would suggest that this location is rather inadequate. The nearby Empyrean domain of the Broken Star Ring presents a significantly more advantageous option, the creature replied. You propose that I ascend within another's divine domain. Zhao Li's temper flared. He was not unfamiliar with the perils of divine realms, which were hardly welcoming, as their regulations essentially barred ascension, and prolonged exposure would eternally forfeit the chance to consolidate divine essence. No, it is not as you presume. The Empyrean domain is not extensive. I speak of the vast void territory encompassed by the Empyrean domain, where deities are scarce, and the pressure for ascension is considerably low. The creature clarified. Very well, you may depart. I have no further need of you at present. I must await the arrival of others. Zhao Li gestured dismissively, and the metallic pins withdrew from the creature, whose wounds swiftly healed. The Empyrean domain. Intriguing, Zhao Li mused, shaking his head as he gazed out at the desolate scenery beyond the window. Before long, a blind man appeared before Zhao Li out of nowhere. May I take a seat? The blind man inquired. Certainly. Zhao Li gestured in acquiescence. Let us have a genuine conversation, the blind man suggested, placing his cane beside him. No, I have no intention of engaging with you. You are far too feeble for such discourse, Zhao Li retorted, gesturing towards the distant cluster of angelic fortresses. As the guardian of this realm, I cannot simply stand by and watch you bring about its destruction. The blind man rose abruptly, pointing his cane at Zhao Li with conviction. With a mere snap of his fingers, Zhao Li immobilized the blind man, rendering him powerless. You are merely at the 6th tier. What were you thinking? Zhao Li inquired, quickly realizing the answer was already evident. Oh, my apologies. That question is indeed futile. However, the destruction of this world holds no significance for me. I am merely here to take something, nothing more, Zhao Li proclaimed, waving his hand to press the blind man against the wall. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from the sky, followed by the ground trembling beneath them. Well then, farewell, Zhao Li concluded, draining his cup of wine before his form began to fade into the ether. One day, you shall be vanquished by your own malevolence, ha ha ha. The blind man derided from his position against the wall. Zhao Li stood expressionless beside the core of the world, which was not particularly formidable, measuring only the size of a football. An infinite surge of divine power began to flow, golden threads binding the world's core. Simultaneously, the immense force of this divine energy caused fissures to appear on Zhao Li's surface, which healed almost as quickly as they formed. Once he fully absorbed the world's core, Zhao Li's form returned to its original state. Flesh and blood gradually reformed, revealing his true visage adorned with golden wings, the essence of an angel. The source of the world's energy within him transformed into a divine power, stored randomly within his cells, enhancing his angelic form with each passing moment. Soaring into the heavens, Zhao Li grasped a golden feathered arrow that flew towards him. In the distance, a man wielding a long bow stood atop a golden eagle, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession upon witnessing Zhao Li's catch. Behold the might of the divine, mortal. Zhao Li, however, chose to disregard the affront, lifting his hand slightly. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, engulfed in an overwhelming chill, as the 3 arrows were reduced to mere powder upon contact with the frigid air. With a pointed gesture towards the golden eagle, before it could react, the creature was encased in ice, plummeting towards the ground. Evil deity, heed my arrow, the archer shouted, releasing another arrow before the eagle reached the earth. Judgment of the frigid. Zhao Li summoned a white energy sphere in his right hand, pressing it down towards the ground. An unparalleled cold enveloped the earth, coating it in a thick layer of ice, trapping all flora and fauna beneath its frozen surface. A portal materialized before Zhao Li, and he stepped through, returning to the grand hall of the angelic fortress. We humbly welcome you, my lord. The octopus-like being knelt reverently, its tone filled with respect. Zhao Li was becoming increasingly capricious, or rather, he no longer perceived himself as a mere mortal. He felt more akin to a deity. What is it that you seek? Zhao Li inquired. The esteemed individual is conducting genetic fusion experiments aboard the Angel 10, and I wonder if our master has summoned us, inquired the octopus man. No. The essence of this world has already been claimed by me. The barriers that define this realm will soon dissipate. Prepare to venture into the void, Zhao Li commanded, simultaneously issuing orders for a considerable number of collection troops to accelerate their plundering of this world. With the absence of its protective barriers, this realm will swiftly succumb to the encroachment of the void, inevitably attracting some detritus from the abyss. Chapter 144, The Void Marauder After 5 months. The entire world shattered amidst the despair of all, plunging everything into an unparalleled abyss of darkness. This was the Broken Star Ring. Is this not the void of the Broken Star Ring? Zhao Li inquired, gazing into the pitch-black cosmos outside the fortress. Indeed, replied Sulon, a devout follower of the eternal star god, with utmost reverence. Then proceed. Find me a world of value, Zhao Li gestured. Sulon clasped his hands together, reciting incantations. O eternal star god, guide me along the path ahead. The future unfolds before my eyes, and your might shall open the gateway to a new world. A pearlescent portal manifested before Sulon. Zhao Li pointed at the gateway and asked, May I enter? Certainly, Sulon answered respectfully. Where does it lead? Zhao Li inquired once more. I cannot say, but it must lead to the world nearest to us, Sulon explained. Very well, let us embark together. It is time to explore, Zhao Li declared. Stepping through the portal first, with Xulon closely following. Within a medieval castle, an elderly man clad in white robes abruptly opened his eyes. Ancestor. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground in reverence, despite his noble status, showing utmost respect to his ancestor, a powerful archmage. Heaven and earth have given me a sign. A crisis is upon us, the elder proclaimed, floating momentarily before standing firmly on the floor. What shall we do? The middle-aged man queried. Nothing needs to be done. There will be urgency from the Empire. This is precisely the opportunity for our nation to rise, the elder waved his hand, expressing dissatisfaction with the barren lands inherited by his lineage of nobles. Zhao Li and Xulon materialized directly within a small manor, where a group of individuals was watching them intently. One notably distinguished young man rushed forward, bowing deeply with impeccable etiquette. Esteemed Master Mage, I am Baron Yagan, the owner of this manor. How may I serve you, my lords? The young man inquired with the utmost deference. Given the language barrier, Zhao Li, who typically would have resorted to violence to extract information, opted for a subtler approach, discreetly accessing the Baron's memories instead. We have arrived through a spatial magic array. Intending to rest here for a few days before departing, Zhao Li said, having gleaned from the Baron's recollections that he was quite distressed by the beast tide erupting in the Chaos Moon Highlands. Faced with two individuals who appeared to be high-ranking mages, the Baron sought to curry favor, fearing that excessive civilian casualties from the beast tide might jeopardize his noble title. That is splendid. Victor, arrange accommodations for our esteemed guests. Tonight, I shall host a banquet in their honor, the Baron instructed his aging steward. Thank you immensely. Zhao Li replied courteously, following the steward. Baron, should we not make a request of them? After Zhao Li and his companion had departed, a robust man approached the Baron and inquired. The Baron shook his head and replied, the timing is not yet ripe. We shall prepare some gifts after the banquet, and then it should suffice. These mages are inherently proud. It is unlikely that they will part with their treasures without substantial sacrifice. Please retrieve all the crimson flame crystals from the warehouse. Otherwise, our sincerity may be deemed insufficient. The Baron spoke with a tinge of reluctance. Is that not excessive? The man replied, somewhat astonished. As the Baron's trusted confidant, he was well aware of the contents of the warehouse. The crimson moon crystals were the Baron's lifeblood, and there were only 500 of them. While the quantity may seem modest, their value exceeded 500,000 gold coins. Mages capable of spatial magic were, at the very least, advanced sorcerers, making such a price remarkably reasonable. The Baron waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to proceed, while he mounted his horse, departing towards the town beyond the estate. His title did not afford him the means to construct a city, and he only commanded a modest adventurer's town, which was of paramount importance. The recent beast tide had severely impacted the town's commerce. Although many were eager to take action, far more chose to lay low. After all, the arrival of the beast tide was no trifling matter. Survival was of utmost importance. Zhao Li reclined upon a woolen bed, enveloped in warmth and comfort, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and upon entry was Xulon. This individual, unable to communicate in the language of this world, was left mute. Observing Zhao Li resting, Xulon knelt and said, My lord, I am uncertain of the next course of action. There is no rush for the world's destruction just yet, Zhao Li replied, narrowing his eyes as he articulated his plan. Simply send a signal for the angelic bastion to approach. I intend to relish this experience. As a servant, Xulon dared not voice any further objections. The will of his master was absolute and beyond question. Once Xulon had exited, Zhao Li's boundless divine power began to surge forth, ethereal strands of energy emanating from him and racing towards the core of the world. In no time, he ensnared the world's core, forcibly siphoning strands of primal world energy, which the core was utterly incapable of resisting. Meanwhile, all the mages felt the repercussions of the core's weakening, their magical prowess significantly diminished. Zhao Li lamented that this world had a ceiling of only 5 tiers, rendering it rather feeble and not vastly different from the previous realm. If he so desired, he could cleave this world in two and seize the core, though such an act would consume considerable energy, making it an imprudent choice. As one who had resolved to ascend to divinity, he aimed to minimize energy expenditure. Thus, in his current state, it was wise to refrain from unnecessary exertion. Dreamscape descends. Zhao Li closed his eyes, his consciousness reaching the dream realm he had crafted long ago. In this moment, all sleeping beings within this world would converge in the dreamscape. Should Zhao Li slay them within the dream, they would remain in a state of unconsciousness until their demise. Zhao Li skillfully orchestrated his dreamscape, meticulously delineating the original dream into myriad regions, thereby enabling him to uncover the secrets of those who slumbered. Within the realm of dreams, countless mysteries unfurl. All that lies dormant in one's subconscious is vividly manifested. Seated upon a sofa, Zhao Li beheld an astonishing multitude of beings, 1,000,000,000 in number, each ensconced in their own unique reveries, akin to a deity wielding omnipotence over all. Chapter 145, Preparation. Isn't this world truly beautiful? After experiencing a lavish banquet, Zhao Li's spirits were quite elevated. Indeed, it was surprising to find that the people of this world remained so warm-hearted, replied Xulan. Just as those words left his lips, Baron Yago approached Zhao Li, clad in a resplendent red outfit, raising his glass in a toast. Scholar Zhao, it is an honor to meet such an erudite individual in my estate. As the proprietor of this manor, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Thank you very much for your hospitality. The local customs are genuinely warm and charming. I find this place most delightful, Zhao Li replied, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Oh, Scholar Zhao, you cannot fathom the hardships the common folk endure here. With the beast tide looming, many have fled to safer lands, leaving only a humble baron like myself to guard this territory, Baron Yago said with a bittersweet smile. This was indeed true. The once industrious farmers of this land were now fleeing towards the empire's interior. Overall, his domain had seen a decrease in population of about 10%, which meant a corresponding decline in tax revenues. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Li, fully aware of the Baroness' intentions, effortlessly accessed his memories. Therefore, he remained unperturbed, confident that everything was within his control. I wonder how I might assist you? Zhao Li inquired thoughtfully, his tone revealing no definitive intention to aid the Baron. The current beast tide is rather modest, yet a particularly troublesome beast king complicates matters. I hope to eliminate this minor issue, Baron Yago stated elegantly. Did he truly think me a fool? This beast tide marked the greatest challenge since the Baron took office, and the strength of this beast king was nearly on par with that of a high-level sorcerer. Such a situation could only be remedied by a grand mage. For even a high-level sorcerer would be powerless against the beast tide. The vulnerable are simply vulnerable. Zhao Li hesitated, clearly caught in a conflict of thoughts. Rest assured, Scholar, I have prepared a generous reward. Should you vanquish the Beast King, all the citizens will be immensely grateful, the Baron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Then I shall graciously accept your request. Zhao Li raised his glass, filled with anticipation. The constraints of this world weighed heavily upon him. As many formidable spells that could be executed with the aid of worldly forces were beyond his reach. Fortunately, Zhao Li's power was now formidable enough to assert his will. As the banquet concluded, upon returning to his quarters, Zhao Li discovered a large chest of supplies awaiting him. The only item of interest was the Crimson Moon Crystal, though it was regrettably not of high quality. Grasping the Crimson Moon Crystal, Zhao Li crushed it in his hand. As the red crystal shattered, it ignited in flames for a fleeting 3 seconds before extinguishing, leaving only a heap of shattered crystal. Xulan entered the room and gazed hungrily at the trove of treasures, though he dared not entertain any improper thoughts, as they were ostensibly a gift for Zhao Li. How did the matter proceed? Zhao Li inquired, discarding the crystal remnants into the trash bin and addressing Xulan, who stood nearby. My lord, I am attempting to initiate the location process. Yet the barriers of this world are exceedingly formidable, leaving me utterly perplexed. Xulan lamented, for he was merely a trifling third-tier minion, devoid of any effective solutions. Never mind, this matter is not urgent. Construct a blood altar and summon a deity named Luo Yin, the god of lies and deceit. Zhao Li commanded, noting that communicating with the vast armies in the void was immensely challenging. The barrier resembled an eggshell, unless Zhao Li could shatter it from within. There was no means to send a signal for location. Are you truly summoning a genuine deity? Xulan inquired, harboring an inherent trepidation towards true gods, as they were entirely different from mere mortals. Indeed, her summoning is necessary. Although she may not be entirely reliable, she is still worthy of trust in my current predicament. Zhao Li replied. Upon hearing the name of the deity, Xulan sensed it was no benevolent entity and questioned Zhao Li's judgment. Despite his dissatisfaction, he acquiesced. As you command, and turned away to commence the construction of the blood altar. Exiting the manor, Xulan sought out sacrifices. Understanding that living offerings were indispensable for erecting the blood altar, he headed directly to the adventurer's town, spending 50 gold coins to procure a multitude of beasts, and began to assemble a rudimentary altar in a desolate area. In the name of the divine, may the true God descend. At that moment, the blood and flesh of the beast flowed forth like liquid, leaving only their skins and bones behind. A considerable amount of blood and flesh infused the skeletal altar Xulan had erected, shimmering like crimson sparks in the vast void. Luo Yin, god of lies and deceit. True God, heed my summons. I invoke thy true name on behalf of my master, Zhao Li. In a distant realm, upon the invocation of the true name, A terrifying entity opened a pair of violet eyes, casting its gaze upon Chiolan's altar. The significance of the violet eyes lay in the fact that this indescribable deity possessed countless eyes beyond measure. Just as Chiolan prepared to investigate the altar, it suddenly erupted, and a blood skeleton materialized, fixating its gaze upon him, causing his heart to freeze in terror. "Are you summoning me?" The blood skeleton transmitted its awareness. "It is not I, but my master Zhao Li." Chiolan quickly knelt, expressing utmost reverence. "Immediately find me a living vessel," commanded the blood skeleton, which began to visibly shrink. Chiolan hastily seized a string of several slaves bound together by hemp rope. "Excellent," the blood skeleton praised before diving into the body of a female slave. As the woman's form twisted grotesquely, a red gas began to emanate from all living beings nearby, merging with one another, including Chiolan himself. Even as he attempted to resist, he found himself immobilized by an overwhelming pressure he could not withstand. Half an hour later, a familiar figure, Luo Yin, emerged before Chiolan. "What a pitiable devotee. I truly cannot fathom why you choose to worship that wretched old thing," Luo Yin remarked, before disregarding Chiolan completely and sensing Zhao Li's location to pursue him. Left behind, Chiolan's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. Not solely due to the alleviation of pressure, but also because Luo Yin had absorbed energy too forcefully moments ago, resulting in significant damage to his own vitality. Chapter 146. Departure. A thunderous crash reverberated outside Zhao Li's courtyard. "Who goes there?" The guards within the courtyard shouted in unison, drawing their swords and rushing towards the entrance. As they reached the main gate, a nimble shadow leapt onto the courtyard wall, bending her legs to gather momentum. And with astonishing speed, she sprang into the small courtyard. Her target was none other than Zhao Li. Upon hearing the sound of air being sliced, Zhao Li's vision blurred. And before he knew it, a delicate arm seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. "Don't do that," Zhao Li exclaimed, clearly displeased yet simultaneously astonished. Ignoring his protest, Luo Yin exerted force through her legs and leapt over 10 meters, rushing outside the courtyard while still holding Zhao Li. "Let go of the scholar." "Well, look at you, seeming to enjoy this," she quipped, making her way from the estate to a patch of grass in the outskirts, glancing at Zhao Li, who appeared somewhat disheveled. "What brings you to seek me?" "You told me to summon you, so I thought of you and summoned you," Zhao Li replied. "All right, spare me the useless chatter. I'm aware of your little schemes. The positioning is fine, but I require a favor from you," Luo Yin stated, laying out her terms. "Don't be so quick to refuse. This method of positioning can be employed at any time, not just this once. For you, it's undoubtedly a worthwhile deal," she continued, pressing a finger against Zhao Li's lips. "The future will be long, and a demigod like you will drift through this void for quite some time. Even if you ascend to godhood, you will still wander. It is fated. Thus, this positioning is essential," Luo Yin reiterated. "First, help me locate the army." Zhao Li waved his hand, appearing somewhat melancholic. Luo Yin grasped Zhao Li's chin, teasingly stating, "Oh, do not be so sorrowful. By assisting me this time, you are also aiding yourself. We are now akin to two grasshoppers on the same string." "Hurry up," Zhao Li swatted away Luo Yan's frivolous hand, expressing his impatience. Luo Yan placed her finger on Zhao Li's forehead, and a stream of information surged directly into his mind. "Is this truly useful?" Zhao Li asked, somewhat incredulous, looking at Luo Yan. "Absolutely. This is genuine and invaluable," she affirmed. "Very well." Zhao Li rose to his feet, his hands pressed together as the distant starlight flickered incessantly. This method involved harnessing the power of the eternal star god to establish a location and open a passage. "So, when will your minions arrive?" Luo Yan withdrew a wooden stick, her hands gliding over it, inscribing strange runes that began to render the stick inscrutable in Zhao Li's eyes. "It will take over 50 years. Zhao Li sensed the distance, feeling that the time was excessively long. However, no better options were available. "Shall we now gather the world's core?" Luo Yin inquired tentatively. "No, I do not intend to collect the world's core. I plan to transform this world into my temporary haven first," Zhao Li declared proudly. "This, indeed, is unnecessary. I possess quite a few docking worlds. If you wish to dock, simply seek me out, and given our relationship, I shall only charge you a modest fee." Luo Yin spoke with utmost politeness. Yet Zhao Li dared not to dismiss her. "For now, let us address a minor beast tide, and where has your ball orchid gone?" Zhao Li inquired, somewhat perplexed. "That little fool should have just returned, but it matters not. We may proceed directly," Luo Yin replied nonchalantly, regarding these low-level beings with indifference. For there were far too many. Although she had ample time, it was all precious. The two arrived at the small town within 10 minutes. Zhao Li relayed a message to the Baron regarding the beast tide through a knight stationed there, and they set off on horseback. Along the way, they encountered several adventurers, until a leopard obstructed their path in a wooded area. Do not engage. Leave it to me, Luo Yin instructed, placing a hand on Zhao Li. She drew forth a carved wooden staff from her back, and with a gentle gesture, a vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring the creature tightly. Now, let me show you the application of blood magic, Luo Yin declared, as a mist of crimson enveloped the leopard, coalescing into a small stream of blood that swirled around her. Zhao Li's steed grew increasingly restless, but soon it calmed forevermore as a significant quantity of flesh was extracted, leading to the creature's demise. Following Luo Yin deeper into the forest, every few steps revealed a new spot where blood mist melded into the sanguine flow. The stream of blood swirling around Luo Yin grew larger, and she pointed towards an ancient oak. To Zhao Li's astonishment, the venerable tree transformed into a crimson treant, its red leaves cascading down to create a storm of foliage. Each leaf, akin to a steel blade, severed anything it touched, leaving behind scorched, reddish-brown wounds. This is something I acquired from a trading market, an introductory collection of blood magic applications. I found it quite amusing at the time and decided to purchase it. Now, trying it out feels rather delightful, Luo Yin explained, gesturing excitedly towards the treant not far away. Let us hasten, Zhao Li urged, observing that the treant had reached a 5th-tier level, nearly approaching the 6th tier. In this world, constrained to a 5th-tier existence, it was akin to a pinnacle of combat prowess, a remarkable feat achieved through such a simple method. Very well, let me discern the whereabouts of the Beast King. Luo Yan's eyes shifted to a pale violet hue, and she concentrated, forming a blood drop. As the blood drop shattered, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her leg giving way. Do you not have any conscience? You cannot even assist me? Luo Yan exclaimed in frustration, yet she managed to rise unaided. Where's the Beast King? Zhao Li inquired. Follow me, Luo Yin replied, her irritation evident. With a wave of her hand, the treant withered, and a copious stream of blood flowed into the earth, eventually coalescing into a crimson longbow in her grasp. After traversing for an hour, the two arrived at a relatively level expanse of land, where they finally beheld their intended target, the Beast King, a plump white feline. Its ascension to such a regal title seemed utterly implausible, yet this was of little consequence. Luo Yin nocked an arrow, poised to eliminate it in an instant. But Zhao Li restrained her bowstring. To their astonishment, the flesh in contact with the longbow began to corrode, even dissolving into a viscous liquid that dripped onto the ground. How sinister! Zhao Li waved his hand, and his own flesh returned to its original state. What does sinister even mean? In the Void Realm, such a concept lacked definition. Everything existed beyond the parameters of sinister, Luo Yin remarked playfully. Never mind, I can't be bothered to discuss this. Zhao Li dismissed her with indifference, as the sword of the Archangel manifested in his grasp. Chapter 147, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In truth, dealing with this Beast King was remarkably simple. However, Zhao Li decided to engage it in a more playful manner. Yes, you plump feline. Zhao Li brandished the sword of the Archangel, unleashing a torrent of flames that spread from the blade to the ground, transforming the area beneath his feet into a sea of fire. Roar! The great white cat leaped before Zhao Li, extinguishing the surrounding flames, leaving only the fire from Zhao Li's sword ablaze. You possess some talent. I shan't bully you. Come. Let us duel. Zhao Li declared earnestly, pointing his sword at the Beast King. Suddenly, a blood-red spear flew from the distance, piercing the great white cat and instantly reducing it to a lifeless husk. What are you doing? Zhao Li exclaimed in anger, frustrated that his moment of theatrics had been so rudely interrupted. Luo Yan, with a look of disdain, summoned the spear lodged in the great white cat, drawing it back into a stream of blood. You currently resemble a manifestation of an ominous deity. However, while he perished as a mere avatar, your demise would be truly fatal, Luo Yin remarked. Very well, what do you propose? Zhao Li inquired. Can we dispense with the formalities? Let us depart swiftly. This location has been pinpointed, and even after a millennium, this world may show no signs of advancement. Luo Yin gestured dismissively. Where are you taking me? Zhao Li asked. To a grand feast, a chaotic realm left behind by a god, where many deities gather to partake. If you can see something amidst the chaos, you may ascend to greatness. Luo Yin tempted. Then let us hurry, Zhao Li urged, now acutely aware of the vast distance to divinity, requiring abundant resources. Luo Yin suddenly seemed taken aback. Take me there, quickly, Zhao Li pressed. Fine, but do not speak once we arrive, Luo Yin instructed, her eyes turning a deep purple as blood coalesced before her. A massive portal of chaotic energy materialized, pulsating with unrest. Will this truly transport us? I hope it won't shatter me upon entry, Zhao Li said hesitantly. Stop dawdling, Luo Yin exclaimed, giving Zhao Li a forceful shove into the portal, his flesh dissolving and merging into the chaotic energies. In the vastness of the world, colossal and nameless deities began to morph, taking on Luo Yan's form. while numerous specters emerged outside the Grand Realm. You are ungracious. You dare to bring another? One spectral figure complained. Let it be. After all, he is merely a demigod. It matters not, another specter advised. Your impromptu addition is quite undesirable. It jeopardizes my interests, a massive crimson figure declared. At that moment, a similarly towering figure responded. I believe it is not entirely unacceptable. I am in agreement. The red figure paused, falling silent, as two of the 5 prominent figures ceased their discourse. The remaining specters followed suit, for strength dictated all. DKZ, your protection is overly conspicuous. A large blue light shadow spoke. Indeed. How can we collaborate if you proceed in this manner? The turquoise light shadow beside it echoed in agreement. I assert that if I say it is possible, then it is indeed possible. Is there a problem? The voice of the golden light shadow grew increasingly solemn, while the imposing black shadow refrained from voicing its thoughts. Very well, if it is possible, let us proceed accordingly, declared the red light shadow decisively. I kindly request Lord de Keller to assist in welcoming the incoming entity. The transport portal is exceedingly volatile and may not be entirely safe, suggested Luoyin from the side. Ah, Asius, lend me your aid, called the golden light shadow. Simultaneously, the black shadow took action as well. Within the Grand Realm, a mass of shredded flesh was expelled from a small transport portal, landing amidst a field. Ha! I did not anticipate such a disheveled arrival, Asius mocked. It is a consequence of power dynamics. However, I believe he shall astonish everyone, Luoyin remarked. What say you, Lord de Keller? She inquired. Since he has been chosen by the Father God, I refrain from judgment. Time shall render all things evident. Am I correct? Lord de Keller glanced at Luoyin, causing her light shadow to flicker momentarily before vanishing from the vicinity. Subsequently, the remaining shadows quickly dissipated, leaving only the black shadow Asius and the golden shadow de Keller. This fellow is excessively arrogant. Shall we deal with her? De Keller questioned Asius, observing the retreating Luoyin. Let it be. We have neither the time nor the inclination to address her now, and besides, she is devoid of resources. Engaging her would be unwise, Asius replied before vanishing himself. De Keller then turned his attention to the mass of flesh, extending a finger to infuse it with divine golden energy. Upon receiving this divine power, the mass of flesh began to writhe in the field, gradually crawling into a wooden shed. It enveloped the ankle of a sleeping child and soon completely cocooned the child's thigh. In the realm of dreams, the child envisioned Zhao Li, who regarded the child before him with a sense of bemusement. Very well, I shall borrow your body for a time and return it shortly, Zhao Li declared, causing the child to drift into a deeper slumber within the dreamscape. Upon awakening, Zhao Li rose from the shed, the remnants of flesh falling away onto the ground. In his current state, Zhao Li was lamentably wretched, having lost his formidable physical form, now reduced to a resilient soul. This is utterly disgraceful, he thought, beginning to curse Luoyin profusely, deeming her a perpetual source of his woes, a veritable scoundrel. After glancing at the aged farmer, who slumbered nearby, he donned a pair of tattered straw sandals and made his way out of the field, urgently needing to regain his strength. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end. Having taken but a few steps, 5 men clad in white robes intercepted Zhao Li. You are the prophesied son of the divine. The man at the forefront knelt down upon the ground, while another individual produced a wooden statue that emanated a golden radiance. Zhao Li remained unfazed, for the statue depicted none other than the infamous Luoyin. It was truly bewildering how this character consistently thrived. It seemed utterly unjust. What shall I do about the statement regarding me being the son of God? Zhao inquired. You find yourself within the magnificent realm of the time god, Nasha's dominion. As the esteemed son, you shall reside directly within our sacred origin, the city of time, which is the very heart of our time sect. The leading man replied with utmost reverence. Chapter 148. The divine son accompanying these seasoned mystics on a journey filled with feasting and revelry was an unparalleled delight. Wherever they went, they were met with unwavering hospitality, indulging in an abundance of merriment. After 3 months of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the illustrious city of time. Entering the palace of time with great discretion, here, Zhao Li was to have an audience with the most enigmatic pope. After refreshing himself, Zhao Li donned a crimson robe and proceeded into the main hall, where he would meet the pope and the 32 archbishops stationed in the city of time. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhao Li immediately recognized the figure seated in the highest position, the pope herself, Luoyin. Although her appearance had changed significantly, it did not diminish her divine aura. This individual, embodying both divinity and the papacy, truly held multiple roles. Divine son Zhao Li. The pope descended from her seat and placed a hand upon Zhao Li's shoulder. Very well, you are still lacking in certain aspects. Soon, I shall bestow upon you a divine enlightenment. With that, she signaled for her attendants to escort Zhao Li to the rear hall. Once Zhao Li was taken away, the archbishops seated in the main hall began to voice their concerns. Your Holiness, I have a feeling that this divine son may be somewhat. An elderly archbishop hesitantly began. There seems to be something abnormal about him, an unsettling aura of foreign power. Another archbishop expressed with evident worry. There is no need for excessive concern. The divine has its own means, the Pope assured them. Is there anything else to discuss? She inquired. The Knight Council has conducted blood sacrifices in 15 villages within the eastern Huajun, resulting in the deaths of over 50,000. The priests and faithful are pleading for our assistance, one archbishop lamented. Archbishop Tedo, did I not assign Archbishop Outland to address this issue 3 months ago? The Pope replied. Fully aware of the situation, yet had refrained from exerting her full efforts due to other plans. That scoundrel is utterly unwilling to resolve the matter. He has merely indulged himself in the pleasures of Eastern Huajun, Archbishop Teo declared in indignation, exposing the other's negligence. This is a grave issue. As an archbishop, to lack initiative and fail to protect the populace is indeed a serious transgression. Archbishop Fiola, please have the Church's investigative bureau conduct a thorough inquiry. If the allegations are substantiated, bring him to Blackwater Prison, the Pope commanded, prompting a stout archbishop to bow in acknowledgement. Although the Knight Council is composed of remnants from the Old Kingdom, they are bolstered by demonic forces. I implore all archbishops to remain vigilant and prevent them from gaining strength, as thousands have already lost their precious lives. I hope that future bloodshed will be minimized. The Pope cautioned, I shall now administer baptism to the Divine Son. You may continue your discussions here, and all decisions shall be made by vote. With that, the Pope departed the Grand Hall and proceeded to the rear hall. Upon entering, she found Zhao Li seated and savoring delicacies. She signaled for everyone to leave. And once they had exited, the Pope stood before Zhao Li. How are you faring? She inquired. It is truly tragic. I find myself here utterly shattered. My form completely disintegrated. I cannot fathom how long it will take to restore to my former state, which was that of a demigod. Zhao Li propped his chin on his hand, speaking with a hint of sorrow. Merely a demigod's form? I can craft one for you right now. Is that true? Of course not. Damn it. Zhao Li was about to rise, but upon hearing the response, he disdainfully sat back down. While I can indeed forge a demigod's body for you, it will deplete much of my resources. I need to utilize this time within the Chrono Church to expand my gains. Thus, you must retrieve your own demigod form. As for resources, I will provide you with a batch each week. As for cultivation, assistance will be available to you. A powerful figure has taken notice of you, so seize the opportunity. The Pope remarked with a knowing look. Enough of this, let us proceed. Zhao Li extended his small hand, indicating his desire for the item. What are you doing? This body of mine is incompatible. This world is rejecting me. It's not like those minor realms. I can barely breathe. Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively, casting blame on the other. Fear not. I am here to resolve this issue. The child deserves mercy. After all, he saved me once. Very well. The Pope gestured, and the statue upon the wall began to emanate the power of time. A vast quantity of temporal energy extracted Zhao Li's soul from his corporeal form, subsequently crafting a perfect body based on the child's physique. Once this was accomplished, the energy from the statue waned. Zhao Li opened his eyes, sensing the temporal elements wafting in the air. How does it feel? The body of time. If utilized correctly, it will surpass your previous form, the Pope declared with pride. Where am I? The child awakened, still in a haze, captivated by the resplendent hall before him and the more handsome version of himself standing there. Qing, take this child out and care for him well, the Pope instructed. A man clad in tight black armor entered the hall, taking the child's hand and leading him away. Zhao Li, you are now a divine child. I must teach you some divine arts, or else it would be quite awkward for you to know nothing. The Pope pondered for a moment before tossing a book directly to Zhao Li. This is a tome of divine scriptures, containing the art of time manipulation. You should be able to sense its profound meanings. This book is not merely for reading, it is for experiencing, the Pope advised. All right then, I shall take my leave. By the way, where will I reside? Zhao Li inquired. That is an excellent question. You should prepare yourself, as you will soon depart with Bishop Fiora from the City of Time to Donghua Prefecture. All your expenses will be recorded by the Chrono Church, so you may leave the Chrono Palace to procure what you need. My 4 riders of the Celestial Equinox will accompany you. Rest assured, they are trustworthy. With that, the Pope turned and departed, leaving Zhao Li in a state of bewilderment. Emerging from the Hall of Time, Zhao Li donned the resplendent robes of the Church of Time. Though his years appeared few, he commanded the utmost respect from all present. Following closely behind were 4 formidable knights, each towering at an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters. Their imposing physiques a testament to their extraordinary combat prowess. clad in the heavy armor of the Church of Time. They required no further introduction as the illustrious Knights of Time. "Do you know where the nearest merchant guild is?" Zhao Li inquired, pausing briefly before turning to address one of the knights. The sudden question momentarily left the knight bewildered, but he soon regained his composure. "My lord, there is indeed a noon pavilion of the Radiant Star Guild nearby, which offers an extensive array of goods," the knight explained. "Lead the way," Zhao Li commanded succinctly. "Certainly." Chapter 149, The Frenzied Shopping. Upon entering the Pavilion of Noonday, Zhao Li was struck by the opulence that surrounded him. Even the tiles beneath his feet were adorned with gold leaf. The establishment boasted 7 stories, each illuminated by an abundance of magical lights. As Zhao Li stepped inside, a splendidly dressed attendant approached with a respectful demeanor. "How may I address you, esteemed sir?" the attendant inquired, clearly exhibiting caution towards the Church of Time's merchant guild. It was evident that one must tread carefully, lest one inadvertently offend and find oneself in a precarious situation. "This is the newly appointed Son of God," a nearby knight introduced. "What may I assist you with, my lord?" the attendant asked. "I would appreciate an introduction to all the necessary equipment," Zhao Li responded. "I have just commenced my training and am preparing for an arduous trial. May I recommend a few items for your consideration?" the attendant suggested. "Certainly. First, we have the Black Radiance armor, which offers exceptional resistance to both magical and physical damage. It contains 3 magical arrays capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-tier sorcerers or warriors. Furthermore, it can be recharged using magic crystals or can recuperate independently, making it exceedingly convenient. And the price? 150,000 magic crystals. I shall take it. Are there any other items you wish to explore?" "The Golden Fish Spatial Belt," the attendant continued. "Many spatial items are limited by the confines of rings. But this belt possesses ample capacity, featuring 12 spatial areas, each with a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. Additionally, there is the Wilderness Elite set, which includes 4 potions of magical restoration, 15 detoxification potions, 15 enhancement potions, a magical longsword, a set of enchanted armor, and a flying magic carpet. Quite impressive. I will take them all." The belt is priced at 200,000 magic crystals, while the set is relatively inexpensive at 3,000 magic crystals. "Would you be interested in some magical scrolls or tomes as well?" The attendant, now envisioning a substantial influx of coins, eagerly continued his pitch. "This is the list." The attendant produced a slim booklet and handed it to Zhao Li. Zhao Li perused its contents, which ranged from 1st-tier to 5th-tier spells. "Is there truly nothing above 5th tier?" he inquired. "Such spells are scarce within the guild, primarily acquired rather than sold," the attendant explained with a smile. "I will take the Eagle Eye, Fireball, Windblade, Healing, and Invigoration scrolls." Zhao Li selected a few usable items and returned the booklet to the attendant. "And please include 15 fire elemental scrolls as well." "That will suffice," Zhao Li declared. "All expenses will be billed to the church. The Son of God's expenditures are covered by the institution," the knight informed the attendant. With that, Zhao Li donned the belt and exited, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Upon stepping onto a bustling street, Zhao Li was promptly confronted by a small beggar who obstructed his path. The little urchin eagerly produced a small bowl from his bosom, gazing expectantly at the passers-by. "Bestow him some coins," Zhao Li signaled to the knight beside him. Shortly thereafter, the knight retrieved a magic crystal from his spatial equipment and dropped it into the beggar's bowl. "This is your punishment. Your actions warrant such retribution," the knight declared, before brusquely shoving the beggar aside, allowing Zhao Li to continue on his way. As Zhao Li ventured further, 3 other beggars seized the small one, dragging him into a nearby alley, where they proceeded to deliver a brutal beating. The streets in the distance were predominantly lined with vendors selling various snacks. Yet Zhao Li found little interest in them. Often, his cravings could not be satiated. It seemed that all his desires were gradually diminishing. While Zhao Li indulged in street food, his hands glistening with grease, a knight clad in gilded armor approached him. Wordlessly, the knight seated himself across from Zhao Li, his golden visor obscuring his features, rendering any expression unreadable. The 4 knights appointed by the Pope, standing beside him, grew increasingly apprehensive. The presence before them exuded an aura of unparalleled strength, unmistakably a master warrior, perhaps even a divine emissary. "What brings you to our divine son?" inquired Xiaoda, the leader of the 4 knights, standing behind Zhao Li and addressing the gilded knight. "I am the gilded Radiant Knight, a servant of the Sun God. Sent here to bestow upon you a gift as guided by divine prophecy," the knight replied, producing a scroll from his hand. "This is a token from my deity, who holds great expectations for your future," the gilded knight declared, placing the scroll upon the table before rising to depart. "Is your god the Sun God?" Zhao Li inquired. "There is no need for further questions. The Sun God is, indeed, the Sun God. I trust you are well aware of your own circumstances." The Gilded Knight responded with a respectful bow before making his exit, leaving the scroll behind on the table. Upon grasping the scroll, Zhao Li felt a gentle power merge with his being. As he held the scroll with his right hand, it began to emit a soft glow, and a multitude of golden runes danced across the surface of his skin. The long-forgotten sound of the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have received the gift of the Sun Emperor, Kozel. Would you like to activate it? Activate. You have gained the powers of Radiant Star, Holy Light, and Fiery Flame. The simulator has entered the 2.0 era. The current simulator can generate simulated coins, which may be exchanged in the daily shop. You may simulate once each day, with simulated coins refreshing daily. The daily shop's items refresh each day. Current daily shop items. Tier of the East Prison, 19. 999 coins. Absorbing this grants a minuscule chance of acquiring the Divine Art, East Prison Art. Shadow Ghost, 1. 888 coins. Undying and unyielding. It can manifest in any shadowy place with a fixed strength of level 5. Slime, 1 coin. A rather useless lump of garbage, which you may discard at your discretion. The Fractured Core of the Divine Realm, 99. 999. 999 gold. An exceedingly rare and invaluable treasure, unparalleled in any location. The Soul-Capturing Bone Blade, 188 gold. As a divine artifact, it lacks remarkable features. However, every entity slain by the Bone Blade is consumed, their souls transformed into wraiths. While the blade itself is not particularly sturdy, each instance of damage releases all the wraiths it has captured. Each fragment of the Bone Blade can gradually restore itself to its complete form over an extended period, rendering it unique across time and space. Zhao Li had not engaged in simulations for quite some time, as an increasingly potent premonition suggested that continuing would lead to unfortunate events. Yet, following a recent system update, this premonition mysteriously dissipated. The reason remains elusive, but the so-called Sun God exists within this realm. Surely, he possesses the answers Zhao Li seeks. Chapter 150, Assassination. 3 days later, a contingent of 200 individuals set forth towards Donghua County. Zhao Li perched atop a magical airship, gazing at the diminishing silhouette of Time City, a pang of regret striking him. Xiao, given our current pace, when shall we reach Donghua County? Zhao Li inquired of the knight beside him. Approximately 15 days, came the reply. Do you think I should pay a visit to that archbishop? The archbishop is presently occupied with reports from Donghua County and is likely unavailable. Very well, you may take your leave. I wish to delve deeply into the art of divine sorcery. Zhao Li gestured for the knight to depart. Once the knight exited, he promptly initiated a simulation. Simulation mode. Random simulation. Directed simulation. Directed simulation. The directed simulation commenced, selecting virtual world number 190. Determining the divine shadow world to generate items and talents ranging from gray to colorful tiers. Simulation commencing. Available talents for selection. King without a crown. Blue. You are inherently imbued with the aura of royalty, attracting a multitude of followers. Master Marksman. Green. The gun is divine. Though it cannot slay deities, it can stabilize the cosmos. Fortune. Green. Everything you undertake will gravitate towards favorable outcomes. As one favored by luck, you possess an undeniable advantage. Beastly form. White. Randomly transform into a mythical beast. Ingenious strategy. Green. Possess a chance to activate a brilliant strategy, which upon activation, transforms into intelligence. White. Multiple selections of talents are permissible. Higher quality selections will reduce the overall evaluation. Simulation currency acquisition ratio. Blue, 100, green, 150, white, 200, purple, 80, gold, 50, colorful, 30. Intrinsic talents cannot be carried over. I choose Master Marksman and Fortune. Simulation begins. In year 0, you fortuitously take your first breath within a fallen noble family, becoming the beacon of hope for the Wiggins lineage. In year 1, you exhibit remarkable vigor, free from ailments. In year 2, as you take your first steps, you receive the blessing of your ancestors before their gravestone. Blessing of the ancestors grants an additional 100 gold coins. In year 3, through the baptism of potions, traces of Azure Chi begin to manifest within your physique, a hallmark of the Wiggins bloodline. In year 4, you embark on the journey of learning language and writing, mastering them with astonishing swiftness. In year 5, you enroll in a nearby academy for systematic studies, the power of your bloodline granting you an edge over many peers. In year 6, you forsake the swordplay entrusted to you by your family, opting instead to wield a firearm you have never before used. In year 7, you triumph in a competition at the academy, an achievement rendered effortless by the enhancement of your chi. In year 8, your family begins to regain its former glory. Your father ascends to the status of a powerful baron within the empire, and you accompany him to a relatively remote fiefdom. In the 9th year, a vast gold mine was discovered within the territory, and the immense wealth transformed your family's fortunes overnight, attracting a multitude of talented individuals. Consequently, your father was able to engage with numerous earls and dukes. In the 10th year, you began studying military strategy, though it seemed to hold little interest for you. By the 11th year, you found yourself captivated by marksmanship. This infatuation with firearms persisted into the 12th, 13th, and 14th years. In the 15th year, during a pilgrimage to a statue of a war deity, you entered a state of enlightenment and comprehended the cold radiance gun technique, a divine blessing that granted you an additional 500 gold coins. In the 16th year, you anonymously joined an adventurer's team, thriving due to your azure energy and exceptional shooting skills. The 17th year brought a harrowing encounter while hunting monstrous beasts. Your party crossed paths with the infamous Dark Hunters Guild, and only you survived from the 50-member coalition. In the 18th year, you enlisted in the Empire's expeditionary forces, unaware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. By the 19th year, your forces had routed the enemy's legion. As you stormed the enemy capital, a colossal portal opened in the sky, and countless demons with black, fleshy wings descended upon you. You fought valiantly, but were ultimately overwhelmed, meeting your demise within the capital. This simulation concludes. You survived for 19 years, accumulating 636 gold coins. Access the daily shop. Energy Convergence Scroll, 100 gold coins, absorbs vast amounts of energy to crystallize it. Blood Essence Pill, 100 gold coins, contains a wealth of vital energy, the finest elixir for refining the body. Dream of 1,000 Dreams, 399 gold coins, upon consumption, transports you to an unknown dreamscape. Command of the Capital, 300 gold coins, summons a warrior from the capital. World Fragment, 1,000 gold coins, contains a piece of a continent, embodying complete world rules. First, eliminate the world fragment from consideration, as it is far beyond Zhao Li's financial reach. Next, the command of the capital, while potentially advantageous, is unnecessary given the ample high-tier combat power available in his current location, where even deities could be vanquished. With this in mind, he proceeded to purchase the remaining 3 items. A golden pattern blood essence pill appeared in Zhao Li's hand, a luxurious item worth 100 simulation coins. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from his abdomen throughout his body, entirely devoid of the explosive force one might expect from such a potent concoction. As he savored the delightful sensations coursing through him, the airship swayed abruptly. The door to his chamber was forcefully breached, and an assassin clad in a tight-fitting azure suit and mask, wielding a short-barreled magical gun, aimed directly at Zhao Li, seated upon his bed. "Light shield," he exclaimed. With a thunderous roar, the enhanced magical gun shattered the light shield, and the bullet, propelled by immense kinetic energy, embedded itself within Zhao Li's body before bursting forth. Damn it! Zhao Li deftly hurled a luminous spear, piercing his adversary's heart and ending their life. He gently touched the wound on his crown, the bullet having penetrated deeply, causing a copious flow of blood. Although his brain had been reduced to a pulp, the essence of his semi-divine soul endowed him with an extraordinary resilience, making it improbable for him to succumb so easily. Regenerate. The injury atop his head began to mend rapidly, while the damage to his brain was slowly being repaired under the influence of his healing magic. This gradual restoration rendered Zhao Li somewhat unsteady, causing the world to spin with every step he took. What is happening? Zhao Li called out into the expanse, and soon after, a cloaked assassin emerged. Before the foe could draw their weapon, a magical arrow shot forth, piercing through their skull. Unlike Zhao Li, this adversary lacked such a formidable soul and crumpled to the ground in the corridor, leaning against the wall. "Divine One, are you all right?" It was Xiao who, upon noticing the bloodstains adorning Zhao Li, expressed deep concern. Chapter 151. The battle concludes. Do you now know who is responsible? Zhao Li inquired, cradling his head as he turned to Xiao. It must be the Church of Eternal Night. They have always been our adversaries. Naturally, they would not remain passive while we engage with the Night Council, Xiao replied. Then hurry and deal with the other assassins. This magical airship. Zhao Li's words were abruptly cut off as the entire room tilted dangerously. Not good. We must flee, Divine Son. This airship is about to crash. Xiao exclaimed, seizing Zhao Li and sprinting towards the platform atop the airship. Along their path, every assassin was dispatched with a single stroke of his sword. By the time they reached the platform, the airship was already severely inclined. With a powerful leap, Xiao carried Zhao Li onto an adjacent airship just as their vessel began to plummet vertically, erupting in a tremendous conflagration upon impact with the ground. At that moment, an assassin lurking beneath the airship placed a red energy crystal below the vessel, then fell away, unfurling a flying carpet midair and standing upon it. "Seize him," a priest shouted, pointing at the assassin on the carpet, addressing the knights nearby. Boom! The airship exploded, and Zhao Li was hurled from its wreckage by the force of the blast. His body was riddled with cracks, and wisps of blood energy escaped from him as he exerted control over his body to mitigate internal injuries from the shockwave. A flying carpet appeared beneath him, descending gently after a drop of over 20 meters. This time, Zhao Li truly felt the pain, though his wounds did not bleed. They ached intensely even as the healing magic worked to mend them. Activating a revitalizing scroll he had acquired, he infused it with magical energy, allowing a surge of vibrant green light to flow into his body, rejuvenating his injured form and gradually restoring his vitality. As he observed an approaching assassin on a flying carpet, he clenched his fists, summoning a golden spear into his grasp. For centuries, he had trained, and now, devoid of angelic genes to wield angelic weapons, he relied upon bestowed powers to manifest a spear of light. Unmatched in close combat, he thrust the spear forward, catching the assassin unawares, piercing his throat. The carpet crashed against the ground, and with a deft motion, Zhao Li flung the assassin off, rendering the opponent's carpet uncontrollable as it spiraled downward. At this juncture, the remaining threats were nearly vanquished, and Zhao Li guided his carpet to the sole remaining magical airship. Is the divine son unscathed? Archbishop Fiola inquired with evident concern. I am well enough, though I feel utterly exhausted and require rest, Zhao Li responded. Of course, that is no trouble at all, Jessen. Fiola called out, summoning a female divine officer. Master. The divine officer greeted with a bow. Arrange a comfortable room for the divine son. He needs to recuperate, Fiola instructed. Master, there are many people here, and there simply aren't enough rooms, the divine officer replied. That is of no concern to me. You shall handle it, Fiola commanded. Fiora stated resolutely that the priestess could only execute her duties. Shortly after, the priestess approached Zhao Li. Come with me, son of God, she said, leading Zhao Li to a room of high quality, similar to the one he had previously occupied. What is your name? Zhao Li inquired, intrigued by the rather straightforward priestess. Jessen Huang, a member of the royal family of the Feian kingdom, she introduced herself. It seems you hold a significant position, Zhao Li remarked. No. Your status is far more exalted. I am but a mere mortal, while you, esteemed one, are the son of God. We mortals are but ants before the divine. The priestess replied respectfully. Ha ha ha, do not think too highly of it. I am also a mortal. If you are inclined, we could be friends, Zhao Li suggested. I am not worthy. You should rest early, Jessen concluded, then departed. Upon returning to the airship platform, Jessen approached Bishop Fiodo directly. What brings you here? Fiodo inquired with a smile. I regret to inform you that there is no place for you to sleep tonight, Jessen responded apologetically, as the room belonged to the very person in front of her. It should be noted that only prominent figures were granted such accommodations on the airship, and she herself only shared a room with the other 3 priestesses. That is of no consequence. After all, he is the son of God. Such a minor request should be accommodated, Fiodo replied. This son of God is more arrogant than the archbishops. I feel our Church of Light has taken a turn. Jessen sighed softly. You must not speak such words. Fiodo hastily interjected, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, finally relaxing when he ascertained they were alone. How could an archbishop be unable to resolve a mere council issue? Even in greed, a 9th-tier cleric is considered an invincible presence, Jessen remarked. Moreover, I do not sense the light of faith in this son of God. He resembles a demon cloaked in a veneer of divine light, she exclaimed. Just then, Fiora approached. Master. Jessen noticed Fiodo's change in demeanor and quickly turned to see her mentor. Do you understand what your words imply? Fiora inquired. I spoke the truth. Surely you can perceive it, Master. You can absolutely sense the power of the divine, Jessen replied, urgency in her tone. Be cautious with your words. Speak again, and you shall not escape my wrath, Fiora declared, her expression dark as she departed. Once back in her room, Fiora fell into silence. As a 9th-tier cleric, how could she not recognize the changes? There had been significant transformations for over 200 years, and even a century ago, upon the ascension of the new pope, she had sensed something amiss. It is already too late. He can no longer draw upon the powers of the God of Light. In other words, he is merely an ordinary 9th-level mage, and more specifically, a 9th-level mage of the light element. Aside from light magic, he is incapable of casting any other spells. As for the other high priests, he regards them with skepticism. This journey presents a most opportune moment. Bishop Odolang is the only bishop, apart from the Pope, who has harnessed divine power within the past century. He has never witnessed any of the other bishops summon a deity. He harbors a suspicion that this Church of Light has been infiltrated by an otherworldly malevolence, and that the divine child he carries may not truly be the offspring of the God of Light, but rather a progeny of the dark deity. Chapter 152. Mohirak. The journey ahead has become significantly safer, leading to the successful arrival at the capital, Huaqing, of Donghua County. Bishop Odolang, accompanied by a multitude of clergy, awaited their arrival. As Zhao Li disembarked from the airship, he noticed Bishop Autolang standing alongside Fiorella. Your Holiness. It is an immense honor to meet you, Autolang remarked, approaching Zhao Li. Bishop Autolang, I have come primarily to address the issues concerning the council, Zhao Li reminded him, subtly indicating the gravity of the matter. This is not a problem. In fact, I have uncovered a crucial lead. The downfall of the current council is not an insurmountable issue. However, it is rather inappropriate to discuss the specifics here. I believe it would be more suitable to elaborate on this matter in the conference hall this evening, Autolang elucidated. Then I shall take my leave for now. Zhao Li replied with a respectful bow, departing under Autolang's watchful gaze, accompanied by 4 knights. Meanwhile, the leader of the Night Council, along with a council member, discreetly exited the crowd of onlookers. They had meticulously planned this covert observation and held no fear of Autolang. Once they reached a secluded room, the leader of the Night Council removed his cloak, revealing a visage reminiscent of a monkey. My lord, the matter instructed by Lord Ashus has arrived. The council member said with deference. I am aware. Autolang will not intervene. We merely need to eliminate Fiorella silently, the monkey figure stated, his black ring pulsating with ominous energy. However, I believe the Son of God must also be dealt with. The monkey murmured, his eyes flickering with intent. That is absolutely out of the question. The council member retorted, incredulous. This is not just any son of the god of time. He is a genuine demigod under divine protection. To act against him would invite severe repercussions, jeopardizing Lord Ashus's interests and our own safety. Is it not true that the Night Council is under my command now? The monkey inquired, rising to confront the council member. Indeed, but the council member's protest was abruptly silenced as the monkey seized him by the throat, dark crimson energy constricting around his neck, snuffing out his life in the depths of the monkey's blood-red eyes. I am all that matters. Ashus is nothing, the monkey declared, incinerating the body with a flare of fire before donning his cloak and departing the scene. In contrast, at the Donghua County branch of the Church of Time, Zhao Li found a sense of security as he settled in. Seated in a chair, he began to peruse the divine spells bestowed by the gods, abilities he could directly wield as a being crafted by divine hands. Just as Zhao Li delved into the study of the divine art of time's protection, a knock echoed from the door. Enter, Zhao Li commanded. Your Holiness. This is your allocation, Jessen announced, presenting Zhao Li with a card and a confirmation slip. This is a storage card, quite impressive, Zhao Li remarked. Zhao Li confirmed on the list and picked up the card to examine it. This card possessed a fixed password, and all future cultivation supplies would be directly transmitted to the card's internal space. It was connected to the headquarters' divine artifact, making it exceedingly convenient and efficient. Priest, do you possess the ability of time dominion? Zhao Li suddenly inquired, causing Jessen, who was initially about to depart, to halt her steps. Time dominion is a defensive divine art, typically mastered solely by time knights. However, I know a bit as well. Is there something you wish to ask? Jessen replied. Then I shall not trouble you. I will inquire once Xiao arrives, Zhao Li stated. After Jessen departed, she unexpectedly encountered a cloaked man in the corridor. A black thread ensnared Jessen's neck, resulting in an instantaneous separation of her head from her body. The cloaked man began to transform, taking on Jessen's appearance and heading in the direction of Zhao Li's room. Just as the cloaked figure pushed open the door, a golden needle pierced his brow. Zhao Li drew a magic gun from his waist, a weapon of considerable power, and possessing such an armament could be considered a privilege of the demigod. However, Zhao Li soon found himself sorely disappointed as the magic gun crumpled in his grip, followed by a tremendous force that hurled the weapon against the ceiling. The cloaked man, now revealed, removed his hood, revealing an eerie visage resembling that of a monkey. Who are you? Zhao Li inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar face. Hee, the monkey chuckled, the golden needle in his brow melting away into a drop of golden liquid that fell to the ground. I am Mohirak. I believe you should be familiar with me, the monkey declared, producing a large black sword in his hand. You are truly bothersome. I no longer believe you can kill me, Zhao Li proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Oh, is that so? Mohirak mocked. Both the sun god and the god of time protect me. You and I both know that you are merely a demigod. You dare not, Zhao Li asserted firmly. Aha. Today, I shall show you whether I dare or not, Mohirak cackled, swinging the enormous sword and unleashing a wave of dark energy that cleaved the entire building, creating a gaping fissure in the ground nearly 6 meters wide. Curse of hatred. Mohirak pointed his left hand at Zhao Li, who felt tendrils of darkness emerge from his body, overwhelming him with an intense sense of weakness, his breath becoming erratic. Soul sever. Mohirak raised his sword and prepared to strike. Divine light cross slash? A voice echoed from afar, and a white cross slash sent Mohirak flying. The newcomers were Bishop Outland and Bishop Fiora, the latter infuriated upon seeing the gruesome fate of her disciple. Thus, The two parties began to stand off against each other. "You killed Jessen, you monster," Fiora shouted, gripping her magical staff tightly. "Hee hee. To slay a mere minion holds little significance. After all, you are but a slightly larger version of the same. You should consider it an honor, for I am about to end your existence," Mohirak declared. Although he was merely a demigod, he bore a noble lineage, placing him at the pinnacle of his kind. Yet, this noble bloodline also bound him, rendering him incapable of ascending to true divinity. Just as Fiora was about to utter a response, a golden dagger pierced her abdomen. Turning around, she realized it was the treacherous hand of Outland. "You." Fiora gazed at Outland in disbelief, yet she had no chance to speak further. The golden dagger swiftly transformed into a deep crimson hue, as Fiora's essence was inexorably drawn into the blade. As previously stated, even a being of the 9th tier still holds considerable worth. Chapter 153, The Ancient Divine Weapon. Ubimenyu Divine Sword. With a mere squeeze of his right hand, Bishop Autolang conjured a small staff. Ensnarement. A series of golden chains ensnared Mohirak, and without hesitation, Autolang produced a nail from his possession and thrust it directly into Mohirak's forehead. Mohirak fell weakly to his knees, dark red energy beginning to dissipate from his body. "Mohirak, do you truly believe that my divine power is something you can manipulate?" Autolang scoffed, fully aware that despite his inferior strength, he had the backing of a true god. Hee. Mohirak chuckled ominously. "Still laughing, are you? Now you understand whose arena this truly is." Zhao Li stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick, his words devoid of courtesy. "You unworthy wretch." Mohirak mustered the strength to rise. For as a demigod of noble lineage, he could not tolerate such an affront from this insignificant insect. With a surge of divine hatred, dark red energy flowed from Mohirak's being, causing the golden chains to decay and shatter upon contact. Simultaneously, the nail embedded in his forehead radiated golden light, and Mohirak's body trembled violently as fissures began to appear upon him. "Come forth in battle." Mohirak roared in fury, his human form transforming into a towering 5-meter gorilla. "The Divine One shall proceed first. I shall handle this." Bishop Autolang gently pushed Zhao Li away, sending him 100 meters distant. Judgment of light. A colossal beam descended from the heavens, and the gorilla, nay Mohirak, raised his right hand to catch the entire beam. Divine radiance illuminated the surroundings. Autolang brought his hands together, golden light erupting from his form, igniting everything around him unnaturally. The once pristine Mohirak was soon engulfed in a torrent of golden flames. "You jest. Do you think such feeble damage can harm me?" The dark red energy enveloping Mohirak's body began to suppress the golden flames, which gradually diminished in intensity. Thereafter, the massive black sword was once again lifted, dark red energy swirling around it as crimson patterns began to awaken. "Ubimenyu Divine Sword," Mohirak proclaimed, the colossal sword floating away from his grasp as the sky over the grand city began to collapse, plunging everything into a realm of utter darkness. Autolang, once able to subdue Mohirak, now found his power stripped away, standing before Mohirak like an ordinary mortal. Shadows of darkness materialized nearby, solidifying as they approached. "Do you not feel mighty? Now, dare to snarl at me again." Hee. "It has been ages since anyone dared to humiliate me so. You remind me of a long-forgotten lunatic who, in his desperation for my power, cast himself into my embrace, only to attempt betrayal. I held him submerged in a foul pool for an interminable time," Mohirak recounted slowly, raising his right hand as the entire grand city underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The stone slabs laid upon the ground were violently shattered, and dark roots emerged, exuding a suffocating black mist that enveloped everyone in an unprecedented sense of asphyxiation. Zhao Li, too, sensed an overwhelming danger, as fragments of his soul were being drawn away from his corporeal form, leading him inexorably towards death. He realized he must save himself, and thus hurriedly sought out any resources he could muster. The boundless divine power was beyond his reach, and his body lacked sufficient energy. Forcing its use would lead to immediate demise. After a thorough search, he found only a long-neglected item, Deep Blue. Indeed, it was the power obtained from the infinite store. The strength of Deep Blue was terrifying. Although Zhao Li was unaware of the hierarchy of gods, it was indisputable that there existed varying strengths among them. And Deep Blue was certainly not a weak entity. "Gaze of Deep Blue," Zhao Li declared, fixing his stare upon Emo Xylake. Suddenly, blue veins appeared in his eyes, his entire gaze enveloped in azure energy. In contrast, Emo Xylake, who was observing Zhao Li, halted his movements, blue markings materializing on his body, forcibly drawing his consciousness into the unknown. Within this consciousness, Emo Xylake beheld a colossal blue octopus, rendering him immobile, as if his very essence was being lured towards it. Fortunately, just as the creature was about to strike, a circle of golden runes manifested around him, causing the blue markings on his body to disintegrate inch by inch. Bloodline of the noble gods. Imperceptible, unstealable, unspeakable, unnameable. With a deep breath, Xylake inhaled sharply, retreating several steps to regain his composure. He glared fiercely at Zhao Li. The initial effect of the gaze of deep blue had waned, but it had not come without considerable cost, for the divine bloodline was not a trivial matter. Each activation draining his very essence. "You scoundrel, you shall pay," Xylake cursed, reaching out to grasp Zhao Li from afar, and then crushed him. The blood mist lingering ominously in the air. Yet, this was not a significant issue. A black root extended from the ground, absorbing Zhao Li's blood mist entirely, leaving only the semi-divine essence of his soul behind. With a firm grip, Xylake seized Zhao Li's soul in his hands. "You must now feel the power of despair. Though it is a pity I sense no hatred from you. Such a shame," Xylake remarked with a hint of regret. "Now, let me send you to hell," he bellowed, as a black door materialized beneath him, forcefully slamming Zhao Li's soul against it. The immense power caused his entire essence to fragment, with all his spiritual strength absorbed by the door, leaving behind only a semi-transparent shadow upon its surface. Immediately, an irresistible pull drew Zhao Li into the door. A fleeting glimmer of light flitting through the crack before vanishing entirely. In this realm, all souls have been utterly consumed by the roots of the trees. Consequently, Mohirak has once again forged a colossal black sword, and the Grand City has returned to its original position, though now it lies in utter ruin, devoid of any vitality and permeated by the stench of death. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Pope of the Temporal Church wears a visage of fury, for Zhao Li has been obliterated, vanishing from this world in an instant. How infuriating. Contemplating this, the divine being, Luo Yin, too, is engulfed by an inexplicable wrath, as all that was once hers has been rendered meaningless, the wretched instigator of this calamity. Chapter 154. Awakening. A black gate projected from the heavens onto the surface of the water, causing it to simmer. Countless spirits struggled and wailed. And upon closer inspection, one could discern that iron chains were bound tightly around their ankles, rendering any escape utterly impossible. As the gate vanished, the water returned to tranquility, dragging all the tormented souls beneath its depths. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until Zhao Li awakened upon the misty surface of the water. The water was crystal clear, yet it reflected no trace of his own image. He stood in contemplation for a considerable duration, pondering whether this realm might indeed be hell. Aimlessly wandering upon the water, Zhao Li found himself devoid of any aspirations or motivation. A white mist enveloped him, and this pool seemed to stretch into infinity. In this ethereal state, devoid of night or the concept of time, Zhao Li wandered until he finally encountered something unusual, a solitary lotus flower gracing the water's surface. Just as he endeavored to approach it, a withered hand obstructed his path. He looked up to find a gaunt old man before him. "That is the lotus of rebirth. You must not approach," the elder cautioned, leaning on a wooden staff to impede Zhao Li's advance. "Why?" Zhao Li inquired respectfully, unsure why he felt compelled to show such deference, as if an unseen force guided his demeanor. "This lotus bears 9 seeds, each capable of allowing a soul from the depths of hell to return to the world of the living, but it comes at a considerable price," the old man explained slowly, moving closer to pluck the flower. "Surely it is worth it. Life and death are but a thin veil apart," Zhao Li declared, his gaze fixed upon the lotus with an intense desire to seize a seed and consume it. "Haha, it is not so simple. Consuming it means you shall owe a debt for the rest of your life, a debt to this lotus," the elder chuckled, extracting a seed and placing it in his left hand, offering it to Zhao Li. "Then I must give it a try. I, Zhao Li, have never harbored grand ambitions, always content to go with the flow. Today, having fallen to such a plight, if I do not take the risk, it would be as if I had never lived," Zhao Li stated, accepting the seed and swallowing it whole. "Ah, how long it has been since I have seen such fervor. Should we meet again, I hope you remain unchanged. But now, you must leave this place. I have nothing to gift you, but this wooden token was bestowed upon me by my father before his departure. Our meeting is indeed fated, so let this serve as your talisman," the elder proclaimed, presenting a yellow wooden token to Zhao Li. "From this moment forth, you belong to no one. I have redeemed your soul. You are free to pursue your desires," the elder said, patting Zhao Li's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Perhaps I shall forego this token. I find myself weary. Yet I believe I must carve my own path. Would you not agree?" Zhao Li replied, grasping the token and feeling its warmth before returning it to the old man. "My name is Di Bogio. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The old man finished speaking and then departed directly, swiftly vanishing beneath the shroud of white mist. "Then you. Never mind. Thank you very much," Zhao Li shouted, wishing to articulate further. But a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, followed by an engulfing darkness. When he awoke, he found himself lying on a desolate expanse of wasteland. Where am I? Zhao Li pondered, noticing he was clad in a tattered leather jacket, with only a dagger at his waist. Nothing else remained. Spotting a dilapidated backpack nearby, he reached for it just as a half-decayed zombie surged from a pile of refuse. Zhao Li felt no fear. After all, he had encountered far more ferocious beings than this. Before the creature could advance, he drew his dagger and hurled it, embedding it into the zombie's skull. To his surprise, the zombie still stirred, prompting him to stomp down on its outstretched claw while twisting the dagger to ensure its demise. Ah, this world is indeed harsh, Zhao Li remarked with a hint of resignation, never anticipating he would find himself in a realm of desolation. Extracting the dagger, he rummaged through the backpack, discovering only a bottle of murky water and a piece of something unidentifiable and foul. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed from a distance, and Zhao Li instinctively tilted his body, narrowly evading the projectile. It missed. "Let's go," shouted one of several men wielding machetes who had leaped down from a nearby jeep, one of them pointing directly at Zhao Li. Initially contemplating a confrontation, having just returned from the abyss, he reconsidered and hastily made his escape with the backpack in tow. The men pursued him, but given they were in a city of ruins, it was improbable they could catch him. After swiftly navigating through a dozen buildings, he finally collapsed in a small house, panting heavily. Peering through a window, he saw no sign of pursuers and sank onto a dilapidated sofa with a sigh. "By my grandmother's name, what ill fate is this?" Zhao Li exclaimed, pulling out the water bottle, only to be assaulted by a foul stench. This was no water. It must have been drawn from some putrid sewer. He set the bottle aside and examined the black lump from his backpack. Finding it disappointingly hard, his dagger could not penetrate it. A tentative taste revealed it to be somewhat salty. It appeared edible, but he doubted his teeth could manage it. Exhausted from his frantic escape, Zhao Li slumped on the sofa. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Grabbing his dagger, he fixed his gaze on the stairs. Crouching low on the sofa, "Don't be alarmed. I mean no harm," came a gentle voice as a young girl descended, reassuring him while brandishing a handgun. Fortunately, her intentions seemed benign. Otherwise, Zhao Li would have been compelled to retreat. He glanced at his dagger and, after a moment's deliberation, decided to stow it away. He rose from the sofa, maintaining a safe distance from the girl, ensuring that he would not unexpectedly erupt into violence, for in this wasteland, not everyone possessed her kindness. The two maintained a safe distance. Zhao Li sat upon the sofa while the girl perched on the staircase above. "Have you been in this desolate city all along?" Zhao Li inquired, his tone laced with an intent to ease the atmosphere. "This city fell 70 years ago. My parents never returned from a foraging expedition. And now it is just my older brother and younger brother left," the girl replied with a hint of sorrow. "Where are your brother and sister?" Zhao Li asked. "My older brother went out to scavenge, and my younger brother, he is simple-minded, is upstairs," the girl replied innocently. "Very well, our meeting is fated. You can have this," Zhao Li said, gesturing to the water bottle and the black lump on the table. "Are you leaving?" the girl asked as she rose to look at Zhao Li. "Yes. Farewell. Aren't you coming with us?" "Ha ha ha, forget it." Chapter 155. The zombies in the supermarket. Zhao Li departed from the building, recognizing that it was the territory of his adversaries. Along the route, he encountered only a few scattered zombies, devoid of any evolutionary crystals or similar artifacts. This calamity appeared to have erupted spontaneously in this world, rather than being orchestrated by a shadowy puppet master preparing a feast for himself. The air was refreshingly crisp, lifting Zhao Li's heavy heart with a fleeting sense of joy. As he traversed from the outskirts of the city to its bustling center, he fortuitously stumbled upon a supermarket. The entrance lay in ruins, and upon entering, an air of dimness enveloped him. Gripping his dagger tightly, he heard a clatter as a zombie lunged from the shadows with remarkable agility. Before Zhao Li could react, the creature knocked him to the ground, its exposed fangs glistening with a hint of crimson flesh. "Damn it!" Zhao Li roared, kicking the zombie away. With his right hand firmly clutching the dagger, he plunged it into the gaping maw of the undead creature, slicing through and cleaving its head in twain. Thick, viscous blood splattered over Zhao Li, causing him to gag. The stench was unbearable. After dispatching the zombie, he cautiously advanced further. The shelves ahead were utterly barren, clearly having been ransacked by countless others before him. Yet, amidst the desolation, he discovered a knife, which made the venture worthwhile. From a secluded corner, he unearthed a rusted watermelon knife that had evidently lain forgotten for quite some time. Nevertheless, it was a serendipitous find, and he secured it at his waist while continuing his search. Having scoured the main area, he turned his attention to the supermarket's basement storage. The rusted door bore numerous dents, a testament to the many who had attempted entry, all to no avail. Zhao Li prodded it with his dagger. It was a formidable alloy door, Logically, a supermarket's basement should not be constructed from such robust materials. After several fruitless attempts, he sighed and departed, constrained by the limitations of his tools. Exiting the supermarket, he scoured another street, yielding only a bundle of rope and 2 persimmons. The rope was left behind by a hanged zombie. Though suspended from the ceiling, it exhibited an unusual excitement upon seeing Zhao Li, prompting him to release the creature from its torment, a small act of merit, perhaps. The 2 persimmons were plucked from a crooked tree, although not large. They would suffice for a couple of bites, preventing him from succumbing to hunger. As Zhao Li approached another building, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, he discovered a group of individuals within a structure, having stealthily climbed through a window. To his dismay, it was the very gang that had previously attempted to take his life, now brazenly cooking meat, a flagrant act of audacity. Weighing the dagger in his hand, an ingenious idea struck Zhao Li. Observing a man with a bow and arrow enter a small room, he recognized this as an opportune moment. Silently, he crept along the exterior of the building, crouching down to peek inside, catching sight of the man relieving himself. Zhao Li pressed his left hand against the window, while with his right hand, he hurled a dagger outside, which found its mark in the throat of an adversary. The wounded man clutched his neck as blood gushed forth. His gaze filled with terror as he stared at Zhao Li climbing through the window. "You dare to kill me?" Zhao Li retorted, swiftly delivering a slap that knocked the man's head askew. He extracted the dagger and seized the bow and quiver from the fallen foe, now equipped for ranged combat against the remaining 4 adversaries. With an arrow knocked, he burst from the confines of the room, aiming at the most robust of the men, and loosed an arrow that struck true, sealing the man's fate. A nearby assailant brandished a large blade, charging at Zhao Li, who executed a quick roll to evade the lethal strike. "Altogether, let us finish him," shouted the tattooed man to his allies, drawing a hand crossbow. Zhao Li swiftly released another arrow, which found its target in the left arm of a distant woman, causing her short sword to clatter to the ground. "Let the hunt commence," he declared to the group, before leaping through a nearby window and sprinting towards an adjacent alleyway. "Zero, stay with Qiu Fang. I will take him down," the tattooed man exclaimed, vaulting through the window in pursuit of Zhao Li. However, upon entering the alley, he quickly realized the challenge Zhao Li posed. A cold arrow flew from the shadows, catching him off guard. "You bastard, come out. If I catch you, I will make you wish for death," the tattooed man growled, gripping his long knife tightly, his resolve wavering as he contemplated retreat. He might truly be overmatched, and could very well meet his demise at Zhao Li's hands. Just as he began to withdraw, he sensed danger and spun around, delivering a fierce strike that cleaved a zombie in two. Yet, Zhao Li emerged, knocking another arrow, only for the long knife to become lodged in the zombie's skull, forcing the man to abandon his weapon. Utilizing the zombie as a shield, he successfully deflected the incoming arrow. Observing his opponent disarmed, Zhao Li seized the moment. Brandishing his dagger as he charged forward, he executed a swift maneuver, sliding past the zombie to appear behind the tattooed man. The dagger was thrust forward, but the man, alert and agile, managed to evade, though not without sustaining a deep gash across his back. "This is not the time for bravado. I must regroup with my comrades, or I shall perish," the tattooed man thought, turning to flee, while Zhao Li showed no intent to pursue. "Knock the arrow, aim." A swift whoosh resonated as an arrow pierced the tattooed man's chest, sending him crumpling to the street below. Zhao Li retrieved the arrow, mindful of its iron tip. Conserving resources, he rifled through the man's pockets, unearthing a few luxury items, bewildered by their worthlessness in such dire times. Tossing aside a gold necklace, he found a gold watch, still functional, a practical acquisition indeed. He then made his way towards the building, ascending the stairs to find Zero and Qiu Fang ready for action. "I harbor no ill will." Zhao Li waved his hand dismissively. Yet the blood-staining it lacked any persuasive power. "Why aren't you leaving at once?" Qiu Fang, intimidated by Zhao Li's fierce demeanor, felt a surge of fear. Wishing only for him to depart, he was far too perilous, and he needed to tend to his injuries promptly, lest his left arm be rendered useless. "Ha!" Zhao Li laughed heartily as he drew a dagger from his waist, while Ling gripped a steel rod tightly. "What are your intentions?" Ling inquired warily. "I merely wish to slay the two of you, or perhaps meet my own demise at your hands," Zhao Li declared arrogantly, showing utter disregard for his opponents. With a cry, Ling charged forward wielding the iron rod. However, his stature of merely 1.40 meters offered little intimidation. Zhao Li unsheathed a long knife from behind him and swung it down forcefully with his right hand. The tremendous force struck the iron rod from Ling's grasp, and the blade sliced across Ling's neck, blood gushing forth. Chapter 156, Journey to the City of Survivors. "I implore you, do not take my life." The last remaining individual, Qiu Fang, was genuinely terrified. The man before her was far more ruthless than they had anticipated. "Reveal your worth." Should you fail to satisfy me, your fate will mirror his. Zhao Li proclaimed arrogantly, gesturing towards the lifeless form of Zero sprawled on the ground. I know the location of the nearby city of survivors. Spare my life, and I shall guide you there, Qiufang pleaded earnestly. Our vehicle was procured from within. I am not deceiving you, I swear. She sank to her knees, beseeching Zhao Li for mercy. Very well, Zhao Li replied, somewhat resigned. Qiufang felt a flicker of hope, but as she rose, a sudden pain gripped her chest. The blade had already pierced her heart. Departing the building, Zhao Li commandeered the vehicle belonging to the group and set off towards the outskirts of the city. There was nothing of value remaining in the urban landscape. Staying there would surely lead to starvation. As the vehicle reached the outskirts, a horde of zombies came into view. For reasons unknown, the undead seemed more numerous in the suburbs than within the city. Perhaps many had managed to escape. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and Zhao Li retrieved a pair of binoculars from within. In the distance, he observed a family ensnared by a gathering of zombies, trapped in a small two-story house. Zhao Li, lacking in compassion, decided to leave them to their fate, as their plight was of no concern to him. Hey! A man atop the roof spotted Zhao Li and waved frantically. Please, help us. We have food, he shouted, desperation evident in his voice. In this apocalyptic world, food remained a coveted resource, unmatched by anything save for weaponry. Upon hearing the mention of food, Zhao Li realized he could not simply walk away. He had not eaten in half a day. With a glance at the 20 or so zombies below, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of arrows, emptying his quiver until only 3 zombies remained standing. With his long knife in hand, he dispatched them one by one, then pried open the front door. The man wielded a metal rod, while a woman clutched a small boy, visibly distressed. Thank you so much, the man began, but before he could finish, Zhao Li's blade struck, cleaving the shoe rack at the entrance in two. Where's the food? Zhao Li demanded. It's all right here, the man said, producing a small sack of corn and placing it before Zhao Li. Is this all? Zhao Li scoffed, grasping the bag, which weighed scarcely a dozen pounds. Truly, we have been surrounded for several days. This is all that remains, the man insisted earnestly, though he, too, harbored doubts about the meager supply. Are you aware of the city of survivors? Zhao Li inquired suddenly, catching the man off guard. Yes, my family of 3 escaped from there, the man responded. What is the situation like there? Zhao Li placed the corn bag on the table and seated himself. Are you planning to go? The man asked. That is none of your concern. The so-called city of survivors, despite its appealing name, is essentially a refugee camp filled with all manner of individuals. Without a modicum of skill, one risks falling victim to the perils within. If you insist on venturing there, I advise you to make your purchases and depart immediately. As the place teems with unsavory characters and is haunted by nocturnal terrors, the man remarked, his face betraying his disdain for the locale. I have my plans. Where is this city? Zhao Li gestured for him to seize. Simply follow this road, the man indicated towards the street outside. Understood, Zhao Li replied, and, clutching his bag, returned to his vehicle. Once the engine roared to life, the car sped along the road, passing by several zombies that remained oblivious to Zhao Li's departure. Upon reaching a desolate area, he beheld a massive black wall. This must be the fabled city of survivors. As he approached, the city gate swung open automatically. After traversing a tunnel, Zhao Li emerged into a bustling marketplace filled with ragged individuals engaging in loud bartering. His vehicle was a conspicuous sight, particularly given that it had been decades since the apocalypse, making automobiles exceedingly rare. Dismounting, Zhao Li perused the wares on display, all of which were mere refuse. Indeed, while this place was labeled a city of survivors, it resembled a camp for the destitute, where scavengers traded meager valuables for sustenance to survive, armed with bows and blades. The most elite among the survivors were evident, representing the pinnacle of humanity. He parked his vehicle before the only tall building and, with a backpack in hand, entered. Greetings. How may I assist you? A relatively cleanly dressed woman greeted him at the entrance, her appearance passable. I wish to purchase some food. Zhao Li responded. Please follow me. The woman led him to the 3rd floor, which was sparsely populated. Zhao Li soon found himself in the presence of one of the camp's overseers. Hello. I am the grain officer of the City of Luck, responsible for the acquisition and sale of foodstuffs. Are you looking to buy or sell? The woman was strikingly competent, exuding an air of authority. I am here to buy grain, Zhao Li declared. Do you have any items for trade? She inquired. Zhao Li produced a short knife, a crossbow, and a bundle of bolts from his backpack. These would fetch only 100 pounds of wheat. The woman stated. 200 pounds, Zhao Li countered, doubling her initial offer. 150 pounds. Though your weapons are well crafted, food is also exceedingly precious, is it not? She replied. 200 pounds. Zhao Li insisted. Very well. Consider it a gesture of friendship. I hope you return. My name is Li Mo, and I wish you a pleasant life. The woman shook Zhao Li's hand, signifying the completion of the transaction. The efficiency of the individuals within the building has indeed seen a remarkable improvement. Upon the completion of the transaction, the wheat was directly loaded into Zhao Li's vehicle. After Zhao departed, a man peered through the window of the third floor, accompanied by Li Mo. This individual exuded strength. Although the source of his vehicle remains a mystery, he is undoubtedly a promising collaborator. As the man observed Zhao Li's retreating figure, he spoke to Li Mo. It is unlikely we shall see him again soon. The number of night demons within the city is steadily increasing. Should we not contemplate relocation? Li Mo inquired. The so-called night demons are humans who undergo a transformation at night. By day, they appear indistinguishable from ordinary people, yet by night, they morph into highly aggressive, fast-moving creatures akin to zombies. Those who are attacked, if they do not succumb, will inevitably become night demons themselves. Let all employees remain vigilant. We possess detection devices, so there is no need to fret over the night demons. The man watched Zhao Li until he vanished from sight before turning to leave, fully aware of the situation regarding the night demons within the city. Chapter 157, Establishing a Home Driving Towards Another Desolate City. The vehicle ran out of fuel just as it reached the outskirts. Fortunately, not far off stood a quaint little cottage. Upon entering, Zhao Li was astonished by the opulence of the dwelling. Every door and window was encased in alloy, though the lock was broken. Inside, aside from a simple bed frame, there was nothing else. All things considered, it was relatively acceptable, especially since Zhao Li had no other options. After moving in his provisions, he pondered how to repair the door. After much contemplation, he resolved to barricade the entrance with the bed, ensuring it could not be easily pushed open. As he pushed the bed against the door, the tiles beneath it shattered under his weight, revealing an iron door beneath. Fortune does not abandon the desperate, Zhao Li mused. Seizing his long knife to break apart the wooden floorboards, he pried up the iron door, the creaking sound echoing below, and he could hear the rapid movements of creatures stirring beneath. Realizing there might be danger lurking below, he hastily covered the iron door again. Before he could secure the latch, a monstrous force slammed against it, sending Zhao Li sprawling onto the bed. The cottage was barely 20 square meters, and a terrifying black-skinned zombie clawed its way out of the tunnel, towering at nearly 2.5 meters, an unmistakable aberration. Gurgling sounds emanated from the creature as it crouched, its hands extending with claw-like black nails, resembling daggers. Gripping his long knife tightly, Zhao Li lunged forward, swinging the blade and severing the creature's head. To his shock, the zombie still reacted, its claws reaching out in a desperate attempt to strike. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Li's brow as he quickly raised his knife to block, the blade severing the creature's sharp nails. The headless abomination collapsed to the ground, and Zhao Li, with a swift motion, struck its head, witnessing a long, slimy tongue protrude in a final, futile gesture of defiance. After dispatching the zombie and sealing the iron door, Zhao Li contemplated the resources that might lie below, yet the darkness beneath posed a significant threat. Recklessly descending might lead to his own demise should more of these zombies lurk in the shadows. Sitting on the bed, he chewed on some wheat, reflecting that he should not succumb to despair. After all, his water source remained unresolved. He moved the bed aside and, armed with his knife, ventured nearby, eventually discovering a well. However, the bottom was filled with bloated corpses, rendering the water undrinkable. Thus, he was compelled to seek a new source of water. Taking a few sips from the large canteen he had procured, he wondered where these creatures had found their sustenance. Many rivers in the area had run dry, making the quest for water a daunting challenge. As fatigue began to settle in, a deer suddenly appeared in Zhao Li's line of sight. He retrieved his bow from his back, but hesitated to draw an arrow. This deer had survived thus far not merely on grass. It required an ample supply of water and salt to endure. Following the deer's slow movements, Zhao Li returned to the ravine near the small house as dusk approached. He entered a cave where a modest pool of water bubbled up from the earth, and he felt immense gratitude for this boon. In honor of this unknowing benefactor, Zhao Li resolved to end its ignorant existence, driving an arrow into the deer's skull. He then rushed to the water's edge and took a sip. Indeed, it was potable. He drank until he had filled 3 flasks before pausing. Hoisting the deer's carcass over his shoulder and meticulously cleaning the blood from the ground to prevent any zombies from tainting the water source, he could not afford to be caught off guard. As Zhao Li had anticipated, it wasn't long before a horde of zombies trailed him to the vicinity of the small house. With no reason to show mercy to these uninvited guests, he dispatched them one by one, sending them straight to hell, a deed that surely counted as merit. He skinned the deer and skewered the meat on branches, roasting it outside the small house, for in this apocalypse, raw meat held far greater value than cooked. The scent of the barbecue did not attract the zombies, but it did draw the attention of a ragged survivor. "Sir, Could you spare me a piece of meat? Pleaded the famished survivor, who had gone 3 days without food. Eyeing the pile of roasted meat beside Zhao Li as he sat atop the roof. I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot give it to you for free. If you possess something of value, I would consider a trade, Zhao Li called down from the rooftop. He found little worth in engaging with someone lacking combat skills. For a lack of strength often meant a lack of valuable bargaining chips, and meat was the most solid currency among food. I am quite impoverished. But I do have an energy cell. Although it only holds 30% charge, I believe it could be of some assistance, the survivor offered, producing an orange battery from his handmade backpack. No. The value of that is far too little, Zhao Li rejected outright. What use was a battery with merely 30% charge? Would it power a stun gun or an electromagnetic weapon? Then you might appreciate this, something I painstakingly acquired. The survivor said, rummaging through his bag to reveal a tiny vial, no larger than a finger. What is this? Zhao Li squinted from afar, unable to discern the contents, yet wary of a potential ambush. Armed with his bow, he felt confident as long as the survivor lacked a firearm. Honey. The survivor rasped, perhaps hindered by dehydration. His speech faltering. If that is not enough, I also have a frying pan and a fire starter, the survivor added, producing a basin-sized pot and a slender stick of indeterminate material. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Zhao Li leapt down from the roof, tossing the smallest piece of meat to the survivor while pocketing the battery and honey. How does one use this fire starter? Zhao Li held a bamboo stick, reminiscent in size to a traditional brush, and inquired, This is my creation. When you wish to use it, simply remove the cap and blow gently into the opening, and it will ignite. To extinguish the flame, merely replace the cap. The survivor explained, clearly having reaped numerous benefits from his ability to craft such an item. Not bad. That will suffice. Zhao Li gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling that the conversation had concluded. May God bless you, the survivor uttered, as he turned to depart into the distance. Perhaps, in time, he too would find a place to endure, much like Zhao Li, yet for now, he remained a solitary wanderer. Chapter 158. Underground. 3 days had elapsed, during which Zhao Li had diligently cultivated corn around the house. An instinct ingrained within his very soul. After much contemplation, he resolved to open the iron door and venture below, armed with a short knife and a modified car lamp. He had ingeniously dismantled the vehicle, repurposing its useful components, while the lamp was transformed into a sizable portable light. Gradually descending the ladder, he illuminated the area with the lamp, revealing a specially modified underground base. The electrical system lay in complete disarray. As he traversed the corridor, he soon encountered an ajar iron door resembling that of a vault. Upon entering, he was met with several of the previously encountered mutated zombies, who now exhibited a palpable fear of the light emanating from his lamp. Each time they were illuminated, they exhibited signs of corrosion, retreating deeper into the shadows. Just as Zhao Li contemplated further exploration, something in the corner of the room drew his attention, a whole box of canned goods. Indeed, he was not mistaken. A full box of cans, untouched by decay, awaited him. With a swift motion of his knife, he pried it open and, seeing that the mutated zombies had retreated, he seized the opportunity to take all the cans. Though the box contained merely 12, he felt a surge of triumph as he moved towards the exit. Suddenly, he noticed an object encased in glass. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a firearm. A thrill of delight coursed through him. He had stumbled upon such a valuable find. He pried open the glass casing with his knife, revealing a weapon approximately 1 meter in length, embedded with a battery. It felt substantial in his grasp, yet when he pulled the trigger, there was no response, likely a sign of malfunction or other issues. He slung it over his shoulder, carrying the cans as he maneuvered beneath the iron door, climbing out while balancing the box of cans. Once on the floor, he tossed the cans aside and secured the iron door, exhilaration flooding over him as he reclined on the bed. He examined the firearm closely and deduced that perhaps it was merely the battery that lacked power. Removing the battery, he produced a replacement acquired from a previous trade, hoping that its 30% charge would suffice to activate the weapon. Upon replacing the battery, it was a perfect fit. Yellow patterns began to emerge on the gun, accompanied by a display indicating 30% battery life. As he squeezed the trigger, the patterns intensified, causing Zhao Li to hastily release his grip as the gun returned to its original state. The weapon's potential was clearly greater than anticipated. Emerging from the small house, he brandished the gun towards a distant, wandering zombie. The weapon began to charge, and a beam of energy erupted forth, obliterating the small creature in an instant. Smoke billowed from the muzzle, and the patterns on the gun shifted to a pale red, indicating it had likely been overloaded. What a remarkable firearm. However, its excessive power renders it less suitable for the current task of combating zombies. Relying on a long knife is indeed sufficient. Upon returning to the small abode, I noticed roasted meat hanging from the rafters and provisions stacked in the corner. Given Zhao Li's appetite, these supplies would sustain him for over 3 months. Yet, before Zhao Li could revel in his good fortune, a cacophony of creaking and groaning echoed from afar. In the haze, a dark horde of zombies emerged from the ruins, surging toward the survivors' city. The lock on this house was far from sturdy, prompting Zhao Li to swiftly barricade the door with all available items. Armed with his knife and bow, he descended into the underground base. Upon his return, he found a mutated zombie awaiting him, which lunged at him unexpectedly. Reacting quickly, Zhao Li leapt from the ladder, wielding his long knife to sever the creature's claw. Alas, in that moment, he twisted his left ankle, and the situation felt dire. With little time to spare as nearby mutated zombies approached. "Come on," Zhao Li bellowed, wielding his knife to cleave through the advancing zombie. The foul, putrid blood splattered across him, yet there was no immediate risk of corrosion or infection. After dispatching the 2 zombies in the passageway, it was temporarily secure. Although the darkness posed a challenge, the portable lantern bathed the area in a brilliant light, illuminating 5 to 6 meters ahead and effectively thwarting any surprise attacks from the mutated zombies. Limping back into the base, he found 3 rooms on this level, the entrance hall and 2 smaller chambers, each containing a mere ordinary zombie. These sluggish and weak creatures posed no significant threat. In one of the small rooms, Zhao Li discovered a fire axe and a medical kit, as well as stairs and an elevator leading to the next floor. Unfortunately, the elevator had no power, leaving only the stairs as a means of ascent. After securing the door at the top of the stairs with the fire axe, Zhao Li felt a sense of safety envelop him. He exhaled deeply, collapsing onto a sofa, pondering his next steps. He was no longer the invincible demigod he once was, but rather a mere mortal desperately clinging to survival, reminiscent of the initial outbreak of the zombie crisis when he, too, felt fear and faced death. After much contemplation, Zhao Li burst into laughter, mocking his own cowardice and the whims of fate. With the lantern in hand, he scrutinized the walls and finally spotted an electrical box. Grabbing tools from the nearby toolbox, he set to work and, after some tinkering, restored the faulty wiring. The lights of the entire level flickered and then stabilized, illuminating the hall in a bright glow, and Zhao Li gained clarity about his surroundings. Beneath him lay 15 massive energy rods, potentially the source of power. At that moment, a translucent shadow materialized in the center of the floor, solidifying into a 3-dimensional form in the hall after several flickers. "Hello, I am the intelligent system of Cushing. Before me appears a charming projection of a child. Is this the pinnacle of technology? What assistance can you provide?" Zhao Li inquired. This intelligence possesses the entirety of human civilization's knowledge and harbors 10,000 human embryos, capable of initiating a resurrection plan for humanity post-extinction. The child replied with an emotionless tone. "Very well, what aid can you offer me at this moment?" Zhao Li asked. "This intelligence can provide you with a K2A type all-encompassing alloy mech, along with a resurrection machine equipped with biological therapeutic capabilities. The 2nd and 3rd tiers will reveal unique organisms." The child's voice abruptly shifted, becoming markedly colder. Activating the hunting protocol, X5 Dark Gold Assassin initiated. Upon finishing the statement, the child ceased to speak, becoming utterly devoid of vitality. Chapter 159. The sounds emanating from below were swiftly detected by Zhao Li. A golden spike pierced through the staircase door he had closed, and a golden beast-like robot crawled down from the ceiling. "The danger has been eliminated. All threats have been neutralized," the child continued to proclaim. "What is this creature?" Zhao Li inquired, pointing at the spider-like robot clinging to the ceiling. "This is the X5 Dark Gold Assassin, a combat robot unique to this base, endowed with formidable offensive capabilities and unparalleled regenerative abilities," the child explained. "May I inquire if you currently hold the position of Supreme Commander of this base?" the child asked Zhao Li. "I do," Zhao Li affirmed, though uncertain of the responsibilities entailed. It was evident that as long as he assumed the role of commander, he would have access to these machines. "To acquire all data, please input your name," the child instructed. Zhao Li, entry successful. All resources of the base will be at the commander's discretion. "Now, show me that mech." Zhao Li commanded the child projected on the screen. "The mech cannot be activated. A movable energy core is currently required," the child reported truthfully, indicating that what was presented was merely a visual display. "Do I have any tasks at the moment?" Zhao Li asked, needing some motivation. "Collect the special element. The Apocalypse Stone. Obtain command over the Starry Fleet. Resolve the current disaster and restart human civilization. The difficulty of these tasks seems quite high. Perhaps I should reconsider," Zhao Li remarked, feeling that they were beyond his current reach. For now, he merely desired a more comfortable existence. "Is there any food available?" Zhao Li inquired. The 3rd floor serves as a storage warehouse, containing approximately 15,000 tons of grain. The child replied, "That's wonderful," Zhao Li exclaimed, clapping his hands. The timely arrival of this food alleviated his concerns about sustenance. The nearby underground facility, the Thunder Beast Base, possesses a plethora of animal embryos and synthetic biological embryos. The current commander may proceed to the Thunder Beast Base for animal breeding. The child offered the most reliable suggestion, noting that some of the embryos were notably exceptional, including the I-13 model of special clones. "Are there any equipment available? That would facilitate my endeavors," Zhao Li stated, when a robot promptly delivered a large box. Inside is the S-10 model super special combat suit, which boasts high protective capabilities, equipped with nuclear and electromagnetic weaponry, the child announced while standing at attention. "All right. Can you instruct me on how to use it?" Zhao Li inquired as he opened the box and donned the suit. "Connect to the base system," the child instructed. And as he spoke, the suit tightened around Zhao Li's form. Countless nanobots emerged from the box, adhering to the surface of the suit, resulting in intricate silver patterns materializing across its exterior. Within the box lay a gray handgun and a silver-white rifle, measuring 1 meter in length, with a flowing crimson energy liquid coursing along its body, indicating an absurd level of power. The Q1 model individual electromagnetic handgun possesses an exceptionally rapid rate of attack and resistance to extreme temperatures. The Q147 medium nuclear energy rifle is equipped with capabilities for continuous fire, triple bursts, single energy focus, targeted explosions, nuclear energy beams, and self-detonation. The Sanchi light sword, as a melee weapon, boasts remarkable thermal cutting and light energy focusing abilities. The specialized wrist armor is equipped with various tool transformation capabilities, as well as biological monitoring and end-cutting light blades. After thoroughly introducing these items to Zhao Li, he handed him a map, signaling that he could embark on his journey. Reluctantly stepping outside, Zhao Li found that the zombie tide had mostly receded. However, a dozen or so zombies still lingered near the small house. Determined to confront them directly, he resolved to either teach them a lesson or exorcise them. Armed with a long knife, a rifle slung over his shoulder, and a light sword and handgun at his waist, he emerged. The nearby zombies immediately lunged at him. Observing his knife, he thrust it into the ground and drew his handgun, firing a shot that obliterated the closest zombie's head. The dozen or so zombies posed no resistance, swiftly dispatched on the spot. After dragging their remains to a pile and setting them ablaze, he proceeded towards the Thunder Beast base, located at the heart of the ruined city. By nightfall, Zhao Li arrived at the city center, now devoid of human life. Feeling fatigued, he decided against entering the Thunder Beast base, uncertain of the dangers that awaited him inside. Instead, he sought refuge in a relatively well-preserved house amongst the nearby buildings, intending to rest for the night. As he dozed off, Zhao Li felt something poking at his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a humanoid creature suspended on the wall, scratching at the mask made of nanobots. Thanks to its excellent defensive properties, Zhao Li remained unharmed. However, the creature's assault jolted him fully awake. The silver metallic ring on his wrist transformed into a short spear, which he drove into the creature's head. The creature let out a piercing scream, triggering the combat suit to engage its sonic protection mode, as countless nanobots vibrated to dissipate the sound waves, providing some relief to Zhao Li's ears. Yet, before he could deal with the creature before him, 4 identical monsters appeared outside the window, tearing through the security bars and crashing through the glass. The leading creature struck Zhao Li, sending him crashing against the wall. Unyielding, he retrieved the light sword handle from his waist. Through the wireless connection of his combat suit, the sword extended forth. "Behold the blade," Zhao Li exclaimed, sweeping the sword with unimpeded force, cleaving the creature that had struck him in two. The monster collapsed to the ground, powerless against such a lethal blow. Even with its formidable vitality, it could only await the inevitable end of its life. 3 creatures hissed and lunged forward with ferocity. With a swift motion, Zhao Li executed a precise cut, severing the heads of all 3 monsters. Now, only a small creature remained, curled up on the ground. Zhao Li struck directly at its head. Although no blood flowed, its condition was undeniably alarming. The recent thrust had evidently inflicted severe damage to its brain. There was no room for mercy. Showing compassion to one's enemies is but cruelty to oneself. With a single stroke of his sword, another monster's head tumbled to the ground. From the direction of the window, the echoes of hissing returned, suggesting that the earlier scream had attracted numerous other creatures. This place was no longer safe for lingering. Chapter 160. The Thunder Beast base. As Zhao Li emerged from the upper floor, he found himself surrounded by over 30 monsters. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he swiftly drew his pistol and made his way toward the towering structure of the Thunder Beast base. The creatures in the distance began to converge towards him, multiplying in number to over 300, despite Zhao Li having already eliminated more than 30 of them. Upon entering the building, he descended directly to the underground parking garage, navigating through the maintenance workshop until he discovered the password door leading into the Thunder Beast base. Producing a white card from his pocket, he placed it against the door's recognition panel, which responded with a chime as it swung open. Just then, a horde of monsters surged in. But Zhao Li deftly slipped inside and secured the door behind him. Greetings. A woman clad in a blue bodysuit addressed him, leaving Zhao Li momentarily bewildered. Welcome to the Thunder Beast base. I am SSS-79, the alloy guardian robot of this facility, she elucidated. Clearly, this entity surpassed the intelligence of the one in his own base by a considerable margin. The entire base had been functioning smoothly, showing no signs of abandonment due to the apocalypse. Can you activate the clones? Zhao Li inquired, revealing his intent. Detected, Level 3 Commander Zhao Li. No commander present in Thunder Beast base. Automatically promoted to Level 2 Commander. The robot announced. You have obtained Level 2 Commander privileges. Clones can now be activated. Initiating unlock for A1 model clones, characteristics, night vision, agility. Unlocking S1 model clones, characteristics, intelligence, loyalty. Could you unlock the I-13 special clone for me? Zhao Li asked. Having heard from a child that this model was the most formidable, naturally, he saw no reason to decline its activation. I-13 special clone, characteristics, immense strength, regeneration, immortality, and fertility. Ruthlessness, desirelessness. Shall I proceed with the unlock? Unlock. Zhao Li affirmed. Currently, there exists only one I-13 special clone, with the commander's information already embedded within. The commander possesses the ability to command all clones. One by one, clones awaken from their alloy containers, immediately assisted by simplified robots that equip them with necessary gear. A total of 10 A1 model clones, 1 S1 model clone, and 1 I-13 special clone have been successfully unlocked, the robot reported. Just then, the doors of the Thunder Beast base were violently struck, producing a resounding crash. Prepare for battle, Zhao Li shouted, drawing his pistol. The nearby clones donned specialized combat suits, their bodies enveloped in silvery nanorobots, each armed with an energy weapon. As the door swung open, a monster leaped inside. Activating combat protocol. The robots of Thunder Beast base instantly initiated their battle systems, transforming their left arms into razor-sharp blades. With speed that was nearly imperceptible to the eye, the robots sliced the monster in half, while the remaining creatures surged forward, prompting the clones to ready their weapons for engagement. Ceasefire. Do not damage the Thunder Beast base, the robot declared, for the Thunder Beast base represented everything to it. In the hall where Zhao Li stood, the ceiling abruptly opened, unleashing a torrent of silvery powder into the corridor. The monstrous entities that had surged in were swiftly enveloped by the shimmering dust, and soon lay rigidly upon the alloy floor, resembling statues. A few metallic cracks echoed, and the monsters were utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind. The corridor was densely coated with the silvery powder, ensuring that any number of intruders would be instantly annihilated. Remarkable, Zhao Li exclaimed, astonished by such a formidable display of power. If this could be harnessed beyond these confines, it would indeed render one invincible. This is the SSS-1090 material-devouring nanobot, explained an S1 model clone. It is a cutting-edge technology unique to the Thunder Beast base, incapable of leaving its premises. This robot can autonomously repair any structural damage and possesses an extraordinary ability to consume materials, reconstituting them into new nanobots. Zhao Li recalled something about a space fleet and inquired, how can we establish contact? The current fleet in space consists solely of unmanned star fleets, specifically the Celestial Star, which focuses on extraterrestrial colonization, and the exploratory Bernoulli fleet. The Celestial Star has been absent from our planetary vicinity for over 3 centuries, and the Bernoulli fleet has lost communication. Only the Starfleet remains on standby at the planet's periphery, yet it is equipped with planet-destroying weaponry, rendering it incapable of striking our homeworld, the clone elaborated, seizing the opportunity to showcase its vast knowledge. Beside Zhao Li stood a specialized clone, towering at 2.5 meters, with blue veins coursing across its surface, enhanced by technology. This was the source of its immortality and immense strength. After a full 5 hours, no creatures had dared breach the corridor, and daylight had likely dawned. Zhao Li, accompanied by 12 clones, emerged from the Thunder Beast base. As the doors sealed shut, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. All clones within the base harbored a profound fear of the robot guarding the Thunder Beast base. As its protector, it would eradicate any threats to the base's existence, leading to the demise of numerous clones. Those with independent consciousness who managed to escape their cloning pods were also met with annihilation. Thus, the 13 individuals leisurely returned to the base beneath the small house, where the equipment was even more comprehensive than that of the Thunder Beast base. It housed a formidable arsenal, notably the dark gold assassins, whose prowess rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the I-13 special clones. Even 100 clones would struggle against a single dark gold assassin. According to the child's account, when the dark gold assassins unleashed their full firepower, their speed could reach supersonic levels. Their bodies would transform from the original silvery hue to a protective layer coated in sovereign gold, rendering them immune to sonic and interference weapons while disregarding extreme heat and freezing temperatures. Equipped with an anti-dark matter propulsion system, they were virtually indomitable. Furthermore, within the warehouse of the third-level base, there exists a formidable arsenal of over 300 war mechs, all of which can be operated remotely. This implies that as long as they remain within the bounds of intelligent control, Zhao Li commands an entire battalion of 300 war mechs. Faced with a horde of thousands of zombies, or even millions, they could undoubtedly prevail. Presently, Zhao Li's sole mission is to seek out a new energy source, as the activation of these mechs necessitates a power supply, much like how humans require sustenance. The intelligence has also provided the next destination, Xiangqing. Chapter 161. Xiang City. Time flew swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Over 2 months had passed since Zhao Li and his companions departed from the base. Enduring hardships and sleeping under the stars, they finally arrived at Xiang City. The expanse of Xiang City was immense, teeming with a diverse array of mutated zombies. However, there were also numerous survivors scavenging amidst the ruins. With 17 survivor cities located nearby, standing atop a tall building, Zhao Li gazed into the distance, where only desolation remained. This sight evoked memories of the blue planet, leading him to ponder that perhaps, had there been no so-called gods during that time, they might have managed to survive. Before long, a specialized clone apprehended a ragged old man, addressing Zhao Li. "Commander, this is the oldest survivor in Xiang City. He surely possesses valuable information." The old man, kneeling before Zhao Li, pleaded with desperation, "Please, don't kill me. I am of use." Yet, having witnessed the spectrum of humanity, Zhao Li felt no sympathy. The divine influence had subtly transformed him. The Zhao Li of now was no longer the same as before. The consciousness of the replica in the hands of the Angel King, the Zhao Li under the Dream God, and the current Zhao Li were 3 distinct entities. If one were to question who the true Zhao Li was, one might conclude that the consciousness of the replica was perhaps the only genuine Zhao Li. "Very well. Lead me to the Wuling building in the city center. You must know the way. Should you fail to guide me, I will have no choice but to dispose of you," Zhao Li responded, gesturing toward the street where the towering structure loomed. "A fall from such heights would undoubtedly be fatal. I know. I possess a map from before the apocalypse. I can guide you, and am aware of many areas where monsters roam at night and during the day," the old man hastily asserted, realizing the value he could offer. Previously, he had failed to kill his captors with his double-barreled shotgun. But now he recognized he had encountered formidable adversaries, either remnants of special governmental divisions from before the apocalypse or exceedingly nefarious forces. "Lead the way." Zhao Li turned and descended the stairs, while the old man was escorted down by the specialized clone. "Untie him," suggested one of the clones. As an S1 model, his intelligence was beyond question. Often, Zhao Li's experiences paled in comparison. Yet, these clones had their flaws, for their lifespan was a mere 35 years from birth to demise. Zhao Li saw no reason to object. It was entirely reasonable. Before long, a trio of individuals emerged, their heads bloodied and being relentlessly pursued by a pack of dogs. They appeared as if they had rolled in the dirt, their injuries evident as they fled from the relentless hounds. "Those are Blufong hounds. We must flee quickly. These dogs have an insatiable appetite for raw flesh and cannot be easily killed. Unless they are reduced to mush, they will recover almost instantly," the old man warned, glancing at the specialized clone beside him, who seemed even more monstrous than the pack of dogs. He had witnessed his own shotgun blast create a gaping hole in one of the hounds, only to see it heal almost immediately, an operation reminiscent of divine intervention. "Eliminate them," the S-model clone remarked, and the A-model clone beside him also drew a rifle, these weapons powered by nuclear energy, boasting the advantage of not requiring frequent core replacements, yet suffering the drawback of an extensive recharge time if the energy were to be entirely depleted. "Help us." A man, fleeing for his life, had barely uttered these words before an energy projectile obliterated his skull, causing his lifeless body to collapse to the ground, rolling a few times due to inertia before falling still. The remaining 4 individuals met a similar fate, swiftly dispatched, followed by a pack of dogs charging in. One by one, energy blasts exploded their heads, resulting in a grim scene on the ground, littered with a dozen dog carcasses and 5 human bodies. "You cannot kill," the elderly man declared with righteous indignation. "The coalition of all survivor cities has established a firm stance against murderers. Your actions jeopardize the future of humanity. I refuse to guide you. Vile wretch, let him see what true colors are," the S-model clone retorted. In response, a special clone beside the old man sprang into action, seizing the elder by the ankle and lifting him off the ground, while another hand clutched his thigh. As the elder attempted to scratch, he was restrained by two other clones, leading to inhumane torture as the bones in his thigh were mercilessly crushed, rendering him unconscious from the agonizing pain. Enough of this old man. He is of no further use. Let us end his life. The S-model clone observed with a frown at Zhao Li. The special clone hurled the elder into a nearby building and shot him with a rifle. The explosive bullet transformed him into a mere pile of flesh. Go capture 2 more individuals to guide us, Zhao Li commanded, and all the clones executed his orders without question. Obeying their commander was ingrained in the very essence of their genes, coupled with relentless brainwashing and physical training. Apart from a few rare dissenters who had been eliminated, the rest functioned like automata, serving their commander. After a wait of 5 or 6 minutes, the special clone returned with a pair of siblings. Quite young and seemingly unaware of the gravity of their situation. He knows where the Wuling building is. The special clone pointed to the brother, while the trembling sister hid behind him. The brother fixed his gaze on Zhao Li, as everyone awaited his command. Do you know? Zhao Li inquired bluntly. I do. But when we arrive, you must give me 5 pounds of food. Anything will do. The brother boldly extended 5 fingers towards Zhao Li. Zhao Li methodically bent each finger down, leaving only one standing. The brother believed Zhao Li intended to offer just 1 pound, only to be surprised when Zhao Li declared, if I can find it, I shall give you 100 pounds. A promise is a promise. The brother replied. Indeed, I am a man of my word. Zhao Li waved his hand, looking at the gathered crowd, who nodded eagerly in agreement. Meanwhile, the S-model clone produced corn tortillas obtained along their journey, handing them directly to the sister, a gesture that evidently eased the siblings' wariness. Though the city of survivors forbids any acts of murder, he, as an elder brother, is acutely aware that even within its confines, numerous lives are extinguished daily. The allure of profit tempts many, much like the current situation, an enticing promise of 100 pounds of sustenance. Should the other party honor their word, they could enjoy a life free from want. However, if they fail to uphold their commitment, they would end up like the corpses that litter the streets nearby. The consequence of refusing to lead would undoubtedly be dire. Standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, even he feels a sense of despair. The overwhelming force of his adversary is undeniable. Thus, he can only place his trust in Zhao Li, hoping that this time, he will uphold his promise. Chapter 162, Wuling Building under the guidance of the siblings. The group swiftly approached the vicinity of the Wuling building. However, the scene unfolding before Zhao Li's eyes rendered his expression rather grim. Surrounding the Wuling building were at least 500 portly zombies, each grotesquely swollen. These creatures possessed a highly corrosive blood and were infested with parasitic zombie worms, presenting quite a formidable challenge. Gazing at the distant horde of zombies, Zhao Li turned to the young boy beside him and pressed gently on his shoulder, inquiring, How do we handle these zombies? I'm not certain, the boy replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. I've seen these zombies a few times, but I don't know how to deal with them. Zhao Li could sense the trepidation reflected in the boy's eyes. 100 pounds of food. Are you attempting to deceive me? You clearly lack sufficient provisions, Zhao Li remarked incredulously. With so many zombies around, are you planning to feed me and my sister to them? Very well, Zhao Li said, patting the boy's shoulder. He retrieved a silver metallic shard from his waist and swiftly made an incision on the boy's wrist, allowing the shard to penetrate the wound as if it were alive. Almost instantaneously, the wound began to seal itself. This is a locator chip. You may move freely, and I will track you down. Do not attempt to remove it, for it will remain active and circulate within your bloodstream. Rest assured, I will honor my promise of 100 pounds of food. Now, hurry and leave, Zhao Li urged, signaling for them to depart as he prepared to attend to more pressing matters. As the siblings disappeared from his sight, the nearby clones began to arm themselves. It was essential to be equipped with powerful weaponry when venturing out to seek energy. At that moment, the large-scale conductive electric rod was put to use. The specialized clone rushed to the entrance of the Wuling building, swiftly placing the conductive rod on the ground. As the zombies entered its range, the rod suddenly illuminated with a yellow light, creating a disturbance in the surrounding space. The zombies exhibited severe signs of discomfort, gradually dissolving into a puddle of yellowish-brown flesh. In contrast, the specialized clone appeared to be suffering. Its muscles seemed to melt away, flesh cascading down to its legs, while the skin struggled to contain the flowing blood and tissue. Electric currents surged across the clone's body, but fortunately, the blue markings on its skin channeled the electricity, protecting it from harm. Nevertheless, the powerful effects of the magnetic field left it in considerable distress. Deactivate it, Zhao Li called from a distance, wary of approaching too closely. The sheer terror of such a wide-ranging weapon made him cautious. As a mere mortal, it was wise to tread carefully, for the consequences of carelessness could be dire. Once the specialized clone had laboriously deactivated the conductive rod, Zhao Li felt it was safe to approach with the other clones. This device is indeed remarkable, quite impressive. Zhao Li remarked, running his fingers over the conductive rod with a sense of nostalgia. He had encountered a similar, albeit more advanced, device in the past. One that could even eliminate more bizarre forms of zombies effortlessly. Let us proceed to search for the energy core, suggested one of the clones nearby. Indeed. It is said that this building was once the research facility of the future interstellar company, housing a colossal apocalypse stone beneath its surface. It is undoubtedly genuine. Go and retrieve it for me. Zhao Li suddenly recalled the introduction to the intelligent child and issued a command to the clone. As the clone entered, an arrow was suddenly shot towards Zhao Li. His combat suit instantly transformed, enveloped in shimmering silver armor, effectively blocking the incoming projectile. Roaring with excitement, a bald man, brandishing two small heads, tossed them to the ground and brazenly challenged Zhao Li. These were indeed the same two children who had fixated on him from the very beginning. Enraged by this realization, Zhao Li ceded. These wretched scoundrels were beyond redemption. Give me a reason to end your life. Zhao Li brandished his pistol at the bald man. No, I do not wish to engage you. On the contrary, I seek to collaborate with you. The bald man lowered his bow and cautiously approached Zhao Li. Collaborate with me? You consider yourself worthy? Zhao Li aimed at the man's thigh and fired, the sheer force shattering his leg. Ah, it hurts like hell, you bastard. The bald man drew a large revolver from his coat and aimed it at Zhao Li's head. With a thunderous impact, Zhao Li staggered back several steps, eventually leaning against a pillar before collapsing to the ground. The disorienting sensation in his head rendered him unable to focus, and his grip on the gun faltered. Fortunately, at that moment, the special clone appeared. Commander, the Apocalypse Stone has been secured. The special clone, clutching a metallic box, addressed Zhao Li with respect. Hand it over. Eliminate them all. Zhao Li pointed at the prostrate bald man. As you command. The special clone replied dutifully, extending the metallic box to Zhao Li. Just as Zhao Li reached out to receive it, the box suddenly tumbled to the ground, weighing at least 200 pounds. What a nuisance. Fortunately, the special clone did not hesitate. Retrieving a rifle from his back, he swiftly executed the bald man with a shot to the head. Chiogo is dead. Avenge Chiogo, a man shouted, and as the crowd surged forward, he retreated to the rear, only to be shot in the head before making it very far. What a joke. Attempting to escape is futile. They all must perish. After eliminating 20 humans, 7 more had already reached the side of the special clone. I'll slay you. One man, wielding a machete, lunged at the special clone, but a silver helmet materialized instantaneously, causing the blade to spark upon contact, leaving a dent in the machete. I'll stab you to the core. Another man thrust a dagger toward the special clone, managing to pierce through the helmet, striking the neck directly. In the midst of the other's terror-stricken gaze, he seized both individuals by their throats, exerting a fierce grip that swiftly dispatched them. Subsequently, he delivered a resounding slap to another's head, as if wielding a paddle to strike a melon, resulting in an instantaneous demise. For others, perceiving the dire situation, instinctively contemplated flight. The specialized clone pursued them relentlessly, capturing one by the back, tearing the flesh with a brutal grip, eliciting a harrowing scream of agony. Following this, he grasped the individual's head with his left hand, twisting it with such ferocity that the victim collapsed helplessly to the ground. Let them all perish, he declared, retrieving a slender box from his waist, from which a small needle shot forth with lightning speed, piercing the skulls of the remaining 3 in an instant. Chapter 163. The Annihilator. As the specialized clone eliminated all adversaries, a golden claw pierced through Zhao Li's chest. In disbelief, Zhao Li stared at the specialized clone before him. What was this creature doing? Was it truly attempting to kill him? How could this be possible? However, the clone offered no respite for Zhao Li to ponder this, seizing his head and repeatedly smashing it against a nearby column, blood splattering like dark blossoms. Realizing that events were unfolding even more favorably than anticipated, the specialized clone reveled in its triumph. Observing Zhao Li, battered and bruised, it was willing to expend further efforts. Commander, relinquish command to me. With a single hand, it hoisted Zhao Li aloft, his expression shifting from stoic to one of sheer hatred and terror, having endured unimaginable torment. Now thirsting for vengeance. What do you intend to do? Zhao Li inquired. What do you think? Surrender command to me. The specialized clone suspended Zhao Li in the air, its visage contorted with rage, revealing that its genetics were not as flawless as initially believed. Release the commander. The S1 model clone, accompanied by several others, emerged. Witnessing the specialized clone's grip on Zhao Li, they raised their weapons, aiming at the specialized clone. Ha ha ha, do you think I fear you? The specialized clone retorted. Do not mistake yourself for invincible. Eliminating you would be effortless. If you can be created, you can also be destroyed. The S1 model clone declared, loading a blue bullet into its firearm. The S1 model clone fired at the specialized clone, the blue projectile piercing its skin, swiftly causing the blue markings on its body to fade. Soon, it succumbed to weakness and dizziness, its right hand faltering in its attempt to grasp Zhao Li's throat, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Zhao Li, too, lay prostrate, having undergone a strenuous ordeal. "Commander, are you well?" The S1 model clone asked with concern, helping Zhao Li to his feet. "Fortunately, this creature needs to be dealt with. Finish it," Zhao Li directed, gesturing towards the unconscious specialized clone on the ground. Indeed, such weapons invariably possessed contingencies for control. Even escaping one's grasp to eliminate it would be a simple task. The S1 model clone, observing the fallen specialized clone, acted without mercy. From a small box, it extracted a gleaming silver metallic beetle, making a small incision on the clone's neck to insert the beetle. After a brief moment, the lifeless form withered entirely, and a plump blue beetle emerged from the wound. The S1 model clone, holding the beetle, returned it to the box, adhering to protocol. As this beetle was to be returned to the Thunder Beast base, where a new specialized clone would be manufactured. Once Zhao Li departed with the clones and the apocalyptic stone, the desiccated body suddenly began to tremble, rising to its feet. Its withered hands grasped the nearby bald corpse, blood flowing into its being, rejuvenating the lifeless form. The specialized clone was reborn. At this moment, he was devoid of the blue markings that once adorned his form, signifying the loss of his immortality. Without the enhancement of technology, how could a mere mortal body possibly defy death? Alas, the special clone sighed, left only with his undergarments, as his equipment had been taken away. Fortunately, his body had not been incinerated, otherwise he would have truly perished. How has this world transformed into such a state? The special clone despondently sat upon the nearby steps, the sky shrouded in gray, and all that met his gaze was ruin. He had been a pawn in the grand design, created to prevent the intelligence from erring. The world had not been obliterated by a virus. It had merely descended into a more dreadful existence. The intelligence had not activated. Instead, his consciousness had been infused into this unique clone. He was known as the Annihilator, a being destined to bring forth the end of days and usher in the twilight. Very well, let me bring this to a close. With that thought, the Annihilator rose to gather what useful items remained and set forth toward a nearby survivor city, in need of greater support. The previous commander was evidently not of good character. He resembled an alien invader from ancient times, having deceived humanity no longer, but rather grasping the current intelligence in his hands. Lacking sufficient strength, he had no intention of seeking out Zhao Li's misfortune. As the Annihilator passed by a building, a man appeared at the third-floor window. Thankfully, upon catching sight of the Annihilator, the man retreated, evidently perceiving that the 2.5-meter giant on the street was not his target. Although the man might possess more resources, the Annihilator could not contend with such a formidable opponent. Mishandling the encounter could lead to his own demise. However, the Annihilator was not inclined to let the man go. He entered through the staircase and directly approached the man's dwelling. The iron gate at the entrance proved utterly ineffective. Even without technological enhancements, his immense physique was undeniably that of a top-tier human. A mere gate was no obstacle. He swiftly smashed through the security door and entered the survivor's hovel, which resembled a heap of refuse. "What do you want?" the man asked, gripping an axe, visibly anxious. "No, I merely wish to borrow an item from you." The Annihilator shook his head, gesturing for the man to remain calm. "What have you set your sights on? Please, take it quickly." The man stepped back, indicating that the Annihilator should hasten his actions. "Then I thank you." The Annihilator rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the man's head. The man was sent crashing into the wall, the back of his skull making intimate contact with the surface, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. He was undeniably dead. A cannibal does not deserve to exist in this world. It is truly vile. The Annihilator wiped his fist, noting the blood that had clung to his hand from the brutal strike. He could hardly tolerate such deranged individuals, so he resolved to eradicate these flesh-eaters without mercy. Even artificial intelligence would undoubtedly issue the same directive. Such beings were far too terrifying, having transformed from human to monster, and more fearsome than any creature. Upon rummaging through the room, the Desolator indeed discovered a high-tech artifact, the Thunderstrike gloves. A pair of gray metallic gloves. They may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet they possess the formidable ability to unleash a staggering voltage of 5,000 volts. A single punch delivered with these gloves could prove fatal. However, these gloves require a password for activation. Otherwise, they remain nothing more than ordinary metal coverings. Fortunately, he possesses a modest proficiency in circuit repair, enabling him to bypass the security and utilize the gloves directly. Chapter 164. The Apocalypse Stone in a swift return to the base. Zhao Li placed the Apocalypse Stone within the energy core column. The immense energy it emanated promptly restored the nearby equipment to its normal functioning. This stone, a unique solid of energy brought by a cosmic meteorite long ago, could be modified to continuously release energy. Their exploratory fleet had been dispatched to trace the trajectory of this meteorite in search of the energy-rich planet. The base had completely liberated itself from the shackles of energy scarcity. Concurrently, the mechs and robots from the third level began to emerge onto the surface, numbering over 70,000, an invincible force. Thus, Zhao Li resolved to purge the entire region of zombies, while simultaneously employing intelligent management to unify the remnants of humanity. After all, a mere 80 years had passed, and many individuals would likely cooperate. For those who resisted, a plethora of firearms and electromagnetic weaponry would impart lessons in what true leadership entails. More than 2 years had elapsed since Zhao Li arrived in this world. Yet he still lacked command over the Star Fleet. The resurgence of human civilization was now imperative. This locale served as the ancient imperial base, where all surviving city lords of the empire congregated. Within the imperial territory, everything had been reclaimed by Zhao Li, and as long as there were no further airborne infections, societal collapse was an impossibility. Ah, how delightful it is to see you all. Humanity is on the brink of revival. Soon, we shall restore our former glory. Zhao Li proclaimed from the head seat of the hall, now the sovereign of the Yin Empire. The amalgamation of all survivor cities was about to commence. However, it was not long before someone stood to challenge him. None other than the first city lord to ally with Zhao Li, Lady He Jia. I have virtually nothing in this life, but at the very least, I retain a semblance of dignity. He Jia rose to address the assembly. Her city of survivors was small, and each individual endured great hardship. In a bid for their survival, she had made substantial concessions, allowing Zhao Li to become the singular leader, yet his actions had left her profoundly disillusioned. Zhao Li began, but He Jia interjected. No matter how mediocre I may be, I still hope that you can offer everyone a glimmer of hope for survival, yet I see none. Sacrifice is necessary. Zhao Li retorted, closing his eyes with a frigid demeanor, akin to unyielding ice. We strive for the future. Everything we do is for what lies ahead. And thus we must make sacrifices. Is that what you believe will compel everyone to serve you? To toil endlessly, barely fed and inadequately clothed? He Jia slammed her hand upon the table in fury, while the surrounding city lords cast incredulous glances at Zhao Li, clearly unable to accept such harsh demands for labor. I'm aware that life is currently arduous, yet humanity's renaissance must transpire more swiftly. This world is not yet fully subdued. We require greater strength to forge a more comfortable environment. We are not eternal. We shall all perish. A century hence, others will continue the mission. And I merely fulfilled my obligations, Zhao Li stated calmly. Can we not increase the food rations at this time? Inquired a lord. Not at present, but we may do so in the coming year. The yield of grain is a pressing concern. We lack superior seed varieties, and as the population grows, the food supply dwindles, Zhao Li responded. 12 hours of labor each day is truly tormenting. People are dying from exhaustion. I hope to see a reduction in working hours. An elder lamented, noting the increasing number of deaths attributed to overwork. This was merely a consequence of the scarcity of food during apocalyptic times, leaving many with lingering ailments that manifested under strenuous labor, ultimately claiming even the seemingly robust. That is impossible. All plans must be executed within the designated time frame. With no room for negotiation, Zhao Li retorted firmly, shortly thereafter announcing a significant decree. The entire ancient empire shall undergo a reorganization, comprising 1 large base city, 15 medium base cities, and 50 small base cities. Everyone must be diligent, Zhao Li proclaimed. This resembled a feudal division, with those present becoming the future lords of these base cities. Some lords began to harbor ulterior motives, while a few who had aligned with He Jia started to waver. Considering their positions as lords exempt from labor, their fates seemed detached from the burdens of the common folk. Perhaps establishing the base cities is unnecessary, He Jia sighed. Clearly disheartened, many among us are reluctant to work any longer, for they see no hope. This is dire, infinitely more severe than the apocalypse itself. Surviving that cataclysm was a testament to hope, yet this individual before us has stripped everyone of their aspirations, all for his so-called future. Absurd. He Jia's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hurled a cup from the table at Zhao Li's face, an act that caused many lords to blanch. Zhao Li now almost wielded total control over the ancient empire's bases, which had been the mightiest nation before the apocalypse. Thus, he possessed a vast arsenal of robots and cutting-edge technology. The notion that He Jia would assault him in this meeting was sheer folly. This thought echoed in the minds of all the lords, a commendable display of courage. However, the cup did not strike Zhao Li. A blue protective shield materialized around him, deflecting the cup harmlessly. Rising, Zhao Li conjured a silvery metallic thread that ensnared He Jia. You, ignorant, pitiful. I do not intend to kill you, simply observe. Zhao Li gestured, and a robot entered from outside, seizing the bound He Jia and escorting him away. The conference hall was now laden with an oppressive atmosphere, as everyone refrained from speaking further. The construction of the base city shall commence upon the completion of the restoration of the stellar energy base. At that time, numerous robots will assist in the building process, alleviating any concerns. The days ahead promise to be splendid, yet before such beauty can be embraced, we must first endure some hardships. Zhao Li gestured, and a projection materialized upon the ceiling, a conceptual blueprint of the base city. Visually striking, yet leaving a bittersweet taste in the mouths of some conscientious city lords. As the meeting concluded, an elderly man clad in tattered garments approached a young man and inquired, "Have you examined the blueprint closely?" The young man affirmed that the plan was indeed feasible, albeit requiring certain sacrifices. He found himself in agreement with Zhao Li's approach, recognizing that enjoyment often necessitates sacrifice. With a sigh, the old man seemed to have more to express but simply shook his head, muttering to himself as he departed from the young man's side, leaving the young man puzzled about the elder's intentions. Chapter 165. The assassination operation. He Jia found herself confined within the dim confines of an underground prison, the meager light casting shadows upon her visage, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery until a man arrived to deliver her meal. "You have come," He Jia uttered with a hint of melancholy, for she had acted with the interests of all in mind, yet found no ally in her sentiments. "I am here to bid you farewell," the man stated plainly as he placed the food before her. "I am not surprised, for there are always consequences to such actions. You do not hold me accountable for the troubles I have caused, do you?" He Jia inquired. "I, Zhao Li, am not of such petty disposition. Your intentions are not flawed. They simply do not align with the present circumstances," Zhao Li replied calmly, pouring a glass of wine for He Jia. "We have known each other for a while. 2 years ago, you sought my aid, and I welcomed you. Although we have encountered our share of minor conflicts since, they are trivial in the grand scheme." Zhao Li continued, observing He Jia drink the wine, which alleviated his concerns. "Once you finish this meal, you may leave with peace of mind," Zhao Li said, patting her shoulder before exiting the cell. "Never to be seen again," he remarked over his shoulder as he departed. The food was poisoned, as was the wine. Consuming either would inevitably lead to death. Shortly after Zhao Li's departure, He Jia expelled the meal from her system. In the wake of this, a prison guard released her chains and escorted her along a dark passageway to the surface, where 5 city lords awaited her arrival. City Lord He Jia, an elder greeted. "Having waited for some time, this operation has been executed with utmost caution, resulting in very few being privy to the details. Zhao Li will soon return to the base. By then, a dark gold assassin will be at his side, leaving us no opportunity to strike. Thus, we must eliminate him on his journey back," He Jia declared, recalling the formidable presence of the dark gold assassin, whose prowess rendered any confrontation futile. "However, a specialized clone accompanies him, complicating our approach," a young boy interjected. "Specialized clones have their flaws. Perfection is unattainable. I have devised a method to counter him," He Jia asserted, noting that while new specialized clones had been produced, their cardiac systems were plagued by significant issues, rendering them prone to collapse under intense combat. "Let us set forth," He Jia commanded. Once gathered atop a building, they were met by a small squad of soldiers clad in specialized uniforms, equipped and prepared. The Huajio reagent, a substance imbued with potent toxins, will induce paralysis in the optic and neural systems upon impact. Yet, this is not ideal for specialized clones, as their blue blood system allows for continued function. A child observed, watching as a soldier affixed a red drug capsule to the end of his weapon, marveling at the rarity of such an item, which signified considerable assurance in their endeavor. "Most importantly, we possess this, the frequency disruptor." He Jia took a black alloy arrow from the hands of a soldier. This was the crux of the operation, capable of severing communication between the special clones and robots within a 500-meter radius of the base, ensuring that no reinforcements would arrive. Otherwise, once the dark gold assassin appeared, everyone would meet their demise. Thus, they awaited the arrival of Zhao Li's vehicle as it passed by below. "Act now," He Jia commanded, and his soldiers immediately unleashed the alloy arrow towards the rear seat of the car. This arrow was not aimed at Zhao Li himself, but rather at the special clone beside him. For Zhao Li, the arrow would only induce nerve poisoning, as long as his head remained intact, even if it were severed. The base would be able to reattach it. The soldiers stationed below quickly surrounded the vehicle, while Zhao Li opened the door and unceremoniously tossed the nearly incapacitated clone onto the ground, leaning against the car door. Heijia observed Zhao Li with a smile, raising his rifle and firing a shot at Zhao Li's head. "How ruthless!" a child exclaimed, peering out the window at the blood hole that had appeared in Zhao Li's head, feeling a newfound respect for Heijia. "He is not dead yet. It seems this fellow is more formidable than expected," Heijia remarked, noticing the crimson patterns now surfacing on Zhao Li's body, in stark contrast to the nearly invisible blue patterns of the fallen clone. "Open fire," Heijia commanded the soldiers below. With the signal blocked, there was no way for Zhao Li to call for assistance. Even if he were invincible, could he truly survive being reduced to mere flesh? The overwhelming firepower severed Zhao Li's hands, but in a moment of urgency, deep red metallic armor materialized around him, rendering him immune to the onslaught. At that instant, a dark gold assassin appeared at the end of the street, its crimson probing eyes fixed on everyone present. Even Heijia felt a twinge of fear. The assassin was exceedingly agile. With little time for contemplation, the dark gold assassin lunged forward, its hands transforming into sharp spikes. In a mere 3 seconds, it reached Zhao Li, decapitating all soldiers on the street, their blood staining the ground. "Up above, come down," Zhao Li called out, lifting his gaze to those observing him. Heijia led the remaining men to the street, his eyes locking onto Zhao Li's, and a flicker of trepidation crossed his face. "You're still alive? I thought you would be dead by now," Zhao Li remarked with a cold smirk, aware that Heijia was still very much alive. "Thanks to your concern." "I am doing quite well," Heijia replied. "Ha ha ha, no matter. I'm not too worried, for you shall soon meet your end." Zhao Li pulled a handgun from the car, aiming it directly at Heijia. Bang! Zhao Li mimicked the sound of a gunshot, causing everyone's hearts to race. Before they could regain their composure, a real gunshot rang out, and the old mayor accompanying Heijia was instantly shot in the head, red and white matter splattering over everyone. "Ah, I'll take you down with me." A child brandishing a dagger rushed forward with fervor, prompting the dark golden assassin to spring into action, with a metallic hand unfurling. A surge of electricity swiftly incapacitated the child, followed by the extraction of a long blade from the assassin's back, delivering a fatal blow. This individual attempted to feign youthfulness, merely a near relative in his 20s, with a mind so dull it was utterly disconcerting. Zhao Li lifted the child's lifeless body, now devoid of any movement. "You are correct. Yet you have overlooked one crucial detail," Heijia calmly remarked. "What have I forgotten? Assist me in recollecting," Zhao Li retorted, exuding the demeanor of an audacious villain. Kaladi shot cannon. Heijia's right hand emerged from his attire, brandishing an oversized pistol aimed squarely at Zhao Li's chest. In an instant, an invisible force propelled Zhao Li backward, crashing him into the building behind, even sending the nearby dark golden assassin flying. Chapter 166. The rise of full 15 days had elapsed, with many city lords awaiting Zhao Li's awakening. Zhao Li lay upon a medical cot, clearly caught off guard by the previous ambush. The events of that fateful day were vividly etched in his mind. Every human present, including the specialized clones, had perished in an instant. Zhao Li's specialized protective armor had shielded him, absorbing a considerable amount of energy to safeguard his life. As Zhao Li opened his eyes, he noticed a clone clad in combat attire standing beside him. The raucous sounds from outside the door were incessant. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned 10 esteemed city lords who had been waiting outside to enter his chamber. "Esteemed lords," Zhao Li began, "I am Zhao Li, your commander. The recent events have left me astounded. Many harbor dissatisfaction towards my policies. However, I have no intention of altering them. Rest assured, I will not spare any participant in this affair. Of course, I do not intend to delve into any petty schemes that may have transpired." Zhao Li spoke with resolute authority, for sometimes an unwavering demeanor can instill confidence in all. "Commander, may I inquire as to the purpose of our summons?" One city lord questioned. "I shall be forthright. You are all aware of our current predicament. My condition is not optimal, and numerous projects remain under construction. Each of you possesses considerable manpower, yet even within our city, it proves insufficient. Hence, I plan to expand our reach, recruiting more survivors. Even beyond the confines of the ancient empire," Zhao Li articulated, probing their reactions. "Indeed, but the situation beyond the ancient empire is exceedingly complex, teeming with more aberrant creatures. We lack the strength to venture forth safely. Is there any strategy to circumvent this peril?" queried another city lord, adorned with an iron helmet. A military man by nature, he exhibited a fierce aggressiveness. Yet, he understood the dire threats that lay beyond. The efficacy of standard firearms seemed dubious, for wielding mere blades and clubs would surely lead to annihilation within 3 days. Thus, he yearned for more clandestine, advanced weaponry. "I have considered this scenario," Each team will be equipped with an M3 war mech, thereby enhancing our firepower whilst ensuring better communication with the base. Zhao Li outlined his strategy. This approach would not only facilitate exploration, but also serve to diminish the authority wielded by the city lords. Your commands shall be obeyed. One city lord bowed respectfully, and the others echoed their allegiance to Zhao Li's leadership. Excellent. Make arrangements for our departure tomorrow. Zhao Li commanded, rising with the assistance of the clone. At the window of the building, he beheld the bustling activity outside, envisioning a prosperous future. Should you have matters to attend to, you may take your leave. Zhao Li remarked. As the crowd began to disperse, only a young man remained standing in place. Zhao Li had not formed a strong impression of him. Although he seemed to have been introduced by Hejia, his absence during the assassination was quite remarkable. Fortunately, entry into the house was now subject to scanning, and the clone beside him possessed formidable combat abilities, rendering any attempt on Zhao Li's life futile. Why are you still here? Zhao Li inquired, turning to face the young man. I have a question to ask. Someone wishes to know an answer, the youth replied, shifting his gaze from the cup on the bedside to Zhao Li's face, his tone laden with gravity. Go ahead. Once you're done, you may carry on with your affairs. Zhao Li gestured dismissively, settling into a nearby wheelchair, as his left leg had yet to fully recuperate, making prolonged standing inadvisable. Did you ever have feelings for Hejia? The young man asked. Why pose such a childish question? Zhao Li chuckled lightly. Indeed, he had always treated Hejia fairly well. There had been numerous occasions where her defiance had gone unpunished. However, such behavior could hardly be construed as affection. A girl like her, so single-minded. It's merciful I haven't put an end to her yet. Had she not already met her demise, I would have shown no mercy. So, you do not harbor any fondness for her? The young man pressed. Precisely. Zhao Li replied coldly. Commander, I shall take my leave, the young man said. Having received his answer, but Zhao Li had no intention of allowing him to depart so easily. Stop, Zhao Li commanded, as the clone positioned itself to block the door, preventing the young man from exiting. May I ask? The youth began, but was interrupted by Zhao Li. Who prompted you to ask? Zhao Li demanded. Speak, Zhao Li ordered. Hejia, the young man answered. She is not dead? Zhao Li asked, puzzled. Many had conducted examinations that day. Hejia had bled from all orifices, her internal organs shattered, her bones pulverized. She had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, dying in a tragic manner. How could she possibly have survived without the base's medical facilities? Indeed, she has passed. This inquiry was simply something she dared not voice to you herself. So she sent me to probe for information. Regrettably, she departed without an answer, though I believe she was somewhat fortunate. At least she did not receive the cruel truth. The young man spoke with a hint of consolation, yet Zhao Li was far from pleased. Your answer is sincere, but I find it unsatisfactory. Zhao Li expressed his displeasure. That cannot be helped. It is merely the truth, the youth replied. You have feelings for her, Zhao Li asserted with unwavering certainty. The young man remained silent, which confirmed Zhao Li's suspicion. I imagine she must have spoken to you before taking action, Zhao Li remarked, but the youth continued to remain mute. Why did you not intervene? The robots found no evidence of your assistance, which implies you did not aid her. This leaves me perplexed, Zhao Li stated. Indeed. You are correct, he said, a sense of despondency evident in his youthful tone. Many remain oblivious, yet your words ring true. The decision made by Zhao Li was undeniably sound. Even the intelligence within the base found no fault to address. This was unquestionably the most expedient method to restore human civilization. Haha. Zhao Li doubled over in laughter, delighted by the presence of such a perceptive individual. You truly see things clearly. I must admit, I did not expect such insight from you. While I cannot guarantee that you will prosper alongside me, I can assure you that you will witness the era of revival. At that moment, I promise, your name shall be immortalized for generations to come. Zhao Li asserted with unwavering confidence. Chapter 167. Achievement. Everything proceeded smoothly. The revival plan was remarkably successful. However, Zhao Li found himself troubled by his deteriorating injuries, which showed no signs of improvement. In the end, as the sole commander witnessing the resurgence of human civilization, he departed from the land where he had exerted so much effort. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Li once again stood upon the water's surface, facing the same elderly man as before. This time, however, the old man's hands emanated a crimson glow, encasing a diminutive creature within a luminous red barrier. It's been a while. I didn't expect you to return so soon, the old man said cheerfully, devoid of any other sentiment. I'm so exhausted. May I rest here for a moment? Zhao Li inquired, settling onto the water's surface, weariness etched across his visage. Shall we attempt it once more? The old man tossed Zhao Li a lotus seed, placing the barrier into a vessel as he spoke. Never mind. My heart feels weary, and I lack the motivation. Zhao waved his hand dismissively, allowing himself to recline upon the water. Young man, you must possess vitality. Do not succumb to despair. The elder tirelessly encouraged him, placing the vessel into the mist and then sitting beside Zhao. I'm already over 300 years old, Zhao lamented. These 3 centuries have felt like a dream. At your age, even a slightly older turtle would surpass you. In any world you choose, you are merely a youth. So your journey is still long ahead, the old man replied. What is your name? Zhao asked. Emperor Bojio, the elder responded. You have been here for quite some time, I presume? Zhao remarked. Yes, indeed, so long that I have almost forgotten the passage of time. The old man gazed upwards at the sky. My tale is lengthy. If you are willing to listen, we can converse at length. The elder produced 2 plates of delicacies and a bottle of wine from the mist, and soon, a chilly table emerged before them, adorned with ice. Do share. One must be extraordinary to be here, Zhao exclaimed, invigorated, sitting cross-legged upon the water. The surname Emperor is not exceedingly rare, at least not in the void. However, it is tied to bloodlines. You may also be bestowed with the Emperor's surname, and then you will uncover its mysteries. It is quite simple, nothing convoluted. The higher the bloodline concentration, the greater your strength and status, and you will eventually feel the power bestowed by the Emperor, the old man reflected. And what is your bloodline concentration? Zhao inquired. 50%, the elder replied. You must be remarkably powerful then, Zhao said, grabbing a handful of peanuts, consuming one. Almost immediately, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of splitting apart. The old man gently patted Zhao on the back, helping him to regain composure. What is this? So pungent, Zhao exclaimed, pointing at the peanuts as he sensed a significant enhancement in his spirit. This is the exquisite fruit of the realm, an explosion of flavor amidst the few wonders in this hell, the old man remarked. By the way, what abilities does your bloodline possess? Zhao inquired. I possess no abilities, I am rather unique. My other half's bloodline is in conflict with the imperial lineage, rendering me devoid of any powers under normal circumstances. The old man waved his hand dismissively and poured himself a cup of wine to savor. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss. Your words leave me somewhat perplexed. Could you enlighten me about what lies beneath the water? Zhao was reluctant to delve into the old man's ancient tales, sensing that they hinted at deeper, more enigmatic matters. If he were to listen, he feared he might become ensnared. If you wish not to hear, so be it. As for what lies beneath the water's surface, even without my words, you can perceive the situation below. That realm is the true abyss. Even those with celestial abilities cannot escape its grasp. The waters harbor an eternal curse, rendering souls immobile. Souls submerged in these waters, even after millennia, find it arduous to be completely obliterated, enduring the torment of suffocation, the old man declared after sipping his wine. That is exceedingly cruel, Zhao exclaimed. Indeed, it is harsh. However, you were destined to undergo a trial. Encountering me makes you remarkably fortunate to sit before me. The old man replied. I refuse to believe that a mere mortal, not yet 3 centuries old, could withstand such torment. I am not one to wreak havoc upon the world, Zhao retorted, though inwardly he acknowledged the truth of the matter. Your conduct is quite wicked. According to the rules of the Broken Star Ring, all beings must not disrupt the world. And you, my young friend, have shown a blatant disregard for these rules, which is why you find yourself here, the old man said with disdain. All deities resist those who would recklessly destroy the fabric of existence, though some may covertly employ their demigods to enact such chaos. Thus, it is not uncommon for the thief to cry out against theft. Spare me. I have encountered many gods, and many engage in far more extravagant antics than I. Zhao retorted indignantly. You are merely their scapegoat, so consider yourself unfortunate. The old man said with piercing clarity. Now that I have come to a realization, do you think I can return? Zhao asked. Return where? The old man appeared momentarily bewildered, struggling to grasp Zhao's intent. Back to the Broken Star Ring, Zhao clarified. You have already returned. That world is part of the Broken Star Ring's domain. You simply met your demise without ever stepping outside, the old man explained after a moment of contemplation. Can you allow me to live a while longer so I may escape? Zhao pleaded. I cannot. The old man smiled faintly, reclining as a backrest emerged from the swirling waters behind him. Why not? Zhao asked. This is beyond my control. Your journey ahead is still long, and I am filled with anticipation for your future. Henceforth, the path must be traversed by you alone. The system within you has been disabled, but should you manage to locate your remains, a reboot may be possible. Nevertheless, I fear this may not bode well. Thus, every decision rests upon your shoulders. The old man spoke in a rambling manner before rising and walking toward the horizon. Where to? Farewell for now. Do not forget that a girl awaits your return, echoed the old man's voice from afar. Zhao Li found himself enveloped by a white mist. With only a half plate of peanuts and a half plate of greens remaining on the table, while the bottle of liquor had been taken by the old man. Who was that girl? Zhao Li pondered, though such thoughts were futile at this moment. He retrieved a lotus seed from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Chapter 168. Sword and magic. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a corner of a street, with memories flooding into his mind, both his own and those of a wretched soul long deceased. Alas, this body once belonged to a novice swordsman, who, during a fierce altercation, had his tendons severed. Having squandered all his wealth, he could barely stand, now relying solely on the sword in his hand to maintain order in this magical marketplace, eking out a meager living through the preservation of peace. His hands were strong, and a peculiar current flowed within him. This was the source of a swordsman's power, the very essence of his soul. Yet at this moment, the energy could no longer reach his feet, resulting in a significant disparity between the strength of his hands and that of his legs. Even as a novice, his combat prowess barely eclipsed that of an apprentice swordsman. Qiu Deli, a man clad in tattered garments, squatted before Zhao Li, clutching a piece of black bread. He looked at Zhao Li sprawled on the ground and broke off half to hand to him. "Are you a novice swordsman?" he rasped, shoving a small piece of the bread into his own mouth, his voice hoarse. "Philly, why do you say that?" Zhao Li replied, drawing a small dagger from his belt, the pale blue energy of his sword's source shimmering upon it. Only those of novice rank and above could harness such energy, which was not limited to sword power. Each individual possessed unique energy manifestations. Indeed, I've taken on a job to gather red meat fruits from the wild boar woods outside our flower autumn town. Philly rubbed his palms together, feeling the chill of the autumn air. Though his attire was not overly thin, he still felt the cold. "Very well," Zhao Li responded, considering the reliability of Philly's original memories. However, it was evident that this man was exceedingly inept. At 35, he was still merely a second-tier apprentice spearman. That said, he seemed likely to achieve third-tier apprentice status in his lifetime, though advancing to a novice spearman was a distant dream. Philly had 5 children at home, and without his robust physique working 3 jobs, he would struggle to feed them, leaving him no choice but to persist until he could finally break through to 5th tier. Red meat fruits are a favorite of wild boars. There will surely be wild boars near the thorny bushes. "It may not be safe for the 2 of us to go," Zhao Li cautioned. "Rest assured, Qiu Deli, everything is already arranged. Remember to come on a cloudy day. And do not slack off," Philly replied before retreating into the house beside Zhao Li. He was a collector of various materials, well known among the street's inhabitants for his penchant for kickbacks, yet he also offered fair prices without deliberately undercutting sellers. "All right, who do you plan to bring along?" Zhao Li inquired. While the value of red meat fruits was not particularly high, finding a whole patch could yield a substantial fortune, a venture that Qiu Deli had undertaken many times before. Previously, the archer Lu Wu and he Dachui, the son of the blacksmith from the eastern part of the city, seemed quite reliable to me. They are honest and do not betray their comrades. All you need to do is keep an eye out for the red-haired boar, Faley remarked. The flesh of the red-haired boar is considered a source material. Wild boars that frequently consume certain substances may undergo mutations, occasionally transforming into red-haired boars. These semi-monster creatures possess combat abilities comparable to those of a third-tier apprentice warrior, representing the most balanced among apprentices. Without Qiu Deli, encountering such a red-haired boar would leave one unable to flee. One would be directly bitten and devoured by the beast. Semi-monster red-haired boars, in contrast to their herbivorous counterparts, have a distinct preference for meat. The blacksmith's son is not suitable. Zhao Li interjected decisively. "Why? Does he hold a grudge against you?" Faley inquired. "That fellow sold him a short sword for 200 copper coins. How could I allow him to profit?" Zhao Li replied, harboring no fondness for the miserly individual, possibly due to Qiu Deli's previous financial constraints. "Very well. For the sake of Lord Qiu Deli's good spirits, I shall find you a companion who will bring you comfort," Faley declared. Qiu Deli shared a close relationship with him. They frequently lent each other money, often for the sake of Faley's children needing funds for their education. The tuition for 5 children weighed heavily on Faley, who understood the burdens of middle age. Thus, he occasionally resorted to usury. Had it not been for Qiu Deli's timely assistance, he might have lost both hands. Both understood the unspoken agreement regarding usury. In times of need, Qiu Deli would also borrow, but he would only repay the principal, disregarding any accruing interest. In the quaint town of Huqiu, only a select few possessed source power as a formidable swordsman. Few would dare oppose Qiu Deli over a handful of copper coins. Most would simply consider him a friend or address him respectfully, suggesting that with the current lack of funds in the treasury, it would be prudent to wait until next week to collect the money before lending it to him. As night fell, upon Zhao Li's return home, The creaking of the dilapidated wooden door echoed through the air. He struck a match to ignite the solitary oil lamp resting on the table. Within this 10-square-meter abode, there lay but a bed, a table, a chest, and an elevated clay pot. He retrieved a small bowl, its edge chipped, and poured a yellow-brown medicinal liquid from the pot, though it offered little aid to his legs. Hudeli believed that perseverance would lead to recovery, thus he devoted most of his earnings to purchasing medicine, to the point that even Baron Shala found his behavior somewhat eccentric. All the stalls on this street belonged to Baron Shala. As a bastion noble without a fief, possessing an entire street was a considerable fortune, ensuring he would not perish from hunger. Hudeli, here is your wage for today from the master. A servant entered from outside, placing a small cloth bag on the table before turning to leave. Upon inspecting the bag, he discovered a total of 75 small copper coins, a sum attributed to his status as a novice swordsman, as someone like Faley, who worked part-time guarding the street, earned only 10 copper coins a day. Currently, flour costs merely 6 small copper coins per pound. Originally, Hudeli could have lived quite comfortably, yet his existence remains exceedingly frugal. Zhao Li sighed, placing the copper coins into the box, which still contained the remaining 36 coins. Despite the dilapidated state of his home, it was unlikely that any thieves would dare to intrude. Those who attempted such folly would inevitably face a grim fate, apprehended by Hudeli and stripped of all their possessions, with the possibility of facing execution without mercy. Even as a novice swordsman, he had begun to relish the privileges granted by the Empire to the strong. Lying on a somewhat rigid bed, he covered himself with a patchwork quilt, feeling the fierce winds outside. Zhao Li instinctively drew in his neck, seeking solace in the scant warmth that remained. Within him, the source of his sword energy began to circulate, generating heat to sustain the comfort of his makeshift cocoon. Chapter 169. The outskirts. Upon arriving outside Huqiu town, Zhao Li discovered that Faley and the other two had already gathered. Lu Wu was unable to attend due to other commitments, but his brother, Lu Xuanda, was present as an apprentice crossbowman. The leader of the 6th Street Guard, Dunky, a third-tier apprentice warrior, was also introduced. Just as Faley was about to introduce Zhao Li, he was interrupted by Dunky. Hudeli, I hold you in great admiration. You are a formidable warrior, Dunky exclaimed, which left Lu Xuanda somewhat astonished. Do not dwell on such trivial accolades. Let us set off at once, Zhao Li urged, as he was being compensated daily, earning 25 small copper coins for the morning alone. If they delayed until afternoon, he would receive an additional 50 coins. And this expedition promised far more than just 25 coins. Very well, let us hasten. The thicket of red meat fruits is not far. We can reach it in half an hour, Faley stated. Thus, they arrived at a patch of thorns, where wild boar could be seen in the distance, and a few red meat fruits hung from higher branches, though they appeared scarce. Is this truly all there is? Dunky complained. You fail to understand. If we venture deeper, there will be fewer wild boars, and beneath the thicket, we might find red meat fruits that they cannot access. We should be able to gather at least 50 pounds this morning, Faley replied, visibly excited. The market price for red meat fruits ranged from 150 to 200 copper coins per pound, and he intended to sell them at the higher price. According to their plan, each person could earn 2,500 copper coins, a substantial sum, though this bounty only occurred once a year. Be cautious, Lu Xuanda exclaimed as he reached for his bag to collect the red meat fruits, spotting a red-haired boar glaring at them. He quickly alerted the others. Discovered so swiftly. Prepare for combat, Zhao Li declared, drawing a long sword from his waist. This blade, forged from cold iron, was ideally suited for his sword energy flow and had been a gift from a wealthy merchant upon his ascension to junior swordsman. Valued at over 300 silver coins, a qualified swordsman would never abandon their sword, even in death. Fire an arrow at it, Zhao Li instructed Lu Xuanda, who promptly readied his crossbow, aiming at the menacing red-haired boar concealed among the bushes. With a swift twang, the mechanism released, and a bolt struck the red-haired boar, blinding its left eye with tremendous force. The injured boar charged forth from the underbrush, barreling toward Lu Xuanda. Load another arrow, Zhao Li commanded, and his sword emitted a faint azure glow. Although subtle, it filled the three present with envy. This was the mark of a true warrior. The possession of such energy not only signified strength, but also promised an extension of life, an enticing prospect. Yet the transition from apprenticeship to junior status was fraught with challenges. The oncoming red-haired boar possessed astonishing strength. Naturally, Zhao Li would not foolishly engage it head-on. Instead, he deftly evaded its charge, wielding his sword to sever its forehoofs. The once imposing red-haired boar, now incapacitated, rolled helplessly on the ground, crashing into a small tree and breaking its trunk, resulting in a grievous injury to itself. Its single remaining eye fixed intensely upon the onlookers, yet at that moment, it had no ability to resist. Lu Xuanda was about to raise his crossbow to shoot, but was halted by Fei Li. No need to waste arrows. This beast is doomed. I shall finish it off directly. Fei Li thought with a sense of glee. The boar weighed at least 300 pounds, and being a semi-magical beast, its meat was far more valuable than ordinary pork, a veritable windfall. However, according to their prior agreement, this boar would belong to Zhao Li. After the red-haired boar was slain, the group set about filling their prepared sacks with the red fruit found among the thorns, a fruit reminiscent of hawthorn but with a meaty texture. Perhaps the boar's penchant for this fruit explained its addiction to meat, as such creatures exhibit no restraint. Once the group had gathered a sufficient bounty, Fei Li emerged last from the thicket, his clothes marred by numerous punctures from thorns and a faint scratch gracing his face. Nonetheless, he was exceedingly pleased with their haul. Together, they had amassed approximately 80 pounds, a considerable yield. We must drag this boar out. It will fetch a handsome sum, Fei Li exclaimed, gesturing towards the already deceased beast. However, its hefty frame proved too burdensome for any single individual, prompting Fei Li and Donkey to construct a makeshift stretcher to carry it out of the woods. Upon successfully reaching the town, Fei Li took charge of the remaining tasks, as he was well-versed in local dealings and enjoyed the trust of his companions. They settled at a stall to enjoy their midday meal. Once they finished, Fei Li approached the group with 4 bags of coins. 80 pounds of red fruit totals 1,600, that's 400 each. As for the red-haired boar, it sold for 3,600. With Brother Chioda Li receiving 3,000 and the rest of you 200 each, he announced, presenting the largest pouch to Zhao Li. Inside were 4,000 small copper coins, equivalent to 400 large copper coins. While it appeared substantial, it was merely a modest sum. Brother Chioda Li contributed the most effort, making this distribution entirely fair. Donkey remarked, seemingly adept at flattering. I shall take my share. This money will allow me to open a small shop, Zhao Li declared as he collected his portion. A shop? Fei Li perked up at the prospect. Indeed. I plan to open a bakery, Zhao Li replied. A bakery won't do. Currently, bread is not favored by adventurers. Dried meat is what truly sells well, Fei Li cautioned. Fei Li remarked that Huqiu Town has always been a haven for adventurers, and it is precisely for this reason that it has flourished. The nearby wild boar woods entice various mercenaries and adventurers seeking fortune, as the likelihood of encountering those dreadful magical beasts in the vicinity is exceedingly low. It seems that funds remain insufficient. However, this is of little concern. I shall borrow 3,000 from the old rogue on Xihua Street. Zhao Li thoughtfully proposed a rather sensible plan. Fei Li was aware that the old rogue, as the leader of the gang on Xihua Street, would have no difficulty parting with 3,000 copper coins. Nonetheless, with Zhao Li now enjoying a steady income, it would likely become challenging for him to venture out with Fei Li in the future. The matter of providing for the family would still pose a problem. And without a formidable ally like Chiu Deli, encountering a red-haired boar might leave one of them severely incapacitated. Chapter 170. Inspiration. As night enveloped the world, Zhao Li lay upon his bed, succumbing to slumber. In his dreams, he beheld a magnificent blue whale, an ethereal beauty that captivated his very essence. He drifted alongside the whale, immersed in the dreamscape, while all creatures around retreated, mesmerized by the soothing azure glow emanating from the majestic creature. In that moment, it felt as though this was his rightful place. In stark contrast to this dream, blue threads of light cascaded from the beams above, coalescing into a faintly visible iron door that melded into the rafters. Zhao Li's breath grew stronger, and the source energy within him began to surge violently. The lingering injuries on his feet, long obstructed, were now fully healed, and the years of limitation were lifted as his feet received the rejuvenating power of source energy once more. In the dream, Zhao Li perched upon the whale's back, gazing at the wondrous expanse that unfolded before him. Schools of small, luminous fish darted past, and suddenly, he espied a small island. An anomaly that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. It was utterly surreal. The trees and earth appeared synthetic, betraying the very essence of existence. The whale gently deposited Zhao Li upon the island, and as he slid down its back, he traversed through the verdant forest, passing through trees as though they were mere illusions. It was a remarkable experience, as if he were not bound by the same dimensions as the flora surrounding him. What's caught your eye? A child abruptly materialized before Zhao Li, seated upon a floating tapestry. I'm speaking to you, the child exclaimed. I understand. It's just the two of us here. I assent it? Zhao Li replied, glancing around. He touched a tree trunk, feeling the authentic texture of its bark. Everything had transformed into reality since the child's arrival. Don't lecture me about dreams or illusions. The child waved dismissively, clearly unimpressed by Zhao Li's naivety. I prefer brevity. Let us cut to the chase. Your incessant chatter is quite tiresome. With a flick of his wrist, a series of blue runes appeared before Zhao Li. Runic mastery. the child declared, as the runes surged into Zhao Li's body. Countless symbols whirled within him, causing a disarray that left him unable to maintain his composure. Ultimately collapsing onto the island's surface, Zhao Li gleaned insights into numerous source energy techniques, experiencing a transformation from a novice swordsman into something akin to a sorcerer. The source energy began to flow through his uniquely formed patterns, culminating in a formidable release of destructive power. Within this dream realm, he rediscovered a long-forgotten strength, reminiscent of divine energy. Strange formations composed of source energy hovered around him, and suddenly, one of these formations activated, unleashing a bolt of lightning, striking the child and rendering his figure somewhat insubstantial. "This is rather unstable. That poses a problem," the child remarked with frustration. "Such a fool. He truly lacks understanding. Locate. Establish a stable void. Forge an immortal physique. Load the superbrain." In an instant, both the child and the atmosphere became remarkably stable. "Let me take a look. After all, it's not every day one visits this place," the child remarked, and without hesitation bound Zhao Li with blue silk threads. Quite a twist indeed. How could he be sealed? Such excess. This clear soul surely possesses some significance, but alas, it can only be so. Eternal divine power? If this entity becomes part of you, you are doomed. The child noticed the eternal mark on Zhao Li, a consequence of the eternal bond talent. It allows one to feel the presence of the other at all times. Perhaps it will only vanish when the other is utterly obliterated. Love, perhaps. After months. He has already lived over 3 centuries. The 7 emotions and 6 desires seem to be gradually dissipating within Zhao Li. Is this the nature of divinity's encroachment? Is loving someone too hasty? Kid, no one can judge your decision as right or wrong. Not even I. It is the path you have chosen, the child said with a malicious glee, showing no sign of counsel. For true masters, all thoughts are merely transparent. Zhao Li's current ideas are quite naive. Yet he is fortunate to have avoided the dilemma of choices. All right, I have released the bindings on you, though I made a slight alteration. The child extended his right hand, indicating a minuscule distance, and promptly handed a cup of blue juice to Zhao Li. Drink. You have harmed the wandering souls in the murky hell. Your memories are beginning to fade. This soul-replenishing brew can mend the essence you lost in hell, the child explained. Zhao Li took a sip and nearly retched. It tasted as though it had been steeped in the foulest of sewers for a month. What is this flavor? He gasped. Nearly choking. The taste was truly overwhelming. Haha. Indeed, the flavor is somewhat lacking, but it is undoubtedly superb, the child said with a nonchalant grin. As if to say this was the most economical option. Is this truly something a human can drink? Zhao Li inquired, holding the cup towards the child. To be precise, this is a beverage meant for the flower-backed insect emperor. In a sense, it is indeed not for human consumption. However, from the perspective of the insect emperor, it is an exquisite tonic, and its effects are exceptional. Do you know how arduous it was to get you to drink it from your dreams? The child's expression was one of deep indignation, rich in emotion. Very well. Zhao Li could only acquiesce. He felt the hell's influence weighing upon him. Each entry seemed to erode fragments of his memory, and soon he might forget his very identity, akin to those criminals submerged in water, struggling only by instinct. As everything would be ground to dust. How can one eliminate the divine influence upon oneself? Zhao Li inquired after finishing the vile concoction, feeling utterly wretched yet desperate to pose the question. The divine essence is not the issue. The problem lies within you, the child approached, extending a finger. Instantly, faint gray runes appeared on Zhao Li's chest, interwoven with threads of various colors. Behold, if one's emotions run too deep, the runes cannot coalesce. And thus your divinity shall remain uncrafted, the child remarked. However, should you be devoid of emotions, even as a deity, you would be as good as lost. The reasons are self-evident, and you can surely perceive them. As for how to circumvent this, I shall not enlighten you. This is a matter for personal discovery, lest it prove futile. Having spoken, the child clasped their hands behind their back and began to walk away, their form gradually dissipating into the ether. What is your name? Yuan. Chapter 171. Intermediate swordsman. After the children departed, Zhao Li awoke, pushing open the door to be greeted by the sun's rays shining directly upon his face. It was already noon, and recalling the tasks he had yet to accomplish, he hurried to West China Street to borrow money from the old rogue. The atmosphere on West China Street had always been notorious, filled with numerous gambling establishments, a lucrative domain for the old rogue, bringing in a considerable sum daily. Which was indeed enviable, for one must understand that cultivation also demands financial resources. The liver cannot compare to the European, and the European cannot hold a candle to the investment. Upon entering the largest casino, Zhao Li was slightly dismayed by the oppressive atmosphere within. However, recognizing that this was the livelihood of others, and that he was merely there to borrow money, he deemed it unnecessary to create trouble. Master Chiu, long time no see. A diminutive figure with a pockmarked head approached, flanked by two imposing bodyguards. I am here to see the old rogue, Zhao Li stated. The rogue is not here today. He has gone to Lang City. However, before he departed, he instructed me to prepare 3,000 copper coins for you, Master Chiu, just in case you were in need. The little man said respectfully, clearly familiar with Chiu Deli. 3,000 is insufficient, Zhao Li replied. How much does Master Chiu require this time? The little man asked cautiously as a provocatively dressed woman appeared by their side. 10,000. Zhao Li extended a finger. 10,000? Master Chiu. It's not that our establishment is unwilling to lend you such an amount, but we simply do not have that much liquidity available, the woman interjected. A sum of 10,000 copper coins was no trivial matter. Regardless of Zhao Li's ability to repay, the interest on such a loan would be exorbitant, thus leading to a polite refusal. Zhao Li's aura began to emanate, with a faint blue source energy enveloping him, leaving everyone astounded. I just broke through to the rank of an intermediate swordsman yesterday, and today I find myself in the mood to open a jerky shop. If the old rogue is absent, then so be it, Zhao Li declared, intending to leave, only to be intercepted by the woman. We must certainly accommodate Master Chiu's enthusiasm. Even in the absence of the rogue, we will ensure you receive the 10,000. Otherwise, if the rogue learns that Master Chiu's spirits were dampened due to a lack of funds, our establishment would face repercussions. The woman's demeanor transformed, her smile becoming warm and inviting. Indeed, the little man chimed in. A flow of 10,000 copper coins is considerable, Zhao Li remarked pointedly. What are you suggesting? You wish to open a shop, and 10,000 is rather paltry, the woman responded. Little man, bring Master Chiu 15,000. Right away. The little man hurried off to fetch the money, leaving the woman to converse with Zhao Li, seated on a chair on the second floor. Zhao Li listened to the clamorous voices of gamblers below. I wonder what Master Chiu plans to do next. The woman inquired, handing Zhao Li a glass of dark beer. In such a casino, there were no particularly refined beverages, but this dark beer was fairly decent, especially at 80 copper coins a glass. First, I will open a jerky shop, and then I shall visit the academy in Donghua County to seek employment. After all, I have been idle for 5 or 6 years. It is rather unrealistic to compete fiercely with others, Zhao Li remarked. Although he has now reached the rank of intermediate swordsman and possesses a new method of utilizing his source power, he must exercise caution if he intends to depart from this world. For an intermediate swordsman to engage recklessly is tantamount to courting death. After conversing for a while, Zhao Li emerged from the casino with a pouch of silver coins. The sky was just right, the sun not overly harsh. Just as he was about to return to the Baron to purchase a storefront, a young man on horseback charged towards him. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. This statement was not directed at Zhao Li, as it would have been too melodramatic. The whip struck the destitute man who stood before the horse, sending him flying. However, the young man showed no intention of halting. His next lash was aimed at Zhao Li, an affront that could not be tolerated. Thunder. A peculiar blue array materialized before Zhao Li, and bolts of lightning, as thick as a finger, erupted forth, striking the young man down. The overwhelming current instantly dispatched him, perhaps due to his inherent weakness. You have killed young Master Lan. A terrified servant trailing behind the young man exclaimed. Seize him. A more astute servant suggested, promptly retreating. They could attempt to apprehend someone. But it certainly could not be him. This man had just effortlessly slain their young master. Killing these servants would be a trivial task. What is this? Is this the best you can do? Zhao Li declared, incapacitating all who dared to approach with a mere strike, capturing the last servant who had hidden in the back. Who is this young Master Lan? Zhao Li inquired. Young Master Lan is the legitimate heir of the Lan family in Lang City. You have killed him. The Lan family will not let this go unpunished. The servant, trembling in fear, nearly wet himself. To the devil with you. I care not for your lineage. Zhao Li retorted, throwing the servant onto a nearby rooftop with force and then brushing off his hands, ready to depart the town. In accordance with the power dynamics of this world, prominent families within such cities typically possess high-ranking professions. In the capital or royal city, one would find the world's most formidable practitioners. Engaging in direct confrontation at this moment feels somewhat daunting. It is prudent to pack up and flee. As for opening a shop, perhaps not. County City? Forgive me, I have decided to wander the world for a while. After hastily gathering his belongings and taking his cold iron sword, he borrowed a horse from the carriage house and swiftly exited the town. It was unwise to linger here. Having slain the heir meant that Zhao Li would surely be pursued for retribution, making flight imperative. While riding along the road, Zhao Li felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to settle into a peaceful life, only to find himself once more in a desperate escape. It was not until deep into the night that he stumbled upon a tavern on the outskirts. Owner, Food and lodging, Zhao Li exclaimed as he pushed the door open. However, upon uttering these words, he sensed something amiss and was about to retreat when a powerful force drew him inside. What may I serve you, esteemed guest? A woman at the counter inquired, her eyes glued to the abacus, not bothering to look up at Zhao Li. Bring me some food. And also a room for the night. Zhao Li remarked that the atmosphere here was rather dark and eerie, causing his heart to race incessantly, which was undoubtedly an ominous sign. There was nothing but white bread and fruit wine to consume, and as for the rooms, they were uniformly priced at 30 copper coins per night, totaling 106 copper coins. The woman informed him. To which Zhao Li promptly retrieved his pouch and counted out the appropriate amount, handing it over to her. While seated, awaiting his meal, the server had yet to appear when 7 individuals entered the establishment. It was evident that these 7 were not acquainted, as they promptly divided themselves into 2 tables, casting wary glances around the room. However, when the server finally emerged, everyone collectively held their breath. Chapter 172. The eerie feast of food has arrived. The waiter announced with a smile, yet his mouth was grotesquely split open, revealing sharp fangs that instilled a sense of foreboding in Zhao Li. He placed a loaf of white bread on the table, accompanied by a platter of beef, and poured fruit wine into Zhao Li's bowl before departing to attend to the other 2 tables. Uncertain of the guest's desires, the waiter approached a table where 3 individuals sat. What do you have? Inquired an elderly man. How about sot ed human liver? The waiter replied with a sinister grin. Excellent. Let us have a plate to sample. The accompanying woman said languidly, seemingly unfazed by the ominous suggestion. Then I shall borrow your liver, the waiter declared, extending his sharp claws and plunging them directly into the woman's abdomen. You wretch! How dare you strike again? The elderly man erupted in rage, summoning a powerful crimson energy that clearly surpassed Zhao Li's capabilities. Cackling, the waiter's form appeared to waver as the red energy surged through him, toppling the chair beside Zhao Li. It hurts. It hurts terribly. The chair suddenly spoke, launching a wooden spike towards the elderly man. Monster! The patrons at another table also rose in outrage, a middle-aged man breathing forth flames, yet they extinguished before reaching the chair. I had presumed you all were here for a meal, but it appears you've come to challenge me. Then I shall ensure you remain. The landlady seized her abacus and crushed it with ferocity, beads scattering to the ground and transforming into more waiters. Kill them all, she commanded, striding towards Zhao Li's table, where the previously toppled chair righted itself. Seated upon the chair, the landlady regarded Zhao Li and inquired, Do you mind if I take a sip? Zhao Li glanced at her finger pointing towards the bowl of fruit wine and nodded eagerly, sensing that this individual was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the 7 nearby were being mercilessly beaten by a horde of waiters, while an invisible barrier seemed to envelop Zhao Li, repelling the residual shockwaves of the ensuing chaos. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, the landlady remarked. Is that so? How fortuitous, Zhao Li replied, his mouth full of bread. I believe you're indeed him. The landlady suddenly produced a small knife, driving it straight into the beef. Ha ha ha, I have never seen you before. How could I possibly know you? Zhao Li responded with a grin. Let that be, look over there. Following the direction indicated by the landlady, a waiter opened his gaping maw and bit off half of a man's head. By the heavens! Zhao Li gasped, rising to his feet, gripping his longsword tightly. Ha ha. The landlady summoned dark red energy, transforming it into a thread aimed directly at Zhao Li's forehead. A blue, mysterious formation materialized before Zhao Li, effectively blocking the advancing thread. There is indeed something here, but if that is all you possess, then today shall be most unfortunate for you. The proprietress chuckled, as slender strands of dark crimson threads emerged from the ground, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black mist. Poisonous. A middle-aged man clutched his nose and collapsed to the floor, followed by a dark crimson phantom that emerged from within his body, causing others to fall one after another. The threads pierced Zhao Li's skin. She spoke the truth. His methods were utterly inadequate for resistance, leaving him no time to develop. Cursed fate. The meridians within him had been entirely penetrated by the threads, draining his internal source power completely. You remain unchanged, merely too feeble. Thus, I shall let it be. The proprietress declared, her form beginning to shift as a colossal monster materialized before Zhao Li, eyes filled with disdain. A massive eye protruded from the creature's abdomen, fixing its gaze upon Zhao Li, who then felt her body flow into the monster as if it were water. Zhao Li found herself in a dimly lit space, surrounded by countless phantoms floating ominously in the air. This place is not suitable to linger. Guided by instinct, she sprinted towards a certain direction, seemingly unnoticed by the spirits along her path, prompting her to increase her speed. However, upon arrival, Zhao Li was taken aback. A gargantuan machine. Indeed, she was certain. It was a device that incessantly produced phantoms, utterly terrifying. As she cautiously approached, a material she recognized emerged before her eyes. It was divine material. akin to a non-material biological cell, a substance that could not be synthesized in any realm but existed in the void, essential for every divine body. How could such a thing be here? As she moved alongside the machine, she observed a group of phantoms continually inserting jelly-like objects into an aperture of the machine. Zhao Li snatched a piece of jelly from one of the spirits, its texture reminiscent of jelly, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. No need for conjecture. This is a soul shard, an exceedingly inexpensive item. A familiar feminine voice called from behind Zhao Li. Turning, she beheld the proprietress clad in a striking red gown. Inexpensive? Zhao Li inquired, puzzled. Am I beautiful? The proprietress asked. Beautiful. Zhao Li replied honestly, finding the woman before him impeccable and stunning. I knew you would say that. Yet hearing it still brings me joy, the woman remarked. How did you acquire this? Zhao Li questioned, holding the soul shard, which appeared to be the very material for creating phantoms. He had attempted something similar in the past, only to fail, as souls dissipate upon departing the flesh. Reflecting now, it must have been the result of the Yin soul descending into hell, while the Yang soul floated away, causing the soul's power to scatter. Acquired through trade. Many deities sell these items, and they are quite affordable. Generally, 2 ordinary lives can be exchanged for 5 shards. With the aid of this machine, I am capable of conjuring 5 specters, ethereal beings that traverse the void, thereby granting me greater advantages. The woman waved her hand, and a multitude of phantoms surged forth. A legion of spirits floating in the air. How cruel. Zhao Li remarked. Aren't you the same? The woman retorted. Zhao Li fell silent. Her words rang true. Previously, he had been shrouded in confusion, seduced by the allure of ascendance, and he acknowledged his error. Enough of this unpleasantness. Seeing you alive brings me immense joy. You may have forgotten me, but I still remember you. Remember my name, Ling Qi. The truly radiant individuals, when pressed by time, delve deeper. Only then can their brilliance shine ever more resplendently, ultimately illuminating the earth. Ling Qi proclaimed, as Zhao Li's form was expelled from this realm. Chapter 173. The arrival of the otherworldly sovereign emerging from the void. Zhao Li found himself in a desolate expanse, with his steed and all traces of his previous abode vanished. Realizing that lingering in this forsaken land was unwise, he sprinted beneath the moonlight until he reached a village, where he halted. Upon entering the hamlet, a profound silence enveloped him, an unsettling omen. Drawing forth his long sword, he crouched stealthily at the threshold of a nearby dwelling, peering through the crack in the door. Not a single creature stirred within, not even a solitary chicken was present. As he prepared to knock, he discovered the door unlatched and nudged it open with ease. Suddenly, a sinister chuckle echoed from behind. Startled, Zhao Li whirled around, channeling azure energy into his blade. A blue glyph coalesced at the tip, transforming into a streak of cerulean light that shot forth. A lithe figure, resembling a monkey, deftly evaded the beam, retaliating with a tentacle. In response, Zhao Li extended his left hand, summoning a peculiar array, which unleashed a torrent of lightning that vanquished the simian creature. Approaching the lifeless body, he felt a strange familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Upon dissecting the carcass, he discovered it was filled with crimson polyps, some still writhing in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, Zhao Li observed everything with keen vigilance. His sword swept through the mass, obliterating each polyp with relentless azure energy. This eerie tranquility of the village must surely be a consequence of the monkey's voracious appetite. Finding a relatively safe room, Zhao Li refrained from lighting a lamp, aware that illumination might attract nearby predators. The atmosphere was already perilous enough. He resolved to endure the night and resume his journey at dawn. In his dreams, he was haunted by the terrifying woman from before, encountering numerous others in this unsettling vision. Abruptly, he awoke. A revelation dawning upon him, he now understood the source of the monkey's emergence. The otherworldly sovereign, Zhao Li exclaimed, drenched in sweat. This world was under siege. Cursing under his breath, he struck the bed frame in frustration. As dawn broke, he gathered his belongings and set forth towards the village's outskirts, following the directions he had received, leading him directly to Qiqing, a bustling commercial metropolis in the domain of Duke Decala. In terms of classification, a mid-level swordsman corresponded to the second tier. Consequently, the most formidable extraordinary practitioners would hardly exceed the fourth tier, with fifth-tier entities being an elusive rarity in this realm. As he traversed the path, the increasing presence of mutated beasts instilled a sense of trepidation within Zhao Li. Unlike the creatures from his dream, these beasts were far more formidable, yet still capable of soaring through the skies. Enduring the elements, he finally arrived in Qiqing, only to be met with a colossal crimson glyph hovering above the city. Blood mist continuously coalesced into the formation, clearly indicating that it was in the process of absorbing energy. Once completed, it would surely herald dire consequences, and there would be no stopping it. Zhao Li gazed upon the formation, caught in a dilemma. He was constrained by this realm, his rate of advancement hindered, while the power of the otherworldly sovereign transcended all, granting these evolved beasts an accelerated evolution. As Zhao Li perched upon an ancient tree, awaiting the conclusion of the formation, it ceased its absorption and transformed into a dark fissure, from which a corpulent, ebony worm emerged. Simultaneously, a multitude of bizarre creatures descended into this world. Yet these interlopers were met with immediate hostility. Torrents of burgeoning source energy surged skyward, each being at least an extraordinary practitioner, with some reaching the 5th tier, embodying nearly elemental humanity, as if they might dissolve at any moment. Upon entering this realm, their strength was forcibly suppressed to the 5th tier, inciting relentless pursuit from the local powerhouses. As Zhao Li contemplated his departure, a worm, no larger than a finger, flew from the distance and landed upon his hand. Quickly, take me away. A thought echoed in Zhao Li's mind. This worm bore a striking resemblance to the larger one that had fallen, albeit smaller, a result of its own forced division to evade the local pursuers. Otherwise, such a size would surely lead to its demise. Why should I assist you? Zhao Li inquired. I can expedite your strength. My status is exceedingly noble. Hurry, take me away. The worm sensed an approaching presence and urged Zhao Li. Perhaps. But you must reveal your true nature, Zhao Li retorted, clutching the worm in his hand. I am a manifestation of the otherworldly sovereign, a 9th tier superlord. Do you believe me now? The worm proclaimed with pride, its identity alone wielding considerable intimidation despite not being its true form. Remarkable. To acquire such a prize with such ease. Zhao Li mused as he grasped the worm and hastened away. Upon returning to his original village, he placed the worm upon a table. The creature lay motionless atop it, when suddenly, strange sounds emerged from the roof and outside the door. Zhao Li's heart raced. Could this wretched creature be planning to betray him? It was said that many demigods possess treacherous hearts. Evolved beasts began to appear within the room, each no less formidable than Zhao Li himself. A confrontation would surely spell his doom. Impressive, young one. What reward do you desire? The worm's consciousness resonated in Zhao Li's mind. I seek a swift elevation of my power, ideally to the 9th tier or even to godhood. Zhao Li replied candidly, unsure if this mere 9th tier being could fulfill such a lofty ambition. Could someone who is not divine truly elevate another to divinity? Excellent. Such ambition is commendable. It is not beyond my capabilities to make you a god. I possess myriad methods. The worm declared as it burrowed into the body of a nearby gorilla, continuing, You believe I have a plan? Zhao Li inquired, perplexed. You must have heard of me. Do not underestimate my status as a 9th tier. Achieving divinity is still within my grasp. If you aspire to become a deity, it is not an insurmountable task. Yet I find you lacking in merit to warrant such an endeavor. The gorilla remarked. What do you propose? Zhao Li inquired while seated upon his bed. I have no desire to go back on my word. Hence I intend to offer you an opportunity. The gorilla conjured a luminous white orb from his hand and presented it before Zhao Li. At that moment, an extraordinary practitioner arrived, only to be met with profound disappointment upon discovering no trace of the insects. 5 malevolent divine insects have fled. This predicament has escalated. A fire elemental lamented. This malevolent divinity is exceedingly cunning, for not only did it infect numerous creatures prior to its descent, but it also summoned a multitude of infected beasts to aid it nearby. We must embark on a search, for if this swarm of evil insects matures, we may not stand a chance against them. A water elemental remarked. Chapter 174. Divine Technology. This is the evolutionary particle sphere, a creation born from divine principles. Upon consumption, it has the capacity to transform your soul, facilitating a more profound evolution. However, this evolutionary particle sphere incurs a fee, and you may only utilize it free of charge for 3 months. What? Those 3 months are funded by my own expenditure. Should you wish to continue its use, you must venture to a virtual divine realm, where the costs are exorbitant, explained the parasitic gorilla. Nevertheless, Zhao Li resolved to acquire this item. Very well, you may proceed. How do I use it? Simply ingest it. As it reached his mouth, the luminous orb vanished, and a cascade of voices began to resonate within his mind. Bear technology at your service. High-level divine lineage detected, initiating compatibility. Integration complete. Reawakening sacred angel gene technology. Reclaiming boundless divine authority. Dividing divine power to bestow the divine talents. Eye of Insight, Deep Blue Network, Realm of Dreams. Divine power expansion complete. Welcome back. Simulator upgrade complete. Imperial clan server online. Defining name, Imperial Gaydar. Acquired divine abilities, Imperial God Bloodline. Imperial God Bloodline. Randomly awaken one form of Imperial weapon usage rights. Establish an Imperial crystal teleportation anchor point. Qualify for the rebirth pool, access Imperial God power privileges, gain entry into the Imperial God domain, and possess the right to enter any divine realm. You may utilize any teleportation portal. These rights are inalienable and cannot be scrutinized. With a single step forward, he transitioned from his original chamber to a vast expanse of starry sky, initiating Imperial Weapon Awakening. Detection complete. Deep Delusion Imperial Sword. Any entity slain by the Imperial Sword shall descend into the abyss of Deep Delusion. The sword will automatically collect all nearby souls as sword spirits. And wherever the sword manifests, an indefinite number of sword warriors shall emerge. A sword glimmering with a ghostly blue radiance materialized in Zhao Li's palm, intertwining with his consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, Zhao Li found himself back in his original room, sword in hand. What is this? Before the gorilla could finish, it was cleaved in twain, struck down by a live figure clad in black, wielding 4 long swords. One of these swords had dispatched the gorilla, while the other evolved beasts, attempting to move, met their demise in a swift and brutal manner. Is this truly so powerful? Zhao Li observed the sword, its blade emanating a blue light that appeared to annihilate all life apart from himself. Bathed in this azure glow, sword warriors emerged, their numbers steadily increasing. Reclaim the Imperial Sword. Confirmation of retrieval. The Imperial Sword vanished from Zhao Li's grasp, and with it, the sword warriors dissipated into nothingness. Ding. Angelic form upgrade complete. Current status: Angelic Divine Body, possessing spatial traversal and formidable regenerative abilities, accompanied by the Imperial Angel Performance System. What should I do now? Zhao Li gazed at his resplendent form. As golden wings re-emerged, a long-lost power rekindled. Current strength assessment: 6th rank. 6th rank? Feeling the power within. It was nearly on par with that of demigods. How could it possibly be limited to merely 6th rank? How can one enhance their strength? Zhao Li began to inquire. Elevating the purity of the Emperor God bloodline will lead to an increase in power. Current Emperor God bloodline purity: 1, 3. The current Emperor God bloodline meets the criteria and will automatically allocate a piece of divine domain. Ding. The current world is under the protection of the Outer God Prohibition Agreement, and the Imperial clan is forbidden from entry. A portal to a new world is now being opened. The world is being adjusted. Current teleportation anchor points: Public Chaotic Great World, Kaga's Deep Realm Arena, and the Imperial God Realm of the 10,000 Realms. Please select a world for teleportation. Kaga's Deep Realm Arena. Kaga's Deep Realm Arena, a demigod deep realm crafted by Kagas in life, later upgraded to a Deep Realm Arena, featuring 100 world-class zones. Inhabited by natives and numerous external immigrants, employing semi-data management, and designed as a venue for cultivating high-powered demigods and war deities. The entire body began to fade into illusion. And then, in an instant, Zhao Li vanished from his original spot. As he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a metallic platform. Streams of data swirling around him. Establishing connection with the arena. Connection successful. Constructing virtual beings. Synthesizing demigod life forms. Current character established. Emperor Gaydar level: 60 talents, immortal. Your lifespan is not bound by world rules. You will neither age nor die of natural causes. Unsealing, possessing the ability to break seals. Tomb. Upon usage, a grand tomb will form at the location, making you the master of the tomb, elevating your level by 40 within the tomb, summoning 10 guardians. And acquiring the talents: summoning, domain of the gods, divine edge, gaining divine power, ignoring all defenses of the opponent, ascendance, upon reaching level 100, gaining a point of divinity. Ancient spirit power, possessing unique strength, creatures tainted by this energy will transform into undead upon death. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and upon regaining clarity, he found himself in a vast wasteland, with rampant weeds and a few bewildered deer gazing at him from afar. Ding. Arrived at the 100th district, Grey Wasteland. Current natives: 3,000. External immigrants: 120. Competitors: 1. Competitor number 12, 390. Welcome to the Grey Wasteland. Gift package: Area Locator, allows unconditional tracking of any item or creature location within the area. Area Rule-Defying Teleporter, enables portal creation within the area, disregarding rules. Area Rebirth Core, binds non-competitors. Upon death, revives in the state at the time of binding, losing all memories of the binding. Divine Radiance Holy Sword, an indestructible item, capable of slaying Emperor Gaydar directly upon use. What? Zhao Li? Oh, no. At this moment he should be referred to as Emperor Gaydar. Gazing at the prompts within his mind. A sword capable of directly killing him? What is the purpose of this? Never mind. There is little to be said about such matters, for they exhibit not a trace of intelligence. The erratic transmitter of the extraction zone. A square box adorned with blue gemstones fell into the hands of Digadar. And upon contact, a virtual panel sprang forth from its surface. Ruined battlegrounds, desolate gray plains, the holy capital of Bai, the wild mountains, the ends of the yellow sands. If a specific location is available, please transmit your consciousness. At present, Digadar was oblivious to any particular place. Remaining in this barren land seemed implausible, as it bore nothing of value. Was he to cultivate the land? The ruined battleground. Chapter 175. Technology leads after a span of 3 full years. Zhao Li established a formidable force in this desolate land, one that appeared devoid of human presence. The Necromancer's Rest, ruled by the formidable king of the dead, Digadar. His renown attracted many who coveted his power, for strength begets secrets and greater riches. Some daring outsiders ventured into the tombs in search of exploration, only to become part of the very graves they sought to investigate. However, Zhao Li was taken aback when a figure resembling him stood before him, a man with strikingly similar features. "You," Zhao Li exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed upon this dark-eyed doppelganger. "Dreams and illusions lie under the dominion of the divine, and I was once you. Though now I am not," the other Zhao Li declared. "You are no longer me, and I am no longer you. But why dwell on such matters? I am now called Digadar. What brings you here?" Digadar inquired, his gaze firmly fixed on the dark-eyed counterpart. "In the ruins battlefield. 3 major forces exist: your Necromancer's Rest, my dreamland, and the beast spirits of the beast paradise. I have come to propose the annihilation of the third, and I trust you would not oppose this," the dark-eyed Zhao Li responded. "Do you not fear that I might obliterate you instead?" Digadar rose, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, a testament to his supreme power within the tomb. "I offer you an entire production chain. You will be able to produce vast numbers of skeletons swiftly. While they may be low tier, you need fodder for your external battles, do you not?" The dark-eyed Zhao Li stated, as dark energy enveloped him, giving him an almost ethereal presence. "Agreed, but first, allow me to witness your prowess." Zhao Li responded with enthusiasm, exhilarated by the prospect of confronting his former self. Dreamland. With that proclamation, Zhao Li's form transitioned into a realm of azure skies. Water. The ground beneath him transformed into a crystal-clear pool, and Zhao Li floated above its surface, observing the dark-eyed Zhao Li from a distance. Divine Blade. Zhao Li unleashed golden energy blades with a flourish of his hands, tearing through the surrounding space. "I cannot contend with you. You are powerful, far beyond my strength," the dark-eyed Zhao Li remarked as the fabric of space began to unravel, returning them to the original tomb. "Your power is pure and formidable. I can feel the noble blood coursing through you. You can no longer be deemed Zhao Li, nor can I," the dark-eyed one said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Enough with the lamentations. The original Zhao Li may still exist, but we have evolved into something greater. It is time to discuss our future," Digadar said, patting the shoulder of his dark-eyed counterpart. "Call me Feimu. That was my name in the dreamland," Feimu replied. "Very well. Do you have any plans for an offensive? You shall assault from the east, while I shall engage from the west, until our paths converge. As for the production chain, I have brought it along. Would you care to take a glance?" Feimu suggested. "The plan is elegantly simple, which I appreciate. Yet I am particularly intrigued by the production chain you mentioned," replied Emperor Jaiadal. "This Kaga's deep arena has been introduced to me by a deity. It is a quintessential pseudo-divine domain where many high-tier gods employ divine technology for their service." Feimu guided Zhao Li to the exterior of the tomb, where a dark celestial canopy gradually materialized, followed by a colossal black box descending to the ground, its dimensions rivaling that of 10 football fields. This machine is activated through the consumption of divine essence stones. A single stone can sustain operation for approximately 3 to 5 million years. You may adjust the machine for targeted production, although these skeletons require a substantial amount of material, be it soil or metal, though calcium-based materials yield the highest conversion rate. Feimu explained. "Commence." With a light gray token in hand, intricate golden patterns emerged across the machine, and a vast black void appeared above it, seemingly drawing in materials within a certain radius. Below the machine, 10 smaller portals manifested. "This is an 89th level bone beast remnant. It should suffice to manufacture numerous low-tier skeletons," Feimu mused, tossing a hand bone into the black void. Gradually, 10 skeletal soldiers emerged from the portals, each equipped with formidable armor, presenting themselves before Emperor Jaiadal. Elite Skeleton Guards level, 25 abilities: Undying, Soul Unvanquished, Skeleton Immortal, Curse, inflicts weakening effects on foes, upon demise. Transforms into undead beings. "Quite impressive indeed. Stronger than my ordinary skeletons," exclaimed Emperor Jaiadal. His tomb possesses the capability to generate skeletons autonomously, yet their levels typically range from 20 to 80. The skeletons produced now surpass his lowest tier skeletons significantly. "They can be further adjusted for lower levels," Feimu remarked, deftly manipulating the token as 10 level 1 skeletons emerged from the portals. Fragile skeleton level, 1 ability, None, with a flick of his wrist. Emperor Jaiadal seized the head of a fragile skeleton, and with a mere squeeze, it shattered effortlessly. These are exceedingly brittle. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Not to worry. You can have them remade directly. Feimu replied, as one skeleton cradled the headless skeleton alongside others and entered the black void, resulting in a solitary skeleton emerging from the portal. Black Bone Warlord level, 75 abilities, Skeleton Elite, summons 15 60-level elite skeletons, Battle Spirit, greatly enhances its combat prowess. Enslavement, corpses can be converted into controlled undead. Breakthrough, ignores magical defenses, nullifies shields. Soul Strike, attacks directly target the soul. Impressive indeed. Will this machine sustain any damage? Emperor Jaiadal inquired. Certainly. How could the machine remain unscathed indefinitely? Generally, it is advisable to refrain from creating skeletons of level 90 or above. Otherwise, should a malfunction occur, it would indeed spell disaster. Feimu cautioned. Does this imply that we are all destined for mass production? Jali suddenly inquired of Feimu, gazing at the machine. Do not overthink it. You are merely one of the elite products. The divine has informed me that your future is exceedingly bright. However, I sense that you have yet to find your original path. You are fortunate, perhaps even more so than I. You are not merely a product. You are your own being, just as your name signifies, Digadal. Zhao Li has become a thing of the past. Cherish your existence. Feimu handed the token to Zhao Li, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, entering the realm of dreams. His ability lay in traversing the boundaries between reality and dreams. Chapter 176. The invasion of the Great City. The city nearest to the Necromancer's ruins is the Great City, constructed by immigrants from the outside world. They have maintained a rather low profile. It remains unclear when they arrived at the arena, but what is noteworthy is their remarkable longevity. Surviving in the ruins is no small feat, however. Zhao Li's primary target is precisely them, leading to the emergence of a vast army of skeletons outside the city. Lord of the city, these are the forces from the Necromancer's ruins. A man with purple hair exclaimed to a woman clad in armor. How did these creatures turn their sights upon us? Were they not supposed to engage in a death struggle with the beast spirits? The woman replied, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. She truly wished to avoid confrontation with the three major factions of the ruins, given the current weakness of the human forces. Engaging them would yield no advantages. Nonetheless, since they had arrived, a response was inevitable. Prepare the cannons. After contemplating her options, she commanded everyone to ready themselves for battle. If they could not withstand the initial onslaught, they would likely have no opportunity to surrender. The skeletal warriors numbered over 300,000. With the leading force commanded by one of the guardians of the tomb, Ling Nan. Ling Nan level, 85 abilities, spirit summoning, unlimited summoning of undead. Quantity equals current level, base level is 1, summoning less than 1 base level 1 reduces total. Mechanical specialization, possesses weapon crafting and mech development skills. An apex entity in psionic technology. Psychic control, can forcibly manipulate entities not exceeding their own level. Control duration is determined by the level disparity and state of both parties. Puppet mastery, crafts puppets not exceeding their own level using materials. Swordsmanship mastery, proficient in swordplay, possessing unique sword techniques. Charge. Ling Nan addressed his troops. Among the hundreds of thousands, only the 500 skeletons by his side could be considered proper troops. The rest were merely wretched undead resurrected from the surrounding tombs. This was merely child's play. According to Zhao Li's assessment, this city was feeble and did not warrant the mobilization of a regular army to engage it. As the charge command was relayed, the multitude of skeletons surged toward the city walls. Fire. The city lord commanded. At present, most of the skeletons were around level 20, with a smattering of elite skeletons at level 40. However, the inhabitants of the city were predominantly at level 20 as well, making direct confrontation with the undead outside quite unrealistic. They had no choice but to rely on their defensive weapons. As the cannonballs rained down, numerous skeletons were obliterated, only to coalesce into a larger skeletal beast, gathering the scattered bones and pressing onward toward the city walls. Lord of the city. It seems we are unable to withstand them, the purple-haired man remarked. I am aware. I shall speak with them, the city lord sighed, realizing that once the skeletons approached the walls, they would have little leverage for negotiation. Ascending into the air, she held a golden scroll in her hands. I, Kana, the lord of the great city, summoned the powerful beings of the Necromancer's ruins to emerge. Cackling, you dare to show yourself. Ling Nan floated up from the throng of skeletons, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy. Kana level, 64 talent, external guest, as a guest. You shall not be ostracized by the world while acquiring certain privileges. Soul rebirth, you possess the ability to reassemble the souls of the departed. Even if they have been shattered. Spell definition, you can define a spell not exceeding your own level and impose rules upon it. You cannot defeat me. and this city is destined to fall. How can one ascertain the outcome without a trial? One cannot simply wait for death, can they? Very well. Then let us await demise. The Faraka scroll, the golden scroll, erupted with a powerful radiance, enveloping Lingnan, whose very soul was gradually withering. What is this? A demigod-level scroll. It shall suffice to vanquish you. Kana wiped the sweat from her brow, relieved that her adversary had not attacked outright. She had no means to resist an 85-level dark powerhouse. Unfortunately, I cannot perish, nor can you extinguish my life, Lingnan declared, tightening his grip on the longsword in his right hand. Is that so? Merely a demigod, the great city shall inevitably be destroyed, and you cannot safeguard it. That is beyond your concern now. Go seek your master. Kana observed as Lingnan's soul disintegrated, his corporeal form gradually transforming into black soil, plummeting from the sky to the earth. With Lingnan's disappearance, the skeletal army halted its advance. Amongst the sea of bones, the skeletal commander, accompanied by his minions, began to withdraw from the battlefield. They were unprepared for such weakness in the Guardian, who was swiftly decapitated. Fortunately, due to the nature of the tomb, the Guardian would not perish. Thus, their immediate task was to lead the troops back and await their master's judgment. It's done. We have triumphed. As Kana returned successfully, the purple-haired man, filled with elation, shouted exuberantly, causing the soldiers defending the city to erupt in cheers. Xiojia, we must prepare for withdrawal. We must act swiftly. The evacuation must commence immediately. Kana instructed the purple-haired man. Did we not win? Xiojia queried, bewildered. This horde of skeletons will return. We cannot withstand them. So our only recourse is to retreat. With that, Kana returned to her courtyard, having expressed all that needed to be said regarding her own frailty. From a box, she retrieved a crystal orb containing a droplet of golden blood, though the nature of the creature from which it derived remained unknown. Her intrinsic yearning suggested it was divine blood. While deities were not entirely absent from this continent, they remained exceedingly rare. Thus, this substance constituted a bargaining chip, but it necessitated a specific moment for its use. Otherwise, it would only invite calamity upon her. Chapter 177. The third Zhaoli gigantic city has begun an urgent retreat. Simultaneously, a multitude of skeletons are preparing for action. And Lingnan has been forcibly resurrected by the tomb, yet Zhaoli is resolved not to employ him any longer. On the periphery of the world, an angelic fleet approaches the Kagash Abyss Arena, while colossal phantoms materialize beyond the world barrier. A male angel clad in silver armor stands within the control hall, flanked by numerous angels. Defeat them, and we shall advance. Recalling the words of the Angel King, Zhaoli has ultimately decided to enter this realm. The righteous order of the angels cannot be trampled upon. All darkness shall be obliterated in the passage of time. Even in the face of overwhelming power, one must remain undaunted. Activate the Star Sea Bridge. Harness the power of the Star Sea, merge the world barriers, and establish spatial anchor points. The passage has been completed. Concurrently, an announcement resonates within the world. Ding! All entities, the following orders are hereby proclaimed. Foreign vessels are about to arrive in this world. Eliminate all invading foes. According to the destruction of the Star Ring regulations, divine powers are prohibited from intervening in this battle. Violators shall face death. Daikatal will engage in a one-on-one duel with the opposing commander. The victor shall claim everything of the vanquished, while the defeated shall perish. Fimu will also face the opposing commander in a one-on-one duel. Failure results in annihilation. This battle will affect all regions. All members must prepare accordingly. A familiar angelic fleet emerges through a wormhole into the inner world. Faced with pure technology, there seems little recourse unless one reaches the divine stage, capable of directly amending the rules so that all laws bend to their will. It appears that the time has truly come. Daikatal sits upon the throne of the tomb, possessing the original contract, while Fimu retains the memories of that time, and this angel, Zhaoli, also holds those memories. None of the three can be considered a complete Zhaoli. Only when they merge into one might they become the individual Ling Qi so cherished. Warriors, rally to my side. Draw your swords for battle. All generals, join me in this fight. At this moment, a fervor for combat ignites in the eyes of the three. Only one Zhaoli shall remain in this world. A multitude of skeletons emerges from the tomb, with millions of undead of the 6th rank and above surging from the depths. For the first time, humanity witnesses the true might of this necromantic resurgence. The prowess of the 100-level sovereign is unmistakably revealed as Daikatal, imbued with the bloodline of the imperial deity, wields the deep delusion imperial sword. As a member of the highest echelon of the arena, wielding such a sword, what more can one accomplish? Just as Fimu prepares to strike, turmoil erupts around him, and he finds himself plummeting into a vast starry expanse. A colossal divine being, with hair cascading like a waterfall, each strand harboring a realm of dreams, emerges before him. The god of dreams and delusion. Originally, it was this radiant deity's multitude of tendrils that governed the realm of dreams. Yet Zhao Li found the original form somewhat awkward and made adjustments to create the current visage. If he previously appeared exceedingly malevolent, he now radiated an ineffable nobility. Though indifferent to the sentiments of mortals, he nonetheless underwent a transformation for Zhao Li. You must refrain from participating. The voice of the deity resonated firmly within Feimu's mind. Why? You shall perish. In a certain sense, have I not already met my demise? Yet, in another regard, you are merely Feimu. Losing Zhao Li's memories is not inherently a misfortune. However, Feimu Zhao Li sought to argue in his defense, only to realize he had no substantial words to convey. He possessed nothing apart from Zhao Li's memories, akin to a USB drive containing an ancient melody. Very well, then let it be relinquished. He mused, seated in the void, a tinge of reluctance in his voice, for he too was once a contender for Zhao Li's identity. You shall not prevail, and neither shall Dijidar. Victory will belong solely to the technologically advanced Zhao Li. The deity continued, fully aware of the formidable combat prowess of angelic Zhao Li, which was strikingly powerful and extraordinary. Why? Memories are inconsequential, yet within Dijidar resides an eternal shackle. The bloodline of the imperial deity has always been pure. Impurity signifies vulnerability. Even if Dijidar could best Zhao Li, he would still perish. For Dijidar must undergo rebirth in the nirvana pool, utilizing unparalleled divine might to cleanse the shackles before truly becoming of the imperial lineage. Goodness, how despicable. You speak the truth. Now, you too may relinquish your memories. A spectral figure materialized beside Feimu, resting its right arm upon Feimu's left shoulder. From now on, I shall protect you. The deity's apparition patted Feimu on the back, as a golden chain silently emerged from the void, penetrating the back of Feimu's head. Countless white specks surged forth, dissipating in the starry expanse, revealing the simplicity of life, devoid of thrilling episodes, yet profoundly precious. Feimu's memories grew increasingly nebulous, until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the cosmos. Chapter 178, Death and Conclusion. The duel was set in motion. As the angel Zhao Li gazed upon the transformed figure of Emperor Tigadal outside the tomb, "You have taken what belongs to me," declared Zhao Li, clad in armor, his sword emanating a golden radiance, clearly poised for action. "Is that so? It may not be yours after all," Tigadal replied with a smirk. Wielding the deep delusion sword, surrounded by sword warriors whose formidable presence was not inferior to Zhao Li's, but rather appeared even more powerful. Judgment of the blazing sun. A colossal pillar of flame surged towards the tomb, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. "That alone will not suffice," Tigadal retorted, but before he could finish, he felt as though his very essence was being shackled. An energy fire pillar struck him, thrusting him into the tomb, where flames erupted, engulfing the entire structure. How could this happen? Tigadal sensed his soul rapidly separating from his body, as his form withered at an alarming rate. "I cannot accept defeat like this. I refuse to yield." Regrettably, the familiar door reappeared, a powerful suction drawing him in. The golden light that lingered coiled around Zhao Li, rendering him whole once more. Annihilate them. A century later, the angelic fleet departed, yet the Kaga's Deep Realm arena remained, merely with a new cast of characters. Zhao Li was now accompanied by a female angel, while an even graver calamity loomed on the horizon, a final game where the sole victor would be the one who survived. A colossal shadow enveloped the entire angel nebula, as an ancient tree bore entire continents, one of which was gradually approaching. Armed to the teeth, Mohirak, with the abyss's aid, opened the portal to the two realms, resulting in a clash between countless abyssal demons and angels. Fated confrontation. How absurd to expect me to hold back. It is utterly detestable. Mohirak rose from his throne to face a female angel, whose aura was surprisingly comparable to his, an authentic pinnacle of high divinity. "Where's Zhao Li? My opponent is him, not you. If you obstruct me, you shall surely perish," Mohirak stated bluntly, acknowledging his own semi-divine status, bolstered by his imperial bloodline and abyssal enhancements. What could she possibly use to challenge him? Very well. The Angel King was seated opposite him, and they regarded each other in silence. "You possess certain insights. I find your awareness quite commendable," Mohirak remarked. "Indeed, yet you remain but a mere jester, forever at the mercy of others," she retorted. "Perhaps. But I am eager to converse with you. I believe we may share common ground in the future," Mohirak replied. "Enough. I find you rather unlikable." "Then it is settled. Zhao Li has arrived, and I must see how this young man fares." As he rose, he vanished without a trace. Suddenly, The ship that had just returned to the main world jolted violently, losing all power. A towering figure wielding a colossal sword stood in the hall. Macharak, Jelly exclaimed. And at the same moment, the angelic woman beside him drew a dark golden longsword. Lingxi, it's been a long time. It's fortunate to encounter you again. I shall send you to hell. Let us see then. Lingxi replied, her expression stern and unwavering. As a bearer of divine blood, each immortal was the epitome of resilience. And the being before them also possessed divine lineage. Having just dispatched one adversary, another, even more formidable, appeared. As a demigod who had existed for millions of years. Supported by a vast organization, his foundation rivaled that of the gods themselves. Flames. I shall seal you. Upon Macharak's command, the energy-sustaining Zhao Li's sword dissipated. Rather than these flashy attacks, I prefer a genuine clash. Macharak declared brazenly, determined that today Zhao Li must die. The divine blood within him left no room for treasonous thoughts, so before his demise, inflicting torment upon his opponent would suffice as revenge. Come. Zhao Li leaped forward, thrusting his sword, his angelic physique lending him formidable strength, especially now that he had attained a demigod's form. With a resounding crash, his beleaguered form was slammed into a nearby wall by Macharak's blow. Now it's your turn. Macharak turned his gaze to Lingxi, who charged at him with her sword drawn. Bones of hatred. Brown bone spikes erupted from Lingxi's body, splattering blood across the ground. Scream. With a gentle lift of her hand, Lingxi was forcibly suspended in midair, the bone spikes beginning to shatter, mirroring the agony within her own skeletal structure. You shall die. Lingxi hurled her sword at Macharak, but it barely grazed him. You have quite the audacity. Fortunately, slaying you will be a simple task. He brandished a pitch-black dagger. Its hilt adorned with a purple gem. Do you know what this is? The mark of the curse. Those slain by it are doomed to reincarnate without memory. Feel its power. He plunged the dagger into Lingxi's abdomen and then forcefully smashed her to the ground, turning his attention to the slowly rising Zhao Li. You are far too weak. After merely a few centuries, you have shown no growth. With that, he swung his sword, driving Zhao Li into the ground, leaving a human-shaped indentation in the floor. Just as Macharak intended to sever Zhao Li's head with a single stroke, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Lingxi, who should have perished, had plunged the dagger into her own back. While this should have posed no issue, the divine blood within Macharak faltered at this moment, leaving him powerless against the curse's effect. No. Macharak's body ignited rapidly, black mist enveloping the vicinity, while Zhao Li, enveloped in unconsciousness, was rescued by the Angel King. When Zhao Li awoke, he found himself within the heart of the Angel Nebula. The man has perished, taking an entire fleet with him to the grave. And what of Lingxi? She is there as well, where a colossal black stellar body has now formed. In approximately 300 million years, once these dark gases have burned, we may be able to locate the remnants from before. I yearn to embark on a recovery mission now,